Who could have imagined? Luo Chu-Chu, pushed off a cliff by her so-called best friends and a scoundrel, not only survived but also found herself transported to a realm filled with mermaids known as Blood Moon Bend, where she was rescued by the ethereal beauty, Mermaid Qingxi. Initially, she sought to capture a photograph with the mermaid, treating her tail as a makeshift mat, only to unexpectedly acquire a spatial backpack, leading to even more enthralling developments. Ah, indeed, my friend, let me tell you, this tale is simply extraordinary. Now, regarding Luo Chuchithuff, she may be a bit plump. Her heart is truly kind. Yet, what was her fate? She was betrayed by her so-called best friends, Su Xiaoxi and the despicable Li Qi, who conspired to cast her down the cliff. How heartless these two are, in 2025, still resorting to such treachery. Do you think this is where the story ends? No, no, no. The excitement only intensifies. Rather than meeting her demise, Luo Chu-Chu fell into a wondrous world inhabited solely by mermaids. To her astonishment, she was saved by a mermaid named Qingxi, whose beauty was nothing short of divine. Enchanted, Luo Chu-Chu couldn't help but touch her tail and embrace her, behaving quite like an infatuated maiden. However, Luo Chu-Chu is also quite the comical character upon realizing she was in the presence of a mermaid. Her first instinct was not fear, but rather the desire to take a commemorative photo. She even contemplated using the mermaid's tail as a matter. Thought process is truly unique. Even more astonishing, a pattern resembling auspicious clouds suddenly appeared on her arm. In an instant, she was transported to a vast, white space where all her previously lost backpacks miraculously reappeared. What sorcery is this? I must tell you, just as the thought, "Where is my mermaid?" flickered through my mind, that pristine white space vanished in a flash. Upon opening my eyes, I found the mermaid gazing at me with a rather peculiar expression. My heart sank. Dear family, who can understand that ominous premonition? I quickly shut my eyes and fervently chanted in my mind, "Backpack, backpack." As expected, the white space reemerged, revealing several backpacks floating within. I was utterly bewildered. As an avid reader of fantasy novels, I have perused countless tales, and this scenario was all too familiar. Before me stood a rare mermaid. While my mind grappled with the inexplicable appearance of a spatial backpack, was I truly transported? Had I unwittingly entered a world of beasts? To validate my hypothesis, I concentrated, willing the backpack to open. In the next moment, I saw the zipper slide open on its own, and its contents began to emerge, neatly arranged upon the misty ground. Astonishingly, my long-lost instant camera was among them. Well then, my suspicion was confirmed. However, rather than feeling elated, a wave of despair washed over me. My enthusiasm for photography evaporated in an instant. My mind blanked for a moment, and my heart sank. I had thought myself fortunate to encounter a rare species, yet it turned out to be a grand adventure of crossing realms. If I couldn't return, what would happen to my parents? They would be heartbroken. And what of those treacherous individuals who pushed me off the cliff? Would they continue to live without consequence? The more I pondered, the more my anger swelled, and despair enveloped me like a heavy shroud. I felt as deflated as a punctured balloon, collapsing backward and gazing up at the sky, tears streaming down my cheeks as if a dam had burst. I had no desire to accept the notion of what comes. Let it come. I yearned to return home. But what could I possibly do? Based on my reading experience, protagonists in novels who traverse realms rarely find their way back. Perhaps the intensity of my sorrow was palpable, as even the fish beside me seemed to sense it, quietly keeping me company in my turmoil. Time passed, though I could not tell how long, until a sudden spark of inspiration ignited in my mind, and I sat up abruptly. I had fallen off a cliff to arrive here. Could it be that a second leap would send me back? Surely, any life-threatening action might yield a chance to return home? Yet, this thought dissipated within mere seconds, as my chubby face scrunched up in worry. What if I jumped and still couldn't return? If I were to meet my demise, at least that would be merciful, but if I were to survive in a state of half-life, that would be pure torment. No, I needed to ponder alternative means of departure. For the next while, I flitted between sitting up and lying down, my expression shifting more rapidly than the masks of a Sichuan opera performer. The serene mermaid, whom I had come to know as Qingxi, silently observed my mental unraveling. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. After my stomach protested for the 7th time, reality pulled me back. Enough. I would take things as they came. There were countless ways to meet my end, but one immutable rule remained. I could never allow myself to perish from starvation. A revelation struck me. Perhaps my survival thus far was due to my ample flesh acting as a cushion. From this day forward, I would make peace with my body, Who cared about shedding weight? Let be. My stomach rumbled like thunder, and Qingxi, of course, heard it. He suddenly spoke. Are you hungry? Wait here, I'll fetch you something to eat, but please don't wander off. Only then did I remember that I had a living companion beside me. This beautiful mermaid not only possessed striking features, but also a kind heart. However, before I could voice my gratitude, a flash of movement caught my eye as Qingxi leapt into the water with a swift splash, his magnificent tail vanishing in an instant. I stared at the surface of the water, still grappling with the absurdity of it all. Yet, I couldn't deny the mermaid's impressive stature. With that tail, he must have been nearly 3 meters long. My 180-pound frame appeared diminutive in his presence. How absurd it was that I Luo Chu could ever be associated with the term petite. Initially, I intended to call out to him, to inform him that I had snacks in my bag. As a capable little chubby girl, how could I leave home without provisions? Yet, the thought that these snacks might be my last connection to my previous world caused me to swallow my words. I needed to ration these treats, preserving them for survival. Little did I know, fate had other plans, and the slap of reality would come swiftly. Before long, Qingxi returned, shouldering a fish that was nearly the same size as myself. Without uttering a word, he thrust the large fish towards my mouth. I gazed at the sparse, jagged teeth that were a mere 0.01 centimeters from my face, my lips twitching uncontrollably. What does this mean, my friend? Are you suggesting I devour it raw? Do you wish for me to feast upon the fish, or for the fish to feast upon me? Moreover, isn't a mermaid still a fish? Is it truly acceptable for him to capture one of his own kind for consumption? This thought flitted through my mind as I looked again at the fish before me, which was nearly my size, and I suddenly felt an eerie sensation akin to cannibalism. Noticing the myriad expressions flitting across my face, Qingxi assumed I found it difficult to eat. He pressed his lips together, extended his webbed hand, and in the next instant, his smooth fingertips sprouted long, transparent claws. With a deft stroke, he peeled away a thin layer of fish skin as delicate as gossamer. He then cut a sizable chunk of fish flesh, glanced at my mouth, and thoughtfully sliced it into smaller pieces, proffering one towards my lips. Go ahead, eat. Before me lay the red and white marbled fish meat, reminiscent of the exquisite odoro found in top-tier Japanese cuisine. Unable to resist, I swallowed hard. I thought, I cannot let him hold it up indefinitely. I opened my mouth and took the piece in my mouth. Oh my goodness! A burst of unprecedented sweetness exploded in my mouth. This flavor is exquisite. As I chewed, I squinted my eyes in delight. Seeing that I was not repulsed, a gentle smile graced Kinx's handsome face, and he hastily cut another piece to offer me. Burp, after consuming around 5 or 6 pieces, I can no longer continue. I can't eat anymore, I'll be sick. Although delicious, eating it raw in excess was beginning to weigh heavily on my stomach. Noting my reluctance to eat further, his brow furrowed, perhaps pondering how scarce food must have been in my previous tribe if I could only consume so little, which would explain my frail appearance. If only he knew about the Michelin tires around my waist, his eyes would surely pop out in disbelief. He continued to stare at me, making me feel awkward, so I gestured toward the fish, which was only missing a small bite, and said, "Don't just look at me, you should eat too." He nodded, carrying the fish to the other end of the rock, glancing back at me to ensure I had not fled, before turning his back to commence his meal. I muttered softly, "How particular." From that side, I could hear the faint sound of chewing, and in less than 10 minutes he returned, swishing his tail. Remarkably, he moved with a speed comparable to our walking. I instinctively glanced toward the rock, astonished to see that the fish, once nearly my size, was now reduced to nothing but a gleaming skeleton. He had consumed it with remarkable efficiency. My gaze uncontrollably drifted to his abdominal impressive set of 8 well-defined abdominal muscles, the delineation sharp and not the slightest bit protruding. Where had that 100+ pounds of flesh vanished? Had it transcended into another dimension? This world seemed utterly fantastical. I glanced down at my own undulating belly and pondered whether if I lingered here a while longer, I might unlock the ability to indulge without gaining weight. Having shared a meal of fish, an air of familiarity enveloped us. With our appetites satisfied, the trepidation within me lessened somewhat. Since returning was not an option, my immediate priority was to understand this world. As I lost myself in thought, Qingxi plunged the fish skin he had previously held into the water, diligently scrubbing it right beside me. After a moment's contemplation, I inquired, "Why haven't I seen your companions?" His hands paused in their task, the tail floating on the water's surface, gradually sinking beneath, taut in the unseen depths. "What's wrong?" I asked, somewhat bewildered. He lowered his gaze, his voice barely above a whisper. "I have no companions." Ah, I was taken aback. In such a vast ocean, was he the sole survivor? Noticing his downcast demeanor, I refrained from probing further. The thought that he might be the last of his kind filled me with a profound sadness. He appeared to be much like me, solitary and alone. Thus, I bit my lip and cautiously inquired, "Do you mind having a neighbor in the future?" Upon hearing my words, Qingxi abruptly lifted her head, her striking eyes fixed intently upon me. What did she say? To be neighbors? Was she willing to stay? Did she not realize that Shuiyuan was notorious for being an ominous place? However, it soon dawned on me that she was evidently a terrestrial female, unaware of the aquatic circumstances. After all, in the beast world, females were regarded as rare treasures, cherished by their tribes more than their own lives, and could not be allowed to roam freely. Yet his unpredictable gaze sent shivers down my spine, nearly shattering the fragile composure I had painstakingly built. I felt his eyes bore into me, terrified of saying something amiss. I chastised myself internally. Luo, Chu, how could you forget that you belong to different species after having tasted a few bites of fish? Those merfolk in the movies could be quite savage, even consuming their kind. Just moments ago, he had relished that fish with such delight. I could not decipher the meaning behind his gaze, and my imagination began to conjure up scenarios of being turned into sashimi. I simply lost my way home. If you mind, I can leave. Please, don't look at me like that. My composure is about to collapse. He remained silent, and the gruesome images in my mind grew increasingly vivid. Just as I was about to declare my intent to leave, he slowly nodded, saying, "If you are not afraid, you may stay." I nearly choked on the breath I had been holding. Brother, your words make me even less inclined to stay, though fear gripped my heart. As the sun began to set, I reluctantly rose, preparing to find a place to rest on the beach. However, a dilemma arose. The large rock we occupied was situated in the middle of the sea, a considerable distance from the shore. I could swim, yet my body was covered in minor wounds, and my limbs ached. What if I were to enter the water and risk infection or fever? Summoning my courage, I looked at Qingxi with pleading eyes and said, "The sun is setting. I assent it. Should we head to shore?" To my surprise, he asked nothing, simply nodded and effortlessly scooped me up in his arms, cradling me like a princess. This was my first experience of being carried in such a manner. Before I could even relish the bashful thrill described in novels, I was lifted off the ground. With a splash, he dove into the water, holding me above the surface, with only my lower back and rear being kissed by the waves. Terrified, I clung to his neck, watching in awe as his exquisite fish tail moved with such vigor. It seemed to leave a trail behind. Alas, my freshly dried clothes were soaked once more. Yet, being what was preferable to floating aimlessly in the sea, my mind began to wander, envisioning a makeshift tent upon reaching the shore. I had a lighter in my bag, which could ignite a fire to cook fish. Such delightful imaginings contrasted sharply with the harsh reality. Upon reaching the shore, I was taken aback. The beach before me was barren, devoid of any vegetation, save for oddly shaped stones. Not a single blade of grass was in sight. There were no branches or leaves, as if a vacuum had swept the area clean. Qingxi and I were the only two beings capable of breathing on this desolate stretch of sand. Why is there nothing here? I questioned, bewildered. In the Beast World novels I've read, the underbrush is taller than people. A single leaf could serve as a blanket. Indeed, the tales I had read were misleading. Noticing my disappointment, Qingxi seemed puzzled. It has always been this way here. What are you looking for? At the very least, we could gather some branches to construct a shelter. How could we possibly sleep here at night? In truth, Qingxi wished to invite me to his cave, but upon witnessing my struggle in the water and my current shivering state, he refrained from suggesting it. "Stay here. I will find something for you." Before I could inquire what he would seek or how long he would be gone, he submerged himself once more. Now, left alone, a sense of unease washed over me. A chilly breeze swept by, and I thought I heard a rustling sound. Whirling around, I found nothing but the same beach and strange rocks. Perhaps I was simply hallucinating due to the cold. I quickly retrieved a piece of chocolate from my supplies and popped it into my mouth to calm my nerves. The familiar sweetness offered a modicum of comfort, yet I could not shake the feeling that something was amiss behind me, instinctively inching closer to the water's edge. After waiting for nearly half an hour, my legs grew numb, and the water remained disturbingly still. Anxiety began to creep in. What if he had abandoned me? During this time of waiting, I had thoroughly examined my space. The good news was that it indeed functioned as a storage space, allowing me to access its contents at will. The bad news was that it only served as a storage area. I could not enter it myself. This meant that in times of danger, I had no refuge to escape to for safety. To be honest, it felt rather futile. Gazing at the placid sea, I grew weary of standing and found a rock to sit upon, allowing my consciousness to drift into my space. I began to sift through my belongings. 2 large backpacks belonged to me, one filled with an assortment of snacks, sandwiches, yogurt, fruit, and several bags of marinated delicacies. To my delight, I even discovered a few packets of authentic Sichuan hot pot base. These were gifted to me by Su Xiaoxi's friend, who had deemed them too heavy and preferred to dine on French cuisine instead. Ultimately, she had passed them on to me when she could not fit them in her own bag. The other bag contained a thick down jacket and toiletries. As for Su Xiaoxi and Li Qi's bags, aside from spare clothing, there was Li Qi's razor, which I had purchased for him at a steep price, along with a lighter and a folding knife, all still unopened. Seeing the price tags made my heart ache. I had truly been foolishly swayed by them. Nevertheless, now these items had returned to my possession, providing a small measure of solace. I emptied the contents and organized them, then took a large backpack to the water, intending to weather it a bit. Upon Qingxi's return, I would claim it was swept ashore with me. As I busied myself in this endeavor, I was oblivious to the fact that, in the distance among the strange rock formations, a stone was slowly shifting, and a pair of deep purple eyes were fixated upon me. Finally managing to dampen the bag, I stuffed a few items inside, feeling exhausted as I leaned against my waist to catch my breath. This waterproofing is exceptional. Wiping the sweat from my brow, I felt a bit dizzy, likely from crouching for too long. Just then, the calm surface of the sea began to stir. I quickly hung the backpack on a rock and dashed to the water's edge. When I saw Qingxi approaching with a large fish, his beautiful fish tail propelling him swiftly through the water, I was nearly moved to tears. Family, who understands this? In such an isolated and desolate place, the overwhelming sense of loneliness was utterly suffocating. Though we had only known each other for a few hours, he felt like kin to me at that moment. As he drew closer, I noticed a gigantic, enormous, simply colossal clam shell floating on the water's surface behind him. I was astounded. Its size could easily encompass my entire being. "You're back," I exclaimed, looking up at him with glistening eyes. Seeing me in such a state stirred an inexplicable warmth within him, his fair complexion flushing slightly. He lowered himself to meet my gaze and replied, "Yes. You mentioned wanting a place to sleep, so I found you a shell. It was a bit far, which is why I took some time." As he spoke, he had already dragged the large clam shell onto the beach. I circled around the shell several times, my mouth agape in disbelief. My goodness, how could there be such a large clam shell? Surely, it doesn't tea house a clam spirit, does it? Is it truly acceptable for us to take someone as home? Qingxi, finding my whimsical demeanor utterly charming, could not help but smile broadly. These are low-grade clams, primarily consumed by other sea creatures. Their meat is considered unpalatable, but they can produce luminous pearls, which is why most gather pearls instead of consuming the meat. I immediately disregarded the meat, my eyes sparkling with curiosity as I asked, "Guangzhou? What is Guangzhou? Could it be a luminous pearl?" Sensing my anticipation, Qingxi gazed at me with a fond expression, but quickly averted his eyes when I turned my head, clearing his throat softly. "I haven't checked inside. Shall we take a look?" "Yes, yes." I nodded enthusiastically. He then revealed his claws, tracing the edges of the clam shell a few times before exerting force with both arms, producing a series of cracking sounds as the clam shell gradually opened. Inside, the soft flesh wriggled slightly before it expelled a fully formed pearl. Wow! As the pearl emerged, its radiant green glow bathed my little face in a yellow-green hue. It truly was a luminous pearl. How beautiful! I was overjoyed, clinging to Qingxi's arm and shaking it excitedly. He instantly stiffened, nearly losing his grip on the clam shell. Oblivious to his discomfort, I released his arm and rushed over, half my body leaning into the clam shell as I retrieved the pearl, which was nearly the size of my head. It was enormous, like a lavish light bulb. This extravagant fortune was finally mine. An odd scene unfolded on the beach. A chubby young girl, beaming with delight while cradling a glowing pearl, and beside her, an extraordinarily handsome merman, supporting the clamshell with a tender gaze. Meanwhile, a pair of violet eyes in the distance flickered with annoyance. Humph, what an ignorant female. It's just a trivial pearl. Qingxi seemed to sense something, abruptly glancing toward the pile of strange rocks, but finding nothing. He shook his head and returned his gaze. While I remained captivated by my luminous pearl, he quietly began to clean the clamshell's flesh, thoughtfully scrubbing and polishing both the inside and outside until they gleamed. When I finally regained my senses, I was met with a stunningly smooth and flawless clamshell bed, tinged with a hint of pink. I was once again astounded by Qingshi's efficiency, circling around the clamshell while hugging the glowing pearl, my eyes sparkling as I praised him. Your speed is incredible. I was only dazed for a moment, and you've done all this? It was the first time a female had so openly praised him, causing Qingshi to blush profusely, almost revealing his innermost thoughts. He cleared his throat. The clam flesh smelled a bit fishy, so I tidied up quickly, fearing you might be uncomfortable. I continued to gaze at him with starry eyes, nodding vigorously, yes, yes, thank you. I'm so fortunate to have encountered such a wonderful neighbor like you. By the way, you probably don't know my name yet, do you? I'm Luo Choo Choo, but you can call me Choo Choo. My friends do. When he heard me ask him to call me Choo Choo, his face flushed a deep red, resembling a cooked shrimp, and he began to shyly avoid my gaze. His voice stuttering, Choo Choo, you should first check the clamshell to see if it meets your satisfaction. If it's not clean, I can tidy it up some more. At that moment, I was too preoccupied to consider anything else. Having a place to sleep was already a blessing, so I eagerly nodded and expressed my gratitude. I tell you, as I bent down to dive into that large clam shell, I was utterly astonished. It had been cleaned so meticulously that not a trace of clam flesh remained, not even a water stain, and it was both smooth and dry. Upon entering, the heat that enveloped me dissipated instantly, replaced by a refreshing coolness. It was like a natural, mobile, air-conditioned room. The only drawback was a slight fishy odor, which, to be honest, was a bit overwhelming. I feared that if I didn't ventilate properly tonight, I would wake up tomorrow marinated in the smell. And I might as well change my name to Luo Xinyu, Luo Pickled Fish. However, given these conditions, who could ask for more? I emerged from the clamshell, grinning like a flower, and showered him with praise. No need, no need. It's so clean. I absolutely love it. To express my gratitude, I will cook dinner tonight. I promise it will be a flavor you've never tasted before. With that, I dragged over my precious backpack and commenced my long-planned performance. My gaze darted around nervously as I began to fabricate. Look, my bag. When you went to find the shells, it washed ashore on its own, and everything inside is still there. I pointed to the large fish he had just dragged back. We're having fish for dinner, right? Let me prepare it for you and showcase my culinary skills. To be honest, I was filled with guilt. He had been so kind to me, and here I was deceiving him. But the matter of my space was too fantastical to explain. I couldn't just say, hey, buddy, I have an interdimensional pocket. What if he thought I was some kind of monster to be captured and studied? Qingshi was utterly stunned, likely because he never expected a female to take the initiative to cook for him. In this world, females were treasures, not required to do any work. After a prolonged silence, he blushed again and quietly said, as long as you're happy. Why was he blushing? Never mind. My mind was solely focused on my culinary plans. Those several bags of hot pot base I had were finally going to be put to use. The DNA of a Sichuan Chongqing person stirred within me. Without further ado, I pulled him to help with the large fish. His claws were sharp as knives, and within moments, he had filleted the fish. However, once the fish meat was laid out, I was left dumbfounded. Who among my family understands? I was completely at a loss. I only had a lighter, no pot, no firewood. There wasn't even a piece of wood on the beach that could be burned. I certainly couldn't use my precious packs of tissue as kindling. Could I? I estimated that by the time that little bit of paper burned out, the beef tallow and the hot pot base wound tea have even melted. One moment, I was boasting, and the next, I felt like a clown. My face fell, resembling a bitter melon. Qingshi noticed my sudden despondency and, thinking I regretted my offer, panicked. He quickly handed me the most tender piece of fish, saying, "What's wrong? If you don't want to cook, it's fine. Don't be unhappy. You can have this tender piece. I can eat the rest." Oh, I nearly cried from his kindness. What an angelic being. This was still a fish. He was 1,000 times better than the men I encountered in my previous world. The ceiling couldn't even begin to describe him. He was a rare gem of a man on a galactic scale. My eyes welled up with tears as I awkwardly said, "I'm sorry. I wanted to show off my cooking skills, but I have no pot or fire." Upon hearing that I wasn't upset with him, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief and earnestly asked, "No worries. Or pots, bowls, or fire. Tell me. I'll help you find them." I had just intended to enlighten him about modern cooking utensils when I suddenly held back my words. I remembered he was a merman, living in the depths of the sea. He likely had never seen fire in his life, let alone frying pans or stewing pots. With a sigh, I decided to take out the lighter. As I clicked it open, a small cluster of orange flames danced in the air. Let me tell you, at the moment the flame ignited, unbeknownst to me, A pair of violet eyes in the distance narrowed suspiciously, as if murmuring about some wicked flower. That rogue must be wondering why this girl isn't afraid of this thing. But Qingxi was blissfully unaware, a curious child encountering fire for the first time. Instinctively thinking it was a new glowing toy, and he reached out to touch the flame. Oh no, I was terrified. That was not to be touched. Too late. The moment his finger brushed against the flame, he recoiled as if electrocuted, grimacing in pain. I quickly extinguished the flame, grabbing his hand in concern. My heart ached. Just a light touch, and the tips of his porcelain-like fingers were already bright red, threatening to blister. I felt utterly guilty. It was all my fault for showing off with the lighter. I hurriedly remembered I might have some alcohol and iodine in my bag, preparing to retrieve it to tend to his injury. But when I looked up, I was left speechless. The burn on his hand had vanished. In a matter of seconds, that red mark disappeared without a trace, and his fingers returned to their pristine state. I rubbed my eyes, inspecting his hand closely. Wait, it was just severely burned. How did it heal so quickly? Am I seeing things? He remained silent and, right before my eyes, inserted his finger into his mouth, making a soft slurping sound. When he withdrew it, a glistening strand of saliva clung to his finger. As I stood there utterly dumbfounded, he grasped my arm and gently dabbed his saliva-coated finger on the cuts on my forearm. Who among my family could understand this? I felt a sudden chill, and to my astonishment, I watched as the gashes inflicted by the stones healed at an astonishing rate, leaving behind only faint traces. I was utterly astounded. What sort of divine skill was this? Noticing my shock, he sheepishly scratched his head and explained, I'm sorry, I forgot to ask you first. Our merfolk's saliva can heal wounds rapidly. Seeing you in distress, I thought, you wouldn't be angry, would you? The look in my eyes must have mirrored that of someone who had stumbled upon a living treasure. Had I saved the galaxy in a past life to encounter such a charming, gentle, and remarkable neighbor? How could I possibly be angry? I was brimming with excitement. Grasping his hand, I felt a wave of gratitude wash over me. No, I'm immensely grateful. Let me tell you, if your saliva were to be in our world, it would be a miraculous remedy. Half the hospitals would close down. A vivid image flashed through my mind, a crowd surrounding Qingxi, begging for his saliva to cure their ailments, and I couldn't help but laugh. But I quickly reined it in. That world was far too perilous. Greed could lead to disaster, and a treasure like Qingxi would undoubtedly be captured for experimentation. After a moment of awkward silence, I licked my lips, mustering the courage to take advantage of the situation. Dear neighbor, since your saliva is so effective, could you spare a little more for me? I've scraped my leg, and the seawater stings quite a bit. Before I could finish my sentence, he swiftly bent down, his handsome face hovering near my thigh. I thought to myself, his posture was utterly unnatural. A single thought raced through my mind. Would he fall headfirst? Suddenly, his icy fingers brushed against the inner part of my thigh, sending a shiver through me. To my horror, he seemed ready to use his tongue. My mind short-circuited. Reflexively, I recoiled. This was far too bold. Surely dabbing some saliva with his finger would suffice. What need was there for his mouth? Although a small devil inside me screamed that I could handle it, I felt my cheeks flush crimson from the unexpected turn of events. Stay calm. He must be a pure-hearted fish. This must be how healing is done in his kind. Yes, put away those unhealthy thoughts. Luo, choo-choo. I quickly covered the cut on my thigh with my hand, stammering, no. As long as it works, there's no need for such intimate service. This is moving a bit too fast. Oh dear, what was I saying? I hurriedly corrected myself. I haven't bathed yet. I'm salty. Just like before. Use your finger to dab some saliva for me, and I can apply it myself. He seemed bewildered by my reaction, thinking I was rejecting him, and a glimmer of hurt flashed in his eyes. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Just applying fresh saliva would speed up the healing process, that's why. My face was burning, and I quickly interrupted him. Yes, I know. Just a little will do. My mind was running wild with various unmentionable scenarios. But how could I resist such a stunningly beautiful youth standing before me? Ultimately, he relented and took my hand, carefully placing my finger in his mouth under my gaze. Oh my heavens! My inner self was screaming. The cool, moist sensation enveloped my fingertip, rendering me completely rigid, my scalp tingling as I could only watch him. Finally, when he withdrew my hand, my mind was still blank. He, however, appeared unfazed and urged me, quickly apply it to the wound. The longer you wait, the less effective it will be. It seemed I was the only one preoccupied with inappropriate thoughts. Well, he was, after all, merely a fish. so it was normal he lacked such complexities. I quickly turned away, pressing my saliva-coated finger against the cut on my thigh. A rush of coolness surged through me, and the wound healed rapidly, but my face felt even hotter. The atmosphere was thick with pink bubbles, sweet and dizzying. I hastily coughed to break the tension. About the meal, I won't be able to make anything today. I'll prepare something next time when I find the right tools. He nodded obediently and replied, I can wait. However, the kind of food you mentioned that requires fire may not be suitable for me. Suddenly, I realized he thought I meant to cook over fire. I couldn't help but chuckle as I explained, cooking over fire is a method, not a food. I assured him he'd understand once I prepared it for him. Ultimately, we resorted to nibbling on sashimi. I praised its deliciousness, though in truth, I found it rather overwhelming. However, this was a catch he had labored to procure. I had no right to be picky. Seeing me enjoy the meal, he seemed pleased and took the remaining fish to a distance, turning his back to me as he began to eat. Just as he turned away, my stomach churned violently, a wave of nausea surging up my throat. I quickly covered my mouth, fearing he would hear, desperately trying to swallow the remnants of the fish. It was futile. I hastily stored the remaining fish in my space and quietly rushed to the water's edge. Just as I squatted down, I heaved, expelling the fish and chocolate I had just consumed. Eventually, my stomach was empty, and all that emerged was a bitter, sour liquid that burned my throat. The noise echoed loudly on the deserted beach, and Qingxi immediately heard it. He dropped the half-eaten fish and, with a flick of his tail, leaped toward me. Choo-choo. What's wrong? I could barely utter a word through my nausea. Sensing the metallic scent of blood in my vomit, he panicked, believing I had injured my mouth. He swiftly turned my shoulders toward him, and in an instant his soft, cool tongue approached me. My pupils dilated. I had just managed to swallow back the bile rising in my throat. It felt like a double whammy. But what astonished me even more was his audacity. I was throwing up, yet he dared to extend his tongue to catch it. What sort of bizarre inclination was this? My mind went blank, and I instinctively pushed him away. In the next moment, I found myself awkwardly sitting on the ground, unable to hold back the bile any longer as it spewed forth like a fountain. My face contorted in disgust. Not only was my mouth bitter, but I was now covered in that stench. Qingxi, pushed away by my reaction, looked deeply hurt, yet more concerned for me, standing at a distance in distress. Don't panic. I won't come closer. Once you calm down, I'll help you heal. I realized I had overreacted and waved at him, hoarsely saying, I'm fine, just overindulged in raw fish. My stomach isn't used to it. I'm sorry for pushing you earlier. I didn't mean to make a mess. Alas, I lied. I had done it intentionally. If this pristine and handsome merman tasted my vomit, how could I ever face him again? We both awkwardly apologized to each other. I was too exhausted to argue. I had previously complained about the clam's fishy taste, but now I was just as unpleasant. I took a sip of water to rinse my mouth and climbed into the large clam shell. My head spun, my eyelids felt heavy as if filled with lead, and I quickly drifted into a deep slumber. Qingxi stayed by the clam shell, watching over me for a long time. And only after I fell into a deep sleep did he turn back, glancing back several times before leaping into the sea. He mentioned that he needed to return to the water to recharge and replenish the slime on his body in order to move about on land. However, he did not stray far, remaining near the beach to ensure that I could find him upon waking. I must tell you, no sooner had he departed than trouble ensued. In a drowsy state, I suddenly sensed a colossal figure looming before me. My eyes were barely open, so I squinted a little, and to my astonishment, I nearly fainted. Before me stood a man whose visage was beyond the realms of ordinary beauty. With long, dark golden hair cascading down his back, the sea breeze blew fiercely, yet not a single strand of hair stirred. My only thought was, my friend, what brand of styling spray do you use? Could you share a link? His face was perfectly symmetrical, with a nose so high it seemed a slide could be built upon it, and thin lips complementing a pair of deep violet eyes, exuding an aura of mystery and danger. The sexual tension was palpable, an electric charge in the air. Unlike Qingxi, who resembled a gentle puppy, this man radiated an unmistakable warning. Approach at your own peril. I initially thought I was dreaming and wondered how exhilarating it was. However, I feared that if I saw too clearly, I might end up plagued by nightmares, and so I drifted back into slumber. When I regained consciousness, I felt a warmth around my neck. It turned out that this gentleman, seeing my throat was injured, had produced a small, glossy black pearl from his mouth and placed it on my neck. The effect was instantaneous. The pain vanished in a heartbeat. He seemed equally astonished. murmuring to himself about my remarkable physical resilience and the astonishing speed of my recovery. Little did he know, pure genes could indeed yield such miraculous healing. It was akin to the legendary pay-to-win players. Just as he was studying me, a commotion arose from the sea. Qingxi had returned. In an instant, the man retracted his precious pearl and vanished as if he had teleported. Upon reaching the shore, Qingxi sensed something was amiss, detecting the scent of another beastman, and he hurried to my side. Seeing me sleeping soundly with a healthier complexion, he exhaled in relief, likely believing I had recovered on my own. Yet this incident planted a seed of concern in his heart, making him feel that this place was no longer safe. The next morning, as I gazed dreamily at the breathtaking ocean sunrise, I turned my head to find Qingxi watching me affectionately. Oh no! In my reverie, I had forgotten to wash my face. I quickly pretended to casually wipe the corners of my eyes and mouth, relieved to find no crust or drool, thus preserving my image. After exchanging greetings, Qingxi began to enlighten me about the merfolk, explaining that they could not remain under the sun for too long. Otherwise, their slime would dry out, akin to sun-baked salted fish, leading to dehydration and shedding of scales. No amount of divine water could remedy that. Upon hearing this, I felt a sense of urgency and insisted that he return to the water. Such a handsome face should not suffer from sunburn. To my surprise, he shook his head, expressing his concern for me and insisting that I accompany him into the water. I protested, but I don't have gills. Going into the water? Wouldn't that be tantamount to setting a banquet? I have no desire to become a giant that pollutes the ocean. I hastily declined, claiming my swimming skills were poor, limited to a dog paddle. Yet he remained undeterred, suggesting he could provide me with bubble breaths. Bubble breaths? Did he think I was a goldfish? Furthermore, what would happen when he went hunting? Would I be strapped to his waist as an accessory? My relentless inquiries left Qingxi in a state of melancholy. His gaze dropped, visibly disheartened as he realized that he could not protect me alone. Seeing his pitiful expression stirred a pang of sympathy within me, prompting me to ask what troubled him. It was then that he mentioned a magical artifact known as a baishuizhu and began recounting ancient tales. He spoke of a time over 1,000 years ago when their aquatic race was on the brink of extinction, devoid of females. Miraculously, a young lady drifted in from land, and the entire clan pleaded with her to stay and bear children. The lady agreed, but stipulated that she must be able to live comfortably in the water. Consequently, the entire sea tribe embarked on a perilous quest to a cursed location called Shuyuawan, suffering heavy casualties before finally returning with a baishuizhu. With this treasure, the land-born lady established a home beneath the waves and commenced her duty of procreation. But lo and behold, just as she began to give birth, a pure-blood female miraculously emerged from within their ranks. Suddenly, the sea tribe turned their backs on the landlady, disdainful of her impure genes and the perceived weakness of her offspring. I was utterly incensed. This was the epitome of betrayal. They called upon her when in need and, once used, dismissed her as inferior. Such behavior was akin to feeding me a year's worth of electronic debates. The absurdity did not end there. They even sought to punish the landlady, attributing the deaths of many in their quest for the pearl to her. I was so furious, I could have delivered a dragon punch. Noticing my rising anger, Qingxi quickly sought to calm me and continued his tale. He explained that someone had tipped off the lady, prompting her to flee under the cover of night, but ultimately, she drowned in the sea. The baishuizhu vanished along with her. Upon hearing this, I thought, well, at least she was not murdered by those ungrateful wretches, which spared her some dignity. But, dear friends, do you believe this was where the tale concluded? How naive! Qingxi, in his innocence, had presented me with a sanitized version of events. He omitted the crucial fact that the land female did not drown by accident. The sea tribe, having caught up with her, consumed her remains out of spite. The revelations grew even more shocking. This tribe had developed a grotesque habit. Once their females aged and could no longer bear children, they deceived them into believing they were being sent to a special place for retirement, only to devour them under the pretense of nourishment that would enhance their prowess. My worldview shattered into pieces. I must tell you why Qingxi was exiled to this forsaken place. It was because he inadvertently overheard this dreadful secret. Moreover, there were plans afoot to have him mate with an aging female. Once the offspring were born, he too would be dragged away for consumption. Qingxi was nauseated at the thought, vehemently refusing, which led to his banishment. The hierarchy within the sea tribe was rigid. Offspring deemed mediocre were neglected. Much like Qingxi had been during his childhood, suffering relentless bullying. Who among you understands the true hardship endured by our dear Qingxi? Do you think this was the end? I assure you, the revelations became even more harrowing. Those mediocre beastmen were treated like refuse by their so-called fathers, cast into desolate sea regions to fend for themselves. The most shocking part? Those who failed to evolve into beastmen were raised en masse, and once they had grown plump, they became the feast on the tribe's table. This was the legendary act of cannibalism among kin. Such a staggering revelation shattered my very core. After hearing all this, Luo Chuchu fell into a state of despair, feeling a tightness in her chest. Although she was not a saint, the thought of females being reduced to breeding machines, used and discarded, made her feel utterly uncomfortable. Observing her change in demeanor, Qingxi quickly halted his narrative, fearing he might frighten her further. With great caution, he suggested, "Shall we find another place to reside? Not in the water. Let's seek a cave on land." My dear friends, our Qingxi was in a state of panic. He feared other beastmen might scare Chu-Chu, and he also worried that if she encountered a stronger beastman, she might simply kick him away. Who among you understands this delicate balance of anxiety and insecurity, akin to a little puppy? Luo Chu-Chu, gazing at him, noticed that the protective layer of slime on his skin was rapidly drying under the sun, threatening to leave him sunburnt. Her heart softened, and she promptly agreed. "Very well, let's go." However, she had one small request. "May I take that large shell with me? The first gift you gave me is something I cannot bear to discard." Hey, listen. Upon hearing this, Qingxi's tail nearly shot up to the heavens, filled with joy. "Of course. You sit inside, and I will carry you." With that, we set off, his determination evident. I watched in awe as Qingxi effortlessly lifted the several hundred-pound clam shell onto his shoulder, showcasing impressive strength and masculinity. I must say, as he walked ahead with his bare back glistening in the sun, the definition of his muscles was strikingly pronounced, especially the curve where his waist connected to his fishtail. Who could resist such a lure? Following closely behind, my eyes twinkled with admiration, and I thought, no more worrying about him hurting his back when he carries me. Once we settled inside the clamshell, Qingxi dove beneath it, swimming with the entire shell in the water, thus shielding himself from the sun. At that moment, I thought this man is truly remarkable. However, unbeknownst to us, after our departure, an inconspicuous stone on the beach began to stir. A glossy, black giant python stealthily slipped into the sea, trailing behind us from a distance. My goodness, isn't this just like those top-tier tricksters in games? The ones who specialize in ambushes. I had dozed off inside the clamshell, and when I sensed the exterior slowing down, I hurriedly tapped on the shell. Qingxi immediately popped his head up, asking what was wrong. "Nothing. Just checking if we were close." "It feels a bit stuffy," I replied. Qingxi pointed to a distant dark spot, saying, "Soon, there is an island ahead. Let's go take a look." His tone carried a hint of uncertainty, as he was unfamiliar with the area. I quickly reassured him, "Don't rush. Take a break if you're tired." To my surprise, my words seemed to invigorate him. His cheeks flushed as he thanked me for my concern, then dove straight down. And I felt as if the clamshell had been equipped with a rocket booster, shooting us forward. The lurking trickster behind us must have found it amusing, probably thinking, "Oh, the delivery comes with its own speed boost? Perfect for reaching my lair." Finally, we arrived at the island. I emerged from the clamshell, greedily inhaling the fresh air, nearly overwhelmed by the lingering fishy scent from inside. My stomach grumbled, prompting me to pull out 2 meat floss buns from my bag, offering one to Qingxi. Initially, he declined, claiming it was tribal food and that I should keep it for myself. I promptly tore off half and thrust it toward his mouth, insisting, "You must eat. I have plenty." Reluctantly, Qingxi took a bite. In an instant, his eyes lit up. His expression resembled that of a stray dog that had never tasted anything good, finally savoring a big bone, surprised and content. He devoured half of it in no time, licking his lips, still craving more. My heart swelled with pride, thinking, "See, letting you experience human delicacies." After our meal, we began to explore the island. My goodness, the island was colossal. It resembled Jurassic Park, filled with towering trees whose leaves were larger than me. Simply absurd. I felt like Lu Lao Lao entering the Grandview Garden, chattering excitedly to Qingxi. "Wow, look at that tree. Wow, look at that fruit." Just as I spotted a particularly beautiful purple flower and reached out to touch it, Qingxi yanked me back with urgency, his face displaying concern. "Don't touch that," he exclaimed. I was startled. "Is it poisonous?" He leaned in for a closer look, then produced a piece of what appeared to be cling film and cautiously began to shake the flower. While collecting the pollen that fell, he explained this is called Finjiingwa, a treasure here. The pollen is not toxic, but it can render all beastmen and prey, except for our merfolk, completely defenseless. Goodness, this was a natural anesthetic. He mentioned that their merfolk tribe possessed only a small pouch of it, which was a valuable asset for navigating the aquatic realms. Qingxi carefully wrapped the collected pollen in layers of fish skin. I was curious about where he would store it. Did he possess a spatial ability? To my surprise, he demonstrated. When he spread the large fins by his tail, I discovered 2 pockets hidden within. Furthermore, when he lifted several of the largest scales, there were items concealed beneath. A few pieces of what resembled fabric fell out. He explained that these were the skin of the boak fish, which could be dried to make clothing. I picked up one piece, and my goodness, the texture was exquisite, light and soft with a cool touch. It bore no resemblance to fish skin. It was akin to chiffon, especially a gradient pink piece adorned with sparkling elements. Absolutely stunning. I exclaimed, this color is simply exquisite. Upon hearing this, Qingxi's face flushed, and he stammered, do you like it? Of course I adored it. Such beautiful fish skin would appeal to any female. His bashfulness intensified as he offered, this is the skin of a female fish. If you like it, I can make it into clothing for you. I was oblivious to the significance of this gesture in their culture, akin to proposing with a diamond ring. I naively responded, you can make clothes too? Then I felt a pang of worry, pinching the swim ring around my waist, sighing, never mind, I'm too chubby. Wearing pink would definitely emphasize that. Qingxi's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression conveying a sense of confusion as he regarded me, likely thinking, is that what you call chubby? You must not have encountered the hefty females in our waters. He earnestly assured me, you are not chubby at all. You would look wonderful in it. Oh, such a desire to please. My heart fluttered with sweetness, but I still handed the fish skin back to him, saying I would consider it once I lost weight. However, he adamantly refused, insisting, just keep it. Whenever you decide to wear it, let me know. With no other option, I accepted it. We continued our search for a suitable spot, but the island was littered with sharp rocks, causing me to suffer several cuts on my legs and feet after only a few steps, making me wince in pain. Qingxi, filled with concern, insisted on carrying me, but I adamantly refused. Ultimately, upon seeing my ankle bleeding, he decisively declared, no more searching. Let's return to where we first landed. I could just dig a deeper hole. Well, that was certainly better than limping along. Back at our original location, without hesitation, Qingxi instructed me to sit inside the clamshell while he approached the rocky wall. I was curious about how he intended to dig. Would he pull out some magical tool? To my astonishment, he extended his hands, as white as jade, curling his fingers into claws, and began to dig directly into the stone wall. My eyes widened in disbelief. He was excavating with his bare hands. What an astonishing feat! His speed was so swift that it left after images, and stone dust filled the air, showcasing pure craftsmanship. In less than half an hour, the outline of a cave emerged. When he finally paused and walked over, covered in dust, I felt as if my heart had been struck by lightning. It was a moment of exhilaration. I was smitten. This man was simply too handsome. My face flushed with infatuation as I eagerly grasped his hand, inspecting it from every angle, marveling at the fact that he bore no injuries. My mind was racing, completely enamored. In that moment, I nearly knelt to serenade him, exclaiming, Master, you shall be my pillar of support from now on. Please accept my homage. Qingxi was taken aback by my exuberance, and we each entered the newly excavated cave, each harboring our own thoughts. Inside, it was pitch dark, and I retrieved a luminous pearl to illuminate the space, only to be astounded by its structure. This was no ordinary cave. It resembled a beautifully decorated seaside residence. At the bottom was a deep trench that brought in seawater, a perfect dwelling for Qingxi. The sides of the trench formed pathways for me. As I ventured deeper, I discovered a massive platform hewn from stone, impeccably smooth, etched with shallow grooves clearly designed for drainage. As I traced the intricate patterns, tears streamed down my face uncontrollably. How could Qingxi be so incredibly kind? We have only known each other for less than a day. Aside from my parents, no one has ever treated me this well. Upon seeing my tears, Qingxi instantly panicked, flustered and asking me, Choo-choo, what's wrong? Are you dissatisfied with something? If you are, I'll change it immediately. Please don't cry. As I wiped my tears, I choked out, No, I'm extremely satisfied. It's just that you've done so much for me. I don't know how to repay you. Qingxi raised his hand, gently wiping away my tears with his rough yet tender fingers. his expression so endearing it could drown anyone in affection. Please stop crying. I don't require any repayment from you, but I can't keep taking advantage of you. I sobbed, breathless, my tears flowing freely, even letting out a hiccup. My speech fragmented. Oh my, let me tell you, the look in Qingshi's eyes at that moment was simply indescribable. He probably thought I looked adorably pitiful like a big Korean cat. I must say, this fellow was quite the actor. He was already concocting scenarios in his mind. He believed that compared to those two females from Haizu, I was truly a goddess. Why? Because those two were the epitome of arrogance, expecting to be treated like royalty by the beastmen without a hint of gratitude, barely even lifting their eyelids to acknowledge them. They would even lash out at the beastmen when in a bad mood and incite their sycophants to attack those they disliked. Qingshi had been subjected to such treatment before. Hence, he would rather remain single for life than associate with such females. Now, seeing me touched by his efforts to dig a cave, he felt an overwhelming sense of joy. He believed everything he did for me was worth it. He continued to wipe my tears, saying, I did this willingly, and I haven't done anything remarkable. Upon hearing this, I became even more fervent, exclaiming, How can you say that? Without you, I would have drowned. Without you, my legs would be covered in scars. You have a home, yet you chose to live in a cave for me. You were simply good to me, and I won't accept any rebuttal. As I said this, Qingshi's smile stretched from ear to ear, his fatigue vanishing in an instant as if he had been invigorated. He felt that my position in his heart must be significant, and silently began to set goals for himself, vowing to become stronger and provide me with enough security so that he could qualify to remain by my side forever. We locked eyes, one overwhelmed with emotion, the other daydreaming. Lacking comforting words, he simply lifted me into his arms and placed me on a raised platform. I was momentarily taken aback, my attention abruptly diverted. The platform was quite spacious. The large clamshell bed occupied half of it, leaving the other half open. Looking down, I noticed a crooked pit beneath, clearly prepared for him. At night, he could sleep in the pit while keeping watch over me in the clamshell. How could anyone comprehend the tenderness of this rugged man? I nearly cried again. Seeing my eyes welling up once more, Qingshi quickly suggested, Let us take a stroll in the forest and see if we can find something you need. This worked wonders. I revived instantly. Crying was of no use. We needed to get to work. All right, you start moving some big stones in here to build a stove, and then we'll gather some firewood and come back to cook. Just as I finished speaking, I halted abruptly. Wait, don't bring them into the cave. It's not ventilated. We'll suffocate from the smoke. Let us leave the stones outside and find things first. Understood, Qingshi replied, placing the stones down and clapping his hands. Then, let me tell you, something explosive happened. While I was distracted, he effortlessly hoisted me up, like carrying that large clamshell, and placed me squarely on his shoulder. I was utterly dumbfounded. My body was suddenly airborne, my heart racing with a mix of surprise and embarrassment. By the time I regained my composure, I was comfortably seated on his broad shoulder. Although his body felt cool, I was burning beneath me, tingling all over. Then he nervously asked, The road ahead is unclear. Is it all right if I carry you? I responded, Brother, you already picked me up, and you're asking me? My face was likely as red as a boiled egg, yet I surprisingly did not refuse. Let us be honest. Who could possibly carry my 180 pounds in modern society? Of course, I wouldn't admit that was the reason I didn't reject him. I hesitantly replied, It's fine. Just know that I'm quite heavy. So if you can't manage, just put me down. Guess how he responded? His voice, deep and sweet as honey, vibrated through his chest as he said, You're not heavy at all. You're too light. I hardly feel your weight. Goodness. This fellow will to survive was undeniably high. 180 pounds is not 180 grams. But seeing him carry hundreds of pounds of clamshells with ease. My weight probably didn't matter much. I was astonished to be described as light for once, huh? Thus we set off. A robust merman with me perched upon his shoulder, striding forward with his beautiful fishtail. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, creating a picturesque scene. However, unbeknownst to us, a conspicuous presence followed behind. A fellow named Mashu, dragging a tail that was even thicker and longer, with violet eyes fixed on us. His gaze could almost turn Qingshi's tail into a bow. The two of us in front remained oblivious. I directed Qingshi from his shoulder, instructing him to gather various items. Eventually, I felt it was unfair to keep him carrying me, so I suggested he let me down to search for things myself. I'll stay right behind you. Qingshi's words made my heart flutter. Ahem, I didn't mean to make a scene, but the way he looked at me and his tone were undeniably sweet, making it hard not to overthink. We began to split up. He gathered firewood while I searched for edible items. Unfortunately, I recognized nothing and had to seek assistance from the native Qingxi. Do you know these flowers and plants? Are any of them edible or serve as seasoning? Qingxi scratched his head. What is seasoning? We Haizu only eat meat and seaweed. Ah, I had forgotten about species isolation. I quickly explained it's like green onions, ginger, and garlic, things that can make food smell good and taste a bit spicy. He looked utterly bewildered, but when he heard the word salt, his eyes lit up. Then, a bit sheepishly, he retrieved a fish skin pouch from his fin. Do you want salt? I have some. Opening it, I found small chunks of salt the size of my thumb. I licked one and it was salty. Overjoyed, I hugged the pouch and kissed it, exclaiming, Qingxi, you are my magic lamp. Although he had never heard of green onions, ginger, and garlic, having salt was already half the battle won. Ecstatic, Qingxi, seeing my joy, secretly resolved to find those seasonings for me later. Without warning, he took my hand, and I was so immersed in the excitement of finding salt that I didn't resist. Having already embraced, holding hands was a minor gesture. We continued on, hand in hand. As we ventured further, that conspicuous figure, Mashu, reappeared. He looked at us with disdain as we walked away, then wrapped his tail around a patch of grass I had just rummaged through, uprooting it and tossing it onto our return path, which contained the ginger I had been longing for. Not only that, but he also yanked up a bunch of plants favored by land females and threw them together in a chaotic manner, creating an obstacle. After completing this, he noticed the pile of firewood Qingxi had neatly bundled, flicked his finger, causing the rope to snap, and with a flick of his tail, he sent hundreds of pounds of firewood flying hundreds of meters away, scattering it everywhere. After finishing this, he felt satisfied and continued to follow us. 2 hours later, hand in hand, we returned, our relationship unspoken yet understood. Just as I was getting cozy with Qingxi, my stomach audibly growled at an inopportune moment. I was about to suggest we head back to cook when Qingxi suddenly stopped. What's wrong? I looked ahead, stunned, Where's the firewood we gathered? All that remained was a cut vine and a chaotic mess of plants. Qingxi furrowed his brow, a look of vigilance on his face, while I had already crouched down to examine the spoils. I picked up an object resembling a sweet potato, scraped off the dirt, and upon breaking it open, I instinctively stuck out my tongue to taste it. Family. My mouth reacted faster than my brain. As soon as I caught a whiff of that familiar spicy aroma, my tongue had already made contact. Spit it out. My tongue was tingling. This thing, with a sweet potato's appearance, turned out to be the heart of ginger. The flavor was so intense that I suspected I had unearthed the ancestor of ginger. Upon seeing my expression, Qingxi's face darkened, and for the first time, he spoke to me in a serious tone. Choo-choo, do not taste things recklessly next time. What if it's poisonous? It was then that I felt a pang of fear. Indeed, we were in the beast world, not my backyard. I regretted not having learned traditional Chinese medicine thoroughly from my grandfather. Yet, despite my regrets, I was still overjoyed to have found ginger. I pulled Qingxi to help me gather it. It's fine. I recognize this. It's just a deformed ginger. This is what I told you about. It can be used in cooking and as medicinal material. Qingxi was skeptical, but he felt there was something extraordinary about this. What kind of small animals could be so intelligent? Just as we finished discussing, this thing appeared right in our path. He did not voice his thoughts, but silently assisted me in gathering. I resumed my investigation of other plants, this time learning my lesson to only smell and not taste. What is this little flower with a strong onion scent? Qingxi leaned in to take a look. Oh, this is a stinky flower. I've seen other beastmen eat it. Someone has eaten it? That must be non-toxic? Wonderful. Onion flower acquired. What about this fruit that smells like cucumber? Have you seen it? Isn't this a barren fruit? The taste is bland, akin to chewing grass. All right. Suspected cucumber acquired. And this one can be peeled? It smells like radish. Qingxi looked at me with disdain. This is a stinky root. Eating it will cause a prickly sensation in your mouth and throat, and will release a foul gas. Radish, you might as well just give me your ID number. I felt like dancing on the spot. Qingxi, we're going to get rich. These things will taste delicious when cooked. Finally, we won't have to eat sashimi every meal. In my excitement, I failed to notice Qingxi's eyes dimming upon hearing my last remark. He might have thought I was starting to dislike this place and was getting tired of him. Men, sometimes their thoughts are as intricate as a needle in the ocean. He forced a smile and said, If you are happy, then I am happy. I quickly pulled him. Let us hurry back. You catch fish, and I'll make you fish soup. I exaggeratedly licked my lips, finally managing to make him laugh. We packed everything neatly, and Qingxi tied up another large bundle of firewood. Seeing his hands and shoulders full, I didn't let him carry me anymore. Upon returning to the cave, the sun was still high in the sky. It felt like an entire day had passed. Why hasn't the sun set yet? Did I forget to clock out? Qingxi pulled me to a shaded area to wipe the sweat from my brow. It's noon now. The sun will set when the shadow moves to the other side. My heart skipped a beat. Goodness, a day in the beast world must be nearly 48 hours long. But a longer time is beneficial, effectively extending one's lifespan. What a gain. Noticing that I was hungry, Qingxi urged me to set up a cooking platform. We busily assembled a simple stove, but then I frowned at it. A stove is useless without pots and pans. Qingxi noticed my distressed expression and handed me a shell filled with water. Have some water first. Just then I looked at the shell in his hand. Right? The shell. Since oyster shells can be roasted, this thick clam shell would surely suffice as a pot. I suddenly looked up, excitedly grabbed his hand, and planted a kiss on his hand. I found it. Qingxi, you're my lucky star. I was worried about not having a pot. And here you are. Presented me with a shell. Quickly, go catch more shells. We need all sizes. I animatedly gestured for various pot and bowl sizes, completely oblivious to Qingxi being frozen in surprise. He stared blankly, his attention fixated on the spot I had kissed. Qingxi, are you listening to me? Yes. He answered hurriedly, secretly shifting the shell to his other hand and hiding the one I had kissed behind his back, as if he feared that warmth would slip away. You sit and rest. I'll wash these. He wanted to take a break. How could I sit still? No. Division of labor improves efficiency. Hurry up. I can't wait to drink the seafood soup. Seeing my enthusiasm, he didn't insist further. Just before he jumped back into the water, he quickly brought out that hand and touched his face with it, then set down 2 large bags of plants beside me. Just don't wander off. I'll be back soon. Wander? Where could I go? The surroundings were all ocean, and my stamina wouldn't allow it either. All right, I'll wash the things here and wait for you. Hurry back. With my assurance, Qingxi dove into the water, moving swiftly, seemingly thinking, hurry up. I must not keep Choo-Choo waiting. Meanwhile, I busied myself washing the sweet potato-like object by the shore. Just as I was engrossed, I felt a chilling sensation at the nape of my neck. Little did I know, an onlooker with striking purple eyes was observing me from behind. A handsome guy with an icy demeanor. Yet he was smiling? If I had turned around, I would have surely exclaimed, "You, smiling so creepily?" His mind was racing, torn between his confidence in acquiring everything I desired and his fear that I might not find him appealing. Who understands this top-tier alpha male who is both common and trustworthy? He thought, once he evolved, with his overwhelming strength surpassing the merfolk, I would surely follow him eagerly. He watched me intently, as if I were his possession, for quite a while. It wasn't until there was a disturbance on the water's surface that he frowned, clearly displeased, and swiftly left, likely muttering to himself, "Humph, let that fish enjoy her for a few days. Once I evolve, I will personally guard my little wife." Just as he thought of me, Qingxi burst out of the water. Trailing behind him was a giant fishing net woven from seaweed, brimming with shells. As he poured it out, my eyes widened. The shells were pink and had a radiant glow, stunning me to the point of immobility. I was drooling over a large shell, contemplating if using it as a pot was too extravagant, when Qingxi casually remarked, "These are common. There are plenty in the sea." I was left with a single expression, the look of a subway elder absorbed in their phone. Goodness, this was like a Sea King version of Versailles. It felt like the entire Pacific belonged to me. As I basked in joy, Qingxi effortlessly pried one open. My keen eyes immediately spotted black specks inside the flesh. Wait, could that be a pearl? I quickly dug in, and lo and behold, it truly was a handful of pitch-black pearls. I was instantly elated, as if I were unboxing a surprise, and I shouted to Qingxi, quick, open them all. Let's see if there are more." What followed was a scene of teamwork. He opened, and I dug. I assure you, there were no empty shells. Each contained a pearl. I was utterly immersed in the joy of unboxing, completely forgetting about cooking. In the end, we extracted over 300 pearls, each more beautiful than the last. Looking at the pile of empty shells, I felt a bit sheepish. It seems I've become addicted. What should I do? Qingxi, seeing my head nodding like a garlic masher, affectionately patted my hair. "You wait here. I'll go catch more and bring back a fish." I immediately made a gesture as if to say a million, and he chuckled before diving back into the sea. This time he was gone for quite a while. When he returned, the net was even fuller of shells, and he had slung over his shoulder a fish that was nearly as large as him. a dreamy pink transitioning to purple. Its colors were so stunning. It looked like it had been edited in. However, I immediately sensed something was amiss. When he came ashore, his complexion had paled several shades compared to before, and his movements were no longer as agile. I hurried over. "Qingxi, are you feeling unwell?" He promptly secured the net and turned around with the same gentle smile, stubbornly claiming that fishing had required some effort. Not wanting to press further, I feigned interest in the large fish. But when he squatted down to deal with it, I was taken aback. A long gash marred his back, oozing a light blue blood. My heart clenched at that moment. Yet, he remained blissfully oblivious, asking me what kind of clothes I liked, intending to craft something from fish skin for me. I was utterly moved and fought back tears, striving to keep my voice steady. "Sure, I would like anything made by you." Upon hearing this, he became flustered, joy radiating from him like a child. Once he finished preparing the fish meat, I began to showcase my culinary skills. Using shells as a pot, I ignited a fire with a lighter, first frying then boiling, adding slices of ginger and pouring in water, soon resulting in a creamy white fish soup. After taking a sip, Qingxi's eyes sparkled as he praised my prowess. Upon finishing the original flavor, I became excited and revealed my secret weapon, hot pot base. I tossed a piece into the pot, and the overpowering aroma instantly wafted out, choking Qingxi, who was seated nearby, causing him to cough violently. I insisted this delicacy was delicious, yet he remained skeptical. What happened next? I encouraged him to try it, thinking it would be akin to drinking fish soup, and he took a big gulp. The outcome was unfortunate. His lovely lips swelled into a seductive pout, and he fervently shook his head while guzzling cold water, a sight that made my heart ache and yet want to laugh. After our fill, my craving for opening clams resurfaced. Qingxi, unable to resist my enthusiasm, dragged over a large net of freshly caught shells. This time, the shells were larger, and I uncovered a pink pearl the size of a ping-pong ball. At that moment, I questioned my existence. Had I unearthed a mythical treasure? Qingxi chuckled at my bewilderment and assured me it was merely an ordinary pearl. I carefully set aside the pearl, reminding Qingxi to find a suitable resting place for it later. Just as I was joyfully washing the pearls, that purple-eyed rogue returned once again. Seeing my fascination with pearls, he hatched a devious plot to pave a path with his filthy pearls, attempting to lure me back to his lair. He even showed some self-awareness, pondering whether his serpentine form would frighten my companions. But little did he know, his trivial schemes were far less practical than simply cleaning his moldy pearls. After contemplating for a moment, he deemed my taste too refined for his dusty stock and quietly slipped away. As he departed, a gust of wind followed, setting off alarm bells in my mind. I felt as though someone was watching me, accompanied by a faint aroma reminiscent of pine and bamboo. I glanced back but saw nothing and dismissed it, returning to my task. Once I had washed all the pearls to a brilliant shine, I felt satisfied and prepared to delve into my personal space for a snack when the climax hit. Upon entering, I looked up and spotted a familiar object in the corner. A folding knife? My mind buzzed, momentarily frozen. Wasn't this knife left outside? I quickly stepped back out to confirm, and indeed, the knife I had used to cut the hot pot base lay nearby. I re-entered the space and found another identical knife, still in its packaging. I distinctly remembered this knife as a gift I had bought for Li Qi, but the problem was I had only purchased one. Where had this second one come from? My mind raced. Was it Li Qi or Su Xiaoxi who had bought it? But I quickly chastised myself. With their frugal nature, they would never spend money on such an expensive knife. The more I pondered, the more unsettling it became, and I scrutinized the items in my space. To my astonishment, I discovered another anomaly. I had clearly removed a backpack and placed it outside, yet in the space, there remained precisely 4. Suddenly, it dawned on me. I hastily rummaged through the bag that previously held my utensils, unzipping it to find the pink and purple utensil box securely nestled inside. Oh, dear friends, who understands? The backpack, utensils, folding knife were all right before my eyes, yet there existed another identical set within my space. To validate my bold hypothesis, I tossed the utensil box back into the space and retrieved it again, repeating the action. Each time, it felt akin to exploiting a game glitch, with the space automatically replenishing the items. As nothing had been lost, I was overwhelmed with joy, ready to take flight. This was the legendary space upgrade, equipped with an infinite copy and paste function. Previously, I had fretted over running out of tissues and sanitary napkins, mentally preparing myself to resort to leaves for hygiene. But now, the crossover deity had bestowed upon me a cheat. In high spirits, I made a few respectful gestures towards the ocean, regardless of which deity it was. Offering thanks could never be wrong. With my mood lifted, I immediately began to tally my spoils. I poured out Li Qi's backpack, and, unsurprisingly, it too contained a set of black utensils. Upon seeing this, I felt a surge of anger. Li Qi had mocked me for bringing utensils, calling it pretentious. While Su Xiaoxi, the green tea, stoked the flames, claiming it indicated his budding interest in me. I had been utterly foolish, rushing to buy a set for him, convincing myself it was a couple set. Meanwhile, she had casually snagged a white set. In hindsight, a black and white set alongside my pink and purple. What sort of couple set was that? Had I been colorblind? As I scolded that pair of lovebirds, I also berated my past self, the lovesick fool. Yes, I am the type who can scold myself in the throes of passion. Once I vented my frustrations, I transformed into a relentless replenishment machine, tirelessly sifting through every item in my space, edible, drinkable, and usable, in a frenzied search. Who knew if this cloning skill had a cooldown period? I had to act swiftly. This thorough search yielded a treasure trove of items from their bags. 2 large power banks, a USB fan, which finally proved useful. My nearly new phone that Su Xiaoxi had borrowed and never returned, a watch still in its packaging, and 2 boxes of condoms. As I laid eyes on these items, memories long buried surged forth. That watch was meant to be a birthday gift for Li Qi, but Su Xiaoxi had insisted on safeguarding it to prevent me from losing it. How did she safeguard it? By shoving it alongside a piece of lingerie and 2 boxes of condoms? This script was all too familiar. It was merely a setup for a surprise during intimate moments. Using my gift as her own. Truly, a graduate of the drama school. I glanced at the size of the lingerie set and nearly choked. Extra large? With Li Qi's frail frame of less than 80 pounds, I doubted even an XXS would fit him without leaving gaps. Was it meant to be a snakeskin bag for toothpicks? Would he need a magnifying glass to find it? I seriously suspected Su Xiaoxi intended to humiliate him. Regrettably, I could no longer witness their dog-eat-dog scenario. Disgusted, I tossed that item aside and began fiddling with the phone. I pressed the power button, fully charged. However, WeChat and QQ displayed server errors, and there was no signal for calls or messages, as expected. Just as I was about to give up, my finger accidentally clicked on Baidu. The page refreshed. Baidu was still alive. My hands trembled with excitement as I quickly typed, "How to return after an unexpected crossover." A slew of replies filled the screen, my heart racing like a drum. Upon opening one, I found, "User A, are you talking about body crossing or soul crossing?" Dressed. Did not even think about it. It is summer now. Your body would have turned to ashes. If you wish to traverse, send me 50, and I shall reveal the method to you. I send you 50? Why not just rob someone? Next, Netizen B, brother, where are you planning to go? Is it competitive over there? If not, send me a guide. I cannot remain on Earth for another day. Netizen C, it's the 21st century, and there are still people who believe in this? Have you paid your mortgage? Settled your debts? Netizen E, no house, no car, no loans. A 59-year-old single uncle online, seeking companionship, divorced 8 times, with 8 children by 8 mothers, seeking a 9th wife. I was then on the subway, observing an elderly person engrossed in their phone, wondering what bizarre entities had emerged. I tried clicking on the avatar of that netizen, and it resulted in an infinite spinning circle. Well, communicating with the living seems impossible. However, I attempted to search for information on postnatal care for sows and common herbal illustrations, and these displayed perfectly. All right, though I cannot return, I now possess a portable encyclopedia, which is indeed a tremendous blessing. I contentedly tucked my phone away and resumed my cloning endeavors, organizing my belongings into categories for my backpack. I then copied the entire bag, and my efficiency soared. Gazing at the mountain of supplies accumulated in the space, I felt a singular word resonate in my heart. Exhilarating. After my moment of glee, hunger struck. Just as I contemplated preparing a meal, my peripheral vision caught sight of that bag of pearls. Can this be cloned? I promptly seized the bag with the finest specimens and tossed it into the space, then retrieved it. I gazed eagerly for 1 second, 2 seconds, a full minute passed. Yet the space remained utterly unresponsive. All right, it seems this bug only affects items originating from Earth. Yet, one mustn't be overly greedy. This situation is already quite satisfactory. My spirits high, I spontaneously began a personal concert. We the common folk, today we are truly delighted. Just as I reveled in my triumphant singing, a splash from the water surfaced, revealing Qingxi's strikingly handsome face, leaving me momentarily stunned. My pig-like singing abruptly ceased, my face flushed with embarrassment, and I fervently prayed he and T heard me. You're back. What were you doing just now? Oh no, he definitely heard me. I could only feign nonchalance. Nothing much, just washing the pearls, waiting to see when you would return. Really? I thought I heard you singing. It was quite pleasant. Buddy, I suspect you're mocking me, and I have evidence. I was so embarrassed that my toes nearly dug into the ground. There's no way you must have misheard. To divert the conversation, I hurried over to him, quickly changing the subject. Let me see what good things you've brought. But alas, in my excitement, I slipped on a stone and stumbled forward towards a ground littered with sharp rocks. I shut my eyes in terror. This is disastrous. Losing face while singing is one thing. But if I were to fall and ruin my looks, how could I face such a handsome visage? The anticipated pain did not arrive. Instead, I crashed into a cool and solid wall of flesh. To steady myself, my hands instinctively clawed at his chest, and I felt that wall tremble and tighten instantly. Slowly, I opened my eyes, and lo and behold, Qingxi's bare chest was right before me. My face flamed with embarrassment, and I quickly withdrew my mischievous hands, stammering, Thank you. Thank you. I was dying to say, Big brother, you can let go of me now, or else my face might get too close to yours. However, Qingxi did not release me. Instead, he pulled me in even tighter. I sensed that although his body was cool, the area where he held me was alarmingly warm, as if something hard was pressing against my abdomen. Is that not his beautiful fishtail? I just lowered my head to see when his voice, deep and husky, commanded, Don't move. I froze, not daring to shift. The atmosphere felt rather peculiar. I gently nudged him, but it was like pushing against a wall. He did not budge. Gazing at the smooth skin before me, I thought if I accidentally brushed against it, it surely wouldn't be my fault. I had attempted to resist. Qingxi seemed to sense my discomfort. He took a deep breath, finally managing to suppress whatever impulse he had, and gently pushed me away. Once separated, we both blushed furiously, avoiding each other's gaze. The atmosphere around us was so charged it could have wrung out water. Eventually, Qingxi broke the silence, dragging up the seaweed net filled with shells. We sat in silence, opening clams, but neither of us was truly focused. What do you want to eat tonight? He suddenly asked. Shall I catch you another female boakfish? My thoughts were swiftly extinguished by his words. Why is it always the female boakfish? Brother, do you have a grudge against them? If you keep catching them, the male fish will band together to seek revenge. No need. Isn't there still that leftover from lunch? I turned to look and was left dumbfounded. Whereas the fish? The large grilled fish I had. Oh no, I had completely forgotten. That half fish had been absorbed into the space when I tested its functions. I had intended to retrieve it before he returned, but I completely forgot. How am I supposed to explain this? Qingxi also noticed. What about the leftover fish from lunch? My mind raced, weighing whether to lie and say I was so hungry I finished it all, or to confess. Seeing his puzzled expression, I steeled myself and decided to be honest. Qingxi, I have something to tell you. His expression turned serious in an instant. I noticed his throat bob, as if he were quite tense. I took a deep breath and boldly declared, the fish was absorbed into a place called space. Qingxi paused momentarily, then asked, and then it disappeared? He did not express shock. Instead, he appeared relieved and gently inquired, And then what? That's not all. I had to slow my speech, emphasizing each word. I have a space. He maintained his calm demeanor, nodding. Yes, I heard you. So your skill is space? Skill? Shouldn't a normal person be bewildered upon hearing this? How did he seem to understand? Do you know about space? Do you have it too? He shook his head. I know about it, but I don't possess it. I know an orc whose skill is space. My lips twitched. After all that, I thought I held a unique and unparalleled treasure. Yet here, it was merely a skill, and a common one at that. So what you want to tell me is that you stored the fish in space? He observed me in silence for a moment, then asked again. I could only nod awkwardly. I certainly couldn't admit that I feared being seen as a monster, which drove me to confess. I understand, Qingxi said. However, fish must be fresh. If stored for too long, they will spoil. In the future, do not store them in space. I'll catch more for you when you want. His words provided me with new information. He knew that particular space lacked preservation capabilities. Well, compared to that, mine is far superior. Not only does it preserve freshness, but it also replenishes supplies. I felt a surge of pride clear my throat and calmly remarked, Oh, I forgot to mention, my space can preserve freshness. Whenever it's taken out, it's always the freshest. Saying this, I swiftly produced that half fish. Qingxi gazed at the suddenly appeared fish. Then at my barely concealed expression, and smiled. However, he also recognized my uniqueness. It is rare for a female to awaken skills, and space can even preserve freshness. Later, as he explained, I learned that in the beast world, space skills are somewhat lackluster. Limited area, no attack power, for those beasts with large appetites, who can spare the extra food to store. I felt as awkward as if I had hidden a treasure, intending to astonish everyone, only to find it regarded as rubbish. Thankfully, my space not only preserves, but also replenishes, or I would have wanted to find a crack in the ground to hide in. To avoid future embarrassment, I quickly urged him to sit down, washing pearls while asking him to educate me thoroughly about this world. We talked for over 2 hours. In this realm, the orcs engage in combat with a dazzling display of various skills: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. All coexist. Qingxi demonstrated his skill, Water Spike, with a swift flick of his tail, sending a barrage of water droplets hurtling forth, resembling a Gatling gun, transforming a nearby boulder into a sieve. I was utterly awestruck. It was far more impressive than any cinematic special effects. I must witness their brawls in person at the earliest opportunity. Moreover, the passage of time here differs significantly from our own. They measure it by day and night. The intricacies of their 24-hour cycle proved too complex for my understanding, prompting me to resolve to measure it myself with my phone the following day. After all, I possessed the means to ascertain time with ease. Qingxi proceeded to enlighten me about their unique calendar system, leaving me in a state of bewilderment. Their year consists of 15 months, 3 months of rainy season, 4.5 months of summer, 3 months of windy season, and 4.5 months of winter. Goodness, those unacquainted with mathematics would surely be confounded here. Furthermore, the transition between seasons occurs with astonishing rapidity, offering no respite whatsoever. The rainy season lives up to its name, pouring relentlessly for 3 months, as if the heavens have forgotten to turn off the tap. Once the rainy season concludes, a brief half-month transitional period ensues before temperatures soar, catapulting us into the sweltering summer. Initially, I thought the heat was reminiscent of summer in my hometown, and I could endure it without air conditioning. However, my naive assumption lasted a mere 2 seconds. Qingxi's next words rendered me speechless. He stated, "My dear friends, this is just the first month of summer. At the peak of heat, there will be 2 suns. 2 suns." At that moment, a singular thought raced through my mind. Is this a setup for a live barbecue? Am I to be the main course? 1 sun is already enough to make me feel like I'm cooking under a broiler. Now I must contend with an unbearable second one. How on earth will I manage? Only when the 2 suns merge into one will summer truly be over, followed by the most pleasant windy season. It is a time when the weather is delightful, nature rejuvenates, and it becomes the season for orcs to seek companionship. Yet, do not be misled into thinking this is a safe period. How naive. Each year, as the windy season transitions into winter, a massive beast tide sweeps through, akin to monsters besieging a city in a game. Survive it, and you reap a bounty of winter supplies. Fail, and your entire tribe could vanish from the map. Thus, those orcs who have awakened spatial skills become highly sought after. Although they may seem trivial in daily life, during this time, they're like moving strategic reserves. Food is prioritized for females, which explains why the females here insist on finding partners with spatial abilities purely for survival. As for winter, Qingxi's description sent chills down my spine. The ice on the lake is thicker than city walls. Orcs who suffer minor injuries and wish to rest may find themselves frozen into ice sculptures, shattering into pieces with a mere touch. My friends, this is not merely survival. It is a hellish ordeal. As I listened, my scalp prickled with anxiety, and Qingxi, noticing my bewildered expression, seemed to conjure a dramatic narrative in his mind. Observing that I was clueless about the number of months in a year and the existence of beast tides, he labeled me a naive fool from mountains. He assumed my home must be in some remote corner of the world, thus rendering me ignorant. I could only laugh in disbelief at the pity and affection reflected in his gaze. My mind was consumed by thoughts of survival. 2 suns. Would I be roasted to a crisp? The mere image of myself sizzling under the heat sent a shiver down my spine, and cold sweat soaked my clothes. Sensing my pallor, Qingxi immediately grew concerned. What's the matter, Chu-Chu? I am not one to conceal my feelings, and having narrowly escaped death once, I now cherish my life even more. Unable to contain my emotions, tears welled up as I asked him, Qingxi, will I die from the sun's rays when there are 2 suns? Upon seeing my fright, he embraced me tightly, his voice resolute. No, I have a way to ensure your safety throughout the summer. I sniffled, gazing at him with skepticism. Really? What is this method? Perpetual ice. The name alone hinted at something extraordinary. He explained that once I acclimatized, he would seek this perpetual ice, assuring me that with it, I would be unfazed even by 10 suns. I sensed that this was no trivial matter and immediately pressed him for details about where he would find it and whether it was dangerous. I expressed my reluctance for him to go, fearing for his safety if he ventured alone. To my surprise, he downplayed the danger, stating it was only a bit far, requiring 2 or 3 days for a round trip. He insisted that many sea-dwelling orcs sought it each year, urging me not to worry. I found it puzzling. Weren't merfolk content to dwell in water? Why would they need ice? He clarified that it could be found in a place called the Abyss of Extreme Cold. My heart was torn between fear of the heat and anxiety for his safety. Unbeknownst to me, Qingxi's words were half-truths. He had no need for the perpetual ice himself. Being a 4th-tier orc with robust vitality, impervious to heat even in deep waters, his claim of it being safe was sheer nonsense. The Abyss of Extreme Cold was the lair of fearsome sea monsters. Each year, they fought tooth and nail for ice, and the peril was immense. In the past, as a skilled member of the Sea Tribe, he undertook such burdens, but now he was alone with me, necessitating his solitary venture. Nonetheless, in an effort to reassure me, he concocted a battle plan. He would disguise himself and blend in with the sea-dwelling orc teams, seizing an opportunity to steal the ice and escape, relying on his speed to evade capture. I thought to myself, good heavens, this isn't merely a procurement mission, it's a heist. I praised his ingenuity, realizing that he was far from selfish. Rather, he was exceptionally clever. Those sea-dwellers would likely turn hostile if he approached them openly. I instinctively wrapped my arms around his waist and whispered earnestly, "Be cautious and hide behind them, then flee after snatching the ice. You must protect yourself." Seeing my earnestness, Qingxi was taken aback, likely surprised by my support for his audacious plan. He declared he would set off the next day, intending to complete his task before the emergence of the 2 suns. I immediately thought he should take provisions for the journey. Transforming into a veritable doryman, I rummaged through my spatial pocket for an abundance of bread and snacks, insisting he take as much as he could carry. Unable to refuse, he unfurled his fin-like pocket, allowing me to fill it to capacity until it could hold no more. That evening, during dinner, he returned with a sizable fish. We enjoyed a delightful meal of fish soup and bread. After finishing, as darkness enveloped the land, he suddenly announced he would venture out to gather some items. Before long, he returned with a large stack of dark green leaves. These leaves were enormous and remarkably resilient. I could not tear them, even with all my strength, and they displayed a surprising elasticity. Qingxi revealed these were the leaves of the skin tree, commonly used by many orcs to craft summer skirts, cooler than those made from animal hides. He intended to create a curtain for our cave, shielding it from light to avoid drawing attention. As I contemplated how to bind the leaves together, I was astonished to see Qingxi extract a strand of his silvery blue hair, which shimmered with an ethereal blue glow in the firelight. He utilized his own hair as thread, threading it through a fishbone needle, and began sewing the curtain with remarkable skill. The neatness of the stitches was nearly invisible, resembling a work of art. Such craftsmanship would surely be wasted if he did not participate in the top craftsmanship competition. He promised that upon his return, he would fashion clothing for me from the skin of a female fish. The mere thought of his talent had me nodding vigorously, willing to be his devoted admirer, as long as it provided relief from the heat. He swiftly crafted the door curtain, skillfully creating several holes at the entrance and securing it with wooden sticks, while binding vines at the bottom to allow it to roll up and hang. The height was just right, perfectly within my reach, a detail that warmed my heart. After a long day of labor, I felt sticky and longed for a refreshing bath. However, I hesitated to voice my desire directly and instead subtly hinted to him about perhaps soaking in the water. Qingxi immediately understood, though his expression betrayed a hint of discomfort, primarily due to his regret for not preparing clean water for me. Once he stepped outside, I quickly retrieved a few bottles of mineral water from my space, wiped myself down with a towel, and felt significantly more comfortable. Just as I was about to call him back, I pulled aside the curtain and was momentarily stunned. At the entrance lay 4 enormous conch shells, each nearly reaching my chest, filled with pristine water. It dawned on me that the noise I had heard outside was him fetching water for me. Just then, he returned, carrying 2 more towering conch shells, placing them down and stating, "These are all fresh water, store them in your space." There are more over there. I will retrieve them shortly. He didn't grant me a chance to speak, turning back to dive into the water again. I hurriedly stored the 6 conch shells, resembling large water tanks, in my space. He made 2 more trips, bringing back 10 colossal conch shells filled with water. He explained that these were the shells shed by conchs, devoid of odor, and could be cleaned for cooking. My heart was filled with mixed emotions, overwhelmed with gratitude, and apart from expressing my thanks, I was at a loss for words. I could only hand him 2 large loaves of bread, urging him to eat and rest quickly. That night, I decided against sleeping in the conch shell, opting instead to place used charcoal inside to absorb any odors. I laid several down jackets on the ground and topped them with the fish skin he had gifted me. Lying down, I found it quite comfortable. Seeing me resting on the fish skin he had provided, Qingxi's eyes sparkled. However, upon noticing the disposable bedding set I had placed on the down jackets, curiosity piqued again, and he inquired if it was also fish skin. I couldn't help but chuckle, explaining that it was non-woven fabric for travel. Upon realizing it was a gift from another beast man, he visibly relaxed, possibly imagining some melodramatic scenario. The following morning, I awoke to find him absent. I was alone in the cave, and upon rushing outside, I discovered the sun had risen, the water's surface calm and undisturbed. He had already left. Despite our agreement that he would wake me, he slipped away stealthily. I sat on a rock, hugging my knees, feeling emptiness inside. I couldn't linger in this melancholy. Qingxi was out there working hard, and I needed to safeguard our home. I gathered my spirits, had a bowl of instant noodles, and armed with the fishbone tool he had fashioned for me, I prepared to forage for edibles in the jungle, not daring to stray far. I searched near the cave entrance. While I was fervently engaged in my task, I remained blissfully unaware of the mysterious snake man, Mashu, coiled in a nearby tree. His violet eyes fixated on me. Observing Qingxi's absence, he stealthily followed my movements. After digging for a while, I turned around to take a break, only to be astonished by the sight behind me. Along the path I had traversed, a staggering number of plants had accumulated on either side. I was bewildered, wondering when I had become so efficient. Had I awakened some hidden skill for plants to automatically gather? Unable to comprehend it, I cheerfully approached, collecting the earthy plants into my space. I was so engrossed in my collection that I failed to notice the handsome figure in the tree, whose jaw was nearly dropping in disbelief. He watched in astonishment as I retrieved items from the air, completely frozen, his face a mask of incredulity. Could a female also awaken skills? This was unprecedented in his ancestral memories. Meanwhile, I was in the midst of my enthusiastic gathering when a glimmer caught my eye, flashing past. I paused, crouched down, and pushed aside a leaf to reveal a champagne-colored, transparent stone, about the size of my fist, resembling a large crystal and quite beautiful. Without a second thought, I stored it in my space, eager to show Qingxi when he returned. Just as I stood up, I spotted another one not far away. I hurried over to pick it up, and to my astonishment, this one was even more remarkable, an entire piece of translucent emerald, exquisitely delicate. If this were modern times, I would never have to worry for the rest of my life. Emboldened, I set aside the plants and transformed into a treasure hunter, scouring the ground with focused intent. Sure enough, it wasn't long before I found several more colorful and beautiful stones. I was so absorbed in my treasure hunt that I failed to notice how far I had strayed from my original path, wandering deeper into unfamiliar territory. As I bent down to pick up another stone, I leaned against a large tree to steady myself, and suddenly realized something was amiss. My goodness, this tree was enormous. I stretched my arms to gauge its width, estimating it would take at least 5 of me to encircle it. Instinctively, I glanced around, observing that all the trees in the area were remarkably tall and thick, resembling a copied and pasted image, densely clustered together, sending shivers down my spine. Had I encountered such a place when I came here with Qingxi yesterday? It didn't seem so. A chill ran down my spine as I became alarmed, my face paling in realization. I quickly pulled out my phone to check the time. Oh no, I had only bent down to gather stones for a while. Yet over an hour had passed. This was bad. Where was I? Which direction had I come from? The surroundings were filled with trees that all looked alike, and I felt utterly disoriented. My heart sank, and using my hazy memory, I chose a direction and began to sprint back. However, after running for quite some time, everything around me remained unfamiliar and daunting. Anxiety began to overwhelm me, and tears welled in my eyes. Stay calm, stay calm. Suddenly, I remembered the compass on my phone. I recalled that our cave entrance faced the rising sun, which meant I needed to head east to return. I quickly picked up a small stone, following the compass as I moved eastward while marking trees along the way. In my panic, I failed to notice that the bark I had scratched was oozing a faint yellow, oily liquid. Meanwhile, Mashu, who had been trailing behind me, watched my frantic demeanor with concern, holding back tears of worry. He immediately ceased throwing stones to tease me, noticing my determined rush in a single direction, which raised his brows, knowing it wasn't a safe area. I continued my frantic pace, yet after nearly half an hour, I still hadn't spotted the familiar cave. My anxiety peaked when I suddenly heard rustling sounds in the distance. My body tensed up, and I quickly retrieved the fishbone knife Chingshi had made for me. Gripping it tightly as I called out, "Who's there?" No reply came, but the grass nearby swayed more vigorously. Fear gripped me, and I turned to flee, only to be met with noise erupting from all directions. I froze, instinctively stepping back until my back collided with a large tree. My mind was unraveling, feeling cold all over, and my thoughts went blank. The tree behind me was both cold and rigid, yet I dared not turn to look. Just then, the faint scent of pine and bamboo intensified, almost as if to soothe me. I was on the verge of panic when shadows from the grass finally surged forth. I screamed, covering my ears and crouching down, a perfect example of burying my head in the sand. Time slipped by, and I felt no attack. Summoning my courage, I cautiously opened one eye, only to widen it in shock. Just a few meters away, a group of bizarrely shaped, massive creatures were dashing in all directions, as if a wildlife sanctuary had erupted in chaos. Strangely, none approached me. Instead, they all seemed to instinctively avoid me, as if I were encased in some protective barrier. I found myself in a state of bewilderment, only to notice the faces of the animals around me, all bearing the same expression of sheer terror. Shouldn't it be me, the feeble and helpless individual, who is frightened? As I contemplated this absurdity, a rabbit, approximately the size of a small pig, suddenly screeched to a halt, awkwardly pivoting its direction and bouncing towards me in a manner reminiscent of a zombie. I must tell you, this rabbit sported a pair of blood-red eyes, its head grotesquely tilted backward, every cell in its being seemingly inscribed with the word resistance. At that moment, I felt compelled to gesture with an Urkong hand, as if to say there's no need to force yourself to come closer. However, as it approached, I noticed its fluffy long ears were inexplicably caught beneath its own feet, dragging along the ground and drawing blood. It was utterly horrifying, this red-eyed rabbit, standing as tall as a person, appeared to be compelled into action, creating a terrifying spectacle of dual horror. "Please don't come any closer," I exclaimed, my voice tinged with a quivering note of fear. Behind me, the towering tree seemed to sway, yet I had little time to concern myself with that. Mashu observed my fright from a distance, his purple eyes filled with confusion. He distinctly recalled that the females of the land were particularly fond of the fur of such long-eared creatures and had gone to the trouble of bringing one to me. Why then was I so terrified? Upon closer proximity, the large rabbit crouched obediently, and I could see it trembling as well. Summoning my courage, I picked up a stick and poked it, but it remained unresponsive. Perhaps the rabbits here were simply more robust in appearance, yet gentle in temperament. I steadied myself against the tree and began to back away slowly, all the while threatening it. "You mustn't move. If you dare to, the only one to get hurt will be you." Observing its stillness, I took off running towards the direction devoid of animals. To my dismay, the moment I sprinted, the rabbit too sprang to life, bounding after me with an awkward gait as if an invisible hand were propelling it forward, a relentless companion indeed. Thus began a ludicrous race between man and rabbit. Before long, I was utterly exhausted, leaning against a tree while gasping for breath. When I glanced back, I was astonished to see the rabbit squatting less than 5 meters away, happily gnawing on a fruit of unknown origin. How was this fair? Its legs were shorter than mine, yet it showed no signs of fatigue. Watching it feast so contentedly made me realize I was hungry too. Never mind. The world is vast, and eating takes precedence. I leaned against the tree, pulled out my bread and water, and indulged. After satisfying my hunger, I would resume my flight. Once I was full, I exchanged a glance with the rabbit and then dashed away again. The moment I moved, the rabbit leapt up, its hind legs flailing in the air, its expression one of utter disillusionment. This back and forth continued countless times until I could run no more, my clothes drenched with sweat. I resolved to cease fleeing and attempt a conversation with this rabbit. Suddenly, it struck me. This was a beastly realm. Perhaps this rabbit was a beast man. You are a beast man of the rabbit tribe, aren't you? Stop pretending and transform into a human to speak with me. To my disbelief, the rabbit merely twitched its mouth, ignoring me entirely as it desperately attempted to turn its head away. Mashu, who had been trailing behind, stood frozen, realizing that this little female could not distinguish between a beast man and an animal. He had assumed I was wielding a knife, seeking an opportunity to subdue this rabbit. Given its indifference, I dared not take action. What if it truly was a person? I was raised in a peaceful era, afraid even to harm a chicken. Just as I was lost in contemplation, I caught sight of what appeared to be a cave not far off. While keeping an eye on the rabbit, I stealthily maneuvered towards the cave. Surprisingly, it did not follow me. Upon reaching the cave entrance, the rabbit seemed to have a sudden fit, bouncing in place for a few moments before fleeing in a hurry, its retreating figure a sight of utter panic. Finally, it was gone. I exhaled with relief, leaning against the cave entrance to rest. I illuminated the interior with my phone's flashlight. The cave was spacious and clean, save for a stone platform at the back that resembled a bed. My heart skipped a beat. Could this be the lair of a beast man? I quickly turned to leave, but upon stepping outside, I was disheartened to find a thick fog rising, enveloping the area akin to a noxious mist from a film. I dared not venture out again. With no other option, I retreated back into the cave. Upon closer inspection, I noticed that the cave was not only devoid of foul odors, but also filled with a pleasant scent of pine and bamboo. Besides the stone platform, there was a water pit approximately 3 meters in diameter, and to my astonishment, the bottom was adorned with an array of colorful pearls. There must have been at least 10,000 of them, large and lustrous. This extravagant display could only belong to a beast man of the sea. The thought of the cave's owner potentially being akin to Qingxi brought me an inexplicable sense of calm. Yet, no matter how beautiful these pearls were, they belonged to someone else, and I had no intention of taking them. I settled near the cave entrance, deciding to wait until the fog dispersed before making my exit. It was still daylight, and as an outsider, it was best not to intrude upon another's domain. While remaining vigilant of my surroundings, I busied myself with replicating materials from the spatial realm to distract myself. However, once I paused, my mind spiraled into a whirlwind of anxious thoughts, and the more I pondered, the more fearful I became. Why had I not heeded Qingxi's warning and ventured out recklessly? If he returned to find me missing, how distressed he would be. Lost in these thoughts, I could no longer hold back my tears. Qingxi, when will you return? Meanwhile, the very Qingxi I lamented was in dire straits. He was holding his breath, concealed behind a massive expanse of coral. Just ahead lay the fabled heart of the sea. In that place, various fearsome underwater creatures, akin to those under the influence of a tranquilizer, leisurely swam around a cluster of enormous, silvery blue lights. That luminous glow was the legendary eternal ice, capable of pacifying even the most irritable beings in an instant. Qingxi had wrapped his face in his signature blue hair, keenly waiting for the opportune moment to dart beneath the belly of a colossal devil fish, using it as a mobile shield. The creature was so large that every time it exhaled, the force of the water was akin to that of a high-pressure water gun, requiring Qingxi's full concentration to avoid being swept away or sucked in. Just then, a large-mouthed sea monster abruptly opened its eyes nearby. This creature was the tyrant of these waters. Although not the largest, its ferocity was unparalleled. It seemed to sense something, leisurely making its way toward the devil fish. Qingxi's heart sank as he realized he had been discovered. In the past, he would have never dared to provoke such a formidable foe. But now he had no choice. For Chu-Chu, he had to obtain the eternal ice. Steeling himself, he decided to take the risk. With remarkable speed, he swam into the blind spot of the large-mouthed sea monster's vision, swiftly flicking his tail to deliberately reveal a hint of his beastman aura before instantly returning to his original position. The large-mouthed sea monster took the bait, turning to chase after the scent. The surrounding creatures instinctively cleared a path, sensing the impending fury of the tyrant. Qingxi continued to lead this formidable beast, guiding it closer to the eternal ice time after time. At that moment, a massive and sturdy stone fish slowly swam into view. The stone fish possessed an exceptionally hard exterior, and among sea creatures, they were relatively mild-mannered. Although it appeared smaller than the devil fish, their weights were comparable, resulting in sluggish movements. I must tell you, this creature moved as if it were on a 2G network, a veritable feast delivered right to Qingxi's lips. Wasn't this an opportunity? Just as the large-mouthed monster prepared to circumvent the stone fish, Qingxi seized the moment. Like a silver-blue torpedo, he shot forward, hurling a bubble filled with wind pollen directly at the stonefish's face. Now, the large-mouthed monster not only caught a whiff of the scent, but also witnessed a living creature dancing in its territory. Initially inclined to evade, it now had no choice but to charge forward, accelerating straight towards Qingxi. Poor the stonefish, already sluggish, was abruptly immobilized by the pollen bubbles that obscured its face, causing it to halt in its tracks. Meanwhile, the big-mouthed monster was accelerating with nitrogen, completely unable to react. With a resounding crash, the entire seabed trembled as if a deep-water bomb had been detonated. The smaller fish nearby were thrown into disarray by the shockwave, scattering in all directions. Had it not been for Qingxi's cleverness in hiding behind the stonefish for cover, it would likely have been flung far beyond the third ring. Seizing the opportunity while the big-mouthed monster was dazed and its mind buzzing, Qingxi utilized the momentum of the impact to execute a smooth drift beneath its belly. Once steadied, he extended his webbed hand, and his claws elongated sharply, aiming a powerful strike at the creature's most vulnerable upper abdomen. But that was just the beginning. As he wildly waved his tail to maintain balance, he plunged his claw into the monster's belly, performing a full 360-degree disembowelment. The big-mouthed monster, still reeling from its disorientation, was jolted awake by the sudden, excruciating pain in its abdomen. With eyes wide open, it slammed into the stonefish once more. In that instant, Qingxi delivered another strike. His entire arm plunged into the freshly opened wound, and the fine barbs of his fish fins stood erect. Taking advantage of the monster's confusion, he gritted his teeth and violently twisted his spiny arm within the wound, inflicting a second wave of damage. Success. Qingxi swiftly withdrew his arm, disregarding the risk of being discovered, and desperately swam towards the eternal ice. Let me tell you, that first strike merely broke the skin. This time, he had effectively turned the big-mouthed monster's innards into sashimi. A nearly 1-meter deep gash appeared on its belly, causing the creature to roll in agony, its tail thrashing wildly as it emitted a heart-wrenching roar. This creature was now completely unhinged, blindly attacking in all directions, causing the very heart of the sea to tremble violently. This was no mere physical assault. For those who understand, it was a devastating sonic attack. The sound waves radiated outwards like countless invisible water blades, overwhelming and inescapable. Although Qingxi had fled at the first sign of danger, hiding behind the stonefish, he was still caught in the sonic wave and hurled away, akin to a kite severed from its string, crashing directly into the eternal ice. A mouthful of blue blood erupted from him, and his mind went blank as he plummeted into the abyss. The stonefish, having served as a shield twice, was shattered into countless fragments. The other, more fragile sea monsters were reduced to molecular cuisine on the spot. In an instant, the entire frigid abyss was awash in a river of blood, with chunks of flesh indistinguishable from one another. As for Qingxi, fortune smiled upon him as he crashed directly onto a segment of the eternally cracked ice. Though the stonefish had shielded him from much of the damage, he was still gravely injured. His handsome face was bruised and bleeding from various orifices, his body marred with cuts, his blue blood continuously oozing, a truly tragic sight. His beautiful tail was tattered, with several of the hardest scales missing, revealing tender flesh and blue veins beneath. While Qingxi and the big-mouthed monster were locked in this life-and-death struggle, a group of sea tribesmen seeking treasure stealthily infiltrated the scene. About 200 of them, inexperienced and terrified, huddled behind coral formations, plotting how to outsmart the ice. However, before their strategy could be finalized, the big-mouthed monster unleashed its sonic attack. The surrounding waters boiled violently, followed by a barrage of water blades. The coral they hid behind was instantly reduced to powder, and the 200 or so sea tribesmen were sent flying in all directions like bowling pins. Isn't it a bit abstract, the way you unleash such attacks? Those fortunate enough to be shielded by coral survived, while the unfortunate ones, particularly the merfolk and sea serpents, suffered grievously due to their elongated forms, many being cleaved in half or reduced to mere shreds. They likely never grasped that their once-cherished elongated bodies had become their demise. Interestingly, amidst this chaotic battle, the race that survived the most were the usually feeble tortoise tribe. Though their combat prowess was lacking, their hard shells absorbed most of the damage, preserving their lives. The leader of the merfolk, a third-tier powerhouse, recognized the dire situation, blood streaming from his face, and shouted, "Quick, find a place to hide. Get behind the rocks." Unfortunately, the sound waves were overwhelming, leaving everyone with a buzzing in their ears, and only those who witnessed him crawling for cover reacted, dragging their battered bodies to escape. The big-mouthed monster, a true tyrant of the depths, unleashed a roar that created a massive whirlpool on the surface of the sea, connecting sky and ocean. Countless marine creatures were swept into the sky, exploding under the pressure into clouds of blood mist. When the sonic wave finally subsided, colossal waves swept across the entire ocean. Once calm returned, the instigator, the big-mouthed monster, fled with half its life, having forgotten the reason for its frenzy. Qingxi, too, gradually regained consciousness. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself surrounded by murky blood, the stench overwhelming his senses. Instinctively, he grabbed a large chunk of scaly flesh, horrified by the realization, and quickly discarded it. Attempting to rise, he discovered he was immobilized. Straining against the pain in his wounds caused him to gasp. He had fallen onto the eternal ice, his body covered in a viscous slime that had frozen him in place, forming an ice cocoon. Yet, this misfortune turned into a blessing, for the slime possessed healing properties. Wrapped in ice, his minor wounds healed, and even the major ones began to mend. Once his strength was somewhat restored, he managed to break free from the icy embrace and scrambled to his feet, anxious not to become ensnared again. Observing the cracked ice, he hurriedly retrieved a piece of beast hide and wrapped up a sizable fragment. Just then, the surviving sea tribesmen approached. Initially terrified and ready to retreat, they reconsidered. With over 200 initially, now fewer than half remained, returning empty-handed would be untenable, particularly for the tortoise tribe, already shunned for their appearance. Failure to complete the task could condemn them to a lifetime of solitude. Thus, they steeled themselves, dragging their battered bodies to follow Qingxi. Sensing the commotion, Qingxi feared the return of sea monsters or those beastmen. In his current state, even a single encounter would spell trouble. He quickly donned the ice. Taking advantage of the murky waters, and with his uninjured arm, he swam with all his might to return. "Chu-Chu, wait for me. I'll be back soon." Meanwhile, Luo Chu-Chu, observing the darkening sky, felt an increasing sense of unease. The dense fog in the jungle had not dissipated, and the cave's occupant had yet to return. Unable to sit still outside, she gathered stones to construct a makeshift stove, adding several large logs to the fire. She took out a clamshell pot to boil water, added a packet of instant noodles, and luxuriously sliced a few pieces of fish into the pot. Let me tell you, this scene under the dark sky, alone in the wilderness, surrounded by dense fog, any one of these elements could evoke a horror film atmosphere, yet did not diminish the appetite of our 180-pound heroine. As she savored the steaming noodles, she reflected on how fortunate she was to have space. Otherwise, faced with such a hellish beginning, she would be compelled to enact a real-life survival scenario. In times like these, one must eat heartily. Who knows when a hasty retreat might be necessary? Just as she was lost in thought, a sudden rustling sound emerged from outside the cave. Luo Chu-Chu nearly choked on her noodles, almost meeting her end on the spot. Could it be? Am I truly that cursed? Just as I thought of fleeing, trouble arrives on my doorstep. She cradled the half-eaten instant noodles, her hands trembling as if afflicted by Parkinson's disease. Cautiously, she retreated deeper into the cave, while silently reciting, "Monsters be gone." Outside, Mo Shu furrowed his brow. He was on the verge of advancing his abilities and needed to absorb the essence of the moon each evening. Concerned that the young female might be frightened alone, he had captured the large rabbit once more, hoping it would keep her company. What a peculiar tactic from this heavyweight contender, favoring covert observation and forced companionship, it seemed. Noticing Luo Chu-Chu's lack of response, Mo Shu lifted his serpentine tail and lightly swatted the rabbit's rear. The large rabbit, its face a portrait of despair, could only flail its short legs in a futile attempt to create a greater ruckus. Inside the cave, Luo Chu-Chu feigned death, and Mo Shu, at a loss, hurled several stones into the cave with a clatter. This finally roused Luo Chu-Chu, her heart racing. She stowed the half-eaten noodles into her spatial pouch, grasped her bone knife, and took a deep breath, declaring, "My fate is in my own hands." With fierce determination, she charged to the cave entrance, cautiously peering out. Not far from the entrance stood a large white figure, familiar indeed. Was it not the large white rabbit? Had it not fled? How had it returned? The rabbit stood rigid, its fur matted with twigs and leaves, appearing worse for wear than at noon. After some contemplation, Luo Chu-Chu resolved to communicate again. "Is this your cave?" The rabbit shook its head vigorously. Luo Chu-Chu's eyes brightened. Could it truly understand her? You can comprehend my words? The rabbit nodded. Are you a beast man? The rabbit hesitated before shaking its head. Not a beast man, yet it could understand human speech? Luo Chu-Chu recalled Ching, she mentioning a type of half-beastman that had the intelligence of a child. So, you are a half-beastman? The large rabbit, with its moist red eyes, nodded in a manner that conveyed deep sorrow. Relieved to confirm that communication was possible, Luo Chu-Chu felt emboldened and stepped closer to inquire, Why do you follow me? Upon hearing this, the large rabbit began to tremble, launching into an abstract performance. It first raised its rear, flopping its ears on the ground, then tilted its head, portraying a near-death expression, and finally executed a small leap, flailing its feet. The rabbit's silent plea was clear. Do you comprehend? It is not my choice. That snake demon forces me. He throttles my neck, slaps my rear, and drags me by my ears. Help! Unfortunately, Luo Chu-Chu was utterly bewildered, failing to grasp the rabbit's antics. After a lengthy display, the rabbit, realizing its message was lost, felt despondent. It was acutely aware of the terrifying beastman lurking nearby. Torn between the urge to flee and the fear of doing so, with a glimmer of cunning, it cautiously inched closer to Luo Chu-Chu, thinking, This female is so weak and slow. If that creature attacks again, I can use her as a shield, while the rabbit plotted its betrayal. Luo Chu-Chu contemplated how to win it over as her free navigator. A direct approach would surely fail, despite their similar sizes in a confrontation. She suspected she would be the one to flee. Thus, a gentler tactic was necessary. Luo Chu-Chu dashed back into the cave and emerged with a bag. Under the watchful eyes of the large rabbit, she extracted a box of washed fragrant pears, wearing a wolfish grin. These are fragrant pears. They are delicious. Would you like to try? She placed one on the ground and stepped back, signaling no threat. The rabbit twitched its nose, ignoring the pear. Its gaze fixed intently on Luo Chu-Chu. Its vigilance was commendable. Luo Chu-Chu, unperturbed, bit into a pear, relishing its juiciness. She feigned ecstasy, exaggerating her delight. The rabbit's mouth moved, its eyes flickering toward the pear, yet it remained motionless. After consuming a second pear, Luo Chu-Chu picked up a third, and at last, the large rabbit could no longer resist. It took small, timid steps toward the pear on the ground, seized it, and hopped away, devouring it in one gulp. As the sweet juice burst in its mouth, the rabbit's eyes widened in astonishment. It hastily swallowed, clearly yearning for more. Luo Chu-Chu chuckled to herself, having successfully lured it in. She tossed another pear its way, and after some thought, produced several creamy pastries and tangy snacks. After sampling each treat to confirm they were safe, the rabbit finally dared to partake. As they continued to eat, both the human and the rabbit, initially calculating against each other, found themselves drawn closer together through the shared delight of food, eventually sitting side by side. Luo Chu-Chu ceased her own consumption and focused on feeding the rabbit, tearing open packages and offering, Try this one. It's tangy, and this one has cranberry cream. In the rabbit's eyes, this female appeared rather kind. As it savored new and delightful flavors, tears welled up in its eyes. This rabbit, it turned out, had a story of its own. A half-beastman, it had been despised by its biological parents, bullied by its kin, and nearly beaten to death after being traded by its father for a fox fur. Its intellect had stagnated at the age of 8 or 9. Stranded on this island, it lived in constant fear. The rabbit could not comprehend why the terrifying snake beastman, who usually looked down on such weaklings, had taken a particular interest in it today, capturing it multiple times without consuming it. Was it possible that the beastman intended to fatten it up alongside this young female before feasting upon them both? Meanwhile, Mo Shu, observing the harmonious interaction between the two, departed with a sense of relief, leaving behind a shed snake's skin hung on nearby trees to assert his presence, preventing the rabbit from fleeing. Now, sensing the moment was ripe, Luo Chu-Chu produced a large loaf of bread but did not immediately offer it. Instead, she tentatively asked, You must know this island quite well? The rabbit nodded enthusiastically, its eyes fixed on the bread. Luo Chu-Chu slowly tore open the packaging, holding a small piece up. Do you live nearby? The rabbit shook its head. Of course, this is the lair of the Dark Lord. Who would dare reside next to him? What about your feelings for this place? The rabbit shook its head again. It did not like it, nor dare to. Luo Chu-Chu pressed on with temptation. Do you enjoy these delicious treats? The rabbit nodded fervently. Then follow me, and I shall provide you with these delicacies every day. The rabbit's eyes sparkled with excitement, nodding eagerly. Luo Chu-Chu shifted her approach, revealing her true intent. Lead me away from here to my previous cave, surrounded by water, where there are countless delicious foods. I can cook for you, make fish soup and hot pot." Overwhelmed by the barrage of culinary delights, the rabbit instinctively nodded in agreement. This rabbit was truly dramatic. One moment, it was eagerly nodding, and in the next, it froze in place, its entire demeanor shifting to that of a petrified creature. Its head spun like a radar, surveying the surroundings, before it abruptly turned back to Luo Chuchu with a gaze filled with disapproval and betrayal, as if to say, "Are you out of your mind? That Dark Lord is surely lurking in the grass nearby. You may not treasure your life, but I value mine." What drastic change in attitude! The rabbit's eyes darted back and forth, caught in a conflict of nodding and shaking its head. Luo Chuchu, unaware of the turmoil within, assumed the rabbit was insincere, having consumed so many of her offerings while promising to be fed daily, yet now reluctant to lead her. Frustrated, she tossed the bread mint for the rabbit into her own mouth. At that moment, the large rabbit, feeling guilty, forgot about the food, observing Luo Chuchu stand up in a huff, preparing to return to the cave. The night had fallen, and the fire outside was nearly extinguished. She had no desire to be outdoors, feeding the mosquitoes. As I was about to step inside, I inquired, "Shall I enter now? Will you join me?" Its head shook vigorously, resembling a rattle drum, with eyes bulging as if they might pop from their sockets. What a jest! That cave was permeated with the terrifying scent of the beastly orc. To venture inside? Not only would sleep be impossible, but I might also suffer a cardiac arrest from sheer fright. "Suit yourself," I declared, leaving behind a remark for it to ponder my previous conditions. For I intended to depart by dawn. The great white rabbit remained silent, perhaps contemplating, let's see if you can escape. I stepped into the cave, found a corner, ignited a torch, and clutched the bone knife tightly in my hand. I had anticipated a night spent wide awake, yet to my astonishment, the faint aroma of pine and bamboo wafted through the air, akin to an exquisite fragrance, and before long, I succumbed to a deep slumber. Outside the cave, the rabbit did not share my fortitude. It rubbed its furry face, and seeing the formidable presence of the dark overlord motionless for an extended period, it gained a bit of courage, yet dared not succumb to slumber. With nothing else to occupy itself, it scavenged the discarded snack wrappers I had left behind, tearing them open and meticulously licking them clean. "Ah, delightful," it mused, pondering the promise made by that little female regarding daily treats. Was it a credible assurance? Meanwhile, on another front, an exhilarating chase ensued. Our injured merman, Qingxi, was desperately fleeing through the sea, burdened by eternal frost. Just as he was about to escape this wretched marine territory, he heard a sound behind him, pursuers. Was it the same band of sea orc marauders who sought to steal the ice? These relentless creatures had not given up. Initially, their plan was to capitalize on the chaos of the oceanic battle to pilfer the ice. However, before they could approach, they witnessed countless sea monsters. As if under the influence of some drug, surging from all directions, biting anyone in their path, creating an even more tumultuous scene than before. Upon witnessing this, the marauding orcs dared not advance. They turned tail and fled, for their lives were at stake. Yet, as they retreated in disgrace, one of their number, a sea serpent orc with an acute sense of smell, detected a hint of the ancient frost energy in the water. Adhering to the principle of better to mistakenly slay 1,000 than to let one escape, they immediately followed the scent. Consider this. Once summer passes and the twin suns hang high in the sky, the monsters of that cursed place will multiply, and when that time comes, not only will they fail to seize the ice, but they will be reduced to mere bones. Thus, this fleeting energy represented their sole hope. They must catch the individual ahead, eliminate him, and seize the ice. A merman orc, missing part of his tail, was riding atop a turtle, or rather, a tortoise orc continuously banging on its shell, urging it to hurry. "Move faster, or we'll be on your head if we lose him." The tortoise orc, already injured, was incensed by the incessant banging. Easier said than done. "If you could swim faster, would I be burdened with you? Do you think I enjoy carrying you?" Another tortoise orc chimed in. "We don't care if you swim faster. Your severe injuries merely indicate your lack of skill. That's not our problem." This sparked a heated argument, with both factions bickering in the water. Ultimately, it was their leader, the merman, who bellowed, "Silence. Is this the time for squabbling? If we do not reclaim the ice, we shall all be left to starve." His words proved effective, silencing the crowd. The tortoise orc, bearing the injured, propelled forward with renewed determination. Qingxi, with remarkable hearing, picked up snippets of their chatter even from a distance. Clenching his teeth, he desperately flicked his fish tail, now reduced to half a fin. He could not allow them to catch up. A race for survival had commenced among the injured. Qingxi was so focused that he failed to notice that his exertions had reopened several wounds, blue blood mingling with the seawater. The keen-nosed sea serpent orc was the first to recognize the abnormal blue blood. Upon closer inspection, his expression darkened. He halted abruptly, signaling the entire group to stop, then turned to glare coldly at the accompanying merman. Ice crystal blue blood. Is that individual ahead one of yours? The revelation sparked an uproar among the tortoise and seahorse orcs, who quickly encircled the merman, their gazes filled with suspicion. The seahorse orc retorted, "What is the meaning of this? While leading us to our demise, you send your own to abscond with the treasure. Are we but pawns in your game? Ah, so that's your true intention," they accused. Faced with the barrage of accusations, the merman leader remained silent, his countenance darker than soot. He recognized the distinct ice crystal blue blood, symbolizing that the individual ahead was far more powerful than he. Doubts crept into his mind. Could it be that other factions within their clan conspired against him? While publicly claiming neutrality, had they secretly sent someone to intercept? His mermen could no longer contain themselves, launching into a heated exchange with the other factions. Have you all lost your wits? If we had orchestrated this, will we need to follow you to our doom? Look at our wounds. This line of reasoning struck a chord with the others. Ultimately, it was the sea serpent orc who declared, "Enough of this bickering. If we dawdle, he will truly escape. Whether they are behind this will soon be revealed if we catch up." Thus, the groups temporarily ceased hostilities and resumed their frantic pursuit. On the other side, after a night filled with bizarre dreams, I abruptly awoke, nearly startled into a scream. A furry white head protruded from the cave entrance, two red eyes glaring at me like headlights. "What are you staring at?" I asked irritably. The great white rabbit, startled by my voice, retreated momentarily, resembling a guardian at the door. It must have wondered why I had turned so fierce after just a night's sleep, having refrained from seeking food all night. Its stomach was rumbling, and sensing my stillness, it cautiously peeked in, checking if I was still alive. I organized my belongings and stepped out of the cave. Dawn had broken, and the mist in the forest had yet to dissipate, casting an eerie atmosphere. I finished the remaining bread from the previous night, shouldered my pack, and prepared to leave. Turning around, I noticed the great white rabbit gazing at me with longing. An idea sparked in my mind. I retrieved a small handful of snacks from my bag, offering it one of each. The rabbit's eyes lit up upon seeing the treats, and it eagerly accepted them. Just as it began to think, "This little female is quite decent. Perhaps I should follow her," I declared. "Since you are unwilling to leave, I shall take my leave. These are for you. Do savor them, for they will not last. May the waters bring us together again." With that, I turned away without a glance, embracing a resolute indifference. Holding the torch and consulting the compass, I ventured straight into the mist towards the east. The great white rabbit was momentarily stunned. Had that female truly left, abandoning it alone to face the dark overlord? How could that be permissible? It hesitated, wrestling with its thoughts, yet ultimately decided to follow, driven by hunger and the prospect of a full belly. After all, if it was destined for consumption, it might as well enjoy some delectable treats beforehand. It would not be a loss. The mist was so dense that visibility was nearly non-existent. I barely took a few steps before colliding with 3 trees. Realizing I had been going in circles. Frustrated, I kicked out, "What kind of place is this?" Suddenly, my foot caught on something, nearly sending me sprawling. Illuminating the ground with my torch, I was astonished to find a dark, wave-patterned silk lying there. Who on earth had been so reckless as to leave this here? I carefully prodded at it with a branch, discovering it to be not silk, but a piece of fine, black gauze. Remarkably, despite the dirt beneath it, not a speck of dust clung to it. As I drew closer, the familiar scent of pine and bamboo wafted through the air. Convinced it belonged to the cave's owner, I resolved not to waste it and promptly collected it. "Greetings, the black gauze is indeed perfect. I shall have Qingxi craft the cover-up for me, which is both slimming and versatile, simply exquisite." Just as I neatly folded the gauze, the surrounding dense fog, remarkably, began to dissipate. Little did I know that it was merely a stroke of luck, as I had inadvertently shattered a barrier set by someone, mistakenly believing that dawn had arrived. With the fog lifted, I felt elated, having stumbled upon a treasure. Just as I was about to continue on my way, I heard some commotion behind me. I feigned nonchalance and stole a glance, nearly grinning from ear to ear. Ah, my clever little catch. Who am I, after all? It is effortless to ensnare a little glutton like you. I had observed last night that this rabbit had quite the appetite, so I had deliberately offered only a morsel of each delicacy, leaving it craving for more. The next step is to ensure it willingly guides me. The great white rabbit, oblivious to my cunning plan, was fixated on the vanishing fog. Upon seeing me enter the forest, the imposing aura of the great demon king dissipated, and it suddenly realized something profound. Oh, dear friends, this rabbit had concocted an entire narrative akin to Zhenhuan in its mind. It believed that it feared the great demon king, who in turn feared me, and since I was trying to please it, it concluded that it was the apex of the food chain. Realizing this, it straightened its back and hopped towards me with an air of indifference. It stood beside me, shaking its long, fluffy ears and nudging me with its head, as if to say, "Sister, I shall stick with you." Observing its ears, which were longer than its body and nearly dragging on the ground, I mused that they would make a splendid warm blanket in winter. Want to eat? I waved a large loaf of bread before it. I'll lead the way, and when we arrive, you shall have your feast. It nodded eagerly, its eyes fixated on the bread, conveying its impatience to know where we were headed. I tucked the bread away and presented the red sweet potatoes and ginger I had dug up earlier. I feigned being lost, asking it to guide me to where these items originated. The great white rabbit glanced at the offerings with disdain. It had tasted them before and found them utterly unpalatable. With a knowing look at my backpack, its expression hinted at suspicion. Surely, with all these distasteful items, there could not be much of substance left. Thus, the rabbit took the lead, with me trailing behind. However, after half an hour, it stopped, rubbing its little paws together, yearning for food. I tore off a small piece of bread for it, diminishing in size with each offering. By the time the large loaf was finished, we had been walking for nearly 4 hours. This meager, grazing approach left the great white rabbit as hungry as ever, its belly pressing against its spine. With the bread consumed and my backpack feeling increasingly deflated, it presumed I had exhausted my provisions and was preparing to scamper off in search of its own sustenance. Just as it was about to leap away, I revealed a substantial pack of braised beef noodles from my bag. It executed a swift turn in midair and dashed back, its movements fluid and graceful. I ignored it, swiftly preparing a bowl for myself. Upon lifting my gaze, I was startled to see the rabbit drooling, nearly dripping into my bowl. I moved it aside, tore open the remaining noodle packets, sprinkled them with seasoning, and poured them into a large shell, offering it to the rabbit. "The water is too hot. You may eat it dry for now." The great white rabbit leaned in to sniff, sneezing from the chili powder, yet upon tasting a bit of the seasoning on its tongue, an indescribable deliciousness surged through it. It dove into a fervent feast, all previous hesitations vanishing in an instant. This delicacy was simply divine. To keep me around, the female even unveiled her hidden treasures. I must grant her this opportunity. By the time I finished, the shell she had been consuming from gleamed as if polished. I then handed her a small bottle of yogurt. It is essential to dangle the bait and reward at the right moments. Having unlocked 2 new culinary delights, the way the great white rabbit looked at me was akin to infrared beams, utterly captivated. From that moment on, it led the way with enthusiasm, no longer harboring ulterior motives. After 2 more hours of travel, the scenery finally shifted from a disorienting maze, allowing me a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, the true master of the cave, the great demon King Mashu, found himself in dire straits. He had initially ventured to a sandy beach to absorb the essence of the moon for an upgrade. Just as he was on the brink of success, an unprecedented wave crashed down, sweeping him away. By the time he groggily returned, the beach was submerged, the energy stones soaked, and the moon's essence nearly depleted. Just as he was about to ascend, all hope was dashed, and his path to evolution was forcibly interrupted. Seething with rage, he perched upon a massive rock, attempting to harness the scant residual energy when suddenly he heard the sounds of a scuffle approaching. Already in a foul mood, this disruption pushed Mashu's fury to its limits. His countenance darkening, exhausted, Qingxi was ultimately encircled by a band of pursuers. He coldly regarded them, particularly the merman among them. The leader, Rongza, noted Qingxi's grievous injuries but recognized the strength he possessed, igniting both envy and ire within him. Convinced Qingxi was sent by rival factions to seize their weakened moment, Rongza adopted a condescending stance and arrogantly proclaimed, "For the sake of our kin, if you surrender the ice essence and beast core, we may spare your life." How absurd! To rob with performance indicators? Not only did they covet treasures, but they also sought to seize his beast core, utterly insatiable. Qingxi could hardly contain his laughter at the audacity, opting to forego pleasantries. As they closed in, without warning, he surged towards the leader, Rongza, seizing the initiative. The best strategy when alone is to strike unexpectedly and capture the ringleader first. As he engaged with Rongza, the merman stealthily approached from behind, intent on launching a surprise attack. Qingxi, while intensifying his assault on the leader, executed a sudden, powerful spin with his battered fishtail, unleashing a sweeping attack on the would-be ambushers. The spectacle was nothing short of extraordinary. The torrents of water he sent forth crystallized into ice spikes, zipping towards the unsuspecting foes. Who could have anticipated that while Qingxi battled their leader, he would also have the presence of mind to counterattack? These opponents, of merely second-tier strength, were slow to react, and the sudden barrage of ice spikes left them bewildered, prompting them to flee in panic. A few lagged behind, and with swift strikes, they were left motionless in the water, blood bubbling forth, staining the surrounding sea crimson. While it appeared that Qingxi had gained the upper hand, he too was in considerable distress. This maneuver was a double-edged sword. It inflicted damage on his foes, but at a significant personal cost. He felt as if his blood was being seared by flames, the agony overwhelming. His face was mottled with red veins, his eyes ablaze, and his rationality teetered on the brink of collapse. Fortunately, this reckless strategy yielded remarkable results. On the opposing side, the merman leader, Rongza, could hardly withstand the onslaught. He was left dumbfounded, contemplating how they, merely one tier below him, could contend with such ferocity. Was it truly possible for a fourth-tier combatant to be this formidable? Despite his grievous injuries, his skills dazzled beyond comprehension. All his arrogance and misplaced confidence crumbled in an instant. Seizing a moment to catch his breath, he frantically roared at the others, "What are you waiting for?" The gruesome fate of their fallen comrades, combined with Rongza's desperate plea, left the remaining factions in shock. Their internal calculations clacked loudly. "Is it true, sir? 2 third-tier mermen fell in mere 3 moves? If we charge in, will it not be a futile sacrifice? Whoever wishes to be the vanguard may proceed, but I shall not." They exchanged glances, clearly reluctant to take action, waiting to reap the spoils. The calculating glint in their eyes was almost palpable on Rongza's face. At that moment of hesitation, Rongza was distracted, and Qingxi inflicted several deep gashes on his shoulder, causing him to howl in agony. Terrified by Qingxi's reckless intensity, he stumbled backward, clutching his chest and vomiting several mouthfuls of blue blood. Qingxi, however, was oblivious to such matters, consumed by a singular thought, to unleash his pent-up fury. The beast core within him was on the verge of erupting, riddled with cracks and pulsating with a red energy that threatened to consume the original icy blue. His attacks grew increasingly frenzied, forcing Rongza into retreat. The other members of the fish clan fared even worse. The icy spikes that struck them first froze them to the bone, only to be followed by searing heat. A torment that was unbearable. Rongza watched helplessly as yet another clan member was incapacitated from a mere graze, completely deterred from confronting Qingxi head-on. Just as he felt death approaching, a ruthless thought crossed his mind. A flicker of ferocity ignited in his eyes as he began to dodge, while subtly leading Qingxi toward the onlookers from the 3 tribes. He understood their intentions perfectly. They wished to watch his clan perish so they could collect the spoils, to abandon them in their time of need, while hoping to profit. How naive! If they sought to use his clan as cannon fodder, then they should not blame him for drawing them all into the fray. To hell with the eternal ice. To hell with the elder's position. He would no longer serve. After the complete annihilation of his clan, Rongza was utterly deranged. By the time he led Qingxi to them, his body was a tapestry of injuries, his fishtail reduced to tatters, a pitiful sight. The 3 groups, who had been daydreaming of easy victories, were struck dumb as the battlefield suddenly shifted before them. So abrupt, they hadn't even decided how to brace for the blows. Yet, with the conflict so close, they had no choice but to charge forward. Though Qingxi was now frantic, a shard of clarity remained within him. He recognized Rongza as the strongest among them and aimed to capture the leader first. He dispatched the others with ease while maintaining his relentless focus on Rongza, exuding an aura of life-or-death confrontation. Rongza was at a loss. Was this man a rabid dog? Even in his pitiful state, he continued to pursue him. He could do nothing but flee for his life. To make matters worse, he sensed that the beast core within him was close to exploding. Unbeknownst to him, frequent overexertion would either advance the core or lead to its destruction, along with his life. Unfortunately, he lacked Qing Shi's protagonist's aura. A sharp pain gripped his abdomen, and a chill enveloped his heart. He spotted a sluggish Tortoise Clan beastman nearby, and in a moment of desperation, yanked him in front as a human shield. With a sickening sound, Qing Shi's claws pierced through the unfortunate creature's body, protruding from its back. In that instant, Rongzhe's beast core shattered completely. He closed his eyes in despair, accepting death. After all, with his core destroyed, his life was forfeit. As his thought crossed his mind, sharp claws pierced his body, and then he knew nothing more. In his final moments, he pondered how he, so young and ambitious, could meet such an end. Alas, for the sake of seizing ice, for chasing women, for the pursuit of power, was it all worth it? He had yet to leave behind even a child. Qing Shi, however, was indifferent to Rongzhe's inner turmoil. After tearing him apart, he turned his bloodlust toward the others. At that moment, his body was a striking juxtaposition of red and blue, resembling a limited edition, premium skin, an intimidating sight. Meanwhile, the sixth-tier powerhouse Ma Shu, who had been observing from a distance, had long lost his violent disposition. He quickly discerned that Qing Shi's beast core was failing. If this continued, even if he obtained the ice, his life would be forfeit. But what did that have to do with him? Death would be preferable. The thought of the little female's eyes, filled with dependence on Qing Shi, irked him. Now, he need not lift a finger. Losing interest in the remaining skirmish, he turned away to resume his cultivation, believing that one should prioritize training over fighting. For it was far more enjoyable to return early and spend time with the little female. On the other side, our heroine Luo Chuchu and the large white rabbit had trudged for a full 10 hours, finally emerging from the bewildering, fog-laden forest. However, the sight before her left her dumbfounded. The path she had traversed yesterday had vanished, replaced by a vast expanse of water, even submerging her cave. How could this be? My shell bed, my luminous pearl. Luo Chuchu's heart ached, and her nose tinged with sorrow. She had to check. The shell bed was too heavy to be swept away. Supporting herself against a tree, she attempted to wade into the water. But the large white rabbit, who was none other than Ma Shu, recoiled in horror, its long ears flopping as it swiftly wrapped them around her, pulling her back with all its might. It could not speak but conveyed through its actions. The water was perilous, and she could lose her life. You are my long-term source of sustenance. If you perish, where will I find good food? Luo Chuchu was taken aback by its actions, hesitant to struggle too forcefully lest she accidentally harm its ears. She patiently explained that she could swim, but the rabbit would not listen. Ultimately, with no other option, Luo Chuchu resorted to her secret weapon, delicious food. As the array of delectable treats grew before the rabbit, it finally wavered. After a silent negotiation, it reluctantly released her ears. Gaining her freedom, Luo Chuchu secured a vine around her waist, tethering the other into a tree, and without hesitation, stepped into the water. She pinched her nose and submerged, enduring the sting in her eyes as she swam toward the cave, guided by memory. Soon, she spotted the warm yellow glow emanating from inside, the luminous pearl. She felt a surge of joy and quickly swam in. Fortunately, both her shell bed and luminous pearl were intact. She hurriedly stored them in her space, even tearing down the soggy curtain made of leaves. Meanwhile, the large white rabbit, anxious from her prolonged absence, paced frantically at the water's edge, worried that its source of sustenance might have truly drowned. It circled the water's edge, repeatedly contemplating entering, but was deterred by its fear of the sea. Just then, it noticed the vine tied to the tree, and an idea sparked. It remembered that the little female was also tied up. Finding a solution, the rabbit gathered its courage and jumped into the water, enduring its fear as it approached the tree. It tugged at the vine and then turned to dash back to shore. Meanwhile, Luo Chuchu was struggling to swim back when she was suddenly yanked forward by an immense force. To her horror, she realized she was headed straight for a slope littered with stones. Colliding with them would surely ruin her face. In a moment of desperation, Luo Chuchu tapped into her potential, twisting her body into a corkscrew, executing an extreme backward arch, and using her feet to push off something for leverage to propel herself in the opposite direction. Not forgetting to pull on the vine with all her might, she thought, "Who is pulling me?" She had escaped peril, but the large white rabbit fared poorly. Luo Chuchu's sudden movement had inadvertently yanked it into the deep water with a splash. Already panicked, its drenched fur weighed it down, and it flailed wildly in the water, sinking deeper. Just before losing consciousness, its sole thought was, if only I had finished all those delicious treats before coming to rescue her. What a colossal loss. I tell you, this pair of unlikely heroes, one nearly caused death while trying to save, and the other almost drowned while attempting to save its savior, was truly remarkable. When Luo Chuchu swam back, she discovered a plump, white backside stuck in a deep pit, its short legs thrashing in a frenzy. Wasn't this the gluttonous rabbit? Why was it now in such a predicament? Kindly, she pulled the rabbit into shallower water, only to find its tongue lolling out, appearing on the verge of death. Noticing the vine wrapped around its front paws, Luo Chuchu instantly understood that the culprit behind her near disaster was none other than the rabbit. Oh, you little rascal. Furious, she ground her teeth, muttering threats about turning it into spicy rabbit pieces while not ceasing her attempts to perform CPR as seen on television. After a while, the rabbit sputtered and coughed up water, finally regaining consciousness. After completing all of this, Luo Chuchu collapsed from exhaustion, lying directly on the ground. The panic of surviving a catastrophe surged within her, and she could not help but cry softly, "Qingxi, where are you? Our home is gone." As she wept, she eventually fell asleep. Subsequently, she experienced an exceedingly strange dream. In this dream, she had not traversed time, but instead found herself wrapped in bandages, lying on a hospital bed like a mummy. Her parents stood beside her, clad in protective suits. Her father's hair had turned completely white, and her mother's eyes were swollen to the size of walnuts. She longed to embrace them, yet she passed right through them, realizing she was merely a specter. She cried out to her parents, but they could not hear her. At that moment, a deafening alarm blared from the medical equipment, and a doctor rushed in, escorting her parents out. In despair, she chased after them, but the instant the door opened, she was rendered speechless by the sight before her. It was not a hospital corridor, but a pristine funeral parlor. In the center hung a black and white photograph, showcasing a girl with a radiant smile, revealing a pair of small dimples. Luo Chuchu stared in disbelief, her mind a blank slate. How could the person in the photograph be herself? Hadn't she crossed over into the beast world? How could she have died? What then did that existence in the beast world signify? Her gaze shifted to the ice coffin before the photograph. Though shrouded in black cloth, she could eerily discern the horror of the figure lying within. Beneath the wig lay skin with a grayish hue, and a stitched scar ran from her forehead to her chin. She was dressed in a princess gown she had purchased for her 18th birthday, the very dress she had been unable to wear due to her weight. Now, however, it adorned her in such a ghastly manner. No wonder it had to be covered. Her post-mortem appearance was utterly unappealing. Beside the crystal coffin, her parents donned black attire, supporting one another, looking even more haggard than before. Her father's shock of white hair was painfully conspicuous. He was not yet 42 years old. Let me tell you, her mother was one who cherished beauty to her core, diligently using skincare products, making her look like she was in her early 30s at the age of 40. But now, her tears had nearly ruined her complexion, her eye sockets swollen beyond recognition, devoid of the elegance she once possessed. Seeing her parents in such a state pierced her heart like 1,000 needles, reddening her eyes with anguish. She longed to rush out and devour that pair of deceitful wretches, Li Qi and Su Xiaoxi. Her resentment was undoubtedly overwhelming. In an instant, the scene shifted dramatically. Now she found herself in a courtroom, solemn and austere, with a judge presiding over the proceedings. Standing below were two individuals clad in blue vests. Who else but the deceitful pair? Without their expensive cosmetics, Su Xiaoxi's face appeared as unremarkable as any passerby. Pale and devoid of charm, her features lacking even the allure of Luo Chuchu. Next to her, Li Qi, with a crew cut, seemed timid, devoid of his former arrogance, resembling a wilted eggplant. When the judge struck the gavel, calling for everyone to rise, Luo Chuchu spotted her parents' grief-stricken faces in the audience. Then came the crucial moment as the judge began to read the verdict. She was taken aback. How could it be that she had only spent less than 3 days in that cursed beast world, yet the trial in this realm had reached its conclusion? When she heard the effective date of the verdict, her pupils dilated in shock. Over 5 months had passed. Who could comprehend the disparity in the flow of time between these two worlds? The final judgment was delivered. Su Xiaoxi, guilty of involuntary manslaughter and fraud, sentenced to 10 years, the maximum penalty. Li Qi, guilty of assisting in fraud and involuntary manslaughter, received an 8-year sentence. In addition to returning the money he had swindled from her, he was ordered to compensate her parents over $900,000. Both declared their intention not to appeal. At the moment the verdict was enacted, Su Xiaoxi put on a performance, weeping profusely and apologizing to her parents, claiming they had once been good friends, lamenting her family's hardships, seeking their leniency to lessen her financial penalty. How absurd! Was she performing in a drama? Now she chose to weep? It was too late. Li Qi, on the other hand, did not act. As he passed by her parents, he bowed deeply before being led away, his eyes reddened. Hearing Su Xiaoxi's empty words made her parents embrace and cry even harder. Did they need that money? What they truly desired was for her to return. They would not hesitate to part with $9 million, or even more, just to have her back. But was that possible? No, it was not. A letter of forgiveness? They could forget it. Witnessing the two scoundrels brought to justice finally quelled some of the fire within her. Yet she remained discontent. Her life was lost, and her parents' lives were irrevocably shattered. And for them, a few years in prison seemed far too lenient a punishment. Yet she understood this was the best outcome possible. Just as her specter began to dissipate, a myriad of images flashed before her eyes, reminiscent of a film. There were moments of her being resuscitated in the hospital, her mother kneeling and pleading with the doctors, her trembling back, the doctor announcing her death, and her father's eyes, which had lost all light in an instant. In her memory, her father had always been as steadfast as a mountain. Yet in that moment, the bloodshot veins in his eyes resembled cracks in a crumbling peak. What tore at her heart was witnessing her parents, in their profound grief, nearly resorting to extreme measures to retaliate against that vile pair. Fortunately, they ultimately refrained. Otherwise, sacrificing themselves for those two wretches would have been an unbearable loss. The subsequent scenes primarily depicted their legal battle. Initially, the two miscreants attempted to evade culpability by claiming self-defense. Her parents, determined to seek justice for her, spent lavishly to hire the best lawyers and scoured for evidence, successfully categorizing the incident as the most severe case of involuntary manslaughter. When it became clear they were losing, the pair resorted to a farcical blame game, accusing one another of pushing her. And what was the outcome? It was laughable. Not only did they fail to absolve themselves, but they also inadvertently exposed their collusion in defrauding her. This was a classic case of killing two birds with one stone, showcasing their lack of intelligence. The images sped up, and her vision blurred. She understood that everything concerning her in this realm had reached its conclusion, settled like dust. She did not wish to depart. She longed to remain with her parents, yet that force denied her any opportunity. Suddenly, she felt a heavy weight press down on her, a sensation of suffocation enveloping her. And in the next moment, she completely lost consciousness. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself back in that wretched place. During her unconsciousness, the large white rabbit had awakened. Upon seeing her lying nearby, it instantly understood she had saved it and likely regretted its earlier actions. Wishing it had known, she could indeed swim, thereby avoiding the near drowning. It shook its damp fur, intending to let her rest a little longer, but soon realized something was amiss. Luo Chuchu's hands were clenched tightly, her face flushed, and her body convulsing as if on the brink of death. The rabbit, alarmed, scurried about anxiously, trying to rouse her. In its frantic movements, it accidentally stepped on its long ears, slipping and landing squarely on her. The impact on her abdomen jolted her awake from her near-death state. She abruptly opened her eyes, gasping for air. The rabbit, startled, quickly scrambled off her, presumably fearing it had inadvertently crushed her. Yet upon turning back, it discovered not only was she alive, but she had been awakened by its weight. The expression on its face, I must say, held a hint of pride. Dizzy and in pain, with a throbbing heart and stomach, she lacked the energy to argue with the foolish creature. The thought of her parents, and the possibility that she might never return, overwhelmed her, and tears streamed down her face. The rabbit, who had just been smug, glanced down to see her sobbing uncontrollably and panicked, likely fearing it had caused her pain. In a bid to remedy the situation, it hurried to the pile of food, using its large ears to scoop up all the provisions. As I wept in sorrow, I suddenly noticed a pair of rabbit ears stretching towards me. In an instant, a cacophony erupted as it rolled over, scattering all its food over me, drenching my face. I was utterly taken aback. This absurd act magnified my feelings of grievance and sorrow countless times, and I transformed from silent tears into a fit of wailing. What sins have I committed in my past life? Unable to return home, the place I once called home is now submerged. The gentle mermaid is no longer here, and by my side is this clumsy rabbit who seems intent on either drowning or crushing me. I am exhausted. My cries were likely thunderous enough to startle the rabbit, which promptly leapt behind a large tree to hide, peering out with a curious head. Its red eyes betrayed a remarkable innocence. It surely did not understand why. Even after sharing its beloved food with me, I appeared even more despondent. Meanwhile, as I cried in despair, my mermaid companion, Qingxi, found himself in dire straits. Besieged by 3 enemies, his consciousness fading as he teetered on the brink of collapse. Yet in that moment of confusion, he seemed to hear my voice. Though he did not know who it belonged to, the sound resonated with a profound sense of loss, causing his heart to ache in sympathy. The more he pondered, the greater his headache became. Suddenly, the beast core within him began to surge violently, enlarging until it reached twice its original size. Just as the enemy's venomous stinger was about to pierce his head, the red veins in his eyes converged ominously into his pupils. With a ferocious roar, his body erupted in a flurry of sharp spines, covering his face and radiating a searing power that exploded forth. The surrounding seawater boiled violently, sending the unfortunate foes nearby hurtling away. Those sea serpents entwined around him suffered the worst, their tails shattered into several pieces by the unyielding spines. The water filled with a nauseating aroma of charred flesh mingled with blood. This surge of power rejuvenated Qingxi's consciousness significantly. Ignoring the bizarre transformation he had undergone, he swiftly swam to seize the beast skin bag he had risked his life to obtain, containing the precious Millennium Ice. With his prize in hand, he fled without a backward glance. When the formidable figure known as Mashu arrived at the scene, he found only chaos and a few barely alive fish. He had not taken Qingxi seriously, assuming he had long since escaped. However, upon realizing that even a 4th-tier creature like Qingxi could procure Millennium Ice for a female, he felt that his own collection of pearls was rather mundane. Determined not to let his prestige wane, he abandoned his training and swam towards the heart of the sea, intending to seek out something of value. Meanwhile, Qingxi, clutching the Millennium Ice, swam desperately towards our cave. Though he bore injuries, his speed had doubled, and he arrived before nightfall. Yet upon reaching the cave, he was taken aback. How could it be flooded? He hastily swam inside, finding it utterly empty. I was gone, and even the shell bed was missing. Recalling my words about swimming and my fondness for the shell bed, he guessed that I had escaped and taken the bed with me. This thought eased his anxiety slightly. Yet the memory of the voice he had faintly heard earlier pierced his heart with worry. Surely I had encountered danger. As darkness approached, he quickly secured the beast's skin bag to his body and headed towards the jungle on the island. Meanwhile, I sat in front of a pile of extinguished campfires dazed. I must tell you, this foolish rabbit is driving me to madness. The twigs were already damp, and just as I managed to kindle a fire, it, having never seen flames before, plopped down beside it in curiosity. The water squeezed from its thick fur doused my fragile flame in an instant. Fine. It was a rookie mistake. I tolerated it. Once more, I painstakingly gathered a new pile of twigs. This time, it seemed more cautious. Observing as I untied my hair to warm myself, it attempted to mimic me, shaking its large ears, akin to bedsheets, in an effort to dry them. Before I could react, those ears flicked once more, extinguishing the fire again. Staring at the pile of smoldering coals, in that moment, I suddenly found solace. Letting go of everything modern and the absurdity before me. There was no returning home. It was what it was. As for this creature, what could I possibly do? Its intelligence resembled that of a young child. Could I truly bring myself to harm it? Let it be. I would lie back and let things unfold as they may. Just as I was preparing for my own destruction, Qingxi arrived, tracing my scent. Upon seeing me, soaked and lying on the ground, he noticed the equally drenched rabbit, its red eyes fixed on me, as though contemplating how to attack. Qingxi frowned, believing I was unaware of the danger, and lifted his tail to prepare for an offensive. But the rabbit reacted faster than anyone. It lunged forward, shielding me beneath its body. As I quietly fumed, darkness suddenly enveloped me, the familiar weight pressing down upon me, causing me to grimace. Goodness, it had once again leapt onto me. Was this mischievous creature simply lacking calcium? How could it keep falling onto me with such precision? The fleeting thoughts of reconciliation in my mind were shattered in an instant. The rabbit, oblivious to my thoughts, was now hunched, glaring fiercely ahead. Qingxi's water spikes, witnessing this, narrowed in alarm as he rushed forward to redirect his attack just in time, narrowly avoiding injuring me. Surely he was cursing the rabbit for its cunning, knowing how to use me as leverage. The two of them faced off with ferocity. While I struggled to free my head from beneath the rabbit's belly, I gasped in frustration. What are you doing? Are you trying to suffocate me? Upon hearing my familiar tone, Qingxi paused. Choo-choo? This voice. I swiftly turned my head. Although the jungle was dim, that voice and the beautiful gradient blue-purple tail unmistakably belonged to Qingxi. As I pushed against the rabbit, desperately wriggling my way out, the rabbit, recognizing our familiarity, relaxed its guard. Seizing the opportunity, I joyfully rushed towards Qingxi. Qingxi, you finally returned. I thought you said it would take 3 days? This is only the second day. My unfinished words lodged in my throat. Who could understand the family dynamics? When I got closer, I finally saw his face. Handsome enough to evoke envy, yet half of it was now covered in sharp black spikes. My shock was palpable, and I could hardly conceal my expression. What had happened to him? Qingxi, initially elated by my arrival, now wore a look of confusion, unaware of his own transformation. Noticing the disheartened expression on the unmarred side of his face, I quickly adjusted my demeanor, forcing a smile. You've returned so swiftly. You must be exhausted. Are you hungry? I'll get you something to eat. As I spoke, I pretended to rummage through my bag, seeking a reason to avoid looking at him. I feared that if I gazed too long, my expression would betray my concern, and I would surely hurt him. He likely still had no idea about his appearance. Qingxi, not thinking much of it, believed I was genuinely searching for food, eagerly offering the bee skin bag from behind him. Inside is the Millennium Ice. You should keep it safe. I accepted the item into my space and quickly filled his arms with food, urging him to eat. He glanced at the large rabbit lurking behind the crooked tree, inquiring how I had ended up with it. I briefly recounted my encounter with it while lost. After hearing my tale, Qingxi's expression turned grim, perhaps reflecting on the close call he had. Had I returned to the cave, I would have surely been swept away by the flood. Fearing that he might overthink, I leaned closer to his ear and whispered, "It is indeed the kind of half-orc you described, capable of understanding speech but unable to transform into a human, possessing intellect akin to that of a child, and a mischievous one at that." Upon hearing this, Qingxi's eyes sparkled with excitement. A half-orc? How delightful! With intellect comparable to a child, it would merely serve as a pet by my side, devoid of any other implications. Suddenly, his perfectly intact half of the face leaned in close, bringing his proximity to an intimate distance, causing my cheeks to flush crimson. However, any romantic notions I harbored dissipated upon catching sight of the other half of his face, marred with black spikes. Alas, such a handsome visage, yet what a pity. I decided against reminding him of it for the time being. We sat down to eat, while Debata busily munched on its food nearby, occasionally glancing back at us. Surely, it was pondering how this little female could associate with such an unsightly half-orc. After satisfying our hunger, Qingxi declared that we could not return to the cave and must seek a new location, to which I readily agreed. Just as I was putting away the bedding into my spatial storage, a sudden sound of a slap resonated behind me. Turning around, I saw Qingxi standing there with his head bowed, his hands frozen in the act of holding something. Yet the large shell meant for carrying water lay discarded on the ground. Water splattered everywhere. What happened? I inquired, noticing his shoulder tremble as he buried his head even lower. Initially, I thought he had accidentally knocked it over. So I approached to pick up the shell and reassured him, "It's fine, I have more water." As I reached to grasp his arm, he recoiled as if jolted by electricity, stepping back 2 paces and casting a fleeting glance at me before quickly averting his gaze. My expression was devoid of anything, as if I hadn't noticed the change in his demeanor. Suddenly, the crimson glow in Qingxi's eyes surged once more, as if he recalled something, and he turned to leave. I hurried after him, attempting to grasp his arm. "Where are you going? Didn't we agree to find a place to stay?" He hastily dodged my hand and, without looking back, exclaimed, "I dropped something in the cave. Don't follow me." With that, his tail flicked rapidly, leaving me bewildered in my place. Was there something else in the cave? Aside from the shell bed and the luminous pearl, what could possibly remain? Let me tell you, he wasn't seeking treasures. He was merely retreating to wallow in his own sorrow. I stood there, waiting in vain, while he hid behind a tree, concocting an entire tragic drama in his mind. He touched the half of his face adorned with black spikes, consumed by a singular thought. I am a monster. I am so ugly. Choo-choo must despise me. I assure you, his line of reasoning was extraordinary. He interpreted all my subconscious actions, like fleeting glances and not handing him water, as irrefutable evidence of my disdain. He believed I was pitying him, feigning cheerfulness, fearing to hurt his fragile self-esteem. Who among us understands this? He is undoubtedly the reigning champion of self-sabotage. As he spiraled deeper into despair, the mysterious red energy within him began to stir, causing a throbbing pain in his head and reddening his eyes, resembling an individual possessed. With a primal roar, he dashed towards the sea. I, a mere mortal with dulled senses, felt nothing, but Debetu was terrified, its fur bristling and body trembling, as if to say, "Sister, run. Your man is about to transform." Yet it hesitated, contemplating whether to abandon me. A cacophony erupted in the distance, causing my heart to skip a beat. I disregarded everything else, switched on my almost non-existent mobile flashlight, and dashed forward. What did I find upon reaching the shore? To my astonishment, Qingxi was in the water, wildly flailing his arms. He appeared as though he were experiencing a mental breakdown, with his right hand emanating a blue glow and his left a red one. His right claw scratched at his left cheek, while his left hand pushed away his right. The scene resembled a grand LED light show. One might think a master was practicing a duel of extraordinary martial arts. His hands were locked in a fierce struggle, while beautiful fish tails occasionally leaped forth to intervene, even losing a scale in the process. I stood there, dumbfounded. Who practices martial arts with the intent to harm oneself? Upon noticing the missing chunk from his tail, a pang of guilt washed over me. Surely, this was a result of his pursuit of that icy treasure. Realizing he was about to inflict severe harm upon himself, I impulsively leaped into the water. Unfortunately, my attempt at heroism ended with me stepping into the deep end. As I sank, I shouted, "Qingxi, don't." My voice echoed, snapping him back to reality. He turned and, upon seeing me thrashing in the water, swiftly swam over and pulled me into his embrace. Then came the pivotal moment. He directed a breath of icy blue energy towards my mouth. A refreshing sensation coursed down my throat, instantly alleviating the sting of the seawater. When I regained consciousness, I opened my eyes to meet his mismatched gaze. To my astonishment, his once purple pupils had transformed into an eerie red. The half of his face adorned with spikes bore a deep wound, oozing a strange blood. We locked eyes and spoke simultaneously. "Are you all right? Do not harm yourself." Upon hearing my words, he froze, silently turning his head away to conceal the scarred side of his face. His voice barely a whisper. "It is terrifying. I senti it. You couldn't even bear to look at me." We were back to square one. I quickly clarified, "No, I just needed time to adjust. Once I get used to it, it's actually quite cool." Really? To my dismay, his thought process was once again bewildering. After hearing my response, he seemed even more despondent. "You really want to cry?" "What?" I exclaimed. "No, I mean it's super cool." He muttered to himself, "I really want to cry. You clearly despise me." In that moment, I wore the expression of a subway elder engrossed in their phone, utterly exasperated. Here I was, passionately praising him. Yet he not only failed to grasp my words, but also added his own dramatic flair. Unable to contain myself, I erupted, "Why not ask if you don't understand? I said it's cool, and you twisted it into wanting to cry. I said super cool, and you turned it into super wanting to cry. Your imaginative abilities would be a pity if not directed towards writing novels." His cheeks flushed crimson from my tirade, and with a pitiful demeanor, he replied, I thought, "Stop. No more assumptions. From now on, I don't want your thoughts. I want my thoughts." I interrupted him decisively, asserting that what I said was absolute. "I did not despise you. I did not. I think you are very cool, and you are very cool. I still like you as before and will never despise you." Before I could finish, he abruptly lifted his head, his eyes sparkling like stars. "You like me?" I was taken aback, after all the groundwork laid. He had only caught this one phrase. My cheeks flushed, but recalling his previous despondent state, I steeled myself and nodded, "Yes." "Really?" "Yes. I liked you from the first moment." At this, his lips curled into a radiant smile, akin to a sunflower, as he confessed that he initially sought the icy treasure to bond with me. As he spoke, he began to touch the scarred half of his face, seemingly wishing to erase it entirely. I quickly grasped his hand. "Are you insane? I told you not to harm yourself. You're not a gecko. Your face, regenerate. Look at that wound. It's still bleeding. You must let it heal first." He paused, stunned, realizing that his previously formidable self-healing abilities had faltered, and this minor injury was taking longer than expected to mend. Seizing the opportunity, I declared, "If you ever entertain the thought of harming yourself again, I will be very angry, truly angry. I will ignore you completely." Upon hearing this, Qingxi turned pale, panic-stricken, and fervently shook his head. "No, please don't ignore me. I'll once do it again. I promise to listen to you from now on." In that moment, a thrill coursed through me. This felt just right. He was undeniably under the spell of love, gazing at the charmingly handsome and affectionate little pup before me. My heart was already screaming like a gopher. It was utterly unfair. At last, I had managed to soothe this love-struck mind. Meanwhile, while we were enmeshed in our sweet nothings, the surviving members of the sea turtle and seahorse tribes had awakened, with a failed mission and all companions lost. Particularly the merfolk's esteemed Rongza, who was a key candidate for development. They knew that if they spoke the truth, they would surely face dire consequences upon returning. Thus, these scoundrels devised a nefarious plan, turning black into white. On their way back, they fortuitously encountered a patrol team sent by the Sea Tribe for assistance, led by none other than a mermaid. Upon seeing their ragtag group, the mermaid leader inquired, "Where are the others?" The actors immediately launched into their performance, wailing and lamenting. "They're all dead. Everyone is dead." They proceeded with their dramatic tale. We had obtained the Ice of Eternity when suddenly, a fourth-tier merfolk expert emerged. With a blue-violet tail, they were terrifyingly powerful. They killed everyone, and Rongza was torn in half. The Ice of Eternity was snatched away. "You merfolk are so treacherous, seeking to team up with us while sending experts to ambush us, not even sparing your own kind." The mermaid leader was momentarily stunned, disbelief etched on her face. Nonsense. Our merfolk had already agreed that no one could interfere in this mission to retrieve the ice. How could we send someone to steal it? Yet, these individuals were determined to pin the blame on the merfolk, adding more fuel to the fire. We saw it with our own eyes. They had ice crystal blue blood, which is unique to your merfolk, right? Moreover, they possessed heterochromatic eyes, one blue and one purple. As soon as the words left their mouths, the mermaid leader's face turned ashen, her expression darkening with murderous intent. It truly was him. I must tell you, Qingxi is remarkably resilient. How did he survive being banished to the desolate Blood Moon Bay? Not only did he survive, but in just a few days, he had leapt from Tier 3 to Tier 4, and had even developed ice crystal blue blood. Such a rapid ascent must be a result of some extraordinary intervention. However, as I pondered, something felt amiss. With such power, why would he need to steal our tribe's Ice of Eternity? Could it be that he intended to use it as a token to return and wreak havoc upon our sea tribe? Goodness, this young man harbors great ambition. Initially, when he was told to find an elder female to mate with, he refused to yield, and it turns out he was biding his time for mischief, waiting for the new females to choose their mates. He aimed to disrupt the process and ascend to the position of elder. Did he? This simply cannot be allowed. Such a ticking time bomb must not remain. As I contemplated this, a cunning plan formed in my mind. Our chieftain has been stuck at the fourth-tier bottleneck for decades, yearning for a breakthrough. This Qingxi is a living experience package delivered right to our doorstep. I immediately summoned a red-haired subordinate and instructed him to hastily return with the news that a fourth-tier trader with an exceptional bloodline had been discovered at Blood Moon Bay. Those in the know would understand. Once that was settled, I turned to the two cowards from the Gui and Seahorse tribes beside me and asked, "Did you see which way he swam?" The two exchanged glances and, without a moment's hesitation, pointed towards the depths of Blood Moon Bay. Huh, as if I didn't know what they were scheming. The depths of Blood Moon Bay are a forbidden zone, rumored to be inhabited by fallen beasts that specifically consume high-tier beasts to enhance their strength. They were certain we wouldn't dare enter, hoping to leave us at a disadvantage. Very well, let them wait. On the other hand, Qingxi was feeling remarkably invigorated. After a restful slumber, he discovered that his body had undergone a qualitative transformation. Astonishingly, the conflicting attributes of ice and fire within him, after a chaotic night of battles, had actually reached a harmonious accord. Most importantly, he realized that his dehydration period had significantly extended, allowing him to remain dry for an entire night. This was monumental news for him, signifying he could cling to me for 24 hours, which brought him immeasurable joy. At this moment, our formidable sixth-tier leader, Mo Shu, was enduring an epic hellish dungeon experience. Upon arriving at the heart of the sea, he was taken aback by the sheer number of sea monsters, which had multiplied exponentially since his last visit. Little did he know that this was all thanks to Qingxi's enhancement. Yet, he thought to himself that if a mere fourth-tier beast could be dealt with, how could a pinnacle sixth-tier beast show his face if he faltered? Thus, he steeled himself and charged into the fray. The danger was palpable, and he narrowly escaped being torn apart on several occasions. After sustaining numerous injuries and enduring countless hardships to obtain the Ice of Eternity, he even found himself admiring Qingxi. After completing his task, he dared not approach me directly, fearing that he might eliminate Qingxi before my very eyes, which would surely earn my ire. Instead, he found a secluded place to lick his wounds. Meanwhile, I was following the audacious big white rabbit on a long quest to find shelter. However, after just a short distance, I was utterly exhausted and plopped down onto the ground. Qingxi, feeling sympathetic, quickly placed his cool flipper against me to provide some relief. I told him that his tail was injured and that he shouldn't carry me, but he remained silent, likely reveling in my concern for him. The rabbit, leading the way, however, was displeased and, in a fit of frustration, blew a puff of rainbow mist right in my face. Who understands the humiliation of being showered by a rabbit? We ambled along, stopping intermittently until, just as my legs were about to give out, the rabbit finally halted. To my astonishment, it had led us to its lair, a colossal tree hollow. I must say, this was no mere tree. It was the roots of multiple giant trees intertwined, forming an enormous behemoth. Stepping inside, there was no less than 30 square meters, akin to the hollowed-out tree of life from Avatar. I immediately gave it a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Impressive, my friend." But was this place truly safe? To prove itself, the rabbit stealthily led us 100 meters away. Upon glancing back, I was once again astounded. Behind the woods lay a vast expanse of flat grassland, adorned with flowers of every hue, some even glowing in the daylight. My vanity kicked in, and I intended to rush in and become a flower thief, only to be yanked back by Qingxi. The rabbit trembled in fear. As I pondered the situation, the next moment, the flower field erupted with a buzzing sound as a dark cloud took to the sky. It was not a cloud, but rather a swarm of man-killing bees, each the size of my fist. The sheer density of them triggered my fear of clusters. Qingxi, the rabbit, and I scrambled behind a tree, hardly daring to breathe. Once the swarm had flown away, my legs felt like jelly as I pointed accusingly at the rabbit and yelled, "Do you hold a grudge against us? Did you bring us here? One sting, and we wouldn't even be enough for them to feast upon. You must have swollen up from their stings to grow this big." The rabbit, in a panic, gesticulated wildly, and I pieced together that it was friends with the queen bee. This swarm was merely protecting its young and stung anyone who approached. Well, that was a misunderstanding resolved. Returning to the enormous tree hollow, with safety assured, it was time to address the matter of food. I asked the big white rabbit what it usually ate, and it evasively pointed to some fruits hanging from an extraordinarily tall tree. The fruits were deep green, and Qingxi, looking particularly dashing, swiftly shot a water spike. Knocking one down, I picked it up, and to my surprise, it was the size of a cantaloupe, making no sound when shaken, and it even emitted a fragrant aroma reminiscent of rice. Just as I drew my knife, Qingxi had already taken it, skillfully peeling it open with his sharp claws in no time, confirming it was non-toxic before handing it back to me. The flesh was white and firm, resembling rice even more. Did rice in this beastly world grow on trees? To verify, I decided it was time to start a fire and cook. Without hesitation, the big white rabbit went to gather some wild vegetables and mushrooms it usually consumed, while Qingxi set up a cooking station and I collected firewood. Once the fire was lit, I rinsed the rice fruit, filled it with water, placed it in a large shell, and set it to boil over the flames. Soon after, the big white rabbit returned with an armful of vibrant green grass. Upon sniffing, I exclaimed, "Chives!" It even pulled out several giant eggs from its ears. I was taken aback. What sort of enormous chicken could lay eggs this size? Shouldn't its mother come after us in a fit of rage for eating its egg? Qingxi leaned over to take a look, chuckling as he remarked, "This is a gidge shose egg. It doesn't taste good, and the egg has a slight fishy flavor." I thought to myself, "Brother, you consume fresh seafood daily and are complaining about an egg's fishiness?" I quickly inquired, "Are they formidable? If we take down the young ones, won't the adults come after us?" Qingxi was amused by my concern and, suppressing his laughter, assured me that even if they did show up, he could handle them. Well, with such confidence, I felt reassured. With leeks and eggs on hand, a dish of scrambled eggs with leeks was an absolute necessity. I washed the leeks while Qingxi helped me crack the eggs. Once the leeks were chopped, I retrieved a piece of the fattiest fish from my storage, planning to fry it for some fish oil. The fish's belly was indeed fatty, but extracting sufficient oil proved to be quite the challenge. If only I had some vegetable oil or lard. Sigh, I must say, I have truly spoiled myself. I remember when I first arrived. I was grateful just to have a pot for a warm meal. Now, not only do I have fish soup, but I'm also on the verge of preparing scrambled eggs with leeks, yet I find myself complaining about the lack of oil. Is my mindset becoming a bit too lofty? Indeed, It is easier to transition from frugality to extravagance than the reverse. I must quickly remind myself that living this way in the world of beastmen is already a blessing. I should not be so picky. Honestly, if it weren't for encountering Qingxi, I might still be living as a wild person. With that thought, I looked up and saw Qingxi staring at me. I couldn't help but smile like a crescent moon and calmly told him, "I feel so fortunate to have met you." The moment those words left my lips, they rendered Qingxi speechless. Goodness, his little heart must have been racing as his cheeks flushed, and he shyly asked why I suddenly said that. I chuckled and leaned closer, whispering, "I just want you to know how important you are to me." He quietly replied, "I feel the same, and let me tell you." The atmosphere at that moment was thick with pink bubbles. It was simply magical. At this point, if I didn't take the initiative, wouldn't that be a bit lacking in romantic sensibility? But then, that blasted rabbit, it started banging on the shell, completely shattering the intimate atmosphere we had built. Who understands the plight of a family? I had just mustered the courage to steal a kiss, only to be disrupted by this mischievous little creature. Frustrated, I turned around and shot a fierce glare. The single rabbit's resentment is truly formidable. All it knows is how to eat. Fuming, I poured the egg mixture into the shell pot. With a sizzling sound, the delightful aroma of the eggs mixed with fish oil burst forth. The egg mixture was a brilliant golden hue, unmistakably laid by a genuine mountain chicken, pure and natural, as the eggs fried to a golden crisp on both sides. I quickly tossed in the chopped leeks, added some salt, and stirred all together before serving. Meanwhile, the fish soup was bubbling away, just waiting for my rice to finish cooking. The scent of the scrambled eggs with leeks wafted toward the big white rabbit, making it restless, eager to snatch a bite. After a little while, I lifted the pot lid, only to find that instead of falling apart, the dish had puffed up from the size of a cantaloupe. It had transformed into a massive watermelon. I poked it with chopsticks, and it was already soft and tender inside. I scooped it out and cut it into small pieces, dividing it into 3 portions, one for each of us. 2 dishes and a soup. We were all set. I eagerly placed a mouthful of rice into my mouth, and oh, it was divine. The texture resembled that of rice cakes, sticky and chewy, yet it retained the flavor of rice with a hint of sweetness. At that moment, I felt like the chosen daughter of the beast world. With the staple food secured, wouldn't I be striding confidently forward from now on? Seeing me enjoy my meal, Qingxi imitated me and took a spoonful. He found it rather average, but praised my scrambled eggs with leeks, saying he used to drink raw egg mixtures with a strong fishy taste, never realizing how delicious they could be when cooked. The rabbit, initially playing it cool and refusing to eat, couldn't resist any longer upon witnessing how much we were enjoying our meal. It immediately grabbed a spoon and began to devour its share. Surprisingly, after taking a bite, it seemed taken aback, perhaps regretting not discovering the deliciousness of cooked food sooner. The more it thought about it, the angrier it became, and it went into full-on eating mode. Qingxi was not having it. I must tell you, he was quite jealous, likely still recalling how the rabbit had interrupted our moment earlier. Suddenly, he entered a playful squabble mode. Whatever the rabbit snatched, he would snatch right back, piling everything in my bowl without a second thought. My bowl was overflowing, resembling a small mountain. I was almost in tears, repeatedly exclaiming for them to stop. Neither of these two would listen. Eventually, every dish was emptied, the soup pot fiercely guarded by Qingxi, while in front of me lay a perfectly arranged mountain of food. The rabbit, on the other hand, had only managed to snatch a tiny portion, and it looked so disheveled that it was unappetizing. As it munched on its meager share, its little eyes eagerly darted toward my bowl, clearly hoping I wouldn't finish so it could scavenge the leftovers. And then, guess what happened? To prevent the rabbit from eating what I had left, Qingxi swiftly picked up my bowl, which was taller than a mountain, and finished it all off in a few bites. I was utterly dumbfounded. His possessiveness was off the charts. The big white rabbit, furious, turned and scurried into a tree hollow in a huff. This little episode quickly passed. After we had our fill, we began contemplating finding a new home. We arrived at the edge of a small island, which indeed seemed promising, facing the sea and backed by a forest with stunning scenery. However, the sound of the waves was deafening, akin to living at a rock concert, and below were all rocky cliffs. One misstep, and we would be in serious trouble. Qingxi also felt it was unsafe. Noticing his expression, I realized he was not fond of this place. I pondered that this would be our home, so it couldn't just please me alone. Hence, I proposed, why don't we build a tree house right here in this tree hollow? We can carve a path down to the sea, making it easy for you to soak daily. As soon as I finished speaking, the big white rabbit's ears perked up. and it rushed to nod fervently in front of me. It clearly preferred to stay in the tree hollow. After a moment of thought, Qingxi agreed as well. With a plan in place, we got to work. Qingxi transformed into a human digger, first smoothing out the rough edges of the tree hollow, instantly making it much more spacious and bright. Observing the thick tree trunk, inspiration struck me, and I directed Qingxi to commence work. He got right to it. He first carved out a spiral staircase with a handrail. How exquisite! Then, he created a large open space on the second floor. I was initially puzzled by how quickly he was working. It turned out, Qingxi explained that the tree seemed almost dead, with many hollow spots that crumbled easily. Hearing this made my heart sink. I worried I'd caused its demise by having him dig. He quickly reassured me, stating that the tree had been like this long before, and it was not my fault. Sigh, it felt quite unfortunate to see such an ancient tree potentially wasted. The rabbit was not idle either. It became our chief mover, carrying out all the wood shavings. I told it that this material could be used as firewood, and upon hearing that it was related to food, its enthusiasm surpassed even mine. After a full day of labor, in the evening, Qingxi went to soak in the sea while I boiled water on the shore for storage. I discovered that my storage was impressive. I could even store a lit fire without it consuming fuel, making it the perfect household travel companion. When Qingxi returned, we discussed letting him gather more large shells the next day to create a bathtub for soaking in seawater at home, saving him from the daily trek to the beach. We also needed to prepare ample water tanks, filled with both clean and hot water, and stock up on food for the impending days of dual suns. That night, the three of us, Qingxi, the rabbit, and I, settled into our luxurious treehouse. The atmosphere had reached a point where Qingxi, feeling awkward, seemed to dislike his appearance. Ultimately, he stubbornly chose to sleep downstairs, leaving me alone on the second floor while the big white rabbit curled up in the corner. Typical. The next morning, Qingxi headed out to fish and gather shells while I took the rabbit to forage for some ingredients nearby. Before leaving, Qingxi reiterated countless times for me not to rush toward any attractive finds, warning that beautiful things might be toxic. In my attempt to reassure him, I nearly swore by pointing at the rabbit, which startled it, as its small eyes were filled with protest. We were both engrossed in digging wild chives. I was digging while the rabbit busily tidied up behind me. Just as I was getting into it, a loud crack echoed above, and a viscous white liquid plummeted down upon me. As I looked up, I was astounded to find a thick green stalk, thicker than my thigh, topped with a gigantic lotus leaf, which had completely obscured my vision. In an instant, everything went dark. The rabbit, noticing my sudden disappearance, was utterly terrified and began searching for me frantically. I quickly called for help from beneath the leaf, and it rushed over, using its long ears to pull the leaf aside. Upon emerging, I noticed that the area on its ear where the white liquid had landed was red and inflamed. It was scratching at it with its paw, drawing blood. I hurriedly washed it off and applied some iodine, which finally alleviated the itching. At that moment, I couldn't help but wonder if that substance was perhaps yam. The symptoms of allergic reaction were strikingly similar. I cautiously cut off a small piece, intended to take it home to cook and test. On the way back, I stumbled upon an unexpected treasure. The rabbit, like a radar, guided me through the grass. And to my astonishment, it uncovered over 100 wild chicken eggs, each the size of an ostrich egg. I promptly dubbed it Brother Rabbit, acknowledging its significant contribution. Brother Rabbit was positively beaming, its tail nearly wagging to the heavens. We joyfully returned to the treehouse, and as I took out the stove to ascertain whether that substance was indeed yam, a sudden buzzing noise made my scalp tingle. Turning around, I was confronted by a swarm of bees. They were not attacking me. Instead, they seemed to be surrounding the rabbit, looking pitiful, some with broken wings, struggling to fly. I poked the rabbit and whispered, "They must be seeking your assistance." The rabbit nodded in agreement. Before I could comprehend the situation, it pushed me back into the treehouse and followed the bees. I thought to myself that these bees were likely the local rulers, so there shouldn't be any major issues. Yet, moments later, a grotesque white creature, swollen like a pig's head, rolled back toward me. My family, who understands, that was my brother rabbit. It was unrecognizable, its eyes swollen to slits, tears streaming down its cheeks in distress. I was frantic, spinning around, exclaiming, "What happened to you? Weren't you their benefactor? How could they do this to you?" What followed was a chaotic exchange. It, heavily injured, kept pushing me, urging me to run. I assumed it had been betrayed by the very bees it had saved, feeling a pang of sorrow as I stubbornly insisted on pulling out the stinger. My temper flared. "What are you being so stubborn about? If you don't remove the stinger, You could lose your life. It was likely internally screaming, "Run, sister. A monster is chasing us." I continued to comfort it. Isn't this just a case of ingratitude? Now that you've seen their true colors, just avoid them in the future. First, let's get that stinger out. It must have been on the verge of panic, sister. This isn't about whether you want to associate with them. They're coming after us. If we don't leave now, you'll be transformed too. Just then, a much louder buzzing sound approached. It was over. We had run out of time. The rabbit sprang up, shielding me behind it. Seeing its stance, I couldn't back down. I drew the longest and sharpest bone knife from my space and stood in front of it, declaring, "No one bullies my brother rabbit." The next moment, a dark mass came flying toward us. When I focused, I was utterly dumbfounded. These weren't bees. With large eyes, wearing sunglasses, and adorned with yellow stripes, they were clearly the VIP plus version of hornets, larger than pigeons. What kind of artificial intelligence feed had they been raised on? My face contorted in disbelief, my legs turned to jelly, and I turned to my brother rabbit, shouting, "Why didn't you tell me they had upgraded? I can't handle this." Just as the venomous stinger was about to strike, the large white rabbit, in a frenzy, lunged forward, its mouth torn, and with a garbled shout, it yelled, "Run." My family, who understands a rabbit, just spoke. My mind went blank, and I had no idea what my hand was doing with the bone knife. My thoughts consumed by the fact that the rabbit had spoken. It shouted again, "Be careful." Only then did I react, turning to see a dozen hornets swarming toward me like a drone formation. I screamed and bolted, tossing anything that could serve as a weapon for my space. Suddenly, there was a crashing sound. The world fell silent for a moment. I glanced back and saw a swarm of hornets writhing on the ground, emitting steam. I had inadvertently thrown out a whole pot of boiling hot water. Wait, this could be useful. I immediately stopped running, pivoting sharply, my back straightened. As more hornets charged toward me, I stood my ground. The distant white rabbit, thinking I was paralyzed with fear, rushed toward me, shouting, "Get out of the way! Get out of the way! Why should I?" With another resounding crash, scalding water poured from above, striking the aggressive hornets with pinpoint accuracy. They may have been large, but they were easy targets. My accuracy was 100%. I heard a series of splashes, like dumplings dropping into water as they fell to the ground, each one half-cooked and steaming. A few drops splashed onto me, scalded my skin, but I endured it to maintain my image as a boiling water warrior. This minor pain was inconsequential. The approaching white rabbit skidded to a halt, nearly becoming a soaked rabbit itself. But fortunately, it was slow. The look in its eyes suggested astonishment. I gestured for it to hide, assuring it not to fear. These hornets could never have anticipated being bested by boiling water. The white rabbit quickly caught on, heeding my advice, charging forward with bravado, only to retreat in defeat, clearing the battlefield for me. I swiftly retrieved a lit stick from my space. Observing the hornets hesitating to advance, I stepped on one, still convulsing on the ground, my gaze oozing provocation. As I brought the torch closer, with a sizzling sound, the hornet transformed into a flaming ball. It was a live barbecue, a display of intimidation. Do you understand what top-tier intimidation means? Now, the hornets were thoroughly intimidated, the leader glaring at me with fury. Internally, I was panicking, but on the surface, I remained composed, waving the torch while shouting, "What are you staring at? Keep looking, and I'll twist your head off and use it as a ball." The heat wave made it visibly recoil. Probably believing I was insane and not to be trifled with, it flapped its wings and fled with its minions. Once I confirmed their departure, I stood with my hands on my hips for several minutes. Suddenly, the white rabbit bounded in front of me, causing my legs to buckle, and I knelt before it. Truly, I was holding on by a thread. As the adrenaline faded, I became a mere shell of my former self. Trembling, I extended my hand, held me up. The rabbit, equally battered, lifted its rear and wagged its little tail. "I'm too exhausted. Pull me up by my tail." "Fine. I want to be picky." We hobbled back to the treehouse, one emotionally wounded and the other physically injured, supporting each other. Once seated, I began to interrogate it. "How did you suddenly learn to speak?" This is even more shocking than my first encounter with Qingxi speaking. At least Qingxi was humanoid, but you were completely a rabbit. It appeared just as bewildered, claiming ignorance. Just as we were conversing, another buzzing sound arose. I nearly jumped up, brandishing my torch, ready for another round of battle. Yet, the white rabbit calmly said, "Don't panic. It's our own." Indeed, it was the same swarm of bees that had come before. They flitted around the plump queen bee, emerging from the treehouse in a lively throng. I gazed at the rotund creature, resignedly approaching to lift it. Goodness, It must weigh 20 to 30 pounds, soft and yielding in my grasp, a sensation utterly delightful. Unable to resist, I indulged in a few more squeezes. We followed the bees to their hive, which was truly a sight to behold. It was even larger than our treehouse. Unfortunately, it had been ravaged by wasps, with golden honey dripping down. My heart ached at the sight. Such a waste. Just as I contemplated discussing with Da-Bai whether we could collect a little honey, I felt the queen in my arms begin to wriggle furiously. Da-Bai quickly warned me, "Don't squeeze her, or her little minions will retaliate." I promptly loosened my grip. After a brief exchange with the bees, Da-Bai's expression suddenly turned despondent. It turned out that this colony of bees was preparing to leave. The wasps bore a grudge and would surely return. They were outmatched and had no choice but to relocate. I inquired if they couldn't use fire, but Da-Bai explained that unlike me, they were not adept at such tactics and might inadvertently incinerate themselves. As we spoke, the bees combined their efforts to lift the queen, vibrating their wings in farewell before flying away without a backward glance. Da-Bai sat disheartened beneath the hive, knowing that for him, these bees were akin to family. I patted him on the back. "Do not be saddened. You still have me and Qingxi. We will always be by your side. Look, your stomach is growling. Today I shall prepare honey-glazed roasted fish for you." At the mention of food, his eyes brightened slightly. I pointed at the enormous hive and asked, "What will happen to this?" Da-Bai shook his head. "They no longer want it. This is a farewell gift for you." I feigned modesty on the outside, but internally I was overjoyed. With a mere touch, whoosh, the entire hive, along with the untouched honey, vanished into my space. Family with this haul. I could take off right here. After gathering my spoils, we headed back on empty stomachs. This morning had been more exhilarating than my previous life. Meanwhile, Qingxi was also exceedingly busy. He remarked that the sea today was particularly peculiar, with fish darting about as if pursued by specters. He seized the opportunity to catch a plethora of rare fish, including deep-sea eels and red-bottomed fish, filling an entire string, so heavy it was a struggle to drag. Thinking it was merely a migration of fish, he planned to store them in my space and then return for more. Little did he know, trouble was already on the horizon. Near the cave where we once resided, a horde of bizarre beastmen had arrived. Leading them was a flamboyant figure with a black and gold fishtail, shimmering as if just emerged from a dance party. He sniffed the air and quickly located a shard of black spike scale that Qingxi had previously dropped. He seized a few beastmen whom Qingxi had previously bested and compelled them to identify it. Upon seeing it, they were so terrified that they confirmed, trembling, "Yes, it's him. He has those black spikes on his face." You see, these individuals initially believed that upon hearing of Qingxi's venture in a Blood Moon Bay, he would surely be intimidated, as that realm is forbidden. Yet, they underestimated the significance of the ice-blue blood coursing through Qingxi. With the evidence in hand, the black gold merman disposed of the informing beastmen, declaring it a noble act to die together in perfect unison. He then commanded his shrimp and crab soldiers to scour the island, while other mermen surrounded the entire isle. Clutching the shard of scale, he extended his barbed tongue, grotesquely licking the residual blood. He had been stuck at the fourth tier for far too long, and Qingxi was his stepping stone to ascend. Meanwhile, back at the treehouse, I casually munched on a bit of food before delving into my research on the yam-like plant I had unearthed earlier. Upon boiling and tasting it, lo and behold, it truly was yam. My food inventory had expanded once more. With newfound vigor, I set out with my bone knife to harvest the yam trees. After felling several, I grew weary and leaned against one to rest, muttering to myself, if only I could directly store these in my space. No sooner had the words left my mouth than I fell backward, landing squarely on my back. When I looked up, the tree I had been leaning against had vanished. I quickly checked my space, and lo and behold, it had entered on its own. It turned out that contact was all that was needed. This was incredible. I felt invincible, gathering all the yam trees in the vicinity. Then an idea struck me. I dashed towards the flower sea. Donning a mask and gloves, fully equipped, I dashed through the floral expanse, collecting every flower I encountered, be it beautiful or unique. I even gathered a substantial amount of wind-welcoming flower, which Qingxi had said could incapacitate beastmen, preparing to transplant them in front of our treehouse as a defensive measure. Satisfied, I returned, eager for Qingxi to come back, so I could prepare a pot of wild chicken, yam, and mushroom soup for the afternoon. However, upon reaching the entrance of the treehouse, I spotted Qingxi emerging with a dark expression, while Da-Bai trembled in the corner. As soon as Qingxi saw me, he bombarded me with questions. "Chu-Chu, where have you been? Qingxi, you're back. I must tell you, we had a bountiful harvest today. I rushed over, completely oblivious to the murderous glint in his eyes. Seeing me safe and sound, he finally relaxed, but moments earlier, he had nearly torn Da Bai Tu apart upon discovering my absence. Didn't you promise me you wouldn't wander off alone? His tone remained gentle, yet I could sense his genuine anger. Realizing the gravity of the situation, I quickly apologized. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to worry you. But I truly didn't wander off. I only went to places I'd been before. You see, the rabbit was injured, and I wanted it to rest. Please don't be mad at me or at it, all right? He could never truly stay angry with me. He was just too anxious. I swiftly grasped his arm. Shifting the topic, let us hurry and gather your fish before someone else snatches them away. We walked ahead, while the rabbit followed silently behind. Along the way, I animatedly recounted our grand battle against the wasps, of course omitting the details of my own trembling fear at the time. Yet, no matter how much I tried to share only the joyous parts, I could see Qingxi's brow furrowed in concern. Noticing his troubled expression, I quickly decided to share an even juicier tidbit to divert his attention. I must tell you, Qingxi, our Da Bai Tu, he spoke. I excitedly recounted how, during the wasp attack, in a moment of panic, he had suddenly unlocked his ability to speak. I was exhilarated as I shared this, but upon hearing it, Qingxi's expression shifted dramatically. In an instant, his gaze transformed, as if he were ready to slay someone, flashing by in a moment. But I was certain I hadn't imagined it. Goodness, usually a gentle and refined individual, it seemed he possessed quite the possessive streak. He seemed to think that if the rabbit could speak, it might report on him. He let this matter slide without much comment. But as we reached the seaside, I was utterly astonished. Had this creature emptied out the Dragon King's treasure? There was an array of stunning fish, and the clamshells were as large as small houses. Even the water-holding shells were significantly larger than before. At that moment, I could think of nothing but, ever since arriving in this beast world, I was either in shock or en route to being shocked. I hastily stored the fish in my space to preserve them. Then began the arduous task of cleaning our spoils. This was indeed a monumental undertaking, but with Qingxi by my side, it was hardly a challenge. I watched as he grabbed a large shell in each hand and leaped into the water, vigorously shaking them clean, executing the task with remarkable efficiency. Akin to a human dishwashing machine, Da Bai Tu, not to be outdone, seemed spurred on by Qingxi's earlier gaze, eager to showcase its own abilities. The most astounding part was when it plunged its long ears into a shell and spun around energetically. It was like a living washing machine. They resolutely prevented me from assisting, so I resigned myself to being the one cheering them on. In the midst of this fervent activity, both of them suddenly halted, glancing sharply to either side. I was still processing the situation when Qingxi, with a grave expression, declared, "Something's amiss. Someone is approaching." Da Bai nodded in agreement, his youthful voice chiming in, "Indeed, quite a few." My heart sank. Who could possibly be on this desolate island? Qingxi asserted that it wasn't a sea monster, but rather sea-dwelling beastmen. I had never encountered other beastmen before and felt a surge of anxiety. Qingxi decisively ordered, "Pack up, we must return to the treehouse." Without hesitation, I waved my hand, and the items on the ground vanished in an instant. The three of us, 2 humans and 1 rabbit, dashed away. Just as we departed, a host of beastmen swam towards us. The leader sniffed the air for a moment, but found nothing, leaving 2 squads behind to guard the area while he continued onward with the main force. Back at the treehouse, the atmosphere was thick with tension. Qingxi's face was pale as he asserted that the sea tribe had come searching for the eternal ice. I inquired whether there were any hidden spots on the island, and just as Da Bai was about to respond, a rustling from the nearby grass sent shivers down my spine, reminiscent of a party attended by hundreds of cockroaches. "Quick hide!" Qingxi shouted, hoisting me onto his shoulder and sprinting towards the bee forest. Yet, I just settled into my new home, a cozy 2-story space. Before we could even get far, the commotion ahead grew louder, forcing us to retreat. Upon returning to the treehouse, we found ourselves surrounded. I squinted to see what lay before us. Truly, a bizarre assembly of shrimp and crab soldiers. They had human faces, adorned with pincers and long antennae. If they were to appear on Earth in 2025, they would certainly command an imposing presence. Upon sighting us, they emitted a cacophony of strange signals, likely summoning reinforcements. Before charging at us, Qingxi unleashed a powerful attack, his tail whipping around like a Gatling gun, sending water spikes flying through the air. Da Bai also sprang into action, using his ears like deadly projectiles, knocking off one shrimp head after another. In no time, the ground was littered with the remains of giant king crabs and lobsters. But I dared not approach them, for they had once sported human faces. Realizing this was unsustainable, I needed a plan to relocate my treehouse. Seizing a moment while Qingxi was preoccupied with his assault, I stealthily approached the edge of the treehouse. Suddenly, a creature sprang forth, its face crimson and teeth black, startling me so much that my DNA felt shaken. Without a second thought, I grabbed my bone knife and unleashed a flurry of strikes against the grotesque shrimp, shouting, "Stay away!" By the time I regained my composure, the creature was nearly reduced to paste. Having tasted blood, my confidence surged. I dashed back to the treehouse, embraced it, and silently wished for it to be collected. In the next moment, with a resounding crash, a giant pit formed beneath us. At the bottom were swarms of enormous white ants and multi-legged worms, nearly overwhelming me. Qingxi, seeing my success, hoisted me onto his shoulder again, insisting we can't linger. We must break through. I nodded vigorously to the sea. Surely, they cannot encompass the entire ocean. Qingxi charged in a specific direction, and Dabai's ears transformed into spring-like stilts, propelling him forward with incredible speed. Just as we neared the shore, I was taken aback. The water was teeming with people. It seemed there was no escape. A perfect ambush lay in wait. This pushed Qingxi to his limits. I sensed a shift in his aura, half of his body flushed red, his eyes ablaze. Even his nails appeared stained with blood. The water beside him began to bubble vigorously, akin to boiling. He lashed out with his tail, sending heated water spikes toward the beastmen, instantly cauterizing their wounds. I was momentarily stunned, wanting to support him, but as soon as my hand touched his back, I felt as though it were on fire, and I was flung backward with immense force. Fortunately, Dabai reacted swiftly, pulling me back with his ears, but I couldn't hold back the blood that erupted from my mouth, splattering onto Qingxi's crimson side. Then a miracle occurred. The scorching sensation emanating from him abruptly cooled. While his power persisted, his agony seemed to diminish. Was my blood a magical fire extinguisher? Qingxi spotted an opening and seized me, believing the beastmen were targeting him, and that Dabai would be fine. However, he overlooked the fact that Dabai was quite clingy. I watched in horror as Dabai leaped into the water with a splat, calling out to me, "Sister, wait for me." My heart shattered. Who could understand my despair? I clung to Qingxi, pleading, "We must go back for him. He has lost his home. We cannot abandon him." Gritting his teeth, Qingxi resolutely swam back. The beastmen, noticing our return, immediately redirected their attacks toward Dabai. In a moment of desperation, I hurled the small villa from my spatial storage. With a thunderous boom, a massive splash erupted, stunning our pursuers. Seizing the opportunity, Qingxi rescued the rabbit while I tossed a piece of wood, previously intended for a swing, to serve as a lifeboat for Dabai. As we resumed our frantic escape, the leader, a black gold merfolk, arrived belatedly. He appeared quite human-like, but upon opening his mouth, his jagged black teeth shattered any illusions of charm, bellowing for me to be captured, alive or dead. As we raced for our lives, another formidable figure on the island, the serpent man Mozho, returned. Sensing something was amiss upon his arrival, he discovered my absence and the disappearance of his barrier, even realizing that I had stealthily taken his discarded 6th-tier serpent skin. Following the trail, he arrived at the site of our previous battle, where the ground was strewn with the bodies of shrimp and crab soldiers and the massive pit I had created. He was utterly confounded, assuming an unparalleled master had intervened, frantically pursuing the trail to rescue me. Qingxi propelled Dabai and me forward with all his might, while the horde of beastmen trailed closely behind. I lay still on his back, terrified of hindering his speed. Yet, I'm a plump girl. The curvature of my figure was quite considerable. Those who understand know. After a while, the weight on Qingxi's back became unbearable, and I felt a sharp pain intensifying in my abdomen from a recent injury. Lo Chuchu could only close her eyes, gritting her teeth to endure, her cherubic face pale as a sheet. Suddenly, Qingxi halted abruptly, causing me to open my eyes wide, and even the floating piece of wood with Dabai perked up its ears, turning towards us. A warm, wet sensation surged downward, and I lamented internally, "Why now, Aunt Flo?" Qingxi, concerned, asked, "Chuchu, are you hurt?" Meanwhile, Dabai, observing the crimson droplets dispersing in the water and sensing an unusual fragrance, stared wide-eyed and exclaimed in alarm, "Sister, why are you bleeding?" Lo Chuchu snapped, "Be quiet. We're still escaping. Once again, I appeal for reviews, dear readers. I hastily revised a previous chapter that triggered a reminder of inadequacy, and now I wonder, can I even mention the second barrel in my writing? Chapter 89. The Deadly Aroma. They've caught up. Unbeknownst to Qingxi, Lo Chuchu had been caught off guard by the heat wave he unleashed, leading to her early arrival of Aunt Flo hearing the alarmed voice of Dubai. Qingxi, in a panic, attempted to turn around to check on her condition. Sensing his movement, Lo Chuchu pressed firmly on his shoulder, insisting, "No, don't worry about me, just go." Qingxi was unconvinced, "But there's nothing wrong." She retorted, "It's not my. Oh dear." In conclusion, heed my words. We must move immediately and without delay. Our escape is of utmost importance. Sensing that Qingxi wished to say something, Luo Chuchu directly covered his mouth with her hand. "Big brother, we are fleeing for our lives. This little bit of blood is inconsequential." "What do you mean by inconsequential?" Glancing at the wriggling soft scales beneath him, Qingxi painfully closed his eyes. In truth, he wanted to express that the blood flowing from Luo Chuchu was irresistibly fragrant, almost intoxicating. The scent alone made him feel uneasy. If they did not address this issue promptly, unless they reached solid ground, they would inevitably be pursued by the Sea Clan regardless of where they hid. The large white rabbit behind them was desperately sniffing that enticing aroma. Positioned directly behind Luo Chuchu, he was acutely aware of the allure of the scent. Although the rabbit's intellect was akin to that of an 8 or 9-year-old, his body had matured over countless years. Fortunately, he lacked any awareness of the nuances between genders and felt no discomfort. He merely found the fragrance delightful. As Qingxi continued to swim forward, his lips moved, and Luo Chuchu assumed he had heard her, retracting her hand. To her surprise, he exclaimed, "Your blood will attract them." Luo Chuchu gasped. "Are their noses that sensitive? With just this little blood on such a vast expanse of water, and after having fled so far, can they still smell it?" Suddenly realizing something, Luo Chuchu turned her head, only to find the large white rabbit squinting his eyes in pleasure. Meanwhile, the blood beneath her was being swept away by the sea towards the rabbit. Luo Chuchu felt a surge of panic and embarrassment, exclaiming loudly at the rabbit. "Rabbit!" The large white rabbit jolted in fright, his eyes snapping open to meet Luo Chuchu's gaze. "You, turn around, head facing backwards." The rabbit replied, "Why?" As she spoke, Luo Chuchu caught a glimpse of the tinged seawater splashing against the rabbit's face, some even splattering into his mouth. The thought of what that blood was made Luo Chuchu's teeth clench in horror. "There is no reason. Just obey. And I did not say to turn around. Do not face me. Do you understand?" Oh, although he did not comprehend, the rabbit sensed the urgency in Luo Chuchu's tone and obediently shifted his position on the wooden plank. As a result, the tantalizing aroma diminished significantly, leaving the rabbit feeling somewhat regretful. Unaware of the rabbit's thoughts, Luo Chuchu observed that he had turned away and quickly scanned their surroundings. Confirming that they were alone, she hurriedly retrieved a pair of sleep pants from her space, opened them, and placed them in her mouth. With frantic hands, she stripped off her pants, stowed them in the sleep pants pouch, and tossed it into her space, all while covering her chilly backside with one hand, glancing around furtively. After discarding the soiled pants, Luo Chuchu swiftly donned the sleep pants. Upon completing this task, her entire body flushed crimson, with embarrassment nearly overwhelming her. Clearing her throat, she reflected that she had never been so unrefined before. Yet, this was not the time for modesty. In such exceptional circumstances, who could afford to be concerned about such trivialities? Compared to her life, her sense of shame could be momentarily set aside, especially since no one was watching, right? As Luo Chuchu engaged in self-reassurance, she felt considerably better, but Qingxi was in greater distress. He was already struggling to endure the situation, unaware of what Luo Chuchu was doing, as she continued to fidget restlessly. With her movements, that deadly fragrance only intensified. To make matters worse, her small hands roamed from her fishtail to the sides of her waist and abdomen, and Qingxi could distinctly feel the softness of her back rubbing against him, nearly pushing him to his limits. Oblivious to the turmoil Qingxi was experiencing, Luo Chuchu finished putting on the sleep pants and layered them with a pair of knee-length safety shorts, repeating this process 5 times as she had ample supply. Once again, she silently thanked the divine being who had granted her this golden opportunity. Thankfully, Luo Chuchu was aware of her struggle with weight loss, yet gaining weight was remarkably easy. Thus, she had purchased the sleep pants and safety shorts in larger sizes. Only when the last pair of safety shorts was awkwardly secured did she cease her actions. In truth, she had wished to add even more layers, but she was concerned that another layer would make it impossible to wear the safety shorts. She certainly did not want to be running around in adult-sized diapers, not even in a beastly world. Moreover, there was a significant drawback to this manner of dressing. Once the sleep pants absorbed water, they became exceedingly heavy. The waist and backside bulged out, resembling a Michelin tire wrapped around her. Finally, Luo Chuchu added a pair of athletic shorts on top, completing her attire. Contemplating, Luo Chuchu shyly inquired of Qingxi, "Can they still smell it?" Qingxi was about to ask her if she had stopped the bleeding, as the scent had lessened considerably, although he noticed that she seemed to be heavier. Hearing her question, Qingxi shook his head. "I can still smell it, but the scent is faint now. Others should not be able to detect it." Relieved by Qingxi's response, Luo Chuchu sighed deeply. While this ordeal had utterly ruined her already unremarkable image, there was still the principle that in extraordinary times, one should not be overly concerned with minor details. Just as she thought she had resolved one crisis, the large white rabbit suddenly shouted, "Sister, they are catching up." Luo Chuchu turned her head, but given her mediocre eyesight and the limited angle from which she was crouched, she could not see the individuals the rabbit referred to. "Are they very close?" "Yes, they're very close. If we do not accelerate, we will be caught." At this, Qingxi's back muscles tensed further, and his tail flicked more vigorously. Luo Chuchu gritted her teeth, lying on Qingxi's back, aware that he was already swimming with great effort. However, with his tail fin compromised, he was not as swift as he would be in peak condition. Additionally, Luo Chuchu and the large white rabbit could not remain submerged in the water, forcing Qingxi to swim on the surface, which inevitably slowed him down. If it were just Qingxi alone, he would undoubtedly evade their pursuers. Following the dead shrimp and crab bodies, Ma Shu pursued until he reached the edge of the Flower Sea. From above, he spotted the bodies of the Sea Clan beasts trapped among the rocks. The corpses had lost their human form, aside from the merfolk. They were merely a heap of seafood, emitting a foul stench, evidently having been dead for some time. Without hesitation, Ma Shu leaped into the water. The moment he submerged, he caught a faint, familiar metallic scent amid the repulsive odor. It was from the young female. Was she injured? A surge of rage coursed through Ma Shu as he forcefully swished his long tail, following the scent of the Sea Clan beasts. The Sea Clan members were drawing closer, now within a distance that Luo Chuchu could see if she turned around. "Qingxi, head towards the shore. We must reach land. We cannot remain in the sea any longer." Upon hearing Luo Chuchu's words, a flicker of panic crossed Qingxi's eyes, and his heart twisted in pain. He feared that he could not protect Chuchu in the sea. What would happen on land? But with those behind them relentlessly pursuing, Qingxi understood that this was their only path, perhaps offering a glimmer of hope. Regardless, Chuchu absolutely must not fall into the hands of the Sea Clan. Otherwise, closing his eyes, Qingxi reopened them with a resolute expression, as if making an important decision, and turned to swim towards the Sea Clan's territory. This is indeed a perilous decision. It is not that Qingxi does not wish to seek other locations, but rather that in the vast expanse of the Disiang Songhai, he knows of only this one place that allows for the quickest landing. As the distance narrows, the Heijin Run You beastmen, who have been relentlessly pursuing them, naturally become aware of the presence of the small female on Qingxi's back. Seeing that Qingxi is willing to exert himself to the utmost rather than enter the water, he deduces the identity of that small female. It is astonishing that Qingxi would encounter a female in a place as treacherous as Shuyue Bay, and moreover, a terrestrial female at that. He even ventured alone into the heart of the sea to seize ice for her and ambushed his own kin along the way. Truly, he is an anomaly from the North Yuan, inherently lowly, yet he dares to transgress the taboos of their aquatic kin by associating with a terrestrial female. Such a being, how could he be worthy of possessing the ice crystal blue blood? The Heijin Runyu was preparing to devise a plan for capture when he noticed Qingxi unexpectedly changing direction towards their established sea territory, which struck him as amusing. This is perfect. Initially, they had thought capturing him would require considerable effort due to their unfamiliarity with the Blood Moon Bay. But now that Qingxi has foolishly delivered himself to their doorstep, it would be a waste not to accept his generous offering. Continuing their leisurely pursuit, the Heijin Runyu appeared self-assured, as though Qingxi were already a fish on his chopping block, unable to escape. However, after a while, the Heijin Runyu suddenly recalled Qingxi's current 4th-tier strength and the ice crystal blue blood he possessed. If they were to reach the sea territory and encounter other aquatic beastmen, there was no guarantee that those ancient relics would not harbor ulterior motives upon witnessing Qingxi's power. For instance, they might seek to preserve his life. Moreover, given that there are quite a few fourth-tier individuals within their clan, should they learn of Qingxi's ice crystal blue blood, they might even compete with him. Would he not then be sewing clothing for someone else? With this thought, the Heijin Runyu ceased merely following behind and began to launch sporadic attacks on Qingxi ahead. The attacks were calculated precisely, impeding his speed while draining his energy. Yet they were not intended to inflict fatal harm. Although the ice crystal blue blood of a deceased could still be utilized, it would not be nearly as effective as when the individual was alive, which is why the Heijin Runyu was not inclined to kill Qingxi just yet. Feeling the impending threat, Qingxi swiftly evaded an incoming water blade. The suddenness of the attack caused Luo Chuchu, who had been cautiously holding onto Qingxi's neck, to lose her grip, sending her flying a considerable distance. Be careful. Qingxi reached out and pulled her back. Hold on tightly. Do not let go. Luo Chuchu's face turned pale as she grasped Qingxi's shoulder firmly to avoid being thrown off again. The large white rabbit on the board was anxious, yet aware that he could not be of assistance, so he closed his eyes and feigned death, striving to minimize his presence. He understood that if he did not attract the attention of those individuals, he would not become a target of their attacks, thus preventing any hindrance to the merman. Primarily, the large white rabbit was acutely aware that Luo Chuchu cared for him, yet the merman seemed indifferent. If he were to truly become a burden, the merman would likely abandon him without a second thought. Seeing how protective Qingxi was of Luo Chuchu, the Heijin Runyu understood the implications, and a cruel smile flashed in his eyes. Although the beast world has its own rules, forbidding beastmen from harming females without reason, if it were an accident, it would be a different matter altogether. After all, life is filled with unexpected occurrences, is it not? As long as it appears acceptable on the surface, that is all that matters. Just like how their aquatic kin would engage in the consumption of females secretly, often under the pretense of providing for them, with meticulous efforts to maintain confidentiality. Among the entire aquatic kin, aside from a few high-ranking, evolved beastmen, the rest of the clan remained oblivious to this matter. Those who were aware were undoubtedly involved in the consumption of female flesh. Everyone was complicit. They were too preoccupied with covering up their tracks to be foolish enough to proclaim this matter publicly. As for the beast god's curse, how vast is the beast world? The beast god is busy every day. When would he have the time to monitor whether a particular beastman adheres to the regulations? He does not possess countless eyes. In the eyes of the Heijin Runyu, this was merely a case of former females exaggerating their circumstances for their own safety, hoping to compel beastmen to willingly protect them. It is laughable that later generations took this to heart, even venerating it as a principle. Despite being male, the Heijin Runyu is a thoroughgoing anti-female beastman, wholly devoted to advancement. It is precisely because he is of above-average strength and has consistently refrained from taking a mate that he was nominated as the clan leader. Otherwise, if a mated beastman were elected as leader, one could not guarantee that he would not favor his own faction. Moreover, the Heijin Runyu's demands are not particularly high. Aside from a certain degree of resource allocation, he only requires the hearts of females for consumption during each occasion. This price, in exchange for the balance among the 4 branches of the Merman clan, seems quite reasonable. However, what they do not realize is that the Heijin Runyu's ambitions extend beyond merely being the leader of the Merman clan. He aspires to be the sovereign of the entire sea territory. Returning to the present, having grasped Qingxi's vulnerabilities, the Heijin Runyu once again launched his attack, deliberately misdirecting his skills. While it appeared that he was still targeting Qingxi, the true objective was the Luo Chuchu on his back. When danger struck again, Qingxi skillfully evaded once more. In that instant, however, Luo Chuchu let out a terrified scream. Hearing her cry, Qingxi's heart tightened, and he quickly inquired, what happened? Upon feeling the deep gash on his trousers, which had even cut through layers of sleepwear, Luo Chuchu felt a pang of anxiety and did not dare to conceal the truth from Qingxi. Just now, a knife sliced through my trousers. Up until that point, Luo Chuchu had still believed it was merely an accident, not considering the possibility of it being a deliberate act. Fortunately, her trousers were thick enough. Otherwise, what had been torn would not be just her sleepwear soaked in seawater, but rather her very skin. Yet, Qingxi, being astute, immediately surmised that the Heijin Runyu was likely employing a tactic of diversion. His true aim was to strike at the Chuchu on his back. Just then, another disturbance arose behind them. Qingxi's gaze sharpened as he swiftly pulled Luo Chu into the water. Simultaneously, he submerged himself, pressing his lips tightly against Luo Chu's to share air with her. The urgency of the situation left no time for Qingxi to inform Luo Chu. She was still preoccupied with examining the cut on her rear, and consequently, she unexpectedly gulped down seawater. Thankfully, Qingxi's timely intervention spared her from choking on more. In the very moment they submerged, a blade of wind sliced swiftly through the water's surface, dissipating far into the breeze. That angle was aimed directly at Luo Chu's head. Had Qingxi's reaction been a fraction slower, Luo Chu would have already met her demise. Feeling the sensation on her lips, Luo Chu gradually opened her eyes, only to be met with Qingxi's handsome face. Suddenly, her eyes brightened. Qingxi's face has improved. Aside from a crescent-shaped scar the size of a fingernail on his cheekbone, the remaining dark spikes had vanished. Even her skin had returned to its original state, so delicate that not a single pore was visible. Luo Chu felt a surge of excitement in her heart, leaning back slightly as she opened her mouth to speak, only to sputter out a stream of bubbles instead. She hastily raised her hand to cover her mouth, holding her breath. Qingxi, noticing her predicament, slightly parted his lips and blew a bubble that enveloped her head, witnessing herself encased in a layer of misty, transparent film. Luo Chu slowly relaxed her hand from her mouth, realizing she could breathe freely underwater and even speak without discomfort. Rushing to embrace Qingxi, her voice brimmed with delight. Qingxi, your face is completely healed. You look just as handsome as before, perhaps even more so. The crimson crescent mark added a touch of wildness and untamed charm to his otherwise jade-like visage. In truth, Qingxi had sensed this transformation long before amidst the rocky outcrops. It wasn't merely a physical change. His strength had also reached the pinnacle of the 4th tier, with only a single opportunity needed for him to ascend to the 5th tier. However, the moment he chose to advance, he would become exceedingly vulnerable, necessitating a secure environment, which was clearly not the case at present. Moreover, his fears materialized as that group of beastmen indeed targeted Chu, which was why he refrained from confronting them head-on. As they submerged, the gleam of amusement in the black golden merman's eyes intensified. The thrill of toying with his prey was exhilarating. He relished watching them scramble in panic. Compelled to flee, with a powerful flick of his tail, he sent forth several blades of wind. After narrowly evading them, a shallow cut appeared on Qingxi's arm, which he initially intended to ignore, but soon noticed a tuft of Luo Chu's hair that had been severed. Now enraged, Qingxi could hardly contain himself. How dare these sea creatures brazenly harm a female? With a forceful flick of his tail, he leaped above the water's surface, swiftly propelling a plank far ahead. The unsuspecting giant white rabbit, feigning death on the plank, was inexplicably lifted into the air, gliding for a brief moment before crashing back into the ocean. Gripping the plank tightly, it bounced with the waves, leaving the rabbit dazed and confused. After tossing the rabbit aside to spare it from harm, when Qingxi re-entered the water, countless bubbles erupted around him. Before those bubbles dissipated, his tail swiftly lashed out, transforming the bubbles into countless water spears aimed at the beastmen behind him. The black golden merman was taken aback, not expecting Qingxi to resist him at such a moment. The sharp water spears radiated heat, reflecting in his dark golden eyes, prompting him to dodge, albeit with a moment's delay. A few of the searing water spears pierced through one side of his ear, not only puncturing it, but also creating a significant gash that oozed dark blue blood. Feeling the loss of half his ear, the merman was astonished. Despite sharing the same 4th tier strength, he had barely managed to evade Qingxi's attack. Unlike fish fins, a merman's ear could not regenerate once damaged. Covering the side of his ear that remained, the merman's earlier mocking demeanor vanished, replaced by a fierce determination. Seeking death. Qingxi, as if you don't want me dead. Aware that his actions had provoked those behind him, Qingxi remained unfazed. It was a life-and-death opposition. There was no reason for him to be the only one attacked. Dodging the incoming water spears, the black golden merman shouted to his comrades, "Charge! Kill them!" Cursing the living ice crystal blue blood, all the merman desired was to eliminate Qingxi instantly and drain his blood for his own gain. After issuing the command, the merman surged forward, evading attacks while unleashing wind blades. The beastmen, lacking his strength, hurriedly pursued Qingxi upon receiving the order, waiting for an opportune moment to unleash their skills. Qingxi felt fatigued. He was juggling the task of thwarting the pursuing beastmen while dodging the wind blades. needing to swim forward while also being vigilant of the movements behind him. Maintaining such multitasking was only sustainable for a brief period. Prolonging it would be impossible. Upon hearing the Black Golden Merman's declaration, he tightened his grip around Luo Chuchu. Chuchu, they're about to launch a combined assault on us. I will release my hold to move more freely. You must cling to me tightly. Hearing the impending attack, Luo Chuchu's heart tightened, cursing silently for the impending danger. No, she could not allow Qingxi to face them alone. Should anything happen to him, neither of them would escape the ocean alive, and the giant white rabbit would perish alongside them. As Qingxi accelerated and evaded, Luo Chuchu quickly contemplated her options. Suddenly, she grit her teeth, realizing how foolish she had been to forget the items in her spatial realm. Leaning closer to Qingxi's ear, she whispered, "Once we resurface, you swim ahead, and I will handle them." Qingxi frowned in disapproval, glancing at the diminishing bubble above her head, preparing to blow her another one. "Don't be reckless. That merman won't spare you simply because you are female." The cut on her sleep pants still lingered, whether it was from the gash or not. Even without exposing flesh, Luo Chuchu felt a chilling sensation in that area. Now aware that she did not enjoy the privileges of femininity among the sea beast men, she certainly did not expect them to spare her. As she watched Qingxi blow a larger bubble, she abruptly popped it, quickly explaining, "Have you forgotten the treehouse in my spatial realm? You don't need to blow bubbles for me. Just get us to the surface. The moment they show themselves, I will strike them down." The rationale for surfacing was simple. The treehouse would inflict greater damage from above, while underwater it would only serve to hinder them. Qingxi remembered that they had managed to break free earlier precisely because Luo Chuchu had launched that treehouse. However, regardless of what Qingxi intended to say, Luo Chuchu decisively proclaimed, "That's the plan. Hurry up, they're closing in." With her insistence, Qingxi complied, returning to the surface before her bubble dissipated. Frustrated by yet another missed attack, the Black Golden Merman roared at his subordinates, "What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and catch up." The beast men internally lamented. They lacked their leader's strength, and even their tails were significantly smaller than his and Qingxi's, making it difficult to keep pace. Yet, fully aware of their leader's volatile temper, they dared not voice their grievances and could only exert themselves to close the distance. Upon surfacing, Qingxi continued to shield Luo Chuchu in front of him, allowing only her head to break the surface. Luo Chuchu rested her chin on Qingxi's shoulder, her eyes keenly observing the situation behind them. Thankfully, the Black Golden Merman refrained from launching another attack, likely biding his time until all his comrades could surround them before striking. With a smile curling at the corners of her lips, Luo Chuchu thought this was perfect. They would gradually slow down, allowing the distance to close without appearing too conspicuous. All right. Following Luo Chuchu's instructions, Qingxi reduced the amplitude of his tail's movements, nervously glancing back now and then, feigning a struggle. As they passed by the dazed Abaitu, Qingxi swiftly freed one hand to push the wooden board forward, albeit at a slower pace. The black gold merfolk behind him rejoiced at this sight, urging quickly. P.S. losing strength. Everyone, speed up. Finally, as they were nearing the territory of the aquatic clan, the distance between the two teams had diminished sufficiently for the orcs at the back to unleash their skills. At that moment, Qingxi feigned an acceleration, causing the black gold merfolk to lose their restraint. Now, attack him with all your might. Observing the majority of the aquatic orcs gradually converge around the commanding Huang Mao, Luo Chuchu narrowed her eyes and stealthily extended her hand. Suddenly, she raised her hand high before bringing it down with great force. A thunderous crash resounded as a massive treehouse plummeted from the sky, its gnarled roots crashing down upon the area most densely populated by the orcs. The aquatic orcs launched a barrage of skills with fervor, only to have them all strike the roots of the colossal tree, sending them tumbling into the water. The black gold merfolk, possessing fourth-tier strength, swiftly evaded the falling tree at the last moment, though the tremendous shockwave pushed him back considerably. After releasing the giant tree, Luo Chuchu maintained her grip on a branch. Just before the familiar giant wave approached, she once again stored the tree in her space, and they were swept far away by the wave. Fortunately, both she and the black gold merfolk were propelled in opposite directions, thereby increasing the distance between the two parties significantly. Watching the distant, wavering silhouettes, the black gold merfolk furiously slapped the water surface. Narrowing his eyes, he gradually submerged himself, unleashing a series of sharp sounds. Being of the merfolk clan, Qingxi understood the meaning behind these cries. This was not good. He was calling for help. Luo Chu gritted her teeth. How shameless. If he can't win, he resorts to summoning others. How far are we from shore? Qingxi frowned, estimating that they still had about half the distance to cover. Luo Chu pursed her lips, glancing at the time in her space. They had just fled for their lives, and Qingxi had not rested even for a moment, swimming tirelessly for nearly 5 hours to reach this point. With half the distance still remaining, wouldn't that mean they had to swim for another 2.5 hours? Feeling utterly exhausted despite not exerting herself, Luo Chu knew that Qingxi would be even more fatigued. Noticing the worry in her eyes, Qingxi gently reassured her, "Do not fret. I still have the strength to swim and will ensure your safe passage to land." As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Chu detected something amiss and anxiously asked, "What do you mean by you? Aren't you coming with us? Please don't abandon us. I don't want to be separated from you." As she spoke, tears suddenly streamed down her face, causing Qingxi's heart to ache. He quickly comforted her. Chu, do not cry. Please listen to me. Although that person does not favor terrestrial females, as long as you leave the aquatic realm, the people of the sea will not dare to act openly against you. Therefore, I will first escort you to land, and I will instruct the long-eared beast to find a safe place for you. You have provisions and water in your space. Hide there for a while. Once I have drawn those individuals away, I will come to find you. Remember, no matter what happens, I will never abandon you. I only want you." Upon hearing Qingxi's words, Luo Chu could not stop her tears, yet she protested, "But there are so many of them. And you are alone. What if they capture you?" Wrapping her tightly in his embrace, Qingxi spoke with a light-hearted tone in her ear. "That won't happen. With Han being in your possession, even if I were captured, they would realize I possess nothing they desire and would likely do nothing more than give me a beating." Chapter 93. Not just for Han Bing, a change of head? Luo Chu's chin rested on Qingxi's shoulder, preventing her from seeing the sorrowful expression etched on his face as he uttered those words in such a cheerful tone. He harbored a sense of foreboding. However, Luo Chu remained unaware, believing that the mention of the millennia-old ice was the root of their troubles, and thus, the solution seemed simple. What if I just hand over the Hanbing? Would it let us go? Regret filled Luo Chu's heart. Had she known that this Hanbing would cause such chaos, she would have stopped Qingxi from seeking it in the first place. What did it matter if it was the double sun day? Surely, they could devise a plan to deal with the heat later. Qingxi had been gravely injured while obtaining the ice, nearly losing his face in the process, and now encumbered by so many pursuers. The thought of being separated for any length of time filled her with anger. If they were in a different place, and Qingxi was not by her side, Luo Chu could not fathom how she would endure the long days in the orc world. Sensing her thoughts, Qingxi answered directly, "They will not." Luo Chu was puzzled. Why not? Aren't they after the Hanbing? Was it truly only about the Hanbing? Initially, Qingxi had shared the same belief, but he no longer thought so. If it truly were just about the Hanbing, the leader of the merfolk would not need to personally pursue him. He had no mate to appease. Moreover, it was no secret that the leader of the merfolk had never favored females. Qingxi later deduced that the leader's involvement could either be to avenge the fallen or for something else, likely something he possessed. Reflecting on the leader of the Fish Clan's character, Qingxi did not believe he would seek revenge for those unrelated to him, suggesting that the latter possibility was more plausible. Yet, what could he possibly desire from him? Was it for the beast crystal? That certainly seemed plausible, as the orc who had pursued him and attempted to seize the Han Bing had mentioned wanting him to surrender the beast crystal. However, given that the leader was also 4th tier, his beast crystal would not hold significant value to him. With these thoughts racing through his mind, Qingxi glanced back, noting that the leader of the merfolk had already been left far behind. Yet he knew the leader was still following him. Quickly sorting through his thoughts, Qingxi refrained from sharing these concerns with Luo Chu. After a brief pause, he articulated the answer he had long considered. "I belong to the same clan as them. They may not necessarily wish to kill me. However, if you remain in the aquatic realm, I fear they may target you. What if they use you to threaten me?" Though he refrained from uttering the latter part of his statement, Luo Chu comprehended the implication. Those individuals were so shameless. Given the opportunity, they would undoubtedly use her to coerce Qingxi, which would only endanger him further. "Do not worry about me. You know I swim very fast, and if it's just me, it will be easier to escape." Luo Chu recognized the truth in his words. Remaining with the Dabai would only hinder Qingxi. Raising her head, her face glistening with moisture, she could not distinguish whether it was seawater or tears. "Then promise me you will come to find me." Qingxi flicked his tail, lowering his gaze to meet hers. "I promise. As soon as I shake them off, I'll come and find you. What if you can't shake them off? Luo Chu continued to ask. But the land is so vast. How will you ensure you can find me? Do you remember the totem you secretly drew on the cave wall? Her totem? Was it the simple sketch of a plump girl sitting on a mermaid's tail? But how did Qingxi know about it? That had been drawn on the very first night they moved in. Something Luo Chu intended to show him upon his return from fetching the ice, hoping he would find it appealing enough to draw on the curtain at the cave entrance. The mermaid within is Qingxi, and the chubby girl is none other than Luo Chu herself. That is the curtain design she created for their first home. Not hearing a response from Luo Chu, Qingxi smiled and asked, "Do you remember now? Your painting is exquisite." Luo Chu's voice was muffled as she replied, "But you haven't even looked closely. It was washed away by the sea." Qingxi gently tousled her soft hair and added, "Ah, I forgot to tell you, advanced beastmen have remarkably sensitive senses. The merfolk, having lived in water for so long, can see quite clearly even in darkness. When we reach land, you could draw a totem like that in places we pass. Or tie a bough on a tree as you mentioned, and I will follow it to find you." Luo Chu sniffled and said, "All right, if I find you, shall we become partners?" Qingxi had always believed that Luo Chu was still underage, so he had not rushed to bring up this matter. However, recalling the sweet fragrance he had just sensed, Qingxi felt a pang of bitterness. If only they had met earlier, perhaps they would already be partners. But considering their current predicament, perhaps it was for the best that they had missed that opportunity. With a partner's mark, they would form a bond that could sense each other's emotions, and should anything happen to him, Luo Chu would surely feel sorrow. Reflecting on this, he was oddly relieved that Luo Chu had only just come of age today. Luo Chu did not respond to Qingxi. Instead, she cupped his face in her hands and leaned in to plant a firm kiss on his lips. After a brief moment, their lips parted, and Luo Chu looked at Qingxi earnestly, declaring, "No ifs. You must come find me." A radiant smile graced Qingxi's face, for he knew that Luo Chu had consented. They hurriedly exchanged a few more words, and just as they were about to enter the realm of the sea folk, Qingxi shook the long-eared beast on the wooden board. In truth, the large white rabbit had already awakened when Qingxi pushed the board again. Groggily, he caught sight of a beautiful face and mistakenly thought that his elder sister had changed so quickly. However, upon hearing the name, he realized it was still Qingxi. It turned out there was no change, only the ugly beast man had swapped heads. The two of them continued to be engrossed in each other, with neither showing any intention of paying attention to him. The large white rabbit, feeling dizzy, remained silent. Qingxi earnestly instructed the large white rabbit on many matters, emphasizing the importance of protecting and taking care of Luo Chu. The large white rabbit nodded reluctantly. It was not that he was unwilling, but rather that he felt Qingxi overestimated his own strength. Yet, given the somber atmosphere, he refrained from uttering any ominous words, not wanting to admit that he was intimidated by the mermaid's penetrating gaze. While Qingxi and the others hastened toward land, the formidable Mo Shu pursued them from behind. With a strength 2 tiers higher, he covered the distance in just over half the time it took Qingxi and the others. Passing through the waters that Luo Chu had struck with a giant tree, Mo Shu noticed a mass of rotting branches and leaves floating on the surface, their breakpoints still fresh, as if cut by a sharp instrument. This only confirmed to him that the sea folk were not only after the little female. Could that mermaid beastman still be alive? As he pondered, a rich, enticing scent wafted through the air, causing Mo Shu to halt abruptly and swim back, tail flicking. With his long, fair hand, he picked up a piece of cloth caught on a dead branch, his striking purple eyes narrowing sharply. This cloth belonged to the little female. When he had seen her, she had been wrapped in this peculiar garment. Observing the dark red stains of blood upon it, Mo Shu's grip tightened, his purple eyes turning crimson, as if ready to unleash fire. He stowed the piece of fabric safely in his space, his heart racing with anxiety as he accelerated in pursuit. How did the little female's clothing end up here? There was so much blood. She must be injured, and severely at that. If Luo Chu were to know that her sleepwear bag, which she had carelessly tossed onto the giant tree, had been ejected along with the dirty pants, she would certainly be more cautious next time. After swimming for over an hour, Qingxi and the others had fully entered the sea domain. The good news was they were drawing closer to land, and Luo Chu could even see some distant silhouettes. However, the bad news was that the necessary waters leading to land were heavily guarded by numerous sea folk beastmen. Although they had anticipated such a situation, seeing it in reality still filled Luo Chu with trepidation. How could she not be afraid? Previously, she had only encountered normal people, and although Qingxi was a mermaid, he at least had a human face. The large white rabbit could speak human language, but his form was that of a pure rabbit. Now, standing before them were beings with turtle shells on their backs, others with antennae protruding from their heads, some with human torsos but squid-like lower halves, and bizarre creatures with long, drooping noses that hung down to their chests. Luo Chuchu swallowed hard, cursing the sour, cabbage-like fish that was pursuing them. Could they not have sensed something resembling a normal person? Were they trying to frighten her to death with this menagerie of oddities? At that moment, Luo Chuchu suddenly understood why the merfolk were so popular in the sea domain. It turned out that aside from the merfolk, who were relatively normal, the rest were merely a collection of strange beings. However, this also indirectly confirmed that the marine resources of this sea domain were indeed abundant. Facing them was a row of massive turtle shells belonging to the Yuan tribe, serving as their mobile shields, while behind them were primarily merfolk. Those standing in front, wielding bow knives and rallying, were essentially the odd creatures. These beings had been summoned by the Black Gold Mermaid, and upon seeing Qingxi and the others approach, they charged in without hesitation. Meanwhile, the Black Gold Mermaid and her entourage of beastmen hastened to catch up, just as they were about to be truly ensnared. The large white rabbit shielded Luo Chuchu with one ear, while the other unfolded like a steel plate, fiercely batting at the low-tier beastmen rushing towards them. Qingxi unleashed his full power to counter the more formidable ranged attackers, while also keeping a portion of his focus on preventing any surprise assaults on Luo Chuchu and the long-eared beast. Although these sea folk beastmen were of lower rank, their sheer numbers meant that Qingxi and the large white rabbit could only barely hold their ground. Seeing that one person and one rabbit were struggling, some of the beastmen submerged themselves in the water, preparing to attack the wooden board that Luo Chuchu and the others were standing on. Qingxi was entangled with the more powerful foes, leaving the large white rabbit to handle those on the surface, unable to assist with those who had submerged. Luo Chuchu, anxiously observing from the side, suddenly spotted an ugly face with sharp teeth and wide-set eyes reflected in the clear water. Initially startled, she quickly realized what it was and hastily drew out the long, sharp bone knife to stab at that repulsive face. Having a handy weapon was a blessing. She had successfully drawn first blood. However, Luo Chuchu's expression darkened further, for aside from the fear stemming from taking a life, she noticed that more and more grotesque faces were emerging in the water. Thinking of Qingxi and the large white rabbit fighting desperately, she gritted her teeth and tightened her grip on the bone knife, her face pale as she continued to stab. Like a frenzied game of whack-a-mole, Luo Chuchu lost count of how many times she had drawn blood. Yet, an endless stream of monsters kept surfacing, attempting to assault their wooden board. If it were not for the thickness of this board, it would likely have shattered into pieces by now. Stealing a glance at the distance between herself and the Heijin Renyu, Qingxi suddenly lifted both Lu Chuchu and the big white rabbit under her arms, and then leapt out of the water with great force. Upon entering the water, she used her tail to slap the thick wooden board upright, propelling it directly toward the row of Yuan clan orcs, serving as a shield. The sturdy board smashed into the foremost Yuan orc, creating a gaping hole, yet it failed to inflict significant harm on the merfolk standing behind them. However, the merfolk orcs did not anticipate the countless searing water spikes that followed closely behind the board. With a series of splashes, the orcs caught behind the gap cried out in agony, collapsing in droves. Upon witnessing this, Qingxi quickly dashed forward, clutching the two of them, attempting to break through before the Heijin Renyu could join forces with them. Perhaps they had not expected Qingxi to charge so boldly. This attempt was, surprisingly, successful. Concerned that Lu Chuchu might choke on water again, Qingxi adjusted their positions, turning their faces toward the surface. As they surged forward, recalling how they had been swept far away after tossing the giant tree, Lu Chuchu felt a surge of determination. "I'm going to throw the tree." Upon hearing Lu Chuchu's declaration, Qingxi swiftly shifted to a reclining position. With a resounding thud, the dense branches of the giant tree came crashing down upon the surrounding sea orcs that had encircled them. The broad trunk, with its complex roots and uneven branches, not only sent the orcs flying, but also pierced through some of them. The proximity of the encounter resulted in greater repercussions for the trio, as a massive wave knocked Lu Chuchu off balance, causing her to almost fail in retracting the giant tree. Just as she managed to pull the tree back, an unidentified object collided with her from an unknown direction, causing her to lose consciousness. Chapter 95. Another catastrophe, the silver-haired youth. The Heijin Rinyu, who had just arrived, widened their eyes in astonishment at the suddenly appearing tree spirit, fearing they would be sent flying once again, cursing inwardly how difficult these individuals were to pursue. The pursuing Mashu, realizing the presence of numerous sea orcs ahead, was consumed by rage and lashed out his tail, summoning a massive wave. Just as the Heijin Rinyu thought they could only wait for the oncoming wave, a tremendous commotion erupted behind them. The Heijin Rinyu felt a surge of hope, thinking that with the refreshing push from behind, they would not be swept too far this time. A hasty glance back revealed a sudden darkness, and before they knew it, they were propelled forward. This unexpectedly fulfilled their desire to not be swept too far back, even propelling them a considerable distance ahead. However, to the Heijin Rinyu, it would have been preferable to simply endure the impact of the previous wave. At most, they would have merely increased the distance. Now, with a powerful force behind and a colossal wave ahead, the Heijin Rinyu found themselves caught between two immense forces, violently coughing up dark blue blood, feeling as though their insides were being churned to pieces. The waves continued to churn ahead, while Mashu desperately thrashed his tail, turning the vast sea into chaos. With a heavy blow dealt to the Heijin Rinyu, Mashu, having regained his balance, still felt unsatisfied, grasping Luchuchu's bloodied clothing with a fierce gaze. He unleashed a fierce attack on the sea orcs, seeking retribution for the little female. The sea orcs, unaccustomed to such ferocity, fled in terror. Far more savage than any fearsome sea monster, countless sea orcs began to scatter after regaining their senses, and Mashu, seeing this, pursued the scent of Luchuchu's blood. Along the way, he slaughtered sea orcs while searching for Luchuchu's whereabouts, even if it was just a corpse. The tumultuous waters stirred into a frenzy, failing to return to calm for a long time. Various hues of blood converged, creating a kaleidoscopic spectacle, marking yet another catastrophe for the Sea Clan throughout the centuries. On another note, when the unidentified object collided, the trio was ultimately scattered by the waves. As Luchuchu neared a collision, Qingxi reacted quickly, absorbing most of the impact for her, but was also knocked unconscious. Gradually sinking, Qingxi furrowed her brow, her eyes tightly shut, strange red patterns occasionally surfacing on her body. The waters stirred by Mashu continued to roll, the waves sweeping along large fish, pushing her slowly toward the magnificent palace at the ocean's depths. In her unconscious state, Qingxi struggled to open her eyes, but they remained stubbornly shut. In her mind, she replayed the last moment before closing her eyes, as if she had forcefully pushed Luchuchu toward the shore, uncertain whether they had successfully escaped. Meanwhile, Luchuchu, who was also thinking of Qingxi, was jolted awake by pain. Every part of her felt excruciatingly sore, as if her bones were being torn apart, making it difficult to even breathe. Wasn't being a female in the beast world supposed to involve simply eating, drinking, and nurturing handsome males to bear offspring? Why was her fate so turbulent? Just as Luchuchu attempted to calm herself, a wave of humid warmth suddenly sprayed across her face, drawing nearer. Frowning, she finally opened her eyes, only to be met with the sight of a massive silver wolf's head, a scar near its eye, bearing menacingly white fangs, glaring at her with ferocity. Sanghu. I merely displayed a look of confusion. How did it turn into a fierce glare? Luchuchu, having narrowly escaped being swallowed by the sea, now faced the imminent threat of becoming a wolf's meal. Her little life was fraught with challenges. In a panic, Luchuchu instinctively screamed, but when she opened her mouth, only a hoarse, raspy sound emerged, akin to a broken gong. The harsh sound startled the silver wolf, causing its pupils to constrict, stepping back with a mix of caution and revulsion, appearing even more ferocious. Qingxi had done everything to protect himself, and Luchuchu desperately wished to struggle for her survival, not wanting to succumb to unconsciousness again. Yet, under the adrenaline rush, her head swayed, and she fainted once more, seeing the little female faint from fright. The silver wolf head tilted in confusion before transforming into a silver-haired, youthful boy. Ahem. In the beast world, those who understand. The boy was tall, with bronze skin that accentuated his muscular frame, his features sharp and striking, with a prominent nose and thin lips. A light scar adorned his forehead, enhancing his rugged handsomeness. Coupled with his silver eyes that emanated an aura of danger, he appeared quite formidable. Contrasting with his imposing presence, he wore a tattered animal skin skirt, aged and worn, revealing that it had been worn for a long time. This incongruous mix gave the impression of a privileged young master stealthily donning a servant's attire, attempting to sneak out of his home. While Luchuchu lay in a deep slumber, she dreamt of being pursued by a gargantuan wolf head, desperately attempting to escape, but feeling as if bound, unable to move. As the wolf head drew closer, its fangs glistening with crimson blood, Luchuchu cried out in terror for help. "No, don't come closer. Qingxi, save me. No." Awakened from the nightmare, Luchuchu opened her eyes, cold sweat trickling down her forehead. Once she regained her composure, she glanced around, realizing she was in a pitch-black cave. What was this heavy, damp weight pressing down on her? It was suffocating her. Enduring the pain, she propped herself up with her arm and, lowering her gaze, noticed that her body was wrapped in thick, plush, damp rabbit ears. The Dabai-2. Grasping the soft fur, she followed the ears to see the Dabai-2 lying there intact. Although there were a few traces of blood, she could faintly observe the rise and fall of its chest, which relieved Luo Chu-Chu. Thankfully, it was still alive. She almost feared she had inadvertently torn off the Dabai-2's ears. Luo Chu-Chu reached out to tug at the ears, attempting to detach them. But the Dabai-2 was wrapped too tightly, and her efforts proved futile. Lacking strength, she could only slowly move beside the Dabai-2 to awaken it. Rabbit, please wake up. It's time to eat." The Dabai-2 stirred its mouth, then turned its head, retching violently as it expelled seawater. Luo Chu-Chu hurriedly patted its back. "How are you? Do you feel better after throwing up?" Upon recognizing her voice, the Dabai-2 opened its eyes, tears streaming down as it gasped. "Sister, it hurts. I'm in so much pain." Hearing the Dabai-2's anguished moans, Luo Chu-Chu felt a wave of panic wash over her. While checking for injuries, she asked, "What's wrong? What does it hurt?" After searching for a long time, she found no significant wounds on the Dabai-2's day. It weakly replied, "My back, my rear, my legs, everything hurts." Luo Chu-Chu felt the same, initially thinking it wasn't severe. "Release your ears, lie down, and let me check." Obediently, the Dabai-2 retracted its ears and, with Luo Chu-Chu's assistance, lay down. As she examined its back, tears quickly filled her eyes, and she fearfully covered her mouth to stifle a gasp. The sight of its back, extending down to its short legs, was a gruesome mess of blood and flesh, with the most damage evident on its plump white rear. It seemed as though the curve of its backside was nearly flattened. The wound was filled with sand, stones, and bits of twigs and grass, indicating a severe injury. It didn't appear to be caused by the sea, but rather seemed like the result of being dragged while running. Both she and the Dabai-2 were injured. The thought of she made Luo Chu-Chu's tears flow freely. In a flurry, she wiped her eyes and hastily retrieved clean water and iodine gauze from her space. Overwhelmed with urgency, she had forgotten their current location, her mind solely focused on cleaning the Dabai-2's wounds while worrying about Qingxi. Although she and the Dabai-2 were temporarily safe, where was Qingxi? Had she escaped the clutches of the sea beastmen? The debris in the wound needed to be cleaned, and since water alone wouldn't suffice, Luo Chu-Chu resorted to using her hands to dig out any remnants. If left inside, the wound would surely fester. The Dabai-2 whimpered softly, "Sister, it hurts. I'm in so much pain." Gritting her teeth, Luo Chu-Chu retrieved a stack of clean masks and held them to the Dabai-2's mouth. "Bite down on this. Bear with it. Once we're done, I'll make you something delicious." Her voice trembled, but the Dabai-2, in its pain, was somewhat disoriented and couldn't hear her clearly. Just as Luo Chu-Chu was applying iodine to the Dabai-2's wound, she heard a disturbance at the cave entrance. Anxiety surged within her, and she hastened her movements, pulling out her clean t-shirt to cover the Dabai-2's back before quietly edging towards the cave entrance to peek outside. As she leaned out, a pair of silver eyes met hers, startling her so much that she fell backward, landing with an embarrassing splatter as seawater sprayed everywhere. Feeling her swollen abdomen, it dawned on her why she had struggled to rise. Her body felt heavy, and sitting down didn't even hurt. As she was still wearing the waterlogged pants from the ocean, a shadow loomed over her, darkening the cave further. Luo Chu-Chu's heart raced as she slowly looked up. She recognized that the figure was a young man with silver hair. With a stiff smile, she endeavored to convey her goodwill. "Are you all right?" Songhua frowned. "Do you know me?" Just as he was puzzled, he heard the flustered correction from the little female. No, I meant to say hello. Did you save us?" Luo Chu-Chu recalled the wolf's head and wondered if the wolf was this youth or if he had chased it away. Regardless, it was highly likely that this young man had rescued them. After a long pause, the young man nodded, extending his hand towards Luo Choo-choo, revealing something dark in his palm, emitting a burnt odor. Eat this. His voice was low and pleasant, yet Luo Choo-choo's smile froze. Huh? Eat this? No. No need to be polite. Had she miscommunicated? Why was he offering her such food? Songhua thought she was rejecting the burnt offering, so he explained. It's already cooked. Just peel off the burnt layer and eat the inside. Considering the female lacked sharp claws like the beastmen, he swiftly used his finger, glimmering with a cold light, to slice away the charred exterior before handing it back. Beneath the blackened layer, a bloody red chunk of meat emerged, looking undercooked. For the first time in her life, Luo Choo-choo regretted having such keen eyesight. Suddenly, a drop of warm blood splattered onto her hand, prompting her to retract her hand hastily, her heart nearly leaping from her chest. Fearing her actions would provoke him, she quickly amended, I'm so sorry. You saved us. I should be the one cooking for you. How can I trouble you? To her surprise, Songhua's frown deepened. Had he misheard? Did this female just say she would cook for him? Ignoring the awkwardness, Luo Choo-choo scrambled to her feet, determined to prepare him a meal. Songhua reached out to stop her. Are you going out like this? You're still wet, and you have quite a strong odor. His last words brought a suspicious blush to his ears. However, Luo Choo-choo couldn't see it, her embarrassment making her toes dig into the ground as if she could burrow into the earth. Was he saying she smelled? When he noticed her gaze, the young man quickly turned away, acting as if she had offended him, causing her face to flush crimson. Stealthily, she raised her arm to sniff herself. What smell? I don't smell anything. She bathed daily and had just emerged from the ocean. Any odor should have been washed away. Yet, his expression suggested he was sincere. Luo Choo-choo glanced down at herself, finally focusing on her shoes. Could it be that her feet had gotten musty for being confined for too long? But could he really smell that? Was he part dog? Seeing Luo Choo-choo's eyes darting about, clearly confused, Songhua cleared his throat. Ahem. There is a distinct scent of blood. It's quite evident. It's quite alluring, irresistible even. He refrained from saying the last part. After a brief pause, he continued. You should address this quickly. Otherwise, it could attract other beastmen or ferocious beasts. Blood scent? Luo Choo-choo instinctively glanced at the Dabaitu, initially thinking the blood he mentioned was from when she had just cleaned its wounds. But just then, a wave of pain surged through her abdomen, and warm fluid flowed from within. Luo Choo-choo thought, damn it, how could I have forgotten about this important matter? Recently, I encountered a bug where I couldn't access my draft, couldn't view comments, and receive messages indicating I had no permission to operate, even showing that it was taken down. It startled me, but thankfully it was just a false alarm. I am grateful for everyone's support and encourage you to provide suggestions so we can brainstorm together. For those who find it difficult to accept the protagonist's weight, I can only express my apologies. In reality, there are many plus-sized women, and I am one of them. I hope that some of you refrain from using overly harsh language. Words can wound deeply and take a long time to heal. No one desires to be excessively overweight. Sometimes, the struggle to maintain a slim figure is not as evident. Thank you all. Chapter 97. Arrogance and changing clothes. Luo Choo-choo felt discomfort, slightly bending over with her hands pressed against her abdomen, her complexion turning pale. At that moment, a frail voice emerged from behind, coupled with a noticeably heavier breathing sound, resonating within the cave and creating a somewhat eerie atmosphere. Ajia, is your bottom bleeding again? I can smell it. It's quite fragrant. The last word, accompanied by the frail tone of Da Baitu, sounded rather improper. Song Hui's gaze fell upon Da Baitu before swiftly shifting back to Luo Choo-choo. At that moment, Luo Choo-choo's mind was blank, and she felt goosebumps all over her body. Shut up. Upon hearing this, Da Baitu wisely closed his eyes and feigned death. The way Luo Choo-choo uttered those two words was filled with gritted teeth, a combination of pain and anger. How could this mischievous child still have so much to say when in such agony? Determined to maintain her dignity, Luo Choo-choo prepared to send the boy out for a moment, intending to change into clean clothes. However, as she lifted her head, she caught sight of the boy with his body slightly turned, his eyes gleaming as he fixated on her. The look in his eyes mirrored that of a starving wolf gazing at a piece of meat, evoking a sense of terror in her. His gaze was too intense, causing Luo Choo-choo to hesitate in meeting his eyes. As her gaze drifted downward, she inadvertently caught a glimpse of the animal skin draped around his waist, pulsating vigorously. Was it moving continuously? Realizing what it was, Luo Choo-choo hurriedly lowered her head, her pupils dilating, and her face flushed so deeply it felt as if it could bleed. Oh my goodness! She considered herself merely a naive girl, inexperienced yet well-read in certain matters. What did he mean by that? Was it a threat? Was he a beast? The more she pondered, the more fearful she became, instinctively retreating a few steps. Initially intending to state her desire to change clothes, her words morphed into, "See, could you step outside for a moment? I need to use the restroom." Luo Chuchu thought that after expressing such an unpleasant thought, he might not have any further intentions. This time, it was not her overthinking. Rather, the boy's gaze was too frank, and his incessant motion was rather intimidating. How audacious! Meanwhile, the Baitu, feigning death, was visibly twitching at the corner of his mouth. Wait, you want to relieve yourself in the cave, yet you have the audacity to ask him to leave? How do you think that way? Luo Chuchu retorted, mind your own business. As long as he thinks it's inappropriate, that is sufficient. Understanding the tremor in her voice and noticing her inability to glance at him, Song Hui grasped the situation. He retracted his hand, feebly covering the restless animal skin skirt. When he spoke again, his voice carried a deeper, more husky tone, laced with an inexplicable allure. All right, I'll wait outside. Call me if you need anything. Luo Chuchu thought, I wouldn't dare. I would even call you if I needed to. Song Hui exited, and Luo Chuchu stealthily followed, peering outside for quite some time. She wasn't suspicious of him peeking. She was merely cautious. After observing the boy walk away, he paused under a tree for a few seconds, then moved to another tree, lingering there. She could vaguely see a suspicious curve. This back and forth happened a dozen times before he finally stood still, facing away from the cave. That posture, that angle, it certainly appeared as if he were relieving himself. Luo Chuchu was momentarily stunned. If he was indeed doing that, then what did her actions constitute? Was she a perverted voyeur? It felt morally questionable. As she chastised herself internally, she retreated back into the cave. The instant she turned, the boy glanced back quickly before resuming his previous stance. Luo Chuchu adjusted the t-shirt onto Baitu's back, pulling it over his head. The Baitu exclaimed, Ajia, what are you doing? Luo Chuchu fabricated a response. Nothing, just trying to cover your wound so it heals faster. Don't move, and don't turn your head, otherwise, your neck will break. The Baitu trembled in fear. Wait, has my head been injured too? I can't feel it. Oh no, am I losing my mind? Luo Chuchu clenched her mouth tightly, recalling the clear stream's uncertainty, which prevented her from laughing. Ignoring Baitu's rambling, she hurriedly changed into clean clothes, peeling off layer after layer of pants. While it was easy to put them on, taking them off was quite a hassle. They wouldn't come off together, nor would they separate smoothly, especially since her sleep pants were soaked and the outer layer clung tightly. It was quite troublesome. This scene felt even more painful to witness than peeling onions. After several minutes, she finally managed to remove the soaked pants. With her legs tightly pressed together, she quickly began putting on new ones. The steps were the same as before. One layer of sleep pants, followed by a layer of safety pants, like a nesting doll. After a strenuous effort, Luo Chuchu successfully donned 2 extra layers. Feeling a sense of pride, she forgot that her sleep pants would expand once wet and mistakenly believed that her recent frantic running had yielded results, finally allowing her to lose a bit of weight. Once she was finished, Luo Chuchu took a moment to sniff herself to ensure there was no lingering odor. Still feeling uneasy, she squatted beside Baitu and lifted his t-shirt. Rabbit, can you still smell anything strange on me? Baitu replied, I can't turn my head. My neck will break. Luo Chuchu thought, this child can be clever at times, yet easily deceived. You'll be fine. I checked, and your neck wound is healed. Baitu seemed skeptical. Really? Really? Just hurry and sniff. Only then did Baitu slowly turn his head, his nose twitching rapidly. I can't really smell anything. Upon hearing this, Luo Chuchu felt relieved, since she and Baitu were so close, and he claimed he couldn't smell anything. Surely others wouldn't either. Having resolved a significant concern, Luo Chuchu wrapped her discarded sleep pants and safety pants in her outer pants, preparing to dispose of them. As she exited the cave, the boy seemed to have ears on his back, swiftly turning to look at her. Seeing him approach, Luo Chuchu hurriedly concealed her hands behind her back. Standing 2 meters away, Song Hui scrutinized the little female before him. She was still in that peculiar outfit, and what was even stranger was that it showed no signs of water stains. His nostrils flared slightly. The enticing scent had diminished significantly. However, being a member of the wolf tribe, his sense of smell was more acute than that of ordinary beastmen, allowing him to detect it clearly. Chapter 98. Strange changes and no markings. The boy before her remained silent, causing Luo Chuchu to tighten her grip on the dirty clothes. As she pondered what to say to alleviate the awkwardness, he finally spoke. Are you finished? Luo Chuchu nodded. Yes, I'm done changing. She almost forgot the absurd excuse she had concocted. Song Hui extended his hand. Give it to me. Luo Chuchu, with a heart full of trepidation, lifted her gaze in disbelief. What? Give it to you? Why should I? The intentions of this individual, seeking something so personal, left her feeling uneasy. Was he intent on taking advantage of her? This wasn't even the genuine article. She shook her head vigorously, her resolve firm. No, I can handle this myself. Song Hui, furrowing his brow, explained that the odor was far too potent and needed to be disposed of at a considerable distance. Realization dawned on Luo Chuchu. His tone suggested he was already aware of the contents. But could you perhaps leave me there? It will be better for me to handle such private matters alone. Initially believing this to be a modest request, she was taken aback when the young man shook his head in refusal. Song Hui glanced at Luo Chuchu's fair complexion, noting the pristine state of her exposed limbs, devoid of any marks. Such a clean female, striking in appearance, could attract the attention of other beast men if she were to be seen with him. What a nuisance! Gang lui contemplated, deliberately ignoring the instinct to conceal this little female from prying eyes. They had merely crossed paths, and he had saved her life. Even if the boy was unwilling to accompany her, Luo Chuchu bore no grievances. Yet, discussing such matters felt exceedingly personal, especially given the male counterpart she was addressing. Hence, she sought another opportunity. May I dig a hole nearby and bury it? Song Hui continued to shake his head. No, it must be buried far from here. Otherwise, it will still attract the beasts. Luo Chuchu hesitated, wanting to protest, but Song Hui extended his hand once more. Give it to me. If we delay any further, the beasts will be upon us. The half-beast within is injured, and you surely do not wish to face danger in this cave daily. With this, Luo Chuchu dared not resist any longer and hurriedly handed over the bundled item. As Song Hui took it, he raised an eyebrow and cast a meaningful glance at her, his expression inscrutable. Though he uttered not a word, Luo Chuchu understood his gaze, as if questioning the weight of the burden. Unsure of how to respond, she averted her eyes, pondering her options. What could she say? It was hardly appropriate to mention the contents of the package. Moreover, he was evidently aware of what lay within. As the boy turned to depart, Luo Chuchu slapped her forehead in frustration. Upon returning to the cave, she berated herself internally. Luo Chuchu, they have kindly provided you with shelter, even tolerating your insistence on using the cave as a latrine. You should have aided in the cleanup to avoid attracting predators. Yet instead, you doubted their intentions and nearly caused a significant trouble. Meanwhile, Song Hui, clutching the bundle, ventured into a more secluded cave behind the main one. He retrieved a thick hide and swiftly wrapped the contents within, then sat to the side. The scent, now contained, was no longer detectable. Yet, his mind was in turmoil, grappling with the inexplicable actions he had taken. Originally, he had set out to hunt, with the expectation of capturing 3 large prey to avoid punishment. Those aware of his predicament had deliberately squandered much of his time, only releasing him to hunt as the sun began to set. Just as he was about to seize his final quarry by the seaside, he caught a whiff of an unusual fragrance. Compelled by an inexplicable force, he abandoned the chase and followed the scent to the shore, where he encountered the little female and an unusually large long-eared beast. Strangely, he chose to bring them both to a cave he had never disclosed to anyone. Even the long-eared creature, upon seeing the little female clasp its ears tightly, was spared from being skinned, as he opted instead to drag it back alongside her. Though his actions were not gentle, he had at least preserved its life. The correctness of his decision was soon validated, as he overheard the long-eared beast refer to the little female as sister. Could she be of the rabbit clan? Song Hui tousled his silver hair in agitation, feeling disarrayed by the sudden appearance of the little female and his own bewildering actions. The aroma continued to infiltrate his senses, prompting him to seize the hide and exit the cave, swiftly assuming his beast form and darting into the verdant woods. As a striking silver wolf, tall and devoid of any blemish, he raced through the lush forest with the hide in his mouth. Finding a relatively concealed spot, he swiftly dug a hole over 2 meters deep, discarded the hide within, and buried it hastily. Having completed the task, an instinct urged him to return to the cave. However, the alluring scent of the little female and the unfinished mission redirected him back into the woods. On the other hand, Luo Chuchu, observing the long-eared creature, noted its sleepy demeanor, prompting her to return to the cave entrance. As the darkness deepened and only a warm yellow glow remained in the distance, She gathered some dry branches to stoke the fire. Though the beast world possessed ample space, she was cautious not to prepare food on another's territory. Fortunately, her own space was stocked with provisions, ensuring she would not go hungry. Quietly seated at the cave's entrance, she hugged her knees, whispering the name Qingxi, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. What was he doing now? Had he managed to evade the sea tribe? Was he already on land searching for her? Suddenly, a thought struck her. She had failed to leave a marker for Qingxi. She had lost consciousness before reaching the shore and, upon awakening, was startled by the wolf's head, leaving no time to mark her location. Without a marker, how could Qingxi possibly find her? Her small face furrowed in distress as she glanced at the dimly lit woods, uncertain of the distance to the shoreline. When a young man returned, she hoped to persuade him to guide her back to the sea. Surely he would agree. After contemplating for a moment, Luo Chuchu entered her space to search for something valuable to offer in exchange for assistance. It is customary to express gratitude when seeking favors. While rummaging, her gaze inadvertently fell upon a collection of colorful flowers in the corner, most notably the slender-stemmed Feng Ying flower with its broad, lustrous purple petals. Feng Ying flower? Suddenly, Luo Chuchu recalled Qingxi mentioning its pollen's effects, which could potentially incapacitate sea tribe beastmen. Realizing this, Luo Chuchu felt deflated, as if the air had been let out of her. Had they employed Feng Ying pollen instead of attacking with the giant tree? Would she have been able to stay with Qingxi? Indeed, in moments of panic, one is most prone to error. Even someone as meticulous as Qingxi could overlook such a crucial detail when under pressure. Yet, time could not be reversed, and dwelling on it now would only deepen her heartache. She wished she had not discovered the flower. All that remained was to place her hope in the young man. If he truly refused to assist her, they would wait for the long-eared creature to rest and then find their way to the sea on their own. Meanwhile, Mo Shu, tracking the scent of blood, focused his attention on the sea tribe beastmen encircling Luo Chuchu, inadvertently allowing the true culprits, the black gold merman and other higher-tier beastmen, to escape. Having slain countless small kalami and dozens of advanced orcs without uncovering the whereabouts of a young female, Ma Shu, consumed by rage, made a beeline for the Sea Clan palace. The black gold mermaid, upon her hasty return, urgently dispatched a directive denoting the utmost level of danger to all advanced orcs within the Sea Clan, before hastily procuring Fengying Huafen for self-defense. The advanced orcs of the Sea Clan, bewildered by the sudden summons, questioned their chieftain about the unfolding events. Could it be that the tide of sea monsters had arrived prematurely? For centuries, such commotion had only been witnessed during the monster tide. Yet the time for such an occurrence had not yet arrived. Haiku, the black gold mermaid, wore a grave expression as he succinctly recounted the situation to the other orcs. In his account, Qingxi was cast as the villain, having fallen for a terrestrial female, colluding with a high-level wandering snake beast, seizing the eternal ice, and slaughtering all orcs sent to retrieve it. His nefarious deeds were glaringly evident, branding him a traitor to the Sea Clan, a disgrace. To refrain from rising against him would only perpetuate the hatred for the harm he had inflicted upon their kin. Haiku spoke with feigned righteousness, conveniently omitting any mention of Qingxi's icy blue blood. He believed his ulterior motives were well concealed, as all the orcs sent to retrieve the ice had perished, leaving no witnesses to suspect Qingxi's unique bloodline. Little did he know that one individual had seen through his schemes, Ganja, the leader of the Sea Patrol team, who awaited the ensuing chaos to reap the benefits. As the Sea Clan deliberated on how to confront Ma Shu, the waters above them suddenly surged violently. Alarmed, they deduced that the traitor and the wandering snake beast had arrived. Before they could react, a tremor echoed from outside the council hall, prompting the orcs to rush out. What they beheld was a colossal serpent, pitch black and gleaming with a chilling luster, its crimson eyes filled with a ferocity that seemed capable of annihilating worlds. The Sea Clan's serpent orcs appeared diminutive in comparison to the immense creature. As the sea orcs emerged, Ma Shu's robust tail struck the adjacent stone pillar with a resounding thud, resulting in numerous fine cracks appearing on its surface. The orcs were struck with dread. This pillar, the most resilient cold stone of the ocean floor, had stood for millennia without damage. Yet this wandering snake beast had cracked it with a mere strike. Who dares intrude upon the Sea Clan and slaughter our kin, desecrating our sacred stabilizing stone? They demanded. In response, Ma Shu transformed into his human form, his serpent tail shimmering as it revealed the massive shadow of his serpent head behind him, the sharp horns above it flickering in and out of sight. exuding an aura of majesty and mystery. The older orcs of the Sea Clan were taken aback upon recognizing Mashu's true identity, an embodiment of power at the pinnacle of the 6th tier. Moreover, the horns that denoted his status signified him as a Tangsha, the legendary beast god's envoy, the purest bloodline among all orc tribes. Would such a being truly commit the acts Haiku had described for the sake of a terrestrial female? Realizing they had been deceived, the seasoned orcs of the Sea Clan turned their accusatory gazes toward Haiku. What a fool our chieftain is! Why provoke such a formidable threat? Mashu, disinterested in further discourse, coldly demanded, "Hand over the young female." The Sea Clan members exchanged glances, astonished that a noble Tangsha would seek to claim a female from their ranks. Strangely, upon hearing Mashu's words, the orcs, excluding Haiku, felt not anger or fear, but rather an undercurrent of excitement and anticipation. This was a Tangsha. His bloodline and power would undoubtedly exceed the 4th tier. If he were to mate with a female of the Sea Clan, it would be an unparalleled honor for them. The orcs' minds raced with possibilities, quickly forgetting the terrestrial female Haiku had mentioned. In the realm of beasts, the female gene was exceedingly mixed compared to the Sea Clan females. Those on land possessed even more complex genetic traits due to their greater variety. Thus, they naturally assumed that if a Tangsha desired to propagate his bloodline, he would seek a female with a relatively pure gene pool. They believed that a Sea Clan female would be far more suitable than a terrestrial one. Meanwhile, Qingxi, trapped in a nightmarish state, endured excruciating pain, alternating between searing flames and freezing depths. Those by his side watched in horror as his face drained of color. In his delirium, he incessantly murmured the name Luo Chuchu. Yuchu, gazing at the handsome visage before her, struggled to recall any memory, finding none. Who exactly are you? How did you suddenly appear in my palace, calling my name? Observing the starry patterns on his arm, now a blur, she realized this condition only manifested during advancement. Yet, she could not discern whether he was at the initial or intermediate stage of ascension. It was no wonder Yuchu could not fathom a higher realm for Qingxi. Since the announcement of her search for a beast husband, nearly all young orcs above the 2nd tier had flocked to her, vying for her attention. This handsome merfolk, had she encountered him before, she would surely remember. As the commotion continued, a disturbance at the entrance indicated the arrival of AMU. Yuchu hastily concealed Qingxi within the treasure chamber and stepped outside. AMU, what brings you here? The elder female, adorned with dark blue tattoos, loomed like a mountain in a grand shell palanquin. She was bedecked with exquisite treasures from the sea, each item far more precious than what Luo Chuchu had offered. Even the palanquin was encrusted with gems and coral decorations, carried by over 40 orcs, a display of formidable grandeur. Upon seeing her only daughter, the elder's face softened, revealing a rare warmth as she smiled, showcasing her decayed teeth, her eyes nearly closing into slits. Chuchu, I've come to ask you. Rongza and the others are likely to return shortly with the ice. Have you decided who will be your first beast husband? Yuchu pursed her lips in silence, the image of Rongza flashing through her mind. Initially, she thought well of him, but now, the comatose figure of the other beast overshadowed her previous thoughts. Though she could not ascertain the other's current strength, Rongza would surely not match up, especially since there were signs of advancement indicating he too was an advanced beast. In truth, Yuchu did not place much importance on the strength of her first beast husband. After all, she was the only female of the Sea Clan, regardless of strength. He would ultimately be hers. Therefore, selecting a handsome one for her first husband seemed reasonable. Though Yuchu contemplated this, she did not express her thoughts, well aware that AMU would surely disapprove. The criteria for becoming the first beast husband required considerable strength to command respect among others. Otherwise, one could easily be usurped by their own kind. With this in mind, Yuchu decided to delay her decision until the comatose individual awakened and she could assess his true strength. AMU, Rongza, and the others have yet to return. Besides, there are many excellent orcs in the Sea Clan. I would like to consider my options. The elder's smile faded as she scrutinized Yuchu, her eyes narrowing. Weren't you quite satisfied with Rongza before? What prompted this sudden change of heart? Yuchu's heart sank at the probing gaze, and she whispered evasively. It's not a change of heart. I just think perhaps there are even more outstanding individuals among the Sea Clan yet to be discovered. The elderly female frowned, unable to catch what was said. I am high foreign, she declared. Before Yuchua could respond, a distant urgent call echoed. Both individuals turned to see a group of Sea Clan guards approaching hastily, their expressions a mixture of urgency and subtle excitement, without the elderly female needing to speak. The lower-ranked beastmen beside her intercepted the guards as they rushed over. "What brings you here?" "High Foreign, the elders of all clans request your presence, along with Chua. At the council hall immediately. The elderly female finally raised her gaze, noticing the gathered clan elders. "What day is it today? Why have they convened without my summons?" The Sea Clan guard replied earnestly, "We've heard that a remarkable figure has arrived, of significant standing, though we do not know who it is." The elderly female's eyes glimmered with curiosity. What kind of prominent figure would require both of them to attend? As thoughts of her impending retirement crossed her mind, she felt a twinge of reluctance. She believed her health was quite well and did not see the urgency in stepping down. It was evident that once she retired, such favorable treatment would be lost. With this in mind, the elderly female looked kindly at Chua and advised, "In that case, let's go and see. However, Chua, I shall go first. You should return and prepare yourself. Ensure you present yourself beautifully, and do not rush to appear." The elderly female repeatedly urged the younger one to take her time before hastily instructing the lower-ranked beastmen to carry her to the council hall. She was eager to discover who this remarkable figure might be. Perhaps if they were indeed formidable, she might delay her retirement. Watching the elderly female hasten away, Chua furrowed her brow in suspicion, but soon wore a smile. "Taking it slow? That's splendid, as it provides an opportunity to see what this merman is like." Sending the others away, Chua joyfully returned to the palace and opened a secret passage. Where is he? Why is he not here? She hurriedly searched the palace, but found no trace of the beastman. Frustrated, she stamped her foot, preparing to send others to look for him when she was again urged by someone outside, who insisted that something was amiss in the council hall and that the elders demanded her immediate presence. Under the elderly female's persistent urging, the beastmen exerted all their strength and finally carried her to the council hall. As they awaited the arrival of the elder, their expressions momentarily froze upon seeing the elderly female approach. Why is she here? They wanted the younger female. Yet with her presence, the elders felt it unwise to voice their objections, lest her wrath be unleashed. Glancing at the heap of unknown flesh, Shu turned his face away in disgust. He had grown somewhat impatient. Had it not been for their agreeable demeanor in agreeing to surrender the younger female, he would have acted long ago. How much longer? The Sea Clan members exchanged glances. An elderly beast man from the Sea Serpent clan pointed toward the elderly female and said ingratiatingly, "Isn't she here?" Shu followed the direction of the speaker's finger. "Here? Who is here? Where's the younger female?" As Shu turned for the first time, the elderly female did not see clearly, but when he looked back again, she had widened her eyes in earnest. Upon recognizing his face, her heart raced wildly, almost leaping from her chest. What a handsome face, comparable to that foolish Ching she from back then. This beast man shall be mine. As for Chua, she is still young. She will have opportunities for someone even better. Unaware of the elderly female's thoughts, Shu, not having seen the one he sought, turned with fury in his eyes. Where is she? Before the Sea Clan could respond, a voice, hoarse yet bearing the weight of age, rang out. What business do you have with me? Though the figure before her was striking and appeared powerful, as one who had been cherished by the Sea Clan's beastmen for nearly 200 years, the elderly female believed she ought to maintain her composure. Shu turned again, finally recognizing who had spoken. He glared coldly at the Sea Clan beastmen. If they dared claim this was the younger female, he would before he could finish his thought. The elderly Sea Clan elder nodded and ingratiated. This is our Sea Clan's female that Lord Tongue, she is fond of, is acceptable. Before the elder could finish, Shu's tail whipped across his face. Having been pampered for 200 years, the elderly female was taken aback at Shu's audacity. Yet, considering his appearance, strength, and status, she suppressed her anger and spoke with a tone of benevolence. Once you become my beast man, you must temper that temper of yours. However, since you have sought me out, I shall elevate you to my second beast man, and the last offspring shall be yours. Though this individual held great prestige, the elderly female understood that he was not a true Sea Clan beast man. The position of the first beast man must be held by someone of significant standing within the Sea Clan. She presumed that her offer would be met with elation. But before she could finish, a massive stone came crashing down. Shu did not even turn his head, deeming the act of striking her with his tail beneath him. Instead, he simply lifted a large stone and hurled it towards the elderly female. His fury boiled over. How dare she? The beastmen stationed beside the elderly female instinctively stepped forward to shield her. Mo Shu's onslaught was not something those lower-ranked beastmen could withstand. They were sent flying by the boulder, their breath extinguished. The bearers were not spared either, as they were thrown off balance by the immense force, causing the elderly female to tumble awkwardly, stirring up a cloud of dust. No longer needing to traverse the distance, she had indeed taken quite a fall. The elderly female's features, obscured in the dust, paled in fright. As a multitude of beastmen perished, certain markings upon her body began to fade, and her expression grew even darker. Lord Tangxi, what is the meaning of this? Even the typically stoic Mo Shu could not refrain from cursing. You dare say this is the younger female? In what way is she younger? This is pure nonsense. The Sea Clan members' faces turned pale at his words, and before Mo Shu's tail could descend again, they anxiously pleaded, Lord Tangxi, forgive us. The younger female possesses qualities you seek. We will present them to you immediately. Please spare us. Upon hearing this, Mo Shu halted his descending tail, though he showed no intention of retracting it. The Sea Clan members breathed a sigh of relief and shouted at the stun guards, What are you waiting for? Quickly bring the Chua female. Chua. Upon hearing this name, Mo Shu slowly lowered his tail. This time, it must be correct. He remembered that the merman had referred to the younger female in such a manner. Meanwhile, Chua had intended to return to the treasure cave. But as the guards pressed her, claiming that if she delayed, calamity would befall the Sea Clan, she ultimately abandoned the idea. After meticulously preparing herself, she departed the palace in a shell sedan. After she left, Qing Shi, who had been nowhere to be found, miraculously reappeared in the treasure cave. It turned out that just as the elderly female had arrived, the unconscious Qing Shi had awakened from a painful stimulus, discovering himself in a cavern filled with treasures. It was not until he heard the voices from outside that he realized he had been swept back to the Sea Clan and had ended up in the palace of the females. He grimaced in disgust. As Chu dealt with the old female, Qing Shi, weakly propping himself up, swiftly darted behind the crystal tower. Fortunately, the female merely entered, took a cursory glance, and quickly exited, never to return. Pain etched on his face. Qing Shi leaned against the crystal tower, never anticipating that the fierce blow would unexpectedly trigger an opportunity for ascension. Thoughts of the missing Luo Chu flooded his mind as he attempted to calm himself for the ascension process. Sweat dripped ceaselessly from his forehead, and the icy blue water patterns on his brow flickered in and out of visibility. As the ascension progressed, the central pattern gradually transformed into a crimson hue. During this process, the female's aura drew near once more, causing Qing Shi's focus to falter, nearly undoing his efforts. Thankfully, she did not enter the treasure cave and soon departed the palace. Finally at peace to advance, Qing Shi expelled all distractions, closed his eyes, and in the vast, chilly silence of the palace, only the red and blue luminescence within the treasure cave flickered. Chu was carried outside the council hall, and the first sight that greeted him was a ground strewn with transformed corpses, alongside the old female struggling to rise, her appearance more disheveled than ever. Amu? Chu was utterly shocked by this scene. These were the most precious females of the Sea Clan. How dare anyone treat Amu in such a manner? Upon seeing her, the Sea Clan members regarded her as a savior, almost moved to tears. Lord Tangxi, the little female you desired has arrived. Chu, come meet Lord Tangxi. Mo Shu furrowed his brows. Chu is here? Why did I not sense the little female's presence? Observing the Sea Clan female pushed before him, Mo Shu's expression darkened. Is this truly the Chu they speak of? Chu initially felt furious when presented, but upon seeing Mo Shu's face, her expression shifted to one of shyness. Should it be termed shyness? Chu thought today was indeed fortuitous, for she encountered two extraordinarily handsome beastmen. Moreover, from their conversation, it seemed they had specifically come to seek her as a mate. Given the reverence with which the Sea Clan elders treated him, it was evident he possessed considerable strength. Chu resolved to designate him as her first beast husband. As for the missing merman beastman, as long as he remained within the Sea Clan, Chu felt confident in locating him. Alas, he lacked the fortune to be her first. He could only be her second beast husband for now, although she had already decided to make this serpent beast her first. He appeared to be quite untamed. As the only daughter of the old female, Chu had inherited her fiery temperament. Amu had always said some beastmen were insufferable. A mere hint of kindness would embolden them. Hence, regardless of her interest, she must never display it openly, lest they fail to recognize their place. With this in mind, Yuchu looked down her nose at Mo Shu, her tone haughty and imperious. What is your clan? What are your abilities? If you wish to be my beast husband, you must heed my words. Otherwise, the position of first beast husband shall not be yours. Yuchu attempted to instruct Mo Shu using the methods taught by her old female, completely forgetting that Amu was still in such a pitiful state on the ground. The Sea Clan members behind her broke into a cold sweat upon hearing her words. This tone did not bode well. Would Lord Tung Shi be angered? However, considering her status as a precious female, and Tung Shi being a legendary beast god's messenger, no one dared to critique the budding romance that was about to unfold. Chapter 102. Raiding the Treasure Vault. Qing Shi's ascension gazing at the creature before him, possessing the nose of a Gue clan member, the mouth of a Seahorse clan member, and large, round eyes with nearly invisible black pupils, adorned with a mouth full of sharp teeth. Mo Shu's mind went blank for a moment. Then his expression darkened as if it would freeze. He could not help but wonder whether the Sea Clan beastmen were incapable of understanding human speech, or if they were intentionally mocking him. This is the little female? Where is the evidence of her femininity? Even worse, they dared to bestow upon her the same name as his little female, crushing his hopes once more. Just the thought of having seen the faces of those two made Mo Shu wish to gouge out his own eyes. Realizing this, the flames of anger within him blazed fiercely. You dare to mock me? Before Yuchu and the Sea Clan could comprehend Mo Shu's intent, his tail had already lashed out. Yet, as a high-ranking beastman, endowed with the legacy of memory, Mo Shu would never strike a female. Thus, despite his loathing for the two creatures before him, he skillfully avoided them in his attack. In an instant, chaos erupted before the council hall. Tumultuous waves crashing as cries of despair filled the air, creating a cacophonous scene. The Sea Clan members fled in confusion, lamenting and pleading. Lord Tung Shi, what is the meaning of this? Is this not the little female you sought? Their words only fueled Mo Shu's ire further. Once, twice, but never thrice. These Sea Clan beastmen have gone too far. Amidst his furious outburst, one of the Mermaid beastmen, who had followed along with He Chu to pursue Qing Shi and the others, suddenly recalled something. After narrowly escaping disaster, he cunningly hid behind other beastmen, calling out loudly, Lord Tung Shi, are you looking for the land female who was with Qing Shi? Upon hearing this, Mo Shu's wildly thrashing tail abruptly halted, and he swiftly moved to stand before the speaking merman, grasping his neck with a vice-like grip, his crimson eyes locked onto him. Where's she? Where have you hidden her? The merman, pale and gasping for breath, desperately clawed at Mo Shu's hand, struggling to explain. I haven't touched her. When a massive wave struck, I saw Qing Shi push her towards the shore. She may have already returned to land. Mo Shu's eyes narrowed slightly, loosening his grip just a fraction. You're not deceiving me? After regaining his breath, the merman, with sincerity etched across his face, stammered, I would swear to the beast god. She truly is not within the Sea Clan. Only then did Mo Shu release him, preparing to depart for land in search of the little female. However, realizing she must have been frightened and had lost much blood, he turned back, casting a commanding gaze at the disheveled Sea Clan members. Upon seeing the return of this harbinger of death, the Sea Clan's hearts began to race once more. At that moment, a chilling voice resounded. Though the little female is not here, how dare you Sea Clan brazenly harm a female? Do you think this matter could be so easily dismissed? As those words echoed, a few guilty Sea Clan beastmen clenched their fists, their anxiety palpable. What do you wish to do? Mo Shu lowered his gaze. Take me to your Sea Clan's treasure vault. The Sea Clan beastmen hesitated. This, Mo Shu furrowed his brows, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. What? Are you unwilling? Absolutely not. We are willing. After reaching a mutual agreement, the Sea Clan members stumbled to their feet, leading Mo Shu towards their grandest treasure vault. Upon entering, Mo Shu did not bother to assess the true value of the so-called treasures. Instead, he collected anything that shimmered or glowed, believing that Luo Chu would appreciate them, and directly stored them in his spatial pouch. With Mo Shu's indiscriminate scavenging, the treasures accumulated by the Sea Clan over millennia dwindled to a mere handful. The Sea Clan members felt as though they were being sliced apart, yet they remained silent, not daring to utter a word, desperately hoping that this harbinger of death would seize the treasures and depart swiftly. If he lingered any longer, the Sea Clan, be it their beastmen or their treasures, would likely be left with nothing. After gathering the items, Mo Shu showed no desire to linger, turning promptly to swim towards the shallows, preparing to seek out Luo Chu on land. It was not until a considerable time had passed after Mo Shu's departure that the surviving members of the Sea Clan regained their senses. Upon witnessing the devastation wrought upon their clan, they recalled the instigator of this calamity, He Chu, and collectively sought him out for retribution, only to discover that he had already fled. Outside the council hall, the aged matriarch lay amidst the corpses of various beastmen, her corpulent body sprawled upon the ground. Devoid of life, a gaping wound in her chest where her heart had been extracted. Ashuiku, having deemed her unworthy of partnership and recognizing that her flesh would not aid in his own ascension, had simply rendered her unconscious instead of committing further violence. In light of this tragic scene, the uninformed Sea Clan beastmen were thrown into a panic, believing that Mo Shu had been the perpetrator, while those aware of the truth wore grim expressions. This He Chu was exceedingly audacious and utterly detestable. With the young matriarch in a state of unconsciousness and the elder matriarch's heart ripped out, countless beastmen lay dead, and the few remaining were severely injured. He Chu had transformed from a highly respected leader into a figure of deep-seated animosity among the Sea Clan beastmen. Most of them harbored resentment solely due to the disaster he had brought upon them, oblivious to his role in the elder matriarch's demise. This inexplicable catastrophe had finally come to an end, yet the Sea Clan remained gravely weakened, leaving one to ponder whether this marked the dawn of another calamity. As the council hall lay in chaos, littered with corpses, Qing Shi within the treasure cave had completed his evolution. Upon opening his eyes once more, the blue-violet heterochromia had vanished, replaced by entirely ice-blue irises that retained their gentle luster. However, in the blink of an eye, Qing Shi's aura underwent a dramatic transformation, with both his hair and eyes shifting to a dazzling orange red, emanating warmth and brilliance. As the two elemental energies converged, Qing Shi's eyes transformed yet again, now encased in ice-blue hues wrapping around the fiery orange, with even the tips of his hair transitioning from ice-blue to a gradient of orange. In this blended form, Qing Shi's appearance was even more striking than in either of his prior states, resembling an enchanting sea siren, both perilous and alluring. Among the three states he could assume, the only unchanging feature was the crescent moon mark on his left cheek. This small crescent, rather than diminishing Qing Shi's beauty, seemed like an intentional embellishment, enhancing his allure significantly. Qing Shi had not anticipated that he would unexpectedly evolve into a dual-skill beastman, with the second skill being the rare firelight element. The firelight skill can inflict damage comparable to that of the fire element without rebounding against Qing Shi due to elemental conflict. Having successfully evolved, Qing Shi became a unique beastman possessing dual skills and three distinct forms. He could wield water skills underwater and utilize firelight skills on land, and in his hybrid form, he could employ both skill sets in either environment. Furthermore, due to the high intensity of firelight energy within him, Qing Shi could now reside on land for extended periods, only needing to switch to another form occasionally for aquatic immersion, free from the worry of being sun-dried like fish jerky. Reflecting on Luo Chu's unknown whereabouts, Qing Shi promptly rose, but before departing the treasure cave, he made sure to gather a few items he thought Luo Chu might enjoy. Extracting a bee-skin pouch from his fin pocket, Qing Shi began to pack fervently. After being exploited by the Sea Clan for so long, taking a few items felt entirely justified. Unfortunately, lacking spatial storage, he could only take a fraction of what he desired. He hoped that Luo Chu would not disdain these remnants of the former Sea Clan females. Meanwhile, on land, the night had long since descended. After the boy's departure, Luo Chu did not dare to remain outside, relocating the fire to the cave and resting beside the large white rabbit. During Mo Shu's rampage among the Sea Clan, the slumbering Luo Chu wore a pained expression, unable to find peace. In her dreams, a vague voice repeatedly called her name with a tone of urgency. Luo Chu, hurry and awaken, it is time to act. Captivated by the voice, Luo Chu furrowed her brow, questioning who was calling and what action was required. The voice persisted, urging her to awaken, inciting her irritation. Was she not trying to awaken? Was it not impossible for her to do so? Just then, a faint sound at the cave entrance caught her attention. Standing at the mouth of the cave, Zhang Hui bore numerous minor wounds, but did not step inside. The large white rabbit tilted its head and nudged the sleeping Luo Chu. A flash of white light illuminated Luo Chuchu's mind, prompting her to suddenly open her eyes, her temples throbbing with pain. What was happening? The large white rabbit hesitated for a moment, as if it had glimpsed an unusual glimmer in her eyes. Assuming it was a recurrence of its red-eye affliction, the rabbit whispered urgently, "Shoo, there's someone outside." Dismissing the earlier strange voice, Luo Chuchu sealed her lips, cautiously inching towards a corner before carefully crawling towards the cave entrance. In the next instant, a shadow loomed overhead, and Luo Chuchu stared upward in bewilderment, meeting a pair of eyes that glowed with an olive-green luminescence, curiously scrutinizing her form. Upon recognizing his face, relief washed over Luo Chuchu. His eyes were frightfully mesmerizing, reminiscent of ghostly flames. "What are you doing? You're back," they both exclaimed simultaneously. Luo Chuchu's tension dissipated, yet Song Hui's heart raced at her words. She had been waiting for his return, having never heard such a phrase before. Song Hui felt a peculiar sensation stirring within him, as if something were tickling his heart. Noticing the wounds on his face, Luo Chuchu pondered for a moment before expressing her concern. "You're bleeding." Song Hui raised his hand, nonchalantly brushing the blood from his face. "It's nothing." Observing the now cold roasted meat set aside, Song Hui pursed his lips and silently exited the cave. Confused, Luo Chuchu watched as he swiftly returned, carrying something in his hand. The roasted meat is no longer edible, but this is a young hung beast. The meat is tender. "I'll roast it for you." The large white rabbit's ears perked up at the mention of the hung beast. It recalled that the previous female had relished this meat, despite its difficult capture. Staring at the well-prepared, marbled meat, Luo Chuchu hesitated. Eating roasted meat in the middle of the night could lead to a breakout the following day. Moreover, she had only just managed to lose a little weight. Would consuming meat this late cause her to regain it? Luo Chuchu swallow hot, questioning whether it was too late. Noticing her throat's movement, Song Hui raised an eyebrow. "Aren't you hungry?" "Not particularly," Luo Chuchu replied, only for her stomach to betray her with a loud growl. Embarrassed, she discreetly poked her rebellious belly, wondering why it chose this moment to make its demands. As if it were challenging her resolve to lose weight. Song Hui observed her in silence, a subtle smile playing on his lips, only to suppress it shortly thereafter. With her stomach audibly protesting, Luo Chuchu decided to candidly admit her hunger. Thus, the transition from frugality to indulgence was indeed a simple feat, while the reverse proved to be a formidable challenge. Initially, she found great satisfaction in an abundance of bread snacks. However, ever since she began cooking for herself, no amount of snacks could satisfy her as a proper meal would. Upon seeing her nod, Song Hui prepared to roast his catch over the fire. Remembering the piece of undercooked meat stained with blood from earlier, Luo Chuchu quickly halted Song Hui's actions, determined not to let him waste any more food. Crouching beside him, she eagerly boasted, "Let me do it. I can roast meat deliciously. Just ask the rabbit." The large white rabbit replied, "How would I know? You've never roasted meat for me." Glancing at the long-eared creature, she said, "Yes, he is my little brother. You could just call him Rabbit. By the way, Ima Luo Chuchu, what is your name?" After repeating her name twice in her mind, Song Hui responded, "Song Hui." "Gangri, what a lovely name." Song Hui paused momentarily, pondering whether it truly was lovely. He felt a surge of self-satisfaction as he reflected on how he had mentioned cooking for himself twice, only to now hear compliments about his name. Unbeknownst to the little female, Song Hui was already indulging in self-affirmation due to her courteous remarks. While he was lost in thought, Luo Chuchu took out a small knife and sliced a generous piece of meat from the prey, cutting it into evenly thick chunks. Song Hui's gaze was fixed on her face, captivated by her uniqueness. At that moment, Luo Chuchu suddenly looked up, her expression lively yet hesitant. Just waking up. Her voice had lost the roughness of their first encounter, now soft and gentle, quickening Song Hui's heartbeat. What did the little female want to say? Biting her lip as if making a significant resolution, she finally asked, "Do you have any salt?" Meat without salt isn't tasty. Song Hui was momentarily taken aback, quickly averting his gaze. His heart, which had been racing, fell back into its normal rhythm, yet its pace slowed, making it hard for him to breathe. As he spoke, his palm opened to reveal a slightly darkened crystal, impurities visible within. Luo Chuchu's heart leaped with joy. Was such a thing common in space? Just encountering someone led to finding it. Could she also use items from her own space? In a flurry of thoughts, Song Hui observed her hesitation and the way her small hands fidgeted. Ultimately, Her craving for flavorful food won out, and she retrieved some sea salt from her space. Song Hui's eyes widened at the sudden appearance of the item in her hand. This little female had a space? How could that be? He had never heard of females awakening such abilities. The status of females in the beast world was already considerable. If they could also awaken skills, it would surely lead to chaos. Song Hui's heart raced, yet his voice remained calm as he stated, "You have a space." Luo Chu glanced at him. "Preparing to roast the meat, yes. Don't you have one too?" Observing her nonchalant demeanor, Song Hui pressed further. "How many know about your space?" Luo Chu looked at him quizzically, unsure of his intent. However, there was no need for concealment. "Just Qingxi, Rabbit, and now you know too. What is the matter?" Song Hui was momentarily taken aback by her answer, his heart racing uncontrollably. He had heard the name Qingxi from her while she was unconscious, but he didn't know who it was. As for Rabbit, that was the half-beast lying over there. And then there was himself? Song Hui presumed Luo Chu had only shared this with the three of them, completely unaware that she only knew them in the beast world. This misunderstanding ignited a thrill within Song Hui, and he could hardly suppress the upward curve of his lips. Such an important matter. And Luo Chu had unreservedly shared it with him. She must surely have feelings for him. Yet, he failed to recognize that he had used the word also. Regaining his composure, he looked at Luo Chu with a serious expression. "In the presence of outsiders, do not casually reveal your space, or it will attract significant trouble." Luo Chu shifted her gaze from the sizzling pan to Song Hui's face, not quite grasping his meaning. "Huh? Isn't it common for many people to have space?" "Many do, but they're all beast men. As for females, as far as I know, you're the only one." Luo Chu's heart sank. Was that so? Why hadn't Qingxi warned her before? Carefully, she asked Song Hui, what kind of trouble could arise? "There are no research facilities in the beast world. They wouldn't abduct me for experiments, would they?" Song Hui, observing her fair and unblemished face, felt a depth of concern. He realized that even without space, just her presence alone would attract trouble. As he remained silent, his gaze fixed on her, Luo Chu nervously swallowed. "Vidi?" Song Hui shook his head, and upon seeing this, Luo Chu felt a wave of relief wash over her. "As long as I don't die, it's fine. I can just avoid revealing it in front of strangers in the future." Unbeknownst to her, while Song Hui shook his head, he was mentally nodding emphatically. Of course, there is danger, just not the kind she imagines. Distracted, a burnt smell wafted through the air, causing Luo Chu to grimace as tears welled at the corners of her eyes. "Oh no, the meat is burnt." Before long, she had prepared 2 plates of roasted meat. Since Rabbit was injured, he couldn't eat anything too greasy, but she had already made him a pot of fish soup to nourish him. The two began to eat from the roasting pan, and as the meat entered Song Hui's mouth, he was utterly astonished. The roasted meat could taste like this? No wonder the little female didn't eat the meat he cooked. It was because her cooking was so exquisite. After dawn, could you take me to the beach where I can find my friend? He was supposed to come looking for me, but I was unconscious yesterday and didn't have time to leave a mark. Friend? A sea tribe beast man? Luo Chu nodded. Yes, he's from the Merfolk tribe. We were supposed to become mates, but due to certain circumstances, we got separated for the time being. At her words, Song Hui felt a sharp pang in his heart. Wait, become mates? With a Merfolk? That means he is a sea tribe beast man? His brow furrowed deeply. You are a land female. Luo Chu, taken aback by his serious demeanor, felt uncertain. I suppose? What do you mean by suppose? However, Song Hui was not primarily concerned with this at the moment. Since you're a land female, how can you become mates with a sea tribe beast man? Luo Chu felt a wave of displeasure at his words, her tone inadvertently sharpening. Why can't I? I like Qingxi, and he likes me. We don't have mates, so it doesn't violate any morals. Ignoring the painful truths in her words, Song Hui's expression grew more serious. Haven't the people from your tribe told you why? Tribe? Luo Chu's assertiveness waned as this touched upon her origins, which she preferred not to discuss, especially since this was only her first day meeting Song Hui. This sensation is markedly different from the moment she first met Qingxi. It could be described as a form of infatuation akin to that of fledglings. What would happen if a land-dwelling female were to bond with a sea-dwelling beast man? She genuinely had no clue, and for some reason, Song Hui felt a sense of relief and began to enlighten her on this topic. After listening to Song Hui, Luo Chu distilled his main points. The likelihood of a land female and a sea beast man producing offspring was exceedingly low, or if they did, The children would likely be rather mediocre, with minimal chances of evolving into advanced beastmen. Oh, she had anticipated something far more catastrophic. Children? She was merely 18 and had not entertained thoughts of motherhood. Even if we consider the possibility of mediocre offspring, what of it? As long as they were her children, she would cherish them regardless of their capabilities. A trivial matter indeed. Sanghui assumed that Luo Chuchu would be frightened after hearing this and would abandon the notion of bonding with that sea beast man. However, to his surprise, Luo Chuchu displayed no signs of fear. Instead, she appeared rather indifferent. Could it be that she merely wished to indulge in playful banter with that sea beast man? It was certainly plausible. After all, many similar trifles surrounded the females in Wanshou City. Furthermore, it was said that among the sea tribes, the merfolk were the most aesthetically pleasing, their enchanting voices capable of captivating hearts. Perhaps the little female had been bewitched by that merfolk. In Chapter 105, Marking a Sign, the big white rabbit has a fever. Seeing Sanghui fall silent, Luo Chuchu sought his assistance once more. Can you take me there? In response to her hopeful gaze, Sanghui shook his head, though he did not entirely refuse. It would be best to remain here until the scent on you dissipates. He must have been referring to her menstrual cycle. Would that not mean waiting several days? Yet, witnessing her reluctance to give up, Sanghui pointed to the nearby big white rabbit. Your little brother is still injured and cannot move. Moreover, the journey to the seaside is perilous, rife with ferocious beasts. If your scent escapes, it could be extremely dangerous. Disheartened, Luo Chuchu cradled her face in her hands. What should I do? Observing her crestfallen expression, Sanghui felt an unexpected pang of compassion. If you trust me, tell me the sign you wish to leave, and I shall assist you. Luo Chuchu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Really? You would help me? Seeing her bright, eager eyes, Sanghui chuckled softly, though there was a hint of bittersweetness in his smile. Luo Chuchu blinked, surprised at how handsome he appeared when he smiled, in stark contrast to Qingxi's gentle demeanor. Anticipating that she could soon leave a mark, possibly enabling Qingxi to find her, Luo Chuchu joyfully pushed all her roasted meat towards Sanghui, urging him to eat more. Once he finished, Luo Chuchu retrieved a large, cloth-like leaf from her space, harvested from that little island, and cut it into strips with a small knife. Teaching Sanghui to draw simple sketches would surely take too long, so she decided to teach him how to tie a bow. By weaving the strips through the forest, they could leave a sign that would be easily visible to Qingxi. First like this, then like that, pull the sides tight, and voila, it's quite simple. Isn't it? Luo Chuchu turned her head only to find Sanghui fixated on her face, completely neglecting her hands. Why are you staring at me? Didn't you learn? After nearly half an hour of demonstrating, the leaf strips had become devoid of elasticity. Did you learn it? Sanghui withdrew his gaze and nodded. Under her watchful eyes, he successfully tied a perfectly symmetrical bow. Luo Chuchu marveled. You are truly impressive. For your first attempt, you did splendidly. Hearing her praise, Sanghui twirled the bow with his fingers, momentarily distracting him from his thoughts. Early in the morning, while Luo Chuchu was still muddled with sleep, Sanghui set off from the cave with the strips of leaves. After marking the signs for Luo Chuchu, he needed to hurry back to the tribe. In recent days, individuals from Wanshou City had arrived, investigating the disappearance of female beasts from neighboring tribes. Initially, Sanghui had been compelled to participate, intending to merely go through the motions. However, thinking of Luo Chuchu in the cave, he suddenly felt a pressing need to capture that wayward beast as quickly as possible. Once a sufficient distance from the cave, Sanghui began tying bows to the trees, extending the marks all the way back to the spot where he had discovered Luo Chuchu, confirming that the signs remained unbroken. He then turned and sprinted toward the tribe. Unbeknownst to Sanghui, shortly after his departure, a shadow stealthily approached the base of a tree. The newcomer, with elongated eyes, fixated intently on the peculiar strips tied to the tree trunks. After observing for a moment, a glimmer of intrigue flickered in his eyes as he followed the path Sanghui had taken. Awakening from her slumber, Luo Chuchu felt the heat enveloping her and sat up to wipe the sweat from her brow, only to realize that daylight had already broken. Glancing at the big white rabbit beside her, she wondered if his prolonged slumber was due to his injury. Since yesterday, he had remained in a daze, occasionally mumbling a few words to affirm his vitality, but otherwise, he had been mostly lethargic. Concerned, Luo Chuchu reached out to touch the back of his head. Why is it so hot? Rabbit, rabbit? Can you hear me? The big white rabbit lifted his heavy eyelids, his voice hoarse. Sister, I feel so dizzy. Oh no. How could he have developed a fever? Hadn't he been fine last night? As Luo Chu examined the wounds on the rabbit's back, she discovered several areas that were red and swollen, hinting at a potential infection. Noticing the thick fur on the rabbit, Luo Chu realized it was likely the cause of the infection. Hastily, she retrieved a small knife and scraped away the fur surrounding the wounds. After cleaning and disinfecting the wounds with iodine, she hesitated over the fever-reducing and anti-inflammatory medication, uncertain if it would pose a problem for the big white rabbit. If only Qingxi were here. His saliva worked wonders on external injuries. Gently patting the rabbit's warm head, Luo Chu ultimately decided to put the medicine away. She trimmed some fur from the back of his head and then cut a piece from her own cotton garment, wetting it with water to place on the rabbit's head. The cool cloth quickly warmed up, and she even noticed steam rising from it. Suddenly, Luo Chu recalled the everlasting ice that Qingxi had sought. After considerable effort, she finally managed to untie the knot on the large bee skin bag. The moment the ice was revealed, the temperature in the cave plummeted. It felt as if a chill had enveloped her instantaneously, raising goosebumps on her arms. Initially, Luo Chu marveled at the effectiveness of the ice, comparing it favorably to modern air conditioning, and understood why Qingxi had risked so much to retrieve it. However, 5 minutes later, she sniffled, wrapped in a long down jacket, hugging her arms and legs tightly, trembling uncontrollably. My goodness, what kind of ice is this? Is it possible for it to be too effective? She felt as if she was on the verge of freezing to death. Little did she know that in the small cave they occupied, a piece of ice the size of her fist could maintain a pleasant temperature for 3 days. Now, having extracted the entire block, it was no wonder she was shivering. Seeing frost accumulate on the big white rabbit, Luo Chu quickly returned the ice to her space. Given that the rabbit already had a fever, alternating between hot and cold would undoubtedly exacerbate his condition. With trembling, frozen hands, Luo Chu retrieved 2 pills and held them to the big white rabbit's mouth, her teeth chattering as she spoke. Rabbit, you must quickly take these 2 pills. The robust body of the rabbit trembled as well. Upon hearing Luo Chu's words, he struggled to open his mouth, swallowing painfully, as if his throat were being scraped by a sharp object. A silhouette gradually approached outside the cave, having wandered in the vicinity for quite some time. Yet, this forest was peculiar. No matter which direction he took, he ultimately found himself going in circles. Just as he resigned himself to the notion that his efforts would be in vain today, a sudden surge of powerful and strange energy emanated from a distance. One that was not of the earth. Following this energy, he finally emerged from the forest, beheld the cave, and heard a melodious voice. How intriguing. Chapter 106. Searching for someone on land, kidnapped. By the seaside, under the blazing sun, the waters near the shore suddenly roiled violently, engulfed by surging waves. As the colossal form of Mo Shu burst forth from the depths, the moment he set foot on land, his upper body transformed into human form, and the traces of water dissipated, leaving him looking completely dry, as though he had never emerged from the ocean. After searching the shoreline, he found no trace of the little female. Furrowing his brow, he wondered if she had not come from this location. Convinced that the sea tribe orc would not deceive him, Mo Shu flicked his long tail and delved into the forest in search of Luo Chu's scent. Upon arriving at a fork in the path, he halted. How peculiar that the scent of the little female wafted from all 3 directions. The rightmost path carried the strongest scent, laced with a hint of blood. With his eyes turned to ice, Mo Shu swiftly headed towards the direction radiating Luo Chu's bloody aura. In the desolate forest, his gaze fixed upon the base of a large tree, where the earth bore clear signs of having been hastily covered. As his tail stirred the soil, it quickly flew into the air, and once the dust settled, a filthy, damp bee skin bundle came into view. Using his tail to lift the bee skin bag, he opened it, revealing its contents scattered on the ground, accompanied by an enticing aroma that permeated the air. Observing the items, Mo Shu's brow furrowed in concern as he produced another object from his hand, identical to the one he had uncovered, but saturated with seawater and exuding a more potent stench of blood. After securing the items, he commenced a search of the vicinity, confirming the absence of anything further before hastily returning to the fork and pursuing the path to the left. Inside the cave, after retracting the millennium ice, Luo Chu still felt the chill as though the cave were frozen. The large white rabbit lay with closed eyes, Evidently, the fever medicine had begun to take effect. However, noticing its relentless shivering, Luo Chuchu's heart raced, gazing at the frost crystallizing on the stone walls. She worried that the large white rabbit might perish from the cold before it could recover from its fever. No, she needed to drag him outside to bask in the sunlight, which would not only warm him, but might also help disinfect his wounds. Luo Chuchu rose and grasped the rabbit's feet, exerting all her strength to pull him outside. The rabbit's size surpassed her own, and at this moment, he was unable to move. Despite her utmost efforts, she managed only to pull his lower half out of the cave. Exhausted, she wiped the sweat from her brow and bent down to continue her endeavor. Just then, something suddenly slithered around her waist. Looking down, her face turned pale as she recognized the intricately scaled skin, the yellow-brown patterns, and the tightening sensation. A large shadow loomed overhead, and as Luo Chuchu trembled like a leaf, she slowly lifted her gaze, her legs giving way, and her breath quickening. A snake, a colossal python. She had an intense fear of snakes. Before she could even register the situation, the snake's tail constricted around her waist, yanking her backward uncontrollably. Her scream lodged in her throat. The snake moved with incredible speed, dragging Luo Chuchu through the forest as if she were flying. As they sprinted, her arms brushed against surrounding branches and trunks, leaving her exposed skin riddled with tiny scratches. "Help! Ching Ching she screamed, realizing suddenly that Ching Ching was not nearby, and no one would come to her aid. With her arms bruised from the impact, Luo Chuchu gritted her teeth, enduring the pain as she drew her small knife and thrust it forcefully at the constricting snake tail. With each stab, the python recoiled slightly, until eventually, sensing that the little female had ceased to struggle, as if rendered lifeless, it finally loosened its grip. Luo Chuchu felt immense pain, especially her chest and throat, as if she were swallowing shards of glass. Under the extreme pressure, blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, her eyes turning crimson, and her fair face dotted with tiny red marks from burst capillaries, lending her a rather terrifying appearance. After the python halted, it shifted into a humanoid form with a serpent's tail, hastily leaning closer to inspect Luo Chuchu, not having intended to kill her. Though her current state appeared dire, to the serpent beast man, she was astonishingly alluring, spotlessly clean and exuding a pleasant fragrance. Particularly the alluring red at the corner of her mouth, stirred his primal desires. The quality of this little female far surpassed those he had previously captured. Seeing that Luo Chuchu was still alive, the serpent beastman greedily gazed at her face, revealing a repulsive, lecherous grin. He, who would have thought I would be so fortunate as to encounter such a gem. After his moment of elation, the serpent beastman flicked his crimson tongue and began licking the blood that dripped from Luo Chuchu's mouth. Everything around her faded to red, and she could barely make out a blurred face grinning at her. Even without clarity, she could sense that this was undoubtedly a vile person. Furthermore, he reeked. Struggling to raise her trembling arm, she attempted to stab him with her knife, but with a mere flick of his hand, her arm fell limply again, the knife flying from her grasp. Recalling the windflower in her spatial pocket, Luo Chuchu prepared to unleash it upon him. However, the serpent beastman was far too vigilant. Before she could disperse the pollen, the windflower was swatted away. With no other options, she couldn't possibly drop it from the treetop, as that would spell her own demise. "Get away! Don't touch me!" Luo Chuchu gritted her teeth against the searing pain in her chest, cursing the man. Blood dripping from the corner of her mouth onto the ground. The man laughed unpleasantly while reaching out to caress Luo Chuchu's face, licking the blood from her lips with his serpent tongue. "Hee, you can't escape this. Little female, what makes you so fragrant? And your blood? I have never encountered such a delectable scent before. Do not fear. As long as you obediently follow me, I will treat you well and show you the utmost pleasure. But should you continue to resist like before, do not blame me for making you suffer." Luo Chuchu thought, what more suffering could there be? Am I not already in a dire predicament? Go to hell. The man interpreted Luo Chuchu's words as a curse directed at him, but he remained indifferent. After all, what authority did serpent beasts hold? Ignoring her disdain and feeble resistance, the serpent beastman's face leaned closer, burying itself in her neck. Chapter 107. Unwillingness, don't kill him. The soft and alluring little female was tantalizingly close. Just as the serpent beastman was about to succeed, he suddenly felt a tightness in his scalp, followed by being seized and thrown aside. After crashing into numerous trees, the tail of the snake beastman swiftly coiled around a trunk, stabilizing his form. Such incredible strength. He lifted his gaze, his eyes filled with malice as he fixed them on the bear beast man, standing beside the little female. Bear beast, what do you intend to do? In broad daylight, do you dare to seize my little female? His voice was not loud, yet it resonated powerfully. On the ground, Luo Chu-Chu heard every word clearly. Realizing a third party had emerged, a flicker of hope stirred within her. Weakly, she raised her hand towards that silhouette. Save me. I am not his female. Please save me. Tears streamed from the corners of her eyes as she fought to remain conscious, fearing that if she succumbed, it would be too late. Observing the small bloodied hand near his feet, the bear beast man transformed into a towering figure of muscle, over 2 meters tall. This was a true muscle-bound warrior. His broad back, beneath a skin of pure bronze, bore prominent dark veins, eliciting a surge of adrenaline. His well-defined deltoids, biceps, and triceps were impressive, and his abdominal muscles numbered 10, leading one to think he had an abundance of them. Draped in fur, he crouched down, carefully enveloping Luo Chu-Chu in his embrace. When he raised his gaze again, it was filled with fury. This accursed snake beast man dared to harm his little female to such an extent. Grabbing Luo Chu-Chu tightly, Gumu's demeanor shifted dramatically as he unexpectedly charged the snake beast man. The snake beast man could have fled, yet he was loath to abandon such a precious female. After all, he had encountered her first. Why should he allow this foolish bear to benefit for free? Moreover, while the bear appeared formidable, he noticed no star patterns indicative of an advanced beastman. Perhaps he was merely an empty shell, reluctant to forfeit the little female without a fight. The snake beastman transformed swiftly, launching a vicious bite towards Gumu. As the sharp fangs approached, Gumu deftly evaded while simultaneously grasping the snake's body with one hand. However, whether it was due to holding Luo Chu-Chu or his own average abilities, his movements lagged by a fraction. In a moment they brushed past each other. Gumu's hand grasped only air, yet his muscular arm was met with the snake beastman's fangs, leaving a long gash. The snake beastman reveled at this sight, thinking to himself how fortunate he was not to be deceived by the bear's imposing exterior, almost missing out on this exquisite little female. The next encounter saw the snake beastman take the initiative. With a swift flick of his tail, he lunged forward, targeting Gumu's neck. Cunningly, he ensnared Gumu with his tail upon closing in, ensuring that even if his first bite failed, the bear would be immobilized for a second attempt. True to the snake beastman's expectations, his thick tail coiled around Gumu, but Gumu's free arm managed to break free. Nevertheless, it mattered little. If he could sever the bear's neck, the outcome would be sealed. As the snake beastman approached, Gumu expanded the arm that held Luo Chu-Chu outward, creating ample space to prevent her from being harmed. A pungent stench wafted in, yet Gumu remained unfazed. Just as the fangs nearly grazed his neck, he raised his hand and struck the snake beastman's gaping maw. The snake beastman felt a sudden gust of wind invade his throat, causing a tingling sensation. In the next moment, excruciating pain erupted from one corner of his mouth, followed swiftly by agony on the other side. With a couple of cracking sounds, the snake beastman arched his head back, his massive tongue trembling as blood gushed from 2 gaping holes at the corners of his mouth. Gumu turned his face to shield Luo Chu-Chu from the splattering blood, glancing at the grotesque remnants in his hand. He clenched his fist, instantly shattering the snake beastman's bloodied fangs into pieces. Disgusted, he cast them aside. At that moment, the snake beastman loosened his grip, and an unexpected, sinister smile danced across Gumu's otherwise innocent face. Trying to escape? Not so easily. As the snake beastman attempted to retreat, Gumu, who had been seemingly sluggish moments before, suddenly seized him with a firm grasp. The snake beastman could scarcely believe it. His robust body was held fast by a powerful hand, and the weight on his tail rendered him immobile. A chilling sensation enveloped the snake beastman's heart. He had yet to even begin his escape. With one hand firmly gripping the snake's body, Gumu raised his large foot and forcefully stomped on the snake's tail, relentlessly pressing down. His expression remained calm and untroubled, as if he exerted minimal effort. The relentless pressure caused the snake beastman's tail to burst open, blood and flesh spraying from the ruptured edges, its form shifting from uniformly thick and round to uneven and flattened. Convinced the snake beastman had lost all will to resist, Gumu hurled him to the ground. His palm stained with blood, the serpent-like creature, now on the ground, transformed back into human form, clutching its wounds and weakly begging for mercy. Little female, I offer her to you. Please do not kill me. Gamu paid him no heed, raising his hand to deliver the final blow to the snake beast man. Just then, the little female in his arms stirred, her delicate hand reaching for his. The contrast between her bronze skin marked with faint red lines and his was striking, yet oddly harmonious. Gamu lowered his gaze to the one in his embrace. His voice deep yet tender. What is it? Please do not kill him, she pleaded. Gamu frowned at her words, while the snake beast man, hearing Luo Chu-Chu, felt a glimmer of hope. Could it be that the little female had developed feelings for him? Gamu, misunderstanding her intentions, felt a pang of jealousy. After all he has done to you, you still wish to spare him? Observing the frail little female, Gamu contemplated. If she truly cared for the snake beast man, he would comply. However, before his thoughts could fully form, he heard her voice, laced with bitterness. Let him go is too merciful. I want to torment him until he begs for death. Summoning all her strength to utter those words, Luo Chu-Chu could hold on no longer. Pain coursed through her. Fatigue overwhelmed her. Her eyelids felt unbearably heavy, and a chilling sensation enveloped her. She did not know who held her, only that his embrace was warm and reassuring. Yet, she feared he might be a villain like the man before him. Let me rest a moment. I cannot bear this misfortune any longer. After a plea, the person holding her remained still, and Gamu, momentarily stunned, soon realized that the little female had fainted. What now? She and T even specified how to torment the snake beast man. Glancing at the snake beast man, whose face had turned ashen and was barely clinging to life, Gamu resolved to first take the little female back to treat her wounds. Tightening his hold on Luo Chu-Chu, Gamu found a sturdy vine and securely bound the snake beast man before dragging him deeper into the forest. On the other side, after Mo, Shu chose a different path. He quickly discovered the markings left on a tree by Tsanghui. He raised his tail to retrieve a bowknot, and a hint of a smile appeared on Mo Shu's icy face. Although it was reeking of wolf beasts, the leaf was unique to the island, and he had seen such a knot on the small female. It seemed that after the small female came ashore, she had been captured by a wolf beast. But what was the purpose of these markings? The smile on Mo Shu's face faded, and his expression gradually turned cold. He certainly did not believe that this was left for him by the small female. After all, they had yet to officially meet, making the possibility of it being from the Merman Greater. The more he thought about it, the more convinced he became. Mo Shu suddenly felt displeased. He continued forward, searching for the marked trees along the way, and collected them all into his space. That merman was utterly useless, unable to even ensure the safety of the small female. Why did she still cling to him? He was unworthy. Following the markings, he arrived at a clearing that bore some resemblance to the enchanted forest where he previously resided. Just moments ago, the snake beast had been trapped there for half a day, yet Mo Shu swam straight toward the cave, appearing completely unfazed. He quickened his pace, sensing the energy of eternal ice. The small female must be ahead. After traversing a section of a lost forest, Mo Shu spotted a hidden cave in the distance, along with something lying nearby. Was the small female not here? Why was the scent so faint? Moreover, besides the smell of the wolf beasts, there was a nauseating stench that displeased him greatly. Mo Shu furrowed his brow, flicked his tail, and instantly arrived before the indistinct entity. The unconscious white rabbit shivered instinctively, as if it had caught a whiff of a familiar and terrifying scent. It was the Dark Lord. This horrifying realization jolted the unconscious white rabbit awake. Yet it dared not move, for the Dark Lord was still gazing at it. Just moments ago, the white rabbit, in a daze, sensed that Luo Chu-Chu was in trouble and struggled to crawl toward the cave entrance. However, its consciousness was already hazy, and the pain from its wounds was excruciating. After crawling for a while, it made only a short distance before fainting again. Who would have thought that just after Chu-Chu left, the Dark Lord would appear? Indeed, he feared Chu-Chu. But what to do now? What had happened to Chu-Chu? And Mo Shu, oblivious to the white rabbit's feigned death, merely looked down with disdain. He crouched down, his fingertips lifting the strange garment covering the rabbit, revealing the tragic state of its back and the patches of bare pink skin. A brief sniff confirmed that the scent of the small female was still strong on the long-eared beast, and aside from a strange odor from the wounds, there were no other beastly scents. This indicated that the wounds had not been inflicted by another, but rather the small female had recently been with this long-eared beast. A noise came from behind, but Mo Shu paid it no heed, He reached out to grasp the white rabbit's ear, preparing to inquire about Luo Chuchu's whereabouts. Gangvi, having finally found the time to return and check on Luo Chuchu, was met with this scene. An inconspicuous snake beast, its massive tail unfurled, had a length nearly enough to encircle the cave. At that moment, it held a rabbit by its ear, causing the rabbit's scalp to tighten and its features to contort in evident pain. "What are you doing?" Song Hui's expression changed drastically as he roared, transforming into a gigantic silver wolf and charging toward Mo Shu. Without even turning his head, Mo Shu flicked his tail lightly, blocking Song Hui's fierce attack and sending him crashing against the cave wall. As the snake tail descended once more, Song Hui deftly rolled and opened his mouth wide, unleashing a beam of silver light as thick as an arm. The snake tail stung sharply, then gradually went numb. The scales at the struck area reflected a chilling light. Another fourth-tier beast. Moreover, it possessed the rare lightning skill. Mo Shu's eyes narrowed slightly. Being of the same tier, this individual was significantly more powerful than the merman. Just as Mo Shu was distracted, he suddenly felt a jolt of electricity on the back of his hand, causing him to instinctively release his grip, and the rabbit's ear slipped from his grasp. Seeing this, Song Hui swiftly rolled, grasping the white rabbit's hind legs and pulling it backward. The white rabbit thought it had been rescued. Tears welled in its eyes, and it felt grateful, only to find its scalp tightening once more as its ear was seized again. "White rabbit, all right. Is this how you all are treating me? Just wait until Choo-Choo returns. I will tell her everything. Boo-hoo, my life is so miserable." Mo Shu raised his tail, furious at the audacity of the wolf beast to ambush him while he was unprepared. Just as he was about to strike back, he suddenly noticed the figure before him shaking the long-eared beast, urgently inquiring, "Rabbit, where's my sister? What happened to Choo-Choo?" Mo Shu's actions halted abruptly. Forget it. A minor injury was nothing compared to the small female's matters. The white rabbit weakly raised its forelimb, pointing in the direction where Luo Choo-Choo had been taken. She was captured that way. Before the white rabbit could finish its sentence, a gust of wind rushed by, and Mo Shu's figure vanished from sight. Song Hui looked up, only able to see a shadowy figure. The white rabbit continued with its unfinished words, as if saying, "The snake beast took my sister. You must hurry to save her." Snake beast? Wasn't that person a snake beast? Oh no. Mo Shu was going to take the blame now. Chapter 109. Qingxi comes. New hope still by the seaside. The waves churned once more, and soon, a streak of icy blue emerged from the water, carrying 2 large bundles. Upon landing, the hue shifted dramatically from icy blue to fiery orange, glaringly bright as if one were staring directly at the sun. Qingxi set down the 2 bulging, nearly obscuring his entire body, beast skin bags, and began to search the surroundings for the scent of Luo, Choo-Choo, or any marking she might have left for him. However, after searching for a long while, Qingxi returned to the original spot, having found nothing, as if Luo Choo-Choo had never been there. Frowning in recollection, he wondered, could it be that I remembered incorrectly? Were Choo-Choo and the others not supposed to have come ashore here? Just as he was about to turn and search elsewhere, he suddenly caught a whiff of a somewhat familiar scent. Long-eared beast? While they were being pursued in the sea, the white rabbit had been injured, though not severely. It had bled, and Qingxi recognized the scent of its blood, not having found any markings left by Luo Choo-Choo. Qingxi could only follow the trail of the white rabbit's blood. Before long, he arrived at a fork in the road, but at this point, the scent of the white rabbit's blood had ceased. Qingxi began to sense carefully, discovering faint traces of sea odor on both sides, while only the middle path held an unfamiliar scent. After some thought, Qingxi hoisted the 2 hefty bee skin bags once more and chose the central route, reasoning that perhaps after coming ashore, Choo-Choo and the others had been rescued by land beasts. Meanwhile, the beloved Luo Choo-Choo lay on an enormous yet dilapidated stone bed within a vast cave. Wrapped in thick bee skins, her brow was furrowed in pain, small red spots still visible on her face, and her clothes soaked through with sweat. Outside the cave, an elderly voice approached from afar. "Gamu, Gamu, slow down. Would you? Be gentler with your hands, please. You're about to break my back." Gamu's voice was muffled. "Just bear with it. We're almost there." The old man huffed. "Why are you in such a hurry to carry me over? What do you intend to do?" "I can't say. You'll find out soon enough." We're here. Quickly help her. The small female seems to be near death." "Small female? Where does she come from?" The old man wanted to say more, but was suddenly brought to the stone bed by Gamu, where he beheld Luo Choo-Choo heavily wrapped in beast skins. Lifting the animal hide, the elder was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Luo Chuchu's face. A flicker of realization crossed his mind, quickly replaced by a scowl as he turned and jumped high. Unfortunately, the ceiling was too lofty for him to reach the top of Gamu's head, and he ended up striking his arm, which was abundantly covered in hair, causing dust to swirl throughout the cave. You fool, on such a sweltering day, wrapping her in rhino hide. Are you trying to suffocate her? The elder exclaimed, attempting to remove the hide. Gamu, seeing this, repeatedly interjected no. Before he could finish. The elder's nostrils flared, his hands froze, and his expression shifted from anger to shock. In a rush, he covered Luo Chuchu with the hide again, even more securely than Gamu had. Gamu scratched his head, looking rather foolish. I was going to tell you, her sin is quite peculiar, and I was worried others might notice, so I wrapped her in the rhino hide. The elder, with a serious expression, fixed his gaze on Gamu. This little female, where did you bring her from? Gamu, bewildered, explained, from the lost forest behind the mountain. Taka wanted to bring her some mommy flowers, but he isn't familiar with the lost forest, so he asked me to help him gather some. Upon hearing his words, the elder gripped his arm tighter and scolded him even more fiercely. You imbecile. He doesn't know the way, and you foolishly assist him in gathering, allowing him to take all the credit. Do you not understand what kind of place the lost forest is? Are you not afraid of not being able to return? But I did return, Gamu replied, and the elder was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, he had returned, bringing with him a source of trouble that was both a surprise and a shock. Me too. Do not scold me any longer. Hurry and look at the little female. She is gravely injured, and she has coughed up blood. The elder glared at him, asking, what do you need my help for? Quickly fetch the blood knot grass, and gather plenty of stinky leaves to scatter at your cave entrance. Remember to spread them around generously, lest her scent wafts away. If others discover her, it could lead to serious trouble. Oh, I will go right away. Gamu hurriedly dashed into the tribe, unaware of why the elder bore such a serious expression regarding the seemingly lovely and fragrant little female. Before long, Gamu returned with a small basket, his body adorned with broad leaves. Under the sun's rays, the foul odor emanating from the leaves assaulted his senses, causing his eyes to turn red and leaving a lingering stench in his wake. Me too. I have brought the blood knot grass. The elder covered his nose, disdainfully accepting the basket, and shooed him away. Ugh, you reek. Who told you to bring those stinky leaves inside? Just scatter them at the entrance. Get out before you suffocate me. Remember, without my command, you are not allowed to enter, nor may you let anyone else in. Do you understand? Yemu obediently retraoted, while the elder lifted the animal hide from Luo Chuchu. Fortunately, the captivating fragrance was successfully masked by the stinky leaves. The elder did not immediately attend to Luo Chuchu's wounds. Instead, he stood to the side, gazing at her for a while. Then he reached out with his aged hand, touching the blood stain at the corner of her lips. In the next moment, the once congealed blood astonishingly vanished from his fingertips. After absorbing Luo Chuchu's blood, the elder's murky eyes became considerably clearer. So, it is her. No wonder her appearance and scent differ from those of the females of this realm. A smile graced his face, a smile imbued with relief and the fulfillment of a long-held wish. Such fortune without effort. My dear girl, I have finally awaited your arrival. Had you delayed further, I would have become a pariah within the tribe. The beast realm has finally welcomed a new dawn. After this moment of reflection, the elder began to carefully tend to the external injuries on Luo Chuchu. Subsequently, his eyes transformed into a vivid green, a radiant light sweeping over her body from the neck down. There were signs of minor fractures in her ribs, and internal bleeding appeared to be caused by being constricted and pressed by Snake Beast Man. Upon ascertaining the extent of her injuries, the elder glanced at the juice extracted from the blood knot grass, then turned to Gamu, who sat like a mountain at the cave entrance. He then used his nail to puncture his own wrist. A liquid imbued with a subtle botanical fragrance flowed from the elder's wound into a stone bowl, mingling with the juice from the blood knot grass. The elder gently lifted Luo Chuchu, cautiously administering the liquid from the bowl to her. A fiery pain surged within her chest, making it difficult for her to breathe. For a moment, she believed she might truly perish this time. Just then, she felt someone pinching her mouth, followed by a cool liquid entering her oral cavity. Swallowing was painful, so when the liquid was administered, her tongue instinctively rejected it. At that moment, a kind yet heavily accented voice echoed in her ears. Child, do not be afraid. Drink this medicine, and you shall recover swiftly. Luo Chuchu's brow relaxed somewhat, but she still showed no inclination to swallow. Strangely, the liquid seemed to possess a life of its own, deftly avoiding her tongue and flowing into her throat without her having to swallow, and she felt no urge to vomit. The green liquid coursed through her body, targeting the cracks and bleeding areas, rapidly beginning the healing process. A sense of comfort washed over her, and the burning pain in her chest dissipated. Observing the person on the stone bed, the elder stroked his withered and unkempt beard with satisfaction as Luo Chuchu's brow gradually unfurled, slipping into slumber. After a millennium, a full 1,000 years, I have finally bestowed the blood of vitality upon the one destined to receive it. Gumu sat upright on the large stone at the cave entrance, his eyes wide, like copper bells, wary of anyone daring to slip by him. Not to mention, his cave was on the outskirts of the tribe, rarely trodden upon by others. In his current state, he resembled a highly efficient 360-degree surveillance system. Not even a fly could elude his watchful gaze. Suddenly, he felt a tap on the back of his head. "What are you doing? Standing at your own cave entrance like a thief?" Turning around, he found the smiling elder Me, too, though he noticed that the elder's hair seemed more white and dry than before. Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought. Surely, no one could age so rapidly in such a short time. "Me too. Have you encountered some good fortune? You seem quite joyful." The elder's grin stretched wide, nearly reaching his ears. "Do I look that happy? Haven't I always been this way?" Gumu muttered under his breath. "You clearly." Hearing his mumbling, the elder maintained his smile, but spoke with an air of threat. "What did you say? Speak up. My hearing isn't what it used to be." I said nothing." Remembering the frail little female, Gumu's expression turned anxious. How was the little female? Was she saved? The elder's jovial demeanor faded as he nodded. "Yes. She'll be fine after a good sleep. I must return to guard the medicine cave, and we'll come back later tonight." "Oh, understood. By the way, hide anything stained with the little female's blood, and clean it thoroughly later tonight. Remember my words. Do not let anyone know that the little female is here with you." "I will hurry back." Gumu nodded earnestly. "I will remember." After the elder departed, Gumu hurriedly adjusted the stinky leaves at the cave entrance before turning back to the cave, approaching the stone bed to retrieve the rhino hide. Upon noticing bloodstains on the little female's clothing, he found himself in a quandary, uncertain of what to do. When would the little female awaken? In a whisper, Gumu's gaze fell upon Luo Chuchu's face. Upon recognizing the figure on the stone bed, his mouth fell agape in astonishment. He glanced around to ascertain that there was no other female present in the cave, and only then did he reluctantly accept the reality before him. Could this truly be that petite female? Was this her true appearance? Luo Chuchu, nestled on the stone bed, was experiencing an uncommon tranquility in her slumber. After consuming that miraculous liquid, the crimson spots on her visage had vanished, her skin returning to its former alabaster. Her delicate features included elongated eyes framed by wide eyelids, large iridescent orbs, long and thick eyelashes, a dainty nose, and rosy lips, with her tongue peeking out to lick them, all contributing to her irresistibly charming demeanor. Gumu was utterly captivated, momentarily forgetting the purpose of his entrance. It was only when Luo Chuchu stirred, her eyelids fluttering open, that she was met with the imposing presence of a giant beside her. Startled, she did not entertain the thought of screaming. This man had a gaze that was, how should one say, remarkably pure and clear. Luo Chuchu inexplicably sensed his lack of malice, even perceiving a burgeoning fondness in his eyes. Fondness? Perhaps it was merely a misinterpretation on her part. Upon noticing that Luo Chuchu had awakened, Gumu snapped back to reality, realizing he had been standing by the stone bed for an extended period. "Are you the one who saved me?" he inquired. Gumu nodded, feeling somewhat bashful under her scrutiny. Thankfully, his dark complexion concealed any trace of embarrassment. Observing the robust figure before her, Luo Chuchu internally marveled. It was no wonder that the person who had rescued her exuded such an aura of safety. His muscular frame overflowed with a sense of security, almost overwhelming. "Thank you," she expressed. I hope I haven't slept too long. I remember being injured, yet now I feel no pain at all. I am uncertain how long you have slept. Your wounds have been tended to by Me Too, our tribe shaman. Is that so? Could you take me to meet Me Too? I wish to express my gratitude in person. A debt of gratitude must be repaid, and it must be done promptly. She needed to resolve matters here and find a Bai too. What if he was distressed by her abduction? Had his fever subsided? Gumu was about to nod in agreement when he recalled Me Too's warning before leaving, and he quickly shook his head. Me Too is currently in the tribe. If you go, Everyone will see you. That simply will not do. Mita said you cannot leave this place. A sudden unease gripped Luo Chuchu. Why was she prohibited from departing? Was her judgment once again flawed? When she met his gaze again, a hint of wariness crept into her eyes, and her tone turned somewhat frosty. Why can't I leave? Noticing the displeasure in her demeanor, Gamu became uncontrollably anxious, his expression shifting to one of vulnerability. I do not know, but you cannot go. If others discover you, it would pose a danger. Danger? Her gaze fell upon her blood-stained clothing, and realization dawned upon her. After all, Song Hui had previously warned her against wandering aimlessly, lest she attract peril. It must be that insufferable relative. Then I shan't go. Gamu sighed in relief. Oh, that's good. You can meet me tonight. He said he would return then. Chapter 111. Doubts deepen. Discovering the serpent beast man, Luo Chuchu comprehended that since she could not meet her benefactor, it was time to confront her adversary. Well, the person who captured me. Where is he now? You haven't dealt with him, have you? The serpent beast? I left him unharmed. You indicated a desire to torment him. So I bound him in the Mishur forest, intending for you to handle him personally. Luo Chuchu paused, realizing how her words might paint her as a vengeful maniac. Is he alone? Will he flee? Gamu shook his head with certainty. No, he is gravely injured and securely bound. He cannot escape. That is good. Does he have any companions? Surely they will not come to rescue him. The serpent beast is a solitary wanderer. He has no companions. Furthermore, the Mishur forest is perilous. Aside from me, few from the tribe would dare enter. Understanding flooded Luo Chuchu. No wonder Song Hui had concealed her and Dao Bai too in that forest. It was akin to the Blood Moon Bay on land. Can you take me to the Mishur forest? Gamu hesitated, recalling Mitu's instruction to keep her hidden. But you just said no one else would venture there, right? We can sneak in without being noticed, Luo Chuchu urged, her large eyes pleading. But Luo Chuchu clasped her hands together. Please, you witnessed how that serpent beast treated me. I must confront him. Otherwise, I shall feel unwell and may even lose my appetite and sleep, potentially leading to my demise. In her fervor, she pounded the stone bed in frustration, causing her pain and tears to spill forth. Seeing her distress, Gamu panicked. Don't cry. What does it hurt? Is your wound aching again? I shall find me too. Luo Chuchu grasped his arm, her doubts resurfacing. Is this truly the person who rescued me from the serpent beast? How is it that while his form resembles that of my savior, his tone and demeanor are entirely different? It seems as though I am facing two distinct individuals. Could there be an alternate narrative unfolding here? She pondered further, contemplating the possibility of a clever substitute for her earnest rescuer. Do not seek him. I am fine. I simply wish to exact my vengeance. My younger brother is still in the Mishur forest, and I must find him. If you refuse to accompany me, I shall venture there alone. As she spoke, she released her grip, rising swiftly, donning her shoes, her movements fluid and determined. Gamu, torn between apprehension and concern, pursued her as she exited the cave. Please do not be angry. I will take you there. Wiping away her tears, Luo Chuchu beamed at him. Really? Thank you. Gamu's ears flushed crimson, his gaze downcast, his voice barely above a whisper. You are covered in blood. You cannot go out like this. I will find you a hide to cover yourself, to mask your scent. Luo Chuchu wished to mention that she had clothing to change into, but recalling Song Hui's warning, she nodded in agreement, refraining from revealing her secret. All right, thank you. As Gamu draped the hide over her shoulders, Luo Chuchu immediately regretted it. The weight of the hide felt more like a burden than a garment. Just as she contemplated the discomfort, Gamu suddenly bent down, cradling her in his arms as if she were a child. What are you doing? She exclaimed in bewilderment. Gamu blinked, confusion etched on his face. Didn't you say you wanted to go to the Mishur forest? Luo Chuchu wondered if this was indeed what she had meant. Seeing the clarity in his eyes, she nodded affirmatively. Upon receiving her confirmation, Gamu let out an "oh" and swiftly exited the cave, carrying her with a whoosh. Luo Chuchu's suspicions deepened. Was this truly the same person? Was it possible he suffered from split personalities? Ma Shu raced forward, following Da by Tu's directions, quickly catching the faint scent of Luo Chuchu and the trace of blood along the roadside. Upon reaching a clearing, a familiar sight drew Ma Shu's attention. Wind-embracing flower. Sunlight filtered through the trees, revealing a glimmer before him. Bending down to retrieve it, he discovered a small knife, stained with blood, a nauseating scent emanating from it. The presence of Luo Chuchu abruptly vanished from this place, replaced by two unfamiliar scents that were particularly strong. Following the trail of blood on the dagger, Mo Shu discovered a serpent beastman bound to a tree on the brink of death. With a swift motion, he unleashed a blade of wind, jolting the unconscious serpent beastman awake, who opened his eyes to find a fellow beastman standing before him, exuding a far more formidable aura. Noticing Mo Shu's silence, the serpent beastman rolled his eyes, seeking salvation. "Brother Serpent, how fortunate to see you. I was treacherously attacked by a bear beastman who abducted my little female and left me grievously wounded. Given our kinship, should you choose to rescue me, I can ensure my little female accepts you as her mate. What say you?" Mo Shu raised his gaze, his eyes glinting with an icy chill. "Where is the little female?" The serpent beastman, sensing a glimmer of hope, hastily proposed his terms. "You save me first, and then I'll tell you." Ignoring him, Mo Shu raised his hand and sent forth another blade of wind, his cold voice cutting through the air once more. "I ask you again, where is the little female?" A crimson line appeared on the serpent beastman's face, slicing from beneath his left eye to his right jaw, nearly blinding him. Another blade of wind followed, severing one of his ears. "Speak another word, and I shall take your head." The serpent beastman writhed in agony, his hands bound, unable to shield his ears. "If I tell you, will you let me go?" Mo Shu regarded his own hand, where a blade of wind had begun to coalesce. "I wish only to know the whereabouts of the little female. Your life or death bears no significance to me." In terror, the serpent beastman, his eyes narrowing with malice, exclaimed, "I will tell you, just don't kill me. She has been taken by the bear beastman to the depths of the lost forest, where he intends to bond with her. That little female is pristine, lacking any mating mark. If you hurry, you may still prevent the union." Mo Shu clenched his fists, his gaze fixed on the darkest depths ahead. The serpent beastman, desperate for freedom, licked his cracked lips and implored, "I have spoken. You can let me go now, can't you?" At that moment, Mo Shu cast a fleeting glance at the blade of wind, which dissipated into nothingness. The serpent beastman breathed a sigh of relief, surprised that this seemingly powerful kin was so gullible. But soon, he realized too late that he had celebrated prematurely. Before him, Mo Shu raised his hand slowly, and countless blades of wind coalesced in the air, forming a multitude of small knives that flew toward him. As they approached, the serpent beastman howled in terror and anger. "You are not keeping your word." Mo Shu remained silent, his gaze devoid of warmth, as his long, elegant fingers directed the blades of wind to inflict deep lacerations upon the serpent beastman, each cut revealing bone, yet deliberately avoiding vital areas. It was a torment beyond endurance. After a flurry of strikes, the vines binding the serpent beastman shattered, and he fell to the ground, his ears severed, his nose mutilated, blood spilling from his mouth where lips had once been. His hair was hacked away, taking patches of scalp with it, and his arms were stripped of flesh inch by inch, leaving raw, bleeding wounds. In that moment, the serpent beastman, though still clinging to life, realized the steadiness of Mo Shu's hand. In the face of the serpent beastman's horrified gaze, Mo Shu spoke, as if offering a final benevolent reply to his last question. "I stated that your life or death is of no concern to me. When did I ever promise to release you?" The serpent beastman's mutilated face twitched, producing a raspy sound as blood-red eyes reflected both hatred and a sinister satisfaction. Mo Shu, uninterested in his expression, raised his hand toward the serpent beastman's tail and clenched it into a fist. In his final moments, the serpent beastman witnessed the last sight of his tail explosively disintegrating before him, flesh and blood splattering. Upon his death, the serpent transformed, leaving behind a headless, tailless remnant of bone, unrecognizable as his original form. With an impassive glance at the remains, Mo Shu meticulously cleaned and secured the dagger that Luo Chuchu had lost. This serpent beastman dared to claim the little female as his own and spoke of gifting her to him in such a derogatory manner. Did he truly believe himself worthy? If, as he claimed, it was the bear beastman who had taken Luo Chuchu, then the blood on the dagger could not belong to a serpent. Mo Shu thought to himself that he was not so easily deceived. He then swiftly maneuvered past the remnants of flesh and headed deeper into the lost forest. Shortly after Mo Shu departed, Song Hui arrived at the clearing, his gaze filled with revulsion upon witnessing the dismembered remains. Suppressing his disgust, Song Hui picked up a branch and began to sift through the pile of flesh. Finally, he found a larger piece, still bearing the skin, a pattern resembling that of a serpent beast man. It appeared that this serpent beast man was indeed the one who had abducted Luo Chuchu. It was unexpected that the rogue beast, which had eluded capture for so long by the people of Qianzhou City, had ventured so far to commit such a crime. What fate had befallen Luo Chuchu? Had she been taken by the serpent beast man, or, not daring to ponder further, Song Hui shifted into wolf form and began a thorough search through the woods, hoping to uncover even the faintest trace of Luo Chuchu. As he approached the boundary of the Dongtu tribe, he still found no signs of her. Standing atop a boulder, Song Hui's usually resolute silver eyes were now clouded with sorrow and regret. Luo Chuchu, where are you? Peering through a gap in the animal hide, Luo Chuchu's eyes darted around. Gumu, are we almost there? Gumu, carrying Luo Chuchu, moved swiftly while maintaining a steady breath. We are close. The serpent beast man is just ahead. I can already smell his blood. He is so severely injured. He won't be dead, will he? That would be too easy for him. Luo Chuchu thought angrily. To compel a girl raised with strong moral principles to seek revenge personally speaks volumes about her animosity toward the serpent. Fearing she might soften, Luo Chuchu continually urged herself onward. Just then, Gumu suddenly halted. What is happening? Luo Chuchu peered outside the hide, seeing no one among the tall trees. Has he fled? What does that smell? It's awful. Gumu set her down, and Luo Chuchu quickly unfastened the hide. It's so hot. Without the hide, a nauseating stench assaulted her nostrils. It was then that she noticed the ground ahead, drenched in red and littered with dismembered flesh, prompting her to vomit. Ugh, Chuchu, are you all right? I'm fine, she replied, wiping her mouth and diverting her gaze. Did he escape? Is this his doing? He hasn't fled. What lies on the ground is indeed that serpent beast man. Luo Chuchu turned in shock, only to avert her eyes swiftly. What? How could he be in such a state? Gumu scanned the surroundings cautiously. It seems that after we left, others came upon this rogue serpent beast man and killed him. Luo Chuchu mused silently. This is no mere killing. It is clearly dismemberment. Could it have been Dabaitu and his group? She quickly dismissed the thought. Dabaitu was injured and feverish, while Song Hui had departed the cave early, likely unaware of her abduction. Noticing Luo Chuchu's silence, Gumu assumed she was upset. It's all my fault. You lament that you cannot take vengeance yourself, wishing you had concealed him more securely. His voice is laden with self-reproach, and Luo Chuchu finds his honesty somewhat unsettling. How can you blame yourself? You never anticipated such an outcome. Moreover, I cannot possibly bring myself to dismember someone in such a manner. But did you not assert that one should refrain from taking action personally, for it would lead to discomfort and sleepless nights? Luo Chuchu declares that this is no longer the case. Since someone has resolved our predicament, let us depart. The stench here is unbearable. Observing her lack of anger, Gumu's face breaks into a somewhat foolish grin. Very well. At that moment, Luo Chuchu abruptly points to a tree nearby, exclaiming with excitement, "It's my bag." Gumu glances over and sees an odd, dark object a few paces away beneath a tree. He is momentarily taken aback, pondering when this object had appeared, as he had not noticed it earlier. Gumu picks it up and turns to Luo Chuchu. Is this yours? Luo Chuchu nods sheepishly. Yes, it must have fallen here when that snake beast man captured me. In truth, she had stealthily retrieved it from her space and placed it there while Gumu was distracted. Fortunately, Gumu exhibits no suspicion and hands it to her, prompting Luo Chuchu to quickly take it and conceal it behind her back. How wonderful! At last, she can change her clothes. That animal hide was heavy and suffocating, and despite being carried by Gumu the entire way, she was drenched in sweat, feeling both clammy and uncomfortable. Gumu turns his back to keep watch, while Luo Chuchu swiftly changes into clean attire behind his broad form. Where are your brothers? After donning her new clothes, Luo Chuchu scans her surroundings, marveling at the uniformity of the trees in this lost forest. They are in a cave. However, there are numerous caves in the lost forest. After some contemplation, Luo Chuchu points in a direction. Shall we search in that direction? Gumu nods, squatting down to lift Luo Chuchu, and they begin their search through the lost forest. Yet, as the sun begins to set, they have not located the cave Luo Chuchu mentioned. Gumu's stomach grumbles audibly, yet he has not urged Luo Chuchu even once. The lost forest, devoid of sunlight, grows dark and foreboding, evoking a sense of danger, as if a fierce beast could spring forth at any moment. Finally, Luo Chuchu speaks up. Shall we return? But what about your brothers? With Qingxi still missing and now separated from the large white rabbit, Luo Chuchu's shoulders sag with despair. Can you bring me back tomorrow to search again? Her dejected expression tugs at Gomu's heartstrings. Very well. On the way back, Luo Chuchu remained silent. While Gomu's naturally somber demeanor results in a journey filled only with the sounds of birds and insects. Not long after they depart, Mo Shu returns to the spot where he encountered the snake beast man, adorned with a few embellishments, his dark hair intertwined with small flowers that refuse to fall away. His aloof and noble visage is marred by traces of anger, yet it diminishes his air of detachment. That wretched snake beast dared to deceive him, leading him into a strange thicket of flowers. Were it not for his iron will, he might have become ensnared. The sight of the scattered bones fills Mo Shu with fury, causing him to shake his head vehemently, his tail snapping in agitation. If only he could punish the snake beast man further. Just moments ago, he had been too lenient. While fuming, a familiar scent wafts into his nostrils. His purple eyes gleam with recognition. It is the little female. His anger dissipates instantly as he begins to circle the area, ultimately pinpointing the direction in which Luo Chuchu and the others departed. Upon returning to the cave, Gomu repeatedly instructs Luo Chuchu not to venture outside. Should anyone approach, she must swiftly hide in a stone tank and cover herself with a rhinoceros hide, which will mask her scent. Luo Chuchu nods diligently, indicating her understanding, and only then does Gomu leave to gather today's provisions. In a vast cave, Luo Chuchu sits alone by the fire, clutching her bag, glancing occasionally to see if Gomu has returned. In the absence of familiar faces, she cannot help but recall the terrifying experience of being abducted by the snake beast man that morning. Suddenly, the fire crackles, startling Luo Chuchu, who looks up in fear as a shadow flits past outside. Her heart races, and she hurriedly hides in the stone tank, pulling the animal hide tightly over herself. In the dim cave, the tank is shrouded in shadow, the hide trembling slightly as the occupant inside quakes with trepidation. Mo Shu slowly extends his hand, preparing to lift the hide. Although this may not be the opportune moment, he is eager to formally meet the little female, wishing her to know of his presence. Especially since she had been taken by that snake beast man today and must be frightened. He yearns to comfort her, even if it is merely by silently standing by her side. Footsteps approach from outside the cave. Soon, the animal hide is lifted and Luo Chuchu looks up, her pale face reflecting her fear as she gazes at the newcomer. Gomu, she utters, her voice choked with emotion, prompting Gomu to hastily embrace her. Chuchu, are you all right? Accidentally brushing against Luo Chuchu's cold, damp hands, Gomu quickly carries her to the fire. Did someone come by? Luo Chuchu shakes her head, the terror still evident on her face. I don't know. I thought I saw a snake again. It darted past so quickly. I was too frightened, so I hid in the tank. Gomu rises upon hearing this, retrieving a wooden stick and venturing outside to survey the surroundings. Luo Chuchu remains at the cave entrance, her gaze following his silhouette. Unbeknownst to her, a phantom figure not far away is also watching her intently. Mo Shu, possessing keen hearing, has naturally caught wind of Luo Chuchu's recent words. Casting a glance at the coiled form of the snake, a profound sense of disappointment washes over him, causing him to retract his tail, as if doing so would transform him into something other than a snake. Fortunately, he refrained from impulsively revealing himself, for the little female appears to fear snakes even more than he had anticipated, terrified to the point of nightmares at merely glimpsing one. With a self-deprecating smile, Mo Shu reflects that had he unveiled the hide earlier, she might have fainted from fright. What does it matter how noble a serpent he may be? To her, he remains an object of aversion. I have checked. There is no trace of the snake beast man, not even a common snake. Do not be afraid. Luo Chuchu breathes a sigh of relief. Perhaps I was just too tense and imagined it. Gomu racked his brain, finally recalling a comforting remark. In fact, that snake beast man has been reduced to ashes. You need not be so anxious. Luo Chuchu vehemently shakes her head. You do not understand. I have always detested snakes. Even the sight of them gives me goosebumps. Today, encountering that beast man and remembering the way his tail coiled around me, I feel utterly repulsed. Mo Shu, not far off, feels as though his heart has been pierced countless times, leaving him breathless. The words detest, fear, repulsed resonate painfully within him. Even knowing that the little female refers to the snake beast man, Mo Shu cannot shake the feeling of having plunged into an icy abyss. To her, a snake is just a snake, and he is merely the embodiment of that fear. Gumu scratches his head, confessing that he truly does not comprehend this, as he harbors no fear of snake beastmen. Then I shall remain by your side. Do not be afraid. As Gumu's stomach growls again, he feels a twinge of embarrassment. Did you not go to fetch food? What did you bring back? I can cook. I'm quite adept at it. Luo Chu says, peering at Gumu's empty hands, noting that the spacious cave has yielded no additional provisions. Gumu, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head. They claimed that he had failed to provide sufficient prey today, thus he was unable to receive his share. When he uttered these words, a silly grin adorned his face, devoid of any negative expression, as if he had grown accustomed to such treatment. However, Luo Chu felt a pang of guilt upon hearing this. Was it because Gumu had been watching over her all day that he had been unable to complete his task? Unbeknownst to her, the others were not withholding food from Gumu due to a lack of prey. Rather, it was simply a matter of bullying and exploiting him. What will you do tonight? She inquired, for his stomach had been rumbling since the afternoon. Although she had given him several large loaves of bread, they were but a meager offering for Gumu's appetite. Eventually, she hesitated to give him more, as he was no longer the silent, uncommunicative giant he once was. Her backpack was limited in size, and continuously producing items from it would undoubtedly raise suspicion. Are you hungry? Me too, you'll be here soon. He'll watch over you while I go fetch you something to eat. Oh, had I known, I wouldn't have eaten the food meant for the small females. Now I am left with nothing. Just as she pondered this, an elderly voice rang out from outside. You little rascal, hurry up and lend a hand. I am exhausted. Me too, ye. Gumu hurriedly dashed outside, shortly returning with a creature roughly the size of a modern sheep. Accompanying him was a diminutive, wiry old man with white hair and a spirited demeanor. Ah, little girl, have you recovered? The local dialect was heavy in his speech, more pronounced than what Luo Chu had previously encountered, with an air of intentionality. Yes, I am well now. I heard from Gumu that you saved me. Thank you. Me too, ye. Luo Chu said respectfully, bowing slightly. The old man smiled, his gaunt face crinkling with delight. No need for such formality. It was the least I could do. Gumu, go clean up the prey. I will keep the young lady company. Gumu responded with an "oh" before casting a worried glance at Luo Chu. Me too, ye. Chu was greatly frightened today. Please do not frighten her further. Me too, ye shot him a disapproving look. Do you think I'm some sort of monster? No. I will go clean up now. Chu. Wait here while I prepare something delicious for you. Get lost, you fool. The old man playfully kicked Gumu's calf, and the towering figure of the man was sent flying. Luo Chu watched in astonishment, realizing that the old man was far more formidable than he appeared. With only the two of them remaining in the cave, Mitui's smile transformed into a peculiar expression that made Luo Chu feel somewhat uneasy. Why does he smile so oddly, almost obsequiously? Luo Chu, recalling the exquisite pearl she had selected earlier, offered a handful to him. Mituye, I do not know how to repay you for saving me. Please accept these pearls. Mituye waved his hand dismissively. There's no need for such courtesy. It was my duty. Luo Chu paused, pondering the implication behind his words. Before she could respond, Mituye's expression took on a serious tone. I heard from Gumu that you were injured by a snake beast. What sort of snake? Luo Chu shoot this thigh. It was a large python with yellow patterns. Mituye relaxed his expression. Such an ordinary pattern. It seems it is not the one I was concerned about. Contemplating Luo Chu's fearful demeanor, Mituye stroked his beard, recalling the ancient totemic texts. It puzzled him whether she had encountered the Tang Shi or if the two had merely gotten separated. Mituye initiated a conversation, probing her for details. How did you end up alone in the Lost Forest? Was there no one with you? There was someone, but we got separated. I intended to wait for him, but was then captured by a snake beast. Mituye tentatively asked it. Was the person you were waiting for also a snake beast? Luo Chu's reaction was immediate, her disdain evident. Of course not. I do not know any snake beasts. I was waiting for Qing Shi, a beast man from the Renyu tribe. The Renyu tribe? So, they are of the aquatic lineage? Those aquatic creatures. If it weren't for their blunders a millennium ago, the beast realm would not have descended into its current plight. He had wasted 1,000 years here because of them. What should have arrived did not, while the uninvited rushed in. Mituye sighed inwardly, reflecting on the unfortunate bond. The absence of the beast god as messenger suggested that the young lady had yet to awaken, complicating matters further. The two conversed casually for a while, though Mituye appeared somewhat distracted. He was mentally berating the tongue, she, for its tardiness, lamenting why it was still lingering when the young lady had already arrived. Is it still not hatched? This delay could jeopardize everything. Without awakening, this girl is merely a somewhat special, ordinary female. Rushing things would only lead to adverse outcomes. He could only hope that the tongue, she, would arrive soon to help the young lady fulfill her mission. At that moment, the tongue, she, scowling, was chasing after prey in the forest, venting its frustrations and causing chaos in the lost forest. When Gamu returned, brimming with excitement, Mitui noticed not only did he carry a sheep-like creature, but he also had a large prey slung over his shoulder. Is it not a Jiaonyo beast? What are you doing wandering into the lost forest tonight? Are you courting death? Jiaonyo beasts typically resided deep within the lost forest and were exceedingly rare. Capturing them was a feat in itself. Their hides were thick, yet their meat was exceptionally tender. A female adorned in a garment made of Jiaonyo hide would be shielded from the harsh cold of winter. Every year, hunters from Baishou and Qianshou cities would venture into the lost forest in pursuit of Jiaonyo beasts, hoping to please the females of one Shou city with their hides. Gamu quickly waved his hands. No, it was not me. I was cleaning up by the river when it ran right in front of me and collided with me, dying instantly. I merely picked it up. Picked it up? Mitui pondered, though he knew Gamu was incapable of lying. It seemed that the Jiaonyo beast had indeed met its untimely end through sheer misfortune. This lad is truly fortunate. First, he rescues a young girl, and now a Jiaonyo beast has delivered itself to him. How did I not realize his luck was so extraordinary before? Gamu efficiently prepared both creatures, removing the hide from the Jiaonyo beast with care. He planned to clean it thoroughly by the river in the dead of night, ensuring that Mitui could preserve it for the young female's use during the cold season. Otherwise, given her frail physique, she might struggle to endure the chill. The next morning, Luo Chu awoke to the sound of an argument. Remembering Gamu's warning, she dared not venture outside to see what was happening and instead quickly hid herself in a stone tub. Outside the cave, a group had gathered, fiercely confronting Gamu. With his hands clasped behind his back, he tightly gripped the Jiaonyo hide, his expression tense as he faced the crowd. A tall beast man with a yellow beard glared menacingly at Gamu. You, Gamu, not only slacked off but also dared to steal the hide of a fragrant female beast. We caught you, and you still refuse to admit it. You, an unknown beast man, living in our tribe, are a disgrace to us. Gamu's face flushed with anger. I did not steal. This hide is rightfully mine. Another beast man, pale and slender, scoffed derisively. Yours? You don't even have a female. Where would you have gotten such fine hide? This was clearly a joint effort among us, intended for the female in my household. We merely placed it outside to dry, and yet you have stolen it. Indeed, you claim it is yours. Who can vouch for you? We can all testify that it was captured by us together. No wonder I saw you lurking around our cave when the sun was high yesterday. You must have been plotting to sneak in and steal something, but you refrained from doing so because we were all present, right? I never imagined that Gamu, who usually appears so honest, would resort to theft. Yes, moreover, he stole something meant for the fragrant female. Now he is in trouble. However, Gamu does not seem like such a person. Look at Jin Huang's eyes. They appear as if he is about to devour someone. It is better not to speak further. Those who wished to speak in Gamu's defense fell silent under the threatening gazes of the several beastmen. They exchanged words, and the crowd began to murmur and point fingers. Gamu, who already struggled with words, could only offer a feeble defense when provoked. You are speaking nonsense. I merely passed by your cave entrance yesterday. I did not enter at all. Besides, this hide was hunted only last night. What business is it of yours? Inside the stone tank, Luo Chu listened to their conversation and realized they were discussing the hide of the horned cow beast. She discerned the helplessness and fear in Gamu's tone, and her heart raced with anxiety as she could not intervene to assist him. Where's me too? He could prove Gamu's innocence. Last night, you failed to deliver the prey you were supposed to bring, and now you claim this was hunted last night. It seems you frequently hoard your catches, does it not? I did not. Do you dare to lie? Do not forget the conditions under which you could remain in the tribe. Laziness and deceit are one thing, but now you have exposed your habit of hiding your catches. If you do not admit to stealing, we will inform the tribe leader and have you expelled. I did not steal. Hearing Gamu repeat those words made Luo Chu anxious for him. Just then, someone suddenly suggested, why not search his cave to see if he has indeed hidden anything? Yes, let us search. This could also clear Gamu's name. The beast man who suggested the search meant well, but upon uttering those words, Gamu's previously affable demeanor darkened, and his presence shifted dramatically, as if he had transformed into a different person. Instinctively, he turned sideways, his broad frame blocking the cave entrance, his grip on the hide tightening. These individuals had never witnessed such a side of Gomu, and his demeanor clearly indicated his guilt. The beastman who proposed the search covered his mouth, while others murmured among themselves, questioning whether Gomu had indeed concealed something. Just then, someone in the crowd shouted, "The fragrant female is coming." The beastmen gathered around, instinctively parted to create a wide path. 8 tall beastmen approached, bearing a wooden chair. A robust female, towering at least 9 meters, sat upon it, her body adorned with tattoos, including her face. How to describe this female? She appeared somewhat like a hybrid. Aside from her human-like physique, her features seemed to belong to various species. Her mouth resembled that of a human, yet her teeth were uneven. Her eyes, nose, and ears appeared as if they were haphazardly assembled. In short, the craftsmanship was remarkably careless. As the chair was set down, dust billowed, and the fragrant female, supported by 2 beastmen, stood before Gomu, looking significantly broader than him, with an air of arrogance. The fragrant female glanced at Gomu before shifting her gaze to the beastman named Jin Huang. "What is all this commotion about? Did you not claim to have something valuable to present to me? Why have you been absent for so long?" Jin Huang, who had been so domineering, instantly became subservient. Indignantly pointing at Gomu, "The item was stolen by Gomu, and we are demanding he return it." The fragrant female regarded him with disdain. What could possibly be so important that it warranted such a fuss? It is a hide from a cow beast, and it looks quite impressive. Upon hearing this, the fragrant female turned to Gomu, her expression devoid of emotion. "So it is merely a beast hide. Yimu, you have stolen the hide that my partner gifted to me. You should be expelled from the tribe. However, considering your years of relative honesty, if you return the hide and publicly admit to your theft, I will plead with the tribe leader to allow you to remain." Outside, Gomu remained expressionless. While inside the stone tank, Luo Chu felt her teeth clench in frustration. What kind of person is this? Seeking to steal from another while wrongfully accusing them, and now forcing them to publicly confess to being a thief. How shameless these individuals are! It is evident from her words that this female is not virtuous. As everyone awaited Gomu's response, the crowd's gaze suddenly shifted en masse to behind him. Who is that person? Their appearance is blinding, is truly dazzling. Staring too long could cause dizziness. Clad in vivid orange, Qingxi stood tall behind Gomu, holding a large beast hide bag. This individual is so radiant. Look at his legs. Are you blind? Those are not legs. That is clearly a tail. Inside the stone tank, Luo Chu's heart skipped a beat. Who is this? With a tail? Could it be Qingxi? But isn't Qingxi supposed to be blue? Gomu turned to look, and with his obstruction removed. The fragrant female also noticed the suddenly appearing beastman, her eyes widening in astonishment. He is so handsome, so dazzling. Even while carrying 2 large beast hides that seem incongruous with his aura, he remains strikingly attractive. When Gomu glanced over, she wore a gentle smile. Their eyes meeting. "I have come to find Chu. Do you know where she is?" "Oh ho ho ho. She has finally arrived." Chapter 116 at last. "I avaitu, defending Yimu. I have come to find Chu. Do you know where she is?" Though posed as a question, the tone was resolute. Gomu regarded the gentle beastman before him with suspicion, his heart racing like a drum. Who is this person? How does he know Chu? And how does he know she is here with me? Inside the stone tank, Luo Chu trembled with excitement. That voice. Before Gomu could respond, Luo Chu could no longer contain herself, pushing aside the rhino hide covering her, hurriedly climbing out of the stone tank and stumbling to the cave entrance. Before her stood a startling flash of red, but as she turned to face it, the familiar face and eyes felt so well known. Qingxi's eyes sparkled with joy. He had finally found her. Chu. Luo Chu's tears flowed uncontrollably until she fell into a warm embrace, realizing this was not a dream. Qingxi, you have finally come. I have been waiting for you. I was so frightened. I thought I would never see you again. Though they had been apart for less than 3 days, Luo Chu felt as if an eternity had passed. She tightly wrapped her arms around Qingxi's waist, sobbing uncontrollably. The two were reluctant to part, engulfed in a sweet intimacy that disregarded the world around them. The onlookers gaped in astonishment. Wait, where did that strange red beastman come from? Before they could grasp the situation, another young female suddenly appeared from an improbable location. With Qingxi and Gomu blocking the view, the crowd outside could not see Luo Chu's face. After the initial shock wore off, All the beastmen shifted their gaze back to Gomu. This young man is impressive. He usually seems so honest and innocent, yet he has secretly hidden a young female in the cave. No wonder he appeared so anxious when the suggestion to search the cave arose. It was not because he feared being discovered for hoarding something, but rather because he feared the young female would be exposed. Understanding this, the beastmen who had previously held a favorable view of Gomu now regarded him with a hint of reproach. In the presence of valuable treasures, one ought not to indulge in selfishness. This individual exhibits a lack of loyalty. Observing the indistinct figure of the female, she captivated the attention of all. Nestling into the embrace of the orc she favored, while the expression of the fragrant female turned decidedly sour. Nevertheless, her visage was adorned with dark tattoos, rendering her discontent less discernible to the few around her. Yet her companions could feel the palpable tension exuding from her. They understood that the fragrant female had set her sights on that particular fish, even with the knowledge that land females could not bond with sea dwellers. The companions of the fragrant female harbored animosity towards Qingxi. Females could bear offspring only once a year, and their competition was already fierce. Should the fragrant female truly take an interest in this fish and divide her attention, their chances would be further diminished. Among the fragrant female's companions, the one who despised the orc Wang Jin the most was he himself. He had fought valiantly to secure the privilege of courting during the wind season, a time when females were most likely to conceive. This season was crucial, and upon inadvertently spotting the hides that Gomu had concealed, he contemplated seizing them to win the favor of the fragrant female. Yet before he could obtain the hides, this unforeseen complication arose. Observing the longing in the fragrant female's eyes, one could sense her desire to claim that fish for herself, and how could he not feel resentment? After an extended silence, a voice suddenly erupted from the crowd. Gomu, what is the meaning of this little female? Do you not intend to provide us with an explanation? Indeed, this little female clearly does not belong to our tribe. Did you steal her from some bee city? Rumors circulated that many prominent figures from Qianshou City had recently visited the Shi Ao tribe, searching for a stolen female. Could it be that Gomu colluded with those rogue beasts and hid the stolen female within our tribe? No wonder his cave was strewn with foul leaves. Surely to mask the scent of the female and prevent our discovery. The situation was clear. Look at how the little female clung to this merman orc, appearing indifferent to Guillermo. It was obvious she was taken by force. Who would have thought he not only stole, but also conspired with rogue beasts? Heavens! Will his actions bring trouble to our tribe? The murmurs from the crowd ignited a fury within Luo Chuchu. For the first time, she realized that when men gossiped, they could be even more loquacious than women. Witnessing the imposing figure tremble, she could no longer contain herself. She stepped away from Qingxi, approached Gomu, and spread her arms to shield him. Her small mouth fired off like a machine gun, addressing the most aggressive group of orcs. Gomu did not capture me. He saved me. You know nothing, so why slander him? Furthermore, that hide is mine. Gomu merely assisted in cleaning it. How could you shamelessly claim it as your own? If you possess the ability to hunt such fine hides, then clarify where and when you hunted. What creature's hide is this? Without allowing them to respond, she answered her own questions. You cannot articulate, can you? You know nothing and wish to gain without effort, only plotting to seize from others. Gomu is honest. I will not be bullied, and none shall take my belongings or my people. The term my people naturally referred to Qingxi, yet Gomu was unaware of this. He believed he was included in her declaration. As Luo Chuchu continued her fervent defense, Gomu's previously grim expression had vanished, yet he did not revert to his usual naive demeanor. He silently gazed at the small head in front of him. Was Chuchu protecting herself? No female had ever defended him so fiercely. Could it be that he too might experience a fragment of beauty? Standing nearby, Qingxi wore a gentle smile, noting how articulate Luo Chuchu remained. Casting a glance at the bare orc beside him, he clearly perceived the affection in his gaze directed towards Luo Chuchu. Returning his focus to the petite yet commanding figure before him, he understood many things he had previously struggled with. After the ordeal of being pursued by the Sea Tribe, he suddenly grasped the truth. Chuchu would never belong solely to him, rather than risk her safety in perilous situations, only to be forcibly separated. It would be wiser to allow stronger individuals to protect her. What he sought was merely the chance to remain by her side forever, which would suffice. Upon concluding her remarks, Luo Chuchu noticed the crowd had fallen silent. She presumed her assertiveness had left them speechless. Little did she know, They had been rendered mute upon recognizing her face. The previously boisterous crowd had quieted, though she had been too engrossed in her tirade to notice. The orcs stood in stunned silence, their mouths agape, mesmerized by her presence, while some drooled in awe, causing Luo Chuchu to frown. What is happening? Is this a little female? She appears even more dazzling than that fish. Good heavens! This is also a little female? Her fair skin, exquisitely delicate features, and an aroma devoid of any impurities were astonishing. So females can truly embody such beauty? Upon discernment of Luo Chuchu's visage, the fragrant female wrinkled her brow in disgust, her eyes brimming with disdain and anger. How ugly! So small and frail, likely raised in a backwater, clearly malnourished and incapable of bearing offspring. How dare such an unattractive female compete with me for this sea dweller? Meanwhile, Luo Chuchu, who had long suffered from insecurities regarding her own appearance and never commented on others, upon seeing the fragrant female for the first time, thought to herself, how ugly, a heart as foul as the face. Observing the dense tattoos, she concluded that she resembled a toad seeking a frog, a hideous creature trying to flaunt herself as an authority. Just then, a large group approached from the distance, accompanied by several teams carrying females, all heading in their direction. As the crowd swelled, Qingxi subtly advanced, drawing Luo Chuchu behind him, shielded from the adoring gazes of the orcs. The orcs moved swiftly, soon forming a dense throng around the cave. This was indeed the first time Gamu's cave had been so lively. Those with partners stood to one side, while those without gathered on the opposite side. The two groups distinctly separated. However, the number of single orcs was greater, and, even with the crowd pressing in, no one dared venture to the other side. Instead, they transformed into various beastly forms, squeezing into any available space for a glimpse of the new female. The first to speak was another female, who was being supported as she approached the fragrant female. Her head was held high, her demeanor haughty, as though she were looking down upon others through her nostrils. Didn't he, the tribe, suddenly gain a weak new female? Let's see her. Murmurs arose around them, primarily consisting of conversations among females, as the orcs had no place to interject. The topic of discussion, of course, centered on Luo Chuchu, the unattractive and frail little female. After their arrival, Luo Chuchu, who had been so vocal, fell silent. It was not entirely due to fear of these individuals. Rather, she was taken aback. How could all the females in this beastly world appear so similar? Luo Chuchu had initially thought that the previous fragrant female was an anomaly, yet she quickly realized that such surprises were rampant throughout the beast realm. Moreover, each was more astonishing than the last. At that moment, Luo Chuchu suddenly experienced an epiphany. Why does Qingxi always feel so frail? Compared to these turbulent, formidable females, does she not appear pitifully small and helpless? Luo Chuchu's gaze instinctively fell upon their bodies adorned with dark blue-black patterns, pondering whether this might be some form of mating mark. The female speaking bore an enormous face, vaguely resembling that of tiger. Heaven forbid, after forming a bond with Qingxi, would she too end up with such an appearance? Would she have a fish head on her face or a small fish clutched at her mouth? As these unsettling images flashed through her mind, Luo Chuchu couldn't help but shudder. What should she do? She did not wish to become a painted-faced female overlord. As Luo Chuchu's thoughts wandered, her seemingly absent-minded demeanor was perceived by the other females as blatant disregard. Their patience waned, for they had never been so overlooked, especially not by an invisible rival. They exchanged glances with their partners, signaling them to drag her over. To these females, this was merely a trivial matter, bullying a weak female without a beast partner within their own tribe. If the Sea Tribe Beastman chose to defend her, it would mean opposing all of them, a notion unlikely to cross his mind. Seeing the approaching beastmen, Qingxi's expression darkened, entirely shielding Luo Chuchu. Do you intend to harm a female? The group wore malicious smiles. We mean her no harm. Our partners merely wish to invite her over. Although this petite female was rather unique and drew one's attention, they were already bonded with their own females. To entertain thoughts of another would invoke serious repercussions. As more than a dozen beastmen closed in, Qingxi stood his ground, while Luo Chuchu's voice rang out from behind him. We are all females. I do not wish to go over, and you cannot force me. Otherwise, the beast god will punish you. Luo Chuchu was not so foolish as to think her slight frame could withstand a single blow from those females. Upon hearing her words, the beastmen hesitated momentarily. The females behind them, incensed, shouted, "What you dawdling for? Just bring her over. We are not asking you to kill her, so what punishment could there be? With that, the beastmen discarded their hesitations and charged towards Qingxi and Luo Chuchu. This was not their first time engaging in such acts. They had previously assisted their partners in bullying weaker females in the tribe. As the female had said, they were merely responsible for dragging her over. The actual bullying would be handled by the females or by those unfortunate beastmen who had been ostracized, ensuring no repercussions fell upon them. As the group of beastmen rushed forward, Qingxi's eyes gleamed with an unusual light, his gaze sharpening. When his eyes fell upon the nearest beastman, two beams of scarlet-orange light suddenly shot forth from his gaze. The beastman struck by the beams erupted in smoke, two charred holes appearing on his body. The surrounding skin singed black. Upon witnessing Qingxi's audacity to strike, more beastmen surged towards them. An outsider female could not attack. But this foreign beastman had no such constraints. Qingxi held tightly to Luo Chuchu's hand. The fragrant female's hatred deepened upon seeing this. Grabbing one of her beast partners, she whispered venomously in his ear, "Go and cut off that female's hand." The beastman dared not comply. She was a female. The fragrant female narrowed her eyes, her tone menacing. "If you dare disobey me, I will abandon you and cast your offspring out of the tribe, leaving you all to become wandering beasts." Upon hearing this, the beastman's pupils constricted, and thoughts of his underage offspring turned his gaze towards Luo Chuchu with malevolence. He understood the consequences of harming a female in front of so many witnesses. Yet he also recognized that the fragrant female was capable of such cruelty, even towards her own offspring. Compared to those born as wandering beasts, the forsaken ones would suffer far more. Their lives would be even more arduous. The limping wolf beastman silently slipped into the fray, filled with despair yet resolute. He could not allow his offspring to become a wandering beast. Luo Chuchu was taken aback by how quickly the verbal conflict escalated into a physical altercation. Witnessing the lasers emitted from Qingxi's eyes left her momentarily dazed. Wasn't Qingxi's ability water spike? When had it transformed into a lethal gaze? Would this laser harm his eyes? As her thoughts drifted, her arm was suddenly yanked, jolting Luo Chuchu back to reality. She discreetly drew a small knife, preparing for battle. Although these beastmen did not appear intent on harming her, there was no guarantee that one would not be reckless enough to defy the beast god's curse. Unable to assist Qingxi, Luo Chuchu did not wish to become a burden. A diverse group of tigers, leopards, and wolves, each with their own distinguishing traits, appeared intimidating yet lacked any ranged attacks, hastily avoiding Qingxi's laser gun. It was at this moment that the wolf beastman seized his chance. A limping wolf suddenly leaped, aiming directly for the unguarded Luo Chuchu, its gleaming white fangs poised to bite her tender arm. Noticing the danger Luo Chuchu faced, Qingxi prepared to turn, but a beastman lunged at him, attempting to swarm him. He swiftly raised his tail, sending those beastmen flying, though he ultimately miscalculated his angle. Luo Chuchu, with her knife in hand, thrust it towards the attacking wolf beastman. Just as the wolf's jaws approached her arm, a massive hand seized the back of its neck, sending it crashing against a boulder. Onlookers gasped in terror at Gumu's sudden intervention, astonished by his audacity. Qingxi had dispatched nearly all the beastmen, quickly pulling Luo Chuchu close for inspection. When their eyes met, Luo Chuchu's heart skipped a beat, fearing that Qingxi might accidentally harm her as well. Seeing their plan thwarted, the fragrant female seethed with anger, turning her fury towards Gumu. "Yimu, how dare you assist an outsider in bullying our tribe's people? Do you wish to be cast out from the tribe?" Gumu's previously amiable demeanor vanished, replaced by a colder, more sinister expression as he looked down at the injured wolf beastman bleeding on the ground. "He intended to harm the female, which is why I acted." The fragrant female surveyed the crowd with disdain, asking mockingly, "Who witnessed this?" "My beastman merely sought to stop this sea demon from harming our tribe. When did he ever touch that little female? It is you who colluded with the wandering beasts, bringing an unidentified female into the tribe with ulterior motives, and then conspired with outsiders to steal my beast skins, denying it when caught, and even attacking my partners." As the fragrant female accused Gumu, her gaze bored down on the onlookers, who, confronted with her eyes, averted their gazes, fearing to meet her stare. Gumu's folly was evident. Opposing the fragrant female was unwise. She was the daughter of the tribe leader, and her mother was the most esteemed female in the tribe. It would take but a word to have Gumu expelled. Luo Chuchu wished to say something, but suddenly spotted a frail old man. "Mituye." A commanding voice rang out from the back of the crowd. "What are you doing here?" At this, everyone turned to look, including the beastmen who had been repelled by Qingxi, who quickly stood at attention. It was the tribe leader. With the tribe leader's arrival, Gamu would undoubtedly face severe repercussions. The fragrant female shrugged off the support of her two beast partners, trembling as she rushed to the side of the beastman, her eyes gleaming with triumph as she glanced at Luo, Chu-Chu, and the others. "Father, you have arrived just in time. This Gamu has stolen my belongings and conspired with outsiders to bully my companion. Please drive him away immediately. And as for this unattractive female, her identity is unclear. She stirred up trouble upon her arrival, allowing this sea monster to wreak havoc in our territory. Have her imprisoned. As for this sea monster, having harmed so many of my companions, let him serve as my compensation." Before the tribal leader could speak, Xiang had already condemned Luo, Chu-Chu, and the others, even planning their punishment. "Gamu, did you truly commit those acts?" Upon hearing the tribal leader's inquiry, Mi-Tu Ye's expression soured. His question implicitly included the theft, indicating he aimed to placate the situation. Gamu simply replied, "I did not steal." He neither denied the assault nor argued that the wolf beast attacked the female first. Knowing that with Xiang present, the tribal leader would not believe him, and the onlookers would not dare offend the tribal leader on their behalf. Mi-Tu Ye frowned at the tribal leader. "Shan Kuei, I already informed you about the issues concerning the cowhide and the young female. You did mention that, but you failed to disclose that this young female colluded with the Sea tribe and caused a ruckus in our tribe. Regarding Gamu, Mi-Tu Ye, the tribe initially agreed to keep him out of respect for you. We had hoped he was a good individual, but it seems he has grown wings and dares to bully females, clearly indicating he does not wish to live peacefully within the tribe." Upon hearing this, Luo Chu-Chu rolled her eyes internally. It was only one day, yet Gamu had endured so much injustice, highlighting the difficulties of life in his tribe. And yet, he still had the audacity to claim he lived a peaceful life. Noticing Mi-Tu Ye's grim expression, Shan Kuei shifted his tone. "However, our tribe is not devoid of compassion. Since you, Mi-Tu Ye, have personally spoken, the young female may remain, but this sea monster cannot stay. As for Gamu, surrender the cowhide and be expelled from the tribe." Upon hearing that she was to be driven away, Xiang became anxious. "Father, I want that sea monster." Xiang, the tribal leader interrupted her, placing a hand on her shoulder, signaling her to calm down. The sea tribe cannot remain away from water for long. Although it is unclear how he withstood the blazing sun to reach the tribe, they can create obstacles on his return journey to delay him. When he becomes dehydrated and exhausted, they can capture him then. Receiving her father's gaze, Xiang ceased her outcry and turned to provocatively glare at Luo Chu-Chu. Chapter 119. Never expected to stay. The beast god truly delivered punishment. Luo Chu-Chu exclaimed, "Who is this esteemed individual? Are you all right?" However, what puzzled Luo Chu-Chu even more was Mi-Tu Ye's attitude. How could he disregard Gamu's grievances? Shifting her gaze to Mi-Tu Ye, she spoke with confusion. "Mi-Tu Ye, I am grateful for your rescue, but you know very well that Gamu did not steal. We are all aware of the truth regarding the animal skin. Moreover, I do not recall ever stating that I intended to remain in this tribe." Mi-Tu Ye was momentarily at a loss for words, regretting not discussing matters with Luo Chu-Chu beforehand before hastily approaching the tribal leader. Before he could respond, Luo Chu-Chu turned to the tribal leader who had spoken. "I initially believed that a tribe of such size and management would have a leader of discernment, yet it appears otherwise." The tribal leader's face flushed, shifting from red to black. Was this young female implying he lacked understanding? The tribal leader, who valued his pride, was furious, yet the young female seemed oblivious, continuing her words. "That Xiang coveted my animal skin when her attempts to snatch it failed. She wrongfully accused Gamu of theft. After failing to seize the skin, she sent her lame wolf to attack me. Everyone present witnessed this clearly. It is not her wish that can alter the truth. You openly harmed a female. Do not think that denying it will let this matter pass. The beast god is watching you from above." Turning her gaze to the onlookers, she declared, "You protect the wicked, fear the strong, and nurture evil forces, earning the disdain of others. The beast god will not spare you either." Upon hearing Luo Chu-Chu's words, the beastmen felt a sense of unease. Yet the females merely scoffed. Who did she think she was? A goddess of the beast god mountain? To date, no female had ever been punished by the beast god. They considered themselves noble. No matter how severe the beast god's punishment, it would not concern them. But just as this thought flickered through the minds of the females, the young female suddenly gazed upward and shouted, "Ah!" All eyes turned to the sky, where a multitude of green objects descended. The occurrence was so sudden that the beastmen and females could not evade the falling objects, which struck them all over. Some picked them up to examine, discovering they were roots of unknown plants. When the roots broke, a thick, sticky liquid flowed from the break, blinding their eyes and leaving them in a messy state. Though it did not hurt much, it was undeniably awkward. Those struck by the objects desperately tried to shake off the substance. Luo Chu calmly pulled Qingxi and Gamu back to avoid getting splattered. The crowd, coming to their senses, felt a surge of fear. Just moments ago, the young female had mentioned the beast god's punishment, and now this formatter had descended. Could it truly be? A flurry of anxious discussions erupted. What was happening? Could this genuinely be the beast god's punishment? How could it be so swift? Was it simply a coincidence that some birds passed by? We were all looking up. There were no birds around. I believe that the young female's words were indeed prophetic, and this is the beast god's punishment. Do not be absurd. How could the beast god's punishment manifest as such a trivial occurrence? Besides, did you not see that the females were also struck? After this comment, the crowd began to see some logic in the argument. Yet soon, a faint voice emerged. "It may not hurt, but I feel a bit itchy." "You are not alone. I feel a bit itchy too." It was unclear who spoke first, but once one person felt itchy, others began to experience the same sensation. Even those beastmen who were not allergic to the yam juice began to feel an inexplicable itchiness. Soon, a multitude of beastmen started scratching themselves, smearing the liquid everywhere. Their sharp nails tore into their skin, leaving them with a mix of itchiness and pain. The most agonizing were the companions of the females. They initially scratched themselves, but suddenly the females began to itch as well. The beastmen could only use one hand to scratch themselves while using the other to scratch their females. Upon seeing this, the females became displeased. They were suffering from the itchiness, yet their companions were focused on their own relief. This was utterly unacceptable. The females angrily ordered their partners to prioritize their scratching. Consequently, the beastmen had no choice but to endure the irritation, freeing both hands to assist their females. Up, down, left, right, and everywhere in between, places that had not previously come into contact with the yam liquid became smeared and sticky. After scratching for a long time without alleviating the itch, they only found it worsening. The discomfort made them jump about, observing the messy faces of those scratching, especially the red marks on the females. Luo Chu stifled a laugh. Who would have thought that these yam trees would be this effective? Having realized its profound utility, I should have provided more assistance to that female, known as Xiang and the chieftain of the tribe, so they would not have dared to act with such arrogance. The spectacle of over 100 individuals congregated, scratching themselves, was indeed quite magnificent. I am uncertain who first called out, "Great beast god, I acknowledge my fault." It was that wolf beast who sought to kill the young female, and it was Gomu who intervened. If punishment is to be meted, let it fall upon him. We did not act. We are all blameless. Indeed, we merely failed to speak the truth, yet we harbored no ill intentions towards the young female. After uttering these words, the two immediately knelt in the direction of Luo Chu. However, their remarks served as a reminder to Luo Chu, directing her gaze to the wolf beast man lying on the ground, contemplating what lesson should be imparted to him. After all, he was the one who truly bore the intent to kill. Gomu's expulsion of him did not absolve the others gathered from punishment. It would be unjust for this man, who acted with malice, to escape unscathed while the onlookers faced retribution. Thus, the punishment from the beast god would be untenable. Yet, before Luo Chu could conceive a suitable prank, suddenly, the wolf beast trembled, his eyes widening in shock, and a large chunk of the boulder behind him shattered. Then, all present witnessed the wolf beast's head slowly detach, blood gushing from his neck. The corpse instantaneously transformed from a humanoid form into a headless wolf carcass, revealing an unhealed wound on his hind leg. Luo Chu's expression shifted dramatically, her face paling, as Qingxi pressed against her back, raising a hand to shield her eyes. Yet, her gaze remained vigilant elsewhere. Do not be afraid. Chapter 120. The value of life is unduly cheap. Request to depart. Luo Chu remained silent, her back weakly resting against Qingxi's chest. She was no saint. The wolf beast sought her life, and she would not feel remorse for his death. However, at this moment, a sense of heaviness enveloped her heart, as if some emotion were suffocating her. Luo Chu suddenly recalled that since her arrival in the beast world, she had inadvertently taken several lives. This was her sheer luck, yet it felt somewhat tragic. Was life in the beast world truly so devalued? Could she genuinely survive in such a lawless realm, where restraint relied solely on faith in the beast god? Would Qingxi Debaitu and Gamu one day also lose their lives so easily? Luo Chuchu dared not contemplate further. Hidden in the shadows, Imo Shu observed Luo Chuchu, who hung her head, seemingly despondent against the merfolk beastman, and a flicker of regret crossed his eyes. Had he acted rashly? He should not have resorted to violence in her presence. Imo Shu was unaware of the events that had transpired. When Luo Chuchu and her companions were ambushed, he was hurrying from a lost forest toward their location. After delivering the horned ox beast to the bear beast and witnessing him return with food for the young female, Imo Shu had returned to the lost forest. While deceived by the snake beastman, he discovered a remarkably beautiful plant, still in bud. Imo Shu did not recognize the flower, nor had it appeared in his memory inheritance. Yet, an inexplicable voice in his mind urged him to guard that plant and await its bloom to present it to the young female, who would surely cherish it. Imo Shu patiently waited through the night, but the flower showed no inclination to open. Feeling a yearning to see the young female, he returned to the cave. Upon his arrival, he was met with the sight of the two beastmen kneeling and pleading for mercy from the beast god, claiming that the wolf beast intended to kill the young female. Imo Shu's anger surged, and upon seeing Qingxi behind Luo Chuchu, his fury became uncontainable. This merfolk beastman was truly relentless, having destroyed the mark left by the young female and obscured all her traces. He had not anticipated that the merfolk would seek him out. How vexing! The desire to kill surged within him. However, Imo Shu knew he could not take a life. If the young female were to discover it, not only would she be unable to accept him, but she might even wish to end his life with her own hands. The more he pondered, the angrier he became, and subsequently, he unleashed a gust of wind blades, severing the wolf beast's head. A silent execution, unbeknownst to Imo Shu. His actions startled Luo Chuchu, yet they effectively upheld the notion of the beast god's punishment. As the crowd emerged from their shock at the sudden decapitation of the wolf beast, those who had previously expressed doubt fell to their knees, including the chieftain, trembling in fear. In that moment, only Luo Chuchu and a few females remained standing. However, in contrast to Luo Chuchu, the other females appeared somewhat guilt-ridden, overwhelmed by the day's events. It became evident that females could also be subject to the beast god's retribution. With the wolf beast's demise, Xiangxiang's beast husbands no longer dared to claim that Gamu had stolen the beast skin, and even Xiangxiang herself tacitly acknowledged her wrongful accusation against Gamu. As events unfolded, the chieftain sought to defuse the situation, wishing to minimize the incident as if it had never occurred. He warmly urged Luo Chuchu to stay, making no mention of the matter concerning Gamu. As for Qingxi, the land beast generally harbored a poor impression of the ocean tribe, only interacting during annual trade. Moreover, the ocean tribe could not reside on land for extended periods, which led the chieftain to harbor no intention of retaining him. Primarily, he awaited Qingxi's return, planning to ambush him on the road and secretly capture him for his daughter's amusement. The chieftain wished to avoid further complications, yet Xiangxiang, spoiled and accustomed to getting her way, was inexplicably obsessed with obtaining the ocean tribe member. The chieftain understood his daughter well. She had suffered considerable humiliation today, publicly exposed and scarred. Although the tribe members dared not speak, the chieftain was acutely aware that if he did not allow her to vent her anger, he could only imagine what chaos she might unleash. He trembled at the thought of Xiangxiang's mother joining in the uproar. He could hardly bear the consequences. However, to the chieftain's astonishment, upon hearing his invitation, the young female unequivocally rejected his offer. Regardless of how he pleaded, she steadfastly refused to remain in the tribe. Even more shocking was that Gamu, who had always been docile and subjected to their bullying and exploitation, also expressed a desire to leave the tribe. "What did you say? You wish to depart from the tribe?" The chieftain exclaimed, his voice cracking in disbelief. "Aside from me too," who stroked his beard with a smile and remained silent. The others were equally stunned by Gamu's unexpected request to leave. How could it be that Gamu, who had endured countless trials and injuries to remain in the tribe, now sought to depart? Although they frequently threatened Gamu with expulsion, the chieftain knew he would never allow Gamu to leave, nor would Gamu willingly choose to depart, which is why he had allowed him to remain unchecked. Despite Gamu's humble demeanor and moderate strength, he excelled in hunting and labor. Each year, he brought back the most game during the cold season. Everyone in the tribe could command him to assist with tasks, even venturing into the most perilous lost forest without complaint. Such a valuable laborer, practically a slave. How could the chieftain easily permit his departure? Do not forget, when you joined the tribe, you swore an oath to the beast god, vowing never to betray the tribe. Are you now prepared to tear apart your own vow? Gomu paused, and the chieftain assumed he was intimidated. To his surprise, Gomu's expression remained resolute, showing no signs of wavering. The chieftain's face darkened. To abandon the tribe means facing untold trials and tribulations. Are you prepared to endure that? Gomu remained unmoved. The tribal leader was enraged, believing that Gomu was deliberately challenging his authority. Fine, since you have made your decision, go and face the punishment at the altar. Luo Chuchu firmly grasped Gomu, unwilling to let him endure such a torturous fate. The mere mention of a mountain of blades and a sea of flames hinted at a punishment that could not possibly be ordinary. She could not comprehend why Gomu was so obedient. Yemu, you are a free individual, not an object belonging to anyone, nor have you been sold to them. You can go wherever you wish without needing anyone's consent. Chapter 121. True dissociation from punishment. Gomu turned around, his gaze fixed intently on Luo Chuchu. She was momentarily taken aback by the intensity of his stare. In that moment, she felt as though the figure before her overlapped with the one who had rescued her from the serpent beast man. How strange. Why did Gomu now seem reminiscent of the person who saved her that day? Could it be that he truly was dissociating? A subtle smile played at the corners of Gomu's lips, a contrast to his demeanor, somewhat mischievous, yet his eyes remained clear. Hangzhu, Ju, wait for me. Once I fulfill the vow I made, then I shall be a truly free man. Luo Chuchu was puzzled by his gratitude and the meaning behind his two wait for me phrases. After speaking, Gomu turned and walked toward the Dongtu tribe without looking back. Luo Chuchu hurriedly pulled on Xing Shi, wishing to follow him, but they were blocked. The one who obstructed her was none other than the female beastman's mate, Xiang Xiang. He stated that since she had rejected the tribal leader's invitation, she no longer belonged to the Dongtu tribe and was thus unqualified to approach their altar. Upon hearing this, Luo Chuchu swiftly changed her tune, expressing her newfound willingness to stay in the Dongtu tribe, and hurriedly dove into the crowd. After all, she had only claimed to be willing now, not perpetually. If she decided to leave later, and anyone dared to stop her, she could simply scare them off with something from her space. These individuals were steadfast believers in the beast god. She, however, was not. To her surprise, upon hearing Luo Chuchu's change of heart, the mates of Xiang Xiang fled even faster, nearly toppling Xiang Xiang from her seat. They feared that she might genuinely wish to remain. This little female was quite the enigma. They had been punished by the beast god due to her influence the first time. If she truly stayed, what if one day Xiang Xiang could not resist causing her trouble? The ones who would suffer would only be them, her companions. The wolf beast man was the prime example. Seeing them flee as if pursued by a ghost, Luo Chuchu was at her wit's end. Gomu, such an honest person, would be at their mercy, doing whatever they commanded. The tribal leader was clearly ill-intentioned. If he sought to torment Gomu, the consequences for him would be dire. Just when she was anxious and felt helpless, Grandpa Me Too approached. Luo Chuchu was somewhat annoyed with him, but at that moment, he was the only one who could assist Gomu. Noticing her genuine concern for Gomu, Grandpa Me Too could not help but feel pleased for Gomu. Previously, he had worried that Gomu's wooden demeanor would not appeal to the little female. However, it seemed his concerns were unwarranted. Do not worry, my child. Gomu will be fine. With such unwavering conviction in his voice, Luo Chuchu felt a flicker of doubt. But this was not the time for despairing words. Grandpa Me Too. What exactly is this punishment of traversing a mountain of blades and crossing a sea of flames? It is quite literal. Traverse the bright blade path and walk the dark fire road. Luo Chuchu scratched her head. Speak in terms I can comprehend. After Grandpa Me Too's explanation, Luo Chuchu finally understood. The bright blade path involved a stretch of ground covered in thorns, nearly 100 meters long, over which the punished individual must roll, ensuring every inch of their skin comes into contact with the thorns. The dark fire road required walking barefoot over scorching stones, also about 100 meters long. These stones were peculiar. The more they burned, the darker they became, capable of retaining heat for an extended period. Commonly used for heating during the cold season in the beast world. Just hearing about it made Luo Chuchu shiver. Her eyes filled with concern as she looked toward the direction of the tribe. Yet Grandpa Me Too remained composed, exuding confidence in Gomu's abilities. A question lingered in Luo Chu-Chu's mind, and she eventually could not resist asking Grandpa Me Too, "Is there something wrong with Gomu?" Indicating her head. Grandpa Me Too had not anticipated her quick insight. Stroking his beard, he nodded and began to recount Gomu's story. When Gomu was a cub, he was discovered lying on the edge of the lost forest, gravely injured and barely alive. The person who found him brought him to my medicinal cave. At that time, the beast tide had just passed, and many in the tribe were injured, so no one realized he was not one of their cubs. It was only later that I noticed he was different from the other cubs, sometimes naive and honest, at other times composed and calm. Upon learning he was not from the tribe, my curiosity about his uniqueness led me to discuss with the tribal leader the possibility of keeping him. As Gomu grew, the tribe knew only of him as a simple beast man with brute strength and no temper. Only I knew that once Gomu became angry or encountered danger, another version of him would emerge. Unlike the naive Gomu, this other Gomu was an advanced beast man, already at the 5th tier, with formidable defensive capabilities. It seemed that no matter how severe the injury, as long as it did not affect his vital organs, it was merely superficial for him. When Gomu passed through earlier, I noticed he was in that other state. So, while others viewed the mountain of blades and sea of flames as terrifying to him, it was merely a tickle. Upon hearing Grandpa Me Too's words, Luo Chu-Chu felt enlightened. No wonder he showed no concern when learning about Gomu's punishment. He was aware of Gomu's hidden abilities. Yet, Luo Chu-Chu had not anticipated that her wild guesses had turned out to be correct. Gomu truly had a dissociative identity. Fortunately, his second personality was protective, not a vengeful sociopath prone to violence. However, this was within a fantastical world where eyes could be used as laser guns. If such a person existed in the modern world, Luo Chu-Chu would surely keep her distance. Who knew when they might suddenly go berserk or change character? Encountering such a person would be disastrous. Knowing that Gomu was unlikely to face any serious consequences, Luo Chu-Chu felt a bit more at ease. Yet, one thing puzzled her. If the other Gomu was so powerful, why did he not protect the Gomu who was bullied in the tribe? Grandpa Me Too chuckled. Because the Gomu who was bullied is too honest and naive. He does not perceive himself as being bullied. Thus there is no need for the other him to intervene. After so much time had passed, and with today included, I have only seen the other Gomu 3 times. So, I am curious, how did you figure it out? Luo Chu-Chu pondered for a moment before responding. It was just a feeling. The difference in their personalities is too stark. When he saved me that day, although I was dazed, I could still sense the aura he exuded. When I first saw Gomu after waking, I felt he was not the same person who had rescued me. At that moment, I even wondered if he might be dissociative, but I never expected it to be true. Dissociative? Yes. You could also understand it as a dual soul within one body. Grandpa Me Too found this description quite apartment chapter 122. How did you find your way here? As they engaged in lively conversation, Qingxi's voice suddenly broke the air. You say Gomu saved you? Were you injured by the seaside? Qingxi assumed that Gomu fortuitously found Luo Chu-Chu by the shore, where she too had sustained injuries. Little did she know, Luo Chu-Chu's lips pursed in displeasure as she replied, yes. I was almost suffocated by a wandering snake beast yesterday. It was Gomu who rescued me from its clutches, and Me Too Yi treated my wounds. Thus, both of them are my saviors. Upon hearing that Luo Chu-Chu had been abducted by a beast and injured, Qingxi's eyes flashed with intensity. Where's that snake beast now? Luo Chu-Chu instinctively recalled the scene from yesterday, the ground strewn with flesh, which now made her feel nauseous. It's dead. It was in the lost forest. Gomu had tied it to a tree, intending to let me deal with it personally. But by the time we arrived, it had already been killed by unknown predators, whether ferocious beasts or other beastmen. Qingxi felt a twinge of frustration, but resigned herself to the fact. If that snake beast had still been alive, she would have unearthed it from the ground and subjected it to 1,000 tortures. Me Too Yi then turned his gaze towards Qingxi, and unlike others, he felt no discomfort in her presence. In fact, he subtly inched closer, hoping to bask in her glow. Aren't you sea folk unable to stay away from water for too long? You seem quite accustomed to it, even managing to find your way here. Qingxi scrutinized the frail old man who had approached, unable to discern his beast man identity. However, she recalled that Chu-Chu had recently expressed some grievances towards him, so she chose to ignore his words. Meanwhile, Luo Chu-Chu's curiosity piqued. After her venture with Gomu into the Lost Forest, she learned that it was vast, bordering both the Dongtu tribe and the Shi'ao tribe, with the seaside being closer to the latter. Luo Chuchu had discreetly inquired and discovered from Gumu that there was no beast man named Song Hui in the Dong Tu tribe, suggesting that Song Hui likely did not belong there. Since she had asked Song Hui to leave markers, how then did Qingxi find her here? Noticing Luo Chuchu's interest, Qingxi explained, I couldn't find you during the day, so I rested by the river at night. I noticed blood flowing downstream, and it carried your scent, so I followed it. What Qingxi left unsaid was that during the day, he had traced the scent of the long-eared beast's blood to a fork in the path, ultimately choosing the middle route, where he detected no traces. To avoid unnecessary trouble, he had spent an entire day evading detection while carrying 2 beeskin bags. Later, due to his unfamiliarity with this form of living, he found the riverbank, reverted to his original shape, intending to rest for the night before continuing his search, which resulted in an unexpected discovery. Upon hearing this, Luo Chuchu understood. It must have been last night when Gumu dealt with the prey by the river, while also washing the rhinoceros bee skin that had wrapped around her, which allowed Qingxi to catch a whiff of her scent. So, Gumu is quite fortunate, isn't he? Not only did he save my life, but he also brought Qingxi to me ahead of time. Stealing a glance at the silent, whiskered me, Tu Yi. Luo Chuchu leaned closer to Qingxi and whispered, How did you turn red? And have you felt unwell from not being in seawater for so long? I have seawater in my space. Would you like me to bring some for you to soak? Tu Yi paused, tactfully shifting his body away, feigning ignorance of their conversation. I was knocked unconscious while in the sea. When I woke up, I intended to find you, but unexpectedly triggered an advancement opportunity and awakened a light heat skill. Avoiding Qingxi's gaze, Luo Chuchu scrutinized his face and body. She had to admit, the crimson Qingxi was quite attractive, exuding warmth, while the blue hue radiated tranquility and refreshment. Regardless of color, he was a delightful sight. Sensing her desire to look yet avoiding his eyes, Qingxi found amusement in her adorableness, realizing her thoughts were plainly written on her face. By the way, I brought you some items. Do you like them? Qingxi said, leading her to the 2 enormous bee skin bags. Were they? As she spoke, Luo Chuchu had already opened the bags. At the moment she saw the contents, she instinctively turned away. What is this? It's almost blinding to my big, beautiful eyes. Upon closer inspection, her eyes sparkled with excitement. Oh my! Pearls the size of eggs, various pearl ornaments, and a heap of gemstones, most of which are ready for use. Not only for holding, but also for wearing. The dazzling array delighted her, and she wished to adorn herself with them immediately. However, recalling the crude decorations worn by the female she had seen earlier, she hastily repacked the bee skin bags. Here in the Dong Tu tribe, those females were so greedy. If they knew she possessed such treasures, they would surely swarm to snatch them away. No, she must quickly secure them in her space for safety. Having tightly bound the bags, Luo Chuchu pounced on Qingxi, enveloping him in a grand embrace. Good brother. No need for words, understand. As she spoke, she patted both Qingxi's and her own chest. Steadying her hand from almost flying out of the frame, Luo Chuchu exclaimed, Wow. Qingxi's chest muscles are so bouncy. Her peculiar gesture and indescribable smile left Qingxi bewildered. When did they become such good brothers? He quickly interjected, I am not your brother. They were to become partners. He desired to be Luo Chuchu's mate, not merely a brother. Seeing his flustered demeanor, Luo Chuchu giggled, covering her mouth. I know. Consider this your betrothal gift to me. She was no fool. Why would she forsake readily available happiness to merely befriend Qingxi? Upon hearing this, Qingxi's smile returned. All right, since Chuchu has accepted her betrothal gift, does that mean we will soon become partners? Carrying such 2 large bags was inconvenient for travel and posed a risk of attracting unwanted attention. Luo Chuchu found an excuse to lead Qingxi behind a cave, loudly proclaiming her intention to dig a hole to bury the bee skin bags. Yet in reality, she discreetly stowed the items into her space. Tu Yi, this old man, seemed harmless for now, but he was indeed from the Dong Tu tribe. What if he let something slip in front of those females? Chapter 123. The Burning Heart Flower. What will happen to Gumu in the future seated on the side? Tu Yi, upon overhearing Luo Chuchu's deliberately loud remarks, could not help but roll his eyes. Were there only the 3 of them here? Who was she speaking so loudly for? As a branch of the Tree of Life, would he really covet such mundane objects? Disregarding the 2 sneaking about, Tu Yi focused on the direction of the lost forest, his dry brows knitted tightly. The young female had already appeared. The Burning Heart Flower must be nearing bloom. correct? Currently, the tongue snake had yet to show itself, meaning only the young female could locate where the flower grew. If the young females insisted on leaving this place, it would pose a dilemma. It seemed he needed to devise a plan to keep them settled until the flower was plucked, after which he too could depart. However, what method could he employ to retain them? Suddenly, the excitement of Lechuchu upon encountering those mundane objects came to mind. Mitui's eyes sparkled with inspiration as he devised a clever plan. Meanwhile, the two individuals in the distance appeared oblivious to their surroundings, engrossed in each other's company. Their intimacy palpable. The concealed presence of Mozhan, who had yet to depart, ignited a furious rage within him, leaving him in a state of suppressed frustration. This accursed merman, with such paltry offerings, how dare he claim them as gifts for the young female? Had she seen the treasures in his domain, she would not have deigned to regard as trifles. It was imperative to alter the serpent clan's image in the young female's eyes. Otherwise, it was uncertain when he might have the opportunity to meet her again. The trio waited for nearly 2 hours before there was movement from the direction of the tribe. Glancing up, they beheld Jimyu, bloodied and leading a group of orcs from the Dongda tribe. Though fewer in number than before, they still formed a substantial mass. Jimyu, are you truly leaving? Would it not be better to remain in the tribe? Is it not foolish to endure such trials only to depart? Yet, Jimyu was leaving. Who would guide them into the lost forest now? Perhaps it was for the best. Jimyu had offended the cherished female. Had he remained in the tribe, he might have faced further mistreatment. But had not the beast god already delivered punishment? Perhaps the cherished female and her companions would no longer dare to target him. One of the speakers, glancing warily at the cherished female's mates trailing behind, continued in hushed tones. Do you not understand the nature of the cherished female? She harbors grudges deeply. Her partners habitually bully Jimyu. Do you truly believe that a single, mild punishment will alter her disposition? Moreover, it was the beast god who acted upon her words, bringing forth the curse. Yet, if the cherished female chooses to leave our tribe, do you think she would spare Jimyu? It is likely she would only intensify her vengeance. Jimyu, walking ahead, absorbed their words in silence. Even in the presence of those with whom he usually shared camaraderie, his face bore no trace of the usual joviality, remaining stern and expressionless. None perceived anything amiss, assuming his demeanor was due to the sorrow of departure. They had no inkling that this Jimyu was not the same soul they had known. Despite knowing his injuries were not severe, upon seeing the bloodstains and marks upon him, Lechuchu felt a jolt of concern. His long, large feet appeared charred, leaving bloody footprints with each step. The trail of crimson from the tribe to their current location was starkly evident. Lechuchu grasped her backpack, contemplating retrieving iodine to tend to his wounds, yet the throng behind him was too numerous. Jimyu, are you all right? A faint smile flickered on Jimmy's face, his bronze skin appearing somewhat pallid. That forced smile caused Lechuchu's heart to race. Could it be that Mitui had made a mistake? He did not seem unscathed. Mitui approached, his expression a mix of anger and concern. Oh, you young man, why must you torment yourself so? Now the tribe has cast you aside, and you bear such injuries. You have always been so honest and simple. What shall you do now? Mitui sighed heavily, genuinely worried for Jimyu. Yet his peripheral vision occasionally darted towards Lechuchu's expression. Qingxi observed Mitui's subtle intentions, her gaze darkening as she lowered her head in silence. Upon hearing Mitui's words, Lechuchu grew indignant. What was wrong with this old man? Did he not understand Jimyu's situation? Why speak such disheartening words in front of the Dongda tribe? Casting a glance at the stoic tribal leader who followed closely, she wondered what nefarious schemes were brewing in his mind, perhaps even fantasizing about Jimyu's desire to remain. Jimyu was formidable, a skilled hunter, diligent and hardworking. He could thrive anywhere. Yet Mitui's worried demeanor persisted. While he spoke thus, Jimmyu's simplicity would render him vulnerable to exploitation. Lechuchu found Mitui's words troubling. It was not easy to imagine that someone could reduce Jimyu to mere bones. Even if Jimyu had a simple nature, he was not without clever companions. With a cunning ally by his side, could Jimyu truly be oppressed? She felt a twinge of disbelief. Nevertheless, Mitui's assertion that Jimmyu's offense against the tribe ultimately tied back to his own actions lingered in her mind. Lechuchu licked her lips and turned to Qingxi. What is it? Seeing Lechuchu's hesitation, Qingxi, with a smile still gracing her face, sensed her turmoil and guessed her unspoken thoughts. Jimyu had saved Lechuchu, and now that she could not remain in the tribe, there was an awkward tension with another who continually spoke up for Jimyu. On the island, when that long-eared beast had merely guided her once, she could not bear to abandon it, let alone Jimyu. who had saved her life. Qingxi swallowed hard. Despite having resolved her thoughts, her heart ached in this moment. Chapter 124. Jimyu joins. Re-entering the Lost Forest, Jimyu stood silently before Luchuchu, his head bowed, speechless. His injuries and bloodstains rendering him both pitiable and forlorn. Even without looking at him, Luchuchu could feel his gaze, as palpable as that of Qingxi, focused, fervent, and brimming with affection. A sense of unease settled in Luchuchu's heart, leaving her uncertain of how to face Qingxi. Though she harbored no romantic feelings for Jimyu, the thought of him leaving with them had taken root in her mind. This signified that whether they settled or wandered, they would be together. Unlike the gentle white rabbit, Jimyu was a true adult orc. Moreover, the way he looked at her spoke volumes. Having witnessed the orc's unwavering commitment to their oaths, Luchuchu hesitated to make promises to Qingxi. What if she were unable to uphold her vow in the future, thereby causing Qingxi further heartache? Guilt and self-reproach filled her heart, accompanied by a sensation of betrayal towards Qingxi. Recognizing Luchuchu's inner conflict, Qingxi felt a pang of sorrow, yet also a hint of sweetness. It was perhaps because she valued Luchuchu's thoughts that she found herself in such a predicament. Not wishing to burden Luchuchu further, Qingxi spoke lightly. Since Jimyu is your savior, he is also my benefactor. Now that he is alone, why not allow him to accompany us? Luchuchu looked up sharply at Qingxi. But will you not feel sad? Qingxi's smile remained unchanged, concealing the ache within. I simply wish to be with you always. Whatever you choose to do, I will stand by your side. As long as you look back, I will always be right behind you. All I seek is a place in your heart. Jimyu cast a surprised glance at Qingxi, taken aback that he would be the one to suggest joining them. Yet in the realm of beastkind, it was typically the female who held authority, and he wished to discern Luchuchu's sentiments. Even knowing she did not harbor affection for him, whether from sympathy or pity, he longed to be openly by her side. Qingxi and Jimyu both gazed intently at Luchuchu, while the elder Mitutu beside them anxiously tugged at his withered beard, awaiting her response. In his mind, it was entirely normal for females in the beast realm to have multiple beast husbands, especially considering this unique little girl. If she were to spend her entire life with this sea tribe, how could she possibly save the beast realm? He recalled the last one, who had had dozens of beast husbands, encompassing nearly all the strongest beastman tribes on land. Moreover, there was a soaring serpent, still unknown as to where it was hatching its eggs. Mitutu was particularly concerned about Jimyu, who was already somewhat unusual. The honest one was too simple-hearted, while the clever one was too gloomy. As a parent watching over the growth of his cub, Mitutu genuinely felt pity for Jimyu and worried that if the little female did not favor him, he would face a lifetime of solitude. Reflecting on this, Mitutu felt a flicker of relief that the first beastman Luchuchu encountered was Qingxi. Had it been the serpent tribe, she likely would not have found the merman so agreeable. However, as a guiding figure, he would lend a hand when the serpent appeared. Otherwise, given the little female's fear of serpents, it was uncertain when she would truly accept one. Under the watchful eyes of the three, Luchuchu raised her head to look at Jimyu. Jimyu, Qingxi and I have yet to find a suitable place. If you are willing, why not join us as we wander together? Jimyu's heart raced, and only upon receiving her nod of agreement did a broad smile break across his honest face. However, what did two half-beasts mean? And where did the half come from? Could it be Chuchu's younger brother? He assumed her brother must be quite young, otherwise she would not have described him as a half-person. Regardless, with Luchuchu's consent, Jimyu's desires were fulfilled. His earlier self-inflicted injuries seemed to have been worth it. Jimyu was now bursting with excitement, nearly wanting to roll around in the thorns once more. Mitutu felt a sense of relief, stroking his beard with satisfaction. After hearing Luchuchu's words, he urged Jimyu to pack up and prepare to leave, but quickly stopped them. Are you leaving now? Have you considered where you might rest first? Luchuchu shook her head, uncertain of her plans as she had yet to locate her brother. She intended to venture back into the misty forest. If she could find that cave, it would be ideal. If not, she would head to the Xiao tribe and then re-enter the misty forest from that direction. A day and a night had passed, and she wondered about the fate of the big white rabbit. When she was captured, the rabbit had been injured and burning with fever. She could not abandon it. Before Luchuchu could speak, Mitutu's eyes brightened, and he quickly suggested, in that case, why not head into the misty forest and find a place to rest for a couple of days? This way, you can search for your brother and Jimyu. With all his injuries, certainly needs time to recuperate before continuing on, does he not? Luo Chuchu had initially planned the same, so she nodded in agreement without suspicion. However, Qingxi and Jimyu exchanged dubious glances at Mitutu. One felt that the elder seemed to be acting with ulterior motives, as if he wanted to keep them nearby. The other believed his injuries were not severe enough to warrant them delaying their journey for his sake and prolonging Luo Chuchu's search for her brother. Nonetheless, with Luo Chuchu's approval, the two self-proclaimed prospective husbands complied with the family's head's wishes. Once the decision was made, Jimyu returned to the cave to gather his things. In truth, there was little to pack. The piece of horned beast hide had already been confirmed as Luo Chuchu's following the punishment from the beast god. Ultimately, Jimmy took only the rhinoceros hide and a few ordinary, worn beast skin skirts, illustrating that his previous life in the tribe had been quite mundane. His overly honest nature, coupled with Mitutu's protection, had allowed him to remain in the tribe. Jimmy did not wish to cause trouble for Mitutu, so he rarely made a fuss about anything. Once his belongings were gathered, the three of them stepped into the misty forest under the solemn gaze of numerous beastmen from the Dontu tribe, including the tribe leader. Most of these beastmen had come specifically to see this exceptional little female, while a smaller group had come to send Jimyu off and catch a glimpse of Luo Chuchu. Unfortunately, the little female didn't spare them even a glance. As they observed Jimyu's obedient figure, the beastmen felt a deep sense of nostalgia. Who would have thought that once the most inconspicuous member of the tribe, Jimyu, would experience such fortune to be favored by that extraordinary little female? The beastmen exchanged glances, all convinced that they were far superior to Jimyu. Alas, they were simply not destined for such fortune. Perhaps this was the blessing of a fool. As the three figures disappeared from sight, the group of beastmen sighed and dispersed, leaving only the tribe leader and Mitutu standing in place. Of course, their mental states were entirely different. The tribe leader was astonished that Jimyu, so severely injured, could still follow that little female. The most crucial moment was when she agreed to accept him. He stood tall, and even his complexion improved significantly, shedding the earlier pallor of weakness after punishment. By now, the tribe leader understood everything. Jimyu's demeanor was merely an act, likely intended to elicit sympathy from that little female. However, Jimyu's resilience truly astonished the tribe leader. This time, the tribe leader had spared no effort to teach Jimyu a lesson, having laid the thorns wide and sparse, ensuring that every sharp spike pierced his body. Even the burnt black stones were laid thickly, so that upon stepping on them, there was no chance of contact with the ground. Yet, Jimyu managed to appear unscathed. It turned out that beneath his honest exterior lay a cunning individual with hidden depths. The tribe leader glared fiercely in the direction the three had departed, then cast a deep look at Mitutu before storming off in anger. Mitutu paid no heed to the tribe leader's sour expression. Were it not for the need to find his true form, he would have been eager to follow Luo Chuchu and the others immediately. Alas, growing older has dulled my memory. How could I forget where I placed my true form? I must hurry to find it. If that little girl and her companions leave before I locate the Huoxin flower, I would be in trouble. Meanwhile, after escaping the gaze of those individuals, Jimyu wished to carry Luo Chuchu in his arms, but Qingxi was quicker, hoisting her onto his shoulder. There's a certain decorum in such matters. Agreeing to let this bear beast join was one thing, but he was the first prospective husband of Chuchu, and so for now, he would not allow Jimyu to assist in caring for her. Jimyu quickly realized this, and, feeling somewhat flustered, retracted his hands and followed Qingxi obediently. Luo Chuchu was unaware of the subtle competition between the two. Even if she had known, she would not allow Jimyu to carry her. Not only was she closer to Qingxi, but she also felt guilty towards him in this matter. Additionally, there was the fact that Jimyu was injured, and seeing his bloodied state, she could not allow an injured person to carry her. The three maintained an outward appearance of harmony, while Mo Shu, who had witnessed the entire process of Jimmy's acceptance and had been trailing behind, was now seething with rage, his violet eyes nearly turning green. This merman beast man was now the object of his intense ire. Wosu found himself at a loss for words, unable to comprehend how an orc could so readily invite others to share in the company of a small female. Where was the dignity inherent to his kind? Soon, he found himself contemptuously judging Qingxi, surmising that the merman's actions stemmed from his perceived weakness, fearing he could not adequately protect the small female, thus permitting others to join him. If he were to remain by the small female's side, such doubts would not arise, nor would he ever entertain such an idea. This was the essence of true strength and unyielding confidence. What a coward this merman was. Unbeknownst to Qingxi, he was being silently berated by another, who had been trailing behind them. As a member of the sea tribe, he was momentarily baffled when he let out a series of powerful sneezes. Luo Chuchu, nearly losing her balance due to the thunderous sneezes, was swiftly supported by Qingxi. However, in her instinctive reaction, she grasped Qingxi's hair, stabilizing herself, but inadvertently silencing his sneezes. Embarrassed, she released her grip and glanced at him, relieved to see that she hadn't yanked out his hair. Qingxi, are you unwell? Caught a cold? A cold? What is a cold? It means being chilled. Upon hearing this, Luo Chuchu burst into laughter, pondering whether a merman could indeed catch a cold while submerged in water. Sometimes, the human sense of humor is remarkably trivial. A seemingly mundane incident can provoke uncontrollable laughter, as was the case with Luo Chuchu now. The two exchanged bewildered glances at her shaking shoulders, not understanding her sudden fit of laughter. Although they wished for her to be perpetually happy, her current laughter appeared rather peculiar. Wiping away tears of mirth, Luo Chuchu waved her hand dismissively. Don't mind me, I'm fine. Ha. Perhaps I've just been too tense these past few days, and now I can't stop laughing when something amusing crosses my mind. It was not mere fiction. She genuinely experienced such uncontrollable laughter, often losing herself in tears over trivial videos that elicited only mild chuckles from others. She questioned whether this could be a manifestation of another form of depression. When the trio arrived at a sizable cave, Luo Chuchu finally managed to quell her laughter, as her stomach protested in hunger. It was not just her. Qingxi and Jimu's bellies were also voicing their discontent. Having risen early that morning, they had yet to drink a single drop of water, naturally leading to their grumbling stomachs. The cave was laden with dust, suggesting it had long been abandoned by both humans and animals. Qingxi and Luo Chuchu took it upon themselves to tidy up, while Jimu volunteered to go hunting. Luo Chuchu quickly seized him by the arm. You're still injured. Besides, I have plenty of food in my space. Missing a meal or two is no issue. After all, Jimu would be joining them in the future, and with the matter of her space, she felt no need to keep it a secret. Upon hearing about Luo Chuchu's space, Jimu paused momentarily, yet his expression soon returned to calmness, showing no signs of surprise. His nonchalance made Luo Chuchu uneasy, prompting her to question whether she had inadvertently revealed something. Did you know about my space? Jimu nodded, having deduced it. Luo Chuchu widened her eyes in disbelief. What did you figure it out? I was being so careful. Jimu lowered his gaze. When you brought me food and when your bag appeared. After all, his other self was somewhat naive, but not entirely foolish or blind. Reflecting on her attempts to conceal her space, which likely appeared as clumsy attempts at deception, Luo Chuchu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Why could she not possess something nice without feeling the need to hide it, as her expression always betrayed her? Meanwhile, Qingxi turned away, suppressing a smile. He found Luo Chuchu increasingly adorable. She seemed oblivious to the fact that the more she sought to conceal something, the more her expressions and awkward behaviors gave her away. Though it was her own possession, she felt a sense of guilt whenever she became anxious. After the brief interlude, Qingxi and Jimu maintained their stoic demeanor, while only Luo Chuchu felt a lingering awkwardness. However, this unease dissipated entirely upon hearing Jimu's insistence on hunting, claiming that he reeked of blood, which would attract prey. Wait, are you really that stubborn? You know the scent of blood will draw in large predators. Yet you want to walk right into danger? Luo Chuchu was genuinely perplexed by Jimu's thought process. He might be built like an iron fortress, but he was not invulnerable. He too could be injured and bleed, though perhaps it was more difficult to slay him than others. Yet, should he encounter a formidable foe, even he could be utterly defeated, why not simply live in safety? To alleviate Jimu's concerns about food scarcity, Luo Chuchu produced a large fish that Qingxi had caught, asserting that they truly had enough to eat. See, I'm not lying. Qingxi caught numerous fish and stored them in my space. You don't need to risk your life hunting while still injured. Upon hearing this, Qingxi exchanged glances with Jimu, fearing that Luo Chuchu's words might have the opposite effect. As anticipated, upon seeing the large fish, Jimu became even more resolute in his decision to hunt. As a newly joined male beast, how could he not contribute? He could not simply rely on the prey hunted by others to feed the females. Such a situation would not only invite disdain from the merman, but also lead him to disdain himself. For other matters, Jimu might heed Luo Chuchu's advice, but on this occasion, he was determined to uphold his principles. A male beast incapable of providing for the female and reliant on her for sustenance was of little worth. This was not mere sentimentality. It was a matter of dignity and value in the eyes of the female, as well as an inevitable silent competition with other beast husbands. No female would be enamored with a male beast incapable of hunting. The fate of the decapitated wolf beast was a telling example. Jimmy recalled that the wolf beast had once been favored by the fragrant female, as evidenced by his numerous offspring. However, when the wolf beast was injured while capturing prey for the fragrant female, he became a crippled wolf. Consequently, the fragrant female abandoned him, even pushing him away, fully aware that it would lead to his demise. After the injury, some lamented the plight of the wolf beast, while others reveled in his misfortune. Yet none deemed the fragrant female's actions overly cruel or ungrateful. The disparity in strength dictated the position of beasts among females and ultimately determined their fates. Just as Luo Chu-Chu was on the verge of becoming overwhelmed with thoughts, Qingxi pulled her into the cave and whispered something to her. When Luo Chu-Chu emerged again, her expression was somewhat odd, yet she no longer opposed Jimmy's hunting. Jimmy's demeanor visibly brightened, and then, covered in blood, he transformed into a towering brown bear, much taller than Luo Chu-Chu could gauge. With a mighty roar, he charged into the depths of the lost forest, startling the birds into flight. Luo Chu-Chu was taken aback by Jimmy's formidable stature. She had thought Qingxi, who stood over 3 meters, was impressive, but Jimmy dwarfed him. Looking down at herself, she realized that even her combined height from head to toe likely did not surpass Jimmy's legs. Seeing Luo Chu-Chu rendered speechless, Qingxi playfully tapped her nose and leaned down to whisper in her ear, "You should pay attention. If you keep staring at him, I might just feel jealous." Qingxi, after finishing his words, playfully blew warm breath into Luo Chu-Chu's ear, causing her to shiver involuntarily. When she turned to glance, she was met with Qingxi's charming face, adorned with a smile. Luo Chu-Chu's cheeks flushed slightly as she playfully thumped Qingxi's firm chest with her small fist, taking the opportunity to nuzzle against him. This action stirred within her a wave of exhilaration, reminiscent of a giddy groundhog squeal, while her mind involuntarily conjured up some rather improper images. With a light-hearted reproach, she murmured about his nonsense, yet the corners of her mouth betrayed her, curling upwards despite her attempts to suppress them, perhaps feeling a tad too embarrassed. Luo Chu-Chu blushed even more, grasping Qingxi's arm to divert the conversation. "Come on, let's go. I'll prepare some fish soup for you. It's been days since I last had it, and I've been craving it." Upon seeing the foolish bear beast scampering away, leaving only the small female and the merman beast indulging in sweet nothings, Mo Shu felt a surge of irritation. Not wishing to linger any longer in this place, he turned and ventured deeper into the lost forest, determined to execute his comprehensive plan aimed at altering the snake tribe's image in the eyes of the small female. Unbeknownst to her, Luo Chu-Chu had already set a fire and was eagerly beginning to cook. Fish soup was a must. Rice was essential. A small stir-fry was imperative. By the time Gum-Mu returned, carrying a clean Fong beast and 2 sizable pieces of prey in each hand, Luo Chu-Chu and the others had already set up 4 large cooking stations, with wisps of smoke rising from each. The 3 prey animals were skinned, with the Fong beast being Gum-Mu's personal provisions. Its tough skin and dense meat made it unappealing to females, as it was known to attack and even consume beastmen. The other 2 were prepared for Luo Chu-Chu. One was an adult grunt beast, and the other a horned goat. Both were herbivores, with one boasting tender meat and the other rich in fat, making them favorites among the females. Gazing at the substantial prey, resembling a wild boar and weighing around 1,500 pounds, Luo Chu-Chu could not help but swallow hard. Such an abundance of meat could surely serve several feasts. However, she was startled to hear Gum-Mu mention that this was merely his daily sustenance, barely sufficient to satiate his appetite. Suddenly, it dawned on her why the Dongtu tribe required Gum-Mu to deliver an ample amount of prey each day before they were allotted food. His appetite likely rivaled that of several individuals. Luo Chu-Chu pondered an inappropriate question. With such hearty appetites, how astonishing must their consumption be during their grand feasts? She was merely curious and would not foolishly voice such an unappetizing inquiry. After securing the prey Gum-Mu had given her, Luo Chu-Chu, unlike other females who would hoard food, planned to extract the thick fat from the grunt beast after their meal for future cooking. As for the horned goat, it was akin to a modern-day wild mountain goat, merely distinguished by a single horn atop its head and a larger size. Though she was not particularly fond of goat meat due to its distinct odor, she decided to keep it since Gum-Mu had already brought it, intending to prepare a hearty goat soup for them when the opportunity arose. After briefly tending to Gamu's wounds, Luo Chuchu began to stir-fry, while Qingxi stood by the stove, monitoring the pot of rice to prevent it from boiling over. Gamu, having skinned the Fong beast, moved it aside to cut it into large portions. Having dined together the previous night, he was already aware of some of Luo Chuchu's eating habits. Noticing that the Merman Beastman was awaiting cooked food, Gamu resolved to adopt their culinary customs. As the three busily engaged in their tasks, a serene and tranquil scene enveloped them. Suddenly, a cacophony of terrified animal cries and the sound of running feet erupted from a distance, indicating the presence of a sizable creature. Qingxi and Gamu instinctively stood alert, rushing to shield Luo Chuchu behind them. As they peered ahead, they beheld a colossal horned cattle beast being pursued by a swarm of serpents, their tongues flickering ominously. Through the gap between the two, Luo Chuchu caught sight of a coiled python, locking eyes with it. Overwhelmed by a surge of panic, she let out a scream, inadvertently leaping onto Gamu's shoulder. Clutching his neck tightly and shutting her eyes, do not question her choice of Gamu. He was closer to her, larger than Qingxi, and had previously rescued her from a serpent beast, making him the logical choice in her frantic state. This instinctual reaction in the face of fear did not imply that Qingxi was any less capable or that she lacked trust in him. The python, taken aback by the small female's reaction, recoiled in surprise, its large head jerking back, displaying an expression even more terrified than Luo Chuchu's. It internally lamented whether it had failed its mission. As it thought of its master driving it, the great python felt utterly despondent. Hey, I'm merely the delivery service here. What personal grudges do you have? Don't drag me into this. Seeing the small female so frightened, the quick-witted python swiftly coiled and vanished into the forest, its fellow serpents following suit, scattering in all directions. After the rustling ceased, only the bewildered horned cattle beast remained, its large eyes wide with confusion, unable to comprehend how it had been chased here while simply grazing. As the snake swarm retreated, Luo Chuchu, her cheeks stained with tears, wiped at the corners of her eyes and pointed at the beef, exclaiming, "No, that was the horned cattle beast. Quickly, that's it. We must catch it." Despite her fright, her longing for a delicious meal remained undeterred. From a distance, Imo Shu observed the tears on Luo Chuchu's face, particularly the persistent streak by her mouth, causing him to frown in dismay. Had he bungled the situation? Although the small female had accepted the horned cattle beast, she had still been frightened. Casting a disdainful glance at the python, which was a mere fraction of his size, Imo Shu flicked his tail and sent it soaring away. It was all this useless creature's fault for being so frightening and for scaring his small female. Imo Shu soon reassured himself that it was all right. This was merely the first step in a comprehensive plan, which often began with difficulties. However, moving forward, he needed to ensure that they appeared more amiable and approachable. This heartless man, who had given the order, conveniently forgot that he had instigated it all, justifying it by saying he would start with smaller snakes to gradually break down the small female's psychological barriers, ensuring she would be more receptive upon his eventual appearance. As the great python soared through the air, feeling utterly defeated, it suddenly felt a pang of sorrow for the kin that would soon be chosen. "Brothers, I'm logging off. I've already tested this job for you, and it's definitely not a snake's work. Good luck to you all." After a moment, Imo Shu turned and departed, pondering whether the flowers had bloomed yet. One more thing, let's search for some aesthetically pleasing snakes, preferably those adorned with intricate patterns and possessing a more graceful form. Just observe that color-changing one. As it slithers, one can easily recognize its movement. The little female is drawn to vibrant colors and beautifully twisting forms. Luo Chuchu, thank you. This is politeness, no need. This is a refusal, I dislike it. This is an attitude. Qingxi, Chuchu is fond of my being, not just my ability to twist. Also, you twist as you walk. Please do not take it personally. It was only when the horned ox beast was dragged over by Qingxi that Luo Chuchu was gently placed on the ground by Jemyu. At this moment, Luo Chuchu wore a radiant smile, unbothered by the fact that she had been driven here by a snake. Once she entered her territory, it was hers. After all, those snakes had relinquished it willingly. She had not wrested it from them. Jemyu, being more familiar with the area, naturally took the horned ox beast to a water source for cleaning, but there was no rush at this moment, as the meal was already prepared. With the fire from the stove gathered in one place, the three of them sat together to dine. Luo Chuchu had utilized 2 stoves to cook, each containing 3 large grains of rice, accompanied by a generous bowl of stir-fried chives and eggs, a large bowl of meat from the tusked beast, and a pot of fish soup, making for a rather sumptuous feast. She consumed only a small portion, with Qingxi following suit, while the remainder was devoured by Jimyu. Halfway through the meal, it was essentially just Luo, Chuchu, and Qingxi gazing at Jimmy's eating performance with admiration. The cooked rice, each grain comparable in size to a modern basketball, was served in a large shell container. Jimmy took a bite of rice, followed by a scoop of vegetables, relishing every mouthful. Previously likened to a watermelon, yet with various sizes, thus now it is compared to a basketball. This was Jimmy's first encounter with such a meal, and he found it delightful while also feeling a sense of wonder. Particularly, the white rice, which lacked flavor on its own, surprisingly complemented the stir-fry prepared by Chuchu exquisitely. The two exchanged glances. Qingxi was indifferent, having previously eaten only once a day in substantial amounts. However, Luo Chuchu felt satiated merely by watching Jimmy eat. Nevertheless, the ability to eat is a blessing, and neither of them begrudged Jimmy for consuming so much. They would soon be family, and Jimmy had prepared his own provisions, so there was nothing to discuss. In the next chapter, Qingxi will enjoy meat. Hehe. I have envisioned numerous poses, but I dare not elaborate too much. Fearing repercussions. Chapter 128. Unexpected gains. What are you in such a hurry for? After their midday meal, the three took a moment to rest before seizing the opportunity of favorable lighting in the forest to embark on a quest for the cave, where Luo Chuchu had previously resided. Luo Chuchu stored the deceased horned ox beast in her space, intending to return for it later. Qingxi carried Luo Chuchu to a distance, leaving the task of marking the area with their scent to Jimyu, regardless of whether anyone would approach. The aim was simply to indicate that this cave now had an owner. The three swiftly vanished into the forest. The lost forest was vast, and time passed quickly. After returning to the same spot countless times, Luo Chuchu was unable to locate the cave, yet she discovered plenty of edible items and serendipitously hunted numerous creatures. In terms of prey, Luo Chuchu was not particularly surprised. As to her, they were merely meat. The most delightful discovery for her was the potatoes of the beast world. The potatoes appeared unaltered, resembling modern ones but larger, inheriting the style of the beast world, so large that she didn't even know where to begin slicing them. However, Luo Chuchu felt no concern, for she had Qingxi. His nails were quite useful. He could slice the potatoes into any thickness desired. After searching for a long time without finding the cave, Luo Chuchu had already given up on continuing her search in the Dongdu tribe area, planning to wait until Jimmy's injuries healed before venturing to the Xiao tribe. This lost forest seemed to serve as a demarcation, clearly delineating the territories of the two tribes. Yet, Jimyu had only ventured into the Dongdu tribe's side. He had never been to the other side. It was unclear how the snake beast man had crossed the boundary between the two tribes to reach this side. Shaking off the nauseating image of that snake beast man from her mind, Luo Chuchu silently prayed for the safety of the big white rabbit. She also hoped that Songhua would assist in caring for the big white rabbit upon returning to the cave. She promised to repay him once they found them. Although the three ceased their search, they did not sit down to rest, but instead began digging in the forest to harvest larger potatoes. Moreover, they collected a significant amount of other edible items. With Jimmy present, there was no need to worry about the edibility of these items. During his time in the Dongdu tribe, females wishing to forage in the lost forest would send their beast husbands to seek out Jimyu, who never refused. The long afternoon swiftly passed, and as twilight approached, the light in the forest began to dim. The three halted their gathering of resources and began their journey toward the cave. Upon returning, Jimyu promptly took the horned ox beast for processing, while Luo Chuchu and Qingxi prepared dinner. Dinner was simpler, yet they utilized more stoves. Luo Chuchu felt that cooking rice was too time-consuming, requiring a long wait each meal. Thus, she preferred to cook a larger batch at once to store in her space. Her space preserved freshness, and the food tasted as if it had just been prepared. With this plan in mind, Qingxi began gathering firewood, fortunate that they were in the forest, surrounded by plenty of dead trees, ensuring a steady supply of fuel. By the time Jimmy returned with the processed horned ox beast, Luo Chuchu had already cooked a substantial amount of rice to store in her space. Nearly half of the rice fruit had been consumed. However, Luo Chuchu felt no worry, as Jimmy had informed her that this fruit was called by Meng, and he knew of a place in the lost forest where many such trees grew, with fallen fruits scattered everywhere. Aside from a few herbivores nibbling occasionally, no other predators would eat them, and the tribe's females also disliked them, finding them dry and tasteless. Luo Chuchu had thought this fruit existed only on the small island. Now, hearing that there was an abundance here and that no one liked to eat them brought her immense joy. She adored hoarding items, whether food or treasures. Welcoming all that came her way, the fires from the several stoves continued to glow and radiate warmth deep into the night. Jimmy retrieved clean water using Luo Chuchu's conch basin, while Qingxi tended to the stoves. Luo Chuchu felt quite at ease, luxuriating in a delightful bath. The bathing tub was the conch previously used for water, standing at waist height, and Luo Chuchu had marked it specifically as her exclusive bathing tub. Since emerging from the sea, she had yet to wash herself. During busy times, she hadn't noticed, nor did she feel it when Qingxi was absent. But now, reunited with Qingxi, she felt a sense of security, and Luo Chuchu began to feel itchy, faintly detecting a salty, fishy odor emanating from herself. Those who have experienced their monthly cycle understand that even with frequent changes of sanitary pads, one still feels an odor, let alone having gone several days without bathing. Luo Chuchu felt utterly relaxed in the cave, while Qingxi, waiting outside, suffered. As the enticing scent of blood intensified, he felt as if he had thorns beneath him. No matter how he sat, he was uncomfortable. Moreover, that bothersome entity had quietly nudged open the soft scales of his abdomen, joining the fray. Qingxi cast an annoyed glance at his lower abdomen, pressing down with his hand and muttering, "What are you in such a hurry for?" His tone carried an unmistakable edge of irritation. In a state of dreamy confusion, Luo Chuchu seemed to hear Qingxi's voice and, with her eyes closed, called out, "Qingxi, what did you just say?" Her tone was soft and delicate. Qingxi paused, the flickering flames in the stove casting an intermittent glow upon his eyes. Despite knowing Luo Chuchu was not summoning him inside, he swiftly rose, his tall figure blocking the light from behind him at the cave entrance. His amber eyes, fixed intently on the silhouette within the cave, revealed a pale shoulder and a blissful face. A rush of warm air enveloped Luo Chuchu, prompting her to open her eyes abruptly. Upon seeing Qingxi, she sighed in relief, her heart racing as if it might leap from her chest. His gaze was strikingly golden, not in an inappropriate way, but reminiscent of a warm light bulb. With a timid call of Qingxi, it was as if she had unlocked Pandora's box. Fixated on Luo Chuchu's rosy lips, Qingxi leaned closer, his hair brushing her shoulder, sending a light tickle through her. Their lips met, causing Luo Chuchu's long eyelashes to flutter, her breath quickening. Qingxi's heart raced even more violently, echoing like thunder. Even the wood outside the cave could hear it. He traced Luo Chuchu's lips with his own, inexperienced and unsure of how to proceed. Yet he relished the sensation of their breaths intertwining. Noticing his clumsiness, Luo Chuchu wrapped her arms around Qingxi's. Her pink lips slightly parted as she playfully flicked her tongue against his. Although lacking personal experience, her theoretical knowledge was extensive, bolstered by numerous video tutorials she had watched in the modern world, making her slightly more knowledgeable than Qingxi. With Luo Chuchu taking the initiative, Qingxi lost all composure, pulling her tightly into his embrace. The atmosphere was electric, and his eyes gleamed with an astonishing brightness, transitioning from the warm hue of a light bulb to a true, vibrant yellow. Outside, Gamu stood silently for a long while, eventually retreating a distance while carrying the sea conch water tank. He placed it down and leaned against a tree, gazing up through the sparse leaves at the luminous full moon. As he stared, he could almost see Luo Chuchu's face reflected in the moonlight. Recalling how she had protected him during the day, a smile crept onto Gamu's lips. To him, Luo Chuchu was like the moon, beautiful yet unattainable. Though he was an honest individual, he found it difficult to express his feelings. Still, he had taken the first step. Gamu understood that for Luo Chuchu to truly accept him, it would likely take a considerable amount of time. But that was all right. He would wait for her, no matter how long it took. Deep within the forest, Mushu, who was also gazing at the moon, saw Luo Chuchu's face reflected in its glow. To this day, he was uncertain why he had followed her here. Ever since encountering the little female named Luo Chuchu, his heart had begun to beat normally again, after a prolonged slumber. Despite having inherited memories that provided him with more knowledge than others, the world remained foreign and tedious to Mushu. He had long felt as though he were waiting for someone, yet time passed without any sign of their arrival. However, once his heart began to beat vigorously, he felt as if he had finally awaited that person. Yet, that person seemed to avoid him at all costs. Mushu felt a twinge of regret. If he had boldly introduced himself to Luo Chu on their first meeting, before she had developed such an aversion to the Serpent Clan beastmen. Perhaps he wouldn't have to hide now. In the cave, Luo Chu pushed away Qingxi. She remembered that her distant relative had yet to leave. While the females of the beast world had no concept of a menstrual cycle, she certainly did. Glancing down, she quickly averted her gaze, peeking again and again until she finally discerned the truth. So this is what a mermaid looks like. The shape was similar, a translucent icy blue that appeared cool and refreshing, and the color was simply exquisite. Moreover, the dimensions were quite impressive. Oh dear, how troublesome and shy. Yet, she found it utterly delightful. After a playful interlude, Luo Chu realized her previous bath had been in vain. She lightly tapped Qingxi's shoulder, saying, "You should let me down now. What's wrong? Are you uncomfortable?" Qingxi asked. Luo Chu felt her face flush, especially her cheeks, which felt as if they could fry an egg. Noticing Qingxi's awkward expression, she leaned closer to whisper something in his ear. Upon hearing that it could be harmful to her body, Qingxi's expression changed, and he promptly complied, placing her back into the sea conch water tank. Luo Chu shivered at the sudden cold. The cave was already cool, and after their playful antics, the water had turned icy. But her body was still warm. The shock of the cold water made her tremble. Luo Chu quickly prepared a tub of lukewarm water, and Qingxi eagerly lifted her and placed her inside, allowing her to gradually acclimatize. Qingxi licked his lips, as if savoring the moment. "Shall I assist you in washing?" Luo Chu avoided looking at him, waving him away. "No need. You should go outside," she jested, thinking that if he helped her, it would waste an enormous amount of water, and they might even end up washing away her distant relative. Hearing commotion from the cave, Gamu turned to see Qingxi emerging with the sea conch water tank. "Why so soon?" Gamu stood up, approaching the cave entrance, but Qingxi stopped him. "Wait, Chu is still bathing. Yimuhaltid. All right, I will take care of the water." Upon hearing Qingxi mention disposing of the water, Gamu swiftly interjected, "I'll do it. You stay here with her. I know this place better than you." Qingxi glanced at Gamu and nodded, handing him the water tank. Gamu, undeterred, took the used bathwater and left. The enticing fragrance wafting from the water was quite strong. He needed to dispose of it far away to avoid attracting unnecessary trouble at night. The second bathing session concluded swiftly, the scent of the shower gel masking much of the blood stench. However, to be cautious, Gamu also took it far away to discard. By now it was quite late. Luo Chu stored the cooked items along with the stove in her space, and the three of them retreated to the cave to rest. Large leaves brought from the seaside lined the ground, and Luo Chu's side was cushioned with a makeshift mat to guard against moisture. Gamu slept alone on one side, while Luo Chu was closer to Qingxi. As Luo Chu drifted into a sweet slumber, the two gazes remained fixed upon her for a long time before they finally closed their eyes to sleep. The following day, the trio awoke, two of them enjoying pleasant dreams filled with sweet moments, while the third experienced less bliss. Nevertheless, a good night's rest meant it was time to rise and get to work. Qingxi, having indulged in some meat the night before, looked at Luo Chu with particularly fiery eyes upon waking. Gamu felt similarly, though he dared not meet Luo Chu's gaze, often stealing glances instead, unaware of their thoughts. Luo Chu focused on brushing her teeth and washing up. Qingxi was originally submerged in the sea, and even without any effort, his teeth gleamed snow white with a slight blue tint. His complexion was so flawless that not a single pore was visible, and his skin condition was enviably radiant. Although Jemu was a land-dwelling orc, the orc's ability to frequently shift forms allowed them to shed much of the dirt or grime accumulated in the process. Of course, there were exceptions for those who were extremely unhygienic. However, seeing Luo Chu maintain such cleanliness instinctively prompted the two to follow suit. Hygiene is always a commendable habit, and there was no reason for Luo Chu to intervene. Coincidentally, during their travels, they had taken the complimentary toiletries from their hotel, so they had plenty of such items in their storage. Each took a toothbrush of a different color, while the towels were identical. Yet, the keen noses of the orcs easily discerned whose was whose, so Luo Chu need not worry about that. After freshening up, they retrieved some food from their storage and shared a simple breakfast before setting off to find the Bai Meng tree. As before, Qingxi carried Luo Chu while Jemu led the way. Previously, she had always perceived Qingxi as gentle and jade-like in demeanor. However, perhaps due to the remnants of last night's meat, today Qingxi was unusually restless, particularly evident in the way his hand rested on Luo Chu's leg. A glance at Jimyu prompted Luo Chuchu to lightly tap Qingxi's hand, signaling him to behave. Though Luo Chuchu's glare was met with no anger from Qingxi, he recalled her words from yesterday. She had promised that once her distant relative departed, she would pair with him. Just a few days of waiting was nothing to him. After a journey of over 2 hours, they arrived at the location Jimyu had mentioned, and without needing a reminder, both Qingxi and Luo Chuchu spotted it. The Bai Ming tree grew downstream from the water source of a lost forest, where the air was notably more humid, resembling the growing conditions on the small island. Setting Luo Chuchu down, the trio began to gather the intact Bai Ming fruits scattered on the ground. Once they had collected the visible ones, they uncovered a thick layer beneath that was already beginning to rot, causing Luo Chuchu to feel a pang of regret. Noticing her expression, Qingxi reassured her, "Don't be disheartened. Look at the tree, there are still plenty up there. Moreover, this tree likely only grows near water sources, so there might be more elsewhere." Luo Chuchu nodded, feeling a bit regretful, thinking that if those fruits had not spoiled, they would have lasted them a long while. Qingxi gently ruffled her hair and then began to use his tail to strike the tree, while Jimyu, in a straightforward manner, slapped the trunk of a large sapling. With their combined strength, fruits began to rain down from the tree. As Luo Chuchu sat watching, she suddenly felt an itch at the back of her neck, as if someone was breathing on her. Instinctively turning her head, her heart raced at the sight of what seemed to be a face, its eyes a beautiful shade of amethyst. Frowning, she looked around, finding the space empty. There was no one nearby. Furthermore, Qingxi and Jimmy were right there, and if someone were present, they would surely have sensed it. Unbeknownst to Luo Chuchu, orcs of a high enough rank could perfectly conceal their presence and strength. Unless they wished to be discovered, only those of a higher rank could perceive their existence. She calmed her racing heart, shaking her head, attributing the sensation to having squatted for too long. Her petite nose twitched, catching a whiff of that familiar and pleasant scent again, now even more pronounced. Since leaving the island, she seemed to have not encountered that fragrance. Yet, it felt as though it had been an eternity since their departure, despite it only being a few days. The days in the orc realm were indeed long. If modern days were as lengthy, students and workers alike would likely be overwhelmed. Luo Chuchu hugged her legs, resting her chin on her knees as she observed the busy duo. Do not doubt it. A person weighing 180 jin can indeed perform this pose. It is not as exaggerated as some might think. They can manage their lives quite independently. However, she was unaware that she was not alone. At that moment, the ethereal figure of Mo Shu sat beside her, his violet eyes intensely focused on her. He discreetly released a considerable amount of pheromones, the elegant fragrance reminiscent of pine and bamboo, causing the two men busy nearby to glance back frequently. Yet they remained oblivious to his presence. Mo Shu was confident they could not discern him, given his noble heritage as a member of the Tungsha clan. The pheromones he emitted were far superior to those of lesser serpents. As they busied themselves, time passed swiftly, and 3 days slipped by in the blink of an eye. During this time, Luo Chuchu and Qingxi explored all the places Jimyu had previously visited. Although they covered only a small portion of a lost forest, their gains were substantial, leaving Luo Chuchu immensely satisfied. Since acquiring storage, she felt an irresistible urge to stockpile items. Perhaps it was due to her unfamiliarity with this world, but she felt that possessing supplies would alleviate her anxiety. Jimmy's wounds had healed significantly, especially since he had refused Qingxi's saliva, which would have hastened the healing process. Though advised to rest, he had been more diligent than Luo Chuchu and Qingxi over the past 3 days. She suggested he take a break while they explored, but he stubbornly refused. Jimmy understood that once his injuries healed, another version of himself would emerge to take his place. They had decided to leave the Lost Forest the next day to seek help at the Shiao tribe. Since joining the tribe, Jimmy had rarely ventured out. Upon realizing he could freely enter and exit the Lost Forest without disturbance, the tribe leader had sent him there for hunting, praising his luck and claiming the prey in the Lost Forest was wasted if left untouched, all the while wishing to keep him from competing with others for easier hunting grounds. Everyone knew the Lost Forest was perilous, yet aside from Grandpa Me Too, no one cared whether he would encounter danger. Chapter 131. The bonding ceremony. With Qingxi having decided to leave the next day, they gathered their final supplies in the morning. After lunch, Luo Chuchu and Qingxi chose not to venture out again, opting instead to stay in the cave and prepare more cooked food for their storage. Jimyu continued to hunt, utilizing every moment to gather more provisions. Luo Chuchu's storage was now filled with numerous processed game. If she were to consume it all alone, she would likely never finish it in her lifetime. The remaining meat would suffice for an extravagant banquet, sending her off in style. Luo Chuchu urged him not to go, but Jimmy was resolute. He feared that upon leaving the lost forest, unfamiliarity with the outside world would diminish his worth. Thus, he sought to stockpile as much food as possible in this familiar environment for their small family, hoping to solidify his inherently tenuous position. Seeing his determination, Luo Chuchu refrained from further objections. Once Jimyu departed, only she and Qingxi remained in the cave, and as they busied themselves, time flew by. Jimyu returned several times with more game, all of which Luo Chuchu stored away. As night fell, Jimyu had yet to return, and while Luo Chuchu and Qingxi were sharing dinner, his portion remained set aside, ready for him on the 3 stoves. As the meal neared its end, Luo Chuchu suddenly sensed an intense gaze, one that seemed to burn her to ashes. Turning her head, she found Qingxi's eyes had transformed into a warm shade of yellow. His tone carried a hint of grievance, sounding rather pitiful. Perhaps it was due to their recent meal, for his thin lips appeared pleasantly plump. Chuchu, did you not say that once your distant relative left, you would become my partner? She has been gone for nearly 2 days now. Have you developed a disinterest in me? Luo Chuchu rolled her eyes dramatically in response. Goodness, such a way of speaking is rather cheeky, don't you think? After all, during the time when the relative was present, he had not been particularly restrained, often pulling her close or touching her inappropriately. Yet now, he dared to bring such a matter to her attention. However, Luo Chuchu only feigned disdain, as deep down, she relished his attention. It was all a jest. Who wouldn't be mesmerized by such a handsome man, playfully seeking affection? She feared she might have transformed into a lovesick woman, ready to devour him whole. It was only she, Luo Chuchu, who could maintain her composure amidst such fervor. Noticing the blush that crept across her cheeks, Qingxi leaned closer, seizing the moment. Chuchu, shall we become partners tonight? Luo Chuchu turned her face aside, but nodded gently in agreement. It was indeed too soon to speak of such things. Truth be told, she too was struggling to maintain her composure. Seeing her acquiescence, Qingxi lifted her effortlessly into his arms and spun around, nearly causing the recently satiated Luo Chuchu to lose her meal. Just as she felt dizzy, Qingxi carried her to a grassy area where the trees were sparse. Finally set her down. He raised his hand to cover his heart, his eyes fixated on the full moon above as he vowed, his gaze unwavering and sincere. Luo Chuchu recalled the process of forming a partnership in the beast world. In truth, the ceremony was quite simple, under the witness of the tribal high priest and family. One swore an oath to the beast god. The ritual concluded with a celebration similar to modern customs. In cases where there were no conditions, one could invoke the witness of celestial bodies, mountains, and rivers. Provided the beast demonstrated sincerity in their oath, the beast god would surely hear them, and the ritual would be complete. Naturally, the prerequisite was that the female must truly accept the beast as her partner for it to be considered a genuine bond. If the beast was insincere, or the female merely wished to have fun, no partnership mark would appear on their bodies. Even if they engaged in intimate relations all day long, they would never conceive offspring. Why did Luo Chuchu once question whether the beast god was a sister? Because the beast world treated females with extraordinary kindness. As previously mentioned, as long as a beast in human form was not exceptionally unattractive, they would not be lacking in looks. Yet, the appearances of females in the beast world were often disappointing. Thus, when a handsome male appeared, females were seldom inclined to refuse, often welcoming more than one. Unlike the sea tribe, which had only one female, the land also had a surplus of males. However, the conditions for beasts were much stricter. Land females could indulge in affairs, taking on partners who were attractive yet lacked strength or were from vastly different races, but they would never grant them a formal status. This effectively prevented the birth of half-beasts or unremarkable offspring. Yet, once a beast formed a partnership with a female, they could not waver, otherwise the consequences would be dire. Unlike naturally wandering beasts, those abandoned by females bore the mark of a wandering beast, signifying they had been used. If a female's beast partner tragically perished, she would merely lose a mark. However, if a female were to die unexpectedly, the beast would experience an excruciating heartache, a pain that only an evolved beast partner could withstand. Conversely, those beasts who voluntarily changed their affections would inevitably perish as a result of the vows they made to the beast god at the time of their partnership. The promise made would dictate their fate. For instance, Qingxi now vowed to remain loyal to Luo Chuchu for life, and should he betray her, he would face divine retribution, suffering a fate worse than death. Upon completing his vow, Qingxi turned to Luo Chuchu, awaiting her reply. A smile graced her face as she mimicked his gesture. Gazing sincerely at the moon above, I willingly accept Qingxi as my partner, to be by each other's side for eternity, never to part. Upon hearing her words, tears welled in Qingxi's eyes. The Sea Tribe's partnership lacked such complexities. Acceptance and intimacy sufficed for a successful bond. However, having heard of the land's partnership ceremonies, he realized that typically, after a beast made their vow, the female would merely respond with a haughty acceptance, never uttering such profound promises as Luo Chuchu did. In a few short words, she bestowed upon Qingxi a promise heavier than mountains, and under the witness of the full moon, their ritual was complete. Qingxi leaned down and placed a reverent kiss upon Luo Chuchu's forehead, marking her as the most significant person in his life from that moment on. After the gentle kiss, Qingxi cupped Luo Chuchu's face, his thin lips pressing against hers. Their passionate kiss lasted a full 10 minutes, after which Qingxi lifted her upright and eagerly made his way into the cave. The flames of passion burned fiercely, igniting a fervor that required no kindling. Outside the cave, the moonlight shone brightly, while within, soft whispers echoed. Chapter 132. The flower blooms, and falls. One was as smooth as jade, the other flawless as white jade. Appearing to be an impeccable match, together, they ventured forth, scaling steep peaks and exploring mysterious brooks, ultimately unveiling the moonlit sky. Luo Chuchu emitted a sound that resembled a plea, a mixture of anguish and joy that escaped her lips. She felt as though she had returned to that day of escape in the sea, where the tumultuous waves crashed against her, rendering her a mere leaf adrift, rising and falling in a vast ocean. In an instant of blinding light, goosebumps erupted across her skin. She sensed the world around her fading into illusion. And within that illusion, she floated farther and farther away, lingering in a state of suspension. Deep within the forest, Emoshu fixed his gaze intently upon a flower. Suddenly, the bud trembled and cracked open, revealing layers of petals that unfurled slowly, a stunning ice blue bloom blossoming forth, its fiery orange center shining brightly against the night. A smile broke across Emoshu's face. It had finally bloomed. Such beauty would surely delight the little female. Perhaps this was an opportunity to reintroduce himself. As for the initial plan, which foolish individual devised such a ludicrous scheme? By the time they completed the steps of the plan, who knew how long they would have to wait? It was likely that by then, the little female would have already been claimed by someone else. The flower's stem was delicate, and as Emoshu gently snapped it, it broke with a crisp sound. The moment the blossom detached, not only did the orange center glow, but even the ice-blue petals radiated light. Under the radiant moonlight, it appeared increasingly enchanting. Emoshu carefully cradled the flower, his tail wagging vigorously as he hurried toward the cave. Little female, when we meet, please do not be afraid of me. Just as Emoshu approached, Gumu returned from hunting, bearing the spoils of his successful expedition. As he neared the cave, a peculiar scent wafted toward him, accompanied by soft, enticing murmurs that ignited a fervor within him. The prey he carried fell to the ground, the clean meat now smeared with leaves and dust. Although Gumu had never formed a partnership, he could certainly discern the meaning behind the scent in the air. Unlike the distinct scents that permeated the air in recent days, this time, the aroma was unmistakably that of intimacy, the mingling of two souls after their union. Had the little female formed a bond with the Haizu? Upon reflection, it made sense. They had known each other for quite some time, and now that Luochu had reached her maturity, how could the Haizu possibly resist? Gumu picked up the meat from the ground and returned to the water source to cleanse it once more. The little female had a penchant for cleanliness, particularly regarding her food. She often remarked that illness enters through the mouth and vowed to avoid eating anything that had touched the ground or consuming raw meat again. In truth, was she not merely demonstrating concern for herself? Not long after Gumu departed, Emoshu arrived, coincidentally at the very spot where Gumu had just stood. If Gumu could detect the scent, how could a peak 6-tier beastman like him not? He could discern it even more clearly, including the faint sounds emitted by Luo Chuchu, which he heard distinctly. Upon catching a whiff of the unique sweetness that belonged solely to Luo Chuchu, two transparent little horns sprouted from either side of his head. This time, however, the horns did not stir any suspicion. Instead, They blazed as if on the verge of igniting. Mo Shu's violet eyes turned crimson as he realized the little female had indeed formed a bond with that merman. How dare he? With a swift movement, Mo Shu arrived at the entrance of the cave, his long tail raised high, his gaze filled with fury, resentment, and a fierce intensity. Regardless of their prowess, beastmen are at their most vulnerable during mating. An impulsive thought surged within Mo Shu to charge in and flay the merman alive inch by inch. Just then, fragmented voices from within the cave reached his ears. Qing Shi's deep voice, tinged with a hint of hoarseness, dripped with endless allure. Chu-Chu, say it again, please. Beneath him, Luo Chu-Chu was already at a loss for words. I wish to hear the vow. Luo Chu-Chu's face flushed crimson, beads of perspiration adorning her forehead. No, Qing Shi insisted, deliberately provoking her. The words that escaped Luo Chu-Chu's lips became increasingly indistinct. In this life, we shall be together, never to part, she murmured, her voice a mere whisper. Qing Shi pressed his lips to hers. Do not cry or make a fuss. We shall be together for life, unwavering in our bond. Hearing their exchange, Mo Shu's grip on the flower in his hand loosened, and he slowly lowered his tail, his violet eyes clouded with hurt and disappointment. The little female had actually pledged her heart to that merman. How deeply must she cherish him? If he were to kill him, would she not be heartbroken? Casting a glance at the glowing flower on the ground, a bitter smile crept upon Mo Shu's lips as a wave of sweetness surged in his throat. He gently picked up the flower and placed it at the cave's entrance, casting one last lingering gaze before turning to depart. Very well. I shall proceed with the overarching plan. Upon reflection, those plans were not entirely foolish. After all, the ultimate goal was for the little female to accept him in the end. At the entrance of Gumu's cave in the Dong Tu tribe, a frail figure crept stealthily. It was Mi Tu Yi, with a beast hide satchel slung over his shoulder. He cursed under his breath as he trudged toward the lost forest. Today, he had finally located his essence, a nearly withered little branch that appeared to be devoid of vitality, with a faint green wave-like pattern that emitted a rather unpleasant odor. Over the past few days, he had scoured the entire Dong Tu tribe, even sneaking around the caves of several females, yet he had failed to sense the whereabouts of his essence. Disheartened, Mi Tu Yi recalled that he had not seen Gumu, that bear cub, for several days and felt a pang of concern, prompting him to visit the dilapidated cave where Gumu had once resided. To his delight, he detected a faint response from his essence. Ecstatic, Mi Tu Yi felt that his yearning for Gumu had come at just the right moment. Should he fail to sense it again, and if the young ones departed, the situation would spiral out of his control. After circling the back of the cave for a considerable distance, he finally picked up on a stronger signal emanating from a particularly dense patch of grass. As he approached with excitement, he attempted to push aside the surrounding foliage, only to be greeted by a noxious odor that sent him stumbling backward. Gritting his teeth to suppress the nausea, he retrieved the essence, which had been nearly scorched and withered. That brat Gumu, why is he always so fiery? With such ample space, he chooses to relieve himself on my essence, and for years on end. Today, I bathed the little one and only returned close to 5 o'clock, which consumed a good portion of my afternoon. I have just completed the 3rd chapter. I will soon resume writing, and if all goes well, I shall post it today. For now, I must inform you that if I cannot finish, there will likely only be 3 chapters today, as I still need to assist the older child with his homework. Chapter 133. Drawing away vitality. Mo Shu's disruption. Mi Tu Yi pulled out a piece of beast hide and meticulously wiped down the branch, bringing it to his nose for a whiff, only to wrinkle his face in disgust. After cursing, he returned to Gumu's cave, where he noticed a large stone basin still contained water. He hastily tossed the branch into the basin to rinse it off, then dried it before tucking it into his disheveled hair. Glancing around the tribe he had inhabited for decades, a flicker of reluctance crossed Mi Tu Yi's eyes, though this sentiment was not for the people within the tribe, but rather for the land itself. After dedicating decades to nurturing this place to its current state, it could be said that it was like a child to him. Yet now he was to leave, having drawn away even a sliver of his vitality. It was likely that the Dong Tu tribe would soon revert to its former desolate state. However, the people of this tribe truly seemed to decline with each passing generation. He had never truly belonged here. By the time the old man reached the vicinity of the cave, night had already deepened, and from a distance, he could hear the sounds of a fierce altercation, the unmistakable thuds of flesh striking flesh, There was no mercy in those blows. Mituye's heart raced. Such commotion in the dead of night. Could it be that the young ones had fallen prey to roaming beasts once more? He hastily quickened his pace, only to lift his gaze and see Gamu engaged in battle with a horde of various wild beasts. These were no mere herbivorous creatures like the horned sheep or the humdrum beasts. Rather, they were ferocious predators like tigers and wolves. What was going on? Why was it so lively tonight? As Mituye pondered, a common tiger beast noticed his presence and, avoiding Gamu's strike, lunged at him. Any beast capable of surviving in the lost forest possessed a modicum of cunning. The tiger thought to itself, this beast man may be a bit gaunt, but he still looks like he could provide a decent meal. Glancing back at the massive figure of Gamu, who appeared to be worn and battered, yet still capable of delivering powerful blows, the tiger felt confident in its pursuit. As the tiger leapt forward, Mituye narrowed his eyes, remaining perfectly still. The tiger, believing its success was assured, was taken aback when countless branches suddenly sprouted around Mituye. Each branch forked into two, and an abundance of these forking twigs emerged from all directions, ensnaring the tiger in a tight embrace. The tiger remained frozen mid-pounce, its jaws agape, eyes wide with a fierce determination, only to find itself thoroughly bound by the branches. Unable to close its mouth, drool cascading from its lips and its nostrils stuffed. Expanding comically. The discomfort of this predicament aside, it certainly did little to uphold its imposing image. Should it be seen in such a state by the female tigers it had previously crossed paths with, how would it ever show its face again? Mituye remained oblivious to the thoughts of the tiger, casting a benign glance at the trapped beast before leisurely strolling past it. A warm spray of fresh blood erupted into the air, gradually staining the white fur around the tiger's neck a vivid crimson. The tiger could scarcely fathom that the seemingly lean beast man possessed such formidable strength. It was beyond its wildest imagination that after a life of dominance, it would meet its end in such an undignified manner. With a swift twist, Cove snapped the neck of the wolf beast in his grasp, blood splattering across his form as he cast a dark gaze upon the relentless onslaught of ferocious beasts. He pondered whether his recent hunting endeavors had been too ruthless, perhaps provoking them to unite in vengeance. Yet, he had primarily captured female herbivores, leaving their lairs undisturbed. It dawned upon him that perhaps his aggressive hunting had led these predators to believe he was encroaching upon their food supply, thus inciting this confrontation. Since they had come, he resolved that they would not leave. The flesh of these beasts was still meat. Initially inclined to gather various resources, he could now present these as gifts to him and the Jew, serving as tokens of courtship. Mituye noticed the absence of Luo Chuchu and the Haizu, but with Wu currently engaged in solitary combat, he set aside his curiosity to address the immediate predicament. His eyes narrowed, and his sparse hair bristled, transforming his gaunt visage into that of a white sea urchin. With a firm stomp, he vanished into the earth, only to re-emerge moments later amidst a flurry of sharp tree spikes and branches erupting from the ground. Gamu, startled, withdrew his hand and stepped back, witnessing the spines pierce the bodies of the approaching beasts, causing them to howl in agony. Attempting to escape, they found themselves ensnared by the unyielding branches, unable to break free. When the emaciated elder suddenly appeared, Woasu squinted, scrutinizing him for a prolonged moment before casting a glance towards the cave and storming off in frustration. After delivering flowers and departing, Woasu had succumbed to temptation and returned twice, only to find that the mermaid had been excessively tormenting the young female. He had heard her pleas for mercy, yet the mermaid relentlessly bullied her, igniting Woasu's ire. Consequently, he burst into the lair of the beasts, rousing those slumbering beside the mother tiger and mother wolf, driving them towards the cave to interrupt Shishi and Mochito's rendezvous. Woasu was also concerned for the young female's safety, vigilantly observing from the sidelines. To his dismay, a bear beast stood as a barrier, forcing all the predators away from the cave and engaging them in battle. Although he had not yet formally bonded with Uchito, Woasu viewed him as a rival, perhaps even more detestable than the mermaid. If the young female had initially encountered the mermaid, accepting him as her partner might have been understandable, but what merit did the bear beast possess? It appeared clumsy, its strength merely at the early 5th tier, relying solely on brute force. How could such a beastman be worthy of the young female? Most infuriating was the fact that he had dared to precede him. Originally intending to merely provoke the beasts, Woasu's plans shifted upon Xingwu. Killing the mermaid would surely sadden the young female. Thus, He resolved to eliminate the bear before she developed feelings for him, effectively removing this interloper from contention. With Wasu's pressure lifted, the beast that had narrowly escaped the wooden spikes turned tail and fled upon witnessing the fate of their comrades. Gumu remained vigilant, watching the branches until it emerged from the earth once more, leaving him momentarily bewildered. After a long night of toil, they returned to the cave as dawn approached. Shaking off the dirt, Gu approached Gu and patted his arm. Why are you still standing there? Hurry and tidy this mess up. You have a chance here and have even found a great bargain. Be more alert in the future. Without those individuals' appearances, focus on the tasks at hand and be swift. That young lady seems soft-hearted. If you work diligently and stay out of disputes, eventually she will truly accept you. Having lived many years, Guya was well-versed in human relationships. He understood that while Luo Chuchu permitted Gu to accompany her, the interpretation of together could hold various meanings. In the literal sense, Gu had already made significant strides. As for the deeper implications of their bond, whether or not he would succeed depended solely on his own efforts. Finally turning his stiff neck to face Mi Tuye, Gumu inquired, "Was it you just now?" Mi Tuye raised a thin brow, realizing that while he was concerned about the young man's lifelong matters, Gu appeared utterly unfocused. "What? Did I hit a nerve?" Scanned Gu's numerous wounds, unable to discern if any were inflicted by him, as it was possible he had unintentionally grazed him. "No, Bituya. When did you become so formidable? I recall a time when you were pursued and fled from half the tribe without daring to look back." Recalling this, Bituya reflected on a time when Gu, feeling bullied, had bitten the leg of one of his tormentors, only to be set upon by others. It was during that episode that Gu first exhibited signs of defiance, a realization that struck Bituya when he nursed him back to health. Despite sustaining severe injuries, Gu had shown no signs of distress, bouncing back the following day with a noticeably steadier demeanor. Shaking off the memories, Mi Tuye shot Gumu an irritated glance. "What does the past matter? I was merely concealing my talents. You wouldn't understand, you simpleton. Now, hurry and gather your things." Without caring for the chaos behind him, he turned to head towards the cave, looking like a frail sprout. Seeing this, Gumu quickly seized him, refusing to let him pass. "You little brat. Why are you grabbing my neck?" The weight of Gumu's voice made it sound even more somber. "You can't go there. Chu-Chu and the others are busy." Mi Tuye continued to struggle. "Busy? Then I must help. Have you not been listening? I told you to be alert. Knowing the young lady is occupied, you should be making a good impression instead of blocking my way. Do you truly wish to spend your life trailing behind her, merely watching? Don't you want to bond with her?" Gu maintained his grip, pulling him back further. "You can't assist over there. Help me tidy this area instead. We must clean and prepare. Chu-Chu and the others will come to collect once they finish." Bituye ceased his struggle, recognizing he could not overpower him. Resigned, he helped Mu tidy up the remains of their hunt, skinning and cleaning, nearly exhausting his frail back in the process. Only when dawn began to break did they finally return to the cave's entrance. Listening intently from a distance, Gavu surmised that the commotion involving the mermaid had concluded before cautiously approaching. After a night of commotion, one could only wonder how Chu-Chu was faring. Mituyi could hardly bear the weight of so many prey. Even if he could, he would rather stroll ahead with his hands clasped behind his back. Upon reaching the entrance of the cave, he spotted Qingxi preparing warm water. She glanced at Mituyi and Jimyu before carrying a large shell into the cave. Mituyi stroked his beard, eyeing Qingxi's retreating figure with suspicion. How could she have changed so much in just a few days? His gaze shifted to a large stone beside the cave, where a flower still radiated a gentle glow. Mituyi halted, blinking rapidly, then rushed over and cautiously cradled the flower in his hands. The Huanqin flower. How could it be here? Mituyi was both astonished and delighted. Raising his head to peer into the cave, where he soon caught a whiff of an unusual scent. He was merely a disguised beastman, lacking the acute sense of smell of a true beastman. Thus, he remained oblivious to the events of the night. Now, with the scent and the Huanqin flower in his grasp, he comprehended all too well what had transpired. This was disastrous. Had the young girl found a companion? He certainly did not believe it was Jimyu who had formed a bond with Luo Chu-Chu. That foolish boy would likely have to wait much longer. But that sea tribe member was also a concern. It wasn't that he was incapable. Rather, if the Tangsha were to arrive and discover that the delicate flower had been claimed by another, who could predict the chaos that would ensue? Mituyi had previously heard from an elder of the branch that despite Tangsha being a messenger of the beast god, he harbored a petty nature, was sly, and bore grudges. He would lash out at other beastmen at the slightest provocation and was quite domineering towards females. He thrived on creating disturbances. This was truly troublesome. Mituyi sighed inwardly, realizing that the fault lay solely with Tungsha for failing to seize the moment. Now they were caught in a dilemma, unable to keep pace with the unfolding events. No wonder he had sensed a change in the Sea Tribe member. It turned out he had become a true beast man, marked by the bond of companionship on his chest. From a distance, Mituyi had mistaken the mark for a stain caused by smoke. However, it seemed the Sea Tribe member would soon be facing challenges. Once Tungsha arrived, he would surely find a way to make things difficult for Mituyi. The first to bond with the young girl. Inside the cave, Luo Chuchu lay weakly on a makeshift bed, utterly exhausted to the point of not wanting to lift her eyelids. Who would have imagined that the gentle Qingxi could keep her busy for an entire night? Setting aside the issue of their differing sizes, they had adapted to each other after some time. Eventually, Qingxi's movements became relentless, leaving Luo Chuchu's mind in a whirl as flashes of white light flickered in and out of her consciousness, akin to a faulty power supply, causing her vision to blur. She feared that if she lost focus, the flashes would return. Chuchu's mini-theater. Luo Chuchu. Who are you calling excrement? You are the excrement. Your whole family eats excrement. Unfazed Mituyi. As plant beings, we must rely on dung for nourishment, right? Meanwhile, two large flies dining nearby. Could you refrain from uttering such disgusting remarks while we're eating? Chapter 135. Awkwardness. Leaving the Lost Forest, it was not until the sensation of warm, damp cleaning reached her that Luo Chuchu lazily lifted her eyelids to behold the culprit responsible for her current state, the strikingly red-haired Qingxi, who was meticulously attending to her. Luo Chuchu felt a mix of sweetness and bitterness. The sweetness stemmed from the experience itself, while the bitterness arose from a subsequent fatigue. The trouble was that Qingxi's saliva possessed healing properties, rendering her excuse of being injured invalid. Qingxi tenderly assisted Luo Chuchu out of the cave, where they encountered the two waiting outside. One bore a stoic expression, fists clenched tightly, while the other seemed to grapple with a complex array of emotions. The moment Luo Chuchu caught sight of Jemu, memories of the previous night's absurdity flooded her mind. With such a ruckus from the ferocious beasts throughout the night, how could they have remained oblivious? Yet Qingxi appeared unconcerned, assuring her that Jemu would handle it. It then struck Luo Chuchu that another beastman had been outside. The realization hit her like a thunderbolt. Indeed, not long after, the roars of the beasts gradually faded, only to be replaced by a few muffled thuds, indicating that a confrontation had ensued. Beastmen possessed exceptional hearing, which meant that the sounds of their intimate moments inside the cave had undoubtedly reached Jemu's ears. How mortifying! Luo Chuchu felt an urgent desire to push Qingxi away, but her strength paled in comparison to Qingxi's. After a few attempts, she succumbed, lost in the moment, forgetting entirely about the individual outside who had been assisting them in warding off intruders. However, now that her senses had returned, the knowledge of being overheard filled her with embarrassment, making her want to sink into the ground. The scene before them, with four individuals embodying four distinct emotions, was indeed quite the spectacle. Luo Chuchu struggled a bit, and upon noticing her intent to descend, Qingxi gently set her down. As soon as her feet touched the ground, Luo Chuchu attempted to escape Qingxi's embrace, but unsurprisingly, her legs felt weak. It was unfortunate that while Qingxi's saliva healed wounds, it did not cure her weakness. Luo Chuchu nearly found herself in another embarrassing predicament. With all three gazes fixed upon her, she feigned calmness and suggested, "Well, let us grab something to eat, and then we shall set off." Without waiting for any response, she busied herself laying out the prepared food, along with bread and yogurt on a large stone, allowing others to take what they desired. Compared to Luo Chuchu's mortification, the other three were far more at ease. In the beast world, it was not uncommon for a female to spend the night with several beastmen. All of them resided in the same large cave, and even with partitions, they were rendered ineffective by the outstanding hearing of the beastmen. Thus, during such moments, aside from the one being indulged, the others could only listen and watch in silence. Open-air gatherings often led to such occurrences, so they felt there was no reason for embarrassment. After a simple breakfast, Luo Chuchu noticed a pile of skinned prey and whole animal hides nearby. Jemu's skinning skills were exceptional. The tiger and wolf heads were perfectly severed, still retaining their ferocious expressions, as if they were alive, both a magnificent and chilling sight. Luo Chuchu approached and stored the meat and hides in her space. With the weather warming up, it was crucial to process any prey caught during the day quickly, for prolonged exposure would render the meat unfit for consumption and attract flies. The flies in the beast world were not like the tiny ones in the modern world. They were as large as wasps and arrived in swarms, buzzing loudly, which was quite repulsive. Once everything was tidied up, the four of them prepared to leave the cave. Indeed, Mituyi had decided to accompany them. Luo Chuchu did not question why Mituyi chose to follow. She assumed he was reluctant to part from Jemyu, unaware that the old man's true interest lay in her. To avoid encountering the Dongtu tribe, Jemyu led them along a different route. Although this path was longer, beastmen could traverse distances quickly, making the extra kilometers a trivial matter. Luo Chuchu was carried by Qingxi. Given her exhaustion from the previous night, she could barely manage to stand, let alone walk swiftly. Mituyi, carrying a small bundle, was effortlessly slung over Jemyu's shoulder. The old man weighed less than 100 pounds, making him feel as light as a summer vest to Jemyu. If it were not for Mituyi occasionally exchanging a few words with Jemyu, he would completely forget that there was a person hanging on him. Jemyu also wished to embrace Luo Chuchu, but Qingxi would not allow it. If he were to hold Luo Chuchu, he would have to bear the burden of Mituyi. Only a madman would forsake the soft and fragrant companion who had just formed a bond to carry that frail old man. The bear and the fish dashed away at great speed, as if engaged in a hidden competition. Mituyi was light to begin with, and being suspended behind Jemyu. Every time he sprinted, Mituyi felt like a kite caught in the wind, nearly swept away several times. Although it grew hotter as they approached the edge of the forest where the trees were sparse, Qingxi possessed 3 forms. By the time the sun had risen, she had already transformed into her hybrid state. Thus, Luo Chuchu, cradled in her arms, felt no heat. Instead, she enjoyed a delightful nap, waking up with a glimmer of drool at the corner of her mouth. In contrast, Mituyi, being carried by Jemyu, had his disheveled hair and beard more or less tidied up, but his hair, brows, and especially the beard on his chin were blown back into 2 groups, standing stiffly and refusing to settle, resulting in a rather comical new style that nearly made Luo Chuchu burst into laughter. After spending the entire morning, the 4 finally exited the Dongtu tribe and arrived at the banks of a great river. With the sun blazing overhead, they sought refuge beneath a sprawling tree, using the opportunity to rest and address their lunch. Upon seeing such a vast river, Luo Chuchu's hoarding instincts kicked in. Where there is a river, there must be fish. Although she had plenty of sea fish in her space, it was likely that they would not return to the seaside anytime soon, meaning that from now on, only fish would exit her space without any entering. She was simply thinking of replenishing her stock. Qingxi and Jemyu could not fail to notice her intentions. Exchanging glances, they simultaneously dashed to the riverbank. Jemyu transformed into his beast form, while Qingxi shifted into her icy blue state. With a resounding splash, they both leaped into the water, sending waves soaring higher with each jump. Luo Chuchu turned pale, her big fish, all scared away by these 2. Later, when a bold school of sizable fish swam by, Luo Chuchu's eyes sparkled with excitement as she stealthily approached the riverbank. However, in the next moment, a gust of refreshing wind wafted by, carrying the scent of wood, and then Mituyi appeared at the riverbank in a flash. With a commanding presence, he boldly tore off the beast's skin draped over him, striking a pose that exuded dominance. Yet, when he revealed his bony upper body, Luo Chuchu's lips twitched, her expression mirroring that of a bewildered old man on the subway, fearing that the strong wind by the river would snap his frail bones. Realizing his intentions, Luo Chuchu's face turned to one of terror as she extended her hand in protest. Wait! What responded to her was a loud splash and water splattering across her face. Luo Chuchu exclaimed in dismay, "Fish! My fish! Sour fish, spicy fish, braised fish." Mituyi floated freely on the water surface, but the large fish had long since fled, replaced by a swarm of tiny fish circling around him, which brought a glimmer of joy to Luo Chuchu. However, her excitement waned when she witnessed the next scene. Those fish were nibbling at Mituyi, not on his flesh, of course, but rather on the dead skin clinging to him, especially on his feet. Oh dear, her fate was truly pitiful. Yet soon, Luo Chuchu's sorrow dissipated as Qingxi and Jemyu began competing to catch fish. The long and hefty fish they tossed onto the shore were still wriggling, igniting waves of excitement within Luo Chuchu. Her luck was unparalleled. Qingxi, being a sea tribe beastman, found catching fish to be effortless. To his surprise, Jemyu was equally adept. Even his blind grabs were remarkably accurate, akin to a radar. The two matched each other in speed, but suddenly, Jimyu felt a sharp pain in his hand. Looking down, he found a large river crab clinging to him, frustrated by the delay in catching fish. Jimmy's eyes turned cold as he raised his hand to toss it back into the water. Luo Chuchu again extended her hand in urgency. Wait. Quickly. Throw it here. Crabs, shrimp, fish, everything you catch, throw it up here. Seeing her delight, a smile crept onto Jimmy's face, and he focused on capturing crabs and shrimp. There were already enough fish on the shore. Despite their underlying competition, their ultimate goal was to catch food for Luo Chuchu. Thus, they continued to catch as much as they could for her enjoyment. Watching the continuous stream of fish, shrimp, and crabs flying onto the shore, Luo Chuchu was overjoyed. She hurriedly began to store them in her space. Aquatic creatures do not fare well under the sun. Not only do they lose their freshness, but they can also develop an unpleasant odor. Once lively aquatic creatures entered Luo Chuchu's space, they became motionless, appearing as if they had perished. This fishing escapade lasted for several hours, during which Luo Chuchu foolishly ran about under the sun for 2 hours. When she finally regained her senses, she realized she was drenched in sweat, her vision blurring, and upon standing, she felt faint. Oh no, could it be heat stroke? Luo Chuchu sensed her head growing increasingly dizzy. The three in the water also noticed her unusual state and hurriedly leapt out. Qingxi caught Luo Chuchu as she began to faint, and upon feeling her scorching skin, he quickly embraced her and leapt back into the river with a splash, submerging them both. As he surfaced, Qingxi blew a bubble that enveloped Luo Chuchu's head. After soaking in the water for a while, she gradually regained consciousness, finding herself cradled beneath the great tree, her mouth filled with a bitter taste. Upon seeing her awake, Mituye smiled and offered her some herbs. You're awake. Chew on this herb a bit more, and you'll feel better soon. The familiar bitterness washed over her as Luo Chuchu grimaced and began to chew, nearly gagging. Mituye, the tribe's shaman, truly possessed remarkable skills after chewing the herbs. Luo Chuchu felt significantly better. However, her arms and legs, all exposed skin, were sunburned bright red. Even her face was no exception. Her forehead, nose, and the pronounced cheekbones were all sunburned. Ignoring the peeling skin, she resembled a character adorned with a sunburned makeup, inexplicably adding an exotic flair, albeit with a rather stinging sensation. Witnessing this, the four unanimously decided to find a place to rest, opting not to travel during the day any longer. As a warm halo began to form around the sun, signaling the impending arrival of the twin suns, the other three might have been able to endure the scorching heat for a while longer, but Luo Chuchu could not. After stowing everything in her space, the four began searching for a cave to take shelter in, as the ground temperature continued to rise, making it uncomfortable even beneath the tree. However, in the beast world, while other resources may be scarce, caves were plentiful. Even if no suitably sized cave was available, it would only take Jimyu a mere 10 minutes to dig a rough one. Finding a shaded area, Jimyu transformed his claws and began to excavate the mountainside, while Qingxi held a large water jar nearby, occasionally splashing water to keep the dust at bay. Through their cooperative efforts, a spacious cave was quickly dug out. Initially, it was quite cool inside, but after spending some time there, it gradually became warm. The other three were fine. Jimyu and Mituye were accustomed to the heat, and Qingxi, having awakened his light-based powers, was not afraid of the sun. However, Luo Chuchu was not so lucky. She began to sweat profusely, each drop cascading down her body as if it were raining, and she felt an overwhelming pressure on her chest, as if a heavy stone were pressing down on her. Upon witnessing this, Qingxi felt a pang of concern. Chuchu, quickly take out the ice from the cold source and break off a small piece. It was only then that Luo Chuchu remembered her precious treasure and hurriedly retrieved a large chunk of the millennia-old ice. She was truly on the verge of melting. The instant the beast hide pouch was opened, a rush of cool air enveloped them, and the temperature inside the cave plummeted. However, Qingxi was well aware of the formidable power of the ancient ice, so after carefully chipping off a small piece, she immediately instructed Luo Chuchu to return the remainder to her spatial storage. Luo Chuchu had already learned her lesson once, so she complied without needing further explanation. Yet, she couldn't help but wonder if such a small piece would suffice. After all, Qingxi had only chipped off a piece about twice the size of her thumb. It will be enough. This little bit will last us until nightfall, and perhaps even beyond. Really? Luo Chuchu was quite astonished, as it felt exceedingly warm, and she feared the ice would melt into water in the blink of an eye. Considering Qingxi's assertion that it might not be entirely used up, she even took out a small shell to store the ice, ensuring that any excess could be kept for later use when they took a break the following day. Chapter 137. The usage of ice and the couple's mark. Seeing her cautious expression, Qingxi found her utterly adorable and proceeded to explain the usage of the millennia-old ice. The reason they only took a small piece previously was twofold. First, the process of obtaining the ice was perilous, and second, living in the sea, the temperatures were undoubtedly lower than those on land. Thus, they only needed to acquire a small piece every 10 days, which was sufficient for the female members of the sea tribe. Upon hearing this, Luo Chuchu understood. No wonder Qingxi had insisted on obtaining the millennia-old ice. Its cooling effect was indeed remarkable and highly energy efficient. The large chunk of ice that Qingxi had brought back, which Luo Chuchu had thought would suffice for a single summer, now seemed more than adequate for several seasons. As Luo Chuchu awakened afternoon, the others were already quite hungry. She quickly retrieved the prepared food from her spatial storage. 3 large bowls of rice made from shells, 2 bowls of scrambled eggs with sparse vegetables, and 2 large bowls of potatoes stewed with the leftover oil from the humming beast. This was Luo Chuchu's first attempt at cooking these dishes, and with the previously discovered scallions and ginger, as well as the garlic and peppercorn found in the Lost Forest, she added a little bit of everything. Although the taste could not compare to modern culinary delights, for the 3 who were accustomed to raw meat or simply roasting food over a fire, it was nothing short of a gastronomic revelation, due to their lack of exposure to fine cuisine. Even when Luo Chuchu's initial attempts resulted in burnt dishes, they still praised her cooking, igniting her interest in culinary arts. After their meal, Jimyu expressed his desire to go hunting. The area where they had previously set up camp had been overhunted for several consecutive days. However, the Lost Forest was vast, and the meager game they had caught did not amount to much. Thus, Jimyu, who was eager to shine, was unwilling to waste any time resting. Mito also wished to accompany them. After hearing Luo Chuchu's descriptions of the flavors and appearances of spicy peppers and other edible vegetables and fruits, he decided to search the nearby woods. At this point, even Jimyu did not yet consider Luo Chuchu and her companions as true allies, and Mito, being a little elder, felt even more superfluous. Although he was a guide, the girl had yet to awaken, and many matters were best left undisclosed for the time, being to avoid scaring her away. Thus, he felt compelled to seize every opportunity to prove his worth. Previously, he had contemplated enticing the girl with shiny trinkets to prolong her stay, intending to lead her to the cave filled with crystals in the Lost Forest, while hoping to encounter the heartburn flower. However, Luo Chuchu and her friends had planned to remain in the Lost Forest for a few days without any need for his persuasion, and remarkably, the heartburn flower bloomed right beside the cave, saving Mito quite a bit of trouble. Nevertheless, he did not wish to be a freeloader, since the girl enjoyed delicious food, and her mouth watered at the mention of those vibrant vegetables and fruits. He thought he might as well assist her in finding some, thereby contributing in his own way. Although he was not adept at hunting, as he tended to make quite a commotion, foraging for edible flowers, herbs, and fruits was a trivial matter for him. Luo Chuchu, unaware that Mito's true form was that of a small tree, thought it reasonable that he, being a former shaman, would be familiar with various plants, and thus did not stop him. Moreover, with Jimyu accompanying him, it seemed unlikely that any trouble would arise. Once the 2 departed, only Qingxi and Luo Chuchu remained in the cave. During this extended time, Luo Chuchu contemplated preparing more food to store, as despite having cooked a significant amount in the past few days, they had indeed consumed 1/3 of it in just 2 meals, necessitating a larger supply. However, Qingxi did not wish to squander this opportunity. They had only just become a couple the previous day, experiencing their first intimate moments, and now that they were alone, Qingxi was eager to engage in activities that would bring joy to them both. Initially, Luo Chuchu refused, not for any particular reason, but because her legs were still weak. Moreover, it was sweltering outside. Even though the cave was relatively cool, she had just suffered from heat exhaustion, and the thought of her sweaty state made her feel unappealing, diminishing her desire to partake in such activities. Yet, Qingxi was relentless, repeatedly complimenting her scent and how delightful she smelled, which ultimately wore her down. In the end, Luo Chuchu found herself enchanted by his charms, and in a daze, she consented. Qingxi was overjoyed, and after a series of tender exchanges, they were on the verge of reaching the most pivotal moment. Just then, Luo Chuchu's gaze fell upon the mark on Qingxi's chest. The mark depicted a mermaid figure modeled after Qingxi, reaching towards the crescent moon above. Unlike the dark blue lines of the mermaid, the crescent moon was a cool, icy blue with fiery orange edges, seemingly glowing softly. A mermaid reaching for the moon. This was the first thought that crossed Luo Chuchu's mind upon seeing it. She instinctively squeezed her legs together, pushing Qingxi away slightly, and raised her hand to touch the mark. Is this the couple's mark? At that critical moment, Qingxi glanced down at the mark on his chest. His eyes filled with a tenderness that could drown anyone. Yes, this is our couple's mark. Oddly enough, your mark is a crescent moon? Luo Chuchu was also puzzled. She had expected that after becoming a couple, Qingxi would bear a tattoo resembling a chubby girl, but instead, it turned out to be a moon. The female marks in their world were typically representations of their true forms. Even if they could not transform into their beast forms, their genes were complex, often resembling their appearances. Thus, Luo Chuchu could not comprehend why hers was a moon. Regardless of the world, there was only one moon in the sky. Did this signify her uniqueness? Luo Chuchu mused with a hint of vanity. However, she soon recalled another matter. Where is my mark? Why can't I see it? As soon as she voiced this, the image of the flower-faced matriarch sprang to her mind. Oh no, since this morning, I haven't had the chance to look in the mirror. Surely, she hadn't transformed into one of those flower-faced matriarchs, had she? In a flurry, Luo Chuchu pushed Qingxi away and hastily retrieved a small mirror from her spatial storage. Gazing into the mirror, Luo Chuchu discerned little beyond the sunburned, peeling areas on her face. With a heavy sigh of relief, she inspected her arms and legs, yet found no further abnormalities. In the teasing gaze of Qingxi, Luo Chuchu tugged at her collar and lowered her head for a closer look. There, upon her pale skin, a hand that seemed to be tattooed lightly gripped, crowned by a crescent moon, yet at its center lay her own delicate red plum blossom. If one were to obscure the moon above, the image would invite a plethora of interpretations. Was it a desire to pluck the moon or the flower? As she finally managed to produce a chapter after much effort throughout the day, she noted that another might be delayed as she had to attend to Xiao Bao, who had just awakened. In chapter 138, the marriage certificate, a tragic big white rabbit. Merely catching a glimpse of the mark left her cheeks aflame with embarrassment as she shot a reproachful glance at Qingxi. Turn around. I forbid you from looking back. Qingxi, perplexed, inquired about the matter, questioning if she found the mark unappealing. He glanced down at his own chest, convinced it was quite handsome, far superior to those marks seen on the beastmen from days prior. Do not ask, just turn, Luo Chuchu asserted, taking hold of Qingxi's arm and pivoting him away. Though he cast a resigned glance at his own formidable abdomen, he complied with her insistence. Once assured that Qingxi would not turn back, Luo Chuchu shed her outer garment, adjusted her undergarment, and reclined to inspect the mark in a small mirror. The reflection revealed a sizable imprint extending from her right breast downward, its tip nearly touching her navel. While aesthetically pleasing, it felt somewhat improper. Yet soon, Luo Chuchu reconciled with the sight. After all, it was not emblazoned upon her face, for which she felt immense gratitude. In such an intimate location, clad in clothing, who would be able to see it? Reclining on the ground, she gazed at the dark stone ceiling, still in disbelief that she had truly bonded with Qingxi. In the beastly realm, forming a partnership mirrored modern marriage. Yet at merely 18, she had unexpectedly become a married woman. This mark served as their marriage certificate. After an extended silence behind her, Qingxi, hesitant to turn, cautiously called out, Chuchu, are you done? After a brief moment, Luo Chuchu softly responded with an affirmative sound. Qingxi quickly turned to behold a breathtaking scene, unable to contain his excitement as he lunged forward. Luo Chuchu swore she had not intended for this to happen. However, it was too late to clarify, as the mermaid had transformed into a wolf, tearing away her undergarment and pouncing upon her with fervent bites. Meanwhile, on the other side, after encountering Mi Tu Yi in the dead of night, Mo Shu turned and returned to the cave where he had been resting for the past few days. It was a cave he had stumbled upon while guarding the blossoming flowers. The cave stone walls had once been embedded with glimmering crystals, but upon returning the previous night, Mo Shu found himself consumed by frustration. With no outlet for his anger, he darkly removed the crystals one by one, storing them within his spatial realm. He recalled how the little female cherished these sparkling stones. Initially, Mo Shu had resolved to avoid visiting the little female for the time being, as the old man had given him an odd impression, leading him to believe that the elder would seek him out. Yet in his anger, He forgot that the elder had concealed his presence, making it impossible for me, Tu Yi, to detect him. Waiting in the depths of the lost forest, time passed. Yet the old man did not appear. Growing restless, Mo Shu decided to search for the elder himself. However, upon reassuring himself and reappearing at the cave where Luo Chu and the others had been resting, he discovered they had vanished. Mo Shu was certain they had departed rather than gone hunting. For the past few days, when they had ventured out, the entrance had burned with the evil flower, a pot simmering with something. But now, the cave entrance lay desolate and empty. Frustrated, he lamented not having waited the previous night. Now, he had no inkling of when they had left or in which direction they had gone. The truth was that Luo Chu and her companions had traveled to numerous locations over the past few days, each leaving traces of their scent, making it arduous for Mo Shu to track them down. Yet what choice did he have? He could only search for them one by one. As Luo Chu languished in the cave, the big white rabbit endured a wretched existence. The cave remained unchanged, yet the rabbit was no longer the same. As a half-beast, the big white rabbit's healing abilities were quite remarkable. The wounds on his back had mostly healed. However, in a bid to prevent infection, Luo Chu had shaved off the fur surrounding the wounds, a hasty decision made in a moment of urgency, resulting in an unsightly appearance. With scabs marring the area and a significant patch of bare skin on his nape, the rabbit resembled one afflicted by a skin ailment. This was merely the condition of his back. His front was even more dismal. Dark streaks beneath his eyes glistened, remnants of tears shed excessively over recent days. Having extracted a block of ice from his body, the big white rabbit had been frostbitten, only to have the ice melt under the sun. After lying on the ground for so long, it was not until Song Hui returned that he was dragged back into the cave. This constant movement left him quite filthy. Seeing the severity of his injuries and fever, Song Hui initially intended to transport him to the West Hollow tribe for the shaman's aid. Yet the big white rabbit refused, insisting on remaining there to await Luo Chu's return. Sister Chu has said that I am her family. She would never abandon me. Upon hearing this, Song Hui ceased his persuasion, leaving the big white rabbit with a spark for warmth and periodically delivering prey and fresh water before returning to the tribe. The big white rabbit, unaccustomed to raw meat after becoming accustomed to Luo Chu's cooking, struggled to replicate her culinary skills. Though eager to learn, his first attempt resulted in charred, foul-smelling meat, tainted with a hint of blood, which made him retch. Worse still, the big white rabbit's forelimbs were not as dexterous as Luo Chu's fingers, requiring both to work in unison. Eating with a spoon was a challenge, and grilling meat proved even more daunting. Ultimately, his once pristine white fur became sooty and darkened, while his forelimbs suffered burns, singeing the fur into a blackened, yellowed state, rendering him a pitiful, mistreated vagabond rabbit. The next day, upon delivering prey, Song Hui noticed a dark, unrecognizable mass at the cave entrance, realizing the big white rabbit had not eaten for 2 days. Consequently, he lingered a while longer, preparing the prey and cooking it before providing the big white rabbit with clean water, before departing to attend to his own affairs. Ingesting the bland, slightly burnt meat, the big white rabbit felt a pang of sorrow as tears cascaded down his fur-lined cheeks. "Sister, are you well? When will you come fetch me?" Wiping away a tear, the big white rabbit's face darkened once more. Gritting his teeth, he swallowed the meat. No matter how unpalatable, he had to persevere. He must survive until his sister returned for him. In the dire circumstances at sea, they had never given up on rescuing each other. Surely, this time will be no different. Finally, I have completed this, and I must attend to Xiao Bao. Good night, everyone. Chapter 139. The reason behind the portliness of the female beast partner after indulging in the roasted meat prepared by Song Hui for 2 consecutive days. Debayatu could no longer endure the craving and decided to attempt roasting meat himself. Despite Song Hui's good intentions, his culinary skills left much to be desired, resulting in a rather unpalatable dish. Following 2 days of adaptation, Debayatu's roasting technique had improved considerably, yet the taste remained nauseating. Additionally, he seemed to have inadvertently singed the fur on his forelimbs, nearing the point of scorching his elbows. Upon Song Hui's arrival, he was greeted by the sight of the filthy, long-eared beast engrossed in the act of roasting meat. In truth, he and Luo Chu were merely passing acquaintances. Previously, his concern stemmed from Luo Chu, but after she was taken by the stray beast, Song Hui could have easily abandoned Debayatu. However, he did not entertain such thoughts and remained perplexed by his own motivations. Perhaps it was the memory of Luo Chuchu's kindness towards this half-beast brother that stirred his compassion, for she had also expressed interest in him. Otherwise, she would not have revealed her greatest secret to him after merely 2 days of acquaintance. If she did not harbor feelings for him, how could she trust a stranger so readily? Moreover, Sanghui sensed that he would encounter Luo Chuchu again someday, and they would eventually become partners. When that day arrived, her brother would naturally become his brother as well, thus inciting a sense of obligation to care for him. Little did Luo Chuchu know that Sanghui had already envisioned a future where he occupied the role of her beast partner. If she were to become aware, she would undoubtedly remark upon his fanciful imagination. After a rather tumultuous episode, Qingxi cleaned up the mess, allowing her to succumb to a deep slumber. Having prepared to cook a larger meal, Luo Chuchu had already set out the stove, ingredients, and fresh water at the entrance of the cave early in the morning. Given the presence of eternal ice within the cave, cooking inside was unfeasible. Nevertheless, Qingxi wisely chose not to sit beneath the glaring sun, but instead positioned herself at the cave's mouth, allowing her to oversee the several stoves outside while enjoying the coolness of the cave. As evening approached, Jemyu returned, shouldering a hefty bundle of meticulously prepared game, one hand carrying a large stack of beast skins bound with vines. Mitu, following closely behind, was adorned with an assortment of leafy greens and unfamiliar fruits, his small frame nearly obscured by the bounty, leaving only his eyes visible to navigate. All these were plants Mitu had identified based on Luo Chuchu's descriptions, ensuring they were safe for consumption. Upon their return, Qingxi spread out the cleaned large leaves on a nearby patch of ground, while Jemyu placed the prepared game upon them. Both understood Luo Chuchu's penchant for cleanliness, thus they approached their tasks with extra caution and care. Once everything was arranged, Jemyu and Mitu dove into the water for a refreshing bath. However, only Mitu took the bathing seriously, while Jemyu, after a brief wash, began fishing for shrimp and crabs. As the afternoon waned, the river teemed with fish, shrimp, and crabs. In the beast realm, the beastmen rarely fished due to their lack of culinary skills, preferring to hunt instead. This led to an abundance of fish and crustaceans in the river, which had grown quite large. Unaccustomed to being pursued, the aquatic creatures displayed a remarkable naivety, often ignoring the presence of swimmers unless disturbed by excessive noise. Consequently, Jemyu swiftly caught a substantial haul, accumulating a large pile along the riverbank. Shortly after their return, Luo Chuchu awakened, roused by her hunger. It was no wonder, as Qingxi was quite the handful, possessing abundant energy that tested even her robust physique. It was hardly surprising that no slim females existed in the beast realm. The beastmen, all muscle and brawn, could engage in endless exertions, and if the females were any frilier, it would be impossible for them to manage even a few partners without succumbing to exhaustion. After freshening up, Luo Chuchu hurried to the river to collect the fish, shrimp, and crabs that Jemyu had caught, fearing they would spoil if left too long. Returning to the cave, she found that dinner was not yet prepared, so Jemyu continued his fishing endeavors. Noticing Luo Chuchu's intent to prepare new dishes, Qingxi set aside a pot of cooked rice, now cooled, from another stove for later. With the weather warm, there was no rush to store the cooked rice away. Allowing it to cool further would make it less scalding when eaten later. Luo Chuchu retrieved a large shrimp from its shell, which, having been lively prior to entering her space, had succumbed to silence. Yet, it remained remarkably fresh. These river shrimp were sizable, with even the smallest measuring the length of Luo Chuchu's forearm, albeit not as thick. After rinsing it with clean water, Luo Chuchu deftly removed the shrimp's head, extracted the intestinal vein, and made a slit along its back, completing the preparation of one shrimp. Observing her skill, Qingxi quickly learned and insisted she rest while he took over the cleaning. Luo Chuchu willingly relinquished the task, seizing the opportunity to examine the plants Mitu had brought back. To her astonishment, despite their altered appearances, the flavors of Mitu's finds closely resembled those she had encountered in her modern life. There were garlic bulbs akin to potatoes, vibrant red chili peppers resembling flowers, and previously discovered carrots. The other greens were unrecognizable to her, yet Mitu assured her of their edibility. Thus, she washed them thoroughly, planning to stir-fry them soon to ascertain their flavors. As Luo Chuchu prepared the necessary seasonings, she chopped them with her small knife for later use. Garlic would taste best when crushed, yet lacking a mortar and pestle was not a significant issue. Observing Qingxi had finished cleaning the shrimp, Luo Chuchu instructed him to find a large stone, providing a brief description of her vision. She envisioned a stone mortar for pounding garlic, emphasizing that the bottom should be flattened, the center hollowed out, and the base left thick. A stone pestle did not need to be large, just smooth on one end for ease of grip. With gestures and words, Luo Chuchu successfully communicated her request to Qingxi. Within approximately 10 minutes, he had crafted a square stone mortar, with the pestle possessing one end square and the other a slender cylindrical shape, ideal for gripping. After washing both the mortar and pestle, Luo Chuchu placed a few garlic bulbs inside to test its efficacy. It worked splendidly. However, the pestle, crafted according to Qingxi's own strength and hand size, proved somewhat heavy for Luo Chuchu, causing her palms to redden after only a few strikes. Seeing this, Qingxi promptly took over, as the task was intended for them. Luo Chuchu, delicate and tender, was not suited for such laborious work. Chapter 140. Manifesting desires. Having just found a task, Qingxi took over, and Luo Chuchu did not contest him, returning to her own manageable duties. For instance, preparing a new dish required her, the newly minted chef, to take the reins. She retrieved a large shell and placed it on the stove, waiting for the bottom to heat sufficiently before adding the rendered fat from the hohu beast, which yielded enough to fill 3 large shells. Although it appeared abundant, their consumption levels were quite significant, especially for Gemu and Qingxi. Their physical exertion has been substantial. Previously, they consumed the equivalent of 1 cow's worth of food each day. However, following Luo Chuchu's advice to adopt a regimen of smaller, more frequent meals, their bodies are struggling to adapt to the reduced intake of fats. Consequently, Luo Chuchu hasn't been frugal with their meals. After all, Gemu had previously captured a multitude of hum-hum beasts, at least 20 or 30, all neatly stored in her spatial pouch. For today, this suffices. The meals they prepared earlier could be utilized for a few more servings. After dining, they will need to rest for a while before embarking on their journey tonight. Tomorrow at noon, they can produce more oil as needed. This thought brought to mind the possibility of finding ingredients such as peanuts, soybeans, and rapeseed to extract oil. Although she had never pressed oil nor seen the process, she had the wisdom of the internet at her disposal. Once she identifies the requisite materials, researching the necessary tools and effort is a trivial matter. She is confident in her ability to extract oil. As she contemplated this, the oil in the pot had already heated up. She tossed in the sliced ginger and garlic to saute, followed by the river shrimp she had prepared. With a sizzling sound, wisps of white smoke ascended from the shell pot. Luo Chuchu had developed a certain skill in cooking, wielding a spatula made from fish bones. She tossed the shrimp until they changed color, added a pinch of salt, and just before serving, sprinkled some chopped green onions. The dish was complete. Initially, she had considered adding some spicy chili flowers, but upon merely sniffing them, she was overwhelmed by a fit of sneezing. Such a flavor would be intolerable for Qingxi, and Luo Chuchu worried it might be devilishly spicy. Thus, she opted to forego them to avoid ruining the entire pot of shrimp. In no time, a large basin of river shrimp was perfectly cooked. Luo Chuchu switched to another shell pot and continued with the sautéed greens. The vegetables had been brought back by Mi Tu-yi in the evening, their roots scarce, but their leaves particularly large, boasting 5 or 6 substantial leaves per plant. Following the familiar process of heating the pot and adding oil, she sautéed the garlic and clean greens, then added the rendered oil residue. A splash of water was added for steaming, and a sprinkle of salt before serving released a delightful aroma. With 2 large bowls of vegetables, accompanied by a generous pot of fish soup and 5 sizable rice balls, the meal was nearly complete. After working up a sweat, Luo Chuchu returned to the cave to change her attire before calling Gemu and Mi Tu-yi to dine, also taking the opportunity to collect the heap of fish, shrimp, and crabs piled on the shore in her spatial pouch. Mi Tu-yi odose sivifti, and Luo Chuchu glanced over to see a school of palm-sized fish swimming restlessly on the surface of the water, seemingly reluctant to leave. The most intriguing sight was a misty film floating atop the water, large in expanse, with the outline of a human shape imprinted in the center, resembling an oil slick. The fish were evidently reluctant to depart because they were feasting on that oil slick. Luo Chuchu covertly observed Mi Tu-yi. Noticing he still bore a slight sheen of oil, she mused to herself about how this elderly man, appearing so lean, was actually a source of such a precious resource. Having soaked in the water for so long, he returned with a bounty of oil after a brief excursion. Noticing her inquisitive gaze, Mi Tu-yi cast a sidelong glance in her direction, easily discerning her thoughts. This girl is quite particular about cleanliness. What could she be pondering? The oil on my skin is a result of Gamu accidentally breaking an oil tree while hunting this afternoon. I usually prefer to keep myself tidy. Realizing her thoughts had been read, Luo Chu-Chu offered a sheepish smile, averting her gaze. However, she quickly turned back to Mi Tu-Yi, inquiring about the oil tree. What is an oil tree? Is it like the oil I use for cooking? After pondering, Mi Tu-Yi nodded, confirming that the appearance was similar, and it was indeed slippery and greasy, which he personally did not appreciate. Hearing this, Luo Chu-Chu felt a surge of excitement. While Mi Tu-Yi may not favor it, she certainly did. Where is it? Take me to see it. Just as she had been contemplating oil extraction, she now had the prospect of discovering a tree that produces oil. If it were indeed a consumable oil, it would greatly expand her options. Given that Qingxi and Gamu required a substantial intake of fats, Luo Chu-Chu felt there was no need for her to indulge excessively. She was already plump, and the thought of developing health issues was concerning. Discovering pure oil would be the ideal solution. Mi Tu-Yi, unaware of her excitement, could easily guess, as the expression on her face indicated either the discovery of mundane objects or the prospect of food. However, oil trees were plentiful, and there was no need to venture back into the lost forest for a glimpse. Leading Luo Chu-Chu to a particular tree, Mi Tu-Yi pressed his hand against the trunk, and she observed a pale yellow liquid oozing from the small hole he had created. The texture resembled clear oil. Quickly, Luo Chu-Chu retrieved a small shell to collect a sample, holding it to her nose to inhale the aroma. It indeed bore the scent of oil, accompanied by a refreshing fragrance. Mi Tu-Yi, is this tree poisonous? She asked. Not at all. During the cold season, when prey struggle to find food, they often resort to consuming the bark of this oil tree to stave off hunger. Upon hearing this, Luo Chu-Chu dipped her finger into the liquid, tasted it, and her eyes lit up. It was indeed oil. Oh my goodness, I am so fortunate. It's as if my desires manifest instantly. Realizing the two had not yet arrived, Qingxi and Gamu rushed over, curious about Luo Chu-Chu's exuberance. They soon learned she had discovered yet another vital resource. Qingxi was unfamiliar with the tree, but Gamu recognized the oil tree. During a prior hunting expedition, he had broken one to quench his thirst, only to find it unfulfilling but somewhat satiating. Gamu recalled that after consuming the liquid from an entire oil tree, he felt no thirst relief, but it did suppress his appetite for 2 days, leaving him with a bloated sensation. Luo Chu-Chu was unaware of Gamu's bold encounter and eagerly invited him and Qingxi to quickly procure large stone jars and gather oil. The two swiftly dug out 2 sizable stone jars, cleaned them, and set them aside to dry before they sat down to eat. Excited to try new dishes and with the prospect of usable oil, Luo Chu-Chu was in splendid spirits. Chapter 141, Collecting Clear Oil. Crocodile swarmed. The 3 of them gazed at the basin of shrimp, then at Luo Chu-Chu, uncertain how to proceed. Observing their hesitation, Luo Chu-Chu picked up a shrimp, slurped it in her mouth, and extracted the succulent meat, savoring the explosion of garlicky flavor and the sweet, salty shrimp within. The myriad of flavors combined in her mouth was extraordinarily delightful, far surpassing the modern culinary creations laden with technology and extravagance. Seeing her enjoyment, the other 3 followed suit, each taking a shrimp to savor. They relished the crunchy, flavorful shells, finding it a pity to discard them. Luo Chu-Chu observed their actions with a wry smile, suddenly envious of their strong teeth. After attempting to bite through a shell herself, she nearly risked a chip in her own teeth. Having demonstrated the process, her shell bowls soon filled with 2 pieces of peeled shrimp meat, courtesy of Qingxi and Gamu, who each offered her one. Though receiving peeled shrimp was a delightful gesture, she couldn't help but wonder if she might be allowed to complete the shell-sucking step herself. You two just put them in your mouths and devour all the flavors before handing them over to me? How is that fair? In the end, Luo Chu-Chu did not consume any of the shrimp they had peeled for her, instead placing the 2 pieces back into their respective bowls. In the midst of the 2 individuals' puzzled gazes, Luo Chu-Chu earnestly declared that indulging in shrimp was an activity best undertaken with one's own hands, particularly the art of sucking the shrimp shells. That particular step possessed the most soul, if they helped her peel them. How could she savor the satisfaction that the process brought? Having said that, she promptly seized a shrimp and began to eat, the sound of sucking the shells resonating delightfully. Mi Tu-Yi chuckled softly while munching, and it seemed that Qingxi and Jimyu grasped the underlying meaning. Thus, after Luo Chu-Chu finished her own shrimp, the 2 of them each picked one and offered it to her lips. Their intention was unmistakable. She must first suck the shell, and only then would they assist her in peeling. Luo Chuchu found this quite absurd. Ultimately, after repeated refusals from her, the two finally relented and commenced eating their own share. For Luo Chuchu, 2 shrimp were already quite the limit, given their substantial size. However, she was pleasantly surprised by the bowl of oil residue, braised greens. The leaves were tender, the stems crisp, and combined with the flavor of the oil residue, it made for a delightful accompaniment to rice. Luo Chuchu consumed 1/10 of the rice dumplings. Mi Tu Yi devoured 4/10. Qingxi consumed 1.5, while the remaining 3 were polished off by Jemyu. 2 bowls of vegetables, 1 bowl of soup, and 5 large rice dumplings left not a single drop of broth behind. Whether Jemyu and Qingxi were satisfied remained uncertain, but both Luo Chuchu and Mi Tu Yi had their bellies round and full. After the meal, Mi Tu Yi washed the dishes while the 3 of them made their way to the sun-dried stone jars. Though it was evening, the temperature remained quite high, and the 2 wash jars were already dry. Qingxi and Jemyu each carried 1, heading towards the grove of oil trees, swiftly breaking off 2 sturdier ones and placing them against the jar's wall. To Luo Chuchu's astonishment, the insides of the trees were hollow, resembling bamboo without nodes, consisting only of a thin layer of trunk encased by the outer bark. The jars were enormous, larger than sea conch tanks, and Luo Chuchu could only speculate how much one could hold. In any case, 7 or 8 slender oil trees could fill 1 jar, while 4 or 5 of the thicker ones sufficed. Since Mi Tu Yi mentioned that these oil trees were plentiful and easily found, Luo Chuchu decided to fill just these 2 jars, planning to replenish them as needed after their meal. Primarily, they preferred fatty oils, and it seemed she alone would consume the light oil, rendering the need for excess storage rather pointless. After securing the 2 jars of oil, Qingxi playfully leaped into the river with Luo Chuchu for a bath, and then the 4 of them rested in the cave for a while, preparing for their night journey. It must be said that the eternal ice was truly a marvel. While the outside felt like a sauna, the inside of the cave was refreshingly cool. Luo Chuchu was genuinely astounded to see that the small piece of ice inside the shell had only melted slightly, a phenomenon that defied logic in such high temperatures, likely a rarity only found in the beast world. Sleep came easily. As the sun set and the temperature dropped, an unexpected group of visitors quietly emerged from the river. They moved stealthily towards the cave, quickly occupying the open space before it. Hearing a faint rustling, the other 3, save for the still, slumbering Luo Chuchu, suddenly opened their eyes. 1 pair glowed red, another yellow, and yet another green, instantly transforming the cave into a scene reminiscent of traffic lights. Qingxi and Jemyu exchanged glances, having detected no scent of other beastmen, but rather the odor of the creatures from the river, indicating that those outside were not human. Concerned that a confrontation might awaken Luo Chuchu, Qingxi gently roused her. Upon opening her eyes, she was startled to find a row of glowing red and green lights staring back at her, nearly causing her to lose her composure. Yet, that was not the most alarming sight. The very next moment, she witnessed a long, wide mouth adorned with sharp teeth slowly extending into the cave. My goodness, where did this prehistoric crocodile come from? Terrified, Luo Chuchu swiftly sought refuge behind Qingxi and Jemyu, while Mi Tu Yi, in his diminutive stature, hardly provided much cover. Thus, she kindly tugged Mi Tu Yi along, dragging him behind Qingxi and Jemyu for safety. Mi Tu Yi stumbled, exclaiming that it was unnecessary. These water monsters had no interest in his wooden frame. Qingxi shielded Mi Tu Yi and Luo Chuchu, while Jemyu charged forth to confront the water beasts. The first to suffer was the crocodile that had just poked its snout inside the cave, which Jemyu crushed with a mighty stomp. The sound of cracking echoing in Luo Chuchu's ears. The crocodile's mouth was flattened, leaving an enormous footprint on it, and it appeared quite painful, with its eyes turning red. Before Luo Chuchu could examine it closely, Jemyu seized the crocodile by its tail and flung it away, blocking the cave entrance with some unknown entity, rendering the outside world invisible. Luo Chuchu was eager to observe yet felt a twinge of fear. She clutched Qingxi tightly while inching toward the cave entrance. Finally, she reached the opening and peered through a gap, witnessing Jemyu transform into a massive brown bear, swinging 2 crocodile tails around, sending the other attacking crocodiles flying. Impressive. Just as she mentally praised Jemyu, Luo Chuchu quickly retreated her head. Outside, she saw an overwhelming number of prehistoric crocodiles, each one colossal, their eyes glowing eerily in the twilight, an utterly chilling sight. It was perilous. In truth, It was exceedingly dangerous. Qingxi, with so many of them, could Jimmy handle it alone? Just as she voiced her concern, a series of thuds resounded from the cave entrance, prompting all three to look toward the sound. Luo Chuchu could not discern the scene clearly, but Qingxi and Mi Tuyi could. Jimmy was entangled by a swarm of water monsters, which were scrambling to rush into the cave. The earlier sounds came from their tails striking against the stone walls. After ensuring Luo Chuchu's safety, Qingxi whipped his tail and charged out, swiftly batting away the crocodiles at the cave's mouth, employing his deadly gaze. However, the crocodile's skin was remarkably thick, akin to wearing impenetrable armor. Qingxi's laser gun failed to inflict any significant damage. If heat and light were ineffective, then water spikes would have to suffice. Glancing at Jimyu, who was besieged by water monsters, Qingxi's colors abruptly shifted into a hybrid state. He began to lure the water monsters toward the river while shouting to Jimyu, urging him to take Luo, Chuchu, and Mi Tuyi to safety. Qingxi's anxiety stemmed from the increasing number of water monsters crawling from the river, directly targeting the cave. The closer they drew to the river, the more numerous the creatures became. Even with his strength and Jimmy's resilience, the sheer volume posed a significant threat. If both were ensnared, Luo, Chuchu, and Mi Tuyi would be in grave danger. Jimmy acknowledged the command, swatting another approaching water monster aside, leaping into the air, and landing heavily while shaking off the water monsters that clung to him. Luo Chuchu felt the ground tremble beneath her, glancing up to see stones shifting above. She abruptly stood and lunged toward Mi Tuyi, and they both rolled aside. She had no idea what kind of beast Mi Tuyi was. His lean frame surprisingly solid, yet it served as a painful cushion for her. Nonetheless, she could not dwell on that now, as just as they toppled to the ground, a thunderous crash echoed in her ears, and a stone fell exactly where they had stood moments before, shattering into countless pieces. Luo Chuchu extended her hand to retrieve the shell filled with cold ice into her spatial realm. The other items had already been secured at the first sign of upheaval. We cannot linger here. We must exit. The persistent sounds of pounding from outside echoed, and debris continued to fall from the cave ceiling. If this continues, the cave will surely collapse. Gritting her teeth against the pain, Luo Chuchu stood up, preparing to drag Mi Tuyi out, but in the next moment, a sudden force yanked her out of the cave. She landed hard on a crocodile's carcass, barely having time to feel fear before a tremendous roar erupted behind her. Luo Chuchu turned sharply, witnessing the cave's entrance collapsing. Mi Tuyi. Panic surged within her as she saw the blocked exit and instinctively turned to seek help from Gamu, only to find a massive crocodile approaching her. The crocodile's mouth was at least a meter long, its bone-white teeth glinting menacingly in the moonlight. Luo Chuchu hastily drew her largest and sharpest bone knife, trembling as she attempted to intimidate the colossal creature. "Don't come any closer." Yet the crocodile showed no regard for her threats, lunging at her with its jaws wide open. This was a giant crocodile, far superior in strength to the shrimp soldiers and crab generals back on the island. Luo Chuchu let out a piercing scream, swinging the fishbone knife at the beast, but misjudged her angle, inadvertently thrusting her arm into its mouth. As she felt her arm engulfed by the crocodile's jaws, terror coursed through her, leaving her feeling cold and desolate. Was she offering herself up as a female version of Yanghua? In a moment of panic, her hand trembled, and the fishbone knife was unwittingly positioned upright. At that instant, the crocodile's jaws slammed shut. The blade punctured its upper jaw but failed to penetrate deeply due to the thickness of its hide, while the other end of the knife pressed against its lower jaw. Consequently, the crocodile's mouth was elegantly pried open by the fishbone knife. The creature attempted to close its jaws, but hesitated to exert force, fearing the blade would drive further into its flesh, causing unbearable pain. Observing the crocodile trapped by the bone knife, Luo Chuchu swiftly withdrew her hand and turned to flee. That was a close call. She had almost become the female version of a legendary hero. While running, she shouted to Gamu, "Gamu, the cave has collapsed, and Mi Tuyi is still inside." However, just a few steps away, something viciously swept across her calf, sending her crashing to the ground. A sharp pain shot through her ankle, and she felt as though her leg had been broken, tears streaming down her face. It hurt so much. Luo Chuchu turned to see the very crocodile whose jaws had been wedged by the fishbone knife. It was the same creature that had tripped her with its tail. Damn it, just because a tiger doesn't roar, do you think I'm a mere Garfield? Anger reddened her eyes as she saw the crocodile. Unable to close its mouth, swaying in front of her, attempting to shake off the fishbone knife while trying to stomp her into the ground. Rolling to the side in a panic, she narrowly avoided the crocodile's foot. Quickly, she retrieved a feng-ing flower from her spatial realm, brandishing its stem as she lunged towards the crocodile's open maw. "You want to eat? Here, have something good." Her elbow collided painfully, but Luo Chu-Chu paid no heed, shoving the flower into the crocodile's gaping mouth. Taking advantage of the crocodile's inability to close its jaws, she wedged her arms between its teeth, forcing the feng-ing flower deep into its throat. The crocodile, seeing the morsel before it, was eager to consume it, yet it dared not exert force, dragging Luo Chu-Chu along the ground instead. Desperation surged within her as the rough ground scraped against her skin, yet she clung tightly, one hand gripping the crocodile's teeth while the other vigorously shook the flower as pollen, fervently hoping for it to take effect. Perhaps the heavens heard her silent prayer, for before long, the crocodile's strength gradually waned. Its massive body swayed unsteadily before collapsing to the ground, mouth agape and motionless, its lifeless gray eyes wide open, devoid of any spark. Luo Chu-Chu released her grip just in time, flung out by the force, landing on the ground, gasping for breath. Her clothes tattered and countless small wounds marring her skin. The most severe injury was from the crocodile's tail, which had left large, dark bruises shaped like the tail itself across her delicate calves, a stark and painful reminder of her ordeal. Meanwhile, Gamu, noticing Luo Chu-Chu's plight, disregarded the water monsters clinging to him and rushed towards her. However, the sheer number of these creatures and their coordinated attacks ensnared him, rendering him unable to break free. Upon seeing Luo Chu-Chu flung away and lying still, Gamu leapt into action, his massive form crashing down heavily upon the writhing mass of water monsters. Several were crushed beneath his weight, blood and gore splattering in every direction. As he sprinted towards Luo Chu-Chu, he violently tore off a water monster clinging to his shoulder, tearing flesh from his own body without a hint of pain. Gazing at the injured Luo Chu-Chu, Gamu's eyes blazed with fury, and he let out a thunderous roar, saliva mixed with blood spraying forth. Luo Chu-Chu felt herself being lifted and gently placed on a soft surface. She was utterly exhausted, lifting her eyelids slightly to see a furry expanse, quickly deducing it was Gamu. Grasping at the fur on his arm, her voice barely a whisper, she managed to say, "Me Too Yi is still in the cave." If it weren't for Me Too Yi pushing her, she would likely have met a grim fate. Luo Chu-Chu longed to rescue Me Too Yi or witness Gamu bring him to safety, but fatigue overwhelmed her, and she desperately wished for a moment of rest. As she thought this, she scattered some feng-ing flowers, though she lacked the strength to explain their purpose to Gamu before slowly closing her eyes. So much pain. So tired. Just a moment of sleep would suffice. Cradling Luo Chu-Chu in one arm, Gamu observed her pale face, the star patterns on his powerful abdomen glimmering with a muted earthy glow. His eyes, bloodshot and frantic, reflected his turmoil as a violent energy surged within him, demanding release. He stomped mercilessly on the approaching water monsters, his immense form agile as a monkey. Those water monsters that dared to advance were crushed beneath his colossal feet, exploding like balloons. Having finally caught up, Mo Shu narrowed his brows upon hearing the bear's roar. This sound indicated that trouble had struck the little female. With a flick of his tail, he quickened his pace towards the source of the commotion. Qingxi had drawn at least half of the water monsters from the shore, yet they continued to emerge from the river, ensnaring him in their grasp. By the time he returned to the shore, responding to Gamu's roar, the area around the cave was littered with bloodied corpses of water monsters. Luo Chu-Chu lay in Gamu's embrace while he struggled against the boulders at the cave's entrance, besieged by several water monsters. Spotting a few feng-ing flowers lying nearby, Qingxi surmised they were brought forth by Luo Chu-Chu. He hurriedly collected them and dashed to Gamu's side, scattering the flower pollen into the gaping mouths of the water monsters. Until the wind caused the flowers to lose their luster, those water monsters were finally subdued, and the remaining ones, realizing the dire situation, hastily retreated into the river, disappearing on the opposite shore. Knowing that Me Too Yi was trapped in the cave, she remained silent, reaching out to take Luo Chu-Chu into her arms and transporting her to a relatively flat area for examination. Fortunately, apart from a severely swollen ankle, the rest were merely superficial injuries. After placing several large leaves beneath her, Qingxi removed Luo Chu-Chu's tattered clothing and began to treat her wounds using her own saliva. Meanwhile, Gamu freed his hands, desperately pushing the stones at the cave entrance aside, finally creating a small opening. However, the cave had collapsed from above, filling not only the entrance but also the interior with debris. Gamu continued to clear the stones within, feeling increasingly anxious. Luo Chu-Chu was injured, and now Mi Tu-Yi was also in peril. Before Luo Chu-Chu's arrival, Mi Tu-Yi was Gamu's only relative. He was old and had never hunted before, leaving Gamu worried that he might not endure much longer. Indeed, Mi Tu-Yi was struggling within the cave, just before the collapse. He had quickly pushed Luo Chu-Chu out, intending to follow, but clearly he was too late. Mi Tu-Ye's first instinct was to burrow into the ground for self-preservation, but the cave's base was covered by a thick stone layer. By the time Gamu had cleared most of the debris, where was Mi Tu-Ye's frail figure? Instead, an old tree, nearly withered, had inexplicably appeared, its branches severely battered by falling stones, while the ground was uneven due to its gnarled roots. To Gamu's astonishment, the old tree bore a human face, that of Mi Tu-Yi. In terror, Gamu shouted, clutching the old tree and attempting to uproot it. Ouch! 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 Do you think you're pulling up a radish? My old legs. Let go quick! Mi Tu-Ye's roots had barely penetrated the thick stone layer, protecting his body from being crushed. Yet, Gamu's brute force nearly tore him apart, causing him to cry out in pain. Hurry and remove the stones pressing down on me. I will emerge slowly on my own. Upon hearing this, Gamu released his grip and began clearing the rubble around Mi Tu-Yi. The tree trunk shook violently, and the gnarled roots, along with the remaining branches, swiftly recoiled, returning Mi Tu-Yi to his elderly form. Apart from the green sap at the corners of his mouth, he appeared unscathed, though his hair, eyebrows, and beard were noticeably sparse. Additionally, his feet were unrecognizable, resembling modern sugarcane, having been drained of moisture. Picking up his small body, Mi Tu-Yi adjusted what little hair remained and inserted it back in place, looking at Gamu and inquiring, "Is the little girl all right?" Gamu remained silent, casting his gaze downward at Mi Tu-Ye's feet before carrying him out of the cave, arriving at the location where Qing Shi and Luo Chu-Chu were. The small wounds on Luo Chu-Chu had been largely treated by Qing Shi, but her clothing was in tatters, prompting Qing Shi to find a large leaf to cover her. Not long after their arrival, Luo Chu-Chu awakened briefly, seeing the remaining three in disarray yet alive, and she managed a weak smile. Thank goodness, everyone is still alive. Seizing the moment before fatigue overtook her, Luo Chu-Chu pointed to the crocodiles on the ground and said to Qing Shi, "Their skins are valuable. Salvage a few intact pieces for future use. As for the meat, let us forget it. The sight of all that red and white makes it hard to swallow." Chapter 144. Another piece of black veil. Luo Chu-Chu quickly fell into a deep slumber again, while Mi Tu-Ye's complexion appeared poor. Gamu promptly retrieved another large leaf to lay on the ground, placing Mi Tu-Yi beside Luo Chu-Chu, then joined Qing Shi in peeling the skins of the water monsters, originally planning to travel during the night. The four were now injured and could only allow the two to rest for a while. Luo Chu-Chu slept soundly, and midway through her slumber, she felt someone lifting her, as if swiftly gliding through the water. This sensation of being carried felt familiar, though it left a negative impression, reminiscent of when she was abducted by the snake beast man. Deep in her sleep, Luo Chu-Chu furrowed her brow, her rosy, injured face turning pale. Emoshu lowered his gaze and gently blew a breath towards her. Upon catching the familiar and pleasant scent of pine and bamboo, Luo Chu-Chu's furrowed brow relaxed, and her head tilted as she fell back into slumber. When she awoke once more, the small wounds on her body no longer pained her, though her ankles still ached, suggesting a more serious sprain. Gazing at the uneven ceiling of the cave, Luo Chu-Chu frowned. Where am I? Where have Qing Shi, Gamu, and Mi Tu-Yi gone? Given Qing Shi's character, he would never leave her alone in the cave if she were injured. As these thoughts occupied her mind, she took out a night pearl to illuminate her surroundings, faintly revealing small, sparkling crystals embedded in the cave's stone walls, resembling precious gems. However, she had no inclination to treasure hunt at that moment. Her right ankle felt weak, and using the cave wall for support, she exerted great effort to rise, clutching the night pearl, and limped toward the cave entrance. Just as she emerged, Luo Chu-Chu was startled to find several piles of corpses lying before the entrance. All had been eviscerated and skinned, bearing fresh cleaning marks, with blood-streaked water dripping down. Among them were the hum-hum beasts horned cattle beasts, and clucking beasts, all familiar from previous hunts by Gomu and his companions. The sheer number formed a mountain of meat and a heap of hides, storing the night pearl. Luo Chuchu assumed these were gathered by Gomu and Qing Shi, as the processing method was identical, so she collected all the prey into her space. After an unknown duration, the dual suns emerged, and the meat at the bottom would surely spoil if left for too long. Sunlight filtered through the trees, warming Luo Chuchu, though it was slightly blinding, indicating that the sun had only just risen, while the other sun had yet to appear. Yet, why did she feel a chill? Contemplating this, Luo Chuchu glanced down at her attire, nearly shocked to the point of losing her composure. What is this? She found herself clad in a black, gauzy, strapless dress, merely a layer of sheer fabric, though the chest area was sufficiently thick to prevent exposure. Beyond that, however, particularly in the triangular region, the view was all too clear, with openings that left little to the imagination. Was there any difference from being completely bare? After her initial shock, Luo Chuchu hastily retrieved a set of her own clothing from her space and dressed. Observing the large waves on the torn black gauze, she felt an unsettling familiarity. Suddenly, a realization struck her, and she rummaged through her space, finally discovering another sizable piece of black gauze that she had picked up on the small island. Luo Chuchu compared the two pieces in her hands, noting that the patterns matched perfectly, though the one just removed appeared slightly lighter in color. What was happening? She pondered, clutching the black gauze, sensing something amiss. Why would she have an extra piece of something found on the island? And why was it now adorning her body? Had Qing Shi somehow brought her back to the island? Regardless, she needed to locate Qing Shi and the others first. Luo Chuchu limped around the area, calling out as she went. Is anyone there? Qing Shi? Ye me too ye? Where are you? Qing Shi, where are you? After a while, the sun in the sky grew increasingly blinding, and Luo Chuchu's lips became chapped and peeling, yet no one responded to her calls. Uncertain whether it was Qing Shi and the others who had brought themselves to this place, Luo Chuchu dared not move recklessly. After standing for a prolonged period, her ankle throbbed painfully, so she decided to sit upon a large stone beside the cave and gaze around. Ma Shu concealed himself in the shadows, cradling a handful of colorful flowers, his heart torn between wanting to greet Luo Chuchu and fearing he might startle her. Casting his gaze downwards at the similarly vibrant little snakes near his tail, he contemplated and ultimately resolved to let them venture forth first. With a subtle lift of his hand, several exquisite blossoms appeared atop the little snakes, seemingly affixed with great firmness. The slender, crimson tongues of the snakes flicked out, and they began to glide in a formation towards Luo Chuchu, as if summoned to present an exhibition. In a whirl of confusion, Luo Chuchu pondered whether she should enter the cave and don the clothes within, feeling uneasy remaining unprotected. Just then, a rustling sound suddenly emerged from ahead. Her expression brightened, thinking Qing Shi and the others had returned. Qing Shi, is it you? The rustling continued, yet no one responded. After calling out twice without answer, panic began to swell within her, prompting her to hastily rise and retreat into the cave. However, before she could act, something emerged from the tall grass that matched her height. 1, 2, 3. She dared not count further, for all that appeared were snakes adorned in vibrant colors, not resembling the snake beast men nor the large python she had encountered previously. These were merely slender snakes, slightly thicker than her forearm. Swallowing hard, Luo Chuchu felt as though her feet were encased in cement, her heart racing miles ahead, while her body remained frozen in place. Recalling tales of advice to remain still when confronted by such serpents, she recalled it was best to wait until they slithered past. Yet the stories spoke of one snake, while she faced an unknown multitude. Beads of sweat formed on her forehead, and she felt chilled to the bone. In her mind, she chanted, "You cannot see me. You cannot see me. I remain still. Please pass by." This incantation appeared effective, for the snakes halted at a certain distance from her, ceasing all movement. However, their formation seemed oddly precise, lacking any semblance of chaos, as if they had rehearsed. Gazing at the blossoms atop the little snakes, Luo Chuchu's heart raced, not realizing that even more peculiar events awaited her. Chapter 145. Well done, but please do not jump again. The little serpents, having halted, began to writhe in place, not merely on the ground, but rising up as if performing a dance unique to the land of San, albeit without any accompanying music. This was utterly absurd. Had snakes evolved to such a degree? One might assume they were specifically performing for her amusement. Ma Shu mused to himself, indeed, This performance was orchestrated solely for your enjoyment. Time passed, and the colorful snakes finally concluded their display. How did Luo Chuchu know they were finished? At the finale, the serpents coiled into a spiral and leapt into the air. There should have been sound effects. Whoosh bang. The myriad hues of the flower snakes exploded in midair, then twisted as they descended, resembling silent fireworks. Logically, Luo Chuchu felt she should be applauding at this moment. Yet her body remained stiff, trembling uncontrollably, cold sweat cascading down her. Although their performance was splendid, she wished they would refrain from such antics in the future. What kind of serpentine congregation possessed such captivating allure? The performance concluded with a happy ending. Was this not unnerving? Mashu observed Luo Chuchu's reaction from the shadows. Noting her lack of the previous panic she exhibited upon encountering the python. Despite her intention to retreat into the cave, she remained rooted in place, watching the entire performance, and he felt assured his decision had been wise. Luo Chuchu thought to herself, "Is it that I do not wish to leave? I'm so frightened that even the pain in my ankle has faded. I am numb, do you understand?" Unbeknownst to Mashu, he believed the little female was genuinely captivated and began to secretly plan the next phase of his endeavors. Meanwhile, Qingxi and Gamu were in a frenzy. Following Luo Chuchu's instructions, they skinned the water monsters, intending to cleanse them by the river, considering her fastidious nature. However, Qingxi felt uneasy leaving Luo Chuchu alone. After glancing at the ghastly wounds on Gamu's body, he decided to leave Gamu behind and carry the skins himself into the river. Gamu cast a wary glance at the two on the ground, eventually settling beside Luo Chuchu, his sharp eyes scanning the surroundings, anxious for any unforeseen occurrences. Just then, a sudden breeze swept through, and Gamu sensed a fleeting presence, shimmering purple dust visible in the air. His instincts heightened, he found the wind peculiar. As he prepared to move the two elsewhere, his towering frame suddenly slumped back, eyes closing and head drooping as he quickly lost consciousness. When Qingxi returned with the clean water monster skins, he found a spot where Luo Chuchu had lain completely empty. Mita was still sound asleep, yet Gamu had tilted his head, deeply unconscious. The skins slipped from Qingxi's shoulders, and a suffocating sensation surged through him, sending a jolt of panic to his mind. Upon regaining his composure, Qingxi whipped his tail at Gamu with great force. Strangely, even as Gamu crashed to the ground, he did not open his eyes, appearing as if he were lifeless, despite still breathing. Qingxi's brow furrowed, and he immediately recalled the wind pollen. Approaching Gamu, he spat forcefully onto his face. The saliva of a merfolk could counteract the effects of the wind pollen. Before long, Gamu stirred, his eyes fluttering open in a daze. Seeing Qingxi's stern expression, he was perplexed. What is wrong? Qingxi offered no reply. Seeing him awake, he lunged forward, striking him with his tail once more. It was only when Qingxi prepared to strike again that Gamu instinctively blocked the attack. Where is Luo Chuchu? Gamu's instinct to retaliate faltered, allowing Qingxi's tail to strike him, the spines on his tail cutting deeper into his already wounded skin, making the injuries appear even more gruesome. Ignoring his own wounds, Gamu hurried to the spot where Mita lay, and indeed, Luo Chuchu was nowhere to be found. His complexion turned pale, lips trembled, yet no words escaped his mouth. Casting a cold glance at him, Qingxi turned to carry the clean skins, determined to search for Luo Chuchu. "I will go with you." Qingxi halted, not turning back, his tone icy. "No need. From the moment I allowed you to join, to just now entrusting her to you, my intent was for you to protect her. Such a simple task, and you could not manage it, losing her in mere moments. The opportunity was yours, but you failed to grasp it. From now on, we shall each go our separate ways." With that, Qingxi departed with the skins. For a fleeting moment, he felt a surge of wrath. Had it not been for the bond marking him with Luo Chuchu, knowing she was safe somewhere, he might have taken lethal action against Gamu just then. Perhaps this was for the best. Gamu had indeed rescued Luo Chuchu, yet he had also lost her. Such was the balance of debts owed. Henceforth, there would be no further entanglements. Watching Qingxi's swift departure, Gamu clenched his fists tightly, realizing that the merfolk and Luo Chuchu were bonded, and he hastily lifted the slumbering me onto his back, pursuing after Qingxi. Even if they must part ways, he must personally ensure that Luo Chuchu is safe and sound, for otherwise, he would never find peace in his life. Qingxi walked ahead, striving to sense Luo Chuchu's aura, although there exists a certain connection between partners. The sensation becomes exceedingly faint if the distance is too great or if the other has not encountered any danger. At present, Qingxi felt no trace of her presence, indicating that Luo Chu was indeed safe, merely situated far from him. He glanced at the dense, lost forest, which appeared both mysterious and perilous under the luminous moonlight. Upon reaching the fork leading to the Shi-Ao tribe, Qingxi flicked his tail and promptly turned to rush toward the lost forest behind him. Seeing this, Jimyu quickly followed suit, carrying Mi Tu Yi on his shoulder. Qingxi was aware of Jimyu's presence behind him, and Jimyu understood why Qingxi allowed him to accompany. He had not formed a bond with Luo Chu. Should they part ways with the mermaid, their chance of meeting Luo Chu again would hinge solely on fate. The two moved in silence, each absorbed in their own thoughts. Qingxi relied on instinct to search for her, while Jimyu could only hope for the bond imprinted between him and Luo Chu. Thus, they wandered through the lost forest for an entire night, traversing many of the places they had previously visited, yet failed to locate Luo Chu, not even catching a hint of her aura. As the moonlight gradually faded, Qingxi's eyes turned crimson. At that moment, he feared both the presence of a connection and the absence of one. Chapter 146, Too Impatient. A connection emerges after the small flower snake's fireworks settled to the ground. Silence enveloped the cave entrance. Large beads of sweat dripped from Luo Chu's face, stinging her eyes. Yet she dared not blink. The small flower snakes, having completed their performance, did not immediately depart. Instead, they remained motionless, gazing up at Luo Chu with their wide eyes. "What are you staring at? Hurry up and leave after the show. Are you waiting for tips?" Suddenly, the tall grass rustled without wind, as if the small flower snakes received some command, tilting their tiny heads before collectively turning and wriggling into the thicket. Once the rustling ceased, Luo Chu felt as if she had come back to life, taking several deep breaths. She initially intended to return to the cave, but now it was no longer merely a matter of her ankle's pain. Her legs trembled uncontrollably, and walking would require caution. With a shaky descent back onto the large stone, Luo Chu felt her entire body weaken, her mind replaying the bizarre scene she had just witnessed, even forgetting to wipe the sweat from her face. It was only when the stinging sensation returned to her eyes that she felt jolted awake, hastily lifting her clothing to wipe her brow. "What sort of place is this? Qingxi, Jimmy, where are you?" After sitting on the stone for a while, Luo Chu prepared to rise and return to the cave. Although the cave was dark, it offered some shelter from the wind and rain and was semi-enclosed. Unlike this area overrun with trees and weeds, where she could never know what strange creatures might emerge. Just as Luo Chu began to rise, the nearby thicket rustled again, startling her back down onto the stone. However, this time she was wiser, choosing a comfortable position, thinking that maintaining one posture should ease her tension. Yet, upon seeing what emerged from the grass, her composure shattered entirely. A snake, another snake, a large flower snake. Observing the creature, which was at least twice the size of the previous ones, adorned with the same floral patterns, Luo Chu felt an urge to kneel. What she feared had indeed come to pass. Could it be that this cave was a snake den? The number of large flower snakes was significantly reduced, yet they still halted at a distance from Luo Chu, maintaining an orderly formation equally as eerie as the earlier small ones. As she gazed at the colorful snakes before her, Luo Chu stealthily hid her hands behind her back. Just as the snakes began to dance, a large purple flower appeared in her hand. The snakes, momentarily halted in their movements, seemed uncertain whether to continue. Just as Luo Chu prepared to hurl the flower at them, Mo Shu, who had been silently observing, frowned, flicking his crimson tongue. The flower snakes, previously posing, suddenly turned frantic, scattering in all directions. Luo Chu witnessed two snakes collide, their urgency leading to a tangle, and a slightly thicker red snake ended up dragging the black one along. This sudden turn of events left Luo Chu momentarily stunned, but she quickly regained her senses. Holding the flower tightly and gingerly making her way back to the cave, her ankle throbbing. Once inside, she hastily blocked the entrance with the flower petals, quickly donning several masks over her face to prevent inhalation of any potential toxins. Though she did not scream, her urgent demeanor to distance herself from the danger left Mo Shu feeling somewhat disheartened. This batch was larger than the first, and if the little female could not endure this, what would happen with future encounters? Observing his own tail, he pondered how long it would take for her to accept such a robust presence. After some thought, Mo Shu concluded that perhaps he had been too hasty and should not have rushed into the next phase so quickly. After all, the little female had accepted the first batch, had she not? Unaware of Mo Shu's thoughts, Luo Chu was terrified, for those vividly colored snakes were clearly venomous. A bite from one could be disastrous. The notion that this cave might be a snake den sent another wave of cold sweat down her back. In a flurry, she retrieved her phone, activating the flashlight to scan the surroundings. Finding nothing particularly strange and detecting no unusual odors, she breathed a sigh of relief. It became clear that it was not Qingxi or Jemyu who had brought her to this unfamiliar place. Given the multitude of snakes present, Qingxi and Jemyu certainly knew that she harbored a deep fear of them. Unbeknownst to her, the snakes outside the cave had all slithered away, deterred from approaching without Mo Shu's signal. Unfortunately, she had already succumbed to fear, likely remaining inside for quite some time before daring to venture out. Contemplating Luo Chu's fondness for flowers and long-eared beasts, Mo Shu devised another plan. Glancing at the flower blocking the cave entrance, he flicked his tail and disappeared into the woods. Meanwhile, not long after the sun had risen, Qingxi returned to the cave where they had previously taken refuge, only to find Luo Chu absent. Disheartened, he realized that an entire night had passed without sensing any trace of her, leaving him without a place to search. As he prepared to leave the lost forest in search of her elsewhere, his heart inexplicably began to race, filled with a sense of unease and a hint of complex emotions. It's Chu. Qingxi abruptly turned, racing in the opposite direction, deeper into the lost forest. Not long after he accelerated, Jemyu, who had been following with Mi Tu Yi on his shoulder, felt the latter stir awake. In truth, Mi Tu Yi would have preferred to continue his restoration. After all, age had taken its toll, and despite not sustaining any physical injury from the earlier incident, he still felt drained. However, the tumultuous night had left him restless, constantly tossed about and occasionally colliding with trees or rocks. The entire night had been a chaotic ordeal that disrupted his recovery. Upon opening his eyes, the first sight he beheld was the retreating foliage and the well-defined muscles of Jemyu's back. Feeling the jostling, Mi Tu Yi struggled to shake his legs. Why am I being carried again? Can you not hold me gently like you would a little girl? Instead of carrying me on your shoulder or tucking me under your arm, my weary old bones will surely be dislocated by you one day. Gamu's footsteps were unceasing. Despite carrying someone, his speech was devoid of any labored breath. Mi Tu Yi, where is Chu? Upon hearing this, Mi Tu Yi ceased her struggle. How could you be gone? Did those water monsters take her away? After a long pause, Gamu replied in a subdued tone, no, I lost her. Chapter 147. The Appearance of Mo Shu. Upon learning that the mare folk had entrusted Chu to Gamu, only for him to fall into an exhausted slumber and allow her to be taken, Mi Tu Yi was at a loss for words. He understood that Gamu could not have simply fallen asleep without reason. Something must have gone awry. Yet, the fact remained that the loss had indeed occurred while she was in Gamu's care, leaving no room for argument. Mi Tu Yi speculated that he might have been attacked by the mare folk and likely chased away, which explained his cautious demeanor as he followed someone else. Where do the sea folk intend to search? Deep within the lost forest, Mi Tu Yi urged Gamu to pause, stop for a moment, and turn me over. I feel as though my head might be tossed off. Glancing at the figure ahead, Gamu slowed his pace and repositioned her on his shoulder. Noticing the bloodstains on his hands, Mi Tu Yi was at a loss for words. You should at least tend to your wounds. Gamu remained silent, halting his steps as the mist thickened around them, obscuring the path. Mi Tu Yi leapt down from Gamu's shoulder and, noticing his despondent expression, emitted a couple of frustrated huffs. Move aside, don't act so lethargic. Pushing the disheartened Gamu away, Mi Tu Yi spread his legs slightly and swiftly transformed into the form of a withered tree, his feet becoming serpentine roots deeply embedded in the earth. His outstretched arms morphed into branches that swayed in the mist, finally settling in a fixed direction. Gamu stood in astonishment behind Mi Tu Yi, witnessing this bizarre spectacle. He had always believed Mi Tu Yi to be a member of a sheep clan. Lost in his complex thoughts, Gamu watched as Mi Tu Yi reverted to his original form and pointed in a direction. We should proceed this way. Without question, Gamu hoisted her back onto his shoulder and silently followed Mi Tu Yi's guidance, vanishing into the mist. After a moment, his voice emerged softly. Mi Tu Yi, will I still be able to see her? Mi Tu Yi furrowed his brow and stroked his beard, of course. It would just take a bit of time. Back in the cave, the rabbit population had increased, leaving Chu somewhat speechless. After a group of snakes had just passed, Now a horde of rabbits arrived. Was this a snake's den or a rabbit's home? However, the sight of the rabbits reminded her of the big white rabbit. Days had passed, and she wondered how it was faring. As she shifted the windflower aside at the cave entrance, Choo-Choo observed the frightened rabbits darting about, yet they did not leave. At that moment, she suddenly felt a gaze fixed upon her. Looking up, she saw a man with long black hair, bare from the waist up, standing motionless in the grass, staring intently at her. Choo-Choo's heart raced, genuinely startled. Who was this person? When did he arrive? What were his intentions? The beast realm had already turned wild. Why was there now a terrifying element? Choo-Choo was filled with questions. In such a situation, the sudden appearance of a shirtless man hiding in the grass, continuously watching her, made her feel that if she were not scared out of her wits. Her mental fortitude had surpassed that of many. Emoshu had not intended to reveal himself at this moment, as his plan had already progressed to the second stage, with the third on the horizon. However, he had just discovered that a beast man had intruded into the lost forest and was approaching. The one seeking him out at this time could only be that mermaid. He had formed a bond with the little female, and they shared a mark of connection. While this mark would not directly guide her mate, it would provide some sense of awareness. Even though Emoshu had concealed his presence, along with Choo-Choo's, the mermaid still managed to find him. Thus, he was compelled to appear before Choo-Choo, eager to whisk her away. In truth, Emoshu had other methods at his disposal, such as rendering her unconscious. Yet, he ultimately dismissed these thoughts, for his instincts warned him that such actions could lead to significant trouble later. Unbeknownst to Choo-Choo, Emoshu had even contemplated the idea of mesmerizing her to take her away. Initially frightened, she was suddenly greeted by a familiar scent, inexplicably calming her racing heart. At least he was a person, and seemingly quite handsome, not some ferocious beast or peculiar creature. Pondering his appearance, she hoped he might not be a villain. Perhaps he could be persuaded to help her locate Qing Shi and the others? After a moment of struggle, her urgent desire to find Qing, she overcame her fear. Gathering her courage, Choo-Choo looked at him and asked, "Who are you? Is this your cave?" Upon hearing the little female speak to him, Emoshu felt a surge of excitement, though his usual cold demeanor masked his emotions. His response was equally frosty. "Montaksha, Montaksha, is that your name?" She did not deny it, confirming that indeed this was his cave. Although his tone was somewhat frigid, Choo-Choo sensed no malice emanating from him, which put her at ease. Suddenly recalling something, she frantically searched through her backpack but quickly halted. No, she couldn't easily reveal the contents of her space, so she couldn't take out the prey or hides just yet. Perhaps after he agreed to help her reunite with her family, she could negotiate what reward to offer. "My name is Choo-Choo. I got separated from my family and somehow ended up in your cave. Can you help me find them? I can offer you a reward. Food or other items." Emoshu's violet eyes flickered. Find her family? She must be referring to that mermaid. Absolutely not. He had worked too hard to bring her here to simply return her. At the very least, he needed to cultivate their bond first. Though his thoughts were resolute, he nodded in response to Choo-Choo. All right. Seeing his prompt agreement brought Choo-Choo great joy, though her experiences in the beast realm had been fraught with challenges. Each perilous encounter had led her to good-hearted individuals. This seemingly cold man was, in fact, kind-hearted. Chapter 148, Taking You to Find Your Family. Excitedly, Choo-Choo pushed aside the windflower at the entrance and steadied herself against the cave wall. As she passed the windflower, her pace faltered. He had already noticed the flower, so she could not retract it back into her space. It was a pity. After all, if it hadn't been for the windflower last night, she might have been trampled by an alligator. This flower was unique to the island, and although she had gathered quite a few, every single one mattered. Suppressing her regret, she limped toward Emoshu. He remained still, waiting patiently for Choo-Choo to approach him step by step. Luo Choo-Choo did not keep him waiting for long. With a smile gracing her face, she approached him quickly, completely ignoring the rabbits frolicking around them. In the previous days, they had encountered rabbits in the Lost Forest. Yet Luo Choo-Choo refrained from allowing Qingxi and Jimyu to hunt them. In earlier times, she might have been able to carry away the rabbit meat without a second thought. For how could one resist the allure of spicy rabbit chunks? However, ever since she met Dabai-Tu, she found it difficult to harm the little creatures that bore such resemblance to him. The mere thought of skinning a rabbit evoked images of Dabai-Tu, leading her to reconsider. Perhaps it was better to abstain from such actions. Luo Choo-Choo halted approximately 2 meters away from the man, the dense underbrush concealing his figure from the waist down. Yet, this distance was sufficient for her to discern the man's face. From afar, She had already deemed him quite handsome, but now, standing closer, her admiration only intensified. The females of the beast realm were truly fortunate, surrounded by an array of strikingly handsome men. Before her stood a man with distinct features, 3 divisions of the face and 5 pairs of eyes, a well-defined jawline, a nose that resembled a gallant peak, and narrow, deep-set eyes of a beautiful violet hue. His thin lips were pressed together, and his expression exuded an innate nobility and coolness devoid of any pretense. He appeared even more distinguished than Qingxi. If one were to point out a flaw, it might be his height, despite his broad shoulders, slender neck, and an upper body boasting a perfect inverted triangle silhouette. He stood merely half a head taller than Luo Chuchu, likely around 173 meters, while such a physique might suggest a longer torso and shorter legs. His appearance more than compensated for this slight imperfection. Luo Chuchu smiled, yet her heart ached for the height of this magnificent man. In the next moment, he seemed to elongate like the Rui Jingu Bang of Sun Wukong, revealing a sculpted jawline, an elegant neck, smooth shoulder contours, exquisite collarbones, and well-defined abdominal muscles, all culminating in a striking physique. However, to her horror, he lacked a firm posterior and long, slender legs. Luo Chuchu's smile vanished instantly, replaced by a rapid change of expression, followed by a high-pitched scream. A snake! In her panic, she turned to flee into the cave, only to forget her injured ankle. In her haste, her left foot tripped over her right, sending her tumbling towards the ground. Just before her descent, something swiftly extended beneath her, cushioning her fall and gently lifting her up. Luo Chuchu trembled all over. This was a massive dark snake, far thicker than the yellow python that had previously captured her. It surely possessed lethal venom. Luo Chuchu felt a surge of resentment. Why was it that every time she should have fainted, she remained acutely aware? Regret washed over her. She had forgotten to inquire about the Beastman's identity before presenting herself so willingly. What do you intend to do? Seeing the pallor of fear on Luo Chuchu's face, Mo Shu felt a pang of discomfort. Yet, having chosen to reveal himself, he resolved to seize the opportunity. Recalling the interactions between merfolk and female beings on the small island, he adopted what he believed to be the gentlest tone. Aren't you looking for your family? While Luo Chuchu was momentarily dazed, Mo Shu had already used his tail to bring her closer and wrapped his arms around her, akin to cradling a child. This was how Qingxi had first embraced her. Mo Shu had intended for her to perch on his shoulder, but Luo Chuchu trembled uncontrollably, her body rigid as a wooden post. Recognizing her reluctance, he did not press the issue, instead carrying her away from the cave with ease. Luo Chuchu's mind was a blank slate, her eyes wide with tears. Being held face to face, all she could see was Mo Shu's thick, long, dark tail writhing in her line of sight. As she remained frozen in this position, Mo Shu suddenly spoke. Who is the family member you seek? Luo Chuchu snapped back to reality. Oh, she hadn't even mentioned whom she was searching for, and here this snake beast man was darting through the woods with her. What was his intention? Not hearing her response, Mo Shu glanced at her, his voice inquisitive. The sound sent another shiver through Luo Chuchu. Though fear gripped her, she understood that she could not react as she had before with screams. Such outbursts would serve no purpose and might only provoke him. This snake beast man appeared stable in his emotions, unlike the yellow python from that day, which had immediately ensnared her with its tail in an attempt to constrict her. Yet, what if he were to change? With that thought, Luo Chuchu hurriedly replied, I want to find Qingxi and Jemyu. One is a merfolk, and the other a bear beast man. Can you help me locate them? Despite her efforts to remain composed, her voice trembled uncontrollably. All right, I understand, Mo Shu replied, and with a sudden motion, he pressed a part of his body against hers, causing her to relax and sit upon his arm. Luo Chuchu instinctively tried to rise, but Mo Shu raised his other hand to hold her by the nape of her neck, rendering her immobile once more. It's more comfortable this way. As he spoke, his lips nearly brushed against her ear, sending a chill down her spine and raising goosebumps across her skin. Meanwhile, Qingxi, who had been wandering in the lost forest for a considerable time without finding a way out of the mist, felt an inexplicable tightening in his chest. He sensed Luo Chuchu's fear, yet he remained clueless about its cause. Just then, several long-eared bees scurried out in a panic from a nearby thicket. Qingxi's eyes brightened, and he dashed towards them, quickly emerging from the fog. Outside a cave, he spotted 2 familiar figures, Jimyu and Grandpa Me Too, who had exited the mist before him. Kranpamitu, being a plant himself, found it relatively easy to navigate through the fog, especially with a drop of Luo Chuchu's blood aiding his path. However, they had arrived too late, for the cave was empty, and there was no sign of Luo Chuchu. Casting aside his animal hide, Qingxi hurried to the entrance of the cave, his expression grave. Chuchu. Jimmy recognized the flower that Luo Chuchu had previously used against the water monster, but Grandpa Mitu had warned him against touching it, claiming it would render him unconscious. Meanwhile, Mo Shu wandered through the woods with Luo Chuchu, who remained perplexed as to how he intended to assist her in finding her companions. Yet, observing that he had not attempted to harm her, her anxiety began to dissipate. Still, she found it strange that he often placed her down in front of the plants they had previously dug up, leaving her baffled. Had she paid closer attention, she would have realized that Mo Shu's route mirrored the action she had previously taken with Qingxi and the others. Mo Shu had never interacted with anyone before. His knowledge stemmed solely from ancestral memories, including an understanding of females. However, Luo Chuchu was unlike the others. He pondered that perhaps her strong bond with Qingxi was due to their shared experiences, including foraging for wild vegetables, prompting him to replicate their actions. Boasu yearned for the reliance and trust of Luo Chuchu, prompting him to traverse the same path that she once walked with Qingxi. Unbeknownst to him, Luo Chuchu was entirely oblivious to his intentions. At that moment, her face contorted in hunger. The sound of her stomach growling echoed for the third time, a testament to her fasting since the previous evening. Her hunger had reached an unbearable level. Yet here was this individual engrossed in foraging, while she dared not retrieve food from her space, leaving her in quite a predicament. As Woasu paused in his search for wild vegetables, he lifted his gaze to Luo Chuchu, who promptly averted her eyes. Woasu felt a pang of hurt. This little female had not behaved this way when she was with the mermaid. When hungry, she would express her needs, act coyly, and share sweet smiles, engaging in endless conversation. But now, she wouldn't even voice her hunger in his presence. Straightening up, Mo Shu approached Luo Chuchu. She clutched her clothes tightly, pressing against her stomach. Despite having spent the morning together, her heart raced at the sight of his tail moving. This reaction stemmed not only from her past aversion to snakes, but also from the fear instilled by a previous snake beast man. What would you like to eat? Roasted meat or fish soup? Luo Chuchu looked up in surprise, and upon Simosu's handsome face, her fear dissipated a little. How could someone so attractive be a snake beast man? I'm fine with anything, she replied. Observing her reluctance to speak further or retrieve anything from her space, Woasu understood her thoughts. He retrieved 2 makeshift stoves from his own space, along with several clean shells and essentials like fresh water and salt. He even produced the spices that Luo Chuchu had collected, showcasing his attentiveness to her preferences. In that moment, Luo Chuchu realized that Woasu possessed a space as well. A sudden thought struck her regarding the prey and animal skins at the cave's entrance. If it wasn't Qingxi and the others who had brought her there, then those items couldn't have been theirs. What if Woasu was the one who had hunted them? Did this mean her own possession of a space had been revealed? Just as she felt a wave of anxiety, Woasu spoke up. I will go hunt some prey and return shortly. With that, he slipped into the woods, leaving Luo Chuchu feeling a tad embarrassed. After all, he had provided so much game, which she had stored in her space. However, since Woasu had not exposed her secret, she decided to feign ignorance, planning to return the prey to him after she found Qingxi and the others. Faced with the food before her, Luo Chuchu could no longer remain idle. Her priority was to satiate her hunger. She retrieved a small knife and a lighter from her pockets, then swiftly began peeling potatoes, preparing the spices and gathering dry twigs to start fire. In less than 10 minutes, Moasu returned, laying out a massive leaf on the ground before placing a skinless piglet upon it. Luo Chuchu's mouth twitched as memories of their previous hunts flooded her mind, and a sense of guilt washed over her. At this rate, the game in the forest would surely become extinct. However, that large leaf looked oddly familiar. Before she could scrutinize it further, Woasu approached with a piece of meat in hand. Seeing his swaying tail, she quickly diverted her gaze. Woasu placed the meat into a clean shell and began shredding the already peeled potatoes. Don't ask how he learned this. He had merely hidden in the shadows, observing Luo Chuchu teach Qingxi, and had picked up a few skills along the way. To her astonishment, Luo Chuchu realized that this snake beast man was a vegetarian. Moreover, he knew that shredded potatoes needed soaking in water to enhance their flavor. Just as she was processing this revelation, she noticed Woasu producing 2 peeled rice grains. placing them in the shell, and skillfully adding water to cook them. Watching his fluid actions, Luo Chu couldn't help but wonder if he too had crossed over from another world. She decided to probe a little. How about Gongting Yejio? Mo Shu looked puzzled. What is that? It was the first time Luo Chu had initiated a conversation with him since he revealed his tale, but unfortunately, it was a topic he did not comprehend. Noting the genuine confusion on Mo Shu's face, Luo Chu mused to herself whether she had misjudged him. Perhaps he was simply a beast man with refined tastes. This was a welcome change. A discerning individual would approach tasks with care, unlike the previous snake beast man who had instilled fear and disgust. With this new understanding and Mo Shu's many familiar items and cooking methods reminding her of the time spent with Qingxi and the others, Luo Chu felt increasingly at ease in his company. As long as she refrained from fixating on his tail, her heart no longer raced in trepidation. Mo Shu, perceptive as ever, sensed her transformation. He felt elated and relieved that he had not executed that foolish, overarching plan. Otherwise, he would have been left wondering when he could genuinely interact with Luo Chu as they were now. If Mo Shu had ever watched a palace drama, he would understand that he was currently treading the path of gentle and affectionate courtship. As the day swiftly passed, the two of them engaged in foraging for plants, cooking, and traveling, gradually increasing their exchanges. Luo Chu began to speak to Mo Shu more frequently, though her discussions revolved around Qingxi and Jemyu, which left Mo Shu feeling somewhat uncomfortable, prompting him to respond tersely. Unbeknownst to her, Luo Chu incessantly reminded Mo Shu of Qingxi and Jemyu's appearances and their intended direction, all in an effort to ensure he was well-informed and didn't miss them. Little did she know that Mo Shu had no intention of allowing Qingxi to find her. Each time the trio was near, Mo Shu would lead Luo Chu away in advance, even going so far as to leave misleading clues under the pretense of hunting, leading Qingxi and the others astray. The two traversed through the towering trees for half the afternoon, and as they finally emerged from the dense forest, Luo Chu felt the intense power of the fabled twin suns. Her sneakers began to peel, the soles precariously hanging on. It was no exaggeration to say that prolonged exposure to this heat could indeed roast a person alive. The sun-baked earth was riddled with cracks, and charred remains of birds and beasts lay scattered about, still emitting wisps of smoke. However, perhaps due to Mo Shu being a cold-blooded beast man, Luo Chu felt cool in his embrace, finding it quite pleasant, especially knowing that Mo Shu deliberately chose shaded paths to protect her from the harsh sun. Yet, the summer heat from the twin suns remained formidable. Even though Luo Chu was not walking on her own, she soon found herself drenched in sweat, her clothing oscillating between wet and dry, leaving white salt stains on her back. In stark contrast, Mo Shu remained dry and composed, not a single bead of sweat in sight, his long hair untouched by oil, which left Luo Chu feeling envious. As evening approached and Mo Shu prepared to rest, Luo Chu hesitated for a long moment before finally speaking up. Could we head to a place with a water source? I've sweated so much, it's quite uncomfortable not to wash up. This marks the first time Luo Chu has explicitly expressed her desires, and of course, Mo Shu would not refuse her. In fact, he felt a tinge of regret for not considering her needs more thoroughly. He recalled that previously, it was that mermaid who brought water for her cleansing, and he had assumed that Luo Chu enjoyed bathing in the cave. He swiftly cradled her once more and swam for a while, soon arriving at a cascading waterfall nestled in the mountains. The area was undulating, surrounded by towering peaks, and the temperature was significantly cooler than outside, alleviating the heat that clung to their bodies. Although the waterfall was not particularly grand, the pool below was quite spacious. Without setting Luo Chu down, Mo Shu placed the cooking items on a clear patch, flicked his tail, and glided into the water with her. Realizing she was not wearing any undergarments, Luo Chu instinctively pushed against Mo Shu to maintain a respectful distance. Otherwise, the water would easily betray her state of undress. Please let me go. I wish to bathe properly. Certainly, Mo Shu readily agreed, releasing her, but turning his body to rest on a large rock, while his tail still loosely encircled her. Luo Chu breathed a sigh of relief, glancing at Mo Shu's back, confirming his focus was elsewhere, and quickly retrieved her sports bra from her space. Hurriedly changing after shedding her garments, she felt quite awkward being exposed in the open air. This sports bra was slightly shorter than a typical tank top, offering more coverage than traditional lingerie, with wider straps and a slight slimming effect, which gave Luo Chuchu the confidence to wear it publicly. After a brief rustling in the water, she finally donned her cotton safety shorts, which were longer and more secure. For someone with a good figure, wearing such underwear outside posed no issue. However, the previous Luo Chuchu would have felt utterly embarrassed to do so. Yet, after witnessing the leather-strap dresses worn by the females in the beast world, her embarrassment had significantly diminished. Compared to those leather skirts, her sports bra seemed even more modest. Once she felt sufficiently cleansed, Luo Chuchu scrubbed her clothes, preparing to hang them up to dry, while her own attire would need to be worn until it dried. Mo Shu, I am finished washing. Hearing her call, Mo Shu turned around and, with his tail, gently placed her onto a large rock by the shore. This was the first time Mo Shu had used his tail to wrap around her, and in that moment, Luo Chuchu's heart raced uncontrollably, recalling the memories of being abducted by the snake beast man. She clutched Mo Shu's tail tightly, nearly succumbing to the impulse to stab it with her knife. Fortunately, Mo Shu was considerate. After placing her on the stone, he swiftly withdrew his tail and dashed toward the base of the waterfall. As the water cascaded over him, Mo Shu closed his eyes, striving to control the fiery desires within him. In truth, he was far from the calm demeanor that Luo Chuchu believed he possessed. The moment his tail encircled her, he had caught sight of the mark on her body. At that instant, a surge of anger coursed through him, and something primal within him yearned to erupt. Fearing he might inadvertently harm Luo Chuchu if he lingered too long, he chastised himself, blaming the mermaid for the turmoil. After a simple dinner, the night had fully descended. Noticing that Mo Shu showed no intention of seeking a cave for shelter, Luo Chuchu ventured to inquire, "Are we staying here for the night?" Mo Shu nodded, lifting her and placing her on a flatter rock. "Yes, this is a warm stone. Resting on it is beneficial for the body. You should try sleeping on it tonight, and if you find it to your liking, you can take it with you when we leave." Luo Chuchu touched the stone, feeling its warmth. It was not the kind of heat from sun exposure, but rather as if the rock possessed its own warmth. In winter, sleeping upon it would surely be quite comfortable. Yet, in the summer heat, would she not end up covered in heat rashes? Though she considered suggesting a different stone, the moment she met Mo Shu's gaze, the words caught in her throat. He was merely trying to help, and being too demanding might irritate him. Perhaps it was best to refrain from excessive fussing and endure until they found Qingxi and the others. Noticing Luo Chuchu's silence, Mo Shu assumed she was dissatisfied. "Do you not like it?" Luo Chuchu quickly snapped back to reality. "No, I quite like it. Thank you." Hearing her express her approval, Mo Shu exhaled in relief. The memories passed down to him proved useful, as the females in those visions loved to sleep on warm stones. While warm stones were common on land, finding a complete one of this size was no easy feat. After locating a suitable resting place, Mo Shu ventured into a wooded area, flicking his tail to send several thick branches crashing down. Luo Chuchu was astonished by the sheer power of his tail. It could indeed walk and function like an additional hand, grasping branches while leaving his hands free to gather a pile of leaves. One leg and 3 hands, Luo Chuchu couldn't help but chuckle softly. Hearing her laughter, Mo Shu, who was preparing materials for shelter, decided to use his tail for everything, eschewing his hands. Being incredibly perceptive, he sensed Luo Chuchu's gaze upon him. She had not yet realized that she could now observe Mo Shu's tail with a calm demeanor, no longer feeling the initial discomfort it had caused her. For Mo Shu, this was indeed a significant advancement. Curious about the branches he was gathering, Luo Chuchu asked, "What are you doing with all these branches?" As he worked with the vines and twigs, Mo Shu replied, "I am constructing a shelter for you, to ensure you sleep soundly at night." Luo Chuchu was taken aback, clearly not anticipating this endeavor. "It really isn't necessary." "Not at all. It will be ready shortly," Mo Shu assured her, focusing intently on his task. Luo Chuchu, feeling wide awake, settled down to watch. The familiar scent wafted through the air, prompting her to speak. "Mo Shu, may I ask you something?" With his hands pausing momentarily, Mo Shu responded, "Yes." "Where did you find me?" This question had been on her mind since morning. She had been with Qingxi and the others. So how had she awoken in a different place, with them nowhere to be found? A twinge of worry tugged at her. Had something happened to them, prompting their sudden departure? However, she was certain that Qingxi would never abandon her. Mo Shu's grip tightened, and his gaze turned somber. By the river, amidst the carcasses of the water monsters, Luo Chuchu's heart raced. "Did you see my companions?" "Only you," and Mo Shu replied without a hint of guilt, feeling no need to elaborate. After all, he had little regard for the other three. No problem, Luo Chu sighed in relief, her hand brushing over the mark on her body. Yet, if Qingxi was unharmed, why had he left her there alone? Could it be, observing Mo Shu diligently constructing the shelter, Luo Chu tentatively asked, "Could you take me back to the river tomorrow? Perhaps they will return to find me." Mo Shu readily agreed, of course. He knew that Qingxi and the others were not at the riverbank. They had been led in another direction toward the lost forest. So Luo Chu would not encounter them. Hearing his swift affirmation, Luo Chu suddenly felt uncertain. Had she perhaps been overthinking things? Perhaps Ma Shu merely chanced upon her in her moment of distress, witnessing her injuries with no one else around, thus extending a kind-hearted hand to save her. Should this indeed be the case, it would reveal a rather small-minded aspect of her character. While Luo Chu remained silent, Ma Shu had already constructed a rudimentary shelter. Though simplistic in design, Ma Shu approached the task with great seriousness, crafting not merely a basic frame, but also a door ample enough for her entry and exit. Each joint was securely bound, and large leaves were firmly affixed atop, with a layer of smooth animal hide laid over it. A curtain hung at the entrance, giving the structure the appearance of a cozy little house. Provided there were no hailstorms or fierce winds, this shelter would serve Luo Chu well for quite some time. To her surprise, Luo Chu sincerely praised Ma Shu for his craftsmanship. She observed that aside from his culinary skills, which still needed refinement, the men of the beast realm seemed to possess a plethora of other skills. Ma Shu, pleased by her admiration, felt a swell of joy. However, recalling Luo Chu's earlier inquiry, he became increasingly resolute in his determination to prevent the people from finding her. Otherwise, the harmonious atmosphere they shared might never be replicated. Unaware of Ma Shu's thoughts, Luo Chu found herself enveloped in the warmth of the stone, completely shielding her from the moonlight. She could see nothing and dared not sneak a glance at her phone, so she lay quietly, surrendering to sleep. Initially, Luo Chu believed she would struggle to find slumber, especially in such an unfamiliar environment alongside strangers. Yet, the scent that lingered, akin to a spell of enchantment, lulled her into tranquility, and she soon drifted off. As the calm cadence of her breathing filled the air, the curtain of leaves was gently parted, and moonlight streamed through the gap, casting a soft glow upon Luo Chu's face. It was as though she were adorned with a delicate luminescence. Ma Shu gazed at her for an extended period until his little horns began to emerge again, prompting him to shift into his full beast form, encircling the entire small shelter. At dawn the next day, an unusual odor intruded upon Luo Chu's senses, rousing her from her dreams. Who roasts chickens without plucking them? It was utterly revolting. With a swift motion, she lifted the curtain and beheld Ma Shu awkwardly seated on the ground, a stick beside him, upon which rested a lump of charred, foul-smelling substance. The stick extended at least 3 meters beyond the distance occupied by the prey, and Ma Shu gazed helplessly at the roaring flames, his fair complexion now smudged with soot. "What are you doing?" Upon hearing Luo Chu's voice, Ma Shu looked up, momentarily stunned, a fleeting expression of embarrassment crossing his features, a tinge of red blooming on his mixed-colored face. Although his ancestral memories included the flower of evil, this was Ma Shu's first attempt at such an endeavor. He had observed Luo Chu cooking up close, and even witnessed that mermaid preparing food for her. He had assumed it to be a simple task. However, upon seeing Luo Chu approach the blackened object, Ma Shu's tail swiftly extended, snatching the stick and flinging it away, sending the half-cooked creature soaring. As her tender hand brushed against his tail, Luo Chu initially felt a cool, firm sensation, reminiscent of the touch of Qingxi's tail. Yet, upon realizing what it was, she hastily withdrew her hand in a flurry. It was quite remarkable. In just a day's time, her courage had evidently blossomed. Her first instinct upon touching Ma Shu's tail was not fear, but rather a sense of familiarity akin to that of Qingxi. Turning to see Ma Shu's dazed expression, Luo Chu suddenly found him somewhat endearing. Perhaps it was unexpected to discover that someone who appeared aloof and noble could possess such a charmingly foolish side. After a brief wash by the pool and donning her sun-dried garments, Luo Chu returned to the hearth. "Allow me to take over," she suggested, pointing at his face. "You have soot on your cheeks. Perhaps you should wash?" Upon hearing this, Ma Shu's handsome face flushed even deeper, and he averted his gaze from her. Could he be shy? Before Luo Chu could utter another word, Ma Shu suddenly straightened his upper body, and with the spring-like motion of his tail, He gracefully leapt into the water. His form was agile, and his tail twisted in midair, creating a beautiful arc that, despite its elegance, evoked a comical sense of retreat. Nevertheless, that fleeting moment showcased Ma Xu's striking appearance, particularly as the morning light glinted off his tail, the shimmering scales creating an illusion of being transported into a mythic tale. Although Luo Chuchu had never favored snakes, she had always been captivated by the portrayal of the half-woman, half-snake goddess Nuwa on television. During the height of fantasy dramas, many heroines were depicted as descendants of Nuwa. Luo Chuchu recalled playfully binding a sheet around her waist to cosplay as one of Nuwa's descendants. Little did she know that one day she would encounter a male counterpart of that very lineage. After a simple breakfast, Ma Xu gathered their makeshift wooden shelter and the warm stone, and together they set off towards the great river. Anticipating the increasing exposure to the sun, Ma Xu thoughtfully prepared an enormous sunshade for Luo Chuchu, fashioned from a large leaf. This leaf, comparable to that of a yam tree, was both thick and expansive, its length extending down to cover her feet. At first glance, one might mistake Ma Xu for cradling a small tree. However, as the sun blazed ever more fiercely, the large leaf soon wilted. Along their journey, Ma Xu continually replaced the leaf with fresh ones, ensuring Luo Chuchu remained shielded from the sun's direct rays. Yet, such measures were merely temporary, leaving the shade for too long. Chuchu soon found herself drenched in sweat, repeatedly tempted to retrieve the ice crystal to cool herself. In stark contrast to Luo Chuchu's discomfort, Ma Xu's spirit soared. Despite the culinary mishap that morning, which had resulted in utter chaos, it only served to elevate his mood further. Why, you may ask? Because Luo Chuchu had begun to express concern for him. Much like when she had noticed Qingxi's hand had been scalded, Luo Chuchu showed her concern upon observing the blisters forming on Ma Xu's slender, fair hands, urging him to cease his digging. Her logic was straightforward. Food could be foraged anywhere, but an infected wound would pose a far greater issue. It was essential to note that unlike Qingxi, Ma Xu's saliva would not aid in healing. Unbeknownst to Luo Chuchu, the wound was intentionally inflicted by Ma Xu, a means to relive the moments he cherished with her and Qingxi, thereby deepening their bond. Of course, the perilous chase was an experience best left unremembered, as it was unlikely that Luo Chuchu would enjoy being pursued. In Ma Xu's mind, this incident of scalding reinforced his belief that he was on the right path. Luo Chuchu could now engage with him comfortably and had even begun to feel empathy for him. This indicated that he was one step closer to achieving his goal. While Ma Xu remained unaware, he simultaneously harbored trepidation regarding Qingxi's place in Luo Chuchu's heart while he ventured deeper into the realm of affection. At midday, when the sun reached its zenith, the two finally arrived at the banks of the great river. Without needing Ma Xu's prompting, Luo Chuchu recognized the unmistakable signs, the decaying crocodile carcasses strewn about and the pungent stench wafting towards them, confirming that Ma Xu had not erred in his choice of location. The sight of numerous rotting crocodile bodies, all skinned, brought back memories of her conversation with Qingxi and the others before her slumber. They had instructed them to remove the skins from the crocodiles. It was evident that Qingxi and the others had peeled the skins off, and during their cleaning, Ma Xu had fortuitously arrived, mistaking her for someone abandoned, thus rescuing her. In retrospect, it appears that the separation from Qingxi and the others was entirely her own fault. Luo Chuchu gazed silently at the pile of decaying corpses, beads of sweat continuously dripping from her small face, eliciting a pang of sympathy for Mozho. "Shall we go? You cannot endure this relentless sun for much longer." She replied softly, her spirits considerably dampened. Had she known, she would not have coveted those crocodile skins. It was all a result of her own greed. Upon her agreement, Mozho lifted her in his arms and turned towards a shaded area, heading toward the Xiao tribe. Due to her foul mood and the oppressive heat, Luo Chuchu had little appetite throughout the morning. The pair trudged along, encountering no one. It was not until the sun began to set that Mozho halted before a small cave. He fixed his gaze on the distant horizon for a moment, and only after the aura from that direction had faded did he set Luo Chuchu down, preparing to expand the cave. Unexpectedly, a commotion erupted from behind the cave, audible even to Luo Chuchu. "Right ahead. I saw them heading that way. Hurry. Once they regroup, it will be harder to capture them. They cannot escape. The Xiao tribe and the people from Qianshou City have already encircled them." Luo Chuchu's eyes brightened. Could it be Qingxi and the others? She hastily tore away the leaves covering her and dashed toward the source of the voices. However, before she could take more than a couple of steps, she felt a constricting sensation around her waist. It was a serpent's tail. In an instant, memories of being abducted by the Huanghua python flooded her mind, and she gasped in fright. Oh, a female voice. Over there. Quickly realizing it was Ma Shou's tail, she intended to inform him of the approaching figures, only to witness a horde of fierce beasts charging toward them. It was the first time Luo Chuchu had seen such a multitude of robust tigers, wolves, and leopards racing together, leaving her momentarily speechless, her struggling movements gradually ceasing. Before she could comprehend the situation, the formidable beasts transformed in unison, morphing into various strikingly handsome naked beastmen, their bodies gleaming in the light. She swore she did not intend to gaze upon their naked forms. It was simply the awe of witnessing such a magnificent scene that prevented her from averting her eyes. Cough, cough. After seeing so many, she wondered if she might develop a sty. As Luo Chuchu was about to close her eyes, darkness suddenly enveloped her. It was Ma Shou's hand. He glowered at the naked beastmen across from them, his violet eyes nearly ablaze with fury. The thought that his little female had yet to see his own endowments, yet her eyes were sullied by this rabble, made him seethe with rage. With such meager assets, how dare they flaunt themselves? If not for the disdain, he would have uprooted them all. Unbeknownst to the adversaries, they suddenly felt a chill between their legs. Upon seeing the serpent beastman, who had one arm around the petite female's waist while the other covered her eyes, with a sinister expression on his face, they instantly connected him to the stray beasts they were pursuing. There's a stray serpent beast here. Why is his tail so thick? He must possess considerable strength. With so many of us, what is there to fear? Which tribe does he have that female from? I don't know. That female is so fair and clean. She seems untouched by the world. Could it be that she is the female abducted from Qianshou City? She resembles one, but our tribe has no such pristine females. Enough chit-chat, whether she is or not. We must seize her first. Though they could not discern her face, such a clean female was a rarity. Even if she seemed a bit frail, she likely had yet to reach maturity. If she were indeed from Qianshou City, they could use her to gain favor. If not, it would be even better. They could raise her in their tribe until she matured and then take her as a mate, as they were sorely lacking in females. The beastmen exchanged glances, their intentions clear. They swiftly reverted to their beast forms and charged toward Mozho and Luo Chuchu. Luo Chuchu pulled Ma Shou's hand away from her eyes, ready to inquire whether the man had seen Qingxi and the others, only to witness the beastmen morphing into ferocious creatures, leaping toward them with malicious intent. What is happening? We have yet to engage in friendly dialogue, and they are already preparing for a fight? Mozho raised his hand. In a bewildered state, Luo Chuchu was suddenly tossed into the air. The sensation was akin to flying. The overwhelming feeling of weightlessness struck her, nearly causing her to lose control. After tossing Luo Chuchu upwards, Mozho swiftly swiped at the two beastmen attempting to ambush them, while his long tail flicked, sending the charging tiger and wolf flying with a series of loud cracks. Luo Chuchu screamed as she fell, catching a glimpse of Ma Shou's tail creating a wide arc on the ground. As it swept away the advancing beasts, Mozho's tail sprang back like a coil, effortlessly catching Luo Chuchu in his arms, pulling her close. This bold and fluid motion left Luo Chuchu momentarily speechless, even forgetting to scream. Suddenly, a deafening roar pierced the air, prompting Luo Chuchu to turn and find a tiger lunging at her with its gaping maw. In instinctive fear, she attempted to evade, but Mozho quickly shifted her to one arm and, with his other hand, grasped the tiger's jaws tightly. His long, sharp black claws embedded deeply into the tiger's skin, eliciting a pained growl from the creature, whose barbed tongue desperately attempted to lick at Ma Shou's hand. Mozho grimaced in disgust, slashing downward to release his grip. The tiger, gasping for breath, rolled away in a desperate attempt to escape. However, after ceasing its motion, it could not rise again. When it lifted its head, its snout was a gruesome mess of flesh and blood. Its once pink tongue was split in two, grotesquely hanging to one side, dripping blood. Seeing the serpent beastman's brutality, who had dispatched so many of their number in an instant, the opposing beastmen hesitated, their robust forms lowering as they emitted warning growls, encircling Luo Chuchu and Mozho. Luo Chuchu was bewildered, unable to comprehend why they had resorted to violence upon their first encounter. Did Mozho hold a grudge against them? A tightness gripped her heart. With such a formidable presence, he could not possibly be a wanted criminal. Could he? Are they here to capture you? Mozo tightened his embrace around her, casting not even a glance at the furious beasts. I do not know them. After painstakingly achieving a harmonious coexistence with Luo Chuchu, Mozo had not intended to kill in her presence. Yet, given that these beastmen had attacked with lethal intent, he felt no obligation to hold back. Hearing Mozo's claim of ignorance, Luo Chuchu found it strange. She did not believe there was anything wrong with Mozo retaliating, as it was a matter of self-defense. However, the sheer number of casualties suggested that trouble would undoubtedly follow. As the standoff continued, a cacophony of noise erupted from all directions. Soon, Luo Chuchu witnessed a spectacular scene as various ferocious beasts charged from every angle, surrounded by the horde. She felt as though she were a panda on display at a summer zoo. Yet, she was now the one being observed. Sensing her apprehension, Mozo coiled his tail protectively around her. This instinctive gesture only incited the fury of the beasts surrounding them, who interpreted it as a provocation. At that moment, the ferocious beasts encircling them parted, transforming their threatening growls into submissive bows. Luo Chuchu peeked out from behind Mo Shu and beheld a colossal Changbai mountain white tiger, measuring at least 2 meters in height and over 4 meters in length, sauntering towards them. Wow, such a magnificent tiger! As Luo Chuchu fixated on the creature, the group of beasts before her suddenly morphed into a gaggle of fruitmen. My goodness! Once again, she was confronted with a scene of utter chaos. The ferocity was indeed astonishing, particularly the tiger's impressive attributes, which appeared almost to droop to its knees. If such a specimen were to be showcased in modern times, it would undoubtedly astonish all who beheld it. However, Luo Chuchu felt a twinge of embarrassment. After inadvertently glancing at it, she hastily shielded her eyes. Such a sight was beyond her capacity to endure. Unbeknownst to her, the moment she peeked out, the beast-man within the group, Song Hui, spotted her. Chuchu, what was she doing here? Could it be that this snake beast-man had abducted her? Once the white tiger transformed into a human shape, it swiftly wrapped a piece of beast hide around its waist. The man had pure white hair, a stature slightly shorter than Gamu, and his bronze skin was adorned with robust muscles, complemented by strikingly handsome features. As he surveyed the ground littered with several corpses, the white-haired man furrowed his brow and fixed his gaze on Mo Shu, perplexed by his inability to discern the latter's power. What was happening? A man with hair resembling a hedgehog stepped forward, pointing at Mo Shu and exclaiming, "Young lord, when we were pursuing earlier, we happened upon this rogue snake beast man attempting to abduct a young female. We demanded he release her, but he refused and killed many of us." Luo Chuchu's eyes widened in disbelief. What nonsense was this person spouting? When had Mo Shu ever attempted to abduct her? And when had they ever demanded he surrender her? She had heard none of it. Had she perhaps misheard while being thrown into the sky? The distinction between proactive murder and legitimate self-defense could not be more pronounced, and Luo Chuchu could not allow such misconceptions about Mo Shu to persist. Grasping Mo Shu's arm, with only her eyes visible, she shouted, "You are speaking utter nonsense. You charged at us without a word and attacked." Mo Shu was merely defending himself. Moreover, he did not capture me. We are friends. We were merely resting here, only to be inexplicably surrounded by you. Mo Shu, disinterested in elaborating to these individuals, was taken aback by Luo Chuchu's defense of him. Well, she hadn't exactly stepped forward, but rather hid behind him to advocate for herself. Nevertheless, this display warmed Mo Shu's heart. From initially approaching each other harmoniously, unafraid of their differences, to now her vocal defense, Mo Shu felt their bond growing ever closer. Perhaps it would not be long before he could take the place of that merman in her heart. Should he wait a little longer? Perhaps until he completely supplanted the merman's position in her affections before bringing her back to the small island, ensuring they could be together forever. The beastmen were taken aback. This young female was defending a rogue beastman, and the atmosphere grew tense. Song Hui was equally surprised by Luo Chuchu's stance, but he soon realized the implications. Luo Chuchu had likely been rescued from abduction by this snake beastman, which explained her current defense of him. The other beastmen, unaware of their backstory, were discontented at the sight of a young female supporting a rogue beastman, especially one who had harmed their kin. They were convinced that this young female must have been brainwashed. After all, how could a normal female, especially one exuding such a pure aura, willingly associate with a rogue snake beast man? Young female, do you know who he is? He is a vicious rogue snake beast. Did you not witness his brutal methods of murder? How can you defend him? Indeed, we are here to rescue you. Do not let his facade deceive you. Did he coerce you into saying such things? We will ensure your safe rescue. Young female, rogue beastmen are treacherous, often abducting females to imprison them in desolate places, torturing them with horrific methods. Upon hearing the mention taking females to isolated places, Mo Shu's body tensed, anger simmering in his violet eyes. Luo Chuchu sensed this, but assumed it was merely his displeasure at their words. Mo Shu is not the person you claim. He is helping me find my companions. We are merely passing through here. One of the beastmen pointed at a bloodied corpse on the ground, its tongue severed in half, and shouted, "Passing through? If you were not guilty and had not killed so many of us, why would he resort to violence?" Reflecting on the fact that Mo Shu had indeed killed those individuals, Luo Chuchu felt a complex swirl of emotions. She did not believe he had acted unjustly. It was simply disconcerting to witness someone she had peacefully coexisted with for 2 days and nights so readily take lives. Nevertheless, Luo Chuchu was clear in her loyalties. Even if she struggled to reconcile her feelings, she would steadfastly stand by Mo Shu. Clearly, you initiated the aggression. We were merely fleeing from a rogue beast and saw him holding you. How could we turn a blind eye? Furthermore, we did not harm him in the slightest. It was he who struck first, clearly intending to kill. Luo Chuchu was at a loss for words, as though they were claiming to have shown mercy. Everyone employed lethal force. It was merely that they lacked the skill to inflict harm upon Mo Shu. I have already stated it. He did not capture me. We are friends, and he did not abduct any of your females, nor is he the person you seek. The beastmen continued to argue against Luo Chuchu, attempting to rectify her seemingly brainwashed perspective. Meanwhile, the white-haired man had been fixated on her since she first spoke, even if he could only see a small portion of her face. Hearing her continuously advocate for the rogue snake beastman, he took 2 steps forward and addressed her. Young female, I am Aoj, the young lord of Qianshou City. We are here to pursue the rogue beast who abducted the females. Since you claim you were merely passing through, would you be amenable to accompanying us for an investigation? If we determine that you're not involved, we will certainly not make things difficult for your friend. Luo Chuchu was skeptical. Would it truly be a mere investigation without repercussions? Her doubts lingered, especially given the corpses strewn about, all belonging to the opposing side. Indeed, as soon as she voiced her concerns, the beastmen behind Aoj expressed their dissent. Young lord, regardless of whether this snake beastman abducted a female, the fact remains that he has killed many of us. How can we simply let him go? Exactly. Even if he is not allied with those other rogues, he is still a bloodthirsty beast. Allowing him to live will only invite trouble. He should be eliminated before more of our kin perish. Upon hearing this, Aoj frowned, casting a disdainful glance at the wolf beastman who had spoken. You were in the wrong for attacking without verifying the facts. It was foolish to engage when you were outmatched. Do you not feel ashamed to utter such words? Do you believe others should simply stand by while you kill them without retaliation? Upon hearing Aoj's words, Luo Chuchu leaned out again, finding his reasoning quite sound. The chastised beastmen exhibited visible signs of discontent, but quickly reined in their emotions. The counterpart is Aoj, whose status surpasses theirs, rendering them speechless and futile in their attempts to speak. In a fleeting moment of lowering their heads, a fierce glint flashed in the eyes of several individuals simultaneously. It would be prudent to first deceive this serpent beastman back. Once Shi-Feng arrives, he will undoubtedly seek vengeance for his brethren. Chapter 155, Luo Chuchu's Doubts. Mo Shu's weakness upon noticing Luo Chuchu's head leaning out slightly more. A smile involuntarily graced Aoj's face, his eyes curving like crescent moons, radiating the charm of a sunny young man. This little female is truly adorable. Just the sight of her sparkling eyes was enough to captivate him. They were pure, clear, lively, and expressive. I assure you, as long as the matter does not concern your companions, I will not pursue it further. You mentioned seeking your companions? Could you share their names with me? Once the situation is clarified, I can assist you in locating them. From her words, it was apparent that this serpent beast man was not one of her companions. Once she found them, she could be asked if she would like to accompany him to Qianshoucheng. Luo Chuchu pondered the reliability of Aoj's words. Just as she intended to inquire about Mo Shu's thoughts, she keenly sensed the body of her subordinate beside her tense up. Feeling a low, oppressive aura emanating from Mo Shu, Luo Chuchu's heart inexplicably tightened. Why was Mo Shu so anxious? Previously, when others spoke of him in such a manner, He displayed little reaction. No. Suddenly, Luo Chuchu recalled that when that person had mentioned how wandering beastmen liked to take females to secluded places and imprison them, Mo Shu had tensed up then as well. Now that Ao Ji offered to help them find their companions, Mo Shu's anxiety resurfaced and his aura noticeably shifted. Did he not wish to find Qingxi and the others? But why? Luo Chuchu subtly loosened her grip, her words caught in her throat, and her mind wandered back to her earlier suspicions. The familiar scent, the identical black veil, the same living habits. And was Mo Shu indeed the one she found by the river? Mo Shu you. Luo Chuchu gently called out. But the brevity of her words alerted Mo Shu to the change in her tone. Was Chuchu beginning to doubt him? That damned tiger beast man. The harmony and trust he had painstakingly established with Chuchu were shattered by a single remark. Mo Shu extended his arms, fingers slightly bent, his long, sharp nails glinting ominously, and instinctively tightened the grip around the tail of the person behind him, causing Luo Chuchu to feel a chill. Aoj and his companions quickly noticed Mo Shu's transformation. As he charged forward, they swiftly shifted into their beast forms, either ready to engage or evade. Mo Shu's tail was one of his most formidable weapons. Yet at that moment, it was entwined with Luo Chuchu, forcing him to rely solely on his arms for combat. Nevertheless, even with only his arms, Mo Shu's strength remained terrifyingly potent. Any beastman who encountered his claws would instantly suffer gruesome injuries, while even those who managed to avoid being touched bore inexplicable wounds. After yet another wave of beastmen fell, Aoj, utilizing the opportunity, lunged at Mo Shu from behind, attempting to snatch the little female away. However, Mo Shu would never allow such a thing. Sensing a wave of heat approaching from behind, he flicked his tail and turned, just as a massive fireball hurtled towards him. Mo Shu raised his arms, palms shielding his body, while his tail shot up high, placing Luo Chuchu securely in a sturdy tree fork. Simultaneously, an invisible blade of wind surged from his hands, slicing the enormous fireball into countless fragments, allowing him to pass through the split flames while his tail lashed fiercely towards the fire-breathing Aoj. Although the fireball had been shattered, Mo Shu's arms were riddled with searing wounds, grotesque and horrifying. All serpent beastmen possess only two forms, half-human, half-serpent, and full beast form, and even Mo Shu, as a Tongshi, was no exception. While the scales on his tail were incredibly hard and impervious to blades, the skin on his body, particularly around the abdomen, was exceedingly tender, especially vulnerable to fire and lightning. Although Aoj possessed only 5th-tier strength, his abilities were perfectly suited to counter Mo Shu's fire weakness. As the serpent tail swept through, Aoj made every effort to evade it, yet still felt a sharp sting as the tip of Mo Shu's tail grazed his rear. A deep wound on his large, white and black striped tiger rear dripped blood, causing Aoj to exert immense restraint to suppress a cry of pain. This treacherous serpent beast is too cunning. Had he not dodged in time, that tail would have surely taken a large chunk from his backside. In a brief span, Luo Chuchu's mind and body experienced multiple roller coaster-like jolts. Clinging tightly to the tree branch, she gazed down from a height of at least 20 meters, trembling uncontrollably. Had it not been for the robust physiques of the beastly folk, she would have been unable to discern anything from such a height. Seeing the burns on Mo Shu's arms, Luo Chuchu was filled with mixed emotions. Her mind flashed back to the morning when he had attempted to roast chicken for her, but accidentally burned his hand. Yet, the moment she recalled Mo Shu's unexplainable aggression, she realized that he had indeed deceived her. He never intended to help her find Qingxi and the others. In fact, he seemed to desire to imprison her. With no concern for accidentally injuring Luo Chuchu, Mo Shu transformed into his full serpent beast form. As he stood upright, he locked eyes with Luo Chuchu perched upon the tree. The sight of the enormous serpent head, with its purple vertical pupils and the distinctly different hardened scales, sent a shiver down Luo Chuchu's spine, causing her to instinctively shrink back. How terrifying! Observing her reaction, Mo Shu's purple vertical pupils narrowed, a flicker of hurt passing through his gaze. Chuchu fears him. Retracting his gaze, Mo Shu whipped his tail and charged fiercely towards Aoj. It was all his fault. Were it not for this meddlesome tiger beast man insisting on assisting in the search, Chuchu would not have been swayed, would not have doubted him, nor would she have looked at him with such fearful eyes. As the serpent beast approached, Aoj Ji furrowed his brow, dodging towards a concealed area while occasionally glancing back to breathe fire. Besides Aoj, there were other beastmen in the group awakened with fire skills, clearly aware of Mo Shu's weakness to flames. After Aoj had drawn attention away, the remaining fire beastmen surged forward, encircling Mo Shu from a distance and launching fire attacks at his vulnerable abdomen. As most of the beastmen focused on besieging Mo Shu, a few wolf beastmen, previously scolded by Aoj, exchanged glances and quietly retreated to the tree where Luo Chuchu remained. Luo Chuchu was stretching her neck, attempting to discern the situation with Mo Shu. Despite his deceit, after 2 days of companionship, she sensed that Mo Shu harbored no malice towards her. He did not resemble the cruel wanderer depicted by others. On the contrary, Luo Chuchu found Mo Shu quite innocent, even somewhat foolish at times. Thus, even if she no longer required his help to find Qingxi, she still hoped for his safety. Chapter 156. Encountering Songhua again. The big white rabbit is not so good as Luo Chuchu endeavored to gain clarity on the distant battle. She suddenly heard a rustling noise from beneath the tree. Glancing down, she nearly lost her wits. A large gray wolf with yellow-green eyes was climbing the very tree she occupied. Its gaping maw bore sharp white teeth stained with fresh blood. In that instant, as the wolf ascended the tree and caught sight of her face, its motion momentarily halted, its eyes flickering with a blend of astonishment and primal, lascivious impulse. What a uniquely charming little female. That delicate little face was truly immaculate, and her fragrance was utterly enchanting. The closer one drew, the more irresistible she became. Initially, the wolf beast intended to present this young female to Xuanfeng Zhushi. Yet now, upon encountering the ravenous gaze of the wolf, akin to that of a starving predator eyeing succulent prey, Luo Chuchu's mind buzzed. She could hardly concern herself with the height of the tree or whether Mo Shu had triumphed. With a sudden surge, she straightened her posture and began to ascend the higher branches with hands and feet alike. Although she understood that beastmen would not easily harm females, an inexplicable sense of foreboding enveloped her. The wolf beast's gaze held sinister intent. Those eyes almost explicitly conveyed that he yearned to devour her tender flesh. It must be said that Luo Chuchu's instincts were often remarkably accurate, although the kind of eating she envisioned was not the same as what the big gray wolf had in mind. Transformed into a nimble yet plump figure, Luo Chuchu recognized that she could not match the speed of the beastmen. However, she could not have anticipated that after merely 3 strides, the large gray wolf would catch up to her. In an instant, her collar was seized, and she struggled with all her might, pleading, "Let go of me! Let go of me!" She attempted to twist around to deliver a few punches to the pursuing wolf, only to hear a sudden rip. The back of her t-shirt had been torn by the wolf's teeth. Feeling the sharp pain from the wolf's bite on her back, her resistance intensified. Although the wolf beast had set his sights on Luo Chuchu, he was displeased with her association with the snake beast man. Not only had they caused the demise of many of his brethren, but she was now exhibiting such overt defiance towards him. This young female had just been advocating for that snake beast man. To see her willingly consorting with the disreputable and wandering snake beast, it seemed necessary to impart a small lesson. With that thought, the wolf's yellow-green eyes narrowed, and he abruptly twisted his head, lifting the struggling Luo Chuchu entirely. His head swung gently. Suddenly finding herself suspended in midair, Luo Chuchu panicked, glancing down to see several gray shadows darting past, one of which bore a silvery hue. It beating somewhat familiar, yet in her current state, she could scarcely afford to ponder, upon realizing the distance to the ground and her legs still swinging. Her mind spun with dizziness, and she ceased to struggle. This height was no less than 20 meters. A fall from such a height would surely render her a mere heap of flesh. However, her cessation of struggle did not spare her t-shirt from succumbing to her weight. As the big gray wolf continued to shake his head, the thin summer garment could no longer bear the strain. With a series of tearing sounds, the shirt ripped from the back to the underarms, feeling a sudden chill against her exposed back. Despair washed over Luo Chuchu as she envisioned the catastrophic outcome of her impending fall. The wolf also heard the rending sound and paused, his wolfish head tilting as he curiously regarded the expanse of bare skin revealed on Luo Chuchu's back. Clearly surprised that the beast's skin she wore was so fragile. It had easily torn with just a few shakes. The wolf had merely intended to frighten Luo Chuchu, but seeing her garment in tatters, He contemplated returning her to the tree. Yet as he attempted this motion, with a swift sound, Luo Chuchu slipped entirely from her shredded t-shirt. Uh, uh, uh. With a loud thud, Luo Chuchu opened her eyes wide, still unable to ascertain where she had landed before finding herself suspended once more, plummeting. Oh my goodness! After being flung twice, her features contorted in shock. However, the expected shattering impact did not occur. She reached out to feel beneath her and discovered a soft, furry surface. Chuchu, are you alright? Luo Chuchu blinked in surprise, clutching the fur beneath her as she sat up, her gaze met with a silvery expanse and a somewhat familiar voice. Sangwa? The silver wolf was carrying her, racing towards the direction of a lost forest without looking back. It's me. Did I hurt you? Surprised to encounter an acquaintance. Luo Chuchu sighed in relief, rubbing her sore back gratefully. I'm fine. Thank you for catching me. Otherwise, from such a height, I would surely have met my demise. You saved my life. As it turned out, while Mo Shu and Aoj were embroiled in fierce combat with a group of beastmen, Sanghua had been lurking nearby, waiting for the opportune moment to whisk Luo Chuchu away. However, before he could act, he noticed that several wolf beastmen, led by Aoj, had suddenly altered their course, evidently targeting Luo Chuchu as well. Just as one of the wolf beastmen began to climb the tree, Sanghua lunged from the side, engaging in battle with the other wolves. Fortune favored Luo Chuchu. As Sanghua had just sent a wolf beastman flying beneath the tree, she tumbled down. Sanghua, seizing the moment, leapt up to catch her, thus averting the tragic fate of Luo Chuchu becoming a mere splatter of flesh. What are you doing here? How was the big white rabbit? Is he alright? We're following the people from Qinsho City, pursuing the wandering beast to this place, Sanghua responded. Your rabbit brother. At the thought of the long-eared beast, whose fur was nearly singed off, Sanghua hesitated, unsure of how to reply. He should be fine, he finally managed, though he may appear a bit dirty, a bit disheveled, and a bit underweight. At least he is still alive. Luo Chuchu was unaware of the uncertainty in Sanghua's tone. Remembering that the big white rabbit had been injured and feverish when she was abducted, and hearing Sanghua's ambiguous words now, a wave of distress washed over her. The big white rabbit must be in dire straits. Luo Chuchu felt torn. She wanted to reunite with the big white rabbit first, then search for Qingxi. But Mo Shu, although he had deceived her, would it be inappropriate to depart without a word? Yet before she could resolve her inner turmoil, Sanghua exclaimed, Chuchu, hold on tight. Someone is pursuing us. Upon this warning, Sanghua accelerated sharply. Terrified, Luo Chuchu quickly bent low, her arms clinging tightly to Sanghua's neck. The wind howled past her ears, tangling her hair into a chaotic mess, and she felt as though she might be swept away. This speed was akin to riding a high-speed train with the windows down. Chapter 157. Traders and the ensnaring sea of soul-eating flowers. Meanwhile, Mo Shu found himself surrounded by a throng of beastmen spewing flames. In his full beast form, while his defensive capabilities and close combat prowess had significantly improved, his ranged attack power suffered considerably. Without the use of his hands to manipulate wind blades, the gusts expelled from his mouth, though widespread, were limited in damage. To make matters worse, these beastmen engaged in underhanded tactics, darting just out of reach of his tail. After a tumultuous exchange, although Mo Shu had not sustained further injuries and had even eliminated several adversaries, he found himself in a decidedly passive position. Amidst the escalating battle, the last few arriving wolves suddenly began to bicker with the beastmen gathered to observe. A voice rang out from the crowd. Someone has taken the little female. The Shao tribe is colluding with the wandering beasts. There are traitors among them. Upon hearing this, Mo Shu's massive form froze. He ceased to struggle with Aoj. With a flick of his tail, he turned towards the tree where Luo Chuchu had been. To his dismay, he discovered she was no longer there. No longer caring to vent his frustration on Aoj, he transformed into a half-human, half-snake form, following the scent of Luo Chuchu in pursuit of Sanghua. Noticing the snake beastman fleeing, Aoj and several other beastmen with high-ranged attack capabilities, all above the 4th tier, exchanged signals before swiftly giving chase. The remaining beastmen, realizing the situation, hurriedly followed, eager to seize any opportunity for glory without needing to lead the charge. However, the last group of beastmen, while running, did not forget to attack the previously mentioned Shao tribe. Hearing their furious condemnations, the members of the Shao tribe felt a wave of grievance wash over them. The females of their tribe are often abducted each year, and this year, with the presence of individuals from Qinsho City, they had hoped to retrieve them. Therefore, in an effort to impress the people from Qinsho City, the members of the Xiao tribe invested considerable resources during this period, eagerly volunteering for arduous tasks. However, not only did they fail to locate the females, but they also suffered significant losses among their group and were now being falsely accused of colluding with the rogue beastmen. They could hardly tolerate this injustice. If the people of Qinsho City were to misunderstand their intentions, it would be detrimental to the Xiao tribe's standing, and they could forget about any potential benefits. Among those dispatched for the task were several candidates vying for the leadership of the Xiao tribe. Upon hearing the accusations from individuals of Qinsho City and other tribes, they could not help but voice their objections. You speak nonsense. We have been here attacking the serpent beasts. When did we abduct any young females? Indeed, have you not seen the number of our fallen comrades? If we were truly colluding with the serpent beasts, why would we allow our kin to perish? Before the Xiao tribe members could finish their rebuttal, a wolf beast, who had nearly caused the fall of Luo Chuchu from the tree, interjected, "Do not attempt to argue. It was your wolf beast from the Xiao tribe who seized the young female. I remember it vividly. That silver wolf belongs to your tribe. Yes, we intended to take the young female and protect her, but that silver wolf charged at us, heedless of her safety, and dragged her down from the tree. The silver wolf possessed no mottled fur, and upon first sight, other wolf beasts had been envious of him, for the purer the bloodline of a beast man, the more perfect their beastly form. It was later revealed that the wolf beast's father was a figure scorned by the females, having long been expelled from the tribe and become a rogue beast, thus not well regarded within the Xiao tribe. In retrospect, it was not difficult to comprehend the wolf beast's collusion with the rogue beasts, as he was himself a descendant of one. The Xiao tribe members, who had been arguing fervently, fell silent upon hearing that it was the silver wolf in question. There were many wolf beast men in the Xiao tribe, but only one silver wolf. They were astounded that Song Hui, that wolf cub, would dare to conspire with the rogue beasts. If this incident tarnished the reputation of the Xiao tribe in the eyes of the young lord of Qinsho City, the tribe leader and the senior female would surely not let him off the hook. Realizing this, the other candidates for tribe leaders ceased their attempts at justification and began to join in cursing Song Hui. They had long harbored disdain for him, and despite their previous efforts to undermine him, they had been unable to expel him from the tribe. This was a golden opportunity. Meanwhile, as Luo Chuchu and Ma Shu journeyed under the blazing sun, far away, Qingxi and her companions inadvertently drew closer to danger. Due to Ma Shu's deliberate misdirection, an anxious Qingxi stumbled into the most perilous area of the Lost Forest. After navigating through the flickering shadows of the towering trees, the scene before her opened up dramatically. With wisps of blue smoke wafting through the air and the ground carpeted with a dazzling array of pink and purple flowers, exuding an enticing fragrance. Observing the enchanting landscape, adorned in her favorite hues, Qingxi furrowed her brow, sensing something amiss. Just as she contemplated retreating, her amber eyes suddenly glazed over, and a vacant smile graced her previously impassive face. The animal hide on her shoulder slipped away, and she stood transfixed, gazing at the multitude of figures emerging from the sea of flowers. Chuchu? In the flower field ahead, countless maidens joyously frolicked amidst the blossoms, their laughter ringing like silver bells, all bearing the same face, the visage that Qingxi had long yearned for. Luo Chuchu, one of the maidens who was picking flowers, spotted Qingxi and excitedly rose to wave at him. Her fair cheeks were lightly flushed from the sun, and she wore a bodice crafted from bois fish skin. Holding a bouquet of pink and purple flowers aloft, her smile radiant as she beheld him. With delicate features and a melodious voice, she seemed enveloped in a soft, ethereal glow. The maiden smiled sweetly at him, revealing the faintest hint of dimples. Qingxi, how did it take you so long to find me? Come here quickly. Look, these flowers are so beautiful. Let us pick some to decorate our future home, shall we? Upon hearing Luo Chuchu speak of their future home, Qingxi's smile broadened, and with a flick of his tail, he bounded towards the flower field. Chuchu, wait for me. The footsteps of Jemyu, following closely behind, halted as he stared wide-eyed at Luo Chuchu, draped in rhinoceros hide, amidst the sea of flowers. Why are there so many Chuchus? His companion, me too, upon discerning the situation, donned an expression of utmost seriousness. The sea of soul-eating flowers, realizing the unsettling behavior of those beneath him, Mita raised his hand and delivered a sharp slap to Jemyu's nape, jolting him back to reality. Before me, too, could utter a warning. He observed Qingxi had already fallen victim. This is bad. Hurry and bring him back. That merman had succumbed to the allure. And if he were to be bitten by those carnivorous flowers, the consequences would be dire. Jimyu, now alert, blinked, and upon raising his gaze, found that the Luo Chuchu who had been smiling at him in the flower field had vanished. In her place stood towering carnivorous flowers, their serrated jaws agape, ready to consume. The flowers dripped a noxious, smoking black viscous liquid, which corroded the earth upon contact, causing it to bubble ominously. Strangely, the pink and purple flowers remained unscathed by the viscous liquid. Instead, they seemed to thrive, their colors shimmering with vitality. Scattered throughout the flower field lay the blackened, corroded remains of various bones. Seeing the merman swaying his tail towards one of the carnivorous flowers, which lowered its head in anticipation, Jimyu swiftly yanked me, too, from his back, leaping into action. In nick of time, as Qingxi was about to be bitten by the flower, he grasped the sharp fin on his tail, redirecting him towards me, too. As he descended, Jimu's feet landed on the carnivorous flower, and the sharp fin sliced into his palm, causing blood to drip down. The crushed flower released a cloud of black smoke, and the corrosive liquid quickly ensnared Jimu's feet. The untouched carnivorous flowers, sensing the blood, seemed to awaken, twisting their heads like pea shooters, spitting viscous saliva at Jimyu. In an instant, the ground where he stood was flooded with the viscous liquid, and his back bore the ghastly marks of the flower's corrosive spit. Enduring the searing pain in his feet and back, Jimyu gritted his teeth and leaped once more. His bloodied feet flailed in the air, and as his body soared over the flower field, the agony proved too much for his broad form, causing him to crash down heavily onto the ground. Everything transpired in the blink of an eye. As Qingxi was flung away, Mita dashed forward with remarkable speed. The formidable strength of Jimyu, equipped with fifth-tier defense, was not to be underestimated. Qingxi, already entranced by the alluring flowers, was sluggish in thought and reaction. Thus, when Jimyu forcefully hurled him away, Qingxi offered little resistance, crashing through several trees as thick as a person. Bituya, after much prodding and poking, finally roused Qingxi from his slumber. Just then, a resounding crash echoed from behind them. The two turned in unison to behold a figure sprawled on the ground not far from the sea of flowers, drenched in blood. It was Jimyu. To their horror, they noticed the carnivorous flowers still spitting venom towards him, and the viscous slime on the ground was creeping ever closer to where he lay. Mituya swiftly smacked Qingxi on the back of his head and urged him to flee the scene. Qingxi, now understanding the gravity of the situation, propelled himself upright and dashed towards Jimyu, hoisting him onto his shoulder while ensuring to carry the untainted hide as well. The trio, faces marked with anxiety, retreated into the dense woods, retracing their steps in a frantic escape. The ominous sound of cracking branches followed them, and as if he had glanced back, he beheld the trees, tainted by the slime, rapidly decaying at their bases and collapsing haphazardly onto the untouched ones. The ground, marred by the corrosive substance, bizarrely sprouted lush green growths. And before long, delicate pinkish-purple flowers bloomed in profusion. The speed of this spread was utterly suffocating. Merely witnessing such a scene left Bituya feeling profoundly uneasy. Observing the state of Jimyu, who lay draped over his shoulder, his brow furrowed with concern. Had he known Jimmy's robust physique would be so severely compromised, he would never have suggested he go after the others. Realizing the absolute peril posed by the slime to plants, he discreetly increased the distance between himself and Jimyu. It was not out of cowardice, but rather a matter of survival. As a plant-type being, a mere touch could spell irreparable ruin for him. They ran far into the distance, yet the sound of collapse reminiscent of a chain of dominoes continued unabated. The treacherous territory within the Lost Forest had expanded its perils due to Qingxi's inadvertent intrusion, resulting in numerous unsuspecting creatures becoming fodder for the soul-eating flowers. There is a water source that way, Bituya directed, leading Qingxi swiftly to a waterfall. Jimyu, how do you feel? Jimyu, drenched in sweat, grimaced in pain, his back ablaze. Despite his outward appearance, his spirit remained relatively intact, though his feet were too grievously injured for him to walk unaided. I'm all right, just a bit numb on my feet. As if I can't feel them, he replied. Bituya examined Jimmy's feet and understood why he felt so numb. The wounds were truly horrific. He laid Jimmy down on a rock and began to wash the slime off his back and feet with water, ensuring to rinse thoroughly. Qingxi, at Bituya's instruction, carefully placed Jemyu on the stone before transforming into his aquatic form and diving into the pool, using his powerful tail to splash water over Jemyu's back and feet. After an extensive period of rinsing, the dark, viscous slime was finally removed, revealing the grotesque wounds beneath. His feet were red and black, with some areas already exposing white bone due to the corrosion. Although the rate of decay had slowed significantly without the slime, it had not ceased entirely. Qingxi felt a pang of guilt as he gazed at Jemyu's ravaged back and his pockmarked feet. Although he was frustrated that Jemyu had lost Luo Chuchu, Qingxi recognized that the situation was not solely his fault. He bore some responsibility as well. Now, seeing Jemyu injured while attempting to save him left Qingxi feeling at a loss. He turned to who was deep in thought and asked urgently, "Is this sufficient? The wounds are still spreading. My saliva can heal. Should I give it a try?" Vitu's expression turned serious as he rapidly sifted through the information regarding the soul-eating flowers in his mind. Qingxin grass. Indeed, the cycle of life and death. The soul-eating flowers thrive on the venom provided by the carnivorous flowers. However, Qingxin grass counters the poison and can heal the wounds caused by the soul-eating flowers. Yet, I have only encountered it in the Xiao tribe. Given Jemyu's current condition, it was clear that they could not travel the distance to the Xiao tribe in time. Otherwise, the venom would continue to corrode his flesh until nothing but a skeleton remained. Let us hope the merfolk's saliva proves effective, even if it merely delays the spread. That would suffice, Bituye concluded. Go ahead and try, he permitted. First, apply a layer of saliva, and then we shall set off for the Xiao tribe, where we can find Qingxin grass to counteract the soul-eating flower's poison. Upon hearing this, Qingxi positioned his hands on either side and began to spit saliva over Jemyu's back and feet. When healing Luo Chuchu, he had delicately applied his saliva with his fingers. However, upon seeing Jemyu's closed eyes and furrowed brow, Qingxi noted his visible discomfort and disdain. Qingxi recognized the indignity of his actions, but understood the necessity. The severity of Jemyu's wounds required a substantial quantity of saliva, and a gentle touch would be insufficient. By the end, Qingxi's mouth was parched. Anituya urged him to take a moment to hydrate before continuing. Bituye then searched the surroundings for a suitable herb with anti-inflammatory properties, broke it in half, and mixed the herbal juice with Qingxi's saliva. He applied the mixture evenly across Jemyu's back and feet, repeating the process thrice until the wounds were superficially covered. Fortunately, Qingxi's saliva demonstrated remarkable restorative properties, forming a glossy membrane over Jemyu's wounds, which haltingly prevented further spread. However, the more severely corroded wounds still bore dark, toxic remnants, inhibiting the formation of new flesh. Just as they were preparing to rise and head towards the Xiao tribe, Qingxi's heartbeat quickened unexpectedly. This sensation was familiar. It was the bond he shared with Luo Chuchu. Noticing his change in demeanor, Bituye presumed Jemyu's condition had worsened. What is it? Qingxi's heart was torn. Chuchu was in danger. Before Bituye could respond, Jemyu interjected, "We must find Chuchu first." "But your injuries," Bituye began. Jemyu cut him off. "I'm fine now. You know my resilience. Once we locate Chuchu, we can head to the Xiao tribe afterward." Bituye contemplated briefly before reluctantly agreeing. Above all, we cannot allow Luo Chuchu to come harm. Despite Jemyu's serious injuries, his innate gifts endowed him with extraordinary defense, enabling him to endure far longer than most. Bituye turned to Qingxi and asked, "Which direction do you sense her presence?" Qingxi closed his eyes, attuned to the connection, and pointed towards the diagonal front. Upon seeing this, Bituye exhaled in relief. Qingxi's indicated direction aligned with that of the Xiao tribe. "Let us hurry. The Xiao tribe lies in that direction as well." Upon hearing Bituye's words, Qingxi felt a wave of relief wash over him. Chuchu was someone who repaid kindness, and as her partner, he could not bear the thought of being ungrateful. He yearned to repay Jemyu's life-saving deed, yet upon sensing Luo Chuchu's peril, he instinctively hesitated. Fortunately, their destination was aligned, or else Qingxi would have been at a loss for choice. As for the dynamic between Jemyu and Chuchu, let it be. Once Jemyu saved him, he relinquished any claim in that regard. It was their affair now. Jemyu's inclusion was something he had tacitly allowed. All would be resolved once they found Chuchu, allowing her to decide the course. Affirming their direction, Qingxi continued to carry Jemyu and the beast hide, with Uye leading the way. As the trio ventured forth from the Lost Forest towards the Xiao tribe, as dusk descended, Luo Chuchu lay upon the back of Tsanghui, her face numbed by the biting wind. Relying on his familiarity with the terrain, Songhui effortlessly navigated into the lost forest behind the Xiao tribe. Mo Shu closely pursued them, taking care to mask his own presence, as well as that of the wolf beasts and Luo Chuchu, to evade detection by the likes of Aoj and his companions trailing behind. His sole focus was to locate Luo Chuchu swiftly and return to the island, devoid of any entanglements with the Orcish faction. The matter of Luo Chuchu's consent was a thought he instinctively brushed aside. When Aoj and several high-ranking orcs reached the intersection, they found themselves unable to pick up any traces of Mo Shu or Luo Chuchu. After a thorough search yielded no results, they turned their gaze toward Aoj. "Young lord, what shall we do now?" Aoj contemplated the path leading into the lost forest, momentarily lost in thought, before dashing into the depths of the forest. The tiger orc following him had no choice but to comply. As the son of the Beast City's lord, Aoj was the youngest and most promising orc of the Tiger clan. Their mission in accompanying him was not merely for training, but primarily to ensure his safety. Should any harm befall him, their return would be far from pleasant. Moreover, the current state of the Beast City was tumultuous, with the Wolf clan sowing discord in the shadows, while the Leopard clan and other beast factions remained restless, all eyeing the position of the next city lord. The Tiger clan's failure could lead to a dramatic decline in their standing within the Beast City. Each member harbored their own thoughts as they plunged into the lost forest, only to find themselves ensnared in the first layer of fog. After meandering for a considerable time, they inexplicably returned to the initial intersection. Seeing Aoj's unwillingness to concede, another fire-type tiger orc spoke up. "Young lord, the lost forest is fraught with peril, and one can easily lose their way. The Xiao tribe warned us that without a familiar guide, we should refrain from entering. Furthermore, that serpent beast possesses considerable strength and does not appear to be the wandering beast we seek." Perhaps, before the tiger orc could finish, Aoj turned to him, his tone stern. "Even if he is not the wandering beast we seek, that little female clearly does not wish to continue with him. If he finds her first, do you think he will show her any mercy?" The speaking tiger orc fell silent, pondering the grim reality. What could they do? The wandering beast would not consider the female's willingness during abduction. As Aoj dismissed the advice, another quietly suggested, "Ultimately, she is not one of our Beast City's females. If we must search, we can wait for the Xiao tribe to send someone to look for her. Your status is too valuable to risk for a stranger." Aoj huffed, his tiger visage displaying irritation. "Just because it was not the case before does not mean it will not be in the future. I have taken a liking to that little female. Once we find her, I shall bring her back to the Beast City as my mate." The other orcs exchanged glances, their thoughts varying. Yet they unanimously knew one thing. What good was it for him to have unreciprocated feelings? If the serpent beast was as formidable as they presumed, forcibly taking her would be a daunting task for their young lord. Just as they lingered at the forest's edge, the final group of orcs caught up with them. However, upon inquiry, it became apparent that none of the remaining members of the Xiao tribe had ever ventured into the Lost Forest. The only one who had was Songhui, who was suspected of colluding with the wandering beast and had abducted the little female. Aoj cast a sidelong glance at the members of the Xiao tribe, aware that those who had followed him were reluctant to partake in the risk. He would not compel them, but he was resolute in his quest to find the little female. His happiness was his to pursue, and Aoj was determined to locate her and claim her as his mate. As those behind him continued their chatter, Aoj swiftly darted into the lost forest once more. His protectors were taken aback, hastily following him inside. Yet, they became ensnared in the first layer of fog, unable to catch another glimpse of Aoj. Meanwhile, Songhui, the focal point of their discussions, sensing the absence of other beasts behind him, remained uneasy. He carried Luo Chuchu as he circled the lost forest, ultimately returning to the cave they had first encountered. Although night had fallen, Luo Chuchu instantly recognized it as the cave where she had stayed with the great white rabbit during her abduction. Songhui had mentioned that the great white rabbit awaited her within the cave, prompting Luo Chuchu to leap off the wolf's back and rush toward the cave, calling out, "Rabbit, rabbit, I have come to find you." Songhui encircled himself with animal pelts, a smile gracing his features as he observed the lively figure ahead. He felt relieved that he had not abandoned the half-beast, for otherwise, Luo Chuchu would not have willingly accompanied him to this place. Just as he contemplated making his presence known, he noticed Luo Chuchu halt at the cave entrance, taking a few cautious steps back in fear. Song Hui's heart tightened. Could something have happened to the half-beast? What is it? Your brother? Song Hui's words faltered as he noticed the situation before them clearer than Luo Chuchu could. The great white rabbit huddled in a corner of the cave, filthy and trembling uncontrollably, exuding an aura of sheer terror. Opposite it, a dark, glistening serpent tail coiled ominously. The man's expression obscured, yet his violet eyes pierced through the twilight with an oppressive intensity, fixed unwaveringly on Luo Chuchu at the cave entrance. Montaksha. Luo Chuchu recoiled in shock, murmuring his name, clearly taken aback by his unexpected presence in the cave ahead of them. Song Hui instinctively pulled her behind him, guarding her as he stared warily at the man inside the cave. Mo Shu slowly straightened, emerging from the cave, towering over the two. Upon seeing the burned scars and swollen wounds adorning his pale arms and hands, a flicker of unease crossed Luo Chuchu's mind, prompting her to quickly avert her gaze. Mo Shu, noticing her fleeting compassion, deliberately dismissed it, alongside the anger that followed. Though he harbored a fear of fire, Mo Shu possessed the ability to heal his wounds in the interim. The reason he chose to keep these injuries was to gauge Luo Chuchu's reaction. And indeed, there was a glimmer of concern in her eyes, suggesting that she cared for him to some extent. To Mo Shu, this was a promising beginning. As long as he remained the only one by her side, he was confident that her heart would belong solely to him. Extending his burn-scarred hand, his expression remained cold. Yet his voice was imbued with tenderness. Chuchu, come here. Hearing her name spoken by Mo Shu and witnessing his injuries, Luo Chuchu's heart quivered. She stepped out from behind Song Hui, bowing respectfully to Mo Shu. Thank you for your care these past few days. I can find Qingxi and the others on my own from here. Mo Shu remained silent, his gaze chillingly icy, causing the surrounding air to drop in temperature. Having witnessed Mo Shu's formidable prowess, Luo Chuchu was reluctant to further strain their relationship. Engaging in conflict would surely result in Song Hui and the great white rabbit being no match for him, and they might even suffer a beating in return. However, the thought of continuing to follow Mo Shu filled her with trepidation. He had clearly no intention of assisting her in finding her companions, despite his verbal assurances. As he had led her around the forest for 2 days without respite, Luo Chuchu felt an unsettling sensation. If she continued to follow Mo Shu in search of others, there was a chance he might deliberately lead her astray, and she may never find Qingxi and the others. As Song Hui approached her once again, Luo Chuchu shook her head in response and looked earnestly at Mo Shu. I promise that the reward I pledged will be honored. Do you wish for prey or something else? I have an abundance of pearls here, which I can offer you as gratitude for your care over the past 2 days. Mo Shu furrowed his brow, his tone remaining gentle. When did I ever agree to accept prey as a reward? Upon hearing this, Luo Chuchu realized that the matter would not be so easily resolved. She raised her gaze and fixed her eyes on Mo Shu. Then what do you desire? You, he declared. What I have always wanted is you. Luo Chuchu blurted out without a moment's hesitation. Impossible. You haven't helped me find anyone, have you? Or perhaps, you never truly intended to assist me in my search, did you? She was reluctant to escalate the confrontation, yet Mo Shu's demeanor was unmistakable. Mo Shu lowered his eyes, pondering for a moment. If Chuchu's emotional turmoil stemmed solely from this, would helping her find others grant him the opportunity to take her away? After all, the merfolk and the bear bees combined were no match for him. Very well, I shall help you find them. Once I succeed, you will grant me the reward I desire. Luo Chuchu was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend how the conversation had circled back. However, she dared not trouble this formidable figure any further. No need. Montaksha frowned in confusion. Wasn't this what we agreed upon from the start? Luo Chuchu felt somewhat exasperated. It was he who had initially reneged on their agreement, yet he now feigned innocence. We had indeed made an agreement, but you never genuinely intended to help me find anyone, did you? Furthermore, I never stated that I would offer myself as a reward. Mo Shu stared deeply into her eyes, enunciating each word carefully. You said that prey or anything else would suffice. I do not desire prey, so should I not choose something else for myself? Thus I choose you. Is there anything wrong with that? Luo Chuchu felt herself ensnared by his reasoning, his words. Though seemingly devoid of fault, still held an underlying issue. Suddenly, she recalled something. You claim to have found me by the river. How did that happen? Qingxi and the others were there too, weren't they? Mo Shu fell silent. Luo Chuchu pressed on. So you did not merely find me. You secretly took me away from their side. Mo Shu remained mute. Seeing his lack of response, Luo Chuchu felt a resurgence of confidence and pressed her advantage. You deceived me. You said you only saw me alone. This time, Mo Shu spoke, lowering his gaze to Luo Chuchu. His deep purple eyes, incongruous with his stoic demeanor, sparkled with a naive clarity. Indeed, there was only you. The other three included a mermaid, a bear beast, and a piece of wood. I did not lie to you. Luo Chuchu, hearing his earnestness and seeing his expression, felt her temper flare. She had not anticipated that the seemingly aloof and reticent Mo Shu could be so shameless. Playing word games with her. Noticing her silence, Mo Shu's demeanor shifted to one of caution. So does our agreed-upon reward still stand? Luo Chuchu was exasperated to the point of laughter, her cheeks flushed with indignation as she nearly shouted at him. It does not count. If you had not taken me away, I would never have had to part from Qingxi and the others. Nor would I need to request your help in finding them and pay you a reward. Mo Shu's expression abruptly changed. Luo Chuchu realized she had perhaps overstepped, daring to raise her voice at him. Before he could respond, she reined in her fury and spoke with a calmer tone. I no longer require your assistance in finding anyone. I shall overlook your abduction of me. Can we consider this matter settled? Mo Shu contemplated briefly before nodding in agreement. Very well. We shall consider the previous matters resolved. Just as Luo Chuchu felt a sense of relief, thinking she could now distance herself from him, she heard Mo Shu's soft yet unwavering voice. Then I will help you find them now. Once we succeed, you shall provide me with a reward. I do not desire prey or pearls. I wish to choose my own reward. His tone was calm, his expression sincere, and his demeanor earnest, prompting Luo Chuchu to feel the urge to strike him. Song Hui, having witnessed the entire exchange, was perplexed as to how Mo Shu could maintain such a brazen attitude. Luo Chuchu suddenly realized that Mo Shu was stubborn, rigid in his own illogical reasoning, akin to a child with fluctuating moods. He had taken her away without perceiving any wrongdoing. He had deceived her regarding the search, yet felt no remorse. Now he was fixated on finding them, insisting that she must reward him for it. Such behavior was indicative of someone who had never faced the harsh realities of society. How had he grown up with such skills? Was it innate? Emerging from a shell for nearly a millennium, Mo Shu had indeed reached the 5th tier upon hatching, confirming Luo Chuchu's insight into his character. Before Luo Chuchu could formulate a rebuttal regarding this unwarranted reward, Mo Shu, towering over them, declared decisively, "It is settled. This time, I will certainly help you find them, and Chuchu must keep her word." With that, Mo Shu flicked his tail and darted away. Luo Chuchu, left in a cloud of dust, stood in shock, bewildered, seeing Luo Chuchu fuming and at a loss for words. Song Hui contemplated the likelihood of further disputes arising from this situation. Glancing at the majority of the bond mark on Luo Chuchu's body, obscured from view, he felt no sorrow. It was all to be expected. After all, in the beast realm, which female did not have a dozen or so beast husbands? He cared not for others. As long as he could bond with Chuchu, that was all that mattered. With Mo Shu gone, the timid little white rabbit, who had remained hidden in the cave, suddenly sprang to life. Heaven knew the terror that had gripped him when he unexpectedly encountered the Dark Lord while practicing his roasting skills. The little white rabbit trembled, clutching the cave wall, and cried out in anguish, tears streaming down his cheeks, falling into the deep grooves of his sorrow. Sister. It had been an arduous wait, but at last, he had been reunited with his beloved sister. This heart-wrenching cry jolted Luo Chuchu back from a rage. Turning her head, she saw a dark, furry creature resembling a disheveled mess, wailing with abandon. Rabbit? Yui, it's me. Upon hearing the response from the furry creature, Luo Chuchu gasped in shock. Her once plump and fluffy little white rabbit had transformed into this pitiful sight. No wonder when she had inquired about the rabbitess condition. Song Hui had responded so evasively. This was the truth. Luo Chuchu hurried over, incredulous. How did you end up like this? The little white rabbit said nothing, instead launching itself into Luo Chuchu's embrace, soaking her with tears, snot, and drool. Luo Chuchu wrinkled her nose. What does that smell? With a mix of sympathy and distaste. She pushed him away slightly, only to find half her body stained with the rabbit's dark fur. The little white rabbit sniffled, pointing at a pile of charred remains at the cave entrance, then raised its short forelegs for her to see. The forelegs were nearly bald, with fur almost worn away to the shoulders, and the stout toes were blackened, revealing some burn wounds. Without needing the little white rabbit to elaborate, Luo Chuchu could easily imagine the hardships he had endured during this time. As she guided him back into the cave, the little white rabbit nestled closely against her, prompting Tsang Hui to express his exasperation at the scene. During this period, I diligently brought food to him every day, yet the Chang Air Show refused to eat anything, but insisted on preparing his own meals. He was also reluctant to take a bath, claiming he feared Luo Chuchu would return and not find him, resulting in his current disheveled appearance. Luo Chuchu comforted the large white rabbit, aware that it had not been eating well lately, and retrieved a variety of pre-prepared food from her space. You have suffered. Eat up, Gangri. Thank you for taking care of the rabbit and for saving me again today. You haven't eaten yet, have you? Come, let us share a meal together. Gangri, without hesitation, nodded and sat across from them, picking up the chopsticks prepared by Luo Chuchu to eat. Chapter 162, The Jungle Battle. A scene of carnage in the Lost Forest. Aoj was still disoriented, searching for someone, but the deeper he ventured, the more confused he became. This was not acceptable. Turning back to trace his steps, he suddenly noticed the marks he had left behind, which only added to his bewilderment. Just as he was becoming frantic, a commotion arose in the distance, accompanied by a faint scent of blood and the presence of two unfamiliar beastmen. Observing the glaring and massive orange-red figure approaching, she stopped in her tracks, glancing towards the direction dense with beastman energy. She carefully placed Gamu on a pile of water monster skins. Grandfather Mitu approached to check Gamu's wounds, noting that the flesh around the injury was slowly healing, but the toxins remained, with the new growth being black. This was not a good omen. The black flesh was toxic, and it would all need to be excised during treatment. Seeing she standing still, Grandfather Mitu inquired, "How is it? Can you still sense the little girl's direction?" She shook her head, feeling her heartbeat had returned to normal, indicating the connection was severed. "However, we have followed the bond all this way. She must be somewhere in this forest." Since the afternoon, she had felt her heartbeat quickening, and they had exerted all their strength to arrive here just before sunset. Yet, not long ago, that rapid heartbeat sensation had vanished, although they could no longer sense her. At least Chuchu was now safe. Let me give it a try. After surveying the surroundings, Grandfather Mitu prepared to attempt to locate Luo Chuchu's trace. A single drop of blood could only be used once, and Mitu felt vexed, wishing he had saved a few more drops of that girl's blood. Nearby, Aoj furrowed his brow, overhearing the conversation among the three. Were they also searching for someone? Could it be that little female? As Mitu opened his hands, he was suddenly grasped by Shi, who was gazing intently in a particular direction. What is the matter? There is someone over there. Aoj realized that the red figure had noticed him, so he ceased hiding. As he observed the approaching tiger beast man, she positioned herself protectively behind me, Tu, and Gamu. Aoj examined the three figures before him, a frail old man, a fully Crimson Sea tribe member, and a semi-conscious bear beast. Initially uncertain if they were searching for the little female, Aoj's suspicions were confirmed upon noticing the bonding mark on the Sea tribe member's chest. When the snake beast had placed the little female on the tree, he had seen the same bonding mark on her, which belonged to this Sea tribe's tail. Are you looking for someone? She narrowed her eyes, vigilantly observing the tiger beast man, remaining silent. Aoj, unfazed, continued, "Are you searching for small, very white female? Have you seen Chuchu?" "So the little female is called Chuchu?" "Yes, I have seen her. She was taken by a stray snake beast." At this, Grandfather Mitu raised his eyebrows. Another stray snake beast? Could be Tangshi. Shi and Gamu were horrified. Another snake beast. Chuchu was terrified of snake beasts. No wonder she had been so scared. Gamu, using his hands to support himself, rolled off the beast's skin and hurriedly crawled over, urgently asking, "Where is she?" Aoj, eyeing the resolute Gamu, replied, "She was taken by a wolf beast. I chased them here, but then lost their trail." "Wolf beast? How is there another wolf beast?" She looked at Grandfather Mitu, preparing to ask if he had a solution, when suddenly, a commotion erupted from the other side. Upon recognizing the approaching figures, Aoj dashed forward. "Snake beast, where's the little female?" Seeing Aoj there, Shu narrowed his eyes and swiftly unleashed several wind blades. "This is perfect. Let us deal with that damn tiger beast while we're at it." As the two engaged in battle, Shi and the others quickly grasped the situation. This was the snake beast man that had abducted Luo Chuchu. Thinking of how he had terrified Chuchu all day, Shi's orange glow intensified, and with a flick of her tail, she joined the fray. Gamu, who had been lying on the ground, transformed into a massive brown bear, enduring immense pain as he charged at Mo Shu, knocking down several trees and shattering large rocks in the process. In an instant, the jungle was filled with fireballs, lasers, and wind blades flying erratically, while Gamu intermittently leaped up, rampaging through the area, sending dust and debris into the air. This scene of carnage left Grandfather Me Too in a state of panic, unsure how to intervene, and he could only shout, "Stop fighting! Stop fighting!" While shouting, he also sought shelter, as any of their skills could inflict serious harm on him. An old wooden figure. "Yimu, you reckless brat. Are you trying to get yourself killed?" Qing Shi. Finding the little girl is paramount. Hurry, cease hostilities. He is not a stray beast. He is Tong Shi. Tiger brat. Make sure to see clearly before you breathe fire. Unfortunately, the four continued their fierce battle, showing no signs of stopping. Although Mo Shu was at the peak of the 6th tier, facing 3 5th-tier opponents simultaneously, and with 2 of them possessing skills that countered his, the fight was far from easy, despite Gamu's incessant bouncing around and knocking down many trees. He failed to land a blow on Mo Shu, who instead inflicted more wounds with his wind blades. The four fought their way towards the cave, with Grandfather Me Too trailing behind, panting heavily. As they passed, trees collapsed and rocks tumbled, leaving the ground barren. Just after finishing their meal and preparing to wash the large white rabbit, the two heard a tremendous commotion outside and hurried out of the cave to investigate. They then saw Mo Shu, with his back to them, continuously swinging his tail while unleashing shimmering wind blades towards the figures pursuing him. The identities of the approaching figures were indistinguishable, but a massive fireball soared toward them. Mo Shu sidestepped to evade it, but before he could stabilize himself, 2 beams of orange-red light shot toward him. Mo Shu swung his tail to block the lasers shot by Qing Shi, while his wind blades became even more frenzied. In mere moments, the once lush and vibrant clearing was left pockmarked and devastated. Upon seeing the 2 lasers, Luo Chuchu's heartbeat uncontrollably quickened. The moment she recognized that glaring orange-red figure, the shell in her hand fell to the ground, and she instinctively prepared to rush forward. Qing Shi. Song Hui swiftly grabbed Luo Chuchu, pulling her aside. With a resounding crash, a colossal object plummeted from the sky, shaking the ground upon impact. Chapter 163. A Fierce Battle. All 4 wounded having experienced the previous cave collapse incident, Luo Chuchu firmly grasped the eager Baitu, determined to prevent him from entering the cave for another bath. What if another collapse occurred? It is worth noting that the commotion caused by the prehistoric giant crocodile last time was not as severe as this one. Once the dust settled, the trio shifted their gaze to the massive creature that had just fallen. It was a muddy yellow, furry being, still oozing blood. Gamu. Luo Chuchu cried out and hurried towards the blood-soaked brown bear lying on the ground. Upon seeing Gamu's battered form, she felt utterly helpless, afraid to even touch him. Approaching the enormous bear's head, Gamu bared his teeth and spat out a mix of saliva, splattering Luo Chuchu's face. Gamu, how are you?" Gamu weakly opened his eyes, and upon recognizing the figure before him, instinctively extended his tongue to lick Luo Chuchu. However, recalling the barbs on his tongue, he quickly retracted it, his once mighty form deflating rapidly, transforming into his human shape. Without the thick fur to conceal him, Gamu appeared even more tragic. His bare body was riddled with wounds of various sizes, some showing an unnatural dark hue that suggested necrosis. His feet were particularly horrific, with several toes eroded to mere blackened bones. Luo Chuchu trembled as she reached out to check his breathing, only to be grasped by Gamu. Sore, hu. It was my failure to protect you that led to this encounter with the snake beast. Seeing him in such a state, his first words were an apology to her, which made Luo Chuchu's heart ache, her tears and snot mingling together. No, don't speak. Let me tend to your wounds first. Meanwhile, the other 3 were still entangled in battle. Luo Chuchu, her hands trembling, frantically pulled out a collection of iodine and clean water, calling upon Song Hui to assist in treating Gamu's injuries. However, the fighting was too intense. Just as they cleaned a wound, it would quickly become soiled again by the flying dust and debris. Luo Chuchu felt exasperated. How could they manage this? Throwing down her supplies, she charged towards the chaotic battlefield. "Stop! Everyone, cease fighting!" Her voice, strained and nearly breaking, echoed, leaving her throat dry and sore. Just as her voice trailed off, another fire dragon surged forward, and Mo Shu sidestepped, unleashing a blade of wind. As he evaded, the fire dragon barreled directly towards Luo Chuchu. Her pupils dilated in terror, her heart racing to her throat. Qing Shi's heart tightened as he immediately halted his laser fire, glancing at the hazy silhouette amidst the smoke, and leapt forward with a powerful flick of his tail. Chuchu. The fire-breathing Ao Ji also noticed the fire dragon aimed at Luo Chuchu and dashed towards her, only to be grazed by Mo Shu's wind blade, which tore away a large chunk of flesh from his foreleg. Roar! Ao Ji howled in pain, his body swaying as he fell to the ground. Mo Shu, having just evaded the fire dragon, caught sight of Luo Chuchu standing where he had been moments before. It was too late to pull her away. He swung his tail and enveloped her protectively in his embrace, using his back to shield her from the oncoming fire dragon. A sizzling sound filled the air as the fire dragon collided forcefully with Mo Shu's smooth back, instantly filling the surroundings with the acrid scent of charred flesh. In midair, Qing Shi reacted quickly, performing a flip and landing with his tail forcefully fanning the flames on Mo Shu's back. Realizing the urgency, Luo Chuchu, with her consciousness guiding her, retrieved a large seashell filled with clean water, descending from above. As the water cascaded down, Mo Shu raised his scarred hand and swatted the descending shell away, sending it crashing to the ground, shattering into pieces. The previously thunderous sounds faded into silence. The lush forest transformed into a dusty, chaotic expanse, strewn with debris. The only sounds that remained were the groaning of trees struggling to stay upright and the heavy breaths of the exhausted beastmen after the fierce battle. It was not until Me Too emerged through the swirling dust, hands on his hips and panting heavily, that everyone snapped back to reality, shouting mechanically, "Stop fighting! Stop fighting!" Qing Shi and Song Hui hurried to Luo Chuchu's side, checking for injuries, while even Gumu and Ao Ji struggled to crawl towards her. The five gathered, all severely wounded, surrounded by chaos. As the dust settled, the extent of their injuries was illuminated by the moonlight. Gumu fared the worst, his body a canvas of wounds, a veritable bloodied figure, with a significant portion of his injuries self-inflicted. Mo Shu was next, his back and arms covered in burns, the skin wrinkled and terrifying to behold. Ao Ji came third, with only minor cuts from wind blades, but the most severe injury was on his foreleg. Had Mo Shu's angle been slightly off, he might have been left with only 3 legs. Lastly was Qing Shi, whose body bore numerous wounds, though his merfolk heritage allowed for rapid self-healing, with some minor injuries already beginning to mend. Although it felt somewhat unkind, Luo Chuchu could not help but think, upon seeing their pitiable states, that despite everything, they had survived. It only reaffirmed the resilience of the beastmen, protected by Mo Shu. Luo Chuchu had escaped the flames and the shell's impact, save for a few drops of water on her back. Noticing Luo Chuchu's frightened demeanor, Qing Shi reached out to embrace her. However, Mo Shu's gaze turned fierce as he fixed his eyes on Qing Shi, raising his charred arm to push him away. Qing Shi wished to retaliate but held back, fearing he might harm Luo Chuchu. Seizing the moment, Mo Shu wrapped his tail around Luo Chuchu's waist and distanced them from the others. Chapter 164. Seeking compensation, odd fruits, and vegetables thinking they might resume fighting. Luo Chuchu trembled, gripping Mo Shu's arm tightly. Please, no more fighting, no more. She reflected on her past folly in wanting to witness the exhilarating clashes of the beastly titans. It was indeed thrilling. Energy blasts, fire-breathing displays, laser beams, and a violent projectile that nearly swept her away. When the inferno surged towards her, Luo Chuchu felt paralyzed with fear, as if the heat had singed away her very essence. The more she recalled, the more terrified she became. Clutching Mo Shu's arm with one hand, she touched her face with the other, checking if her eyelashes and brows were still intact. Mo Shu's brow furrowed deeply as his gaze fell upon her hand. Noticing the darkened holes seeping blood, injuries inflicted by Qing Shi's laser. Feeling the sticky warmth on her hand, Luo Chuchu looked down to see the bloodied, mangled flesh of Mo Shu's arm where she had gripped him, the wrinkled skin appearing even more grotesque due to her clutching. Quickly retracting her hand, she found it smeared with remnants of flesh and blood. With a face stained with blood, Luo Chuchu repeatedly apologized. I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to. Seeing her distress, Mo Shu's expression softened, the excruciating pain fading into the background as a gentle warmth and a hint of expectation gleamed in his previously icy eyes. Chuchu, I helped you find them. Should Ti reward me? Boasu pressed closely against Luo Chu, his pale, handsome face etched with seriousness and delight. Luo Chu opened her mouth, glancing at the wounds on Boasu's body, recalling how he had unhesitatingly shielded her moments ago. Suddenly, she found herself at a loss for words. Should she claim that their agreement was utterly invalid? Should she assert that all of this was a consequence of his actions? As soon as these thoughts crossed her mind, not only did Boasu fix his gaze upon her, but the 6 others present also turned their 12 eyes in unison toward her. The Dabai too, witnessing the greater number of allies on their side, felt a slight reduction in fear toward the Dark Lord. Hadn't Tihi just faced 3 opponents without gaining any advantage? Moreover, with Luo Chu present, how could the Dark Lord possibly act brazenly? The Dabai too was convinced that Luo Chu could handle the Dark Lord, entirely overlooking the fact that Luo Chu was currently trapped in his embrace and unable to move. His small, red eyes darted around, and the Dabai too found himself perplexed by the current situation. Although he was not romantically inclined, he could see clearly that these individuals were evidently trying to vie for Luo Chu's affection. Yet, why had they all suddenly fallen silent before the outcome had been determined? As the others held their breath, fixated on Luo Chu and Boasu, the Dabai too, a member of her inner circle, began to scrutinize the newcomers with a discerning eye. First, he examined the figure of Jemyu lying on the ground, too conspicuous for his own good. The blood flowed profusely, and the Dabai too grimaced. Thinking how much this brother could endure, it was painful to watch. He discreetly moved away, fearful of getting splattered with blood. Was it truly all right for him to bleed so profusely? His gaze shifted to the side of Jemyu to the elder Me Too, and the Dabai too paused, quickly donning an expression of disdain. This one would not do. He was far too old and appeared rather frail. Disqualified. Although older individuals could be compassionate, this elder was not suitable. The Dabai too hoped Luo Chu would not be too soft-hearted. Next, his gaze landed on the tiger, who seemed adequate, tall, powerful, and possessing commendable strength. However, he wondered if that dangling leg would render him a cripple. If he were to limp, would it not be rather unbecoming when escorting Luo Chu? His focus then shifted to Qingxi, and the Dabai too rubbed his bare forelimbs against his chin before quickly diverting his attention. This individual radiated brightness, which could induce a headache if stared at for too long. He wondered why Qingxi had turned red. Could it be due to witnessing so many beastmen pursuing Luo Chu? Yet, upon noticing the bond mark on his chest, the Dabai too felt a surge of happiness for him. After all, in such a perilous moment, he had not forgotten to return to rescue himself. As for Tsang Hui, he was difficult to assess. His strength was passable, but his countenance appeared sour. His cooking was subpar, and he spoke little, exhibiting a somewhat sullen disposition. Nevertheless, after Luo Chu had been kidnapped, he had continued to care for her. Although Tsang Hui had not voiced it, the Dabai too could see that he did all this for Luo Chu. He could not possibly be merely fattening himself for the feast. He was undoubtedly loyal. However, the Dabai too had not forgotten how Tsang Hui had once tugged on his ears. Luo Chu adored his ears, and he had nearly torn them off. Once Tsang Hui became Luo Chu's beast husband, he would surely have to discreetly report this to him. Finally, the Dabai too's gaze landed on the Dark Lord himself. He was someone whose character he could critique with authority. With a vile temperament, capriciousness, and a domineering nature, he was also immature and petty, yet his strength was undeniable, and his appearance was commendable. Disqualified, he must be eliminated. Otherwise, domestic tranquility would be impossible, leading to chaos. After this round of judgment, the Dabai too felt that Luo Chu possessed considerable charm. In such a short span, she had attracted so many suitors. However, the quality of these suitors left much to be desired. A Dark Lord, a half-dead individual, one nearly buried in the dirt, and another who appeared to be half-crippled, an array of the elderly, infirm, and neurotic. They covered all bases. Luo Chu remained oblivious to the fact that in the Dabai too's mind, she had become a refuge for the undesirable. After Boasu posed his question, she fell into a prolonged silence, struggling to formulate a response. Observing her troubled expression, Qingxi, who understood Luo Chu's gentle nature, was the first to speak up. Did you use the wind to confuse Jemyu and take Luo Chu away? Boasu patiently awaited Luo Chu's reply, recognizing from her conflicted demeanor that even in light of his injuries, she would find it challenging to reject him. Boasu was indeed earnest in his endeavor to rescue Luo Chu, yet that did not preclude him from employing a bitter ruse. In the ancestral memories, those beastmen of lesser strength often resorted to such tactics to elicit sympathy from females. Luosu did not wish to resort to such methods. But given Luochu's innate aversion to the snake tribe, he had to seek alternative routes. Chapter 165. What merit do you possess? Opposition from Qingshi Luosu had not anticipated that before Luochu could respond, the merman would arise to create a disturbance. Turning his gaze toward Qingshi Luosu's eyes narrowed with hostility. He truly despised this merman. Not only could he not protect the petite female, but he also failed to keep his eyes on her and had audaciously formed a bond with her, marking her. Had it not been for him, the petite female would not have been forced to make such a difficult decision. He should have eliminated him back on the island. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and Luosu's hand instinctively clenched, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Yet, thinking of Luochu, he managed to suppress his rage. He could not kill him, at least not in front of Luochu. Seeing Luochu's attention drawn once again to the merman, Luosu forcefully turned her face back to him, insisting on eye contact. Luochu, gazing upon his impeccably handsome face, Luochu sighed heavily in her heart. To be honest, she found herself questioning what merit she possessed. In the past, she had sought a seemingly high-quality boyfriend, only to be toyed with. Who could have imagined that, after arriving in the beast world, she would be so sought after? With Qingshi, Jemyu, and Luosu, such high-caliber suitors, had she been in a modern world, they would have drawn attention from all corners. How could she have had a chance? Yet, they all seemed to have converged upon her. Luochu even felt as if she were a pile of cow dung, attracting countless flowers that yearned to adorn her. Who did not like a handsome man? Moreover, they were all devoted and affectionate. But the sheer number of them was overwhelming and difficult to digest. Casting a glance at Qingshi, then at Luosu, Luochu lowered her gaze. So, the reward you desire is me? Luosu nodded, a smile gracing his features. Indeed, Luochu's tone was rather flat. What do you plan to take me? It was understandable that she inquired, as this man had previously attempted to deceive her into going elsewhere. Luosu tentatively suggested, let's seek out a small island, just the two of us. Before Luosu could finish speaking, everyone present immediately voiced their objections. Qingshi interjected, no way. He was unaware that the sea tribe had already been purged by Luosu once. In his eyes, the ocean was a perilous territory, and he had no intention of returning, much less permitting Luochu to go back. Song Hui added, absolutely not. He had yet to confide in her regarding their bond. Aoji joined the chorus, that's out of the question. He still wished to take the petite female back to Qin Shoucheng to bond with her. The Dubai to maintain the stance, no? He was tired of the island and found the outside world to be far more appealing. Jimyu remained silent, having already resolved to follow Luochu wherever she went. When Jimyu did not speak, Me Too, anxious, unexpectedly jabbed at Jimyu's wound. Jimyu yelped in pain, casting a resentful look at Me Too. The group turned their gazes toward them, and Me Too offered an awkward chuckle. He too disagrees. He was merely joking. If the little girl were truly taken by the serpent to some remote place, what would happen to his mission? What would become of the beast world? Unless one possesses the capability to endure on the moon, should the beast world collapse, no one shall enjoy a tranquil existence. Hence, I vehemently opposed this notion. Luosu disregarded the opinions of others, fixating solely on Luochu, awaiting her response. Having recently escaped from the small island, she was naturally reluctant to return to such a place. It was an island surrounded by water, and in the event of a crisis, escape would be exceedingly difficult. Furthermore, now that Qingshi could live on land like the other beastmen, she had no desire to return to the perilous waters. Avoiding Luochu's expectant gaze, Luochu resolutely shook her head. I do not wish to go to the island. I desire to remain on solid ground. If you are determined to forego any other form of compensation, then stay and join us. However, before Luochu could finish her statement, Qingshi interjected. Chu, he deliberately abducted you and lured us into the depths of the lost forest, nearly allowing us to be consumed by the soul-eating flower. Go risked his life to save me, succumbing to the poison of the soul-eating flower, and his body is nearly ruined. Do you truly wish to keep such a person by your side? Qingshi's emotions were visibly heightened, displaying great resistance. His disdain for the snake beast was palpable, and he harbored a deep-seated animosity toward it. Qingshi longed to respect his choices. However, he could accept even the unexpectedly appearing tiger beast, or any other suitable companion for Luochu. But the snake beast was simply unacceptable. Not only were its actions reprehensible, but its overwhelming strength also instilled fear in Qingshi. What if the snake beast were to go mad in the future and abduct Luochu to hide her elsewhere? With its ability to conceal its presence, he would be plunged into an endless search once more. The fear of losing Noa Chuchu and the helplessness that accompanied it was unbearable, and he was determined to prevent a recurrence of their previous separations. Yet, it was evident that this snake beast was not one to be trusted. Qingxi doubted its adherence to the bond of companionship. Luo Chuchu gazed at Voisu in shock, unable to believe he could commit such acts. During those 2 days, Voisu had appeared aloof, yet through their interactions, Luo Chuchu sensed his tenderness and indulgence towards her. He devoted time to construct a shelter for her, plucking leaves to shield her from the sun. Although terrified of fire, he still roasted chicken for her, and despite his aversion to hot food, he insisted on sharing every meal with her, even coldly praising her culinary skills. Aware of her fear of his tail, he resorted to childish antics with it, all to help her gradually accept his identity as a snake beast man. Yet, this very Boasu, after amusing her, had the audacity to lure her cherished companion into peril, intent on causing harm. With a sudden shove, Luo Chuchu propelled herself from his embrace. "Did you truly do that?" Moasu did not deny it, feeling no remorse for his actions. In the ancestral memories, beast men engaged in fierce competition for females, a survival of the fittest scenario. Was there anything wrong with that? The females scarcely cared and even encouraged such competitive tactics, for there were plenty of beast men to choose from. Moreover, he had ventured into the very sea of soul-eating flowers himself and emerged alive. If the merfolk perished within, it merely indicated their incompetence. If they could not resolve such trivial matters, how would they protect the precious females in the future? Observing the sudden chill in Luo Chuchu's eyes, Moasu felt perplexed and anxious, struggling to comprehend the source of her fury. Did she not prefer a more powerful beast man as her partner? Or was this merfolk truly so significant to her? He possessed even more strength than the merfolk, capable of achieving everything it could and more. Why must it be the merfolk and not himself? Chapter 166. A single misstep leads to many noticing Moasu's silence and the unmistakable expression of someone who had acted without remorse. Luo Chuchu suppressed a twinge of compassion. To claim she was unmoved would be a lie. Had it not been for Moasu, that flame would have surely caused her severe burns or worse. Luo Chuchu held no doubt regarding Moasu's feelings for her, yet she could not afford to gamble. He was akin to a ticking time bomb, liable to explode at any moment without warning. What if he acted against Qingxi or Gamu in the future? He did not perceive his actions as wrong. The shift in Luo Chuchu's demeanor was unmistakable. Even though Moasu was typically oblivious to the feelings of others, he understood this time. Moasu's fury was palpable. She was on the verge of acquiescence, and he had already positioned himself openly by her side. It was all the merfolk's doing, continuously thwarting his efforts, snatching Luo Chuchu away from him, and now obstructing their path. The anger within Moasu surged uncontrollably, prompting him to charge toward Qingxi without warning. The events unfolded too swiftly. Voisu had previously been on the defensive, entangled with 3 fifth-tier opponents, 2 of whom wielded skills that countered his own, placing him at a disadvantage. Additionally, he had been mindful of Luo Chuchu's feelings toward the merfolk, thus restraining his actions to avoid making the situation more awkward. However, having shown restraint, the merfolk's interference left Voisu with no choice but to retaliate. His objective was crystal clear. He launched a sudden and violent attack, leaving the others with no time to react. By the time they regained their senses, a fierce gust of wind swept through, followed by a thunderous crash. Apart from the bewildered Luo Chuchu, everyone else widened their eyes in shock. Was this the power of a 6th-tier pinnacle? He had actually been holding back. Luo Chuchu's senses paled in comparison to the others. When she finally turned to the source of the commotion, she saw Voisu standing tall, one hand gripping Chuchu's neck, forcefully slamming him against the cave wall. Dust and debris rained down from above, and a fish-shaped indentation marred the rock face where Qingxi had been struck. Voisu held Qingxi's neck with one hand, while the other restrained his arms and pressed against his beast core, preventing him from utilizing any skills. Initially, Qingxi fought back fiercely, using the fins on his tail to stab at Voisu's abdomen. Blood dripped, and Voisu's eyes turned crimson. With a flick of his tail, he ensnared Qingxi's serpentine tail, tightening his grip mercilessly. Qingxi retaliated, attempting to resist Voisu's strength with the fins and scales on his tail, but his beast core was suppressed, rendering him unable to exert much force. The sound of cracking echoed painfully as the fins and scales on Qingxi's body began to fracture. Vita's first instinct was alarm. This was a grave mistake. The snake beast was on a path of irreversible folly. Dabatu shared a similar sense of foreboding. Luo Chuchu had clearly been about to accept the formidable beast, only to have Qingxi ruin everything. Now, with Mo Shu treating Qingxi this way, given Luo Chuchu's regard for Qingxi, the formidable beast would likely face severe consequences. Ge Mu, Ao Zhi, and Tang Hui, however, were unfazed. After all, it was commonplace for beastmen to engage in brawls over mates. Fatalities were not uncommon. To secure a powerful mate, females would even gather groups of beastmen to fight, with only a few surviving. They saw nothing unusual in this. However, they overlooked the fact that Ochuchu was not like those females. Witnessing Xing's face redden as he began to lose consciousness, blood from his tail dripping blue, Luo Chuchu, in a frenzy, rushed toward the two. Yet, her petite stature rendered her unable to reach Wasu's arm, forcing her to kick and strike at him. What are you doing? Release him. Let Qingxi go. Mo Su, release him now. Observing Luchu's reddened eyes and the fury etched on her face, Mo Su felt a pang of sorrow within his heart. Gently loosening his grip on Qingxi, Ma Shu ceased to exert any further force with his tail. His actions were subtle. Apart from Qingxi himself, even the bystanders, including Tsang Hui, remained oblivious, let alone Luchuchu. He cannot protect you, yet you still wish to shield him. Why would you? Before Ma Shu could finish his sentence, Luchuchu, in a state of utter despair, interjected. Leave him alone. What does it matter to you? Release him, or I swear I will kill you. I truly will. Tears obscured her vision as she spoke, and while brandishing a small knife, her trembling hand betrayed her anxiety. Upon seeing the knife directed at him, Ma Shu felt a sharp pang in his chest. The voice in his mind screamed relentlessly, kill him, slay this merman, and later, you will have the chance to win back your little female. Yet, upon witnessing the fear and helplessness in Luchuchu's eyes, a force within him restrained his impulses. Do not act rashly. Maintain your facade of fragility. One day, she will be moved by you. Luchuchu, frantic and distressed, continued to kick and hit Ma Shu's tail. Seeing that he refused to release Qingxi, she raised the knife, intending to stab his tail. Ma Shu had previously claimed his tail was impervious, and Luchuchu merely wished to frighten him into letting go of Qingxi. However, she was utterly unprepared for the moment she lifted the knife. Ma Shu's body unexpectedly descended. Gritting her teeth and closing her eyes, she thrust the knife down towards Ma Shu's tail again and again. The sound of the blade piercing flesh echoed ominously in her ears. The surroundings fell silent, and soon, Luchuchu sensed something was amiss. Did Ma Shu not assert that his tail was robust? Why did she feel each thrust sink into flesh? As she opened her eyes, her gaze collided with his violet orbs, filled with despair, sorrow, and unwillingness. Looking down at her hands, she saw them stained with blood, Ma Shu's blood. Turning to Qingxi, who was slumped against the cave wall, she noticed the bruising marks around his neck and the shattered scales on his tail, disfigured and broken. Ma Shu raised his burned hand, yearning to touch Luchuchu's face, but upon witnessing Qingxi's pitiable state, she dropped the bloodied knife and rushed to his side. Chapter 167. I'm sorry, seeing Ma Shu lift his hand. The watching Tsang Hui and the others assumed he intended to harm Luchuchu and instinctively rushed forward to shield her. They would not interfere in the conflict between Ma Shu and Qingxi, but harming the little female was unacceptable. However, before they could protect her, Luchuchu had already dashed to Qingxi's side, her heart aching as she tended to his wounds. Wiping away the blue blood trickling from his mouth, Ma Shu stood still, observing Luchuchu's back for what felt like an eternity. Yet she never cast a single glance in his direction. Clutching his wounded abdomen, he bent down to retrieve the small knife that had caused him injury. A tear fell from his lashes, leaving a faint mark on the ground. Gripping the knife tightly, Ma Shu rose, standing tall amidst the complex gazes of the onlookers. Before turning and vanishing into the chaotic woods, his silhouette appeared solitary and forlorn, devoid of the previous aura of invincibility he once exuded. Qingxi, with a dazed expression, gazed at the tear-streaked face of Luchuchu, raising a hand to touch her cheek. When he spoke, his originally melodious voice was now hoarse and rough. Chuchu, do not cry. It's all right. Luchuchu's tears flowed more fiercely. She had not anticipated the situation would escalate so drastically. Your throat is injured. Please do not speak. She was indeed furious at Ma Shu for his actions towards Qingxi, but her mind was a tumult of chaos. She never truly wished to harm Ma Shu. The memory of his sorrowful gaze lingered in her mind, intensifying her panic. Frantically attending to Qingxi's wounds, Luchuchu dared not look back. fearing she might again encounter Ma Shue's heart-wrenching gaze. I never intended to truly hurt you. I simply wanted to frighten you, to make you release Qingxi. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. In light of her previous words, everyone assumed Lu Chuchu was apologizing to Ma Shu, but alas, he had already departed. Only Qingxi understood that one of her apologies was directed at herself. Although Lu Chuchu ultimately abandoned the serpent beast for him, Qingxi felt no joy. For Lu Chuchu, Ma Shu and Jimyu were worlds apart. Perhaps Lu Chuchu herself was unaware that she had unknowingly developed feelings for Ma Shu, hence the remorse she felt for her actions. Apart from Dabai, Tu, and Mitui, the others watched Lu Chuchu, gasping for breath, with a mixture of envy and jealousy toward Qingxi. Having lived in the beast world for so long, they had never witnessed a female so devoted to her beast husband. In the future, when they formed pairs with Lu Chuchu, would she treat them with such sincerity? As the crowd pondered silently, an aged and incongruous voice resonated. Since ancient times, the affections of the heart have only led to sorrow. This sorrow is endless. With that, Mitui regarded the direction Ma Shu had taken, his expression inscrutable. Initially intending to call him back, Mitui reconsidered. After all, he too was an extraneous presence, having brought Jimyu into this world. What right did he have to intervene in matters of the heart? Furthermore, for a bond to flourish, it must stem from genuine feelings. If unresolved, Qingxi's presence would only exacerbate the situation. Let him be. He must navigate this path alone. Mitui felt no concern that Ma Shu would not return. After all, Tangsha awakens only once every 1,000 years, and in that lifetime, he loves but one, sharing both life and death. The crowd turned, glancing down at the diminutive figure of Mitui, who struggled to maintain an imposing presence despite his frail stature, bewildered by his words. Lu Chuchu, too, paused her actions, pondering how even in the beast world, such poetry existed. The line resonated with her, reminiscent of the Hong Kong version of Journey to the West, where Zubiji often recited it. How could Mitui know of it? Could he also be a traveler from another world? Only then did Lu Chuchu realize Ma Shu had vanished. She bit her lip, her gaze falling as she sank into her thoughts. Noticing the peculiar looks directed at him, Mitui ruffled his disheveled hair and playfully struck Jimyu on the head. Though his slap was forceful, it bore no pain, merely raising a cloud of dust. What are you staring at? Useless cubs. You're bleeding out and still envious of others. You have a mouth, yet you act as if you don't. You can't even feign a pout or play the victim. I truly wonder whether you are wooden or I am. As Mitui spoke, he retrieved a handful of herbs, squeezing the juice from them with one hand, appearing rough yet meticulous as he applied it to Jimyu's wounds. Having raised Jimyu, Mitui felt a pang in his heart upon seeing the myriad of injuries across his body. Even the 2 buttocks were bruised. With Lu Chuchu's deep affections for the Sea clan, Mitui lamented how long it would take for this foolish boy to find his own partner. You, my boy, I truly do not know how to advise you. Reckless, oblivious, and single-minded, do you not realize you are poisoned? In a moment of reckless bravado, someone charged forward, questioning whether they could truly contend with their adversaries. Mitui squatted beside Gomu, tending to his wounds while chattering incessantly. It wasn't until he had finished that he sensed an unusual stillness around him and looked up to find others staring. What are you looking at? Hurry and attend to your own injuries, he urged. If you don't want to end up crippled, come over here and I'll help you with your leg. Upon hearing his call, Aoji limped over, his injured leg raised, and transformed into his beast form. Songhua and Baitu exchanged glances and gathered around Luo Chu-Chu, assisting her in treating Qingxi's wounds. The moon hung high in the sky, casting its silvery light upon the disheveled clearing. Aside from me, Tu Ye's incessant chatter, the rest remained silent. Not far from the cave, Mo Shu sat alone on a large stone, gripping a bloodied knife, his hollow gaze fixed on the crescent moon above. The pale light illuminated the wounds on his back, resembling a sinister flower in full bloom. The injury on his abdomen continued to seep blood, and the restless dark beast core within him showed visible cracks. Unbeknownst to Luo Chu-Chu, while suppressing Qingxi's beast core, Mo Shu had inadvertently activated his own, resulting in several painful stabs. He extracted his beast core, a bitter smile of self-mockery gracing his face, despite his prolonged efforts to reach a breakthrough. It was only after being stabbed by Chu-Chu that he found himself on the verge of advancement. Opening his palm, he let the beast core hover in the air, ignoring the intensifying pain and weakness that plagued him as he continued to stare blankly at the moon, punishing himself in this almost masochistic manner. He pondered where he had gone astray, yet he was acutely aware that he had indeed erred. He had upset the little female and had caused her distress. Despite following the inherited memories diligently, the outcome had turned out so differently. Outside the cave, a great bonfire blazed. After the recent battle, it would likely not lack for firewood for a considerable time. Aside from the severely injured Gomu and Qing Shi, the others quietly consumed their rations. Sanhua and Bai Tu relished the long-awaited meal prepared by Luo Chu-Chu, while Ao Ji savored this unique fare for the first time, enjoying it more than the others. Only Luo Chu-Chu found the food tasteless, eating a couple of bites before setting aside, ultimately allowing Bai Tu to finish it. Once they had eaten their fill, Mi Tu Yi approached Sanhua. The tiger cub, said you hail from the Xiao tribe? Sanhua nodded. Yes, what of it? Are you familiar with the lost forest in this region? Sanhua replied affirmatively. Mi Tu Yi sighed in relief. Could you assist me? The soul-devouring flower poison in the bear cub is starting to spread again. The high tribe is currently overwhelmed and cannot produce more saliva. We must find Qing Xian grass as soon as possible. Although Mi Tu Yi could locate the Qing Xian grass himself, he was unfamiliar with the terrain, and it would take considerable time. Moreover, his combat prowess was limited. He could handle solitary beasts, but would likely falter against a pack or a more formidable foe. Luo Chu-Chu rose and approached Gomu, observing the expanding blackened flesh on his back and feet. Gomu, who had previously endured much, now lay weak and speechless. Sanhua lowered his gaze, remaining silent, and turned his attention back to Luo Chu-Chu, unwilling to owe any favors to the old man. Realizing that the wolf cub clearly preferred to hear from her rather than him. After the incident regarding Mo Shu's demand for a reward, Luo Chu-Chu understood the potential complications of seeking assistance. Up to this point, Qing Shi, Sanhua, Gomu, and Mo Shu had all come to her aid, while Aoji was not included in that count, as he had no part in it. She suddenly recognized that since arriving in the beast realm, she had accumulated a debt of life, and her own life was precarious. It seemed that her future would be consumed by repaying these debts. Gomu's injuries were severe, and despite understanding Sanghua's unspoken message, Luo Chu-Chu could not afford to be concerned about that at the moment. Sanhua, do you know where I can find Qing Xian grass? I do. Can you take me to you to search for it? Sanhua gazed at Luo Chu-Chu for a moment without uttering a word. Although the location was somewhat perilous, he was willing to go because she had asked. Nodding, he transformed into a tall, robust silver wolf, his fur shimmering under the moonlight. Seeing Sanghua's agreement, Mi Tu Yi wasted no time, climbing onto the silver wolf's back, and together they disappeared into the night. Watching their retreating figures, Luo Chu-Chu sighed inwardly. Ah, the burden of human debt is indeed the hardest to repay. With the two unharmed individuals gone, Aoji, who believed himself to be the least injured among the remaining, quietly shifted closer to Luo Chu-Chu. He felt a twinge of guilt, knowing that it was his flames that had caused the chaos. Had it not been for the serpent beast's protection, her delicate form would surely have been scorched. He felt fortunate that Luo Chu-Chu had emerged unscathed. Otherwise, he believed that even his life would not suffice as atonement. His large, bright tiger eyes gazed intently at the lost and thought Luo Chu-Chu, and Ao Ji found satisfaction in simply watching her. As the young lord of Shaocheng with fifth-tier strength at such a young age, he was undoubtedly favored by females in Qianshou City. Yet, he was not interested in any of them. Setting aside their appearances, each female displayed a temper worse than the last, often adopting an arrogant demeanor, treating their beast husbands with disdain. Upon first encountering Luo Chu-Chu, Aoji found her distinctly unique. Though her appearance differed from the other females in the beast realm, she was undeniably pleasing to the eye, a true delight. However, at that moment, his feelings were more a blend of surprise and innocent admiration. To be blunt, if he had to choose a female partner, she would certainly be a suitable candidate. Yet, just moments ago, witnessing Luo Chu-Chu's concern for the high tribe solidified his resolve to bond with her. Her compassion, the affection in her eyes, and the panic that surfaced upon seeing him injured all stirred within him a longing for such feelings. He yearned for a female who genuinely cared for him, placing him in her heart, not merely due to power or status, but for a deeper connection. Aoji admired Qing, she but felt no jealousy, nor did he wish to emulate the foolish and domineering behavior of the serpent beast. He must have encountered few females. Otherwise, he would not have acted contrary to what he knew the little female disliked. It was indeed a wonder that she could tolerate such treatment. Confidently, Aoj resolved to strive to penetrate Luo Chu-Chu's heart and secure a place that belonged solely to him. Sensing that Luo Chu-Chu was unlike any of the females he had previously met, he carefully extended his injured foreleg, inching closer to her. Luo Chu-Chu was merely lost in thought. She was not blind, after all. How could she possibly overlook such a large cat blocking her path? In Chapter 169, Healing, Reusable, Aoj believed that Luo Chu-Chu had not noticed him. Despite enduring pain, he extended his fluffy paw forward, casting a glance at this oblivious behemoth. Luo Chu-Chu's gaze fell upon his injured foreleg, and she disdainfully withdrew her leg. The tiger's fur brushed against her smooth thigh, tickling her slightly. And considering the sweltering summer heat, it was rather unseemly for the tiger to be so close. Perhaps due to the events of the day, Luo Chu-Chu did not feel particularly hot. Rather, she felt a chill coursing through her body, stemming from the injuries sustained by Qingxi and Jemyu, as well as her guilt over wounding Mo Shu. The eternal ice seemed unnecessary. Noting Luo Chu-Chu's disdain, the great tiger was unfazed, grinning widely with what he perceived to be a cheerful smile. To the uninformed observer, it might have seemed as though he intended to chew Luo Chu-Chu up and swallow her whole. The wolf beast and the elderly figure, who bore no discernible beastly form, had departed, while the long-eared beast snuggled its ears and drifted into a deep slumber, snoring loudly. The bear beast lay there, slick and seemingly asleep as well. As for the Red Sea tribe, no, it had now transformed into the Blue Sea tribe. They were currently soaking in a large shell brought forth by the little female, recuperating from their injuries. Upon seeing the shell, Aoj was momentarily taken aback, though he did not reveal his astonishment. This little female was already quite different from the others in the beast world. It was only natural for her to harbor a few secrets. Amidst a plethora of the weak and wounded, Aoj recognized himself as the strongest among the survivors, with the least severe injuries, and thus felt it was his duty to protect the little female. Fortunately, the night passed without incident, and Grandpa Me Too and Tsang Hui returned early the next day. Tsang Hui bore numerous wounds, appearing to have only superficial injuries, which were not too grave. Grandpa Me Too, on the other hand, looked relatively well, though it seemed he had lost a few more strands of hair and beard. His sparse tufts wobbled unsteadily with his movements. After a night in the ocean, Qingxi appeared to have recovered significantly. His voice was no longer hoarse, and he could move about, though some scales had fallen off his tail. Only Jemyu remained, lying there bare. While the wounds had scabbed over, the newly grown flesh was entirely dark, particularly on his feet, where most of the flesh was blackened, indicating a dire condition. Jemyu had suffered such injuries to save himself, and upon seeing Grandpa Me Too's return, Qingxi hurried over, concerned. How did it go? Did you find the Qingxi in grass? It wasn't until they jumped off the wolf's back that Grandpa Me Too relaxed entirely. Similar to the perilous depths of the Dong Two tribe's mysterious forest, Qingxi grass also grew in dangerous areas here, though they exchanged few words. Their expressions conveyed that the search for medicine had not been easy. We found it. Quickly, tend to his wounds. Upon hearing this, Qingxi and Luo Chu-Chu exhaled in relief and hurried to fetch fresh water, encircling Jemyu to assist Grandpa Me Too's day. However, when she observed Grandpa Me Too instructing Qingxi to remove the blackened, rotten flesh from Jemyu's wounds, Luo Chu-Chu could hardly bear to watch. Each bloodied pit revealed charred flesh, and once the blackened tissue on his paws was excavated, exposed white bone was visible. Unable to endure any longer, Luo Chu-Chu turned to treat Tsang Hui's injuries instead. Tsang Hui, who had been watching them treat Jemyu, upon hearing that Luo Chu-Chu would apply medicine to him, promptly transformed into a silver wolf and laid down at her feet. Luo Chu-Chu thought, what a dramatic performance. In truth, the self-healing abilities of beastmen were quite robust. These wounds were trivial to Tsang Hui. Yet, since it was Luo Chu-Chu administering the medicine herself, he would not foolishly refuse such an opportunity to cultivate their bond. The majestic silver wolf remained silent on the ground, only slightly trembling as Luo Chu-Chu applied the ointment, appearing both strong and restrained. Indeed, witnessing Tsang Hui's demeanor, Luo Chu-Chu furrowed her brow and became gentler in her application, feeling a pang of guilt. Nearby, the white tiger couldn't help but smirk. This cunning wolf had fully grasped the old man's teachings, unlike the bear beast, and seized the chance to feign weakness, evoking sympathy from the little female. Though he thought this, once Tsang Hui's wounds were treated, Aoj immediately crawled over, dragging his injured leg, gazing at Luo Chuchu with his big, glistening eyes. Just as Luo Chuchu was about to rest, she turned to see a pitiful, fuzzy face and a trembling tiger leg. Where did this childish creature come from? The refreshing morning swiftly passed, and, as the dual suns rose, the temperature climbed. The open area in front of the cave, once shaded by a large tree, was now exposed to the scorching sun after their violent dismantling the previous day, making the ground unbearably hot. They had no choice but to carry Jimyu into the cave, while Qingxi could no longer soak in the largest shell, instead curling up in the shell that Luo Chuchu had intended for her bed. Thus, the cave's temperature remained uncomfortably high. Luo Chuchu retrieved the leftover ice from before, preparing to use it again. However, upon seeing the ice in the shell, she was momentarily stunned. Clearly, a small piece of the ice had melted after used the other day, yet now it had refrozen, appearing identical to when it was first taken out. What could this mean? Qingxi was also taken aback, and then recalled that the Sea Tribe females would typically use the ice by placing it directly in the palace, where it would melt and integrate into the seawater. If they had known that this eternal ice could be reused in such a manner, there would be no need to retrieve ice annually, thus preventing the loss of several beastmen each year. However, none of this concerned them. Upon hearing Qingxi's analysis, Luo Chuchu was elated. Although the piece of ice Qingxi had retrieved appeared substantial, the scorching summer lasted for a long time, even if they used it sparingly. It would last for only a few years. Now, with the ice melting into water and being stored in space, it could solidify again for reuse, meaning Qingxi would no longer have to risk his safety to retrieve ice. It was Aoj and Song Hui's first encounter with the legendary Eternal Ice, and they found it rather pleasant. The land beastmen were more tolerant of heat. If it became unbearable, they could simply soak in water. The females were the same. They would typically dig a large pit in the cave for bathing during the summer months, as they did not need to hunt and preferred to remain indoors during the dual sun days. In Chapter 170, Someone is Causing Trouble. The big white rabbit first encountered the eternal ice while feeling rather drowsy. Due to Luo Chuchu's handling, he nearly faced frostbite, making this his true first experience with the eternal ice. The two beasts and the rabbit gazed at the small piece of ice with wide eyes, their faces quickly fogging up from the alternating temperatures. After an entire morning, Jimmy's wounds were finally treated. However, the sight thereafter was even more difficult for Luo Chuchu to bear. His back was riddled with pits, and many wounds were so deep that bone was visible, leaving Luo Chuchu feeling sore in her own bones. Taking advantage of Luo Chuchu's brief escape from the cave to prepare a meal, Qingxi transformed into a healer, beginning to apply the eternal ice to Jimmy's wounds once more. The issue remained. The quantity Jimmy required was simply too great. Compared to the act of collecting saliva with an object and applying it, this method, while seemingly more insulting, is less disgusting, more convenient, and considerably more efficient. Mituyi has grown accustomed to such sights, but Aoj, who is nursing his injuries in the cave, is left utterly astonished by the spectacle. Is this some sort of ritual for this small family, or is it a display of disdain for the severely injured? Will they soon direct their spittle toward him as well? Should he feign strength and take a few laps around the cave? Ultimately, Aoj's concerns did not manifest, as Qingxi's face remained flushed throughout the day. It was a matter of embarrassment. Perhaps the sound of the spitting was too loud, catching Luo Chuchu's attention. Just as the scene was about to conclude, she unexpectedly entered the cave and witnessed the moment. At that instant, the saliva was trapped in Qingxi's mouth, making it an awkward dilemma of whether to swallow or spit. It was Mituyi who noticed Qingxi's prolonged silence and flushed face, assuming he had run out of saliva, prompting him to suggest a drink. Only then did Qingxi, blushing, swallow the saliva. Luo Chuchu suddenly recalled the mortifying incident on the beach. Meanwhile, while Gamu, Qingxi, and Aoj were recuperating in the cave, Mo Shu had found a nearby cave to temporarily settle and prepare for his advancement. He had pushed himself to the brink. Any delay in his progression could result in severe backlash. The higher the star rank, the more excruciating the advancement process. During this period, all beastmen become exceedingly frail, and the snake tribe is no exception. When advancing, the scales on his body must retract into his flesh, shedding a layer of skin. Not to mention, Mo Shu's beast core was somewhat damaged. He needed to repair it concurrently with his advancement, as any loss of power could jeopardize everything. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, during which Songhua and Luo Chu-Chu took turns preparing meals while Mi Tu-Yi tended to the injured. Occasionally, he would assist Luo Chu-Chu alongside the big white rabbit. Gumu's wounds were gradually healing, with new flesh forming, and due to his high defense, his self-healing ability surpassed that of other terrestrial beastmen. His back, no longer riddled with craters, was still not ready for hunting, as his wounds were too deep, necessitating complete healing before he could shift into his beast form. Otherwise, he risked tearing open his wounds. Qing Shi, relying on his own saliva, was nearing recovery. But the severed fin spines and lost scales would not regrow quickly. Although it affected his appearance somewhat, it did not hinder his daily life. Aoji was the first among the three to fully recover, already nearly back to normal by the second day, as long as he refrained from lifting heavy objects. He faced no issues. However, Aoji's stubbornness to remain despite being fully healed troubled Luo Chu-Chu. Due to Aoji's unique status, this lost forest had come under scrutiny. Songhua, like Gumu before him, was aware that the prey in Luo Chu-Chu's space was captured by Qing Shi and Gumu. He insisted on hunting himself. This was a matter of dignity for capable beastmen. Thus, during his free time, he wandered the woods. In recent days, while hunting, Songhua often sensed teams of individuals searching nearby, increasingly encroaching upon their cave. These individuals were undoubtedly searching for Aoji, the young lord of Qianshou City. It was not that Luo Chu-Chu was unwilling to spare an extra mouthful of food. She simply wanted Gumu and Qing Shi to recuperate properly. What if those individuals found them, and like before, charged in without question, ready to fight? If Aoji could fully control his entourage, it would be one thing. But Songhua had observed that those coming from Qianshou City were not all from his tiger tribe. Luo Chu-Chu wished to prevent any further injuries and attempted to persuade Aoji to return, even if only to reassure his subordinates. Yet, every time she met his gaze, she found it impossible to utter the words to send him away. Alas, compassion can be a burden. Songhua set down his catch and saw Luo Chu-Chu enter the cave before turning to the brazen Aoji. Another group just came by. I'll let them elsewhere. They appear to be from your wolf tribe in Qianshou City. Aoji dismissed this with a wave of his hand, unconcerned. Even if they come, I am here. I will simply tell them to return without causing trouble for Chu-Chu. Following this, Aoji remained enthusiastically by the stove, having learned numerous cooking techniques from Luo Chu-Chu in recent days, eager to prepare something special for her. Of course, he did not go hunting himself and utilize the ingredients provided by Luo Chu-Chu. As a 5-star beastman, Aoji possessed exceptional talent and had been accustomed to being pampered since childhood. His status in ancient times would be akin to that of a prince, rarely needing to hunt for himself except during training or competitions. Countless beastmen lined up to present their catches to him. So Aoji felt no qualms about consuming the food brought back by Songhua and Qing Shi. Nevertheless, he did not wish to be a burden. His reluctance to hunt stemmed from a desire to spend more time with Luo Chu-Chu and cultivate their bond. As for food, once they returned to Qianshou City, he would ensure that both the little female and the wolf beastman received ample game. In the past few days, aside from caring for Gumu and Qing Shi, whenever Luo Chu-Chu found herself free, she was inevitably pursued by Aoji. Thus, Songhua was irked by Aoji's demeanor. Are you so confident they will heed your words? Aoji turned to him, puzzled. What do you mean? I am the young lord. They will naturally listen to me. Songhua smirked mockingly. Oh, is that so? But I just overheard those wolf beastmen mentioning they would prefer you not to return to Qianshou City unscathed. They suggested that even if they cannot take your life, at the very least, they intend to leave you maimed or barely alive. Chapter 171. Confession Rejected. Months without variation. Aoji furrowed his brow, quickly realizing the implication, and his expression turned fierce. They wouldn't dare. Songhua was indifferent to his plight. I don't care whether they dare or not. Since they are coming for you, it is your responsibility to deal with it properly. If you bring any trouble to Chu-Chu, I won't need them to act. I will be the first to deal with you. It was rare for Aoji to hear such a tone directed at him. However, he did not feel anger nor retort. The wolf beastman was correct. This was his own issue, and he could not involve the little female in his troubles. I understand. I will handle it. After their exchange, Songhua kept a watchful eye on Aoji until lunchtime, when he finally called Luo Chu-Chu aside. Observing the handsome man before her, blushing and scratching his head in a shy manner, Luo Chu-Chu felt a wave of exhaustion. Alas, While handsome men are a delight to behold, an abundance can be quite burdensome. The sun shines brightly, and she feared she might not withstand it. Choo-choo, when are you all planning to leave here? And where do you intend to go next? Luo Choo-choo shook her head, admitting they had yet to discuss it. However, since Songhua's matters were unresolved, they would likely remain for some time. I don't know yet. May I go and send away those who are looking for me, then come back to find you? Faced with the careful request, Luo Choo-choo struggled to find a reason to refuse. After spending these few days together, she recognized that Aoj was the type of person raised with affection. In his eyes, black was simply black, and white was merely white, reminiscent of a naive heir from a wealthy family. Yet, it was precisely because of his purity, brightness, and sincerity that Luo Choo-choo found it hard to decline. Nevertheless, no matter how reluctant she felt, she had to refuse. She had already formed a bond with Qing Shi, and now there were also Gomu and Songhua, who were still uncertain. The troublesome to Shi, Luo Choo-choo, always felt that he would not easily concede. Just these four had already given her a headache. She gazed at the bashful looker, Aoji, and steeled herself. Aoji, you're truly wonderful. Upon hearing Luo Choo-choo praise him, Aoji beamed with a radiant smile. Reminiscent of the sun in the sky, momentarily dazzling Luo Choo-choo. You are so remarkable, deserving of a better partner. I already have Qing Shi, and the others. I hope you will find a splendid little female in the future. Upon hearing Luo Choo-choo's latter words, Aoji's smile froze and gradually faded away. His once sparkling big eyes dulled with melancholy, and his eyelids turned slightly red. But I only wish to be with you. This direct confession left Luo Choo-choo at a loss for words, and she could only use the fact that she already had someone to refuse him. I already have Qing Shi and the rest, but there are only 3. How can they protect you well? My mother has over 70 beast husbands. Just before I left, she took in 2 more. Luo Choo-choo was taken aback, caught off guard, and choked on her own saliva. How many? Aoji thought Luo Choo-choo was genuinely curious about the number of beast husbands his mother had, and he furrowed his brow to count carefully. Including the 2 she just took in, it should be 79. Seeing Aoji's serious demeanor while discussing the number of his mother's beast husbands, Luo Choo-choo couldn't help but twitch her lips. Impressive, truly impressive. 79. If you line them up one by one, it would take over 2 months to not repeat, and she is still acquiring new beast husbands. What a powerful constitution must support that. I cannot compete. It is too terrifying. With this diversion, Luo Choo-choo suddenly found it impossible to continue her good-natured approach. She realized that conversing with these beastmen required directness. Otherwise, they seemed unable to comprehend. Your mother is quite formidable. As she saw Aoji about to display that sunny, cheerful smile again, Luo Choo-choo hastily continued, but I do not desire that many beast husbands. As expected, Aoji's expression froze once more. His tone was filled with disappointment. Why can they have that many, but I cannot? I like you just as much as they do. I will strive to protect you with all my might. Luo Choo-choo felt utterly drained, not because of this, but for another reason. Because I do not like you, is that clear? Once these words escaped her lips, Aoji felt a pang in his heart, but his expression quickly returned to normal. I don't believe it. Except for that Haizu, and the snake beast. When you look at me, Akmu, Jemyu, and even at Songhui, you have the same gaze. Are you suggesting that you do not like them either? Luo Choo-choo was momentarily stunned by Aoji's question. The few people in the cave listened intently, waiting for her answer. Fearing he might speak recklessly in front of Wu and the others, Luo Choo-choo felt anxious, her voice rising unconsciously. You're talking nonsense. Who said I do not like them? I like. Upon hearing this, Gobu laughed so hard his mouth nearly stretched to the back of his head. This display of infatuation left me too, shaking his head in disbelief. This fool. He believes whatever others say. He is truly hopeless. Never mind. A fool has his own blessings. Sometimes it is better not to be too clear-headed, especially when it comes to matters of the heart. Compared to other females with beast husbands, being a partner to a little girl is already a great fortune. Even if her feelings for each partner were not the same, she would at least treat each person sincerely. Unlike those females who would keep only the useful ones and discard the rest. Songhui's expression was inscrutable, but inwardly, he couldn't help feeling a twinge of bitterness. Even the tiger beast could see Choo-choo's special affection for Qing Shi. How could he not notice? Perhaps Choo-choo had a slight fondness for him, but compared to Qing Shi, they would likely never measure up. Unlike the focus of the other 2, Qing Shi directed his attention to the snake beast mentioned Boger. He observed that Rochiko's gaze only differed when looking at him and the snake beast, marking them as distinct. From being the only one to being one among many. Qingxi felt a surge of dissatisfaction. However, after all they had been through, he understood he could not adequately protect Luochuchu, and he could only begrudgingly accept that he would become one of many. Luochuchu thought that by saying this, Audrey would give up, but to her surprise, his thought process was quite different from others. He smiled brightly at her, his eyes shimmering with resolve. So your claim of not liking me is also false. His tone was unwavering, and Luochuchu wore an expression akin to an elderly person on the subway, puzzled by his confidence. Then she saw Audrey cheerfully assert, I already told you, the way I look at you is the same as the way I look at them. Therefore, if you say you like them, it naturally means you like me as well, right? Luochuchu retorted, I don't care about you. Brother, who taught you reading comprehension? How can you utter such nonsensical words? Without allowing Luochuchu a chance to counter, Audrey continued after stating that similar gazes equated to similar affections. Then, it is settled. Once I have dealt with those individuals and completed the tasks assigned to me in the B City, I will return to find you. You must wait for me. In these 2 days, I have learned the dishes you taught me, and I will cook for you from now on. This is for you. When I return to Qinshocheng, I will prepare more for you. As he spoke, Audrey pulled out a burlap bag from seemingly nowhere and stuffed it into his arms before calling out to Thunli, who had long wished to drive him away. Fearing Luochuchu might utter something he did not wish to hear, Audrey transformed into a majestic white tiger and swiftly departed. In these past 2 days, he had indeed been somewhat intoxicated by happiness, forgetting that he had tasks to attend to. Although the wolf beast was subtly urging him to leave, he had spoken a truth. He must first resolve those troubles to ensure his safety, especially considering that the incoming individuals might be Xinfeng and his group. Since childhood, Xinfeng had always enjoyed competing with him, so Audrey could not allow him to see Luochuchu. Otherwise, he would certainly vie for her attention. Not long after the white tiger dashed away, a gust of wind swept through, revealing a silver figure standing before Luochuchu. The large wolf head lowered, gently nudging her. Chu, I must return to the tribe for a while. I will strive to return early. You must wait for me. After speaking, Tang Hui chased after Audrey, leaving Luochuchu standing alone, clutching the burlap bag. Without his towering figure to shield her, a fine sheen of sweat quickly formed on Luochuchu's forehead. Qingxi silently emerged, scooping her up and carrying her back into the cave. It was only then that Luochuchu focused on the burlap bag in her hands. Audrey's actions had been too swift, leaving her no time to refuse as he vanished. It was rather remarkable. She discovered that even without awakening their spatial abilities, these beastmen always had peculiar nooks and crannies to conceal items. Opening the burlap bag, she found it contained several shiny stones that resembled gems. Each piece was roughly the size of her thumb, transparent, with red and green being the most prevalent colors, while earth-toned, purple, blue, gold, and black were comparatively scarce. Luochuchu initially thought they were gems, but upon closer inspection, they seemed to contain some sort of liquid. She turned to Qingxi and inquired, What is this? Given the differences in lifestyle and resources between land and water, Qingxi also did not recognize them. I don't know. Me too, yeah. Stretched his neck to take a glance and exclaimed, This is Shojing. Oh, there are even 2 purple ones. This little tiger is quite generous. Shojing, what is it used for? Understanding the origins of Luochuchu, it comes as no surprise to me Tu Yi that she is unfamiliar with these matters. These items, which grow within the brains of colossal beasts, can be utilized for trade or for progression. The transparent ones represent the lowest tier, accessible to orcs of the 3rd rank and below. However, as one ascends in rank, the required quantities increase significantly. Those who are not progressing orcs can also consume large amounts of low-ranking beast crystals, with a certain probability of becoming advanced orcs. The red crystals replenish energy, while the green ones possess healing properties. These 2 varieties are elementary and the most common, typically used for trade. As for the other colors, only orcs with corresponding skills can derive benefits from them. The young tiger cub, being of the fire element, has ascended to the 5th rank at such a tender age, suggesting that he must have absorbed orange crystals. The earth-colored crystals are for defensive orcs, as Mi Tuyi pointed out, indicating Gomu, who embodies the defensive system and is exceptionally resilient. Despite having been poisoned and suffering from necrosis, he still managed to engage in a fierce battle with a Tongxi. Luochuchu toyed with the blue and purple crystals in her hands, inquiring about their significance. The blue crystals can be utilized by those of the ice and water elements, but only by those of the third rank and above. Me Too Yi gestured towards Qing Shi, noting that the marine tribe's water spines are water elemental, yet they can only be employed in their blue form. In their red form, one must utilize orange crystals. Just as Me Too Yi finished speaking, the marine tribe member unexpectedly transformed into a blend of red and blue. This transformation was not due to Qing Shi's desire for the crystals, but rather his lack of knowledge about the land as a marine orc, seeking to learn more about this realm through his shape-shifting. Me Too Ye's lips twitched, amazed within. Although he had never visited the marine tribe, he was aware of its gradual decline. The emergence of a fifth-rank orc was already miraculous. Yet this merman had managed to innovate. To be honest, his visage always radiated a luminous glow, captivating the young girl completely. Glancing at Gamu, he thought better of it. It was not a sight to behold. Me Too Yi gave Qing Shi a thumbs up, exclaiming his prowess. If he can consume both blue and orange crystals during his transformation, the purple ones are deemed precious. Those who can produce purple crystals are generally formidable beasts. However, purple crystals are only beneficial for orcs of a 7th rank and above. Lower-ranked ones risk fatal explosion upon consumption. Among all beast crystals, the most rare are the colorful crystals found within the heads of beast kings. It is said that they can elevate an ordinary orc directly to the 4th rank, while those of higher ranks may ascend at least one tier. However, this is merely legend, as no one has ever been reported to have obtained a colorful crystal. Naturally, even if someone did acquire one, they would certainly remain silent about it. Thus, the nature of this object remains uncertain, a potential blessing or curse. It seems that the tiger cub has genuinely taken a liking to you, revealing such a considerable amount. However, as the young lord of Qianshou City, it is not surprising that he possesses such wealth. In contrast, the smaller tribes surrounding them, during each beast tide, would consider it a blessing if fewer lives were lost. How could they possibly accumulate so many beast crystals? After listening to Me Too Ye's account, Luo Chuchu and her companions gained invaluable insights. This is akin to modern currency. No merit reaps reward, and it appears that these bags of beast crystals are quite precious. Luo Chuchu swiftly secured the bag and stored it in her spatial compartment, intending to return it to Aoj upon their next meeting. After Tsang Hui and Aoj departed, the remaining individuals focused on recovering from their injuries or preparing meals, leading to several days of tranquil living. Regarding Tsang Hui, Luo Chuchu and Qing, she tacitly chose not to discuss it, internally acknowledging his future companionship with them. In the beast realm, social interactions differ from modern times. Mutual assistance is commonplace. However, when it involves females, matters are typically resolved internally, with little inclination to seek aid from other solitary orcs. Once assistance is sought, it signifies acceptance of the other party's inclusion. For instance, the previous day's hazardous task of fetching medicine should have been undertaken by Qing Shi. Yet, due to severe injuries, he was unable to go, and Gamu, having been poisoned while rescuing him, led Luo Chuchu to anticipate the outcome when she approached Tsang Hui. This is merely an unwritten agreement between small families and solitary orcs. Of course, groups like tribes and bee cities operate under a more stringent hierarchy, and helpful individuals like Gamu are exceptions. By the 5th day, Qing Shi had fully recovered, and the scabs on Gamu's back and feet had fallen away, revealing newly grown pink flesh. Tsang Hui and Aoj had been gone for 2 days. Their conditions were unknown, particularly Tsang Hui, who had left to escort Aoj out of the Lost Forest and primarily to settle matters with his tribe and formally sever ties. Although Luo Chuchu did not fully comprehend this, following Gamu's circumstances, she chose to show respect. The beast realm adheres to its own customs, and orcs possess their beliefs, akin to a spirit of contract. However, Luo Chuchu often felt this was unjust. Take Gamu, for example. He had been utterly loyal to the Dong Tu tribe, yet its members consistently oppressed him. Ultimately, he had to leave, having been left battered and bruised. If he had not possessed such robust physicality, ordinary orcs would have found themselves either enduring a lifetime of oppression or, upon desiring to depart from the tribe, facing a grim fate of either death or disfigurement. She hoped Tsang Hui would safeguard himself. As evening fell, the sun set upon the horizon, casting a breathtakingly poetic scene. The group prepared to visit the water source for a much-needed bath, having gone several days without a proper wash. Luo Chuchu felt discomfort throughout her entire body, particularly with Gamu and the big white rabbit from a distance emanating a foul odor. The big white rabbit's thick fur rendered washing ineffective. Sometimes, Scrubbing would only result in an even more indescribable scent. As for Gomu, he was even less fortunate. His wounds on his back were not to be exposed to water, and as new flesh grew, his metabolism was particularly rapid, resulting in an unpleasant smell. However, Luo Chuchu had insisted on avoiding water for Gomu, concerned about the risk of infection to his wounds. An elderly man, a plump girl, a bear, a rabbit, and a fish ambled towards the water source after lunch. This water source resembled the one Mo Shu had previously taken Luo Chuchu to, featuring a small waterfall above and a large pool below, resembling a lake, with mountains, water, and sustenance available. If not for the dangers and winding paths of the Lost Forest, residing here would indeed be quite pleasant. Over the past few days, their cave had been relatively quiet. Even when a few prey wandered by, they posed little threat and were quite palatable. Luo Chuchu had proposed settling here, but her suggestion was met with staunch opposition from Song Hui, Aoji, and Mi Tuyi. Aoji wished to lead her to Qianshou City, while Song Hui deemed this place insufficiently secure. As for Mi Tuyi, he did not specify his reasons, yet he remained resolutely against it. Ultimately, this proposal fell by the wayside. The crystal-clear pool saw the big white rabbit plunge in first, albeit timidly, only daring to cling to the nearby boulders as it slid down. Just before Mi Tuyi could strike that unsightly pose again, Luo Chuchu quickly turned her head, and when she looked back, the old man was already floating on the water's surface, akin to a leaf, gliding gracefully. She transformed into his blue form upon entering the water, his tail breaching the surface as he embraced Luo Chuchu and placed her upon his tail. While everyone basked in the joy of their bath, Gomu, standing on a large rock, suddenly morphed into his beast form, leaping 3 feet high and crashing into the water in a grand display. With a thunderous crash, water splashed everywhere. Qingxi reacted swiftly, swimming aside with Luo Chuchu, while the giant rabbit in the diving area was drenched to the bone, nearly swept away by the waves. The most unfortunate was Mi Tuyi, being light as a feather, was sent soaring into the air as the massive wood struck the water. Mi Tuyi squealed in panic, his emaciated limbs flailing desperately, only to plummet face first into the water. It is no exaggeration to say that once the chaos settled, Luo Chuchu felt the water level had dropped by a couple of inches due to the impact. Once Mi Tuyi regained his composure, the giant wood was in dire straits, darting around the pool while being relentlessly pursued and battered by Mi Tuyi. You stinky bear cub, if you have the guts, don't run. Mi Tuyi, I was wrong. It was unintentional. The giant rabbit clung to a nearby rock, stirring up trouble. It was intentional. Mi Tuyi, go beat him. Observing this, Luo Chuchu leaped into the water, swam to the giant wood, climbed onto the great brown bear's back, and joined in the fun of bullying it alongside Mi Tuyi. The giant rabbit watched eagerly from the sidelines, wishing to join but fearing drowning. In the end, Qingxi used his tail to curl around the rabbit's ear, bringing him along to the giant wood. The 4 of them frolicked in the water, while Qingxi swam around them, watching as Luo Chuchu displayed a joy he had never witnessed before, warming his heart. Luo Chuchu felt exhilarated. This was indeed the most comfortable moment she had experienced since arriving in the beast world. She fervently wished for such blissful days to become her daily routine. The laughter of Luo Chuchu and the giant rabbit echoed through the forest, accompanied by Mi Tuyi's grumbling and the cries of the giant wood after being dealt with. Not far from the waterhole, a figure concealed in the shadows gazed intently at the radiant smile of the child in the water, their silhouette appearing cold and lonely. A serpentine mark at the center of his brow glowed with a purple light, making Mo Shu's complexion seem even paler than before. After 5 days of torment and struggle, he had successfully advanced from the pinnacle of the 6th tier to the 7th tier beastman, yet he felt no joy within. Although he knew that Luo Chuchu had an abundance of food in her space during these days of advancement, he had not forgotten to drag his weakened body near her cave to hunt for the meat she loved. Unbeknownst to Luo Chuchu, the serenity surrounding the cave was due to the high-tier aura Mo Shu emanated, which intimidated the ferocious beasts. Chapter 174, Expanding the Cave. Mo Shu knew that Luo Chuchu was upset, yet he could not comprehend where he had erred. Was it wrong to possess absolute strength to protect Luo Chuchu? Was it a mistake to desire to be with her without wanting other beastmen by her side? Mo Shu could not fathom this. The memories passed down to him did not include any lessons on apologies from the tongue snake lineage. Thus, he resorted to this indirect approach, seeking to assert his presence before Luo Chuchu. Little did he know, all his efforts were in vain, for Luo Chuchu was entirely unaware. Qingxi, in the water, cast a glance towards Mo Shu's direction, the smile on his face gradually fading. Qingxi was aware of his constant proximity. Knowing that the creatures surrounding the cave these days were driven away by this serpent beast, and he felt the oppressive aura he released that intimidated the feral beasts. However, Qingxi had no intention of revealing this to Luo Chuchu. He understood the serpent beast's intentions all too well, akin to his own initial desires. It sought to monopolize Luo Chuchu. Yet why should it? He had encountered Luo Chuchu first, and now he had relinquished his possessive desires. So why should this serpent beast have a right? From a distance, their gazes met in the air, an unspoken and invisible contest unfolding silently. Qingxi, what are you looking at? Come over here. I see some fish over there. Luo Chuchu's call interrupted this silent standoff, prompting Qingxi to reveal a victorious smile as he turned to swim towards her. With the merriment concluded, the giant would carry both Luo Chuchu and the giant rabbit, competing with Qingxi to catch fish, while Mituyi floated on the water's surface, occasionally tossed about by the waves, seemingly enjoying himself. As night fell, the group leisurely made their way back to the cave. The following morning, as Luo Chuchu slept soundly, she was awakened by the soft murmur of voices nearby. Opening her eyes, she saw the giant Wood and Qingxi sitting together, whispering to one another. What are you talking about? Her voice, soft and nasally, brought their conversation to a halt. Qingxi stood first, approaching Luo Chuchu's side. You're awake? Are you hungry? I'll go get you something to eat. Rubbing her eyes and glancing at the giant rabbit, still deep in slumber, she replied, Not really. I'll wash up first. I'll fetch you some water. Thank you. Geumu. The giant Wood, somewhat bashful, scratched his head before heading to the conch water tank to fetch water. What were you just discussing? Qingxi gently ruffled Luo Chuchu's slightly messy hair, his gaze tender and voice melodious. Nothing much. We were just waiting for Tsanghua. We thought once you woke up, we could expand this cave a bit and dig out a partition. Why expand? Isn't there enough space? Luo Chuchu glanced around the cave. It was quite spacious, and as long as Gumu didn't transform into his beast form, it was ample for the three of them. There is enough space, but it's inconvenient. With that somewhat vague statement, coupled with Qingxi's unabashed gaze, Luo Chuchu instantly transformed into an understanding girl, her cheeks flushing crimson, her eyes sparkling. Qingxi was utterly captivated by her expression, unable to resist leaning in to kiss her cheek, observing the soft scales on his abdomen stirring with anticipation. Luo Chuchu shyly bit her lip and averted her gaze. So early in the morning, this is truly embarrassing. Noticing her retreat, Qingxi leaned closer to her ear and whispered, Let us dig a partition, and tonight it will just be the two of us. How about that? Luo Chuchu's heart raced, her cheeks aflame, yet she maintained a serious facade. Cough, cough, as you wish. Chuchu, the water's ready. Seeing Gumu enter, Luo Chuchu shyly pushed Qingxi away, getting up to retrieve her towel and toothbrush. As she hurriedly made her exit, Qingxi followed with a gentle smile, and the three of them lined up by the cave to wash their faces and brush their teeth. A brilliant orange-gold hue rose slowly. Not far away, Mituyi stood still, arms stretched back, upper body leaning forward, his rear slightly raised, tilting his head towards the rising sun. Eyes closed as he breathed in the essence of the heavens and earth. Even having witnessed this several times, Luo Chuchu could not help but twitch her lips. Much like how he would dramatically tear off his shirt before bathing, his bony frame was quite the sight. Had Gumu not mentioned that Mituyi practiced this every morning to absorb the essence of the world, Luo Chuchu might have thought he was engaged in some bizarre form of cultivation. However, Luo Chuchu pondered, was it not sufficient to simply breathe fresh air? Why resort to such peculiar postures? Unfathomably impressive. After washing up, the three gathered again to prepare breakfast. In the preceding days, they had focused on recuperation, and Luo Chuchu had little motivation to prepare an abundance of food for storage, resulting in a near depletion of the cooked food in her space. This simply would not do. They needed to seize the opportunity to cook more in the coming days. As the aroma of food wafted through the air, the giant rabbit emerged from the cave, rubbing his sleepy eyes, while Mituyi ceased his breathing exercises, and they all gathered around the stove, eagerly awaiting their share. Breakfast consisted of a large pot of fish soup, with Luo Chuchu distributing a heap of bread, 2 for Mituyi and the giant rabbit, 3 for Qingxi, and 6 for Gumu. The five of them enjoyed a simple breakfast of bread and fish soup, and afterward, Qingxi began to expand the cave with me, Tu Yi assisting him. Gumu was also busy, taking Luo Chu-Chu and the giant rabbit into the nearby forest to gather sturdy logs and large leaves to prepare for building a shelter. As I watched Gumu entwine the tree trunk with vines, Luo Chu-Chu momentarily lost herself in thought, her mind uncontrollably drifting back to that night when Mo Shu constructed a shelter for her. How was he faring? Had his burns and the wound she inflicted upon him healed? A peculiar sensation stirred within her chest, causing Qingxi, who was digging, to pause momentarily, lowering his gaze before swiftly returning to his task. Gumu possessed remarkable dexterity, and soon, a refined wooden shelter was erected. Just as Luo Chu-Chu was lost in contemplation, he crafted a large, grass-woven doll resembling a big white rabbit, half hanging on one side of the shelter. Chu-Chu, do you like this? Upon regaining her focus, Luo Chu-Chu immediately spotted the green rabbit atop the shelter, its long drooping ears perfectly serving as a curtain. The craftsmanship astounded her. Wow, Gumu, you are simply a master of handiwork. This is remarkably lifelike. The rabbit, noticing the vines entangled around its forelimbs, glanced up at its green counterpart and pouted. Not at all. My craftsmanship is far superior. Luo Chu-Chu, observing the tangled mass of vines in its grasp, erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha, with your clumsy hands, where does your confidence come from to claim superiority over Gumu's work? Annoyed by her exuberant laughter, the big white rabbit flicked its ears and pulled Luo Chu-Chu closer, swiftly binding her with vines. Gumu, witnessing this, hurried to intervene, allowing the liberated Luo Chu-Chu to rush towards the rabbit for a playful scolding. A towering Gumu stood between them, wearing a bemused grin as he watched their playful antics. Chapter 175. Seeking people in the Shi-Ao tribe. Not long after Gumu finished the shelter, Qingxi and Me Tu Yi completed the expansion of their cave. After a bit of polishing, the cave remained dust-laden. Qingxi washed the entire cave with water, and once it dried, they would be ready to move in. Under the scorching sun, they busied themselves until noon, gathering beneath the shelter Gumu had constructed to enjoy lunch, surrounded by small shells filled with cold ice, making the heat bearable. After lunch, the water in the cave had nearly dried up. Apart from the specially excavated compartments, she had also dug a semi-open chamber in the corner specifically for cooking. After resting for a while, the group spent the afternoon preparing ample cooked food to store in their space. She was responsible for fetching water. Me Tu Yi took charge of washing vegetables. Luo Chu-Chu cooked, while the big white rabbit tended to the stoves, occasionally adding firewood. After several days of exposure to the sun, the large trees they had broken during their earlier scuffle had completely dried out, making excellent firewood. Gumu dragged all the dried trees to the open area, using his sharp claws to chop them into small pieces for Luo Chu-Chu's convenience. As the group busily worked, several docile prey wandered close to their cave, displaying signs of fear and unease. Qingxi merely glanced up before continuing his work, while Gumu, blissfully unaware, cheerfully welcomed the unexpected bounty and carried it to the water source for cleaning. Luo Chu-Chu was equally delighted. Why refuse such a gift? Upon discovering a family of hunghing beasts among the catch, she requested Qingxi to unearth several large stone pots. Cooking soup in shells was feasible, though it required multiple batches due to their shallow bases. Observing the hunghing beasts sizzling in the shell pots, Luo Chu-Chu remarked, "If only we had a large iron pot, it would be much more convenient for oil extraction." "What kind? Describe it to me, and I will attempt to carve two from stone," Qingxi replied. Eagerly, Luo Chu-Chu detailed the shape of the large iron pot, and to her surprise, he indeed fashioned one, albeit slightly thicker than a typical iron pot. Nevertheless, Luo Chu-Chu was thoroughly satisfied. With several large stone pots available, Qingxi and the others quickly constructed several large stoves. Using the bones from their previous meals, Luo Chu-Chu simmered multiple large pots of radish bone soup and combined gugu beef with yam to create yam and wild chicken soup. The varying heights of the stoves and assorted pots extended from the semi-open cave to the wooden shelter. From afternoon until evening, the air in the cave was filled with the enticing aromas of various dishes, enticing nearby prey, yet they dared not approach due to the overwhelming aura of power. When the full moon hung high in the sky, the group finished dinner, took a bath at the waterfall, and returned to rest. In a newly excavated compartment, she had already laid a simple bedding of animal skins. Upon seeing it, Luo Chu couldn't help but smirk at the size of the bed. When bedtime arrived, she naturally carried Luo Chu into the compartment. The big white rabbit instinctively tried to follow, but was abruptly pulled by Mi Tu-yi to the far edge of the cave. What are you staring at, you little rascal? Hurry up and sleep. In the compartment, Luo Chu blushed as she pushed away Qing Shi, who leaned in to kiss her. Whispering in a low voice while glancing at the wall separating them from the outside. They are right outside. Luo Chu was acutely aware that the orcs had excellent hearing and could easily overhear conversations from afar. This thick wall offered little protection. Qing Shi raised an eyebrow, suggesting they let the others sleep outside. Luo Chu quickly covered his mouth. Let's not go that far. I can't possibly send him outside for that. Noticing her bashful demeanor, Qing Shi leaned in and planted a few gentle pecks on her lips. It's all right. Others feel the same way. Before Luo Chu could finish, Qing Shi leaned in again, sealing her lips with his, devouring her words. Within the compartment, the two found themselves enveloped in an intimate atmosphere, while the trio outside experienced varied states of being. Mi Tu-yi, being a plant type, possessed a heart untroubled by romantic desires, thus remained undisturbed by any commotion from within. The big white rabbit, unable to find sleep, lay restlessly outside the cave, intrigued by the intermittent sounds emanating from within. Were they fighting? That wouldn't do. Sister Chu could never contend with that merman. The big white rabbit sprang up, determined to seek justice for Luo Chu, but as soon as it lifted its foot, Gamu swiftly covered its mouth and dragged it out of the cave. Luo Chu opened her misty eyes, about to inquire about the commotion outside, but Qing Shi's lips found hers once more. Then, she lost all concern for anything else. The night passed, and aside from Mi Tu-yi, who enjoyed a restful sleep, both Luo Chu and the big white rabbit struggled to rise in the morning. Luo Chu felt utterly drained, as if her body had been emptied. Had it not been for her kicking Qing Shi in the middle of the night, he would have kept her awake all night long. His persistence was astonishing, relentless without pause, a stamina that was truly remarkable. Ironically, the one who exerted energy was the first to rise the next morning, appearing vibrant and content. It was quite perplexing. The big white rabbit had been pulled outside the cave during the first half of the night, where it lay in the shelter, feeding on mosquitoes all night long. Only when the activity in the compartment ceased did Gamu allow it to return for some much-needed rest. Thus, 3 uneventful days passed, during which they tirelessly gathered various wild vegetables, replenishing all useful supplies and preparing food. In the vast space, a plethora of cooked delicacies, shells of various sizes, and stone pots cluttered the ground. Even if they were to consume these ready-made meals every day, it would suffice for them for approximately 10 days. As the afternoon sun became less oppressive, the group tidied their belongings, preparing to depart for the Shi-Ao tribe in search of people. Song Hui had stated upon his departure that he would return in no less than 3 days and no more than 5, urging them to await his return. Luo Chu had heard fragments of information about him from Song Hui and was aware that since the day he took her away, he had irrevocably offended the Shi-Ao tribe. However, today marked the 7th day since their departure, and Luo Chu felt a twinge of concern, wondering if he had encountered any troubles. Chapter 176. How dare you spy? Before leaving, Luo Chu intentionally approached a nearby thicket to attend to her personal needs. Just as she prepared to lower her trousers, she heard the faintest rustle behind her. Gripping her waistband tightly, she swiftly turned her head, catching sight of a dark figure darting past. Initially startled, she soon recognized the familiar pattern and hue. Upon realizing who it was, her face flushed with embarrassment and anger. She hastily donned her trousers and angrily marched towards the exposed tail of that figure. Mo Shu leaned against a large tree, his heart racing as he heard Luo Chu's footsteps approaching, replaying in his mind the words he wished to say. Upon seeing her tall silhouette and flowing black hair, he felt a surge of frustration. How could you spy on someone at such a private moment? Luo Chu exclaimed. Mo Shu, unable to face her, mumbled in a muted tone, I didn't see anything. I was just worried about you being alone, so I turned my back. Previously, Mo Shu was unaware of Luo Chu's aversion to being watched while relieving herself. It was only after noticing that she consistently forbade the bear beasts and merfolk from accompanying her that he became aware of this quirk. Hearing Mo Shu's words, Luo Chu exhaled in relief. She pondered the peculiar customs of the beast realm, where one required the presence of others, even for such a private act. The mere thought of being watched while attending to her needs made her lose all sense of urgency. As she opened her mouth to speak, Her gaze fell upon the still healing burn scars on Mo Shu's back. Ultimately, she remained silent. After a moment of waiting without hearing her voice, Mo Shu initiated the conversation. Are you leaving this place? Yes. Is your injury healing? Luo Chu inquired. Mo Shu's eyes flickered slightly, although she did not explicitly state her destination. Her concern for his injury indicated a level of affection. Glancing down at the scar he had chosen to keep, he steeled his emotions and replied, "It still hurts a bit, but it's getting better." In his brief response lay an undercurrent of grievance that stirred Luo Chu's feelings of guilt. "You can't blame me. Who asked you to act recklessly? I didn't truly intend to harm you." Mo Shu's lips curled into a slight smile. Knowing she would defend herself, just as he was about to continue garnering sympathy for his injury, Luo Chu interjected, "You injured Qing Shi, and I have injured you. If you are willing, we can consider this matter resolved." Mo Shu's brow furrowed slightly, displeased with Luo Chu equating him with that merfolk. The fact that he had harmed the merfolk while she defended it made him feel inferior in her eyes, which was deeply unsettling. However, since Luo Chu had declared their grievances settled, he believed that the merfolk would no longer dare to use past events as an excuse to impede their relationship. Mo Shu was about to steer the conversation back to the day Luo Chu had intended to agree to his proposal when she mentioned, "The prey at the cave entrance, and those pelts, I thought they belonged to Qing Shi and his group, so I stored them in the space. Now that we are leaving, I should return them to you. Also this." As she spoke, Luo Chu retrieved the previously stored prey and pelts, placing them back on the ground, while holding 2 pieces of similar black silk. Realizing her intention to distance herself from the matter, Mo Shu felt a pang in his heart, staring intently at her for a prolonged moment. He then shifted his gaze to the 2 pieces of snake skin in her hands, disregarding the neatly arranged prey on the ground. The carefully prepared words he had intended to say evaporated from his mind, leaving him with only a curt, "If you don't want them, just throw them away," before he turned and departed swiftly. Mo Shu was infuriated, yet he knew he could not linger. He feared that he might involuntarily disregard her wishes and take her away by force. He understood that such an action would only further complicate their situation. A gust of wind swept by, and Luo Chu blinked, only to find that Mo Shu had vanished from sight. "Hey!" Glancing at the black silk in her hands, she pressed her lips together and finally placed it atop the pile of pelts, preparing to leave. However, after walking nearly 2 meters, she turned back to look at the pile, letting out a heavy sigh as she returned the items to her space. "What a waste. So much meat. And you suggest throwing it away, wasting food." With her head down, she muttered about Mo Shu's extravagance as she walked forward, only to collide with a warm chest a moment later. Looking up, she found Qing Shi smiling down at her, with Gamoon not far behind. "What brings you here?" She stammered. "We were worried since you hadn't returned for so long. Are you all right?" In truth, it was Mo Shu's failure to conceal his presence that alerted them, prompting their hasty arrival. "Oh, I'm fine now. Let us go." Noticing her evasive gaze, Qing Shi said nothing, scooping her up to join me, Tu Yi, and the others. Once their figures had completely disappeared, Mo Shu reappeared, glancing at the spot where they had vanished, a smile unconsciously forming at the corners of his mouth. Chu must feel a bit reluctant to part with me, doesn't he? Having indulged in his thoughts, Mo Shu hurriedly pursued them, sensing that he was beginning to understand how to interact with Luo Chu. Silently, they followed me, Tu Yi, swiftly exiting the lost forest, arriving at the outskirts of the Shi-Ao tribe just as night began to fall. Meanwhile, Song Hui, whom Luo Chu and the others had been discussing, found himself trapped in a cave, lying beside a bloodied Aoj. 7 days prior, Song Hui had left the lost forest with Aoj, only to be ambushed by a pack of wolf beasts before they reached the Shi-Ao tribe. Leading the charge was Sun Feng, who had always been at odds with Aoj. As Aoj wondered why he hadn't seen the tribe members he had brought along. Various attacks from the opposing side were already hurtling towards them. Had they been lying in ambush all along? Hastily evading a fierce strike, Song Hui quickly retreated, but was soon surrounded by the assailants. Aoj narrowly dodged a lethal blow, retaliating with a fireball aimed at the attacking wolf beasts, yet he too was injured, with blood staining his forelimbs, particularly the right front limb that had nearly been severed by Mo Shu. With a mighty roar, he confronted Sun Feng. "What do you want?" The imposing gray wolf, emanating an aura, stepped forward leisurely, baring its sharp white teeth at Aoj, eyes gleaming with bloodlust and malice. "Huh, even at this critical juncture? You ask such a foolish question? Naturally, it is your life I seek. Astonished by the aura surrounding the gray wolf, Ao-Ji realized that Sun Feng had ascended from the early 4th stage to the 5th stage in just a few months. A sense of foreboding surged within him. Where are Tattoo Ke and Sang-Ji? I've already killed them. Chapter 177. The Rules of Beast City, Sun Feng's Oddities. Upon hearing this, a fierce expression crossed Ao-Ji's face, his heart filled with shock. He could never have anticipated that Sun Feng would dare to kill the 4th stage beastmen of Beast City. Upon witnessing the incredulous expression on Ao-Ji's face, Sun Feng felt an immense sense of satisfaction. He tilted his large wolf head to the side, appearing both out of control and sinister. Is it truly so alarming that our esteemed young city lord is distressed over the death of merely 2 unrelated tribesmen? Hearing his dismissive tone, Ao-Ji's eyes blazed with fury. Unrelated? You have violated the rules of Beast City by wantonly slaughtering our kin. My people, my mother, and the citizens of Beast City shall not let you escape unscathed. Ha, is that so? Then simply ensure they do not discover that I am the one responsible for their demise. Sun Feng replied nonchalantly, narrowing his eyes as he gauged Ao-Ji's reaction. Did he truly intend to implicate himself in this matter? Indeed, just a moment later, the wolf beast across from him stated, Your Baihu clan has held sway over Qianshou City for far too long. It is time for a change. Rest assured, once you are deceased, I shall dispose of your body in the Lost Forest, claiming that you were killed by the strays while pursuing them. Perhaps your citizens will even remember your contributions to Beast City fondly. This is, in fact, a favor I am doing for you. The individual before Ao-Ji felt utterly alien to him. They had clashed many times before, but those skirmishes had never escalated to the point of life and death. At this moment, Ao-Ji could clearly discern the madness emanating from Sun Feng. His gaze, tone, and demeanor all exuded a disturbing fervor. You are unaware, are you? Your father is nearing death as well, so you shan't be lonely for long. Do not curse my father. Ao-Ji's pupils constricted as he lunged towards Sun Feng. The two exchanged a brief flurry of blows, but the surrounding wolf beasts refrained from joining the fray. Sun Feng quickly evaded, savoring the sight of Ao-Ji's furious yet powerless expression. Oh dear, I am merely benevolent enough to inform you. Why are you so incensed? Without your father, the city lord, you Ao-Ji, are nothing in Qianshou City. Sun Feng's voice dripped with mockery as he observed Ao-Ji's eyes redden with rage. Why be so furious? Once you are gone, I shall personally ensure your father is well taken care of, allowing you both to reunite. Should you not be grateful to me? If you dare harm my father, I will personally kill you. Ao-Ji roared, unleashing a torrent of fire. Sun Feng swiftly dodged, retaliating with a strike imbued with dark smoke. Song Hui narrowed his eyes. This wolf beast possessed lightning skills as well, yet his lightning was laced with venom. Had it not been for Ao-Xiong, my father would not have perished. How could our kin have endured such oppression from your tiger clan for so long? As he recalled the image of his father, from grandeur to despair, ultimately driven to death by his own kin, Sun Feng's eyes reddened. His father had been the most exceptional beastman of the wolf clan, a figure of great esteem. It was Ao-Xiong who had shattered his father's pride, subjecting him to humiliation until his untimely demise. Dignity, honor, the position of city lord of Qianshou City, everything his father had lost, he intended to reclaim. Observing the man before him, who appeared to perceive him as the slayer of his father, Ao-Ji furrowed his brow in confusion. Your father died of illness. What does that have to do with me or my father? Were it not for your father biting off his leg during the city lord's competition, leading to his poisoning, my father would not have died so soon. With that cry, Sun Feng howled like a lunatic, the surrounding wolf beasts once again launching an assault. Zhao Shi dodged. He glanced toward Song Hui, urging him to flee. He dared not openly call out, fearing that Sun Feng would perceive Song Hui as his accomplice. He hoped that the wolf beasts would inform the little female that he might not be able to seek her out. Song Hui, however, was determined to disregard their personal vendetta, focusing solely on returning to the tribe to resolve his own matters before hastening back to find Luo, Chu and the others. Yet, Sun Feng had no intention of allowing him to escape. As the wolf beast charged toward him, Song Hui initially avoided conflict, not wishing to escalate matters, and even attempted to clarify, "This is your affair. It has nothing to do with me, and I shall not intervene." Unfortunately, his words fell on deaf ears. as his opponents continued to unleash lethal attacks, clearly intent on silencing him. Only the dead can truly keep secrets. Upon hearing this, Song Hui understood their intent to eliminate him. No longer willing to merely evade, he began to counterattack. Song Hui, having lived in the tribe, was unaware that the disputes within Beast City differed from those among beastmen. Unlike the quarrels among beastmen, Sun Feng and Ao Ji shared the same mother. According to the regulations of Qianshou City, unmarried beastmen were prohibited from harming one another outside of the mate selection competition, especially given that they were half-brothers. Ao Ji's father was the city lord, enjoying the favor of the females for many years, which also extended to Ao Ji himself. Sun Feng's father had been deceased for many years, and his mother merely acknowledged his existence. Should she learn that he killed Ao Ji, he would forever be barred from the position of city lord. Having already taken considerable risks by ambushing Ao Ji, Sun Feng would leave no incriminating evidence against himself. As the witness, Song Hui, despite their lack of connection, would not be spared. The battle waged on for an extended period, leaving the battlefield in disarray. Outnumbered, Song Hui and Ao Ji soon bore numerous injuries, yet their opponents had also sustained significant wounds and even fatalities. Both were visibly fatigued, forced to retreat step by step. Fortunately, Song Hui, having grown up in the Xiao tribe, was familiar with the terrain. Seizing the opportunity, while Sun Feng focused on Ao Ji, Song Hui charged up and killed a gray wolf before turning to unleash a lightning strike at him. Coincidentally, Ao Ji also released a fireball. Just as Sun Feng dodged, he was struck by the lightning and sent sprawling to the ground. Arg! The other wolf beasts, witnessing their young lord's injury, halted their assault on the two and rushed over to assess his condition. This provided Ao Ji and Song Hui a moment to catch their breath and flee. Song Hui's charged attack was still formidable. The gray wolf lay twitching on the ground, its body convulsing with residual electricity, its face contorted in agony. Chapter 178. Song Hui and the others encounter trouble. Upon seeing the two escape, Sun Feng erupted in a furious roar at his subordinates. What are you all doing? Why aren't you pursuing them? If Ao Ji escapes and returns to Qianshou City, none of you shall live. But young lord, do not concern yourselves with me. Go after them. They must be seen alive or dead. The wolf beasts exchanged glances before hastening in pursuit of the fleeing pair, leaving four to guard Sun Feng. Clutching his wounded abdomen, Sun Feng's eyes brimmed with resentment and indignation. He knew that Ao Ji's escape would spell endless trouble. Not only would he lose the struggle for the city lord position, but he might never again appear in Qianshou City. Meanwhile, Song Hui sprinted ahead, with Ao Ji trailing closely behind, struggling to keep pace despite his injuries. Song Hui was exasperated. Had he known better, he would not have walked alongside this tiger beast after exiting the Lost Forest, thus avoiding this entire mess. It was too late for regrets. That pack of wolf beasts, especially their leader, was clearly not inclined to relent. They had to devise a way to shake them off. The two raced to the riverbank, where the expanse of water flowed swiftly and tumultuously. Song Hui anxiously scanned for a way to cross, while Ao Ji gasped for breath, his wounds bleeding profusely. Observing the wide and rapid waters, Song Hui furrowed his brow and said, "What shall we do? Swimming across is certainly not an option." Ao Ji gritted his teeth, his steps faltering as the world around him began to sway, clearly on the verge of collapse. At that moment, a howling sound of wolf beasts echoed from behind. It was the men of Xuanfeng, who had tracked them down by the scent of blood that clung to their bodies. A wolf beast opened its gaping maw and lunged towards Ao Ji. Although Ao Ji was merely at the initial stage of the fourth tier, this attack, if it landed, could very well cost him his life, given his severe injuries. More wolf beasts joined the fray, encircling the two once again, just as Ao Ji narrowly evaded one strike. He spotted a wolf beast unleashing a barrage of ice spikes towards Song Hui, who was being besieged on another front. With all his strength, Ao Ji leaped to intercept the icy assault, but the spikes pierced his body, causing him to let out a muffled groan before he was violently thrown aside. The massive tiger lay on the ground, gasping for breath, with blood oozing from its mouth and nose, its abdomen barely rising and falling, a clear sign of its waning life. As the enemies charged forth once more, Song Hui's eyes flickered with desperation before he sprang towards Ao Ji, clamping his jaws around the nape of his neck and plunging into the raging river. Meanwhile, after regaining some composure, Xuanfeng transformed back into his human form, revealing a dark, smoldering wound on his abdomen. His face was grim, lips stained with black blood, and his eyes radiated a fierce and venomous glare. Grabbing a handful of a dark substance, he shoved it into his mouth. In the next moment, Xuanfeng's eyes turned a vivid crimson, and a cloud of black mist began to envelop him, giving his visage an ominously sinister appearance. The remaining wolf beasts, witnessing this transformation, hurriedly retreated, with two of them fleeing into the night. When they returned, they bore on their backs two unconscious beastmen, discernible as third-tier beastmen by the exposed parts of their arms. Xuanfeng, gritting his teeth and holding on for dear life, finally snapped upon seeing the two unconscious beastmen. He seized one and sank his teeth into its neck with ferocity. The remaining two subordinates breathed a sigh of relief, their thick fur drenched in cold sweat. Moments ago, the young master had regarded them with terrifying intensity. A wave of pain surged through the unconscious beastman, jolting him awake with a scream as he struggled desperately for his life. However, Xuanfeng held him in a vice-like grip, his fangs sinking into the most vulnerable part of the beastman's neck, crimson blood trickling down. In no time, the beastman's struggles gradually ceased. Beneath the pale moonlight, his complexion swiftly turned a ghastly shade of ashen blue, his once robust body dwindling to mere skin enveloping bones. The four subordinates trembled in fear, too terrified to raise their heads. After draining the blood of the two third-tier beastmen, Xuanfeng slowly lifted his head, the black mist around him dissipating. Yet remnants of blood remained at the corners of his mouth, and the crimson in his eyes deepened. He surveyed the remaining four subordinates, his silence heavy with an icy, piercing gaze. One of the bolder subordinates cautiously spoke up. "Young master, what shall we do next? Aoji has escaped, and if he returns to the Beast City for reinforcements." Xuanfeng scoffed coldly. "What is there to fear? The distance to Qianshou City is vast. If they fail to capture us, we shall lay an ambush on our way back. Aoji cannot possibly escape." As he spoke, Xuanfeng instructed two of his subordinates. "You two head to the Shi-Ao tribe. Those wolf beasts belong to them and are familiar with the terrain. They may attempt to flee back there. Inform the Tiger Clan that Aoji was slain by that silver wolf. If the Shi-Ao tribe refuses to cooperate, keep the females and advanced beastmen. You know what to do with the rest." The two who received the task nodded and turned to run towards the Shi-Ao tribe. As night deepened, Xuanfeng's emerald green eyes gazed into the distance, glinting with malice and determination. Later, as Luo Chu and her companions stepped into the territory of the Shi-Ao tribe, Gomu and Qing, she exchanged worried glances, their brows knit tightly. Noticing their troubled expressions, Luo Chu asked curiously, "What's wrong? Didn't T say we were almost there? Did we take a wrong turn?" Gomu scanned their surroundings. "Something has happened." Luo Chu hurriedly inquired, "Who is in trouble?" "Gangri?" Gomu nodded, "Yes." "What happened? How do you know?" "There are signs of a struggle here, along with lingering traces of blood. Song Hui and Ao GS. It's been a few days since this occurred." Just as Gomu finished speaking, the large white rabbit suddenly retched. "Ugh, there are corpses. So disgusting." The group rushed over and indeed found two skeletal animal carcasses amidst a thicket, one of which was a wolf beast, swarmed by flies the size of quail eggs. The sight utterly grotesque. Upon seeing the wolf head, which had withered to mere skin and bones, Luo Chu's face turned pale, her lips trembling. "Is that Gangri?" Sensing her tremors, Qing Shi gently covered her eyes with his hand and stepped back slightly, whispering comfortingly, "Do not fear. It is not him. Song Hui is a silver wolf. This corpse is of a gray wolf. The other is not Aoji, but a leopard beastman." Hearing this, Luo Chu let out a huge sigh of relief, though it was not the right sentiment. She felt grateful that the two corpses did not belong to Song Hui and his companions. Chapter 179. The Tragedy of Shi-Ao Tribe. As Gomu approached, Qing Shi eagerly asked, "What's the situation? Any discoveries? Can you tell from which direction they fled?" Although Qing, she was also a fifth-tier beastman. Being from the Sea clan, his senses on land were far inferior to those of Gomu and the others. Gomu shook his head, his handsome yet naive face now etched with seriousness. "It's been too long. There are no useful findings. We can only surmise they were ambushed here, leading to a fierce battle and a significant loss of blood, which explains the scent we detect. As for other areas, I've searched thoroughly and found no traces of their blood. In summary, the presence of blood here indicates they lingered long enough to bleed significantly. Given the heat, with the dual suns scorching down, Any lesser amount of blood would evaporate quickly, making it undetectable. After absorbing Gumu's words, the group fell into silence. Luo Chuchu felt a knot tighten in her heart. This meant that they might have either escaped or perished, with even their bodies potentially taken away. What do we do now? Where do we search for them next? Though she had not officially bonded with Song Hui, they had made a pact. And since Song Hui had risked himself to help Gumu find medicine, Luo Chuchu had already considered him one of her own. Being one of their own meant they had to find him alive or dead. Not only did Luo Chuchu think this way, but Qing Shi and Gumu shared the same sentiment. In the past, they might not have cared for a solitary beastman as fate. They might even have felt relieved at losing someone who shared Luo Chuchu's affections. However, Song Hui had gone to find medicine for Qing Shi, which was crucial for Gumu's survival. Out of respect and reason, they could not turn a blind eye. As they contemplated their next steps, Me Too suggested, "Isnt Song Hui from the Xiao tribe? If we proceed a bit further, we'll arrive there. Why not check his tribe? Perhaps they have already returned." Upon hearing this, the group wasted no time and hastened towards the Xiao tribe. Just as they departed, Emo Shu emerged from the shadows, his deep-set eyes watching their retreating figures, lost in brief contemplation. After a moment, instead of following them, he began to search meticulously nearby. After a thorough search, Emo Shu finally discovered some traces and continued forward until he reached the banks of the turbulent river. The scent of blood was strong here, indicating they had engaged in combat at this very spot. It was here that all leads abruptly ceased. The surroundings, including the opposite bank of the river, bore no trace of the two men's sanguine scent. Meanwhile, having traversed for over an hour, the group finally arrived at their destination. However, an eerie silence enveloped the area, devoid of even a flicker of light. The once vibrant tribe now lay deserted, with not a single beastman to be seen. Only a few rudimentary structures standing silently beneath the silvery moonlight, casting an ominous pall over the entire settlement. Upon witnessing this, Mitiyi felt an unsettling premonition arise within him. Wait, something feels amiss. Gumu and Qing, she also sensed the peculiarity. Indeed, it was quite strange. Furthermore, the scale of the Xiao tribe was not insignificant. It was improbable that not a single sentry was on watch during the night. There was a scent of blood, accompanied by a foul odor of decay. We must investigate further. As they spoke, they passed through two tall, rudimentary wooden frames that served as lookout towers. The layout of the Xiao tribe bore resemblance to that of the Dongtu tribe. Upon entering, they found a haphazard arrangement of crude stone and wooden dwellings, which housed a solitary beastman without partners. As they ventured deeper through the disordered quarters, the stench of blood intertwined with a nauseating odor intensified. Even ordinary person Luo Chuchu could hear a disturbing buzzing sound. Such a cacophony made one ponder the sheer number of flies responsible. Upon reaching a relatively spacious clearing, the sight before them caused the group to involuntarily gasp in horror. Their intrusion had disturbed a swarm of flies, which now swirled chaotically in the air. While numerous beastmen corpses lay sprawled across the ground, many of which appeared to be feeble younglings. The manner in which they lay suggested they had attempted to flee, yet ultimately succumbed to their fate. After being scorched by the sun, the corpses had deteriorated to such an extent that their original forms were unrecognizable, with small white maggots writhing upon them. It was a scene utterly horrific. Despite wearing several layers of masks, Luo Chuchu felt they offered little protection, especially since she had just witnessed the grotesque spectacle. The stench was pervasive and inescapable. Gumu clenched his fists, his usually jovial expression now marred by anger. Who could have committed such a heinous act? To spare not even younglings. In the beast realm, females were exceedingly precious. Yet each female had numerous mates, with beastmen vying desperately to have a litter of their own. Thus, younglings held significant value in the hearts of beastmen. It was Qing Shi's first encounter with such a grim scene. Once the high zoo beastmen perished, they were either consumed by larger fish or sank to the ocean floor, some even maintaining their forms for millennia without decay. Unlike this grotesque sight, could it be the work of that so-called giant beast you mentioned? Mituye's expression turned grave as he crouched down to examine the corpses. The decay was too advanced to ascertain the cause of death, but it likely was not the work of a giant beast. Qing Shi, puzzled, inquired why. The season is wrong, and beast tides generally occur in swarms. Moreover, if it were a giant beast, the bodies would not be so intact. They would either be torn to shreds or reduced to a pulp. Luo Chuchu, covering her mouth and nose with her mask, spoke with a muffled voice. Could it be that the same individual responsible for those two corpses is behind this? Mituyi shook his head. Not likely. The blood in these beastmen had not been drained. It appeared more akin to a swift execution. Furthermore, based on the level of decay, they must have died within the past couple of days. Do these corpses contain Song Hui and Aoji? Luo Chu-Chu's voice trembled as she spoke. She dared not gaze directly at the bodies, and even if she did, she would struggle to identify anyone she sought. Mitu Yi and Gamu exchanged glances before circling the corpses to conduct a brief search. Shortly, they returned, having found no signs of the individuals they sought. I found nothing here either. They may still be alive. Let us split up and search the caves for any other survivors. In Chapter 180, I found their trail. Subsequently, Qingxi carried Luo Chu-Chu, while Mitu Yi and Baitu formed one group, and Gamu ventured alone, all heading towards different directions in search. Almost an hour later, the group reconvened. What have you discovered? All three groups shook their heads in unison, having found neither the corpses of Aoji and Song Hui nor any survivors. This left the group in a somber silence. Gamu continued to fixate on the corpses for a moment before scratching his head in confusion. Mitu Yi, I recall you have visited the Xiao tribe before, correct? Mitu Yi nodded, affirming he had been there several times. Although he was the shaman of the Dong, Tu tribe, he often ventured out to gather herbs that were not found within the tribe, occasionally passing through the Xiao tribe. Gamu furrowed his brow. Do you not find the number of bodies on the ground somewhat lacking? Prompted by Gamu's observation, the others began to realize. While the ground was indeed littered with corpses, the Dong Tu and Xiao tribes were comparable in size, each boasting populations exceeding 1,000. This comparison did seem to indicate a shortfall. Most notably, there were no females present. Simultaneously, Mitu Yi became increasingly convinced that this was not the work of a giant beast. Beastmen would regard females with reverence, while to a giant beast, they would merely be viewed as sustenance, regardless of gender. Look at their skeletal remains. Aside from the younglings, the rest are merely aging or unranked ordinary beastmen. Upon Mitu Yi's remarks, he meticulously examined several corpses, confirming Gamu's assertion. There were indeed no young, strong, ranked beastmen among them. This matter was becoming quite sinister. While it could be explained as an abduction of females, the capture of ranked beastmen posed a greater mystery. Could someone have mastered forbidden techniques, intending to create an abominable beastman? As Mitu Yi recalled, the beastmen drained of blood. A tightening sensation gripped his heart. This place is not safe. We must leave immediately. Before Mitu Yi could finish his sentence, Qingxi suddenly grew vigilant, flicking his tail and leaping away while clutching Luo Chu-Chu. Yimu reacted swiftly, positioning his towering figure protectively in front of Luo Chu-Chu. The Baitu's response was even more exaggerated, leaping onto Mitu Yi, who was significantly smaller in stature, causing both to tumble awkwardly. Turning around, Mitu Yi found himself face to face with a corpse devoid of eyes. Oh dear, you clumsy rabbit. Are you trying to crush me? Shoving the heavy Baitu off him, Mitu Yi grumbled as he hastily distanced himself from the corpses. As a plant-type individual, he was particularly averse to insects. Even maggots feasting upon decaying flesh made him feel queasy. After being pushed away, Baitu fell silent, instinctively bounding to Luo Chu-Chu's side, trembling as he concealed his substantial form behind Gamu. Just as Luo Chu-Chu was about to inquire about the commotion, she turned to see a tall figure standing before the row of rudimentary houses. The man's dark hair flowed like a waterfall, his bare skin pale, with mysterious purple eyes that seemed to possess an otherworldly glow. Who else could it be but Mo Shu? Qingxi's body tensed, tightening his grip around Luo Chu-Chu, causing her legs to ache slightly. What do you intend to do? Mo Shu did not respond to his query, his gaze solely fixed upon Luo Chu-Chu. I have found their trail. Upon hearing this, Luo Chu-Chu's eyes brightened as she prepared to ask for clarification. However, Qingxi interjected warily. Do you think we'll believe you? Mo Shu remained unfazed by his skepticism, his attention unwaveringly focused on Luo Chu-Chu. Noticing the serpent-like mark faintly visible on Mo Shu's forehead, Mitu Yi raised an eyebrow. Is he on the verge of awakening the tongue Shi's memories? Clearing his throat, he sought to diffuse the standoff. Ahem, let's go see what he has to say. Perhaps he has indeed found it. After speaking, he did not forget to offer some praise, exclaiming how impressive it was to ascend to the 7th tier so swiftly, truly worthy of being from the fated tongue Shi lineage. Gomu and Qing, she were astonished upon hearing this. The serpent beast had actually reached the 7th tier? No. Wait, what did Mr. Me Too just say he was? Tengshi? Is it the same lineage they know of? The one with the purest genes that still exists in the beast realm, is also the messenger of the beast god? Luo Chu glanced at Mo Shu and then at the expressions of the others, filled with confusion. She whispered, "Why do you all look like that? Is the Tengshi lineage really that formidable?" Mr. Me Too clicked his tongue and explained, "Little girl, the Tengshi is a legendary existence in the beast realm. Born and nurtured by nature itself, possessing immense power and exceedingly rare. Only one lineage appears every 1,000 years." As he spoke, he gestured toward Mo Shu, indicating that this was not just any Tengshi from legends, but a living one that only appears once in a millennium. Luo Chu was also startled upon hearing this. She turned to Mo Shu with an inquisitive gaze. Only one appears every 1,000 years? Is he really that old? He's well preserved. Noticing Luo Chu's scrutinizing gaze, Mo Shu slowly spoke. "If you wish to find their whereabouts, follow me." Qing, she remained skeptical, unwilling to let Luo Chu accompany him. Who knows if this is a trap of yours? Regardless of the Tengshi, he would risk his life to ensure Luo Chu was not taken away. After pondering for a moment, Luo Chu did not agree outright, but whispered in Qing Shi's ear, "Since Mr. Me Too has said so, let's trust him once more. Perhaps we will truly find Songhua and Aoj." With Luo Chu saying so, Qing Shi had no further objections. Considering how much blood Songhua had lost and their complete lack of leads, Qing Shi realized that there was no choice but to follow this Tengshi. "All right, I will heed your words." Seeing Qing Shi agree, Luo Chu sighed in relief. "Thank you for leading us." Since that incident, although Qing Shi had said nothing, Luo Chu sensed that he had become particularly sensitive. Sometimes, when their eyes met inadvertently, she would see him looking at her with a sorrowful and despondent gaze. Not wanting to witness their affectionate interactions, Mo Shu turned first, and the group hurriedly followed. The group left the Shi-Ao tribe and returned to the place where they had just discovered the bodies. Mr. Me Too felt perplexed along the way. He paused to examine the 2 corpses again before continuing on. Mo Shu had already traversed this path once, so he did not lead them through the winding route that Songhua had taken when he escaped. Instead, he took a shortcut directly to the riverbank. Upon reaching the riverbank, both Gomu and Qing, she sensed that Aoj and Songhua had indeed been here. The scent of blood was faint, but still detectable. Upon hearing they had arrived at their destination, Luo Chu anxiously looked around. "Where are we now? Have they found a place to hide?" Mo Shu shook his head, his gaze fixed on the rushing river. "The trail ends here. I've already checked the other side, and they did not cross over. I suspect they jumped into the river to escape." This left everyone in a quandary. Mr. Me Too had mentioned that this river was long, passing through many tribes and numerous tributaries, even flowing past several bee cities. With such a vast area and no knowledge of where Songhua and the others might have landed, searching aimlessly would be like finding a needle in a haystack. Isn't that tiger cub the young lord of Qianshou City? Sounds like he has an important identity. If something happened to him, he would surely return to the city for help. Why don't we follow the river downstream toward Qianshou City? Perhaps we will make some progress. Upon hearing this, the others realized that this seemed to be their only option. After making the decision, the group took advantage of the night to begin searching along the river, with Mo Shu naturally accompanying them. Although Qing, she felt displeased, he said nothing further. After all, Mo Shu's higher rank did increase their chances of finding them. Nonetheless, throughout the journey, both Qing Shi and Gumu remained wary of Mo Shu, ensuring that Luo Chu never spent time alone with him, fearful that he might harbor ill intentions and secretly take her away. The sun was scorching, and the group could only rest during the day, preparing food to store in their space for the night's journey. Whenever they encountered river forks, they would explore nearby tribes or mountains, but returned empty-handed to continue searching down the mainstream. For 4 consecutive days, they traveled through countless tribes of various sizes, yet they still failed to find any trace of the 2. As time dragged on, Luo Chu was so anxious that sores formed at the corners of her mouth. Although she knew that blindly searching would yield little hope, she refused to give up, even if something unfortunate had befallen them. Finding their remains would be better than having them perish alone in an unknown place. Meanwhile, on the other side, after Songhua and Aoj jumped into the river, they were swept along by the current for 2 days before being wedged between 2 large stones, both losing consciousness. After an unknown amount of time, Songhua slowly regained consciousness. Upon seeing their current predicament, he suddenly felt a dizzying sensation, and the beast core within him inexplicably began to heat up. This sensation felt as though he was on the verge of a breakthrough. But how could that be? He was clearly in the mid to late stages of the 4th tier and nowhere near the peak of advancement. Suppressing the discomfort brought on by the beast core, Songhua turned his head to glance at the tiger beside him, who lay with eyes closed and head tilted, appearing lifeless. After moving his numb limbs, Songhua grasped Aoj by the scruff of his neck and dragged him to a relatively concealed cave. Once they found a temporary refuge, Songhua finally had the time to inspect the unusual state of his beast core. The result shocked him. Whether it was due to being struck by that wolf beast's lightning, Songhua had suddenly surged from the mid to late stages of the 4th tier directly to its peak, with a faint tendency to break through further. Before he could contemplate what to do next, an intense pain suddenly coursed through his body, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. Ultimately, he could no longer endure and collapsed onto the ground, landing right on top of Aoj. Yet another wave of searing pain assaulted him, waking the unconscious Songhua. He felt as though something was trying to burst forth from his body. Tiny silver sparks danced on his damp fur, stimulating him and also affecting the person beneath him. An indescribable, excruciating pain enveloped him as the beast core began to churn. Songhua knew he was about to advance. To prevent his beast form from expanding uncontrollably during the transformation, which would further tear his wounds, Songhua quickly shifted into his human form. His naked, muscular body gleamed with a bronze hue, with silver currents flashing rapidly across his skin. As the currents pulsed, his robust muscles bulged, and the veins across his body became pronounced. Beads of sweat rolled down his cheeks, and Songhua gritted his teeth, striving to endure the immense pain of the advancement. Attempting to push Aoj away, he was acutely aware that if he failed now, not only would all his previous efforts be in vain, but his life could also be at stake. Perhaps even Aoj, who had been beneath him, could suffer the consequences. However, just as Songhua placed his palms on Aoj's body, his bones within suddenly elongated by an inch. This subtle movement triggered a chain reaction. With each subsequent motion, Songhua's bones stretched further as if forcibly pulled, causing his flesh to swell even more. The agony of having his body stretched beyond its limits was simply indescribable. Songhui felt as though he were ensconced in a furnace, his body being gradually shattered and then painstakingly reformed. A fresh wave of excruciating pain surged through him, electric currents coursing throughout his being, while the cave echoed with the crackling sounds of electricity, the silvery light flickering ominously around him. The advancement in his abilities was still underway, and at that moment, Songhui was engulfed in torment. His physically weakened state rendered him incapable of even nudging the unconscious Hu Shou run. Instead, under the relentless assault of pain, he gripped the tiger's hide with increased intensity. Unknown to him, at the very instant he collapsed, Aoj's heartbeat slowed to a barely perceptible thrum, teetering on the brink of cessation. Yet, driven by his desire not to burden Aoj, Songhui inadvertently channeled the excess electricity into Aoj's body. With a continuous influx of energy, Aoj's heart, which had nearly ceased its rhythm, sprang to life as if reconnected to a power source. Just as despair threatened to overwhelm Songhui, a sudden brilliance emanated from the beast core within him, illuminating the cave with a silvery glow, as if a path to survival had opened amidst the direst of circumstances. The previously restless energy swiftly coursed through him, stabilizing the growth of his bones and gradually halting the swelling of his flesh. Only the star patterns on his arms, symbolizing his rank, continued to radiate heat, and a slightly lighter star pattern began to emerge, heralding his successful ascension to a 5-tiered beastman. As the last vestiges of pain subsided, Songhui succumbed to unconsciousness, his vision fading to black. Meanwhile, Aoj, spurred by the electric stimuli, slowly opened his eyes, though his frail body succumbed to unconsciousness once more within mere seconds. When he finally regained consciousness, it was already the following morning. Gang Viawuk, observing the newly formed star patterns on his shoulder, a rare smile gracing his face. How unpredictable the world is. Just when he thought he was on the brink of death, fortune had unexpectedly smiled upon him. Chapter 182. Is Aoj advancing too? After awakening, Songhui closed his eyes to recuperate for a moment, gradually regaining some strength. Suddenly remembering something, He swiftly turned to check on AOG. Seeing the tiger's abdomen still gently rising and falling, he let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, he was still alive. However, the black and white fur of the tiger bore 2 dark handprints, precisely where Song Hui had pressed down during his ascension. One of the marks was situated directly over AOG's left chest, and to an unknowing observer, it might appear as if he had been lightly mistreated. The fur above it was singed, rendering it somewhat unsightly. AOG's injuries were far more severe than Song Hui's, particularly from the final strike of the ice wolf beast, whose icy spikes had nearly pierced through his abdomen, injuring his organs. Although Song Hui had found himself in such a predicament due to AOG's burden, he could not simply disregard AOG, especially after he had shielded him in the end. After resting a while longer, Song Hui concealed AOG deeper within the cave and caught several fish to place nearby, ensuring that AOG would have sustenance upon awakening. Having completed this task, Song Hui then left the cave in search of hemostatic herbs, simultaneously checking if their pursuers had followed them and assessing the surrounding situation. Being a descendant of a stray beast, Song Hui had never been favored in the tribe. When injured, no one cared, and self-healing became a commonplace affair. Life, though arduous, had endowed him with skills not possessed by other beastmen, such as the ability to identify commonly used herbs. Not venturing far, Song Hui successfully gathered several herbs capable of stemming blood flow and hurried back to the cave. The tiger had yet to awaken. The heat of the day had caused the fish left aside to emit a foul odor. After checking AOG's breathing, he noted that it felt even weaker than before. Song Hui discarded the spoiled fish and promptly crushed the herbs, applying them to the tiger's wounds, before leaping into the river to catch more fish for a broth. As for his own injuries, they had nearly healed after successfully breaking through to the 5th tier the day before, which could be considered a reward for every beastman who achieved advancement. After testing out the damage from his upgraded skills, Song Hui swiftly returned with a string of large fish. Having spent a few days living with Luo, Chu Chu, and the others, he had gradually adapted to eating cooked food. Besides, with AOG in his current condition, he could only provide him with broth-like sustenance. Otherwise, he would perish from hunger before his injuries could claim him. Gang Hui casually constructed a makeshift stove, utilizing local materials to carve out a stone pot and 2 stone bowls. He cleaned the fish, found a bitter fruit tree, and gathered a handful of bitter fruits, squeezing out all their juices to mix with the fish in the pot for cooking. During the process, AOG briefly regained consciousness, yet his mind remained hazy. Mumbling "afu, afu," it was a rather grating term, causing Song Hui to pause, lowering his gaze in contemplation. Subsequently, he lifted the now warm fish broth, pinching AOG's mouth to begin pouring it in. In the next moment, the tiger grimaced as if he had consumed something revolting, his large feline face contorting in disgust as he gagged, threatening to expel the liquid. Song Hui, quick-witted, held AOG's mouth shut until he swallowed, releasing his grip only after. He then wiped his hands on AOG in disdain. You think you're the beloved young lord, don't you? Having something to eat is already a blessing. How dare you be picky? I haven't even hand-fed Chu Chu yet here I am catering to you. Song Hui grumbled to himself as he forced 2 bowls of fish broth down AOG's throat before he began eating himself. However, as soon as the fish broth touched his tongue, Song Hui's face contorted in agony, spitting it all out. Why was it both salty and bitter? No wonder AOG had just looked as though he had tasted something foul. Casting a guilty glance at the still pained tiger, Song Hui ceased his complaints. Silently, he added a substantial amount of water to the broth and boiled it, cooling it down before consuming the entire pot of somewhat unpalatable fish broth. After applying the herbs and feeding AOG 2 bowls of fish broth, his condition seemed to improve slightly. Just as Song Hui sighed in relief, preparing to rest for the night, the temperature within the cave suddenly surged in the dead of night, startling him awake. Observing the panting tiger beside him, he noticed that AOG's body was aglow with a fiery orange light, resembling a living fireball. The expression on his face was 100 times more pained than when he had consumed the 2 bowls of excessively salty fish broth. Song Hui reached out to stroke AOG's head, but before he could make contact, a wave of heat forced him to retract his hand. How scorching! As Song Hui withdrew his hand, the orange glow intensified, making AOG appear even more like a fiery orb. Witnessing the once immobile tiger now writhing in agony on the ground, producing muffled groans of pain, Song Hui suddenly found the scene eerily familiar. The medicinal paste on Ao's body melted under the intense heat, causing previously sealed wounds to reopen. Summoning the last vestiges of his strength, Aoji transformed into his human form, hoping to alleviate some of the pain brought on by his advancement. The air around them grew increasingly scorching, prompting Song Hui to furrow his brow and take a couple of steps back. Aoji was about to advance. This was unacceptable. His own injuries were lighter than Aoji's, and his internal energy was nearly insufficient to support his own advancement. It was an understatement to say he had narrowly escaped death, not to mention that Aoji was severely injured if he advanced from 5 to 6 tiers. The pain he would endure would far surpass what Song Hui had just experienced. In his current state, Aoji was in no condition to withstand this. If he forced himself to advance, the consequences would be dire, risking irreparable damage to his body. Watching the white tiger writhing in agony on the ground, Song Hui wished to assist but found himself at a loss, fearing that one wrong move might turn his good intentions into a calamity. What should he do? At this moment, Aoji felt as though he were engulfed in a sea of flames. As a high-ranking fire-type beastman, he had never before experienced such a profound fear of fire. The pain was excruciating to the extent that he longed for death as a release. Just as the thought of surrender began to take root in his mind, he suddenly recalled the words of Sun Feng, who had said that his father's time was drawing near. The searing agony coursed through his entire being, igniting a fierce sense of unwillingness within him. He had yet to confirm the safety of his father, nor had he bonded with his beloved female companion. He refused to perish. He could not afford to die. With the last vestiges of his strength, Aoji transformed into his human form, endeavoring to break through to the next level. His golden eyes blazed with an intense fire, and his once fair skin flushed a deep crimson. As his skin expanded, the wounds upon his body tore open anew, and blood gushed forth, threatening to drain him entirely. Chapter 183. Reverse Advancement. Bodily harm. He watched helplessly as his complexion shifted from white to red, ultimately transforming him into a being of fire, his skin becoming almost transparent, revealing the internal organs being scorched by the flames. Upon witnessing this, Song Hui was struck with profound alarm. Was Aoji mad? Despite being gravely injured, he had chosen to pursue reverse advancement. Did he not realize that even if he succeeded, it would inflict lifelong damage upon his body, potentially halting his progress forever? Of course, Aoji was well aware of the risks. Yet he had no alternative. His injuries were more severe than Song Hui's, and if he focused on refining his bones, he feared he would bleed out before achieving advancement. Thus, he opted to refine his organs and bloodline. He chose to gamble. Song Hui observed with a complex expression as the fiery heart of Aoji beat slower and slower. Noting the difficulty with which Aoji turned his head to reveal a face obscured by flames. Suddenly, Aoji released a heart-wrenching howl towards Song Hui, as if to signal his plight. As his mouth opened and closed, waves of scorching flames spewed forth towards Song Hui. Aoji recalled the moment he had lost consciousness, acutely aware of the life force ebbing from his body, as if he had 1 foot in the realm of the dead. Just then, a surge of electricity coursed through his body, reigniting the heartbeat that had nearly ceased. That sensation returned, fiercer and more suffocating than before, compelling him to seek Song Hui's assistance. Song Hui paused for a moment, quickly grasping his intent. Sensing the urgency in Aoji's tone, he extended his hand, sending a beam of silver light directly into the inferno towards the heart that was gradually ceasing its rhythm. With a crackle, the electricity surged into the heart, which had been beating slowly, causing it to stop altogether. Aoji remained frozen in his previous pose of desperation, utterly still and silent. Song Hui, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow, waved his hand to unleash a stronger current of electricity. The current crackled as it collided with the heart, yet there was no response. Song Hui licked his lips, kneeling beside Aoji and placing his hand over the black imprint on his chest, aligning their energies. Despite the searing heat and the pain radiating from his palm, Song Hui gritted his teeth and patiently continued to channel electricity into the heart. As moments passed, Song Hui's eyes turned blood red. At last, the heart that had ceased its rhythm began to beat violently once more, its speed exceeding that of a normal heartbeat tenfold. Aoji, who had been motionless, seemed to revive like a fish returned to water, gasping for air as if to inhale all the oxygen he had missed. As he regained consciousness, the temperature of his body surged again, flames flaring up around him, prompting Tsang Hua to hastily evade the ensuing wave of heat. Unlike Tsang Hua's process of extending his bones, Aoji's advancement required every inch of his bones, blood, and meridians to endure the fiery trial. For an extended period, Aoji's heartbeat raced at several times the normal rate. Gradually, as the heartbeat stabilized, the flames enveloping him began to subside, returning him to his previous state. Upon seeing the 6-tier star patterns on his arm, a smile crept across Tsang Hua's face. Aoji lay weakly on the ground, his skin exhibiting an unnatural flush, and his wounds remained unhealed. Despite the impairment of his body's recovery abilities, Aoji felt a sense of satisfaction. Not only had he salvaged his life, but he had also successfully advanced. A slower recovery from his wounds was a minor concern. As long as he was alive, he would have the opportunity for vengeance. Aoji remained conscious for only a fleeting moment before succumbing to unconsciousness again. Although he had achieved advancement, his injuries had not healed in the slightest, and he would likely recover even more slowly than others. True to this, it was not long before Aoji developed a high fever due to an infected wound. Seeing him struggle to retain his life, Tsang Hua hurried out of the cave and into the nearby forest in search of cooling herbs to reduce his fever. To avoid detection by other beastmen, Tsang Hua had to conceal himself, taking some time to find what he needed. Tsang Hua crushed the herbs, his expression serious as he roughly administered the concoction into Aoji's mouth. There was little more he could do. The rest was left to fate. Youthful and possessing a strong foundation, after 2 days of relentless turmoil and being filled with medicinal herbs, Aoji finally ceased to run a fever. However, he remained exceedingly weak, rendering travel impossible. Given the time already lost, Tsang Hua resolved to wait until Aoji regained some strength before parting ways. As he intended to return to find Luo Chu, just as Aoji had yet to recover, Tsang Hua encountered a group of beastmen while hunting, who were scouring the mountains. Fortunately, they were low-tier beastmen, the strongest among them no more than a 2nd tier. Tsang Hua concealed his aura, quietly ambushing from a distance. Everyone, take a moment to rest. You 3 go fetch something to eat. After eating, we will continue our search. The leader commanded, taking a few gulps from his water flask. The others, seeing this, sought out shaded spots to rest and hydrate. A small, shifty-eyed beastman wiped his mouth and remarked, "Boss, we've been searching for several days under this blazing sun. The brothers can barely hold on." This statement quickly garnered agreement from the others. Indeed, during the double sun's peak, why should Yuan Air avoid the suffering while we are thrust into it? The boss and he are of the same rank. This feels a bit unfair. Hearing this, the one referred to as the boss scoffed. What can we do? He has a silver tongue that pleases those above him. But boss, who exactly are we looking for? We only know of a wolf and a tiger, both seriously injured, yet we have no names or descriptions. How are we supposed to find them? At this, the man's eyes flickered momentarily before returning to normal, a glint of warning evident in his gaze. Don't pry into matters that don't concern you. Heed my words for your own safety. Upon hearing this, the previously talkative beastman chuckled lightly, refraining from inquiring further. I had no intention of prying. I merely thought it possible that those 2 may have already perished after such a long time. Whether they're dead or alive is irrelevant to us. If those above wish to find them, we shall continue our search. It costs us nothing. Chapter 184. Ordinary beastmen. Encountering iron plates, Tsang Hua narrowed his eyes, observing the beastmen beneath the trees, confirming that they were indeed sent by Qianshou City to locate him and Aoji. Just as he prepared to eliminate them, he overheard one of them say, "I heard there's a new female. It seems unfair to the boss. Every time there's an easy task, it gets snatched away by Yuan Air and his lot. Just like this time, we toiled under the blazing sun to find someone. Yet they merely needed to guard those females. With such a splendid opportunity before us, why aren't those from Yuan Air striving to make an impression? All right, enough with the complaints. Haven't the higher-ups mentioned that we would be assigned females in a few days? I fear that by then, all the desirable ones will have been taken. I've heard that these females were brought from a tribe in the western region, the Shi'ao tribe, and there are quite a few of them." The person speaking gestured at their neck, and everyone understood the implication. Upon hearing this, Tsang Hui, perched in a tree, narrowed his eyes, gripping the trunk tightly. The leader shot a warning glance at the speaker, admonishing him not to speak of matters that should remain unsaid. Whether those people live or die is irrelevant to us. I just want to know if we will get a chance to sire offspring this time. At that moment, several beastmen returned from hunting, carrying various prey, and the group ceased their previous discussions, eager to enjoy a sumptuous meal. The leader looked at the pile of gidge beasts, which had little meat and tasted unpleasant, and at another beast, the thick-fleshed Yao beast, which had begun to emit a faint odor. His expression reflected distaste, and he suddenly lost his appetite. You all eat. I'll rest a while longer. The others, upon hearing the leader's refusal to eat, concealed their delight. Despite being from Qianshou City, they did not feast every day. The gidge beasts were unpalatable, but there was still the meat of the Yao beast. Though it smelled somewhat foul, under normal circumstances, even the rotten bits would not have been wasted on them. The remaining individuals exchanged glances, and then they flocked towards the bloated Yao beast. Song Hui, carrying the hunted prey, quietly leaped down from the tree, his green bough tied to the trunk fluttering in the wind. The leader was preparing to rest his eyes when he suddenly sensed an outsider approaching. He looked up to see a silver-haired man standing across from him, carrying a tender hung beast on his shoulder. His eyes instantly lit up. The hung beast was a delicacy reserved for females and high-ranking beastmen. The man instinctively swallowed hard, but cautiously scrutinized the arms of the individual before him. Noticing the absence of the star patterns that signified an advanced beastman, the leader smirked with a hint of derision. Though he possessed a pleasing appearance, it was regrettable that he was merely an ordinary beastman of little use. It was truly a pity for such a face to be wasted, considering their toil only to consume the dry, tasteless, and foul-smelling meat. This fellow, who was evidently not an advanced beastman, was enjoying the delectable hung beast. What right did he have? The leader signaled to the sharp-faced man, who immediately understood and approached Song Hui. Upon seeing the hung beast on his shoulder, a string of drool uncontrollably dripped from the corner of his mouth. The sharp-faced man wiped away the drool, and although he barely reached Song Hui's shoulder, he assumed an arrogant demeanor, speaking in a haughty and domineering tone. Who is this blind beastman daring to steal our boss's hung beast? Put it down and scram. Or don't blame me for my fists not being kind and ruining that pretty face of yours. The sharp-faced man, already unattractive and having just consumed the foul Yao meat, emitted a strong stench as he spoke, causing Song Hui to frown and retreat slightly. Hey, you blind fool. Dare you look down on me, mouse grandpa? Just wait and see how I'll teach you a lesson. With that, the sharp-faced man revealed his sharp claws and lunged at Song Hui. However, his true target was the hung beast on Song Hui's shoulder, hoping to snatch a piece of meat. The leader, recognizing the sharp-faced man's intentions, noted that the hung beast appeared rather large and decided not to dwell on his petty thoughts. The others waited eagerly, believing that once Mouse Lao Chi succeeded, they would all receive a share. It was assumed that an ordinary beastman would easily be overpowered by an advanced beastman. However, the next moment a loud bang resounded. The sharp-faced man, amidst the disbelieving gazes of the crowd, screamed as he was sent soaring into the air, ultimately crashing hard onto the Yao beast. The sound of flesh being pierced echoed, and a sharp bone protruded from his body, blood gushing from his chest, quickly transforming him into a massive rat. Mouse Lao Chi, the leader, squinted, astonished. This seemingly ordinary beastman possessed such strength, indicating he was likely a skilled hunter from some tribe. Attack! Kill this fellow and avenge Mouse Lao Chi. With the leader's command, everyone except him charged towards Song Hui. Song Hui's expression remained impassive as he supported the hung beast on his shoulder, moving like lightning through the crowd, delivering powerful blows with both fists and feet. Observing that their side was unable to prevail, several emaciated beastmen promptly transformed into their beast forms, including a few monkeys. Instead of confronting him directly, they aimed for Song Hui's vulnerable back with underhanded attacks. With a single, barehanded crush of a mole beastman-esque skull, Song Hui felt a surge of lightning coursing through him, his body expanding several times, flinging the would-be attackers away. The star patterns of a fifth-tier beastman gleamed brilliantly on his arms, accompanied by the totem of his tribe. The leader's eyes widened in disbelief. He had thought him an ordinary person, yet he was, in fact, a fifth-tier beastman. They had kicked a solid board. What were they supposed to do now? Wait, that tribe's totem looks so familiar. Before the leader could contemplate further, in mere moments his men lay scattered, some dead, others injured. Which tribe are you from? Such audacity to recklessly slay the guards of Qianshou City. The leader blustered, filled with regret. How had he misjudged this individual, believing he was without star patterns and from a small tribe, thus thinking him easy to bully. Now, observing the imposing figure before him, with fierce brows and eyes, and a commanding posture, even hidden star patterns could not conceal his formidable presence. It was evident he was not someone to be trifled with. Fortunately, the totem of his tribe seemed unfamiliar, unlike those of the larger tribes surrounding Qianshou City. Perhaps there remained a chance for survival. Kicking aside a beastman's corpse, Song Hui advanced toward the leader. What do you intend to do? Don't come any closer. I warn you, we are the guards of Qianshou City. If you spare me, I can pretend today never happened. Our patrols are numbered, and there are aerial sentinels. If the people of Qianshou City learn that you have killed a guard, they will certainly not let you off. The leader believed that after such a warning, the person before him would at least show some trepidation. After all, Qianshou City was the second largest beastman city after Wanshou City, always sought after by surrounding tribes. Those from smaller tribes would do anything to gain the protection of Qianshou City, especially during beast tides, and they treated the lower-ranking beastmen of Qianshou City with utmost respect, not daring to offend them. However, contrary to his expectations, the leader's words elicited no response. The other individual remained expressionless. Instead, he unleashed an electric shock, sending the leader flying and crashing heavily into a tree. Oh! With a cough of blood, the leader's arm, which had attempted to strike, turned charred black, emitting the unmistakable scent of burnt flesh. He could hardly fathom that, as a third-tier power beastman, he would be so easily dispatched under this man's command, losing an arm before even getting close. Observing the man's cold and sharp gaze, the leader's heart raced with panic, causing him to abandon any other thoughts and kneel in desperation, pleading for mercy. Brother, it's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Please spare my life. If you let me go, I can secure an identity for you in Qianshou and introduce you to our guards. There are many benefits to this. What was that about the Xiao tribe? The leader froze, his eyes widening in realization. No wonder he had found a tribal totem on the man's arm, so familiar. It was the same emblem displayed on the notice boards of the city gates. The Xiao tribe was known for its wolf clan and high-tier beastmen. Was this not the ferocious wolf beast among the two individuals they had been searching for days at the behest of their superiors? A sense of dread washed over the leader as he pieced everything together, cold sweat trickling down his back. He cast his gaze downward, his eyes darting in a desperate attempt to deceive. Shishi what? I don't know what you're talking about. Seeing his continued defiance, Song Hui narrowed his eyes and seized the man's throat. Reveal everything you know. What have you done to the Xiao tribe? The leader's face turned crimson as he struggled to breathe, his unrestrained hand grasping at Song Hui's grip. I'll tell you, just loosen your grip. Song Hui disdainfully released him, and the man erupted into a fit of violent coughs, taking a moment to regain his composure. Under the weight of the leader's malicious gaze, he trembled and divulged what he knew. Cough, cough. It was us. We only heard that members of the Xiao tribe killed the heir of the Tiger clan. Inciting their wrath, they brought men to annihilate the entire tribe, sparing only the females. Song Hui clenched his fists, feeling an icy chill wash over him despite the scorching sun. If it were true that everyone but the females had been slaughtered, then Uncle Sang-Chi and the others would have also fallen victim. Sensing the oppressive aura emanating from Song Hui, the leader struggled to retreat, attempting to distance himself. Yet, regardless of how he tried to diminish his presence, he could not escape his fate. With a swift motion, Song Hui snapped the leader's neck and turned to silence the remaining beastmen one by one. A mole beastman was desperately digging an escape route when his tail was caught and yanked back. Upon seeing the murderous glint in Song Hui's eyes, the mole beastman hastily pleaded for his life. Mighty One, please don't kill me. I know a secret. Those people, some of them are still alive. A portion was taken away and hidden. I know where they are. Just spare my life, and I'll tell you. Gang Viskoft. Placing a hand on the mole's neck, his skepticism evident. You think to deceive me? Such classified information is beyond your knowledge as a second-tier beastman. With that, he tightened his grip, eliciting a flurry of panicked gasps from a mole. I dare not. Our mole clan may be lowly, but we excel at tunneling. There is a vast network of tunnels outside Qianshou, crafted by our kind. I don't know who was kept there before, but recently, many people have been sent in, just days ago, coinciding perfectly with the arrival of those females. They must be the ones you seek. Is that truly the case? Absolutely. I am willing to lead you there to spare my life. I will not divulge a word of today's events. Song Hui fixed his gaze intently on the mole's eyes. Very well, but should you dare to play tricks, I will make you wish for death. The mole beastman nodded frantically. I wouldn't dare, I wouldn't dare. Seeing the fear etched on his face, Song Hui decided to let him go for the moment, hoisting the injured beast while dragging the mole by its tail back to their cave. After a couple of days of recuperation, Ao Ji's injuries had shown some improvement, though the healing process was far slower than anticipated. Upon seeing Song Hui return with a catch, Ao Ji rushed over, clutching his chest. What is the situation outside? Song Hui did not answer his question immediately. Instead, he tossed the mole onto the rocky ground, where it transformed into a gaunt man, trembling as he sat. Too frightened to lift his head, Ao Ji furrowed his brow, questioning the unfamiliar figure. Who is he? Song Hui tossed a piece of animal hide to the man and, with a complex expression, replied, He is one of your people from Qian Shou Chong. The man wrapped himself in the hide and stood up, his eyes widening in shock as he recognized Ao Ji's pale countenance. Shea Chengzu, I thought you'd been killed. How are you here? Ao Ji narrowed his eyes, unable to recall who the man was. You know me? Of course. I'm part of the guard reserve. I usually hang around the East City Gate. Every time you went hunting, you would pass by there, so I've seen you before. Ao Ji nodded, recalling that they always exited through the East City Gate. What do you mean I was killed? Who said that? It was Sun Feng and those Tiger Clan members who went with you to pursue the road beasts. They reported that the Shi Ao tribe conspired to lure you into the Lost Forest and then killed you. Al Shi Esi Bro Fuhovid. Knowing without a doubt that Sun Feng was behind this. Did my father and the clan believe it? The mole beastman hesitated, retracting his neck in fear. I don't know, but your father, the city lord, went out hunting half a month ago and was poisoned. He is still in a coma. Until he recovers. The affairs of the city are being managed by a joint council of proxy city lords from the Wolf, Leopard, and Lion clans. The 3 proxy city lords have announced that whoever can cure the city lord's poison will be elevated to a first-class citizen and receive many rewards. So, these past few days, the city has been bustling with activity as beasts from other cities and tribes flock here. Upon hearing this, Ao Ji clenched his fists, his eyes turning crimson as blood surged within him, causing his wounds to reopen and blood to spill from his lips. Seeing this, Song Hui frowned. Ao Ji's injuries were already severe, and further emotional turmoil would only exacerbate his condition, making recovery impossible. Song Hui was not motivated by sympathy for Ao Ji's plight. He simply wished to avoid wasting more time. The situation with the Shi Ao tribe remained unclear, and he needed to allocate time to investigate and find a way to reunite with Luo Chu and the others. With this in mind, Song Hui admonished, Are you not aware of your own condition? If you cannot control your emotions, you will soon become a dead Shea Chengzu, who will then prove my innocence. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Ao Ji queried the mole beastman. Where are we? How far is it to the bee city? The mole beastman, still processing Song Hui's words, hastily replied, This is the Dagu River area, only 400 miles from the bee city. I know the way and can guide you back. As the mole spoke, his eyes gleamed with ambition, thinking to himself that if he could return with a living Shea Chengzu, even if the city lord remained unconscious, the Tiger Clan and the matriarchs would undoubtedly reward him handsomely. Perhaps one could ascend from the status of a lowly commoner to that of 3rd tier or even a 2nd tier individual. In such a case, he would become the sole member of the Mansuzu clan to elevate his status, emerging as the most accomplished beastman. Initially, a group of over a dozen individuals had ventured forth, yet now he stood alone. Indeed, his grandfather had not deceived him. Having narrowly escaped a great calamity, he was bestowed with subsequent fortune. Wasn't this an opportunity presenting itself? Just as Aoji was about to agree, the ethereal voice of Song Hui resonated, questioning whether there were not only 4 gates to the Bee City, but also numerous checkpoints established in the vicinity. Were the guardians of these checkpoints members of the Huzu clan? Observing that the wolf beast was addressing him, the Mansuzu beastman suppressed his prior thoughts and timidly nodded in affirmation. Yes. However, the guard at the checkpoints are not from the Huzu clan. The elite team of the Huzu clan had departed several days prior to the Lost Forest of the Xiao tribe, purportedly to retrieve the corpse of the young city lord. Aoji swiftly grasped Song Hui's implication and inquired about the current guardians. Presently, the checkpoints are manned by members of the Longzhu, Baozu, and Shizu clans, and even the 4 city gates have been taken over by them, with the intent of capturing the wolf beast from the Xiao tribe, who is allegedly in collusion with the wandering beasts to avenge the young city lord. Upon hearing this, both individuals comprehended the underlying reality. Those who claimed to seek vengeance for Aoji had dispatched the elite team of the Huzu clan to the Lost Forest to search for someone. This not only weakened the Huzu clan's strength, but also hinted at a desire for them to vanish without a trace. The three clans controlling the city gates and checkpoints merely aimed to swiftly receive news of their targets, likely to silence them permanently. It appeared that the city of 1,000 beasts was on the brink of chaos. The Mansuzu Beastman, perceiving the grave expressions of both individuals, was bewildered by the circumstances. The survival of the young city lord was indeed a positive development. Why did he not hasten back? As he pondered, his fervent gaze began to flit between the star patterns of Tsang Hui and Aoji. Upon noticing the intricate star pattern on Aoji's arm, signifying a 6th-tier beastman, his eyes sparkled with astonishment. Wow, the young city lord truly deserved to be recognized as the most promising beastman of their city of 1,000 beasts. Achieving 6th-tier status at such a tender age. Upon his return, the position of a new city lord would undoubtedly belong to him. This wolf beast appeared rather impressive as well, observing the tribal totem, which was not affiliated with the vicinity of their beast city. He was astonished that a small tribe could cultivate such a high-tier beastman. Wait, why did that totem seem so familiar? Wasn't that the one posted on the notice board? Belonging to the Xiao tribe, which had caused the demise of the young city lord. No wonder he insisted on personally leading him to the hideout of those captives. It turned out he was the wanted criminal that the city of 1,000 beasts had been searching for. The Mansuzu Beastman, realizing Tsang Hui's identity, instinctively recoiled behind Aoji. This was the very perpetrator responsible for the death of their young city lord. If he were to hand him over to them, perhaps he could rise to great heights thereafter. Disregarding the foolish Mansuzu Beastman, the two began deliberating their next course of action. Tsang Hui, noticing the tumultuous mixture of anger and conflict on Aoji's face, swiftly deduced his intentions and shattered his illusions. Currently, the outside was swarming with their people. And if you were to return now, you might not even reach the city gates. Those guarding the checkpoints would surely be sufficient to eliminate you. Aoji was well aware that the moment he revealed himself, he would fall into their trap. Yet, my father is in danger. How can I simply stand by? Tsang Hui shot him a sidelong glance, his words dripping with exasperation. What do you intend to do? Return to reunite with your father, and then die together? Aoji, enraged, retorted, You, did I say something incorrect? You know full well that as long as you remain concealed, they will harbor some reservations, allowing your father to live a little longer. However, once you are captured, that moment will mark your father's demise. Chapter 187. Each with a bundle. Meanwhile, Luo Chuchu and her companions, after searching along the riverbank for 2 days, arrive at the very location where Tsang Hui and Aoji had initially been trapped. As she observed the two suns gradually rising on the horizon, Luo Chuchu wiped the fine beads of sweat from her forehead. Mitsu Grandpa held a tanned animal hide map, upon which the tribal totem was inscribed, a record they had meticulously drawn as they journeyed. According to the words of the tribespeople from yesterday, they would need to pass through 3 more tribes before reaching the city of 1,000 beasts. Luo Chuchu glanced at the sun peeking above the horizon and wiped her forehead again. With the sun nearly risen and everyone weary, it was best to find a place to rest and have something to eat. As soon as she uttered this, her companions sprang into action. Today, it was Jimu's turn to find a resting spot, while Mashu was tasked with hunting. In no time, Jimu returned with great enthusiasm, announcing he had discovered a spacious cave, which also housed a family of wild boars. Seeing the dwindling supply of meat, the group prepared to investigate. However, before they could approach, a strong stench wafted toward them. Hearing the boars inside grunting and engaging in their raucous antics, they exchanged glances with Jimu, who wore a face of excitement and eagerness, leaving everyone speechless. Mashu, unable to endure it any longer, darkened his expression and turned to another spot, brandishing his claws to begin digging. Residing in such a foul place was far less appealing than excavating their own shelter, which wouldn't take much time at all. A gust of mountain wind blew through, carrying the overwhelming stench of waste, causing Luo Chuchu's face to turn pale as she exchanged an exasperated glance with Jimu. Subsequently, she joined Mashu in his excavation efforts. Once she left, Qingxi and Dabai promptly followed suit. It was not that they were being picky, but living in such conditions genuinely frightened them about the potential for tainting their provisions. Jimu was still there, cracking his knuckles in preparation for action. This cave was filled with wild boars, and the space was certainly ample. Chuchu, huh? Where did they go? Jimu was about to ask Luo Chuchu if this place was acceptable when he turned around and realized that their figures had vanished. All that remained was Me Too Grandpa, who ambled forward, shaking his head and muttering, his tone rife with disappointment. Jimmy scratched his head in confusion. Wasn't it good that there were wild boars in a spacious cave? He had thought that since Choo Choo was so fond of hoarding food, she would certainly appreciate the abundance of meat here. Upon hearing that they were digging in a sheltered area, Jimmy decided to stay and resolve the meat situation before moving on. Thus, Mashu and Jimmy switched roles. He hunted while Mashu dug. However, before Jimmy could approach, the loud noises from the boars disturbed by Mashu's digging had already roused their ire. The boars, enraged, charged toward Jimmy. Roar! Damn beast men, ruining our fun so early in the morning. Roar! It's mealtime. Finally, a change in flavor today. Upon witnessing the sudden emergence of a dozen burly, crimson-eyed wild boars, exuding a foul odor, Jimmy's previously jovial demeanor shifted to one of cold indifference. He discarded his backpack and leaped into the air, landing in his massive beast form. With enormous paws, he stomped down on the head of one of the wild boars, and with a sickening crack, the boar's head burst open, splattering its red and white brain matter everywhere. The remaining wild boars, witnessing such ferocity, took a few fearful steps back. As they noted the brain matter splattered upon them, they could not resist the urge to slurp it up, sticking out their tongues to clean themselves of the sticky residue. Jimmy, refusing to let them escape, lunged forward, his sharp claws aimed at a boar's neck, intermittently leaping to land powerful blows, rendering them lifeless. Before long, the once vibrant entrance of the cave lay strewn with the decapitated corpses of wild boars, their putrid blood pooling on the ground, attracting a swarm of green flies. Glancing at his filthy self, Jimmy wrinkled his nose, wrapping himself in a beast-hide skirt, contemplating the need to wash off before cleaning the spoils of his hunt. Using vines, Gamu bound the corpses of the fierce beasts into a string, one hand dragging the remains while the other cleaned his backpack, preparing to wash by the riverbank. Suddenly, Gamu halted his movements, raising his head to glance at a nearby spot. Upon noticing his gaze, a small head quickly retracted into the ground. After a moment of silence, it cautiously peeked out again. Then, it witnessed the tall figure departing, dragging a long string of beast corpses behind. A pair of gray ears twitched as a diminutive silhouette crawled out of the burrow, watching the retreating figure with longing in its eyes. If only it had such a robust beastmaster to protect it. After a long pause, a thought seemed to strike her, causing her to halt abruptly, her drifting thoughts returning to clarity. Once Gamu's figure disappeared from sight, the small silhouette staggered toward the blood-soaked battlefield. It was exceedingly slender, seemingly lighter than Me Too, yet her belly was notably swollen, clearly indicating she was with child. After searching the bloodied entry for a while, she finally discovered a young, fierce beast in a hidden corner. The majority of the cub's body was crushed, bloodied, and mangled. Knowing Luo Choo Choo would not favor such a sight, Gamu had left it behind. Licking her dry, chapped lips, she dragged the remaining portion of the fierce beast's meat with great effort toward the burrow where she had peered out moments ago. Meanwhile, Gamu arrived at the riverbank and meticulously cleaned the bloodstains from his backpack. This backpack was a gift from Luo Choo Choo, one for each of the four of them, designed to hold personal belongings such as bee skin skirts and toiletries, along with a lighter for each, and an assortment of modern foods she had generously included. To prevent mix-ups, Luo Choo Choo had adorned each bag with their respective beast shapes, Gamu with a bear head, Qing Shi with a mermaid, Dabai Tu with a rabbit head, and Me Too Yi with a small tree. As Mo Shu had a spatial ability, he initially did not receive a backpack, nor did he require a bee skin skirt, but he was still allocated toiletries and modern food. Throughout the day, Mo Shu wore a rather displeased expression, even neglecting his meals, his forlorn gaze fixated on the backpacks carried by Gamu and the others. When Luo Choo Choo glanced his way again, he donned a look of feigned grievance, silently brooding. This proud yet stubborn demeanor was instantly understood by Luo Choo Choo, who hurriedly procured another backpack for him, painting a serpent design on it, which finally appeased him. When Gamu returned, the familiar wooden shed beside the cave had been set up. The woven rabbit above had shrunk in the sun, while a row of stoves underneath emitted wisps of steam, infused with the unique aroma of rice fruits. Luo Choo Choo was preparing the ingredients for the meal, while Me Too Yi absorbed the essence of the surroundings. Dabai Tu and Qing Shi were engaged in the final cleaning of the cave, and Mo Shu had gone for a bath in the river. Upon his return, Gamu carefully placed his backpack aside and eagerly took over Luo Chu-Chu's tasks. Their appetites were immense. While cooking rice fruits was manageable, the addition of several stir-fried dishes per meal required more strength than Luo Chu-Chu possessed. Often, a single pot could suffice, but due to her lack of strength, she had to divide the dishes into 2 pots. After a single meal, she emerged drenched in sweat, utterly exhausted, which caused concern for Qing Shi and the others. During their travels, whenever they paused to rest, they would gather around Luo Chu-Chu, learning her culinary techniques. Even though their time on the road was brief, the substantial meals they prepared necessitated practice. With continuous effort, except for Bai Tu and Mi Tu Yi, the others had become capable cooks. Particularly Gamu, whose fear of fire was less than Mo Shu's and whose palate was superior to Qing Shi's, excelled in creating flavorful dishes, both sweet and savory. Sometimes, when Luo Chu-Chu merely described a dish, he could innovate new recipes, hinting at a prodigious culinary talent. Thus, in recent days, Gamu predominantly took charge of the cooking, while Qing Shi focused on Luo Chu-Chu's daily needs and remained vigilant of Mo Shu. After a brief rest, Qing Shi and Bai Tu finished their tasks, and upon Mo Shu's return from his bath, the 3 of them set off together to the river for a wash, eagerly awaiting the cave to dry so they could settle in. After a simple breakfast, the cave was nearly dry. Mituyi took the bee-skin map and a special charcoal pen to update the local geography while the others returned to the cave for rest. Just as everyone drifted into slumber, the shed outside swayed lightly, and the surrounding earth began to shift. 1, 2, 3, dozens of heads emerged from the soil, their bodies caked in dirt, scurrying around the stoves and pots. Simultaneously, within the cave, Gamu, Mo Shu, and Qing Shi opened their eyes. The little heads scoured the stoves, only to find them empty. Did you find anything? No, not here either. Mo Sei, are you certain the delicious food emanates from here? Absolutely. I just hid over there for a long time, saw the smoke wafting out, and then witnessed them pull out a plethora of food. You're lying. There is no smoke, and we have checked. There's nothing inside. I did not lie. I truly saw it. Sure, keep it down. Lift me up, and I'll jump in and take a look. With that, several small legs stacked atop. Another successfully hoisted the smallest mouse into the pot. What do you see? Is there anything inside? Mouse Xiao Xiao rummaged through the pot, but only discovered a stone, sun-baked and scorching hot. There's nothing. It's incredibly hot and burns my feet. Jumping from the pot, Mouse Xiao Xiao landed on the ground. Her fluffy hind paws blistered from the heat, tears streaming down her cheeks. Witnessing her distress, the little creatures were filled with concern, anxiously circling her. What do we do now? Sister Rabbit and the baby have nothing to eat. The little ones, disheartened, voiced their concerns, when suddenly Mouse GG's round eyes sparkled with an idea. They must have taken the food from here. We just haven't figured out how to access it. Why don't we bring some back to the cave and search slowly? But what if we take everything? They have nothing to eat. We can just take a few and leave some for them, can't we? I agree. I concur. Let's get to it. After a brief discussion, the little creatures excitedly burrowed back into the hole beneath the shed. Unbeknownst to them, at that very moment, a massive serpent head emerged from the cave, and in an instant, the stoves and pots vanished. Mo Shu watched the little creature's antics with amusement, not intervening, while Sun Qing Shi and Gamu joined him, observing their digging. As a cacophony of scrabbling sounds erupted, the ground quickly collapsed, forming a large hole. Where did everything go? Noticing the absence of her companions, Luo Chu-Chu groggily opened her eyes, finding only Bai Tu and herself in the cave. Gamu and Qing Shi were peering over the cave's edge, with Gamu positioned between them. Luo Chu-Chu found it curious that these 3 had clustered together. It was indeed a rarity. She quietly rose, tiptoeing toward the cave's mouth to see what they were observing. What are you looking at? Startled by the sudden sound, a dozen small heads emerged from the soil, their round, glistening eyes meeting the gaze of Luo Chu-Chu, who had turned her head in surprise. Why are there so many mice? No, wait. Where have all our pots gone? Upon seeing the 4 large heads at the cave entrance, the group of small creatures was terrified. Oh no, we've been discovered. What should we do? Run. In the blink of an eye, the small heads retreated back into the earth, vanishing from sight. At that moment, Gamu suddenly stood up and chased after them. Mo Shu, feeling bored, retrieved the cooking stoves and burrowed back into the cave. As his tail brushed against Luo Chu-Chu, he did not forget to pull her tightly into his embrace. Qing Shi wanted to reach out to stop him, but worried about hurting Luo Chu-Chu. Since she was already in the cave, she decided to let it be. Stay with me a little longer, Mo Shu said, pressing Luo Chuchu's head into his chest. Glancing at Qing, she's not so pleasant expression, Luo Chuchu struggled a bit. However, her feeble strength was utterly ineffective against Mo Shu. She attempted to break free again, only to meet Mo Shu's violet eyes. Because of her struggles, Mo Shu gazed at her with a look of grievance and disappointment, as if she were a heartless woman. Not wishing to make things difficult for Luo Chuchu, Qing, she simply closed his eyes and turned away. Luo Chuchu sighed in relief, thinking to herself how wonderful Qing she was, and resolved to coax him later. Just as this thought crossed her mind, she felt a tickling sensation on her leg and looked down to find Qing Shi's tail causing mischief. Chapter 189, Childish Rivalry. Expecting rabbit females noticing Qing Shi's actions, Mo Shu's tail tip also approached, bumping against Qing Shi's tail fin as they began to compete quietly. This made Qing Shi quite displeased. After all, Luo Chuchu was already in Mo Shu's arms. And now this serpent beast was even trying to compete with him for her attention. It was truly too much. Thus, Qing Shi could no longer hold back. Moving closer to take one of Luo Chuchu's hands, speaking in a tone filled with grievance, Chuchu, I want you to stay with me a little longer. Luo Chuchu turned to look at Qing Shi, but Mo Shu pinched her face, turning her back. Meanwhile, Qing Shi continued to plead for affection. And upon seeing this dead fish again contesting with him, Mo Shu's eyes darkened, and he released one arm, ready to retaliate. With Luo Chuchu present, Qing Shi felt no fear. Wearing a gentle smile, he was oblivious to the fact that Mo Shu's silence and affected demeanor were enough to provoke Mo Shu's ire. Indeed, as Mo Shu prepared to take action, Luo Chuchu quickly clasped his arm. You promised me that you wouldn't act out randomly anymore. Are you going back on your word? Last time, Qing Shi and the others were injured by you, and it took them a long time to recover. Don't you know your own strength? At her words, the smile faded from Qing Shi's face, while Mo Shu's expression softened considerably, a faint smile gracing his lips. Chuchu is praising my strength. How delightful. With one of his arms tightly wrapped around her, Luo Chuchu could only turn in Mo Shu's embrace, lying flat. Seeing this, Mo Shu immediately coiled his tail around one of her legs, the tail tip lightly brushing against her bare skin, sending shivers down her spine. Qing Shi, not to be outdone, wrapped his arms around Luo Chuchu's waist while his tail also sought to encircle her other leg, rubbing up and down. As Luo Chuchu was forced into a sprawling position, feeling utterly exhausted, Gamu returned from outside, seemingly carrying something. Upon witnessing the peculiar arrangement of the three, Gamu paused, lowered his head, and turned away, letting the item in his hand fall to the ground. Embarrassed by Gamu's reaction, Luo Chuchu forcefully pulled her legs back, pushed away the hands on her waist, and struggled to sit up, shrugging off the hand resting on her shoulder. Seeing her sit up, both Qing Shi and Mo Shu reached out to embrace her, only to receive a fierce glare from Luo Chuchu as a warning. Fearing they had truly upset her, they ceased their actions, yet their eyes remained firmly fixed on each other, waiting for the other to make the first move. Ignoring their childish rivalry, Luo Chuchu approached Gamu. Who is this? As she spoke, she crouched down to observe a small figure lying on the ground, emaciated and frail, seemingly weighing no more than 70 pounds. A pair of fluffy gray rabbit ears sprouted from its head, though they were not as long as a large white rabbit's. As they conversed, Qing Shi also drew closer. Mo Shu propped himself up to take a look, but showed no interest. Noticing that the merman had ceased his playful antics towards Luo Chuchu, he approached the small rabbit creature, intending to frighten this long-eared beast. Seeing Luo Chuchu's interest, Gamu turned the creature over, revealing it to be a rabbit-type female, seemingly part of the same group as the previous gophers. Luo Chuchu gasped in surprise. She's a female? It was no wonder she was shocked. After all, the females Luo Chuchu had previously encountered were far more robust than herself. This was her first time seeing such a frail female in the beast world. With gray rabbit ears and gray-white hair, the small face appeared gaunt and pale, lacking eyebrows. The eyes were somewhat similar to human ones, yet the cheekbones were prominent, and the nose and mouth resembled that of a mouse, which was rather frightening. As her gaze drifted downward, Luo Chuchu noticed the creature was wrapped in a thick layer of animal skin, with her exposed shoulders appearing bony, accentuating her noticeably swollen belly. Luo Chuchu's eyes widened in shock. Is she pregnant? Whose child is it? Gamu, upon hearing this, looked alarmed, waving his large hand in denial. I don't know. It's not mine. Luo Chu rolled her eyes. Of course, I know it's not yours. I'm just curious. She's so small. How could she be pregnant? And look at her belly. It's so big. The poor thing must be starving, with all the nutrients being absorbed by the child. If this continues, she will surely perish. Gamu scratched his head. Is that so? I don't understand. But Me Too definitely knows about these things. As they spoke, the rabbit female on the ground stirred, her mouth moving before she opened her eyes. Upon seeing her tiny red pupils, Luo Chu was startled, falling back onto Qingshi's tail. My goodness! What has this beast world done to its females? Why do they all look so peculiar? Sensing her fright, Qingshi held her close. Are you all right? Luo Chu shook her head, her heart racing. I'm fine. The first sight was indeed quite shocking. So much white around the eyes, yet the pupils are so tiny. It looks just like a mutated zombie from a movie. Not only was Luo Chu frightened, but the rabbit female also appeared startled upon opening her eyes. She clutched her belly and cautiously retreated. Where am I? How did I get here? Who are you? What do you want? With 4 questions in rapid succession, Luo Chu and she simultaneously turned their attention to Gamu, as he was the one who had brought her back. Gamu rubbed his nose. I was originally chasing after that group of gophers when I saw you fainting over there, so I brought you here. What Gamu did not mention was that he hadn't intended to help, but upon seeing the rabbit female's ears, he was reminded of the large white rabbit and inexplicably brought her back. However, upon hearing Gamu mention chasing the gophers, the rabbit female's emotions suddenly became agitated. The gophers? What did you do to them? Her face paled further, and her trembling hand clutched her belly. Luo Chu feared that if she got too worked up, she might give birth right then and there, hastily reassuring her, please don't be upset. We haven't harmed them. They just dug holes over here. And when we discovered them, they ran away. Seeing the rabbit female speak so gently, Shu Duo still found it a bit hard to believe. In the past, within the tribe, the females often bullied her, and no formidable beastman ever took a liking to her. Upon catching sight of her appearance, Shu Duo was rendered utterly dumbfounded. This female possessed a rather peculiar visage, yet there was something endearing about her that inexplicably drew one to her. In Chapter 190, seeking assistance from the Dishu clan, noticing the female silence, Luo Chu found herself unnerved by the peculiar, predominantly white eyes that bore only a hint of iris fixated upon her. Unbeknownst to her, while she perceived the females of the beast realm as strange, she appeared equally odd in their eyes. What is your name? With such a blazing sun outside, how did you faint here? Shu Duo. Sensing the gentle tone of this unusual being, which stood in stark contrast to the disdainful attitudes of the other females, felt her trepidation considerably diminish. I am Shu Duo, a female of the clan. My beast husbands have all been taken away to work, and I was so famished that I ventured out in search of food, only to faint from the sun. At this juncture, her small pupils suddenly contracted, causing Luo Chu's heart to flutter with concern. This is bad. I resemble a zombie. Oh no, my meat. As Shu Duo spoke, she struggled to rise and venture outside the cave, but her head felt heavy, and her stomach was tightening, rendering her incapable of movement. Gamu scratched his head. Are you referring to the flesh of that half-toothed cub? Shu Duo, her face pale, nodded cautiously, recalling that this female beastman had hunted the prey she had procured. That meat has spoiled. It cannot be eaten. Upon hearing Gamu's words, Shu Duo's eyes brimmed with tears as she scolded herself internally for her helplessness. It seemed she would have to endure hunger again, wondering if her younger siblings had found any food. A low rumbling echoed from her stomach as she touched it and lowered her head. Everyone's gaze fell upon her abdomen, and Luo Chu could distinctly see movements beneath the beast's skin, as if multiple beings were stirring simultaneously in different areas. She could not help but marvel, wondering how many little ones resided within Shu Duo's belly. Seeing her embarrassment, Luo Chu turned her back, casually selecting a backpack to shield herself while retrieving a loaf of bread from her space. After a moment's thought, she also took a small portion of stir-fried meat with radishes in a tiny shell. Here, eat something. Shu Duo was somewhat incredulous that this female would offer her food. Throughout her life, due to her frail health, even her own mother had ignored her. While other females were cherished from birth, she was left unattended. With reddened eyes, her pointed nose twitched instinctively as she inhaled the aroma of the unfamiliar food. It smells so good. Noticing her hesitation, Luo Chu placed the bread directly into her hands and helped open it for her. Here, take a bite of the bread, then a bite of the dish. It tastes better this way. With her long lashes fluttering, Shu Dua gingerly accepted the bread with her slender, emaciated fingers and placed it into her mouth. An unprecedented flavor exploded in her mouth, and she quickly grabbed a piece of the translucent fatty meat to taste, closing her eyes in bliss as her delicate whiskers quivered. Having discovered this new flavor, Shu Dua felt as though she had unlocked the door to a new world, devouring the bread and meat hungrily, revealing just how starved she truly was. Qing Shi and Gamu exchanged glances, uncertain why Luo Chu would share food with this unfamiliar female, yet they remained silent. At that moment, a rustling sound came from the cave entrance, and the group turned to see the same burrow where a dozen little heads popped out. Upon spotting Shu Dua seated, the little one's eyes brightened, and they scurried out of the earth towards her. Sister-in-law, are you all right? You mustn't let anyone bully sister-in-law. The little creatures surrounded Shu Dua anxiously, baring their teeth at Luo Chu and the others, waving their tiny claws defiantly. Qing Shi and Gamu quickly positioned themselves to shield Luo Chu, with Gamu lifting his large foot and Qing Shi's tail swishing. They dismissed the little Shu, knowing that such small creatures would be easily dispatched. However, Luo Chu felt a tinge of apprehension at the sight of so many mouse-like beings. Shu Dua raised her hand and gently tapped the heads of the little creatures. Xiao, Ji, Kaka, Shishi, you misunderstood. They did not bully me. I simply fainted from hunger, and they rescued me, even providing me with food. Otherwise, I would have surely perished from the sun and starvation. Is that true, sister-in-law? Before Shu Dua could respond, the little Ji exclaimed, his round eyes fixed intently on the radish meat in her hand. That's the scent. It smells so delicious. His exclamation drew the attention of the other little Shu, who gazed longingly at the remaining portion of the radish meat. They licked their tiny paws, clearly eager to partake, yet none dared to reach out without permission, displaying commendable decorum. Shu Dua shyly glanced at Luo Chu. May I share some of this with them? Luo Chu paused in surprise. No wonder the famished Shu Dua had only eaten half, as she intended to leave some for the little Shu. Truly, a sister-in-law is akin to a mother. Of course, you can share with them. Upon receiving her affirmation, joy radiated from Shu Dua's face as she divided the remaining bread into several pieces and carefully apportioned the meat and radishes into small bits for the little creatures. Seeing Shu Dua's generosity in sharing, the little ones protested, insisting she keep the food for herself. It was evident they were sincere, and Luo Chu found them quite endearing. Ultimately, Shu Dua persisted in her desire to share, and the little Shu relented, promising to strive harder to find food for their sister-in-law in the future. Though each little mouse received merely a morsel, they relished it with exceptional joy. Delicious. I have never tasted anything so good, exclaimed one. So this is what meat tastes like. No wonder Ji said it was the most fragrant scent he had ever encountered. It truly is exquisite. Watching the little Shu nibbling contentedly, Shu Dua's face softened with a gentle smile. Yet, even the slowest consumption would only yield so much. Noticing their lingering expressions of desire, Luo Chu peered out from behind Gamu, her smile reminiscent of a cunning wolf. Is it delicious? I have more here. Would you like to eat some more? At her words, Shu Dua and the dozen little heads turned in unison, their taste buds awakened, licking their lips in unison. Yes, we want to eat. There is no such thing as a free meal in this world, and, sensing Luo Chu's expression, Shu Dua hesitated, asking, do you require them to do something in return? Luo Chu, noting her directness, replied candidly, indeed, I wish to request your assistance. I seek 2 individuals who were swept away by the river a few days ago. We have searched along the banks for quite some time, without success. Could you help us locate them? In Chapter 191, News from Qianshou City, upon hearing Luo Chu's request for merely 2 individuals, Shu Dua breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. It seems this isn't a perilous task. Do not underestimate the Shu clan. While they may lack in certain areas, they excel in 2 distinct capabilities. The first is their unparalleled skill in burrowing, and the second is their astonishing reproductive rate. Unlike other beastmen who struggle with procreation, the Shu reproduce at an extraordinary pace, often yielding a minimum of a dozen offspring per litter. Thus, in the realm of beasts, the Shu clan undeniably holds the title for the most populous. Regrettably, due to their beastly form, the mouse tribe's beastmen, even in adulthood, remain quite diminutive in stature and possess relatively feeble strength. Nevertheless, locating a few individuals is a task they can manage with ease. Recently, however, all the adult beastmen from their clan have been taken away without return. Otherwise, Shudwudwa would not be heavily pregnant and personally venturing out to seek sustenance. Shujiji and the others glanced at Shudwudwa, who nodded in affirmation, indicating her willingness to assist. Who is the beastman you wish to find? Upon hearing their agreement, Luo Chuchu hastily relayed the basic information about Tsang Hui. His name is Tsang Hui, a fourth-tier wolf beastman. To her astonishment, as soon as Luo Chuchu finished speaking, the nearby gophers erupted in astonished chatter. Fourth tier? Such a formidable beastman. Would he be unable to get up if he fell into the water? Indeed, my father and uncles are merely second tier, yet they can climb out after falling in. They didn't fall into the water. They merely floated, able to walk on it. My father not only floats, but can also jump through fire rings. My father is even more impressive. He is the fastest digger in the tribe. You are talking nonsense. Clearly, my father is the mightiest. My father is amazing. My father is amazing. Witnessing the previously harmonious little gophers suddenly bickering, Luo Chuchu felt her lips twitch. She inwardly pondered whether this group of little creatures could truly find someone. They seemed rather unreliable. Sensing Luo Chuchu's skepticism, Shujiji halted the squabbling siblings. Stop. No more arguing. Once the noise subsided, Shujiji cupped his paws and fixed his round little eyes on Luo Chuchu, inquiring if we help you find him. Will you truly reward us with delicious food? Luo Chuchu nodded, of course. However, due to the heat, I can only provide you with a portion of the food, lest it spoil. Nevertheless, I will teach you to identify other edible items beyond just meat and share the methods of preparation with you. That way, even if you struggle to catch prey in the future, you can still create delectable dishes. The eyes of Shu Dwudwa and the little gophers sparkled with excitement. Is that true? Are you genuinely willing to teach us? If they could enjoy such delicious food daily, they would be content without meat. It is well known that the mouse tribe, due to their low combat prowess, has few advanced beastmen, with ordinary beastmen and demi-beastmen being the majority. It is exceedingly difficult for them to procure good food. Often, when trailing behind other beastmen in hopes of scavenging, they are either driven away or, in severe cases, even killed. To bolster her persuasive power, Luo Chuchu turned and retrieved several large loaves of bread and a shell filled with radish meat slices. It is indeed genuine. However, whether you can eat it depends on your ability to help me find someone. We can find him. We'll go right away immediately. Please take care of our sister-in-law. With that, Shu Jiji and the others dashed away, only to swiftly return with a dozen little figures. Did you not mention 2 individuals? Who is the other one? The other one is called Aoji. He is a 5th-tier white tiger beast man. Upon hearing this name, Shu Jiji exchanged glances with his companions. Aoji of the white tiger tribe? Is he not the young lord of Qianshou City who was murdered? Upon this remark, Ma Shu, who had been feigning sleep, flicked his tail in a good mood, while Jimyu and Qingxi exchanged knowing looks. Luo Chuchu's heart sank. It appeared that Aoji was indeed the young lord of Qianshou City. Are you saying Aoji has been murdered? Shu Xiaoxiao nodded. Yes, yes. Did you not also hear about the incident concerning the lord of Qianshou City, which is why you came here? Shu Jiji tapped his head. Fool. She just said she is here to find someone. Now that one person is deceased, we only need to locate the other. As they prepared to leave, Luo Chuchu called out to them urgently. Wait, please, let me know what you just mentioned. Shu Jiji glanced at Shu Dwudwa, and upon seeing her approval, dragged the food toward her, asking her to keep it safe until their return. Then, Shu Jiji began to share what he had heard about Qianshou City. Recently, Qianshou City has been bustling, and the surrounding tribes have followed suit. It is rumored that the city lord was poisoned, and whoever can cure him will become a first-class citizen of Qianshou City. Thus, many shamans and beastmen from nearby tribes have come. Luo Chuchu did not know who the city lord was. She only wished to learn about Tsang Hui and Aoji. What about Aoji? Who told you he was dead? It was those soldiers who said so, just down the road at the foot of the mountain. A team of soldiers from Qianshou City came a few days ago, checking the beastmen passing by and those heading toward the beast city. They seemed to be looking for a 4th-tier wolf beastman, claiming he was responsible for the young lord's death and that they wished to apprehend him. I heard that those providing clues would receive 10 beast crystals, while those helping to capture the wolf beast man would earn 50, and those who kill him would earn 100. Oh my, if we were to acquire 100 beast crystals, we could become citizens of the beast city. Then let us also search for that wolf beast man. Perhaps we might obtain some beast crystals to trade for food. Forget it. Do not trust those soldiers. They are quite wicked. Previously, an elder from our family helped them find something, and they promised him a beast crystal as a reward. However, when he found it, they refused to give it to him and absconded with the beast crystal. That was not all. They chased after the elder for a long time, nearly beating him to death. If they are so stingy with a single beast crystal, how could they possibly part with 10 or 100? Unless they are exceptionally powerful beastmen who are not afraid of them. Otherwise, even if we provide clues, they surely would not reward us. They might even pursue and kill us to hoard those beast crystals. Is that true? Oh my, they are truly wicked. Indeed, my father and the others also say those soldiers are very bad, advising us to avoid them at all costs. Oh dear, the one you seek is also a 4th-tier wolf beastman. Are you seeking beast crystals as well? Fool, they must be friends of the young lord. Seeking the wolf beastman for vengeance, while also hoping to earn beast crystals. Oh Gigi, you are so clever. The little gophers continued to chatter animatedly around Chudwudwa, while Luo Chuchu and the others fell silent. Song Hui could not possibly have killed Ao Ji. What on earth transpired between them? Chapter 192. Who is Luo Chuchu? Luo Chuchu and her companions were filled with urgency. They must find Song Hui and clarify the situation at once. Fortunately, from what the little gophers indicated, even if they were found, they likely would not disclose Song Hui's whereabouts to the soldiers. Thank you for the information you provided. Ao Ji is indeed our friend. If you discover any leads regarding Song Hui, please return and inform us. Although we lack beast crystals to offer, we have plenty of food like this. Saying this, Luo Chuchu produced some additional snacks and pointed to the packaged bread. These items require no preparation and can be stored for a long time. However, you must promise that regardless of what clues you find, you will return to inform us first. Is that agreeable? The little gophers exchanged glances, ultimately nodding in unison. After all, their ultimate goal was merely to obtain food. Compared to the fierce soldiers, this female who provided food for their sister-in-law seemed far more trustworthy. Meanwhile, Shu Duodwa harbored concerns. She rarely ventured outside her burrow, only foraging nearby for edibles, and thus remained unaware of these matters. Will they be in danger? Is that wolf beastman very ferocious? What if he harms Gigi and the others? Understanding her worries, Luo Chuchu quickly reassured her. Not at all. If you happen to encounter Song, who simply mention that Luo Chuchu is searching for him. As soon as he hears that name, he will assuredly refrain from causing you any harm. Excellent. If we summon more brothers to assist, will you also share food with them? Certainly, as long as you follow my instructions. Very well. We shall return to gather others. Shu Duo wore a worried expression, urging them to be cautious. Understood, sister-in-law. Accompanied by a flurry of rustling sounds, the little gophers swiftly scurried away. At this moment, the sun blazed fiercely outside. Yet the rodent clan harbored no fear of such heat, for they possessed an intricate network of tunnels beneath the ground. Before long, Shu Ji and the others had amassed thousands of rodent brothers, most of whom were still too young to transform, along with those who could not transform at all. Under the scorching sun, hundreds of little gophers, moles, and various other diminutive members of the rodent clan began to race around the vicinity of Qian Shoucheng in search of Song Hu. Upon encountering wolves or suitable beastmen, they would inadvertently call out Luo Chuchu. In no time, the name Luo Chuchu echoed through the surrounding tribes of Qian Shoucheng, reaching the ears of those who had come to test their mettle. Who is this Luo Chuchu? Could he be the lost offspring of a prominent family? Or perhaps he possesses the antidote to the city lord's potent poison, prompting the rodent clan's frantic search? As night descended, a formidable silver wolf surveyed the ground from atop a lofty tree before plunging downward with great force. The mole on his back tightly shut his eyes, his features buffeted by the wind, while his tiny claws clung desperately to the wolf's fur, terrified of being flung off. How much further? Having sprinted a considerable distance, Song Hu's pace remained unyielding, and his deep voice suddenly broke the silence. The mole, struggling to open his eyes amidst the wind, managed to speak as drool flew from his mouth, his words quavering in the breeze. It's just ahead. Song Hu abruptly halted, causing the mole to be flung off unceremoniously. Ah! Noticing this, Song Hu frowned in disdain, quickly leaping to catch the mole in his jaws, only to spit him out again, his brow furrowed as he gazed ahead. What lay ahead was a perilous wasteland. Are you certain you have not misdirected us? The wasteland is a unique terrain where nothing thrives. Neither beastmen nor vegetation can endure for long. In the past, some beastmen, defying the odds, established a settlement near the wasteland, only for its inhabitants to perish mysteriously in a short span of time. The mole quickly regained his footing and scurried to Song Hu's side. My lord, I cannot be mistaken. I witnessed them leading people this way. Just as Tsang, who prepared to investigate further, he heard movement in the distance. His eyes narrowed, signaling the mole to remain silent. And he deftly concealed them both behind a large rock. Before long, the bark of a giant tree began to peel away, and several large cages were flung out, emitting a foul stench of decay. Then, several beastmen, their mouths and noses covered by animal hides, emerged from the tree, restoring it to its original form as they disappeared into the night, burdened with the cages. Tsang, who silently leapt down from the rock and seized the mole by the tail, pursuing them. Upon reaching the edge of a cliff, the beastmen opened the cages, revealing them to be filled entirely with corpses. Among them, 2 cages contained nothing but emaciated, desiccated remains, while the others housed rodent corpses roughly the size of modern medium-sized dogs. As one corpse tumbled out of the cage, its long, thin tail intricately braided, Tsang, who felt a sense of familiarity. The mole's eyes widened in horror, turning crimson as he yearned to charge forward. Tsang, who swiftly covered his mouth and restrained him, glancing down at the mole's tail, which bore an identical braid to that of the corpse. "Why are so many dead today?" one beastman said. "I heard these worthless skins were reluctant to continue digging and incited others to cause trouble, resulting in the supervisor acting too harshly, leading to this massacre. Bah, it's ominous to be out at night, disposing of corpses. Enough complaining, finish up quickly and return. I hear there's a female choosing a mate tonight. If we delay, the better ones will be taken." As they spoke, the beastmen hastily discarded the corpses over the precipice, ensuring all cages were emptied before rushing towards the wasteland. Once they had departed, Tsang, who released his grip, and the mole bolted forward, intent on leaping off the cliff. Chapter 193. Have Choo-Choo and the others arrived? Tsang, whose brow furrowed deeply as he yanked the emotionally distressed mole back. "Have you lost your mind? Below is an abyss. Leaping down will only lead to your demise." The mole flailed in the air, desperately attempting to break free. "Let me go. That one was one of our mole clan. My father and uncles. They were taken to dig tunnels." Well, Tsang, whose tone remained calm, though chillingly so. "What purpose will it serve to go now? To join them in death? What about the others left behind?" The mole's struggles ceased, his paws covering his face as he quietly sobbed. "What should I do? Alone. I can accomplish nothing. I cannot save them. Stop crying. Let us return and ascertain the situation," Tsang, who stated, lifting the mole by the tail and heading back. "Preparing to hide by the large tree and keep watch." Knowing that Sun Feng's group had dispatched individuals to guard various entrances and had also sent men to search the mountains, Ji had already changed hiding places several times, narrowly escaping discovery. Fortunately, those sent were of a lower rank, merely eager to delay and fulfill their duties. After searching the vicinity a few times, they received news of a wolf beastman committing murder elsewhere, prompting them to swiftly change their target to pursue Tsang, who for the bounty. Once the immediate crisis was averted, Ji ventured out to hunt in the evening. Tsang, who had been absent for 2 days, subsisting on fish, and his wounds had not healed well. Without proper nourishment, his recovery was further delayed. He questioned whether it had been worth it to risk his health for the sake of advancement. Now that he had indeed advanced, he found himself only possessing the facade of a 6th-tier beastman, his weakened state rendering him incapable of defeating even a 4th-tier beastman. If he could not restore his strength, when would he be able to return to Qian Shoucheng? Half a month had passed since his father was poisoned. He wondered how his father was faring. Standing atop a mountain, Ji felt a wave of frustration, wishing to rush down the mountain and return to Beast City to confront his father, exposing Sun Feng's nefarious schemes. However, recalling Tsang, whose words, he suppressed his impulsive thoughts. Tsang, who was right, they were outmatched, and acting recklessly would only lead to their demise, playing right into the enemy's hands. He could only wait, endure, and prioritize his recovery. Once Tsang, who rescued his kin and established contact with the tiger clan of Qian Shoucheng, they could strike back. "GG, the sun is setting. Should we still search that mountain peak?" Shu Ji stood upright, glancing towards the direction indicated by his companions. The mountain peak appeared close, yet traversing there and back would consume considerable time. After pondering, Shu Ji replied, "That area is not the main flow of the great river. Let's not go there. Instead, we shall do as before and simply call out the name." Upon finishing his words, a dozen little gophers lined up on the hillside, cupping their tiny paws to their mouths like trumpets, calling out Luo Choo-Choo's name towards the opposite mountain peak. Luo Choo-Choo crouched behind a large rock, preparing to ambush the Fong beast that was about to enjoy its dinner, having just killed a grunt beast. Little did he expect that he would find himself in a situation where he needed to snatch food from the jaws of his prey. Just as he aimed to seize the opportunity and pounce, a cacophony of juvenile cries echoed nearby, rising and falling, suggesting there were at least a dozen youngsters calling out. Wujuju! 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 The Fong beast, poised to feast, momentarily halted, casting a vigilant glance around before swiftly grabbing the grunt beast and fleeing. Meanwhile, the cries of Wujuju persisted, inciting a wave of frustration in Luo Chuchu. He currently lacked the strength to confront the Fong beast head-on, and after finally having a chance to launch a surprise attack, this ruckus had disrupted his plans. As he prepared to turn away, the clamoring grew louder. Luo Chuchu. To his astonishment, the cries were not for Wujuju, but for him. Had Chuchu's companions come as well? A flicker of joy crossed his face as he dashed towards the source of the calls. The closer he got, the clearer the cries became, indeed calling for Luo Chuchu. After calling for a while without a response, Shu Jiji cleared his throat and addressed his companions. It seems no one is here. We should hurry back. Perhaps the others have found something. All right, I am starving. After shouting for 2 days, my throat is hoarse. A swarm of little groundhogs scurried back, chattering about what delicious food awaited them that evening. Rumor had it that Chuchu was preparing fish, but one remarked, I've had fish before, it was fishy and bitter. Not good at all. Just because it wasn't good before doesn't mean Chuchu can't cook well. Another retorted, yesterday's meal with vegetables and meat, and that boiled by Meng. Did you find it unappetizing? Delicious. I love that by Meng. I never realized it had to be cooked. I once tried to gnaw on it raw and ended up chipping my teeth. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Luo Chuchu searched tirelessly across the hillside. But the young ones were nowhere to be found. Anxiously, he scoured the surroundings, yet only discovered some freshly dug burrows. Contemplating, he decided to follow the newly excavated tunnels. Sister-in-law, Chuchu, we're back. With that, a dozen little figures dashed into the cave. The clearing outside the cave was bustling with small, dark figures of the rodent clan, groundhogs, moles, and others that Luo Chuchu did not recognize. Though everyone was hungry, Shu Jiji and the others did not immediately demand food upon their return. Instead, they gathered to share the results of their search. Regrettably, after 2 days of searching, they had not found the wolf beast that Chuchu was looking for. Inside the cave, Luo Chuchu was cooking while Shu Duo studied nearby, occasionally helping out. The entrance was teeming with large rodents, resembling a rodent plague. In the past, such a sight would have terrified Luo Chuchu, but after spending these 2 days with the little groundhogs, she found them rather endearing, loyal, and refreshingly simple-minded. After conversing with his brothers, Shu Jiji approached Luo Chuchu, his demeanor dejected. Sorry, hoo-hoo. We didn't find anyone. They had previously assured her they would certainly locate the missing ones. Yet, 2 days had passed, and despite searching the mountains and the tribe, they had found nothing. Luo Chuchu felt anxious as well, but she understood that Shu Jiji and the others had done their utmost. Shu Duo felt somewhat guilty, since yesterday, aside from sleeping in the burrow at night, she had remained in the cave. Despite their failure to find anyone, Chuchu had generously provided them with food and taught them to identify edible plants, as well as how to start a fire for cooking. Moreover, Chuchu had gifted them 20 shell pots and 2 fire starters. Now that they recognized edible plants and had a source of warmth, come winter, they would not risk losing many kin to starvation or freezing. As Shu Duo daydreamed, Luo Chuchu approached Shu Jiji. Noticing the little fellow's drooping shoulders, she squatted down and poked his little head. No need to apologize. I know you have worked hard to search. You all deserve a good meal now. Tonight, we have fish head soup, garlic fish slices, and stir-fried vegetables. Shu Jiji's eyes sparkled as he gazed at Luo Chuchu's smiling face. Her gentle voice made him feel that Chuchu was a truly remarkable female, far kinder than the fierce females of Qianshou City. He silently vowed to venture further and search harder tomorrow. Brothers, it's time to eat. Let us fill our bellies and continue searching tomorrow. No sooner had Shu Jiji finished speaking than all the rodent clan members involved in the search gathered around the leaves spread on the ground, sitting in a neat circle. In the center lay 10 portions of fish soup and fish slices, arranged in 20 shell pots, with stir-fried vegetables in the middle and a ring of rice cakes surrounding them, ample enough to satisfy over 100 little groundhogs. Watching the little brothers happily indulge in a feast they had previously only dreamed of, Shu Duo felt as though she were living in a dream. Chuchu, what are your plans moving forward? Tomorrow, we'll search one more day, and if there's still no news, we'll descend the mountain and find a way to enter Chinchou City to see what is going on. Upon hearing they intended to enter Chinchou City, Shu Duo glanced at Qingxi and Jimyu nearby. The star patterns of advancement on their arms were bare, lacking the tribal totems that indicated their identity, meaning they still held the status of wandering beasts. Shu Duo pointed at them, saying, "But they don't have tribal totems. They can't enter Chinchou City." The tribal totem is akin to a modern identification card. Any beast who joins a tribe will bear its totem on their arm. Females, due to their unique circumstances, might be borrowed by tribes for reproduction. Hence, they do not bear totems on their arms. Unaware of this, Luo Chuchu turned to Grandpa Mitu. "By the way, why don't you and Jimyu have tribal totems?" Qingxi, being of the Sea Clan, and Mo's Hun, having not joined any tribe, naturally lacked totems. But how could Jimyu, who had grown up in the Dongtu tribe, also be without one? Grandpa Mitu, engrossed in studying his map, answered without hesitation. "Did you forget he was punished? He voluntarily left the tribe, so he is no longer a member of the Dongtu tribe, and naturally has no totem." Luo Chuchu glanced at Grandpa Mitu's thin arms. "What about you? You haven't left. Why don't you have a totem?" Without lifting his head, Grandpa Mitu continued his work. "I am of the Plant Clan, not a beast man, so naturally, I cannot bear the totems of this region." "All right." Luo Chuchu thought to herself that if all else failed, she might as well draw a fake one and see if it could pass unnoticed. However, they all lacked the tribal totem, which meant they were all without identification. Even attempting to draw a fake one was impossible without a template. Shu Duo looked at Grandpa Mitu in surprise. "You said you were of the plant type? Are there plant beast men on the beastman continent?" Luo Chuchu, feeling frustrated, poked the ground beneath her. "What do we do now? Without totems, you can't enter the beast city." Ma Xuan's voice drifted from the cave. "It's simple. Just create your own tribe." Upon hearing the voice of Ma Xu, Shu Duodua and the others trembled slightly. Even the little gophers, who were indulging in their feast, quieted their movements and stifled their laughter. Ma Xu was aware of their fear. Thus, for the past 2 days, he remained in the cave whenever these small creatures approached, to avoid inadvertently scaring them to death. The Snake Clan was the sworn enemy of the Mouse Clan. Snake beasts were notoriously cold-blooded and brutal, capturing countless semi-beastly mice unable to transform into human forms each year to serve as their sustenance. To make matters worse, the snake beast in the cave appeared to be an ancestor of the Snake Clan, with a tail so thick it could easily eradicate an entire species and establish a tribe of its own. "Indeed, we could establish our own tribe," Mitu exclaimed, raising his head. "But let us be realistic. To build a tribe, we need at least 20 individuals. We are far too few, and considering you're female, Qingxi belongs to the Sea Clan, and I am from a different clan as well. We are left with only Ma Xu and Gemu as suitable candidates. It simply cannot be done." Upon hearing Mitu's words, Luo Chuchu felt even more disheartened. "What should we do then? Why don't we temporarily attach ourselves to a tribe?" Everyone turned to her in unison, puzzled. "Attach ourselves?" Luo Chuchu nodded. "Yes, we could join a reputable tribe, but we must ensure they understand our intention to leave later on. We can offer them some benefits when the time comes." At her suggestion, the group fell silent, as this was an approach none had ever encountered, and it seemed that no one had attempted it before. Just as they were fervently discussing, a sudden tiger's roar echoed from afar, startling the little gophers, who scurried back while dragging the large leaves they had been feasting on. They couldn't afford to waste such delicious food. A tall white tiger came into view, gazing at them from a distance, tears shimmering in its golden eyes. Luo Chuchu furrowed her brow. The tiger bore an uncanny resemblance to Aoji. But wasn't Aoji already? No, but she was far more robust. This tiger, although tall, appeared at least 2 circles thinner. In merely half a month, even liposuction could not yield such rapid results. While Luo Chuchu pondered, the tiger spoke, its voice thick with emotion. "Chuchu, is that really you?" Hearing that familiar voice, Luo Chuchu's eyes filled with disbelief. It truly was Aoji. She sprang to her feet and rushed toward the tiger. Upon closer inspection, she noticed numerous wounds on Aoji's body, some oozing blood, making him appear quite pitiful. "Aoji, how did you end up like this? What are you doing here? Weren't you supposed to be what happened between you and Song Hui? Why is everyone saying Song Hui caused your demise?" Chapter 195. Permanent Injury. Regenerative Blossom, seeing the familiar face he had longed for, and hearing her concerned inquiries. Aoji felt a surge of gratitude. In that moment, he lost control and expelled a large bubble of mucus, which burst with a splat, splattering Luo Chuchu's face with tears and snot. Upon witnessing Algae revert to his human form, his wounds appeared even more grotesque, and his pallor was alarming. He had indeed lost considerable weight. Tiger Cub, how did you come to be in such a state? Where's Tsang Hui? Was he not with you? Algae opened his mouth to respond, but his stomach growled loudly instead. His pale cheeks flushed with embarrassment as he pressed a hand against his belly, attempting to silence it. Let us go inside and have something to eat, Luo Chu said, taking Algae's arm as they made their way into the cave. Shu Dua and the others remained outside, but their minds were far from the thought of food. They were filled with shock. Yi, is this white tiger Algae, the young lord of Qianshou City? It must be, but wasn't the young lord already killed? How can he be alive? Shu Ji shook his head. Though he was smarter than his peers, such complex matters of resurrection were beyond his comprehension. If the young lord is not dead, why hasn't he returned home? Wasn't it said that his father was gravely ill? Shu Ka tapped Shu Xiao's head. You fool. Can't you see the young lord is injured? Once he recovers, he will surely return. Shu Xiao cradled his sore head, muttering, I just thought there must be better healing medicine in Qianshou City. The young lord would be better off recovering there, with someone to care for him. Snapping back to reality, Shu Dua shushed the little ones, signaling them to keep quiet. Upon entering the cave, Algae immediately tensed, inadvertently pulling at his wounds, causing him to gasp in pain. Yet, seeing that others had not reacted, it was evident they had been together for some time, leading him to deduce that this snake beast had successfully integrated into their midst. Ma Shu lifted his eyelids, his gaze briefly resting on the 6-star markings on Algae's arm before swiftly averting his eyes. In truth, Ma Shu had sensed Algae's approach and could feel his serious injuries, but he was disinclined to inform Luo Chu. He harbored a disdain for all beastmen who drew near her. Noticing Algae's wary gaze upon him, Ma Shu chose to ignore it. Had Algae been uninjured, Ma Shu might have settled old scores with him. However, given the current circumstances, he decided against it. He was reluctant to engage with someone so severely compromised. Unaware of the psychological warfare between the two, Luo Chu fetched 6 large rice cakes for Algae, along with some lightly flavored meat dishes and a large shell of white fish soup. Let us sit down and eat something. Afterward, I will tend to your wounds. Okay. Algae's voice was muffled, filled with the joy of finally seeing someone he longed for and tasting familiar food. Yet he felt a deep sadness. His eyes began to redden. If Chu knew the reason behind his current state, she would surely despise his weakness, especially recalling the bravado he had exhibited before her. Algae took an extended time to finish his meal. While he ate, Mitu had already conducted a preliminary examination of his wounds and prepared the necessary medicinal concoction. Once Algae had finished, everyone sat nearby, helping him with his injuries while listening to his account of recent events. Upon concluding his tale, Luo Chu was incensed. How outrageous! That Shu character is truly despicable. Not only did he seek to kill Algae, but he even targeted Tsang Hui, falsely accusing him of murder, sending numerous people to hunt them down and even annihilating the Xiao tribe. It's utterly inhumane. Where's Tsang Hui? Was he not with you? He went to gather information. He learned about the annihilation of the Xiao tribe and discovered from a mole that there were still survivors within our tribe, albeit imprisoned. He instructed me to wait for news nearby while he sought help. Mitu frowned as he observed Algae's bleeding wounds. What caused these injuries? Who inflicted them? Algae offered a bitter smile, unsure if he was fortunate or unfortunate. We drifted along the river and ended up here, only to trigger our advancement opportunities. Tsang Hui successfully ascended to the 5th tier, while I, due to my mental instability, regressed in my advancement, resulting in this injury. Mitu gave Algae a thumbs up, which confused Luo Chu, thinking he was praising him, only to hear him say, be grateful. Your luck is relatively good. You encountered such misfortune, yet still managed to survive. Luo Chu was perplexed. What was wrong with regressing in advancement? He was previously at the 5th tier, and ascending to the 6th tier can hardly be considered a setback. Mitu's expression grew somewhat grave. Reverse advancement is regarded as a shortcut, primarily honing one's internal organs and blood. This method of progression must be undertaken when one's physical condition is at its peak, or else it could lead to a perilous fate. Huzai Z is fortunate compared to others, having attempted reverse advancement while severely injured, sustaining only damage to his internal organs. Were it anyone else, they might have long since perished. However, this injury is permanent, unless one can acquire the Shang Hua to reconstruct his internal organs. Huzai Z will merely bear the title of a 6th-tier individual, while his actual prowess may very well fall short of even the peak of the 3rd tier. Upon hearing me Tu Ye's words, Aoji's last flicker of hope extinguished. He had believed that the slow recovery of his injury was but a temporary setback. Chapter 196. The Mouse Clan in distress, noticing Song Hui's sorrowful expression. Luo Chu interrupted Mi Tu Ye's incessant lamentations about the difficulty of healing, redirecting the conversation towards the Shenghua. Indeed, the Shenghua could remedy his condition, but it is exceedingly rare, blooming only once every millennium. Upon hearing Mi Tu Ye's assertion, everyone's attention shifted towards him, and Aoji's eyes sparkled with anticipation. If it can cure him, that is splendid. Regardless of its scarcity, he would find a way to obtain it. Yet when Aoji inquired about the location of the Shenghua, Mi Tu Ye shook his head in resignation. The flower grows in an extraordinarily unique environment. I know it thrives in the alternating realms of extreme cold and extreme heat. When it blooms, an illusory array emerges around it, and one could easily become lost within. After hearing this, Aoji did not falter. Instead, his resolve intensified. No matter the difficulty, I must make an attempt. I implore you, Mi Tu Ye, to divulge the precise location. Mi Tu Ye sighed. It is not that I wish to withhold information from you. Although I am aware of this flower, I do not know the exact location or the timing of its bloom. Moreover, Mi Tu Ye glanced at Luo Chu. Even if one locates the convergence of conditions, it would be futile. You cannot embark on this journey alone. You must accompany the girl. Suddenly called upon, Luo Chu questioned, "You want me to join you? Why? Surely my presence alone cannot cause the flower to bloom. I'm not at a stage where I could charm both people and flowers alike." Mi Tu Ye replied slowly, "Because your constitution is unique. Only your blood can dispel the illusory array." Luo Chu nodded, realizing her blood held great significance. Hearing Mi Tu Ye's words, Aoji glanced at Luo Chu, their gazes locking momentarily. He quickly averted his eyes, feeling a twinge of uncertainty. The gathering of the flower necessitates Luo Chu's blood, yet he and Chu were not together. He felt unworthy to request her accompaniment. Noticing Aoji's reluctance to speak, Luo Chu patted his shoulder. "Do not lose heart. It is merely a bit of blood. Once we reunite with Song Hui, I will gladly provide you with more." Mi Tu Ye was about to mention that her blood would not be the only requirement, but at that moment, a rustling sound echoed from outside the cave, suggesting a rather significant disturbance. It was Shu Ji and the others. They had arrived. As they emerged from the cave, they were greeted by a clearing filled with numerous large pits, from which all manner of rodents emerged in droves. Some bore burn marks, while others were coated in a greasy substance, caked in dirt. Additionally, a group of squat, chubby, dirt-covered individuals were being shielded by a swarm of mice. Upon seeing the Mouse Clan, Shu Duo hurriedly approached the group of disheveled individuals, clutching her belly. "Shu Li, Shu Mei, what has happened to you? How did you end up here?" The Mouse Clan is in trouble. Just moments ago, a multitude of soldiers threw flaming torches into our dwelling, and many could not escape, having perished in the flames. Shu Duo gasped in shock. "Soldiers? Why would they set our home ablaze?" "I do not know. My entrance was blocked. My little ones, they were unable to flee. They are burning, engulfed in flames." The speaker's words were fragmented, and her eyes were filled with terror, clearly traumatized. After the female spoke, another began to weep. "My little ones did not escape either. I am so frightened. I cannot carry so many. They have all been burned to death." Their cries were so heart-rending. The female speaking bore many small, black and white little gophers clinging to her, evidently her offspring. At that moment, another injured female spoke. "I vaguely heard those soldiers utter something about being ungrateful and resisting, while they poured oil into the cave. Before I could comprehend fully, they tossed a fire in." Shu Ji frantically searched for his relatives, but found no sign of his aunt or Aunt Li. "Where are they? Why aren't they here? They have either perished in the flames or been captured, aside from us who managed to escape. Fortunately, you have been searching for people these past few days and dug a new path. Otherwise, we would all have perished in the fire." As Shu Ji turned to rush towards the city, Shu Duo grasped his tail, simultaneously commanding the other mice and moles who intended to flee. "Stop! None of you are permitted to go." Shu Ji struggled, nearly tearing his tail. "I must save my mother." "Ji, do not act impulsively. Listen to me. Charging in like this will yield no results. You will neither save anyone nor achieve anything, only to meet a tragic end. Then what should we do? I want to find my father, to search for my brothers." Shu Duo felt a dreadful premonition. All the adult beastmen from the clan had been taken away, and with soldiers suddenly capturing them, perhaps something had gone awry. The cave's clearing was soon filled with cries, creating a haunting atmosphere. She suddenly remembered the individual Song Hui had brought back, who seemed to belong to the Mole clan, named Shu Jiujio. He inexplicably felt that the troubles of the Mouse clan might be intertwined with the endeavors Song Hui was pursuing. Meanwhile, Song Hui and the moles returned to the vicinity of the great tree above the perilous ground. Initially, Song Hui intended to observe further, but recalling the words spoken before their departure, he resolved to take immediate action. Song Hui extracted 2 pieces of animal hide, giving one to Shu Jiujio to cover his face, and then they approached the great tree. After feeling around the rough bark for a moment, they quickly discovered a seam. Prizing it open, an entire section of bark was removed, revealing a dark, gaping hole. They descended into the black void and walked further, eventually reaching several forks in the path. Choosing one at random, they proceeded deeper until the seam before them widened. Song Hui suppressed his presence. The Mouse clan had been captured to dig tunnels, making him unconcerned about revealing his aura. The two hid in the shadows, observing the scene ahead. On a raised platform constructed of stones, surrounded by roaring flames, several beastmen fought fiercely, sustaining grievous injuries. On the other side sat several imposing females, their expressions haughty, scrutinizing the dueling beastmen with disdainful gazes. The surrounding beastmen were in a tumultuous uproar, eager to seize the moment when those above faltered, hoping to ascend and showcase their prowess to win the favor of the females. Chapter 197. The females of the Shi-Ao tribe. Their kin reduced to prey from adjacent narrow crevices. Low, beastly growls and the soft sounds of females could be heard, revealing their intentions without the need for sight. Observing the unusually clean faces and bodies of the females, Song Hui frowned. He vaguely recalled that these were females from the Shi-Ao tribe. The absence of their totems indicated that many of their beast husbands had perished. With their husbands dead, these females were already eager to select new mates. Truly callous and unfeeling, Song Hui lowered himself, preparing to incapacitate a couple of beastmen to drag aside and ascertain the situation below. Suddenly, a hand clapped on his shoulder, accompanied by a teasing voice from behind. "Brother, what are you doing here? Did someone knock you down?" "Ha ha ha ha." Another mocking voice chimed in. "Look at him holding his belly. Could it be that he is so nervous that he can't even relieve himself?" Song Hui stood up, gazing at the 2 mocking Tier 3 orcs before him, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. The mole, concealed in the shadows, paused, detecting a familiar scent emanating from these 2, still tinged with the odor of blood. "Which team do you belong to?" Before the question could be completed, Song Hui raised his hand, delivering a swift strike to one of them, causing both to collapse limply in an instant. Song Hui dragged them back to the fork in the path, accompanied by the mole, and ventured into another passage. Covering one of their mouths, he quickly dislocated his limbs and jaw. The man awoke in excruciating pain, only to lose consciousness once more. The other received the same treatment. Once assured that they could neither scream nor escape, Song Hui extended his claw and forcefully jabbed it into one man's thigh. A muffled groan of pain escaped the man's throat as he gradually opened his eyes, filled with terror upon seeing Song Hui. After awakening the other, Song Hui's cold voice resonated. "Where are the people from the Shi-Ao tribe kept?" At first, the 2 were reluctant to answer, their eyes darting as they contemplated resistance or making noise to attract attention. However, once they realized their limbs were immobile, they abandoned any thoughts of escape. Observing the drool trickling from their mouths, Song Hui remarked, "I could reattach your jaws, but if you dare to make any other movements." The unspoken threat was understood by the 2, who fervently nodded in fear, indicating their compliance. With 2 sharp clicks, their jaws were reattached, and one of them hastily opened his mouth to call for help. Seeing this, Song Hui swiftly dislocated their jaws once more, his gaze venomous as he stared at the one preparing to cry out. "Since you refuse to behave, you shall endure more suffering." With this, Song Hui raised his hand again, his sharp claws plunging brutally into their exposed thighs. The 2 trembled in agony, the one caught in the crossfire glaring fiercely at his companion who was about to cry for help, mentally cursing him. After retracting his claws, Song Hui focused entirely on the one about to scream, mercilessly tormenting him in front of the other, until his claws sliced across the man's throat, warm blood gushing forth and splattering all over 3 individuals. The orc fell lifeless, transforming into a gray wolf. The other, paralyzed by brutality, was struck with fear, and the mole, Shujiju, swallowed hard, relieved he had chosen to switch sides. Otherwise, he could only imagine the torment Songhua would have inflicted upon him. Songhua lifted his hand, methodically cleaning the blood off on the wolf's corpse, his icy gaze fixated on the orc who was drooling with fear. Do you wish to end up like him? The orc shook his head frantically, a wave of warmth flooding his lower body as he wet himself in terror. Songhua took pleasure in his fear, reattaching his jaw and then answering all the questions he had. I will tell you everything I know. Please don't kill me. I am willing to follow you and obey all your orders. Before he could finish his declaration of loyalty, Shujiju, with reddened eyes, lunged forward and severed his neck. Reflecting on the information provided by the two, Songhua patted Shuju's shoulder, then smeared the blood of one on him while applying the blood of the other on himself. They hastily concealed the two corpses, covering their faces with the fur they had removed, and returned to the fork in the path, heading towards another passage. This passage was evidently longer than the others, and they ran for quite some time before arriving. As they approached, Songhua detected a foul odor, while Shujuju felt an exhilarating thrill, for he had caught the scent of his kin. Upon reaching the end of the passage, they encountered a small clearing. The ground uneven and carelessly excavated, surrounded by 6 dark caves housing a multitude of naked, diminutive orcs. 2 of these caves were overflowing with bodies, some already lifeless and transformed into mouse forms, while others appeared to be barely clinging to life. Aside from the 2 orcs Songhua had slain, the remaining 4 were huddled together, gnawing on their prey. Upon recognizing the corpses on the ground, Shujuju's eyes turned crimson. It was the Mouse Clan. They were actually feasting on the flesh of their own kind, and even in front of their kin, witnessing such a cruel and bloody scene. Seeing the still living members of his clan writhing in agony, Shujuju clenched his fists tightly, an overwhelming desire for vengeance filling his chest as he instinctively moved to charge forward. Songhua quickly stepped in front of him, blocking his advance. The orcs possessed keen night vision and typically relied on scent to identify one another. Thus, the dim lighting in this area worked to their advantage. Upon catching the familiar scent, the 4 orcs merely glanced up at them before returning to their grisly meal, cursing under their breath. Damn it! Whatever we say, we must switch with the others. After days of merely watching them feast, this is unbearable. Seeing the 2 standing still, one wolf orc licked the blood from his lips, transforming into human form and belching. Aren't you 2 supposed to join the fun? Why are you back? Songhua stepped forward, lowering his voice. There are too many people. We couldn't squeeze in. It seems today is not our turn. Huh, I told you so. But you wouldn't listen. Come eat quickly. I'll go fetch some food to take over there. The wolf orc stood and entered one of the caves, retrieving the orc corpses that had already transformed into mouse forms to prepare for the 2 to deliver. Chapter 198. The plight of the Mouse Clan Shujuju remained rooted in place, while Songhua swiftly dealt with the other 3. With 2 sharp cracks, the heads of the 2 wolf orcs turned at an angle, their mouths still filled with chunks of mouse leg, bright red blood streaming from their jaws. The last one lifted his head, still bewildered by the sudden events, when his mouth was forcefully seized by 2 powerful hands. With a loud crack, the wolf orc's jaw was wrenched apart, his skull shattered. The orc inside the cave, selecting corpses, turned at the sounds outside, only to see 3 companions sprawled atop the pile of food, while the 2 who had just returned appeared to be eating as well. He shouted to Shujuju, "Why aren't you eating? If you're not going to eat, come help. Those few have quite the appetite. They need at least 30 every time." After speaking, the wolf orc turned back to continue searching for corpses, simultaneously instructing the 2 on their tasks. By the way, although you 2 missed out on the fun this time, you still made use of the opportunity, which ISNT compensated. Also, you'll be responsible for cleaning up the leftovers after eating. Last time it was me and you like. So it's your turn now. The wolf orc continued to prattle on, but suddenly sensed someone approaching from behind. Before he could turn to see who it was, a shadow lunged at him, and in the next instant, sharp teeth pierced his neck. The wolf orc grasped the shadow's head and forcefully pulled it down, resulting in a larger wound as blood gushed forth. Realizing he was holding a mouse beast, the wolf orc widened his mouth, intent on biting off Shujuju's head. At that critical moment, a flash of silver surged through, piercing directly into the wolf orc's mouth. A series of muffled sounds echoed, silver sparks dancing across the wolf orc's body, until he soon turned pitch black, collapsing lifelessly into a charred wolf carcass. Falling to the ground, Shujuju transformed into human form, clutching his throat and coughing desperately. Cough, cough, cough. I was almost Just a moment ago, I nearly lost my head to the wolf beast. Thank you, my lord, for saving my life. Song Hui stepped forward, lifting him up, and the two approached another cave. Upon their arrival, the inhabitants within recoiled in terror until one recognized Shu Jiujio. A short, thin man scrambled to the wooden fence, reaching out for help. Jiujio, is it you? Please save me, I am Shu Dada. Shu Jiujio also recognized him. Dada, where are my father and the others? They have all been taken to repair the palace. I know where they are. Save me, and I will lead you there. Please, save me. I also know the way. Help us. Seeing one of their kin, the remaining members of the Shu clan surged forward, pleading for assistance. Other rodents from nearby caves, alerted by the commotion, gathered at the fence, observing the unfolding events. Song Hui, noticing the dense wooden fence at the cave entrance, frowned. Why don't you gnaw through it and escape? Upon hearing Song Hui's words, the rodents wept, voicing their grievances against the brutal actions of the beastmen. We dare not. Others tried to gnaw through the fence or dig tunnels to flee, but they were discovered and met with a dreadful fate. Yes, those monsters are merciless. They not only slaughtered those who attempted to escape, but also captured their families and young, devouring them before our very eyes. They took away our female kin as well. We all have family. How can we dare to flee when they are so cruel? Some females, pregnant, were also forced to abort. They warned us that if we dared resist, not only would we perish, but our families would be annihilated too. We cannot fight back, as we are made to dig endlessly. Now their leader demands we repair the underground palace. If we do not comply, they whip us. Many have perished from exhaustion. Those two caves over there hold the rodents who are nearly dead. Those who cannot work or are injured, all locked away, waiting to become their food. Please save us. We beg you to save us. As they spoke, they began to kneel and bow before the two. Song Hui stepped forward and dismantled the wooden barriers at several cave entrances. The man who had been coerced earlier mentioned that all those imprisoned here were rodents, with a portion having lost the will to resist, guarded by these 6 individuals, which was why Song Hui initially came here. I can free you, but whether you can escape depends on your own courage. Song Hui moved aside, but the rodents exchanged glances, hesitant to leave. They were not only concerned for their own safety, but also feared that if they fled, it would endanger their young and other family members. The strength of the rodent clan was feeble. Among hundreds, only 1 or 2 could ascend to the ranks of advanced beastmen, the highest being merely second tier. No match for their captors. Shu recognized Shu Jiujio precisely, because he was one of the few advanced beastmen of the rodent clan. Seeing their reluctance to leave, Song Hui pondered briefly before speaking. If you trust us, wait here until we rescue the others, destroy this place, and then we can all flee together. Song Hui's intention was for everyone to leave together. He still had individuals to rescue. If the rodents escaped first, it might attract attention and complicate their plans. Without waiting for a response, Shu Jiujio declared, I trust you, my lord, and I'm willing to stay. His closest family was likely taken to repair the palace, and he would not abandon them. The others, encouraged by Shu Jiujio's words, expressed their willingness to remain and assist in the rescue. Song Hui instructed them to select 50 rodents to escape first, to notify their families and help them hide in case of trouble, to prevent the captors from targeting them. Soon, 50 had been chosen. Although they were ordinary individuals without the potential for advancement, they were agile and swift, capable of fleeing quickly if necessary. After arranging for the selected rodents to leave, Song Hui instructed the remainder to wait, then swiftly led Shu Jiujio towards the location where those from the Xiao tribe were held. Chapter 199, Delaying Time. Striking with precision, Song Hui and his companion carried several rodent corpses on their shoulders, using them as props to avoid complications should they encounter anyone along the way. The captives from the Xiao tribe were imprisoned in deeper caverns. The two ran forward, leaping downwards and then back again, illustrating the depths of the tunnels excavated. After jumping 12 times, they finally reached the innermost dungeon. In the dimly lit dungeon, a few beastmen lounged near the soul fire, chatting idly. There should have been a dozen guards, but tonight, due to the selection of mates for the females, several guards, thinking the area secure and unthreatened, had left their posts to join the festivities above. Upon their entrance, the remaining guards noticed them. Seeing the few corpses they bore, their expressions soured. You arrive late, and you bring only this little food? How can that suffice for us? One tiger beast approached, sniffing the rodent corpses, his discontent deepening. Why are you so late? And you bring such little meat that it even smells a bit off. Is this how you conduct yourselves above? Song Hui recognized him from his words. He was the team leader, Hu Wei, one of the few high-tier beastmen who had allied with the wolf tribe. Observing Hu Wei's displeasure, Song Hui adopted a subservient tone. "My lord Hu Wei, please do not be angered. This is not my fault. I told Akuer that you all work harder and should be prioritized." But he disagreed. He insisted that the selection of mates was of utmost importance, and that Lord Lei so was present. Thus, the best food was reserved for the high platform. I am but a lowly figure. My words carry little weight, which is why this delay occurred. However, as soon as I had the chance, I brought this for you. Though this rodent meat is what was left over from Lord Lei's selection, rest assured, I have chosen the best from what remained. Why not eat a little for now? I will check again shortly to see if there are any leftovers. Upon hearing Song Hui's words, especially that these were leftovers, Hu Wei's expression soured to the utmost. He raised his hand and struck Song Hui, sending him flying a considerable distance. With a thud, Song Hui landed, taking a while to rise, though this was all feigned. Anticipating the blow, he had already calculated his movement, effectively propelling himself away, making it appear as though he was an ordinary third-tier wolf beast who was no match for Hu Wei. Looking at the rodent corpses on the ground, Hu Wei suddenly lost his appetite. Despite there being only a handful of guards, they were divided into two small teams. While they appeared harmonious on the surface, beneath lay a struggle for power. The Lei mentioned by Song Hui was indeed one of the guards here, also a team leader. However, Hu Wei is a tiger beast, while Lei is a wolf beast, despite both being captains of their respective teams. And even though Lei's strength pales in comparison to Hu Wei's, he is favored by those in higher positions. This is due to the clandestine power currently held by the Wolf Clan's young master, Sun Feng. Consequently, the Wolf Clan always maintains an air of superiority over these foreign tribes. This is one matter, but what of that Akul? The very thought of Akul, who usually feigns respect when seeing him, only to turn around and ingratiate himself with Lei, fills Hu Wei with a fury that makes him wish to devour him whole. Such duplicitous individuals must be shown their place. The tempers of the beastmen are already quite volatile, and given the ongoing tensions between the two teams, when Song Hui spoke, it incited not only Hu Wei's anger, but also that of the remaining members of his team. Lei, whose strength is clearly inferior to their captain Hu Wei, consistently opposes him, seizing credit and resources for himself. Previously, during several mate selection events, it was always Lei and his team that participated, even though it was their turn this time. Yet, Lei disregarded this, insisting that the past events were 2 months ago and that it was still their team's turn, before swaggering away with his team, showing no concern for Hu Wei and his team's agreement. The more they pondered, the angrier they became, rising to gather beside Hu Wei, urging him to confront Lei and Akul. If they continued to be oppressed in this manner, their chances for advancement would vanish. As they discussed this, Gang Yui quickly approached. Hu Wei, already displeased at the sight of the wolf beast, raised his hand, ready to strike. The other members paid little heed to Song Hui, merely observing coldly, even hoping Hu Wei would strike him down and escalate the situation. However, before Hu Wei could make a move, the previously unassuming wolf beast struck first, rending Hu Wei's throat with a single claw. It wasn't until the warm blood splattered across their faces that they realized what had transpired. By the time they regained their senses, 3 of the remaining 6 had also been dispatched, all with a single blow, leaving them no time to react. The remaining 3, now aware of the unfolding chaos, fled towards the warning platform, hoping to ignite the Thunderfire cannon and alert others to the upheaval in the dungeon, calling for reinforcements. Song Hui had lingered with them for so long because the rat tribe had mentioned that vital locations within the cave had warning platforms specifically for igniting the Thunderfire cannon. Once the cannon sounded, everyone in the cave would be alerted and all exits would be sealed, leaving them with no escape. To avoid being trapped, Song Hui aimed to gather them quickly and eliminate them all. Otherwise, even without igniting the cannon, with Hu Wei at peak level 4, 2 level 4 initiates, and 4 level 3 peak beastmen, a genuine confrontation would undoubtedly consume considerable time. Meanwhile, 50 rat beasts, having escaped the cave, hurriedly rushed towards the residence of the rat tribe. Time was of the essence, as their living quarters were dispersed, and with numerous members being half-beasts and younglings. Not to mention dozens of defenseless females, relocating them all would prove exceedingly difficult. To save time, the 50 rat beasts chose not to take a detour, but to traverse the deadly ground directly, hoping to scatter and notify others ahead. However, as they crossed the deadly terrain, they encountered dozens of wolf beasts, with Sun Feng leading the charge against Aoj and Song Hui. Chapter 200. A Chance Encounter. The burning of the rat tribe. Sun Feng had conducted a thorough inspection of various checkpoints, but had found no trace of the wolf beast or Aoj. Just as he was preparing to return to the underground palace, news arrived that 4 teams sent out to search had vanished without a trace. Initially, Sun Feng intended to investigate the scene of the first team's demise, but at that moment, aerial guards from the Yu clan reported that 3 teams had gone missing at another mountain, all reportedly slain by a single wolf beast. Upon hearing this, Sun Feng altered his course and hurried to the mountain indicated by the aerial guards, inadvertently allowing the isolated Aoj to escape a calamity. Upon arrival, however, the mountain was littered with the remains of beasts, devoured and scattered, and there was no sign of the wolf beast. After examining the corpses, despite a lack of evidence of lightning strikes, his instinct told him that these individuals had indeed fallen to the wolf beast. Unwilling to depart empty-handed, he began a meticulous search of the area. Yet, after searching for most of the day, they found nothing. As night fell, the group was preparing to return to the city when a sense of foreboding surged within Sun Feng. He hastily led his men towards the deadly ground, only to collide with the fleeing rat beasts. Observing the group of rat beasts before him, now all grown, Sun Feng's unease intensified. Shouldn't they be laboring in the underground palace? How could so many have escaped? Could it be that something truly had gone awry in the palace? Sun Feng, gritting his teeth, commanded his subordinates, Chase Feng and Qin Feng follow me. He Feng and Mo Feng, notify the checkpoint personnel to apprehend all remaining rat tribe members, regardless of gender or age. The rest of you, capture every last one of these rat beasts. None shall escape. Life or death is of no concern. The wolf beasts obeyed, howling into the night sky. After issuing his orders, Sun Feng swiftly headed towards the cave with 2 subordinates. Pairs of glowing green eyes became distinctly visible in the darkness, causing the 50 rat beasts to tremble in fear and retreat. Why are there so many wolf beasts? What do we do now, Shudadan? It's over. We're doomed. Should we surrender? Return to the underground palace. Perhaps we could survive, right? Can we really survive? Shudadan, the one mentioned, was equally anxious. However, unlike the others, he did not harbor such optimism. He doubted that surrendering would allow them to return to the underground palace. They would likely become the very prey for these beasts. Among the 3 wolf beasts who had just departed, the foremost one was the wolf clan's young master, whom Shudadan had previously encountered. What now? The young master of the wolf clan is here. Can Shu Jiao and Lord Song Hui still succeed? Shudadan's mind was in turmoil, and hearing the escalating panic behind him, he contemplated before speaking. Don't think too simplistically. Remember those who perished in the dungeon, those who were consumed as prey. Do you really believe they will spare us if we surrender now? His reminder prompted the others to recall the half-dead clan members in the dungeon, filling their hearts with despair. What should we do now? With red-rimmed eyes, Shudadan glared at the wolf beasts, speaking resolutely. To charge out means death, to stay means death. Since we're fated to die regardless, why surrender? I cannot concern myself with you all. I will not surrender. Even if the chances are slim, I will risk my life to return and inform my family, giving them a sliver of hope for survival. Hearing Shudadan's fierce declaration ignited the fighting spirit within the other rat beasts. We will follow you. Yes, we're all with you. All right, listen to my command, everyone. When I shout run, you shall hasten to disperse. Be astute and choose the narrow paths and difficult routes. Even traverse the trees if necessary. The objective is to evade capture, understood? The others promptly replied in hushed tones, acknowledging their understanding. Run, without granting anyone a moment for contemplation. As soon as the word escaped his lips, Shudadan dashed forth towards the dense thicket. In comparison to the ferocity of the wolves, their combat prowess was undeniably feeble. However, in terms of agility, the rodent clan possessed a clear advantage. At the very instant Shudadan bolted, the remaining rodent beasts scattered in all directions, racing for their lives. The wolves, taken aback, had not anticipated that these rodents would dare to resist. This underestimation led to a chaotic pursuit. By the time the wolves regained their composure, the rodents had already fled in all directions. The wolves, numbering merely 30, found themselves in disarray. 2 had followed Shudadan, while another 2 rushed to alert the guards. After a tumultuous chase, they managed to capture only a handful of rodents. When they sought to pursue further, the remaining rodents had vanished without a trace. Captain Diefeng, what shall we do now? The young master has ordered us to capture all the rodents. The wolf named Diefeng, after a moment of contemplation, declared, "We shall head directly to the rodent's dwelling. They will undoubtedly inform their kin of our presence. We must guard the entrance and await their return." Following his command, several wolves executed the captured rodents, discarding their lifeless forms before hastening towards the rodent habitat. After Shu Daden reached the thicket, a wolf had pursued him relentlessly. Fortunately, due to his smaller stature, he was able to weave through the underbrush and leap onto branches, skillfully navigating the treacherous paths until he finally evaded his pursuer. He raced back, but the time spent shaking off the follower had cost him dearly. Upon returning to his dwelling, he found wolves already stationed at the entrance. His heart sank as he witnessed his kin bound and cast aside. The guards were pouring oil into the den, shouting for the remaining inhabitants to emerge, threatening to set fire to the place if they did not comply. Shu Daden's eyes burned with fury, yearning to charge forth and confront them. Yet, as an ordinary beast-man, he knew he was no match for their strength, nor could he rescue his kin. With tears streaming down his face, he took one last glance at his captured family members before retreating to the back of their dwelling to dig desperately. He recalled a section of earth and stone that was the most vulnerable point leading into the den. The cacophony outside continued. He could even hear the crackling of flames and the anguished cries of his kin. The painful sounds pierced his heart, yet he dared not pause in his labor, fervently excavating the soil as tears fell to the ground. The sharp stones cut into his claws, and the protective armor on his paws wore away, causing excruciating pain. His once intact claws were soon bloodied, but he pressed on without hesitation. Finally, just as his paws became a gruesome mess, he breached the thick layer of earth, connecting with the tunnel leading to their den. The scene before him opened up. Shu Daden, despite his weakened state, staggered into the den. Inside, thick smoke filled the air, and the further he ventured, the clearer the harrowing cries became, until he spotted flickering flames. He halted in his tracks, confronted with the sight of utter devastation. The ground was littered with his kin, charred and lifeless, many of whom were half-beasts and younglings. As the oil burned away, it consumed the fat from their bodies. Overwhelmed with grief, Shu Daden turned his gaze away, sprinting towards another passage that emitted noise. At the end of the tunnel, several females sheltered their young at the deepest recess of the den, while a group of their kin, ablaze with flames, huddled together, enduring their agony in a desperate attempt to create a protective space for the females and the surviving younglings. Just as despair gripped them, the earth shifted behind them, and Shu Daden appeared before them. The living females and kin immediately surrounded him, exclaiming, "Daden, is it really you? Daden, you have returned. Where are your father and brothers? Have they come back as well? So many of our kin have perished in the flames. Our home has been destroyed." At that moment, Shu Daden could not offer them solace. He quickly gathered a few lightly injured kin to enlarge the tunnel further, leading the surviving females and younglings to escape through the opening. Just as they managed to flee, another wave of oil poured into the den, transforming it into a fiery pit. The group, having narrowly escaped, ran with all their might until they stumbled upon an abandoned cave. Only when they realized no one was in pursuit did they pause to rest and discuss their next move. As the group assessed their numbers, Shu Daden noted with a heavy heart that the remaining younglings and half-beasts were less than half of their original count. 2 females had perished in the flames, and none of the elderly from their clan had escaped. It dawned on him that those who had formed the firebreak were indeed the elders, who had valiantly chosen to sacrifice themselves to grant the young and females a chance at survival. The cave was soon filled with cries, but fearing the noise would attract the guards, they silenced their sobs. "Daden, what do we do now?" asked a female who, despite her injuries, had survived. However, she mourned the loss of all her offspring, consumed by the flames. Calming himself, Shu Daden temporarily set aside his sorrow and began to contemplate their next steps. The area outside was swarming with the wolves' forces. With their families in tow, none of them were equipped for battle, nor could they move swiftly, making their escape dauntingly difficult. He also wondered about the other rodents who had come to relay the message. Whether they had managed to escape and inform their kin remained uncertain. Just as silence enveloped the cave, a youthful voice piped up, "Uncle Daden, I know of a passage that we dug with Shujiji." Shu Daden turned to the youngling, inquiring, "Who is Shujiji? Is that passage safe?" "Absolutely safe. Shujiji is my friend from the neighboring ground Squirrel Clan. He has met some powerful friends who are searching for their own. He enlisted Shujiji's help, and we assisted too." Yes. I helped look. Me too. His female friend is very nice. Though she looks a bit strange, she speaks gently, unlike the big females in Qianshoqing. Despite our failure to locate their companions, the female generously provided us with delectable sustenance, unlike anything I had ever tasted before. The stir-fried meat was simply exquisite, and I found the fish soup equally delightful. As we chatted amongst ourselves, inevitably the conversation turned to food, prompting toBlood to intervene, exasperated by the enthusiasm of the young ones. He pointed to the first cub who spoke, instructing him to convey his thoughts clearly. Stop. You speak concisely. Which passage leads to where? toBlood. toBlood pondered the location, recognizing it as a potentially safe haven, albeit somewhat distant. Did your friend ask you to assist in finding someone? Who are we supposed to seek? If we venture there, could we incur trouble for them? The young cub scratched its head in confusion, unaware of what trouble entailed. All I know is they come from elsewhere. The little female is called Luo Chu, and she has a remarkably powerful bear beast by her side, along with a large long-eared beast, an enormous snake beast, a beautiful fish beast, and an unimposing elder beast man. After recounting the individuals accompanying Luo Chu, the cub added, they are searching for a formidable wolf beast man, asking us to call out her name whenever we arrive at a location. Upon hearing it, the wolf beast man would join us in the search. Regrettably, our attempts to find the wolf beast man over the past 2 days had proven fruitless. toBlood's eyes flickered with thought. Could the individual they sought be Songhua, who had so decisively dispatched the guards in the dungeon? He resolved to take a chance. If this were indeed the case, he could alert Songhua's friends to his whereabouts, potentially saving his life. If not, they could find refuge in Dowangshan until the vigilance at this crossing diminished, allowing them to devise a plan for relocation. Very well, we shall proceed to Dowangshan. Meanwhile, on the other side, Luo Chu and her companions initially had no intention of involving themselves with the Mouse Clan's affairs, as instructing them in food procurement and cooking was merely a means to repay their assistance in locating Songhua. They had no obligation to engage further, given their transient acquaintance and the unclear nature of the situation. Thanks to their recent help in the search, the first group of escaped mouse beastmen quickly found their way here, followed shortly by a second and third group. They were drawn to this secluded area of Dowangshan, which was seldom visited, and due to the efforts of several juvenile beastmen in their clan who had assisted in the search, they were aware of this hidden passage. As the number of mouse beastmen gathered in the clearing increased, Luo Chu decided to relocate, digging a new cave to accommodate the newcomers. Just then, she seemed to hear the name Songhua mentioned in passing. Several injured mouse beastmen were encircled by a group of weeping females, incessantly inquiring about their family members' fates. How did you escape? Why didn't several of my kin accompany you? Indeed, weren't you taken together? Where are the others? The surrounded beastmen were among the 50 who had escaped early to deliver the news, in their haste to evade the guards. They had taken longer than anticipated to return to their dwelling, ultimately arriving too late. We weren't working alongside them. We returned only after a powerful wolf beastman saved us at night. If not for Songhua, we might never have returned. A multitude of stout females wept in each other's arms, mourning their mates who had all been taken away, with their homes destroyed and many offspring perished. The prospect of their partners never returning loomed large. How could this happen? Didn't those guards say you were merely going to work? Why can't you come back? Indeed, they promised it was just for work, with provisions included, yet it has turned into this? Upon hearing the lamentations of the females and recalling the deceased kin and their lives in the underground palace, the transformed individuals bore expressions of fury and hatred. The beastmen of Qianshoqing, particularly those of the Wolf Clan, were truly vile. They silently prayed for the divine beast to witness the atrocities committed by those individuals, that they might face retribution and meet a miserable end. Wait, Songhua is an exception. He is a good soul. Without him, we too would likely have become mere corpses, fodder for those loathsome beastmen. As they contemplated this, a gentle voice echoed from a distance. They looked up to find a young female at the cave entrance. You mentioned a wolf beastman saved you? His name is Songhua, correct? The beastmen exchanged glances, then rose to approach the cave entrance. As they stood, Luo Chu quickly tilted her head back, exasperated. Oh heavens! Why has my vision suddenly improved so remarkably? Although it is dark, I can clearly see them. It was not entirely her fault. The movement of those individuals drew attention, particularly as their bodies swayed with each step. Just as Luo Chu raised her head, Gamu and Qing, she swiftly positioned themselves to shield her. Meanwhile, Mo Shu's expression darkened ominously. as he hurled a piece of beast hide toward the group of mouse beastmen. Following closely were several invisible wind blades that sliced the hide into numerous equal segments. Surround them. Mo Shu's voice was frigid, sending chills as the mouse beastmen finally noticed the presence of a snake beastman, nearly prompting them to flee in terror. Mouse Gigi and others hurriedly approached, gathering the fallen beast hide to distribute among the group. Do not be afraid. The Snake Lord is a good person and will not harm us. Quickly, wrap the beast hide around yourselves. Upon hearing Mouse Gigi's reassurance, the group quickly tied the hide around their waists, standing awkwardly in place. Being still youthful, they were unaware of the Snake Beastmen's terrifying reputation, whereas the others were seasoned beastmen who knew the Snake Clan to be the Mouse Clan's arch-nemesis, particularly during their labor in the underground palace. It was the Snake Beastmen who oversaw their work. They were subservient to the Wolf Clan, but exhibited even greater brutality. Should any kin falter or sustain injuries, they would either lash them with their tails or swallow them whole. Seeing them properly secured with the beast hide, Qing Shi and Gemu stepped aside, revealing Luo Chu, who finally got a good look at the mouse beastmen. They were petite and slender, with elongated eyes, standing no taller than 1.50 meters. Although their beast forms were dark gray in human form, their skin appeared almost luminescent. You know Tsanghua, the silver wolf Tsanghua? Luo Chu's eyes sparkled with excitement. And both Gemu and Qing Shi felt elated. After so long, they had finally found him. Yes, he is our friend. We came here to find him. Where's he now? The foremost mouse beastman responded. He is over by the Deadlands. It is said that his kin have also been captured and taken to the dungeon. He is there to rescue them. Many of our kin remain in the underground palace, and Tsanghua fears that those wicked individuals may harm them, so he sent us back to inform everyone. Little female, Tsanghua is in danger. When we returned, we encountered that wicked wolf leading others to the dungeon. The voice of Aoj rang out. The wolf beast they mentioned must be Sun Feng. When Sun Feng ambushed me, Tsanghua was right beside him. Given his nature, he would not allow Tsanghua to survive. Luo Chu felt a surge of urgency. Where's the Deadlands? Let us hasten to rescue him. Gemu and Qing Shi nodded in unison. Luo Chu cast a glance at Mo Shu, contemplated for a moment, and ultimately decided to seek his assistance. Mo Shu, could you accompany us? The injuries inflicted upon Tsanghua and Aoj are severe, indicating that their adversary possesses formidable strength. Although Gemu and Qing Shi are indeed powerful, two fists cannot contend against four hands. Regardless of who gets injured, it is a sight I wish to avoid. Mo Shu is the strongest among us, and his presence would significantly enhance our chances of success. Despite having spent time together, Mo Shu had not expressed any desire to join their ranks, leaving Luo Chu at a loss for words. What if he changed his mind? After all, she was no celestial being. Almost as soon as Luo Chu uttered her request, Mo Shu nodded in agreement. Although he was reluctant to assist, he could not bear to refuse her after she had spoken. Chapter 203. Finding Sangji and the others throughout their time together, Mo Shu had discerned a way to interact with Luo Chu. She was remarkably tender-hearted and adhered to the principle of repaying kindness. If that were the case, he would assist her more frequently. Though he could not monopolize Luo Chu as long as she recognized his significance, he could still hold a unique place in her heart. After Mo Shu's agreement, Luo Chu and her companions prepared to head towards the perilous location. The uninjured rodent beastmen volunteered to guide them, while the remaining members of the Mouse Clan stayed behind to recuperate. Just as Qing Shi reached out to embrace Luo Chu, Mo Shu's tail had already enveloped her, and with a swift motion, he dashed away. The rodent beastmen quickly transformed into their beast forms and pursued the duo. Although Qing Shi felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, he prioritized the mission of saving others and quickened his pace to follow the fleeting figures. He swiftly geeked up Mituye, trailing closely behind. In the dungeon, upon witnessing their fallen comrade and recognizing the strength of the wolf beastman, the remaining three beastmen understood they were no match and hurried towards the warning platform. However, before they could reach it, a silvery light flashed, illuminating the dim dungeon as bright as day. The light descended upon the nearest beastman, and before the other two could react, it seemingly had a mind of its own. Curving towards them, a series of crackling sounds erupted as the three beastmen trembled violently before collapsing to the ground, reduced to charred remains. The silvery glow ceased its pulsation, and the dungeon was once again cloaked in darkness, the air thick with smoke and the acrid scent of scorched flesh. Despite the commotion, the cells on either side of the dungeon remained eerily quiet. Songhua furrowed his brow and approached one of the cells, where numerous beastmen lay in disarray, still in their human forms, indicating they were not yet dead. After inspecting several faces, he confirmed they were not from the Xiao tribe. These individuals lay with open eyes, their expressions contorted in agony, mouths agape yet silent, their limbs slack and lifeless, clearly abnormal. After searching through 6 cells, he finally located members of the Xiao tribe in the 7th. He recognized them all as advanced beastmen from his tribe. After inspecting each one, he did not find the individual he sought. Songhua then aided a nearby individual, the offspring of a prominent female in the tribe, who was also his half-brother. Bao Hu, where Uncle Sangji and the others. Bao Huai's eyes darted around, his mouth opened wide, but no sound emerged. Songhua set him down and attempted to help another, only to receive the same response. Only their eyes could move. Frustrated, he searched the remaining cells, but found nothing. At that moment, the rodent Jiao, who had been sniffing around, made a discovery and quickly alerted him. Lord Songhua, there is another level below. Upon hearing this, Songhua followed Jiao to a stone slab, where Jiao clawed at the edges before lifting it, revealing a dark, foul-smelling opening that assaulted their senses. Songhua leaped down first, with Jiao following closely behind. Upon landing, they advanced into the narrow space, which was nearly devoid of light. Even with their excellent night vision, they stumbled through the passageway. After what felt like an eternity, they emerged from the dark corridor into a dim light. The familiar scent of blood hit Songhua, causing his expression to shift dramatically as he sprinted forward. Upon seeing the scene before him, his eyes blazed crimson, and a wave of murderous intent surged within him. Before him lay a stone basin filled with blood, bubbling as if boiling, releasing an overwhelming stench. Above the blood pool dangled over 100 beastmen, drenched in blood that dripped into the pool, creating ripples. Some of these beastmen had succumbed to death, transforming into their beast forms, while others fought desperately to heal their wounds, only for them to reopen, continuously supplying fresh blood to the pool. Songhua began searching the perimeter of the blood pool for familiar faces. Recognizing the scent of blood from earlier, he realized Uncle Sangji and the others were present. Before he could locate them, suddenly, the vine binding a deceased beastman snapped, causing the body to plummet into the blood pool. At that moment, Songhua saw wriggling white worms emerge from the pool, swarming around the fallen corpse and gnawing at it. Within moments, the body was reduced to a mere skeleton, slowly sinking into the depths of the blood pool. A faint cry escaped Songhua's lips amidst the bubbling sounds as he abruptly lifted his head and dashed toward the source of the voice. Unso Sanji. Songhua raced toward where Uncle Sangji lay, gasping for breath, covered in wounds. Alongside him, Songhua also spotted the similarly battered forms of Uncle Kuli and Uncle Ka Mo. Songhua paced anxiously below, calculating the odds of safely dropping down to sever the vines binding them. Recalling the recently devoured corpse, he dismissed the notion of using lightning to cut the vines. Rope. Yes, find a rope to pull them up. With a sudden realization, Songhua began searching the area for something that could serve as a rope. However, after searching fruitlessly for what seemed like ages, he found nothing. He didn't even have a scrap of beast hide. Just as he felt overwhelmed with frustration, Jiao stumbled over to him. Lord Songhua, use my tail, Jiao exclaimed, extending his tail, which appeared to be several meters long. The tails of their mole clan were naturally elongated, with long fur at the tips. To facilitate ease, they often braided the fur and wrapped it around their tails. Grasping Jiao's forelimb, Songhua swung him toward Sangji and the others. In that moment, Jiao's tail swung vigorously, and the braided fur deftly coiled around Sangji. With a powerful tug, Songhua severed the vines above, and at that instant Jiao swung his tail, using momentum to send the 3 of them crashing together. Songhua caught them securely, neglecting to assess Uncle Sangji's injuries, and proceeded to rescue Uncle Kuli and Uncle Ka Mo in the same manner. Chapter 204. The Conspiracy of Thousand Beast City. The beastmen still dangling above the blood pool cried out for help as they witnessed the unfolding events. Save me! Save me! Songhua glanced at Shiziju and noticed that he appeared quite unwell, dazed and with his tail swaying uncontrollably. Shiziju, what is the matter? Something feels amiss here. We must leave at once. As they reached the cave entrance, Shuziju sensed an odd scent that instilled a sense of danger within him. Had it not been for Sanghua's inability to find a rope, he would have been reluctant to step inside. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, the earth and stones above the blood pool suddenly began to collapse, causing the entire cave to tremble. Vines overhead snapped one after another, and orcs began to plummet into the blood pool below. Many among them were still alive, and as they were enveloped by the insects, the cave echoed with their piercing cries of agony. Seeing this, Sanghua rushed forward, gripping the exposed vines, pulling out the orcs closest to the blood pool. By the time he rescued the fourth orc, the upper part of his body had been gnawed to the bone, white insects writhing and feasting upon him. The orc howled in pain, his sharp nails clawing at the spots where the insects had crawled, desperately attempting to drive them away. However, the insects were small and numerous. They could not be grasped, only deepening the wounds. "Master, be careful." Suddenly, Shuziju's warning broke through the haze. Sanhua turned sharply to see the 3 orcs he had hastily rescued from the blood pool crawling toward them. Despite their rapid extraction, each drop of blood contained white insects. The 3 figures, drenched in blood, were similarly infested, reaching out in a plea for help as they struggled to approach. Seeing the insects hopping about on them, Sanhua hurriedly dragged Uncle Sangji and the others back. Not long after, the flesh on the 3 orcs was devoured by the insects, leaving only skeletal remains. As the insects fell to the ground, they desperately leaped toward areas stained with blood. Those that landed in bloodless spots soon collapsed, motionless, appearing as though they had perished. A wave of dread washed over Sanhua. If these insects were to touch them, they too would likely meet the same fate of becoming mere skeletons. After carefully checking Uncle Sangji and the others to ensure they were free of insects, Sanhua dragged them further away from the blood pool. "Uncle Sangji, how do you feel?" "Much better." After resting for a moment, the 3 of them had regained a more even breathing pattern, though their prolonged exposure had left their complexions a deep shade of purple. "There are still many people over here, perhaps due to their increased distance from the blood pool." Shuzijuwu appeared less distressed. He had intended to search for an exit, only to discover a prison cell nearby, filled with orcs, many of whom were of the 3rd or 4th rank. Sanhua rose and approached the cell. The orcs within were similar to those above, their eyes wide open, mouths agape, limbs limp, rendered speechless. Uncle Sangji swallowed hard, quenching his parched throat before speaking. These are captives. They inserted fine needles into us, rendering us weak and unable to speak." Upon hearing Uncle Sangji's words, Sanhua seized an orc with scant hair, meticulously searching his head. Indeed, the base of the neck, just below the back of the skull, a faint golden glimmer was visible. Sanhua grasped the needle and slowly extracted it. In an instant, the orc convulsed violently, resembling a fish deprived of water, gasping for breath until he finally regained composure. "Thank you so much." The rescued orc expressed his gratitude, his voice hoarse from disuse. However, since he had not been drained of blood, merely subjected to the pressure of the golden needle for too long, he quickly recovered once the numbness subsided. After assisting the orc to lie down, Sanhua summoned Shuziju, and together they began to extract the needles from the remaining orcs. Now aware of the general location of the golden needles, the task became significantly easier. Soon, they had successfully removed all the needles from the orcs in the cell. After a while, the orcs gradually regained their strength, expressing their gratitude to Sanhua and the Shuziju. Sanhua waved his hand. His motive for rescuing them was to ensure that they would not be at a disadvantage in the impending battle. "Which tribe do you belong to? How did you end up here?" The first orc to have his needle removed responded, "I am a 4th-rank lion beast from the Qingshi tribe. Just over a month ago, our tribe experienced a series of female disappearances, which we later discovered were the work of stray beasts. I led the orcs of our tribe to investigate, only to encounter individuals from Qingshi City along the way. The one was the young master of the wolf clan, claiming they too were pursuing stray beasts in search of young females, and invited us to join them. Believing our objectives aligned, I agreed." Sanhua fell into deep thought. Stray beasts again? The reason the people from Qingshi City ventured to the Shi-Ao tribe was also due to the stray beast pursuit of females. He sensed that all of this might be part of a larger scheme orchestrated by Qingshi City, cloaked in the guise of searching for abducted females, while the true intent was to capture advanced orcs. While Sanhua pondered, the lion beast continued. The wolf beast mentioned that this time the stray beasts were formidable, with at least 100 roaming about. For safety's sake, he advised us to replace all ordinary orcs in our group with advanced ones to avoid unnecessary casualties. Seeing that the dozens of orcs they brought were all of 3rd rank or above, I worried about being a burden, so I consented. We searched for a day and decided to rest on a desolate mountain that night. Little did we know that after consuming their prepared food, we soon lost consciousness. When we awoke, we found ourselves captured here. They used golden needles to seal our abilities, rendering us completely powerless and speechless. Initially, we were not confined here. They first took away the older advanced orcs, followed by us. Had they not returned with several hundred advanced orcs just days ago, we might have been the ones to face the same fate. Chapter 205. The blood pool requires fresh blood upon hearing the lion beast account. Songhua furrowed his brow as he gazed toward the distant blood pool. The use of stray beasts to capture females and imprison advanced orcs while digging underground chambers was a sinister endeavor. What were the people of Qinsho City plotting? After you were brought here, did anyone from Qinsho City come to visit? The lion beast pondered for a moment before replying. The guards above come down twice daily to provide us with some water, but aside from that, we haven't seen anyone else. Perhaps our stay has been too brief. We were supposed to be next, but about 10 days ago, they captured another batch of advanced orcs. And only then did they begin to drain blood from the older ones. A chill surged within Songhua. Combining this with prior events, it was evident that those behind Qinsho City harbored a far more sinister plot. Did they mention why they were doing this? Even a hint would suffice, Songhua pressed. The lion beast shook his head, eyes filled with confusion. I have not heard them say anything. At that moment, the previously silent tiger beast spoke up. I think I once heard them mention something about sacrifices, but I do not understand what that means. Songhua fell into contemplation. Sacrifices could not bode well. Was it for some malevolent power or treasure? Unable to fathom it, Songhua decided not to dwell further, as it was not his concern. Let Aoji worry about it. He rose and approached the warning platform in the corner, discovering several thunderfire cannons, glancing back at the lion beast and the others. Let us first depart from this place to rescue those individuals above, and then proceed to obliterate this location. As he had observed earlier while searching for companions, the captives above were all advanced orcs. Although their strengths varied, they could at least be gathered together in sufficient numbers. Regarding this blood pool, he discovered that these insects would perish immediately upon leaving the blood. Thus, the most effective method would be to bury them deep underground. After all, the area above the underground palace was a desolate wasteland, rarely traversed by anyone. After some time, when the blood in this pool has dried up, these small insects should be completely eradicated. Songhua spoke as he hoisted Uncle Sang-ji onto his back, alongside the lion beast and another leopard beast, voluntarily assisting Uncle Kelly and Uncle Kamo as they made their way to the prior prison where the orcs were held. Many of the captives belonged to their tribe, and without needing further instruction from Songhua, they instinctively began to assist in removing the golden needles from the backs of their heads. After a while, these individuals appeared to regain some semblance of spirit. However, having gone without food for an extended period, their bodies remained frail. The group transformed into their beast forms, trailing behind Songhua and Shu Jiujio, racing towards the construction site of the underground palace, intent on rescuing the enslaved Mouse Clan orcs. Unknown to Songhua, shortly after their departure, 3 figures hastily descended from a tree hollow, heading straight for the prison that contained the advanced orcs. Upon discovering the empty prison and the charred remains scattered across the floor, Sun Feng's countenance darkened to a forbidding degree. Not daring to waste any time, Sun Feng led his 2 subordinates down to the lower level, which remained as vacant as before, with 4 bodies left, gnawed to mere skeletons. The orc suspended above the blood pool was now gone. Without a fresh supply of blood, the liquid in the pool churned violently, its volume diminishing significantly. Sun Feng gritted his teeth in fury, contemplating the few corpses above, and with a malevolent glare, he interrogated his 2 subordinates. Is this all that remains? Where have the others gone? Upon hearing this, Zhue Feng and his companion trembled, unable to meet Sun Feng's gaze. Fearful of the prospect of being sent to the blood pool themselves, sensing the chilling atmosphere, Zhue Feng broke out in a cold sweat and stammered. I heard that today there is a selection of female mates at the high platform. They may have gone to join the festivities. Upon realizing that they had prioritized courtship over their critical duties, Sun Feng's expression grew even more grim. He glanced at his subordinates and declared, "This cannot stand. These 2 still hold value. The blood pool must not lack fresh blood. We must first ascend and capture a few individuals to provide for it." To Sun Feng, the utmost importance of the underground palace lay in this blood pool and the advanced orcs who supplied fresh blood. Now that the orcs had been rescued, Sun Feng was solely focused on remedying the situation with the blood pool and had no intention of pursuing the individuals who had liberated the Mouse Clan. It was precisely this line of thinking that afforded Song Hua and his companions ample time to rescue the Mouse Clan. The three of them hastened toward the high platform, which was currently abuzz with activity, as numerous male orcs showcased their strength and prowess, vying for the attention of the females. The previously disinterested females now appeared quite animated, each accompanied by 2 or 3 orcs, all adorned with battle scars, exuding an air of pride, clearly having emerged victorious from fierce conflicts. The tumultuous battle on the high platform persisted, with cheers and shouts reverberating through the air, just as several orcs were engaged in a fierce bout. An unexpected turn of events occurred as a wave of black thunder surged toward the high platform, sending the combatants crashing against the surrounding stone walls. The cacophony of heavy impacts and the thudding of bodies ceased abruptly, leaving only the terrified screams of a few startled females. Who dares disrupt? One orc, poised to enter the fray, was incensed at the audacity of the disturbance, having waited for days for his turn. He could no longer contain his anger and prepared to confront the intruder. However, before he could utter another word, he was sent hurtling backward. It was only then that the crowd recognized the gravity of the situation. Turning around, they beheld the grim countenance of Sun Feng and his 2 companions standing at the rear. Sun Feng is back. Wasn't it said that he would not be here tonight? This is disastrous. Upon the unexpected arrival of Sun Feng, the previously spirited and enthusiastic orcs were suddenly filled with dread, particularly those who had neglected their posts. Now gripped by panic, they had followed Sun Feng for a considerable duration and were well aware of his ruthless methods. Observing the quaking orcs before him, Sun Feng exchanged glances with Shui Feng and the others, temporarily utilized the blood of these individuals to sustain the pool. As for them, we shall settle accounts once we locate the rescued orcs. Following the command, Shui Feng summoned several others, dragging the recently injured orcs toward the blood pool. Sun Feng wasted no time, instructing his subordinates. There has been an incident at the prison. Those orcs have been rescued. Notify everyone to seal off the underground palace, and any suspicious individuals must be apprehended immediately and set ablaze with thunderfire to alert others. You are to guard every entrance and exit of the underground palace meticulously. No one must escape. Understood? Relieved that Sun Feng had not punished them, the group exhaled collectively. However, they were acutely aware that this calm was merely the eye of the storm. If they failed to recapture those individuals, the days ahead would be exceedingly challenging. Chapter 206. Hungry for too long, Song Hua and his companions first ventured to the prison holding the Mouse Clan, liberating all the captives before hastening toward the construction site of the underground palace. Due to Sun Feng's miscalculated judgment, they encountered no one along the way, facing no obstacles, and arrived with remarkable ease. In an effort to prevent the escape of the Mouse Clan, Sun Feng had summoned all the serpent orcs to oversee their labor. One serpent orc gazed at the laboring Mouse Clan with an insatiable glimmer in his eyes, his dark tongue flicking over his lips, expressing his discontent. It's so late. Why hasn't food been delivered yet? I'm on the verge of starving. Another serpent orc, fixated on the diligently working Mouse Clan, swallowed hard. Shall we procure some fresh meat to satiate our hunger? The fresh meat he referred to was precisely the laboring Mouse Clan. A robust black python shot a disapproving glance at the 2 speaking. No, we have received orders from above to conserve our resources. We must be cautious. If Sun Feng's plans go awry, we will bear the consequences. The others remained silent, yet internally, they harbored immense dissatisfaction. In their days as wandering beasts, they consumed whatever they caught, with one well-fed member ensuring the survival of all. When the urge for mating arose, they would simply abduct a female from the small tribes, ensuring no harm befell her, and upon satisfaction, return her unharmed. Unlike now, where they were denied females and relegated to consuming only mouse meat, dead mice, no less. In this sweltering heat, several deliveries of food had spoiled, yet they were prohibited from voicing any grievances. Sun Feng was notoriously ruthless. They had never stood a chance against him, and now, under the influence of his poison, any thoughts of rebellion were quelled. Most infuriating was how Sun Feng had subjugated them, yet offered them no significant role. They were either used to entice the advanced orcs or tasked with guarding the Mouse Clan as they excavated. Just wait. Once they discover the antidote, they will not let these individuals escape unscathed. While the serpent orcs reminisced about their once free lives and silently plotted their revenge, a commotion arose from behind. Dozens of large pythons turned their gaze toward the entrance, witnessing masked orcs emerging, carrying the corpses of mouse beasts. As the familiar scent of roasted meat wafted through the air, the snake beasts felt an insatiable hunger surge within them. Finally, the moment had arrived. Today, I shall consume 10. The snake beast declared, swiftly transforming into its serpentine form, its foul, gaping maw lunging towards the corpse of the mouse beast resting upon Tsang Hui's shoulder. The other snake beasts coiled their bodies, poised for action. Tsang Hui's gaze turned icy as he sidestepped, delivering a powerful kick to the charging snake beast, sending it tumbling across the ground with a pained hiss. The remaining snake beasts glared in anger, rushing forward to encircle Tsang Hui. Setting the carcass down from his shoulder, Tsang Hui transformed into his beast form. Upon seeing him morph into a high-ranking silver wolf, the arrogance of the snake beasts visibly waned. Although unfamiliar with this wolf, they instinctively recognized it as a formidable opponent, possibly a trusted lieutenant of Xuanfeng. Indeed, Tsang Hui, despite having struck one of their own, maintained an air of haughty indifference, coldly stating, "You have quite the audacity to attack us." The snake beasts, upon witnessing his demeanor, further solidified their suspicions that he was not merely a subordinate of Xuanfeng, but perhaps even a relative. Otherwise, he would not dare to act so brazenly. "We are all brethren. Please do not take offense, Lord Wolf. We are simply famished and were overly excited upon seeing food, which led us to offend you." The speaker was the large black python, who had initially intervened to prevent the snake beast from harming the working mouse tribe. The yellow python, the one whom Tsang Hui had kicked, sat on the ground, clutching his chest, drenched in cold sweat. Under the gaze of the black python, he reluctantly muttered an apology to Tsang Hui, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as he spoke. Very well, consider this a lesson. Our leader has decreed that all you snake brethren, after your hard work, shall be rewarded with a hearty meal today." The snake beast faces lit up with joy at the prospect of a full meal, for since their arrival in this wretched place, they had not experienced a single day of satisfaction. However, before their elation could fully blossom, Tsang Hui continued, "Nonetheless, due to the recent influx of females seeking mates, our food supply has dwindled significantly, and the only provisions we have left in the dungeon are these." With a wave of his hand, several beastmen approached, depositing a pile of gaunt mouse corpses on the ground. Upon seeing the meager remains of the emaciated mouse beasts, the expressions of the snake beasts soured immensely. Just moments ago, they were promised a hearty meal, yet now faced the stark reality of insufficient provisions. "My Lord Wolf, with this paltry amount, not only will we not be satisfied, it scarcely suffices to fill our teeth." Seeing their despondent expressions, Tsang Hui smirked, "I have yet to finish my statement. Why the rush? Bring forth all the working mouse beasts. None are to be left behind." The large black python eyed Tsang Hui suspiciously, questioning his intentions. It was not that they disobeyed. Rather, Xuanfeng had repeatedly emphasized the necessity of adhering to the work schedule to complete the underground palace before the end of summer. Tsang Hui frowned, visibly irritated by the doubt cast upon him. "I summon them to ascertain which have sustained injuries. Those gravely wounded shall not be spared, and will serve as tonight's meal." Upon hearing Tsang Hui's words, the snake beasts were momentarily stunned before erupting with elation. Really? They had previously feasted upon one or two injured mouse beasts occasionally, and on days void of such opportunities, they would inflict injuries to ensure a feast. However, after consuming too many, they faced severe penalties when their superiors discovered the depletion of the mouse population. From that day forth, they had ceased to indulge in such behavior. "Now, move quickly. We must ascend soon to partake in the mate selection." Initially hesitant, the snake beasts promptly halted the working mouse beasts and herded them together for evaluation. The encircled mouse beasts huddled closely, trembling in fear, shielding their injuries from one another, terrified of being selected as food. Though the end was inevitable for them all, every moment of life was precious. Who knew if they might one day return home alive? Tsang Hui scanned the area, confirming that all the mouse beasts were present, before directing the snake beasts to gather in one spot, claiming they would select those most grievously injured. Chapter 207, Explosion, deceived the cluster of snake beasts believed his words. Hastily gathering together while their eyes roamed over the mouse beasts, determined not to overlook any that might attempt to feign innocence. Just as they diligently selected their intended meal, a sudden, deafening explosion shattered the air. "What is that noise?" Upon hearing it, Tsang Hui and his companions swiftly retrieved their prepared thunderfire cannons. igniting them and hurling them towards the group of snake beasts, quickly seeking cover. The snake beasts, bewildered by the commotion, extended their hands to catch the incoming objects, only to discover several bound bamboo tubes, sparking ominously. What is this? Before they could discern the nature of the objects in their grasp, the bamboo tubes erupted with a violent explosion. Boom! 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 With the explosion came a horrific spectacle of blood and flesh mingled with acrid smoke. The ground painted red and white with the mangled remains of the snake beasts. Those fortunate enough to survive the blast were sent into a frenzy, fleeing in terror, while the concealed mouse beasts seized the opportunity to counterattack. They surged from their hiding spots, pouncing upon the panicked snake beasts, sinking their teeth into them without hesitation. Despite the vast disparity in size and strength, a dozen mouse beasts posed an insurmountable challenge for a single snake beast. The once trembling mouse beasts, now emboldened by the sight of their familiar kin emerging from the shadows, realized that these individuals had come to rescue them. With hope ignited, they rallied and attacked fiercely, driven by memories of their kin who had perished before them. The snake beasts had devoured them, and now they too would feast upon the snake beasts. In mere moments, the surviving snake beasts were overwhelmed and consumed by the overwhelming tide of mouse beasts. Though victorious, the mouse beasts found no joy in their triumph. Rather, they were gripped by terror. They had killed snake beasts and feasted upon their flesh. As several among them retched, one elder mouse beast stepped forward. "Fear not, for we acted in self-preservation. Had we not done so, it would have been our demise today." The others gradually ceased their retching, yet the dread lingered in their hearts. They had fought back, but what lay ahead? What their families? Would there be retribution? Mice Gio searched frantically among his kin, finally locating his relatives. Yet he could not find his father. Approaching a member of the mole tribe, he asked with a pale face, "Uncle, where is my father?" His uncle, filled with sorrow, tears streaming down his face, replied, "Your father, he is gone." The grim realization confirmed his worst fears, and Mice Gio was overwhelmed with grief, blood mingling with his tears. Witnessing the anguish of Mice Gio, Sang Hui approached and placed a hand on his shoulder. "This is no time for lingering. We must leave this place. We will find a way to avenge our losses in due time." Mice Gio wiped his tears and nodded resolutely. Sang Hui was right. Now was not the moment for sorrow. He needed to survive and escape, that one day he might avenge his father and the fallen kin. "Uncle, how many exits are there? Construction is underway here, and the exits have yet to be opened." "Then let us act swiftly and dig an exit. The recent explosion must have drawn their attention. If we delay, we may find ourselves unable to escape." "Very well." All members of the Yin Shu tribe commenced digging immediately. The entire Shu tribe mobilized, while other orcs, despite their weakened states, joined the efforts. Meanwhile, Sun Feng was leading a group in the underground palace, searching for individuals, when a series of thunderous sounds erupted. It was the sound of Lei Hua cannons. The noise emanated from the prison where the Shu tribe was held captive. "Quickly pursue." After Sun Feng spoke, he led his group towards the source of the commotion. Midway, several more loud explosions sounded. Sun Feng furrowed his brow and instructed one team to continue toward the original source of the noise, while he took the remaining members towards the new sounds. However, before they could reach their destination, there were more deafening blasts from the underground coming from multiple directions simultaneously. The force of this explosion was tremendous, causing the entire underground chamber to tremble. Feeling as though he was being toyed with, Sun Feng gritted his teeth in frustration. He swiftly divided his subordinates into several teams to investigate different directions, while he continued onward to inspect the newly constructed underground palace. He suddenly recalled that the other exits were guarded by their own people, but it seemed that the newly constructed underground palace had yet to be secured. Considering the Shu beasts they had encountered earlier in a desperate situation, Sun Feng surmised that those individuals might attempt to escape from that direction. On the other side, Luo Chuchu and her companions were racing towards the perilous area. Mo Shu's speed and strength were remarkable. He held Luo Chuchu in one arm while guiding a Shu tribe member with the other, moving as swiftly as if they were on a high-speed train. The wind whipping against them painfully, Luo Chuchu dared not open her mouth, for even a single word would fill her lungs with air, threatening to burst them. The Shu tribesmen suffered even more. Their whiskers were torn apart by the wind, their skin quivered, and their eyes struggled to remain open, unable to close properly. Qing Shi and Gumu closely followed, while Ao Ji, in excruciating pain, could only grit his teeth and endure. "Which way should we go?" The cold voice of the snake beast resonated from above. The shoe beast squinted against the wind and pointed in a direction. Luo Chuchu buried her face in Mo Shu's neck and questioned, "How much longer until we arrive?" She truly could not withstand the gales, feeling as if her very fat was being blown away. Despite it being a night illuminated by 2 suns, she shivered uncontrollably from the cold. Noticing the trembling of the person in his arms, Mo Shu slightly slowed his pace. He had forgotten that as a snake beast, his body temperature was already low, and the fierce wind would surely be unbearable for Chu-Chu. Upon his deceleration, Qing Shi and the others quickly caught up. Mo Shu lifted Luo Chu-Chu, glanced at Gamu, and tossed her towards him. "Oh!" Luo Chu-Chu screamed in fright, mentally cursing Mo Shu for not giving her any prior warning. Gamu caught me too with one shoulder and leaped, securely receiving Luo Chu-Chu midair. "Protect her. We will advance first." After speaking, Mo Shu accelerated once more, darting ahead. Seeing this, Qingshi instructed Gamu and then hastened to follow. Chapter 208. 2 passageways. It was not until Gamu held Luo Chu-Chu tightly for quite some time that she emerged from the sensation of weightlessness. In the instant she was thrown, the great white rabbit enveloped her with its ears, and soon enough, her body temperature rose considerably. Observing Mitu, dangling from Gamu's shoulder like a kite, Luo Chu-Chu couldn't help but twitch her lips. His appearance indeed resembled that of a wandering spirit. Her gaze then fell upon Aoj, who was struggling yet resolutely pressing forward despite his visible exhaustion. Luo gently petted Gamu's shoulder. "Yemu, please slow down a bit. Aoj's wounds have yet to heal, and they may reopen if we continue at this pace." Although Aoj's external injuries had been treated with Qing Shi saliva, the most severe damage lay within his organs. Heeding Luo Chu-Chu's words, Gamu reduced his speed significantly. With only 2 hands, he could not carry Aoj along as well, but he certainly would have done so otherwise. Meanwhile, the Shu tribe and the orcs were still laboring to excavate an escape route. At this moment, Song Hui acutely sensed a familiar aura. It was the wolf beast that had ambushed him and Aoj. "Someone is approaching. Dig faster." Upon hearing this, the Shu tribe and the orcs quickened their pace, turning over the soil vigorously. Song Hui vigilantly fixed his gaze on the only entrance they had previously destroyed, ready to launch an attack at the slightest disturbance. Meanwhile, Sun Feng and his group, blocked from entering the new underground palace, gazed at the rubble and soil obstructing their path, as well as the presence of numerous orcs nearby, with faces as dark as the depths of the ocean. "You few, go summon the others. Leave 2 to guard the entrance. The rest must position themselves above the perilous area and capture all advanced orcs alive. Show no mercy to the Shu tribe." "Understood." The orcs complied and quickly returned. Sun Feng, observing the blocked path, inquired, "Are there any other entrances?" Reporting to the leader, "There are none," confirming that this was the sole entrance. Sun Feng felt a measure of relief. Fortunately, he had initially restricted the Shu tribe to only excavate this one entrance, fearing they would attempt to escape. His original plan had been to create several secret passages known only to him after the underground palace was fully constructed. Now, it seemed that his decision had been astutely wise. The depth to the surface was unfathomable, and it would not be easy for those individuals to dig their way out. "Commence excavation," Sun Feng commanded, and his subordinates rushed forward to dig through the blocked passage. In the cave, after some time of digging, they finally received good news. "We have broken through." "Sure. A few of you go call back the others. The rest can go ahead, but remember to be quiet." After Tsang Hui's instructions, Shu Jiujio was the first to sprint towards the initial passage they had started digging, where his kin were still laboring. By the time they returned, only Tsang Hui remained in the tunnel, setting up the Lei Hui cannons in several locations. "Hurry and evacuate. I will hold off the rear." "Lord Tsang Hui, let me stay and assist you." "No need. I can manage alone." Seeing his insistence, Shu Jiujio followed his tribe in an orderly fashion into the passageway and departed. Not long after Tsang Hui placed the Lei Hui cannons, the entrance suddenly erupted with flying sand and stones, as Sun Feng's group had managed to break through. As several wolf heads emerged, Tsang Hui unleashed a lightning strike, igniting the Lei Hui cannons piled at the entrance, before swiftly turning to escape down the passage. The resulting explosion reverberated violently, causing the entire underground palace to tremble. The passage that Sun Feng had just broken through was once again blocked by the falling debris. The orcs at the forefront were caught unawares, suffering severe injuries from the collapsing stones, and soon became buried beneath the soil. "Young master, be careful." Witnessing the newly blocked passage, Sun Feng was infuriated. Enraged, he barked at his subordinates, "Find other entrances or weak points. We must capture those Shu tribesmen and the orcs today." He reassured himself that since they were still using Lei Hui cannons to buy time, it implied that the escape route had not yet been fully excavated, and there was still a chance. His subordinates dispersed rapidly to search. Soon, a few wolf beasts returned to notify the other orcs, followed by a large group, all of whom were advanced orcs of the 3rd tier or above. With their reinforcements, the speed of clearing the blockage increased significantly, and before long, they had reopened the entrance that had collapsed a second time. Sun Feng was the first to charge inside, where chaos reigned. Aside from the scattered bodies of snake beasts, there was no one in sight. Could they have escaped? "Young master, there's a passage here." Sun Feng, upon hearing the news, hastened towards the entrance, yet not before meticulously surveying the entire subterranean palace once more. Only after confirming that this was the sole passage did he lead his companions in pursuit. Meanwhile, Zhang Hui, after slipping into the passage, swiftly reunited with Shu, Jiao, and the others. Had Sun Feng been present, he would have realized that these individuals had not escaped, but had instead returned to the previous platform where the contest for the females had taken place. It was revealed that after excavating halfway through the new passage, a member of the Rat clan had recalled a nearby direction that led close to the cave entrance. Although the distance was not negligible and required a convoluted route back to their territory, it was still significantly shorter than tunneling directly to the surface. The most perilous locations often turn out to be the safest. Zhang Hui's intention in detonating the last Thunderfire cannon was to deceive the wolf beast, who would certainly not anticipate their return, just as the wolf beast believed they were still present and had gathered most of his subordinates in that vicinity. They had already fled from the other side. Thus, Zhang Hui resolved to demolish both passages simultaneously. He divided his group into two, with the larger contingent continuing to excavate the passage leading to the platform, while the smaller group persisted with the initial tunnel to mislead their pursuers and buy time. Ultimately, everything transpired as Zhang Hui had anticipated. The passage to the platform, being closer to the entrance, was effectively concealed by the debris from the Thunderfire cannon's explosion. When Sun Feng arrived with his entire group, charging towards the initially excavated passage, he discovered a dead end. Those individuals had failed to tunnel through. Realizing he had been outwitted, Sun Feng gritted his teeth in rage, vowing to drain every drop of blood from those who had deceived him before dismembering them. Chapter 209, The Repulsive Giant Insect. Zhang Hui entrusted Uncle Sangji and the others to the lion beast, instructing them to escort the individuals out, before he ventured alone to the lair of the blood pool. Several orcs hung, suspended above the blood pool, their blood dripping down their bodies. Recognizing them as participants in the Beastman contest and subordinates of the wolf beast, Zhang Hui decided to assist them. He unleashed a series of lightning strikes, severing the vines that bound their legs, and watched as they plummeted into the blood pool, consumed by countless white worms until only their skeletons remained. He then placed a multitude of Thunderfire cannons in various corners. Retreating to the entrance, he raised his hands, silver sparks dancing at his fingertips, directing lightning towards the corners where the Thunderfire cannons were positioned. With a series of thunderous explosions, cracks appeared on the stone walls, and soil began to rain down, all crashing into the blood pool. As the soil cascaded into the blood pool, the blood within began to churn violently, and the white worms, disturbed, leaped from the blood, landing on the barren earth, quickly falling silent. Observing the continuing descent of the soil, Zhang Hui realized that the structure would not withstand much longer. Just as he prepared to turn and leave, a furious roar echoed from beneath the blood pool, causing the entire space to tremble. Zhang Hui halted, and suddenly, a dark shadow surged from the depths of the blood pool. It was an enormous crimson monster, resembling the smaller worms, its gaping maw filled with sharp teeth. Simultaneously, Sun Feng, in pursuit, came to an abrupt halt, a sharp pain piercing his chest, black blood spilling from his mouth. This was disastrous. Something had gone awry at the blood pool. Awakening the Wanxing Chong Lao, without a second thought, Sun Feng abandoned the chase and sprinted towards the blood pool. Upon witnessing the grotesque giant insect attempting to emerge from the blood pool, Zhang Hui's pupils dilated, conjuring a bolt of lightning as thick as his arm to hurl at it. The giant worm, struck by the lightning, emitted an anguished yet furious roar, its massive mouth snapping shut before unleashing a cloud of white mist towards Zhang Hui's position. He swiftly dodged the attack, the mist crashing against the stone wall and cascading to the ground, revealing countless curled white eggs, the very larvae that feasted upon flesh. A wave of dread washed over Tsang Hui. Had he been touched by these worms, he would likely meet his end here. The giant worm, undeterred, unleashed another barrage of white mist, intent on eliminating Tsang Hui. He remained vigilant, occasionally peeking out to cast lightning at the boulder above the blood pool. The giant worm, frustrated by its failure to vanquish the beast man, let out an enraged howl. At that moment, a tremendous crash resounded as the boulder, struck by lightning, plummeted down, directly crushing the giant worm back into the blood pool. When it resurfaced, the formerly cylindrical giant worm bore a massive gash extending to its abdomen, exposing a plethora of writhing eggs within, eliciting feelings of nausea. Realizing the difficulty in slaying this creature, Tsang Hui ceased his engagement, tossing the remaining thunderfire cannons into the giant worm's mouth, followed by a bolt of lightning. At the moment of the explosion, he turned to flee, fearful of being inadvertently touched by the vile creature. Having done all he could, he hoped fervently to eliminate this grotesque monster. After a brief interval, Sun Feng, in a frenzied dash, arrived. Since the incident involving the Wanxing Chong Lao, black blood had continuously seeped from his mouth, staining his once gray for a dark crimson. The Wanxing Chong Lao emitted a pained shriek, revealing its half-destroyed body and the eggs spilling forth, alongside the shriveled white worms on the ground, devoid of blood. Sun Feng's eyes burned with fury. "You few stay behind. The rest continue the pursuit. Reinforce the other exits." Most of those dispatched were from the Wolf clan, and those remaining quickly understood their fate. Once the orders were given, Sun Feng abruptly seized the few subordinates left behind, hurling them towards the Wanxing Chong Lao. The half-mangled creature caught two of the orcs in its gaping maw. The ensnared orcs were swiftly enveloped by white worms, while the others who had fallen into the blood pool soon found themselves similarly besieged. The worms crawled over their faces, limbs, eyes, ears, and noses, biting wherever they landed. The excruciating pain spread throughout their bodies as they let out anguished cries, some pleading for mercy, others cursing Sun Feng's cruelty. "Ah, please, young master, spare us. We have followed you wholeheartedly, yet you treat us thus. You will not escape the beast god's wrath. Your wolf clan will ultimately perish." In the instant their mouths opened, countless worms rushed in, burrowing into their bodies until they could no longer produce sound, reduced to mere skeletal remains. Sun Feng, witnessing the horrific fate of his subordinates, felt no remorse, only a deepening darkness in his gaze. Meanwhile, Tsang Hui had reached a safe area, fully aware that the repulsive giant worm, though severely wounded, would not perish easily. He needed to devise a means to eliminate that creature, otherwise it would continue to threaten many lives. On the other side, due to Sun Feng reallocating most of his forces near the new subterranean palace's surface, each exit was left guarded by only two orcs. The lion beast swiftly led Uncle Sangji and the others, promptly dispatching the two orc guards and guiding the group out of the perilous zone. Concern for Tsang Hui's safety gripped everyone, especially Uncle Sangji and the others, including Shu Jiujio, who were eager to return and search for him. Just as hesitation lingered in the air, Tsang Hui, in a disheveled state, dashed towards them, prompting the group to rush forward and inquire about the situation. Tsang Hui briefly recounted the events, leaving all, particularly those who had yet to witness the blood pool, feeling a chill of dread. They had narrowly escaped becoming the monster's offerings. As the Wanxing Chong Lao began to recover, a smile flickered across Sun Feng's face. He reached into the blood pool, scooping up a handful of insects and stuffing them into his mouth. Once his body was nearly restored, Sun Feng produced a stone vial from his person and filled it with insect eggs from the Wanxing Chong Lao's body before turning to rejoin his subordinates. He swore vengeance upon those who had harmed the Wanxing Chong Lao. Sensing impending danger, Tsang Hui led Uncle Sangji and the others to swiftly vacate the area, intending to return to the mountain peak where they had previously hidden with AOG. However, as they raced down the mountain, they found themselves confronted by a well-prepared orc army. Chapter 210. Indiscriminate attack before a throng of unfamiliar orcs, alongside the gaunt and battered ratkin. The leaders of the leopard and lion clans exchanged glances. Upon hearing that these individuals were also from Qianshou City, their expressions turned grave. It appeared that a fierce battle was unavoidable that night. The standoff did not last long before Sun Feng and his men arrived in pursuit. The leaders of the leopard and lion clans, upon seeing Sun Feng in hot pursuit, exchanged doubtful looks, pondering whether the wolf clan had received intelligence before them. "What brings you here at this hour, Sun Feng? I heard you ordered the burning of the Rat Kin's dwellings?" Before Sun Feng could respond, the Rat Kin erupted in anger, turning to glare at the wolf clan leader, yearning to tear him to shreds. Their subjugation and suppression stemmed from fear of retribution against their families and kin. Yet, despite this, the wolf clan continued to torment their loved ones. Faced with inquiries from the other clans, Sun Feng maintained a calm demeanor, for he had just recognized the silver wolf surrounded by the crowd. The very wolf beast who had previously been with Ao-ji. He felt a surge of joy. This wolf beast had appeared, yet Ao-ji was nowhere to be found. Presumably having met his demise, Sun Feng stepped forward, ambiguously pointing at Sanghu amidst the crowd, declaring, "This is the wolf beast who colluded with the Rat Kin." The orc and Rat Kin ensnared in the middle were already imprisoned, hence they could not comprehend Sun Feng's words. However, Sanghu and the leaders of the other clans understood perfectly. This man intended to frame him. Was this the wolf beast responsible for Ao-ji's death? Sanghu would not bear the blame for another's crime. He recounted how Sun Feng had ambushed and pursued Ao-ji. He reasoned that although these individuals were not of Ao-ji's kin, Ao-ji's father was the city lord, and his mother was a prominent matriarch. Thus they would likely harbor some trepidation. A sneer crossed Sun Feng's face. This silver wolf was laughable to think that these individuals would act against him for Ao-ji's sake. Unbeknownst to him, Ao-ji's existence posed a threat not only to the wolf clan status, but also to the other orcs vying for the position of city lord, who viewed the tiger clan as their greatest rival. Just as anticipated, upon realizing that Sanghu was the wolf beast they sought, the leaders of the other clans in Qianshou City immediately began to plot, rather than waste time dismantling a wolf clan stronger than themselves. It was better to eliminate this silver wolf under the guise of avenging Ao-ji. The Tiger clan had promised that any tribe capable of slaying the one responsible for Ao-ji's death would receive their support during the city lord selection. Before anyone could react, Sun Feng signaled to his subordinates. He would confront Sanghu while instructing his men to devise a plan to capture the orcs. After issuing his orders, Sun Feng launched an attack against Sanghu. Seeing this, the leaders of the leopard, lion, hyena clans, and others aspiring to claim the next city lord rushed towards Sanghu, all eager to see him perish by their hands. Realizing that these individuals had already formed an alliance, Sanghu sidestepped Sun Feng's aggressive charge, urging the lion beast and the others to flee. However, the lion beast and his companions did not retreat. Instead, they roared defiantly, choosing to stand shoulder to shoulder with Sanghu. They understood that the wolf clan would not easily forgive them, and they sought vengeance for their kin who had perished at the hands of the wolf clan. The rat kin similarly refused to abandon the fight. The wolf clan had burned their homes, and although they were merely ordinary orcs, they were determined to take a piece of flesh from the wolves, even at the cost of their own lives. The battle erupted, with Sun Feng and the other clans targeting Sanghu, while the remaining wolf clan members aimed to capture the advanced orcs that had escaped. Sanghu, being merely a fifth-tier orc, found himself besieged by over 100 adversaries. Even without skills, the melee combat left him steadily retreating. The reason he had not been slain yet was that each clan wished to claim his life for themselves. Whenever one seemed poised for victory, others intervened to obstruct and create chaos, inadvertently providing Sanghu with numerous opportunities to evade death. The lion beast and Uncle Sangji yearned to assist him, but they had yet to fully recover and were entangled with the wolf clan, leaving them stretched thin. The rat kin fared even worse. Being a group of ordinary orcs unable to advance, they were swiftly crushed when they attempted to engage the advanced orcs, with many not even able to join the fray before being trampled. Just as Sanghu was on the verge of collapse, an enormous commotion erupted nearby. Before anyone could react, a flurry of invisible wind blades surged toward them, accompanied by the sounds of flesh being pierced. Blood splattered as some were merely grazed, while others had limbs severed. As the denizens of Qianshou City were left in shock, a thick, dark serpent tail swept through, knocking down a large swath of orcs. Screams of terror filled the air as the ground became littered with writhing orcs. Even the severely injured Sanghu was not spared. It seemed the assailant was intent on indiscriminate carnage. This was not the fault of Mo Shu. Upon their arrival, the area had already descended into chaos. He only knew that Sanghu was within, but could not discern friend from foe. Thus he resolved to incapacitate everyone first before searching for him. After a few strikes, the majority of the orcs on the ground lay defeated, while the smaller rat kin, sensing the serpent's aura, fled instinctively to evade the deadly assault. The remaining individuals prepared to counterattack when suddenly, two orange-red lasers shot forth from an unknown source, creating waves of agony and screams amongst those caught in their path. Upon recognizing the newcomers, Sanghu quickly rolled aside to avoid being inadvertently harmed. Sun Feng was also sent flying by tremendous force. Realizing the situation had gone awry, he seized the opportunity amidst the chaos to quietly retreat with his subordinates, preparing to escape at the opportune moment. Chapter 211. AO-G Still Lives. Sun Feng flees as the lasers threaten to strike their allies. Sanghu sprang to his feet, shouting to the two, "Qingxi, do not harm our own." Hearing Sanghu's voice, Qingxi retracted the lasers, while Mo Shu ceased waving his tail and turned to swim back towards where he had come from, intending to rendezvous with Luo Chuchu and the others. Not long after he departed, a cloud of dust arose from another direction, and upon closer inspection, it was the Tiger Clan. Upon learning that Sanghu was the one who killed AOG, the other clans dispatched their subordinates to notify them, hoping to showcase a scene of revenge for AOG to the Hu clan. However, when the Hu clan arrived, they were met with the sight of their fallen brethren, groaning in agony. Seeing the Hu clan's presence, the warriors of the various clans hastily covered their wounds and stumbled to their feet, desperate to conceal their disheveled appearances. Unfortunately, they were too late. A towering Baihu stepped forward, looking down upon the bruised and bloodied members of the Bao and Sher clans. Such a multitude had failed to subdue a mere fourth-tier wolf beast. And yet, you still seek our support? How laughable. The Baihu lamented the loss of the promising AOG. If Qian Shouchang were to fall into the hands of these individuals, it would surely be doomed. We sincerely sought revenge for your young lord. Yet what do you mean by this? A.O. Tian flicked his tail, his expression cold. Such sweet words. We know your true intentions. However, since he is our young lord, his vengeance shall be ours to exact. You need not concern yourselves. The other clans were incensed by A.O. Tian's declaration. Do you Hu clan mean to say your word carries no weight? Ao Qion snorted. When has the Hu clan ever been untrustworthy? You lot harbor ulterior motives, using the guise of revenge merely to exploit our clan for your gain. Moreover, have you truly avenged AOG? The other clans fell silent, for A.O. Tian had struck at the heart of their motives. They had indeed failed to achieve their goal. Sanghu approached the Baihu, standing tall and dignified despite the wounds. Believe me or not, I did not kill AOG. This is all a scheme of the Wolf clan. They ambushed him on his way back, and I merely escorted him out of the Lost Forest, only to be implicated and pursued. Sanghu gestured towards the other clans. I just explained this to them, but they refused to believe me. A member of the Bao clan, fearing retribution from the Hu clan, quickly interjected, "This is merely your word. Furthermore, it was not only the Wolf clan that accused you of killing AOG. Even within your own Hu clan, there were those who testified against you. How can we trust your words?" Upon hearing Sanghu's remarks, the Hu clan members began to fervently discuss among themselves. Deep down, they were more inclined to believe the Wolf clan, having been adversaries for many years, each viewing the other as a thorn in their side. Do you have any evidence to prove your innocence regarding AOG's death? No evidence, Sanghu replied coldly, and before they could react, he continued, because AOG is not dead. Boom! This declaration was as shocking as a clap of thunder. The Hu clan members were ecstatic. What did you say? Our young lord is alive? Where is he? Just as Sanghu was about to say he could lead them to him, a roar echoed from a distance. Roar! Luo Chuchu, wrapped in bee skin and cradled by Mo Shu, with me too perched on his shoulder, holding a large white rabbit, stood beside the panting AOG. The familiar roar sent the Hu clan into a frenzy, all eyes turning towards AOG. Young lord is truly the young lord. He is alive. How wonderful. The young lord is not dead. The other clans, initially incredulous at AOG's voice, soon found themselves in shock. Upon regaining their composure, they inwardly cursed Sun Feng for his incompetence. Despite his ambition, he lacked the capability, causing them to undertake so many fruitless schemes, only for AOG to reappear alive. As they contemplated this, smiles graced their faces, albeit insincerely, as they congratulated the Hu clan. A.O. Tian led the Hu clan towards AOG, surrounding him with concern. AOG, how are you? AOG, with a pale face, managed a weak smile. Uncle, I am fine. How is my father? Hearing AOG inquire about his elder brother, A.O. Tian's smile faded, and he solemnly shook his head. His condition is not good. Meanwhile, upon the appearance of the Hu clan, Sun Feng, who had been ready to flee, squinted his eyes. This AOG truly has a strong fate, surviving this ordeal. He cursed the incompetence of his subordinates, who had failed to ensure AOG's demise despite their numerous efforts. Thankfully, he had prepared an escape route. While everyone's attention was focused on AOG, Sun Feng signaled his men to quietly slip away. Unbeknownst to them, the Shu clan had been monitoring their every move. Upon seeing the Wolf clan attempting to flee, a Shu clan member shouted to alert the others. The Wolf clan is escaping. Many of the Shu clan members, whose kin had fallen victim to the wolves, rushed after them while warning others. Upon hearing his uncle mention Ao Xiong's dire condition, Ao's immediate reaction was to find Sun Feng and demand the antidote, but he overheard the Shu clan shouting about the wolves' escape. "Uncle, the poison afflicting my father was instigated by the Wolf clan. We must pursue them." With that, Aog transformed into his beast form, intent on chasing after them. The other members of the Hu clan quickly followed suit, shifting into their beast forms and sprinting in the direction the wolves had fled. After only a few steps, blood trickled from the corner of Aog's mouth, and his massive form swayed as if he would collapse. Seeing this, Gumu rushed forward and braced him with his back. "Your wounds have yet to heal." Mitu furrowed his brow and stepped forward, admonishing young cub, "Your injuries are serious, and after such exertion without rest, your body will be compromised. Achieving full recovery will be difficult." Ao Qian frowned, his expression grave as he regarded Aog. "Are your injuries that severe?" Ao Shi nodded. "You must return to the beast city with me. Someone will pursue the wolves. You need not worry." Afterward, Ao Tian turned to the other clans, his tone unfriendly. "Did you not claim you would avenge us? The Wolf clan has poisoned our lord and attempted to kill our young lord. Why do you linger here instead of pursuing them?" The other clans were taken aback, their expressions darkening. Yet, they could not refute him at that moment. They merely sent a few individuals to follow at a leisurely pace. Chapter 212. Entering Qian Shoucheng. Seeking justice, Aog watched the reluctant clans pursue and scoffed. "Uncle, they will not pursue earnestly." Ao Tian resolutely refused, stating, "There is no need for others to change. Our own will pursue diligently, and you must return to the city with me. Your injuries prevent you from being of assistance. Moreover, do you not wish to see your father? His moments of lucidity have become fleeting, and each time he awakens, he inquires about you. We have refrained from telling him the truth, fearing he cannot bear the shock." Upon hearing this, Aog's eyes flickered with pain. "All right, I will speak a few words to my friends." Ao Tian nodded, and Aog approached Luo, Chu and the others. "Chu, will you accompany me back to the beast city? I want you to check on my father." Luo Chu poked her head out from the beast skin, meeting Aog's sorrowful golden eyes. Mo Shu tightened his embrace, displeased, as he observed the young cub's overt interest in Chu right before him. Feeling the pressure, Luo Chu gently patted Mo Shu's arm and then stepped down from his hold. "All right, we will accompany you." She recalled Me Too's words about the rejuvenating flower, understanding that only by seeking it personally could it be found. As a friend, she could not bear to see Aog reduced to a frail state. Furthermore, given Aog's status, if he were to remain in such a weakened condition, he would surely be bullied within Qian Shoucheng. At this moment, the orc who had been rescued by Canghua, along with the remaining members of the Shrew clan, approached, all eager to journey to Qinsho City. They waited for the return of their kin from the wolf tribe, seeking justice for themselves and their brethren. Upon hearing that so many orcs and shrew tribes wished to go to Qinsho City, Ao Tian furrowed his brow, concerned that it might incite chaos within the beast city. Observing Ao Tian's troubled expression, a beast from the Qinsho tribe stepped forward and stated, "We do not intend to cause trouble in the beast city. However, the wolves of your Qinsho city have colluded with the wandering orcs, deceiving us under the pretense of seeking females, capturing us from our tribes, and brutally harming our advanced orcs by skinning and draining their blood, leaving no trace behind. Had it not been for Tsanghua's timely rescue, we might have perished silently underground, with no one ever knowing." Shu Jiojio, gathering his courage, also spoke up, having heard from several returning scouts that the wolf tribe had set fire to their dwellings, resulting in the deaths of many of their kin. "The wolves of Qinsho City oppress and enslave us, forcing us to work without reward and treating us as mere food. Tonight, they even sent people to burn our homes, causing the demise of countless young ones and destroying our families. Although our Shrew clan is not particularly strong, we cannot allow ourselves to be bullied like this. We must seek justice. Indeed, we must seek justice for ourselves." The wolves of Chinchou City have gone too far. Their cruelty is unworthy of a civilized being. As the Shrew clan expressed their fervent emotions, and the orcs liberated by Songhua joined in, Ao Ji turned to Ao Tian and said, "Uncle, Songhua is my savior. He has been pursued because of me, and even his tribe has suffered due to this matter. If Chinchou City fails to provide an explanation, it may lead to dire consequences." After a moment of contemplation, Ao Tian slowly replied, "I understand. If that is the case, you may proceed. However, once inside the city, do not incite any disturbances. Everything must be conducted according to the rules. Once it is confirmed that the wolf tribe has indeed committed these offenses, the city lord will address your grievances." The crowd agreed in unison. Thus, this diverse assembly of various races set forth towards Chinchou City. With Ao Tian leading the way, they entered the city smoothly. The residents of the city were awakened by the commotion, gathering along the streets, curiously observing the newcomers. Beneath the cold, luminous moonlight, Luo Chuchu peeked out, surveying the majestic beast city. Thanks to being held by Mo Shu, she could see far into the distance, realizing just how vast Chinchou City truly was, an expanse that seemed endless. The terrain rose gradually, layered upon itself, with a wide stone-paved pathway left in the center, albeit rough and uncomfortable to tread upon. On either side of the pathway stood large stone houses, poorly constructed but ample in size, each appearing to be at least 100 square meters or more. Their arrangement was chaotic, haphazardly placed, and the surrounding area was filled with unpleasant odors, a mix of various beastly scents and the stench of waste. As they ventured deeper, passing through the second gate, the construction quality of the houses improved slightly. Occasionally, they spotted small two-story stone buildings, arranged in somewhat of a disorderly, yet organized fashion. According to AOG, beyond the third gate resided ordinary orcs, while those above the fourth gate were advanced orcs of up to the third tier. Upon entering the ninth gate, an expansive area of stone houses belonged entirely to the city lord's estate. The houses within the city lord's estate were even larger, the shortest standing at over 20 meters tall, and this was only 3 stories high, as orcs, in their beast forms, were generally larger. A lower ceiling would risk being breached. The main building was even taller, comprising 7 stories, and to Luo Chuchu, ascending to the top floor felt akin to climbing a mountain. Ao Tian settled the Shrew clan and the liberated orcs on the mountainside nearest to the city lord's estate. Noticing their injuries, he dispatched a squad of Tiger Clan guards to assist them in excavating several large caves for rest and provided them with food and water. Shu Jiujio and a few guiding orc members, accompanied by a team of guards, ventured to the Wang Mountain to bring back the escaped Shrew orcs and females to Chinchou City. The orcs they returned with hailed from various tribes. And once inquiries were made, Ao Tian arranged for a few of the recuperating orcs to visit their tribes to gather information. While Ao Tian was busy attending to these matters, Aoji had already taken Luo Chuchu and a few others to the city lord's estate to visit his father. Due to Ao Xiong being poisoned, he was housed on the first floor of the main building. Initially, Luo Chuchu and her companions planned to wait outside, but Ao Ji, eager for Me Too to check on his father's condition, led them inside. Upon entering, they discovered that Ao Ji's mother, Nam Mei, was also present. She was a robust female of the Tiger clan, her round face devoid of the traditional floral markings, save for a grand and imposing tiger head mark on the right side. Beneath her short, stout brows lay a pair of exquisite fox-like eyes. Her nose and mouth bore the typical features of a tiger, and her ears resembled those of a leopard. Despite her features being a patchwork, she appeared far more attractive than any other females Luo Chuchu had encountered. Name's stature was equally imposing, standing at least 9 meters tall, and compared to the females of the Dong-Tu tribe, she was on par or even surpassed them. Her neck and the exposed skin below were adorned with numerous mate marks, densely packed with little to no blank skin visible. Another embodiment of the voluptuous ideal. Luo Chuchu had already learned from Shu Duo that in the beast world, both orcs and females pursued a plump form as beauty to the point of obsession. In their eyes, overly slender females could not withstand the extreme climates of the beast world and were likely to perish. Moreover, some females, due to their frailness, struggled to conceive, and even if they did, they faced high risks during childbirth. Thus, when selecting mates, orcs tended to prefer those who were fuller and after pairing. It was a point of pride to fatten their females further. Females like Shu Duo, who were both short and thin, were only chosen by smaller orcs of the same diminutive beast form, while larger beast form orcs would hardly glance at them. The size mismatch would not only be unbearable for the female, but would also significantly reduce the chances of successfully carrying a child, even if they did mate. In the eyes of these orcs, a figure like Luo Chuchu's was regarded as below average, simply because she was not sufficiently plump. Now Mai, like other females in the beast world, possessed a proud demeanor, though not as discourteous as the previous Xiang female. Upon encountering a beautiful individual, her eyes would spark with admiration, yet without the possessive inclination to claim them as her own, lest they face dire consequences. Though surrounded by dozens of mates, Ao Xiong was her primary partner and the city lord of Qinsho City. Thus Na Mei held him in high regard. Seeing Ao Ji return safely brought her genuine joy. Despite having over 70 mates, she had managed to raise fewer than 30 young ones, the majority of whom were merely ordinary orcs. Aoshi, being of noble status and exceptional talent, was a fifth-tier orc at a young age, making him one of Na Mei's most cherished and proud offspring. Noticing Ao Ji's weary appearance, Na Mei affectionately stroked his head, her concern palpable and sincere. Ao Ji appeared to share a close bond with Na Mei, saying, "Mother, you have worked hard." Not wishing to intrude upon the mother-son reunion, Luo Chuchu and her companions retreated to their designated quarters to rest, leaving only Me Too to attend to Ao Xiong's health. Meanwhile, news of the wolf tribe's heinous acts quietly spread throughout the city. Though the orcs dared not discuss it openly, hushed conversations were inevitable. The plight of the Shrew clan was of little concern to the orcs of Qinsho City. In their eyes, the Shrew clan was the lowest tier of orcs. However, the wolf clan not only colludes with the stray beast to abduct females, but also harms the advanced beastmen, which poses a grave issue. Particularly concerning is the fact that Qian Shoucheng has previously reported multiple instances of females being taken, and those advanced beastmen who venture to seek them have never returned. Raising significant suspicions, Aoji arranged for a spacious suite comprising 3 rooms. Mo Shu, cradling Luo Chu Chu, entered the most spacious inner room, with Qing Shi following closely behind. After casually spreading out a simple bedding, the two resumed their childish bickering from a cave. One claimed an arm and a leg, while the other draped an arm over the shoulder, and both leaned in towards Luo Chu Chu, their faces inches from hers. Should she shift even slightly, the other would immediately close the distance. Gamu also desired to share a room with Luo Chu Chu, but upon entering, he witnessed the two, bound and determined, competing in secret to pull her towards themselves, practically wishing to mold her into an S shape. Observing this, Gamu silently retreated, joining to Bai Tu and Mi Tu Yi in another room. Luo Chu Chu, feeling quite annoyed yet utterly exhausted from the day before, had not caught up on sleep, and, after providing Gamu with some ice, simply closed her eyes, allowing the two to frolic as they pleased. After all, Qing Shi and Mo Shu were cautious not to overdo it, and their playful nudging was gentle enough that Luo Chu Chu had no concerns about them breaking her. The following day, Luo Chu Chu awoke only when the sun was shining brightly. After freshening up in her room and stepping to the door, she heard Mi Tu Ye's voice from the outer room. This city lord is fortunate to have encountered me, given his condition, unless the poisoner willingly provides the antidote. He can only survive for 10 more days. What shall we do next? Where shall we go? Once Chu Chu wakes, we shall inquire about her intentions. Did she not express a desire to explore Qian Shoucheng? It would be an opportune time to accompany her. Just as he spoke, Qing Shi turned back as if sensing something, and his gaze fell upon Luo Chu Chu as she emerged. Chu Chu, Mira Wei, Luo Chu Chu not dead. She had been so fatigued yesterday, and with the presence of one Yanhan Bing, the temperature was particularly comfortable, causing her to oversleep. Just as Qing Shi was about to rise, Mo Shu flicked his tail, wrapping it around Luo Chu Chu's waist, pulling her into his embrace. Qing Shi shot him a dark look, but Mo Shu remained unfazed. Luo Chu Chu, already accustomed to this, wriggled free from his hold and pulled out the breakfast food, asking, Mi Tu Yi, is Aoji's father's condition troublesome? It's manageable. The poison he suffered from is a combination of various toxic plants. I have administered some antidote, which can temporarily suppress the toxicity and extend his survival. Once we obtain the other 2 antidotes, and he takes a medicinal bath, he should be able to recover completely. However, he has sustained significant damage, and it is likely his strength will decrease by several ranks. Mi Tu Yi stroked his beard as he spoke, noting that since the poison was plant-based, He would have been helpless had it been insect venom or other types. Hearing this, Luo Chu-Chu felt a wave of relief. Regardless, preserving life is paramount. Gamu, recalling something, turned to Luo Chu-Chu and said, "By the way, Aoji arrived this morning and mentioned that he will be busy dealing with the Wolf Clan, asking us to wait here for a while." Luo Chu-Chu nodded in agreement. "All right, once he finishes, we can assist him in finding the regeneration flower, and then we can seek a beautiful place to settle down." Upon hearing this, Mituye's eyes sparkled as he retrieved a heavy burlap bag from behind him, handing it to Luo Chu-Chu. "This is the reward from the Tiger Clan. Although it doesn't completely neutralize the poison, the condition of their lord has visibly improved. Since the old man has partnered with you, it wouldn't be right to continue taking advantage of you. So I will leave these items in your care for distribution. As long as I have something to eat, I'm content." Luo Chu-Chu opened the bag to find it filled with beast crystals, the quantity exceeding that which Aoji had previously provided, consisting solely of transparent, red, and green colors, with no others present. Chapter 214. Everyone desires to form a bond. Luo Chu-Chu did not hesitate and readily accepted the beast crystals. In the beast world, essential resources are allocated by females, and now that she was here, she naturally had to adhere to the rules of this place. Moreover, the more time she spent with Mituye, the more she recognized his extraordinary nature. Though his martial prowess was average, he possessed medical skills, could communicate with plants, and was aware of many matters unknown to others in the beast world, making him a living map of the realm. He also exuded a certain aura reminiscent of a hidden master from a television drama. Most importantly, Luo Chu-Chu felt a unique connection with him. They say that having an elder in the family is akin to possessing a treasure. Thus, Luo Chu-Chu resolved to treat Mituye with the respect due to an elder. Observing Luo Chu-Chu happily categorizing the beast crystals, Mituye suddenly spoke. "Child, you have been with Gamu for some time now. When do you plan to formally form a bond?" The others paused their meal at his words. And before Luo Chu-Chu could respond, Song Hui interjected, "Forming a bond has its order. I have known Chu-Chu longer than Gamu, so it should be me first." "Humph." Mo Shu scoffed lightly, his tail swiftly flicking towards Song Hui, who adeptly dodged. "What do you have to do with this? If we consider the order of acquaintance, I would certainly rank ahead." Song Hui was about to retort, but Mo Shu disregarded him, turning away and waving his hand, revealing a portion of the treasures obtained from the Sea Clan. Instantly, everyone was separated by a dazzling array of treasures, and this was merely a fraction. It was not that Mo Shu was unwilling to display all of them. Rather, the room was too small to accommodate everything. Gazing at the multitude of treasures that overflowed and dazzled the eyes, Luo Chu-Chu's pupils transformed into little coins. "Wow, did you rob someone?" Hearing Luo Chu-Chu's words, Mo Shu chuckled softly and waved his hand again, causing countless pearls of various sizes to cascade around her, burying her up to her shoulders. "These are the pearls that were once soaking in the pool of my cave. You didn't take them when you left. Chu-Chu. These are the betrothal gifts I have prepared for you. I still have more in my space, but this room is too small to hold everything. Please take these first, and I will retrieve the rest for you." "So many. All for me?" Mo Shu nodded, of course. Observing Mo Shu's proud demeanor, She furrowed his brows. These were treasures of the Sea Clan. How could they be in the possession of this serpent beast? Song Hui, separated from the others, clenched his fists, realizing that Chu-Chu had an affinity for these items, and a smile briefly crossed his face as he contemplated what kind of betrothal gifts he should prepare. Watching Luo Chu-Chu beam with joy over the treasures, Gamu lowered his head, feeling a sense of inferiority. He had none of these things. He only knew how to hunt and work, creating simple items. Surely, Chu-Chu would find him lacking. At that moment, Luo Chu-Chu was so mesmerized by the treasures that she had no inkling of the thoughts of the others. However, she had yet to fully appreciate these treasures before Mo Shu urged her to store them away. Then, Mo Shu retrieved the remaining items from his space, taking 3 trips to finish. Upon seeing the nearly 3-meter diameter luminous night pearl radiating a soft, glowing aura, Luo Chu-Chu was utterly astonished. Such a large night pearl. This is simply outrageous. One might mistake it for the moon that has fallen. The moment she beheld the night pearl, she was also taken aback. He was unaware of Mo Shu's previous exploits with the Sea Clan, mistakenly believing that Mo Shu had stealthily infiltrated and stolen it. Little did he expect that he had actually taken the clan's treasured artifact. What chaos would ensue upon the Sea Clan's discovery of this? Observing the delighted expression on Luo Chu-Chu's face, and Mo Shu felt his spirits lift, contemplating the remaining treasures yet to be retrieved from the Sea Clan. He pondered whether he should find time to return and clear out the rest. Qing Shi shared a similar thought, lacking a space of his own. He had only managed to collect a few shiny items last time that he thought Luo Chuchu might like. In the absence of comparisons from others, Qing Shi felt that the betrothal gifts he had prepared were quite presentable. However, upon witnessing the offerings presented by Ma Shu, he instantly felt overshadowed. This simply would not do. He resolved to seize an opportunity to take Chuchu to the seabed, to gather all the treasures from the female palace for her. Each person harbored different thoughts, but it was not until the reminder from Me Too that they returned to their senses. My dear, since you have accepted the betrothal gifts, do you think you should also accept Ma Shu? Me Too suggested. In fact, I believe it wouldn't be unreasonable to accept several at once, given your long acquaintance and mutual understanding. Or do you wish to have them compete for your favor like other females? Luo Chuchu, puzzled, inquired. Compete for what? The competition to select a beast husband. Whoever wins, you shall partner with them, while those who are injured or defeated are of no concern. Their skills simply do not measure up. Upon hearing this, Luo Chuchu decisively shook her head in refusal. No, I do not want them to fight. What a joke. Who could possibly compete with Ma Shu? Me Too's subtle intentions were fulfilled as he feigned difficulty and remarked, You do not wish for them to fight? If you are hesitant to accept them all, why not choose two for now? Luo Chuchu appeared conflicted, glancing between Ma Shu and Tsang Hui, and finally at Jemyu. The three gazed at her with intense anticipation, leaving her unsure of how to decide. Qing Shi, sitting silently to one side, was suddenly relieved when noise came from the entrance, thinking she could divert the topic. However, to her surprise, it was Aoj who entered. Wasn't he supposed to be dealing with the wolf tribe? Why was he here at this moment? Upon entering, Aoj sensed the peculiar atmosphere. What are you all discussing? Just as Luo Chuchu intended to say it was nothing, the exuberant big white rabbit interjected, Aoj, you're just in time. Chuchu is preparing to select her husband. Won't you join? Luo Chuchu turned sharply, glaring at the big white rabbit. Why must you speak so freely? The situation is already chaotic enough without you adding to it. Indeed, upon hearing that Luo Chuchu was to select a husband, Aoj's eyes sparkled with excitement. Chuchu, you are selecting a husband? Before Aoj could finish, Ma Shu swiftly positioned himself before Luo Chuchu. Sang Hui followed closely, standing beside her. Mita noticed Jemyu still standing there, dazed, and kicked him sharply in the backside. Being passive about pairing up indicates a problem in your thinking. However, this kick had no effect on Jemyu, who instead sent Mitu stumbling back, landing on his rear, gasping in pain. Jemyu glanced at Mitu, who was rubbing his backside and casting him significant looks, then shyly scratched his head and shuffled to stand beside Luo Chuchu. Although he lacked the dazzling treasures of others, he would strive to hunt diligently, ensuring that Chuchu was well-fed and plump. Luo Chuchu responded, That is entirely unnecessary. 3 days later, as the time for the pairing ceremony approached, Qing Shi stood up, wordlessly moving to stand in front of Luo Chuchu, forcing his way between Ma Shu and Tsang Hui. Both Ma Shu and Tsang Hui shot him unfriendly glances, wondering why he was intruding when he was already Chuchu's chosen partner. Surrounded by 5 impressively handsome individuals, Luo Chuchu felt her head spinning, unsure how the topic of pairing had arisen. Observing her conflicted expression, Tsang Hui lowered his gaze, filled with sorrow. Is it that Chuchu still refuses to accept us? Tsang Hui cleverly avoided mentioning himself alone, for if Luo Chuchu truly rejected him, it would be akin to stepping on his own toes. Thus, he chose to include everyone in his consideration. Seeing the disappointment etched on Tsang Hui and the others' faces, Luo Chuchu hastily clarified, No, that is not my intention. I merely think that with 4 of you, it might be. Too much? Should we not go one by one? Me too, noticing her willingness to engage, quickly chimed in, Not too many at all. Just 4. I've even seen females accept 10 suitors at once and finalize their pairings in a single night. Upon hearing Mitu's words, Luo Chuchu nearly choked on her own saliva. 10 suitors in one night? They must have developed calluses. The prowess of females in the beast world is truly remarkable. Ignoring Luo Chuchu's astonished expression, Mitu continued, You are truly oblivious to your fortune. If it were any other female, with so many exceptional beastmen vying for her, she would have joyfully accepted them all, rather than being as conflicted as you are. Mitu's tone carried an air of disappointment mixed with urgency. Luo Chuchu was taken aback. This girl was soft-hearted, overly concerned about not wanting to hurt Jimyu and the others, while also considering the feelings of the sea tribe. If she continued to hesitate, who knows when the seal on the serpent's spirit would be broken and her divine consciousness awakened. She must be compelled to make a decision. Luo Chuchu glanced at Qingxi, who smiled gently and ruffled her hair. Although Qingxi felt a pang of bitterness, he was content knowing how much Chuchu valued his opinion. Compared to other beastmen, he believed he was the luckiest creature in this world. After all, no female had ever refused multiple worthy suitors for the sake of one beast husband, especially not four. Regardless of how the others might maneuver, he would always be her first partner, forever unique in her heart. Under the pressure from all sides, and with Qingxi's gracious composure, Luo Chuchu agreed to hold the pairing ceremony 3 days later. As for the arrangements, she left it to Ma Shu and the others to ponder. Aoj did not anticipate that his intention to check on Luo Chuchu would lead to such fortuitous circumstances. Initially, neither Ma Shu nor Tsanghui intended to include him, but with his large, glistening eyes and feigned frailty, Aoj managed to secure himself a place as a beast husband. Before Aoj could engage in the arrangements for the evening's activities, someone from the tiger tribe approached him, reporting that they had failed to capture Xuanfeng the previous night and had only caught a few unimportant members of the wolf tribe. With numerous wolf tribe members still in the city, the tiger tribe requested his presence to discuss how to handle the situation. Reluctant to go, yet bound by his duty as the tiger tribe's young master, Aoj could only reluctantly inform Luo Chuchu, Chuchu, I will delegate the arrangements for the pairing ceremony. Over the next 3 days, you need not concern yourself with anything. Enjoy your time in Qinsho City and delegate any tasks to them. Thinking of the 4 true beast husbands she would soon have, Luo Chuchu felt a mix of confusion and anticipation. All right, you go handle your matters. Zhao Shi departed. He looked back repeatedly, saying, wait for me. Be sure to wait for me during the pairing ceremony. Watching Aoj's retreating figure, Luo Chuchu felt an amalgamation of emotions. Turning to Ma Shu and the others, she noticed their faces beaming with joy. Even Qingxi, her primary partner, maintained a subtle smile. There was truly an air of a legitimate first wife about her. The 4 of them began to discuss the upcoming arrangements for the evening, and feeling overwhelmed, Luo Chuchu withdrew to the side, joining Me Too and Big White Rabbit to snack while listening to the foreplan. The first to voice his opinion was Qingxi. His demeanor cheerful and his tone gentle, yet his words were rather audacious. How you arrange things is of no concern to me, but as Chuchu's first partner, I possess certain privileges according to your land's customs. Hence, I should be given precedence, 3 days at a time. You have no objections, I trust? While accepting Chuchu's multiple partners was inevitable, Qingxi was determined not to relinquish the benefits accorded to a first partner. The remaining 3 exchanged glances, their expressions darkening as they regarded him. Even Jimyu began to harbor his own thoughts. There are objections. Strong objections. Why must he monopolize 3 days? Luo Chuchu's face turned crimson upon hearing those words, and she silently lifted a bowl of soup to her lips. She never expected Qingxi to utter such a thing. And Mo Shu, breaking away from his usual reticence, spoke with surprising pride. I possess Tunyo, thus I must endure for 3 consecutive days. At that moment, Luo Chuchu, who was savoring her soup, could not contain herself and inadvertently sprayed it across the table, dousing Me Tu Yi with a splash. Me Tu Yi wiped his face, his dry, graying hair now adorned with several bright green vegetable leaves. Just as he was about to express his displeasure, he caught sight of Luo Chuchu's mortified expression, wishing she could vanish into a hole, and he ultimately refrained from retaliating. Oh well, all in the name of saving the beast realm. Being splashed is a trivial matter. Meanwhile, the conversation continued. Sanghui cleared his throat, unwilling to yield, and declared, though I possess only 1 Yonyo, my strength is formidable, my endurance unmatched, and my genes exceptional. Thus I too deserve 3 days. Hearing Sanghui's assertion, the typically honest and straightforward Jimyu muttered under his breath, who lacks power? I'm X and X, and even 3 days may not suffice. Another mouthful of soup was ejected. Luo Chuchu stared incredulously at Jimyu, unable to believe such words had escaped his lips. This time, Me Tu Yi, showing wisdom, swiftly pulled the ears of the great white rabbit to shield himself. As the great white rabbit was immersed in the exquisite meal, its ears tightened suddenly, nearly causing its entire head to plunge into the soup. The rabbit, feeling unjustly wronged, shot a resentful glance at Luo Chuchu, unable to voice its anger, and instead glared at me Tu-Yi, who had drawn it into this predicament, before snatching food from his plate. Chuchu's beast husbands are all rather peculiar. Just one formidable demon king is frightening enough, so I shall endure, regardless of their antics. As long as I have my share of food in the future, that's sufficient. Song Hui's words incited collective ire. Even the ordinarily honest Jimyu felt discontent, let alone Qingxi and Mo Shu. The two narrowed their eyes at him, ready to draw their weapons and prove who possessed greater strength and endurance. Indeed, regardless of their personalities, men are always keen to compare their capabilities. The atmosphere swiftly spiraled into chaos as they argued vehemently, neglecting to consider Luo Chuchu's opinions as the subject of their debate. As their topic strayed further from the original point, with hands reaching into animal skin skirts to compare their attributes, Luo Chuchu finally could no longer restrain herself and shouted, "Stop!" The four ceased their quarrel, turning to face her in silence. Taking several deep breaths, she let out a resigned sigh and exclaimed, "You might as well dismember me. One person grabs my head, two hold my legs, and two grasp my arms. If anyone thinks that's insufficient, just chop me into pieces as extras. That way, you can each have your own, and sleep as many days as you wish." Seeing her on the verge of anger, Qingxi approached and took Luo Chuchu's hand, reverting to his gentle demeanor. "Chuchu, I apologize. I should have consulted you first. How about you decide? I will abide by your wishes for however many days you deem fit." Qingxi was confident that with Chuchu's feelings for him, she would not be unkind. Luo Chuchu looked up at Qingxi. If he had not exhibited a stance of superiority, claiming to be the primary partner while the rest were mere concubines, she might have continued to view him as innocent and uncompetitive. However, now she perceived that Qingxi harbored his own intricate thoughts. Or perhaps, in the beast realm, the beastmen are never entirely innocent in the presence of females. Hadn't Jimyu, the usually honest one, just fervently advocated for his own rights? As the three observed Qingxi trying to appease Luo Chuchu, they lamented their missed opportunity and secretly berated Qingxi for his shamelessness. Yet they did not forget to move closer, surrounding her once again, showering her with flattery. Mo Shu, having been slow to act, found Song Hui had already seized the moment, taking hold of Luo Chuchu's other hand. He even placed a kiss on it before grumbling, "Did I say something wrong? But I spoke only the truth. My capabilities are indeed formidable. When we mate, you will see. Chuchu, 3 days is the bare minimum. It truly cannot be any less." Mo Shu, feeling slighted, darkened his expression and contemplated retaliation. But recalling Luo Chuchu's disapproval, he chose to endure for the time being. He resolved to bide his time until he officially bonded with Chuchu, at which point he would find an opportunity to teach these rivals a lesson. However, for now, he seized the chance to charm her. Mo Shu raised the tip of his tail, defiantly scratching at Luo Chuchu's calf, eliciting a tingling sensation that made her shiver. Jimyu rubbed his hands together, glancing around, unsure of how to proceed. Suddenly, Luo Chuchu broke free from Qingxi and Song Hui's grasp, stepping on Mo Shu's tail as she exited their circle. Jimyu scratched his head awkwardly, eliciting a disapproving shake of the head from me Tu-Yi. This blockhead, even eating excrement, would not catch up to the warmth of the moment. Luo Chuchu, unfazed by Mo Shu's irritation, allowed his tail to curl around her leg, gently caressing her. Glancing at the restless tail, she decided to put an end to further discussion. "You are all forbidden from speaking further. I shall make the arrangements. 1 day per person, no more, and I require 2 days of rest every 5 days. Additionally, when Ant Flow arrives, there will be at least 5 days when nothing can happen. Those days will be pushed back for whoever is scheduled. And if I need to rest in between, that too will be postponed. It is settled." After making her decree, she shrugged off the tail and plopped down on the ground to continue her meal, ignoring any further conversation. 1 person for 3 days? I'm not a draft animal for the production team. If you're so capable, why not just split the beast realm? Exchanging glances, Qingxi and the others felt a sense of discontent, but seeing Luo Chuchu's disinterest, they feared that continuing the discussion might truly irritate her, and thus reluctantly agreed. However, they were not so easily deterred, each contemplating how to exert extra effort during their designated time, hoping that perhaps Chuchu would take a liking to them and grant an additional day of her presence. Once they ceased their competitive banter and acquiesced to her arrangements, Luo Chuchu finally exhaled in relief. She mused that the matter of bonding was indeed fraught with complications. Yet observing their eagerness to vie for her affection brought her a sense of sweetness and pride. She was such a vain and indulgent woman. The thought of soon leading a life with multiple husbands felt surreal. The heated debate over the sleeping arrangements concluded, and preparations for the bonding ceremony would be managed by Mi Tu Yi as he communicated with the people summoned by Ao Ji. Once everything was arranged, he would venture outside the city to seek a cure, striving to find it within 3 days to avoid delaying his attendance at Luo Chuchu's bonding ceremony. After Mi Tu Yi departed, Luo Chuchu intended to take advantage of the sun's mildness to explore the beast city and broaden her horizons. Just then, someone arrived with a message stating that the esteemed female Na Mei wished to meet with Luo Chuchu. Na Mei, why would you want to see me? Qingxi was puzzled. Mo Shu was perplexed, and the great white rabbit was equally confused when suddenly Songhui's voice rang out. Ao Ji is her son. Oh yes. Luo Chuchu slapped her forehead, recalling that in a few days, not only would she gain several husbands, but she would also acquire a mother-in-law from the beast realm. It was no wonder she had forgotten. When she bonded with Qingxi, there were no elders present, and they merely offered a prayer to the moon to solidify their union. Subsequently, she gained a naturally born Mo Shu and a Songhui who required no parental consent. Luo Chuchu had never anticipated that in the beast world, there could exist a relationship akin to that of a mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. Under the guidance of the beast man, they arrived at the residence of Na Mei. Although the structure was composed entirely of stone, as a prominent female, Na Mei's status within Qianshou City was undeniably grand. The stone walls were arranged meticulously, indicative of careful craftsmanship, and the interior boasted ample height, maintained in a reasonably tidy state. Na Mei languidly reclined upon a 10-meter-long stone-carved bed, accompanied by 8 or 9 exquisitely styled handsome men. Some were kneading her shoulders, others were massaging her legs, while the remainder stood by, presenting an array of delicacies. Occasionally, they would feed her with unidentifiable morsels or mysterious fruits, creating a life of unparalleled comfort. Upon witnessing this scene, Luo Chuchu could not help but feel astonished. She was free from the burdens of royalty, yet indulging in the privileges of one. As she pondered, an image of herself being similarly catered to by Qingxi and Mo's Hun surfaced in her mind, which seemed rather appealing in its own right. Aside from Na Mei, there were several other females in the room. The space lacked tables and chairs, apart from the grand bed on which Na Mei reclined, flanked by 4 slightly smaller stone beds. The other females were half reclined on these beds, casting scrutinizing gazes upon Luo Chuchu and her companions. Naturally, they were not without their own handsome attendants, each displaying an air of submission, showcasing impressive skills in taming their partners. Na Mei glanced at Luo Chuchu, lazily sitting up and gesturing for one of the handsome men to assist her. She wondered why they had all come. She had only summoned Luo Chuchu. So what was the purpose of bringing along these beast men? Was she to be concerned that she might intimidate Luo Chuchu? With a hint of arrogance in her voice, Na Mei's gaze swept over Qingxi, Mo's Hun, Jimyu, and Songhu. It was undeniable that these beast men were quite captivating, particularly the striking serpent beast, who was undoubtedly the most handsome beast man Na Mei had ever encountered. Although his strength was indiscernible, Na Mei could sense his formidable prowess. As for the sea demon, he was equally impressive, far more appealing than the sea demons other females kept. And surprisingly, he possessed a 5th-tier strength, which was indeed rare. When Na Mei had first seen them the previous night, she had entertained different thoughts, but the opportunity had not been right to voice them. This morning, however, Ao Ji had approached her, declaring his desire to bond with a female named Luo Chuchu, and that the 3 other exceptional beastmen were also to form a union with her in 3 days. While Na Mei felt a tinge of regret, she recognized that since Luo Chuchu had already captured their interest, she would not harbor any further thoughts. Yet, she could not fathom what allure this Luo Chuchu possessed that could attract so many remarkable beastmen at once. With this thought, Na Mei's attention turned back to Luo Chuchu. Scrutinizing her closely, Luo Chuchu's appearance was peculiar, resembling that of a beastman more than a female, lacking any of the feminine traits one would expect. Her frame was rather too slender, indicative of an upbringing in a small tribe where she likely had not partaken in any substantial nourishment. Even her attire was odd. Although her hair was styled decently, Na Mei felt a pang of concern. Would Luo Chuchu's frail physique be able to bear healthy and robust offspring for her Ao Ji? As Na Mei assessed Luo Chuchu, the other females were also observing her companions, but their gazes were more focused on Mo's Hun and the others. Each beastman was a paragon of beauty, and in Qianzhou City, it was hard to imagine any exceptional female being overlooked for such an unremarkable one. Feeling their scrutinizing stares, Luo Chuchu experienced a slight discomfort. Their disdain did not concern her, as she had little regard for them. However, the way they looked at Qingxi and the others was overtly malicious. Recognizing her role as Ao Ji's mother, she maintained her composure despite her inner displeasure. "May I inquire why the esteemed female Name summoned me? My son mentioned a union with you in 3 days?" Luo Chuchu acknowledged her agreement with Ao Ji, feeling no shame in admitting it. Before Name could respond, a disdainful female seated beside her scoffed derisively. "On what grounds do you presume to claim him? Ao Ji is the young master of Qianzhou City, and you, an obscure and lowly female, hardly deserve him." Luo Chuchu was incensed, feeling a surge of indignation. She had initially thought of these individuals as potentially Ao Ji's elders, deserving of at least a modicum of respect. Yet, their disdainful attitudes left no room for such considerations. Hearing the insult directed at her, both Qingxi and Ma Xuan's expressions darkened, particularly Mo's Hun, who was quick to lash out. Luo Chuchu raised her hand to halt him, pushing him behind her. Qianzhou City had its own rules, and she did not wish for Mo's Hun to disrupt the order or make things difficult for Ao Ji. Moreover, she was not one to be trifled with. If they insulted her, she would not shy away from retaliating. Let them make the first move, and when they did, she would respond fiercely, ensuring that she would not be left without a retort. Casting a glance at the scoffing female, with her serpent-like eyes and a countenance that appeared to be perpetually haughty, Luo Chuchu felt a twinge of pain in her eyes. What was she so proud of? Another look at Name revealed her calm demeanor, watching Luo Chuchu without intervening against the scoffing female, even displaying a hint of approval in her gaze. Clearly, they shared the same sentiments. How amusing. Since you choose to disregard me, do not expect me to show you any courtesy. Luo Chuchu directed her gaze at the scoffing female. Who do you think you are? What business do you have concerning my relationship with Ao Ji? The female, unable to comprehend the meaning behind Luo Chuchu's words, sensed an unpleasant undertone, but was further incensed by Luo Chuchu's attitude. "I am the daughter of the elder of the leopard clan. I had my sights set on Ao Ji first, and yet you swoop in and seize him. How is this not my concern?" Luo Chuchu was taken aback, nearly choking on her own words. "Pardon me, you had your sights set on him." She had always assumed this female was of the same generation as Name, thus Ao Ji's elder. Yet here she was, claiming to have an interest in Ao Ji. Suddenly, she felt a pang of sympathy for Ao Ji, who had attracted the attention of such an unattractive female. The female, mistaking Luo Chuchu's reaction for fear, spoke with even greater pride. "Of course, I am the finest female of the leopard clan, having once birthed 4 cubs. Surely, I am capable of bearing excellent offspring for him. What could possibly be wrong with my interest in Ao Ji?" Luo Chuchu scoffed, mumbling under her breath. "What is so impressive about birthing 4 at once? In my hometown, a sow can give birth to over a dozen, and they're far less arrogant." The female, noticing Luo Chuchu's muttering, glared at her, seething with anger. "What are you whispering about?" Luo Chuchu returned her glare with equal disdain. "What good does it do for you to fancy him? Does Ao Ji even have eyes for you?" The female's temper flared, for Luo Chuchu had struck a nerve. She had professed her feelings to Ao Ji on multiple occasions and even sought Name's assistance. Yet Ao Ji had consistently refused to acknowledge her as his mate, now intending to bond with this unremarkable female instead. "You, if it weren't for you, Ao Ji would surely have chosen me. I am the exceptional female who once bore 4 cubs. Luo Chuchu rolled her eyes, sensing that this female was sorely lacking in common sense. "What does it matter how many you bore? No matter how many, they are not Ao Ji's cubs. I merely inquire if he has developed feelings for you. Did the 2 of you only meet after my arrival?" The female, without a moment's hesitation, retorted, "Of course not. We grew up together." Her intent was to convey that her bond with Ao Ji was incomparable, far beyond what an outsider like Luo Chuchu could ever understand. Little did she know. Upon hearing this, Luo Chuchu chuckled disdainfully. "Well, that is precisely it. You 2 have grown up together, yet after all these years, he still doesn't have feelings for you. What purpose does your boasting serve here? It's not as if I am preventing him from noticing you." Although her reasoning was sound, the female could not shake the feeling that everything stemmed from Luo Chuchu's unexpected emergence. "Had not been for you, Ao Ji would have eventually accepted me. Such an outstanding beast man surely deserves to be with me. Before she could finish her perplexing declaration, Luo Chu interjected, eventually? On what day? The day he loses his sight? You have just proclaimed him to be so exceptional. Why cast such a curse upon him? Your thoughts are exceedingly venomous. To be frank, from the moment I traversed into this realm until now, I have lacked confidence, as I perceive myself to be rather ordinary. Were I in a modern world, any of Qing Shi's companions would be figures I could only yearn to emulate. Thus I have long felt that everything I experienced was surreal. However, after encountering these females of the beast realm, particularly this unusually self-assured and unattractive one before me, Luo Chu's confidence surged unexpectedly. If these peculiar beings can indulge in fanciful daydreams, why should I not aspire for my own dreams to materialize? Basking in the favor I have garnered, casting a glance at the displeased Nami, believing this would incite her to relinquish AOG, she resolved not to conform to their expectations. If they provoke her, let Nami witness what it means to forget one's roots upon marrying. The female trembled with rage at Luo Chu's words. In this city of 1,000 beasts, aside from the grand females of the Tiger Clan and Nami, no one had ever dared to insult her. That wretchedly unattractive female. I shall ensure her hideous face is marred. Enraged, the female pointed at Luo Chu and shouted, "You insolent wretch! I will teach you a lesson today." With that, she lunged at Luo Chu, claws bared. Luo Chu was caught off guard by the sudden attack, observing the towering figure approaching her. A veritable mountain of flesh, at least 6 feet tall and weighing over 400 pounds, advancing in slow motion. The sight was comically absurd. Without requiring assistance from Qing Shi and the others, Luo Chu swiftly kicked aside the filthy hands reaching for her. Yet, she had somewhat overestimated her own strength. She and the female were not of the same weight class. Although she managed to fend off the grasping hands, the female remained firmly rooted, causing Luo Chu to stumble back 2 steps uncontrollably. The 4 companions behind her instinctively reached out, each attempting to catch her, resulting in a chaotic lifting of her form into the air. While flailing in midair, Luo Chu cried out, "Put me down." The 4 quickly withdrew their hands, carefully lowering her to the ground. The female's beast husband hurried over, his expression a mix of alarm and concern as he soothed her. Yet, instead of calming her, the reassurance only fueled her fury, and she charged at Luo Chu once more. Unwilling to cower, Luo Chu feigned rolling up non-existent sleeves, preparing for a grand confrontation. At that moment, Nami's authoritative voice rang out. "Hey Jiao, you are being overly impulsive. Such matters need not involve us females directly. Your beast husbands are utterly useless. You are being bullied, and they merely stand there like stones." Upon hearing this, the group of beast husbands trembled, realizing they were likely to face punishment. Luo Chu raised an eyebrow. What did Nami mean by saying He Jiao was being bullied? Was she truly planning for that He Jiao's husband to act against her? As expected, Luo Chu soon witnessed Nami signaling to the 2 beast husbands behind her. They stepped forward and unleashed several punches upon He Jiao as companions. Those unfortunate beast husbands not only refrained from retaliating, but even dared not evade, quickly finding themselves bruised and battered. He Jiao merely huffed, then waddled back to her seat, displaying no sign of concern for her husband's plight. This situation proved quite challenging to assess. While modern society has continuously elevated the status of women, it has never intended to trample upon the dignity of men. Truly, it seems reminiscent of a bygone era, a feudal society where the roles of men and women are entirely reversed. Luo Chu, you have witnessed my dissatisfaction with you. I have already selected a suitable female for AOG. He Jiao is the daughter of a leopard clan elder. Her status aligns perfectly with that of AOG. As she spoke, Nami waved, and immediately 2 beast husbands presented a leather pouch, laying it before her and opening it. Inside lay several decorative items crafted from the bones of indiscernible animals, a small collection of transparent beast crystals, and some dull pearls alongside a multitude of flawed gemstones. Nami picked up a red gemstone, regarding Luo Chu as she said, "AOG is my proudest offspring. I do not wish for him to bond with a female from beyond Qian Shoucheng. If you willingly refuse him, these treasures shall be yours. What do you think?" Upon observing the ragged contents of the leather pouch, Luo Chu could not help but raise an eyebrow. Could this be considered the beast realm's version of a melodramatic narrative? "I will pay you to leave my son"? Nami's lips curled into a smile as she gestured for the beast husband holding the so-called treasures to approach Luo Chu-Chu, awaiting her response. Even though the items she presented were the poorest of the selection, Nami remained supremely confident that Luo Chu-Chu would consent and perhaps even express immense gratitude. Despite their inferiority, such trinkets would surely be novel to a female hailing from a small tribe like Luo Chu-Chu's. As the beast man drew closer, Luo Chu-Chu scrutinized the items once more, confirming they were indeed an assortment of utter rubbish, intensifying her disdain. Who does she think she is? I am possessed of treasures from the ocean depths. Had it not been for my restraint, I would have stormed in and flung the pouch of trinkets in Nami's face, declaring my intent to claim her son. Lifting her gaze to meet Nami's, she expressed her skepticism without reservation. Is Ao-ji truly your biological son? Noticing the absence of delight or gratitude in Luo Chu-Chu's eyes, Nami instead perceived blatant disdain, coupled with the audacity of a peculiar question. Frowning, she replied with indignation. What do you mean by that? Ao-ji is undoubtedly my own. Seeing this, Luo Chu-Chu's expression only soured further. Then why do you compare him to such worthless trinkets and seek a partner for him who appears old enough to be his mother? You dare to call these worthless? You dare to imply I am old? Nami and He Jiao spoke in unison, both wearing expressions of fury, itching to pounce upon Luo Chu-Chu. Particularly Nami, trembling with rage, pointed at Luo Chu-Chu and admonished, "You ungrateful female, how dare you speak to me in such a manner?" The nearby He Jiao echoed her sentiment, her eyes burning with a desire to consume Luo Chu-Chu whole. Unfazed, Luo Chu-Chu crossed her arms and calmly stated, "Am I not merely stating the truth? You expect me to refuse Ao-ji, yet you attempt to bribe me with such inferior offerings, which only illustrates his worth in your eyes, is equivalent to these trinkets. You seek to humiliate me, yet unbeknownst to you, the one truly humiliated is Ao-ji, your pride and joy, the young master of the Tiger Clan." Ignoring Nami's outrageous and audacious retorts, Luo Chu-Chu's gaze shifted to the female known as He Jiao. Although it is known that in the beast world, there exists a matriarchal structure with multiple males, the distinction between authentic and counterfeit matters little to the females and beastmen here. However, if a mother genuinely cherishes her offspring, how could she possibly seek a mate for him from female who has already taken on a dozen or more beast husbands? When He Jiao revealed that she was the daughter of the Leopard Clan chieftain, Luo Chu-Chu grasped the crux of the matter. Name's actions were solely to garner the support of the Leopard Clan. Name's first partner, the father of Ao-ji, is the current city lord, which enabled her to ascend as the foremost female of Qianzhou City, living an enviable life. Yet, now that Ao-xiong is still poisoned, and according to Mi Tu-yi, even if the poison is lifted, his future strength will be significantly diminished. This implies that Ao-xiong may not be able to maintain his position as the city lord. Thus, Name set her sights on Ao-ji, intending for him to unite with He Jiao, thereby securing the full support of the Leopard Clan to become the new city lord of Qianzhou City. Consequently, even if Mei were no longer the top female, as the mother of the city lord, her status would remain relatively unchanged. Luo Chu-Chu perceived this as akin to ancient times when men would marry off their daughters to consolidate power. The feelings of those arranged for such unions were of no concern to anyone. He Jiao, noticing Luo Chu-Chu's blatant disregard for her, raised her dark finger to point at her. Luo Chu-Chu, Qianzhou City is not a place where someone like you can act recklessly. To offend me is to declare war against the entire Leopard Clan. I shall not let you escape unscathed. She then commanded, "Why are you all standing there? Seize this ungrateful and ugly female, along with that sea demon behind her." Upon her orders, the beastmen who had just endured a beating rushed toward Luo Chu-Chu. He Jiao only commanded the capture of Luo Chu-Chu and Qing Shi, as the latter bore the mark of their bond. As for Mo Shu and the others, He Jiao had no intention of implicating them. Although Nam Mei, the great female, had declared that these individuals would unite with Luo Chu-Chu in 3 days. Since the union had yet to occur, they did not qualify as Luo Chu-Chu's beast husbands according to the rules of Qianzhou City. Furthermore, He Jiao believed that Luo Chu-Chu had offended both Nam Mei and her, effectively antagonizing the Tiger and Leopard clans. Any beastman with a modicum of sense would refrain from supporting Luo Chu-Chu against the entirety of Qianzhou City. Unbeknownst to her, before He Jiao could finish her thought, the beastmen who had charged at Luo Chu-Chu were flung into the air by a powerful force, crashing against the walls and falling to the ground. One beastman rolled twice on the ground before expiring and reverting to his beast form. At that moment, He Jiao felt several spots on her body begin to heat up, with the marks of her bond gradually disappearing, revealing her rough, dry, black-yellow skin beneath. Witnessing this, He Jiao's fury consumed her, and she lost all composure. Kill them. The remaining dozen or so beastmen lunged toward Luo Chuchu. Gamu, though lacking in offensive strength, possessed high defense and tightly embraced Luo Chuchu to shield her. While Mo Shu, Qing Shi, and Song Hua engaged the attackers. The entire skirmish was remarkably brief. Mo Shu could have resolved the matter with a single tail swipe. Yet Qing Shi and Song Hua, not wishing to let him steal the spotlight, joined the fray in this one-sided battle. Soon, He Jiao's beastmen lay scattered on the ground, and she felt a surge of heat coursing through her. As they transformed back to their beast forms, more of her original skin became visible. Without her beastmen for support, He Jiao was left pale and trembling, collapsing to the ground, stripped of her former arrogance and pride. Luo Chuchu peered out, counting He Jiao's remaining marks. Oh dear, it seems there are only a few left. Seeing He Jiao so easily defeated, Name couldn't help but curse her under her breath, then adopted an air of superiority as she reproached Luo Chuchu. Luo Chuchu, you have yet to bond with my son, and here you are flaunting your power on my territory. What do you place me, your mother? Now Mai was furious. No one had ever dared to act so insolently before her. Should such a female truly bond with Ao Ji, would she still hold a place of significance in his heart? Would she retain her standing in Qianshou City? This must be stopped. They cannot be allowed to unite. Luo Chuchu emerged from Gamu's embrace, casting a disdainful glance at Name. Mother? You are Ao Ji's mother, not mine. You have stated that we have not yet bonded, so why act so imposing before me? Do you truly think I care for your threats? Before Na could complete her tirade, Luo Chuchu bent down to pick up a tattered bag from the ground, nearly straining her back in the process. Gamu, startled, swiftly lifted her up as Luo Chuchu hurled the beast-hide bag toward Name. What are you pointing at? I despise such impolite individuals. What do you mean? Name retorted. You think you can intimidate me? As the beast-hide bag soared through the air, Mo Shu raised his tail and, with a resounding crack, burst it open. The contents scattered across the ground, and several bone-crafted ornaments were sent flying, landing in Nam Mei's disheveled hair. Coupled with the dusty trinkets she already wore, her appearance became undeniably comical. Luo Chuchu, still unsatisfied, reached into her clothing pocket and retrieved several items she had initially intended as gifts for Name, holding them carelessly in her hands. While sea tribe females may not be as aesthetically pleasing as their land counterparts, the treasures from the sea were genuinely exquisite, and their taste far surpassed that of terrestrial females. These items had been meticulously chosen with the consent of Qing, Shi, and Mo Shu, intended to honor Na Mei as a gesture of respect. Luo Chuchu reflected that, after all, Na Mei was Ao Ji's mother. Unlike Qing, Shi, and Mo Shu, who lacked direct elders, it was indeed perplexing, but she had taken away an exceptional son. Thus, a degree of courtesy was warranted. However, upon her arrival, Na Mei had displayed contempt and attempted to assert dominance over her, even permitting He Jiao to harm her, displaying an entirely different demeanor from the previous night, when she believed me too, could save Ao Xiong. Such a person was undeserving of any gift. You may keep these worthless trinkets. Do not embarrass yourself by bringing them out. Those items of yours, lying on the ground, do not even merit my attention. Observe, dear aunt, the few items I possess are enough to make you envious for generations. As Luo Chuchu displayed the vibrant, glimmering ornaments, the eyes of Nam Mei and the other females widened, revealing their avarice. Such beautiful treasures. I desire them. Ignoring their greedy gazes, Luo Chuchu returned the items to her pocket. This was for the best. After all, the genuine treasures brought back by Qing Shi and Mo Shu were too precious to part with, and now she could keep them for herself. Now Mai, witnessing Luo Chuchu's actions, felt an immense fury boiling within her, yet she could not express it openly. With a dismissive snort, she feigned indifference. Merely some gaudy trinkets. I have no interest in them. Luo Chuchu, unfazed by her words, responded with a sly smile. Oh really? Then why are your eyes so fixated on them? Initially, these items were intended as gifts for you, which made Nami's heart leap with joy, and her expression brightened somewhat. She thought to herself that perhaps she had finally recognized the situation. However, just as Nami was about to instruct Luo Chuchu to present the treasures, she heard her say, "These were originally meant for you, but upon seeing the treasures you prepared for me, I suddenly realized that our tastes differ. I presume you do not appreciate such ostentatious trinkets, so I shall keep them for my own enjoyment." Luo Chuchu emphasized the phrase ostentatious trinkets with a tone and expression that was quite irritating. The realization that these treasures were originally hers, now lost to Nami, filled her with a mix of anger and heartache. Those were genuine treasures, all because of that insufferable He Jiao. What a useless female. Inept at achieving anything but adept at causing trouble. The other females, noticing that Nami and He Jiao were too furious to speak, exchanged glances and began to recommend their own offspring to Luo Chuchu. "Chuchu female, I'm a female of the Lion Clan, and I have a cub who is a 4th-tier beastman and still unbonded. Shall I call him over for you to see? But he prefers Tiger Clan beastmen, not your Lion Clan. What you try to accomplish here?" "Chuchu female, I'm also a female of the Tiger Clan. My first mate is an elder of the Tiger Clan, someone of significance in Qianshou City. I have several unbonded cubs, all of whom are advanced beastmen. I can bring them over for you to choose from. If you like any, feel free to take them. One exchange for such exquisite treasures." While their cubs might not possess the strength of AOG, their numbers were sufficient to make a statement, weren't they? Luo Chuchu's demands were not high. If she found even one desirable cub, she merely needed to offer double the treasure she had just displayed, trading a few insignificant cubs for a plethora of exquisite items, especially those unique to Qianshou City, was simply too advantageous. Before the Tiger Clan female could finish her daydream, another female interjected disdainfully, "Please. Your cubs are barely 3rd tier. One can only emit a foul odor, and the other has little to offer in terms of spatial skills. What use would they be? You might as well not risk making Chuchu female nauseous. My 2 cubs are far superior. One is 3rd tier water element, and the other is 3rd tier fire element. Together, they surpass your lot. My cubs are better. Mine are superior." As the females quarreled, Luo Chuchu could not help but twitch her lips. From being looked down upon to suddenly being the center of attention, each one vying to introduce their offspring to her, the drastic change in their demeanor was baffling. Indeed, the allure of treasures held immense power. Before Luo Chuchu could voice her thoughts, her companions, Mo, Shu, Songhua, and Gomu, had already decided to intervene. 5 individuals at her side were already quite sufficient. They had no desire to share her attention with anyone else, especially Mo, Shu, Songhua, and Gomu, who had yet to formally bond with Luo Chuchu. How could they possibly agree to welcome newcomers? Chapter 221. Swiftly break the couple apart, witnessing the bickering females. Nami fumed, feeling a sense of betrayal. "Enough. They are interested in my cub, not your worthless ones. What are you even doing here?" Chastised by Nami, the females promptly fell silent. Yet each harbored a sense of indignation. Nami, relying on her status, was becoming increasingly unreasonable. It was clear that she had initially dismissed them, but now felt regret upon witnessing their treasures. Unable to possess them herself, she sought to prevent others from obtaining them. How tyrannical. Just wait. When Ao Xiong is dethroned from his position as city lord, let us see how arrogant she remains. Nami, indifferent to the thoughts of the other females, grew anxious as she observed Luo Chuchu actually putting those treasures away. "I stated they were meant as gifts, yet you still wish to take them back? Truly, you come from a small tribe and lack the sophistication." Hearing Nami's words, Luo Chuchu was not angered in the slightest. Instead, she chuckled and replied with a hint of sarcasm, "Indeed, you are correct, Nami, esteemed female. I hail from a small tribe, unworthy of your stature. You, a member of a grand tribe, surely find my trinkets beneath your notice. I shall not trouble myself to aspire to your heights. King Elf, Montak Sha, Kang Huol. Gomu, let us depart." After declaring this, Luo Chuchu prepared to leave. However, Nami had just endured her mockery in front of those she deemed inferior. How could she simply let it go? "Halt! Do you think my lord's mansion is a place you can enter and exit at will?" That ugly female. Not only had she taken a welcome gift back, but had also refused AOG. If she simply let her walk away now, what would she gain from this commotion? Only humiliation and the chance to be a laughingstock. Nami's loud proclamation quickly summoned the guard stationed at the entrance, and her beastly companions stepped forward. Who would have thought AOG, such a fine individual, had a mother so unreasonable? Anger flashed across Luo Chuchu's face. "Nami, esteemed female, seemed to forget that it was not they who wished to enter Qianshou City. It was your young lord Aoj and the elder Ao Tian of her tiger clan who invited us to assist in detoxifying your lord. What? Having helped alleviate Ao Xiong's poison. Are you now trying to burn the bridge behind you? Nami paused, suddenly recalling that the elder capable of curing Ao Xiong's poison had accompanied Luo Chuchu. It was no wonder she had overlooked this detail. With her status in Qianshou City, everyone catered to her, and all good things were offered to her, including the matter of detoxifying Ao Xiong. If it were anyone else, they would likely use such an opportunity to curry favor, hoping to become a first-class citizen of Qianshou City. Yet, Luo Chuchu and her companions had never expressed a desire to remain in Qianshou City. Now that she had offended her, would that elder refuse to complete the detoxification for Ao Xiong? No, this could not happen. As long as Aoj had not won the grand competition, Ao Xiong needed to remain in his position for a while longer. Otherwise, their lives in Qianshou City would become difficult. However, considering that Luo Chuchu had generously offered so many treasures, she must still hold Aoj in high regard. With this thought, Nami squinted at Luo Chuchu, preparing to use Aoj as leverage against her. Are you threatening me? I see you're not keen on bonding with Aoj any longer. Unexpectedly, Luo Chuchu was entirely unfazed by her tactic. If you had the final say, why bother calling me here for this conversation? You could simply tell Aoj not to bond with me, couldn't you? Fear not. I'm not the type to cling stubbornly. If Aoj does not wish to bond, I would never force him. Since you esteem Nami, are so confident, please do convey my regards to Aoj. We shall not bid him farewell, understanding that beastmen are quite sensitive in matters of the heart. Luo Chuchu refrained from mentioning she did not want Aoj, fearing it would hurt his feelings. However, in truth, her feelings for Aoj were not particularly deep. Her agreement to bond with him earlier that morning was entirely spontaneous, as he had approached her. By the time Luo Chuchu realized the bonding ceremony was to be held 3 days hence, Aoj had already included her in his plans. Reflecting on their time spent together, Aoj was indeed a commendable beastman. Seeing his excitement and the sparkle in his eyes when looking at her, Luo Chuchu had ultimately chosen not to reject him outright. But now, since his mother held her in disdain, Luo Chuchu had no intention of making herself ridiculous. However, she would not play the role of the villain, lest she damage Aoj's pride. Unbeknownst to Luo Chuchu, her companions were quite delighted at the prospect of Aoj potentially being eliminated from the competition. They eagerly wished for Nami to swiftly break the bond between couples, ideally tying Aoj to her side, thus eliminating a rival and allowing them to wait just 3 days to be beside Luo Chuchu. Upon witnessing Luo Chuchu's apparent indifference towards Aoj, Nami was momentarily taken aback. At that moment, a white figure rushed over, quickly transforming into human form, pale-faced, clutching its chest, and coughing a few times to steady itself. It was Aoj. He had come early in the morning to inform Nami that he intended to bond with Luo Chuchu in 3 days, then busied himself with matters concerning the Wolf clan, even taking time to arrange details for the ceremony. Just moments before, a guard had approached Aoj, stating that Chuchu seemed to have clashed with his mother. Sensing trouble, he had informed his uncle and hurried over, inadvertently aggravating an internal injury. Aoj glanced briefly at the imposing female Nami before moving to Luo Chuchu's side, a look of concern etched on his face. "Chuchu, are you all right?" he inquired, reaching out to grasp her hand, only for Gumu to retreat with her, evading his touch. Qingxi and others quickly surrounded Aoj, blocking his access to Luo Chuchu. Disturbed by the scene, Aoj felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. He understood his mother to be a domineering and prideful female, one who thrived on control and despised those who defied her. Thus, any conflict was certainly not initiated by Chuchu. Initially, he had thought that Chuchu's temperament was amiable, unlike the ill-tempered females from Beast City who enjoyed manipulating others. Furthermore, his mother had always supported his desires and ambitions in the past, leading Aoj to believe that she and Luo Chuchu would get along splendidly. Little did he know that their first meeting would lead to such discontent. Having finally secured an opportunity to bond with Chuchu, he now saw it slipping away, leaving him filled with regret. Had he known better than to inform his mother, waiting until after the ceremony to let everything settle, things might have been different. Now, his excitement had become a source of distress, and he feared losing his partner. Seeing Aoj's pale countenance and cautious demeanor, Luo Chu felt a pang of sympathy. She had initially agreed to help Ao find the life-restoring flower because Me Too had informed her of Ao's deteriorating condition, particularly warning against anger or physical exertion, lest he suffer from a surge of blood, leading to excruciating pain. If his ailment remained untreated for an extended period, his combat prowess would diminish despite his 6-tier shell, a catastrophic blow for an exceptional beastman. However, despite her empathy, Luo Chu was unwilling to compromise her own dignity for the sake of pleasing a disdainful and opportunistic elder female. Patting Qingxi's arm to ease their hostility towards Aoji, she turned to him and said, "I am fine. Why did you rush over in such a hurry? Have you forgotten Me Too's instructions?" Although her expression was not particularly warm, her words conveyed genuine concern for Aoji. In this world, failing to become a couple could easily turn friends into foes. Unlike the modern realm, where one could remain friends despite not forming a partnership, in the beast world, failing to bond often resulted in animosity. Noting Luo Chu's lack of enthusiasm, yet still expressing concern for him, Aoji felt a sense of relief. However, this exchange of mutual care was painfully evident to Nami, who found it utterly intolerable. Aoji was her offspring, and seeing him neglect her to fret over another female ignited her fury. "Aoshi, are you disregarding your mother for this female?" Hearing Nami's words, Aoji furrowed his brow. His usual gentle demeanor vanished. Turning sharply, he spotted the silent leopard clan female, He Jiao, seated nearby, which only darkened his expression further. His mother had repeatedly urged him to bond with He Jiao, asserting that with the support of both the tiger and leopard clans, coupled with his own strength, he could swiftly ascend to the position of city lord. Despite his numerous rejections, his mother still brought He Jiao to meet Chu, and Aoji was all too aware of her intentions. "Mother, I have told you I favor Luo Chu, and you promised to assist me in organizing the bonding ceremony. Is this how you intend to do so? What is the meaning of inviting her here?" Nami, infuriated by her usually obedient son challenging her for a female, slammed her palm against the stone platform beneath her, visibly enraged. Luo Chu keenly observed that her hand had turned red, indicating her genuine fury. "Aoshi, how dare you speak to me in such a manner? What is wrong with He Jiao? Her father is the leader of the leopard clan. Should you bond with her? The leopard clan would support you, a resource others could only dream of. Yet you wish to squander such a golden opportunity for a mere female from a small place?" Aoji's face flashed with disdain. Not only had he never desired to be the clan leader, but even if he did, the leopard clan support was anything but guaranteed. He was well aware that ever since his father had been poisoned, many major clans in Qianzhou City had already allied with the Wolf Clan. If it weren't for the interference of those clans, how could Sun Feng and the others have escaped so unscathed last night? Whoever desires that support can take it. He had no need for it. There were many powerful figures in Beast City, and the position of City Lord was not necessarily destined for him. He would not pander to any clan for anyone. In this life, he had chosen Chu, and no one would tear them apart. Nami's face darkened further at Aoji's implications. "Very well, you may leave. From this moment on, you're no longer my child, nor do you deserve to be the young lord of Qianzhou City. I have more than one exceptional offspring. Sun Feng is no less worthy than you. If you do not cherish the position of city lord, others will." Aoji narrowed his eyes at Nami, taken aback by her apparent intention to elevate Sun Feng. Sun Feng had harmed his father and countless innocent beastmen, even setting fire to the Mouse Clan. Not only would the people of Beast City reject him, but the Tiger Clan would also never allow him to become city lord. Nami scoffed, her expression contemptuous as she regarded Aoji. "You claim he harmed your father. Do you possess any evidence? I can prove your father was not harmed by him. As for those beastmen, you have no proof either, and even if you did, what of it? Sun Feng, as the steward of Qianzhou City, killing a few beastmen is trivial. Their deaths signify their own incompetence. The Mouse Clan? Such a lowly race, even a mention of them offends my ears. Yet you take them seriously. After so long as the young lord, how can you descend to such lowly status by associating with such a base female?" Before Aoji could respond, Luo Chu could no longer contain herself. "How dare you speak? With your repulsive face and insufferable demeanor, do you not possess a mirror to see your own reflection? What audacity you have to call others lowly. Do you even recognize your own worth? I have endured you for far too long. Had it not been for Aoji's sake, I would have unleashed my tongue long ago. You think I fear you? I fear only that I may suffer from nightmares for half a month after seeing your face. You old hag, both ugly and oblivious to your own deficiencies. I am far nobler than you, a mongrel of countless generations. As Luo Chu berated her, she descended from Gomu's arms, angrily charging towards Nami. Regardless of her status as someone else's mother, she was not hers, and she felt compelled to release her pent-up resentment. With a visage resembling a specter, Nami had the audacity to call her lowly. I do not acknowledge you as superior. As Luo Chu rushed towards Nami, the latter's beastly husband attempted to intervene, but Emo Shu and Qing Shi swiftly stepped forward, their tails flicking to restrain the other beastmen. Luo Chu suddenly charged towards Nami, colliding forcefully against her chest. Nami staggered backward, nearly falling over, but Emo Shu swiftly flicked his tail, catching her securely. Weighing at least 500 pounds, Nami found herself unable to rise after the impact, her hands flailing in panic as she screamed for assistance. Help! Quickly, someone assist me. You fools, catch her. You wretched female, I will not let you escape. Hearing her insults, Emo Shu's eyes flickered with coldness. With a flick of his tail, Luo Chu was lifted into the air and then dropped heavily on Nami. The impact caused Nami to expel a foul, acrid substance. Despite having lost some weight recently, Luo Chu still weighed around 150 to 160 pounds. Such a sudden fall was undeniably damaging. Though Nami was robust, the suddenness of the assault proved overwhelming. After retching a few times, she rolled her eyes back in agony. Luo Chu relentlessly swung her arms, raining down punches while kicking with her legs, her mouth filled with curses. The target beneath her was ample, allowing each blow to land effectively. The other females, supported by their respective beast husbands, shrieked and retreated to a corner, relieved they had not engaged in combat, for it would have resulted in a severe beating. Only He Jiao remained, trembling in fear. With all her beast companions slain, should Luo Chu decide to attack her, she would have no allies. However, observing Nami's restrained beast husbands, He Jiao quickly regained her composure. Even with allies, they were no match for Nami's numerous beast husbands present, who were now being held down. Emo Shu and the others firmly restrained Nami's beast husbands, quietly admiring Luo Chu's fighting stance. In conflicts between females, males were not permitted to intervene openly. However, subtle assistance was acceptable, depending on whose beast husband was more capable of aiding without revealing their involvement. Aoji stood in stunned silence, taken aback by Luo Chu's sudden aggression, and even more so by the words that had escaped Mu's lips. Mu was her first partner. Yet in her pursuit of the lordship, she had chosen to shield Sun Feng and conceal the misdeeds of the Wolf Clan. After enduring a beating from Luo Chu for some time, Nami regained her composure and raised her arms, her enormous hands coming down heavily towards Luo Chu's head. If struck, Luo Chu's head would surely burst like a watermelon. Just as Mo Shu and the others prepared to activate their skills, Luo Chu leaned back, brandishing a spiky seashell, and forcefully kicked Nami's chin. The sound of shattering echoed through the air. A cacophony of screams erupted from Nami, whose palms were now bloodied and filled with sharp fragments of the seashell. Blood dripped from her mouth, revealing a row of darkened, missing teeth. Had she swallowed her own teeth in the process? Seizing the opportunity, Luo Chu backed away, her face flushed, clothes askew, and hair disheveled, resembling a victorious little hen. Nami, in stark contrast, was in a pitiful state, writhing in pain upon the stone platform, unable to rise or turn over. Observers could only see her chest heaving with each breath. Witnessing Nami's plight, Luo Chu felt no remorse. This individual had been utterly despicable, bullying her as an outsider and even tormenting her husband and son. Knowing full well that Aoji harbored a deep hatred for Sun Feng, she had intentionally provoked him with her taunts. At that moment, a commotion of footsteps echoed from outside, suggesting a considerable number of individuals were approaching. Luo Chu swiftly jumped on Gamu, eager to escape. She had nearly forgotten that this patterned female leader commanded over 70 beast husbands. Mo Shu and the others exchanged glances before dashing towards the exit. Aoji, still dazed, instinctively followed behind them. Nami's beast husbands, released from restraint, scrambled to her side, desperately trying to assist her. Spotting Aoji fleeing with Luo Chu, a glint of malice flickered in Nami's eyes. How dare this ungrateful child ally with outsiders to bully her, his mother? Such a child was better off discarded. As Luo Chu and her companions fled, He Jiao felt a surge of confidence. Without her beast husbands to support her, she shook off her fears and hastily ran outside, shouting at the approaching beasts. Aoj is conspiring with outsiders to harm the great female. Go and slay them. Watching their retreating figures, a chill of determination crossed her mind. Aoshi, so lacking in awareness, had offended the vindictive Nami. He would bear the burden of being branded a traitor. Among the newcomers was He Shi, a member of the Leopard clan and He Jiao's first partner. Upon hearing that He Jiao had been bullied by a newcomer, he rushed over. Seeing her unusually pristine appearance, his eyes widened in astonishment. Jiao, what happened? Don't mind me. Ui, Sui Aoshi. He has betrayed us. He Shi and the other beasts were taken aback, exchanging glances at Nami, who was being assisted out. Doubt clouded their expressions. How could they believe He Jiao's claims? Aoj was Nami's son, the heir of Qian B City. Betraying them seemed implausible. As confusion spread among the crowd, Nami's muffled voice broke through. In my capacity as the great female of Beast City, I command you to apprehend the traitor Aoj and that lowly wild female. Her expression was grave, but the absence of several teeth caused her speech to be somewhat comical, diminishing her former authority. The observing females exchanged glances, recognizing Nami's ruthlessness in abandoning such an exceptional child so readily. Those unaware of the event were forced to accept Nami's decree, believing the young lord had indeed betrayed them. Having distanced themselves, Aoj felt a pang of sorrow. Mo Shu and the others had heard He Jiao and Nami's declarations, longing to return and capture him for Luo Chu to deal with once more. While they claimed not to care about Aoj, they certainly cared about Chu. Montaksha, ever resolute in his intentions, turned to retrace his steps. As he approached, he flicked his tail forcefully towards the two. Nami, noticing this, promptly pushed He Jiao forward. He Jiao's eyes widened, flashes of how the serpent beast had killed her husband with a single whip of its tail racing through her mind. She attempted to flee, but it was too late. The tail coiled tightly around her, lifting her off the ground in an arc through the air. Seeing his partner captured, He Shi leaped forward, ready to pounce. Mo Shu waved his hand, sending invisible blades of wind hurtling towards him. Sensing the imminent danger, He Shi spun in midair, narrowly avoiding the onslaught. Mo Shu, unwilling to linger, took off with He Jiao in tow, while He Shi quickly followed, determined to catch up. Chapter 224. Unsatisfied Luo Chu was being carried in a frenzy by Gomu when, unexpectedly, he came to a sudden halt. Caught off guard, Luo Chu's head collided forcefully with Gomu's solid muscle, leaving her momentarily dazed. Oh my goodness, why did you stop? There was someone in front who nearly got trampled. Gomu's voice trembled slightly as he cast a resentful glance at Mo Shu, who was carelessly littering. Luo Chu peered ahead and saw He Jiao blocking the road, her upper body ensnared by Mo Shu's tail, rendering her immobile. Turning to face Mo Shu's impassive expression, Luo Chu instantly comprehended his intent. As exemplary beastmen, Mo Shu and his companions could not overtly harm a female. Thus he had deliberately ensnared her, leaving Luo Chu to deal with this woman. Just in time. She had only just struck Name and had almost forgotten about this big mouth. It was the perfect opportunity to unleash her pent-up frustration. Yemu, move a bit closer. Sensing the eagerness radiating from behind, Gomu obediently approached He Jiao. Luo Chu leaned forward and delivered several resounding slaps to He Jiao's pig-like face, all the while berating her. This is what you get for your foul mouth. You ugly toad seeking out frogs. You think you're all that? An old cow still craving tender grass. How about you worry about those rotten teeth of yours? Stop right there. Don't run. Only when the shouts from behind grew increasingly near did Luo Chu seize her barrage, with a final, forceful punch to He Jiao's nose. Causing a stream of blood to flow, she finally withdrew her hand. Don't run. Only a fool would stay. Let's go. After Gomu had carried her a few paces, Mo Shu flicked his tail and hurled He Jiao towards their pursuers. Ah! A chorus of shrieks surged overhead. Ah! The anguished cries echoed from behind. Montaksha, being unable to harm a female, had aimed with precision when throwing her. He Jiao soared through the air like a bowling ball, perfectly striking the foremost of the pursuing group. With these beastmen serving as a cushion, He Jiao would likely only suffer broken limbs, as death was not an option. Under the leadership of Aoj, the group dashed toward the back mountain of B City, where the rat tribe was being housed. The reason for this route was that Unlike the heavily guarded 9-layer gate at the city entrance, the back mountain had only a single guard, making it a less frequented path due to its steep descent. Songhua still had scores to settle with the wolf tribe, and the poison afflicting Aoji's father had not been completely eradicated, so they could not yet leave Qianshou City. Initially, Luo Chuchu had thought that as a member of the tiger tribe, Aoji would at least leave them some leeway. However, Name had evidently already decided to abandon the father and son duo, having offended them deeply. Any hope for reconciliation seemed nearly impossible. Thus, they could only devise a plan to unite with other tribes that had suffered at the hands of the wolf tribe to exert pressure on the tiger tribe. Ideally, they could bring Mei down from her pedestal. Since she could not be slain, they would instead drag her through the mud. For someone so proud and power-hungry, being stripped of her position as a dominant female would be far more agonizing than death. As the group made their way to the back mountain, the rat tribe, previously stationed at the Wang Mountain, had been hastily relocated overnight. Now awake, they sat in the open area, discussing matters with the rescued beastmen. Upon seeing the approaching group, Shu Jiujio and the lion beast hurried over, their expressions filled with concern. What happened to you? Before Luo Chuchu could explain, the pursuing soldiers had already caught up. The close combat specialists charged directly at them, while the ranged attackers lurked in the back, occasionally firing arrows. The scene erupted into chaos, filled with flying skills and billowing dust, akin to a frenzied dance of demons. As the battle raged on, those attacking Luo Chuchu realized they were at a disadvantage and began to shift their focus toward eliminating Aoji, the traitor, hoping to secure some merit. Aoshi, as a resident of Beast City, how dare you betray it for an unknown wild female and attack your own mother? You shall face the wrath of the beast god. Sensing the dire situation, the rat tribe quietly retreated to the back. It was not that they were unwilling to help, but their strength was inadequate. Rushing in would only lead to their demise. Moreover, Songhua and his companions seemed to be handling the situation with ease, indicating they did not require assistance. As for Aoji, the young lord of Qianshou City, what concern was that of theirs? It was Songhua who had rescued them from the underground palace. Not him. Shu Jiujio discreetly signaled to Shu Daida and the others to bring the females and cubs still resting in the cave out. In case they needed to flee, they wouldn't have to return to retrieve them. The thoughts of the surrounding beastmen mirrored those of the rat tribe. Upon seeing the rat tribe retreating to gather their people, they exchanged glances and also turned to run toward the cave. They had arrived with more than 40 individuals, but having been imprisoned for an extended period, their bodies had not fully recovered. After battling the wolf tribe the previous night, they had also suffered injuries from the snake beast, leaving many resting in the cave. Under normal circumstances, they would not concern themselves with unrelated beastmen. However, upon awakening that morning, they discovered that the totems representing their tribe had vanished. This indicated that their tribe had ceased to exist, and they had become homeless, wandering beastmen. Fortunately, they had become wanderers only after being persecuted, so they bore no marks of betrayal. After much discussion, they decided that once the wolf tribe issue was resolved and Qianshou City had granted them justice, they would establish their own tribe. As for the females, they had not taken any with them when fleeing the underground palace, and the wolf tribe, under pursuit, would certainly not have taken any females along. Thus, they resolved to return to the underground palace to rescue the females before finding a place to settle down. They intended to leave this place and seek a suitable location to establish a new home. However, just as their plans were being formulated, Songhua and the others were unexpectedly pursued by individuals from Qianshou City. From the context of recent events, it seemed that the young lord of Beast City was intent on harming his mother, the highest-ranking female in Qianshou City. How could this be possible? As the number of assailants surrounding Aoji increased, Imo Shu and his companions occasionally attempted to lend a hand, although they were not pleased with the idea of sharing their partner, since Name had failed to separate the pair. The contract established between Aoji and Luo Chuchu remained valid. If Aoji were to be brutally beaten to death, it would surely sadden Luo Chuchu. Chapter 225, Father and Son Abandoned. Seeking a new lord before long, the open area had devolved into a battleground. Despite Imo Shu and his companions numbering only 5, they held their ground fiercely against both close and ranged attacks. As more individuals from Beast City joined the fray, the Lion Beast and his allies also entered the conflict, standing alongside Songhua to resist the forces of Qianshou City. Though the reasons behind the chaos were unclear to the inhabitants of Qianshou City, they were considered outsiders. Compared to these individuals, the lion beast and his companions were undoubtedly more trusted due to their life-saving intervention. The forces of Qianzhou City were already at a disadvantage, and with the addition of the lion beast, the battle became even more arduous for them. Before long, Na Mei, the prominent female, was being carried over by her companions, followed closely by Ao Tian and the Tiger Tribe beastmen who were dealing with matters concerning the Wolf Tribe. Upon witnessing the chaotic scene, Ao Tian furrowed his brow deeply, especially upon seeing Ao Ji aiding those outsiders against his own guards and Na Mei's beastly husbands. "Stop! Everyone halt! What are you doing?" As Ao Tian approached, Ao Ji immediately ceased his actions. However, several of Na Mei's husbands did not relent, and, taking advantage of his distraction, they unleashed several skills toward him. Boisu and the others hurriedly shielded him, but a stream of water still pierced through, striking Ao Ji at the heart. With a muffled groan, Ao Ji clutched his chest and knelt, spitting out a mouthful of dark blood. Upon witnessing this, Ao Tian roared in fury, unleashing a powerful pressure as he charged towards the beastmen who had just attacked Ao Ji, causing them to vomit blood as well. "Ao Tian, cease this!" Upon hearing the words of Na Mei, the dominant female, Ao Tian halted his assault, turning to her in confusion. He had initially believed that Na Mei's beastmen had inadvertently harmed Ao Ji. However, reflecting on the situation, it became evident that they had deliberately targeted Ao Ji, and judging by Na Mei's demeanor, it was likely that she had instigated it. What did Na Mei, the dominant female, intend? Ao Ji is your offspring, a key figure in our Huzu and the young master of Qianzhou. Na Mei looked at Ao Tian, recalling her previous intention to take him as her second beastman, only for Ao Tian to refuse, claiming he did not wish to compete with his elder brother. Eventually, Ao Tian chose a female from a small tribe, who soon after succumbed to illness. While her beastmen did not become outcasts, they could no longer form bonds. And such an exemplary beastman as Ao Tian ended up without an heir. A traitor who aids outsiders and humiliates his own mother has no right to govern the Huzu, let alone claim the title of young master of the Beast City. Upon hearing this, Ao Tian's pupils contracted sharply as he turned to Ao Ji. A traitor? This was a grave accusation. Ao Ji stepped forward, his face pale as he addressed Ao Tian. "Uncle, there has been a misunderstanding. My mother is well aware of my affection for Chu Chu. Yet she insisted I bond with He Jiao. When I refused, she became enraged. Just moments ago, she summoned Chu Chu to humiliate her and allowed her beastman to act against Chu Chu while favoring Xuanfeng, attempting to cover up the wrongdoing of the Longzhu, claiming that my father's poison was not administered by them. I merely sought justice for my father. How have I become the traitor of Qianzhou? The true traitors are my mother, who seeks to protect Xuanfeng and the Longzhu." Before Na Mei could respond, the lions and mice expressed their dissent. They had suffered immensely at the hands of Xuanfeng, left with injuries and bereft of their homes, while the mice had endured countless casualties. Just last night, assurances were made to provide them with justice. Yet within a mere night, the dominant female of the Beast City began to side with the Longzhu. It is known that the authority of the dominant female is nearly equal to that of the city lord. If Na Mei intended to shield them, the Longzhu would likely rise unchallenged. Listening to Ao Ji's words, Ao Tian grasped the situation. He looked towards Na Mei, disappointment evident in his gaze. "Na Mei, if what Ao Ji claims is true, your actions are indeed unjust." Infuriated, Na Mei pointed at Ao Ji, unleashing a torrent of insults, completely devoid of the motherly warmth displayed the night before. Ao Tian, do not heed his one-sided tale. This boy, in pursuit of an outsider female, disregards me, his mother, and has brought these strangers back to disrupt the peace of our Beast City. Even if the Longzhu have erred, that is a matter for Qianzhou alone. Now, I order you all, aside from that inferior female and her beastman, to expel everyone else from the Beast City, forbidding them from stepping further. At this moment, the elder of the Huzu, who had remained silent, finally spoke. "Na Mei, although these individuals are outsiders, they're also victims of the Longzhu's sins. To drive them away like this may tarnish the reputation of Qianzhou. I implore you to investigate thoroughly before making a decision." Upon hearing the elder's plea, many nodded in agreement. Na Mei narrowed her eyes at the gathered Huzu for a while before suddenly sneering. "Is the Huzu now conspiring to defy my orders? Do not forget, Ao Xiong is still the city lord, and in Qianzhou, I hold the most authority as the dominant female. Now that I wish to expel a few outsiders, you dare to obstruct me? In that case, let us open the arena and reselect the city lord." The elder of the Huzu's tone grew stern. Name, while you may be the dominant female of the Beast City, you are also a female of the Huzu. Ao Xiong is still the city lord. How can you call for an arena? Name scoffed disdainfully. Who told him to have a son that betrays his mother? It is already merciful of me not to cast them out as outcasts. Moreover, we both know that even if the poison on Ao Xiong is resolved, his strength will never return to its former peak. He cannot maintain his position as city lord. Since it is inevitable, why not vacate the position early and allow a more capable beastman to govern Qianshoqing? Though she is of the Huzu, her formidable beastmen are not limited to their kind. Rather than allowing this disobedient Ao Ji to ascend as city lord only to be overshadowed by the inferior Chu Chu, it will be better to strip Ao Ji of his inheritance and select a new city lord. The elder of the Huzu trembled with rage. He had not anticipated that Name, a female of the Huzu, would betray her own kind. Just as tensions mounted, a voice rang out from the crowd. The clan leader has arrived. Indeed, it was Ao Xiong. Was it not said that the clan leader had succumbed to poison and was incapacitated? How had he suddenly awakened? No kidding. If he doesn't wake soon, the position of clan leader may change hands. The crowd turned to see Ao Xiong being supported by several beastmen. He appeared gaunt, his complexion pale, moving much slower than usual, looking a decade older than before. Name, do you truly intend to initiate the arena? Chapter 226, Seeking Justice. The beast god truly bestows punishment. After all, he is her first mate, seeing Ao Xiong in such a weakened state. A flicker of concern crossed Name's eyes. Yet, she quickly furrowed her brow, a sense of revulsion welling up within her. The situation had escalated to this point primarily due to Ao Xiong's ineffectiveness. While Xu Wenfeng's poisoning was indeed wrong, beastmen are inherently combative, and rivalry is commonplace. If Ao Xiong were just a bit stronger, strong enough that others could not scheme against him, wouldn't that be better? She loathed the weak. Even more so, she despised those who had once been strong and had fallen into weakness. Especially when that individual was her mate, she felt utterly embarrassed. The lions, seeing the female opposite them suddenly seeking a new city lord, grew concerned that she was stalling for time and worried that if the Huzu compromised, they would be unable to seek justice or avenge their fallen kin. Song Hui also perceived this female's intention. She had clearly resolved to abandon Ao Xiong and his son. Perhaps once a new city lord was chosen, Name would dissolve her bond with Ao Xiong, leaving them as forsaken, mournful beasts. Even if they remained part of Qianshoqing, their status would certainly decline. Song Hui looked at the standoff between Name and the people of Qianshoqing. Whether you choose a new city lord is of no concern to us. Since Qianshoqing is so unwelcoming to us, let us resolve our matters first. As long as we are satisfied with the outcome, we will leave immediately without lingering. Upon hearing Song Hui's words, the mice immediately echoed, yes. Let us resolve our matters first. The Longzhu ordered their dwelling to be burned, resulting in the deaths of many of their kin. While the mice may not be powerful, they are undoubtedly united. Even the advanced beastmen stood up, raising their arms in fervor. Qianshoqing, provide us with an explanation. Let all Longzhu members step forward. Facing the fervent crowd, Name remained indifferent and disdainful. You speak of the Longzhu committing heinous acts. Where is your evidence? You cannot simply assert what you claim. Observing the haughty female, her eyes devoid of regard for life, Song Hui felt a profound revulsion. I am a witness. Ao Ji, who has endured near death, is a witness. All those behind me who still live are witnesses. If you seek evidence, the corpses in the underground palace are evidence. The blood pool that nourishes itself on the flesh of beastmen is evidence. The countless white bones at the cliff behind the mountain are evidence. In the realm of Qianshoqing, the wolf tribe has brazenly conspired with the vagabond beasts to seize females, luring them into captivity among the advanced beasts, where they are slaughtered and drained of blood for sustenance. Innocent tribes, including the elderly and the young, are mercilessly harmed, while a host of grotesque creatures that feast on human blood are bred. Upon witnessing the crimson eyes of Song Hui, Luo Chu could only lament that she had been too lenient with May moments prior. Despite the overwhelming evidence laid bare before her, this great female still sought to defend the wolf tribe, shrouding the truth. Such a malevolent heart, so heedless of human life, shall surely incur the wrath of the beast god. No sooner had Luo Chu's words echoed than a thunderous roar erupted from the heavens. Boom! With a crack, a large stone near May was struck by lightning, shattering into fragments that scattered across the ground. The beastmen carrying Na Mei were startled and hastily moved aside, nearly toppling her from her chair. Yet, as they took but a few steps, another bolt of lightning descended from the sky. Boom! Another stone was cleaved in two. Wherever Na Mei's beastmen directed her, thunder would follow, encircling them as if to deliver a warning. The onlookers stood agape, pondering whether this truly was a punishment from the beast god. But could it be? Na Mei was the grand female of Qian Shoucheng, and they had never heard of a female being punished by the beast god in the beast realm. Observing Na Mei's disarray, Luo Chu felt a flicker of astonishment. She scanned the crowd, speculating whether it might be the work of a lightning-skilled beastman. However, after a thorough examination, she found no beastmen fitting that description. Gang Gui, who also possessed lightning abilities, was quick to dismiss this theory, concluding that such simultaneous strikes from all directions could only be executed by a beastman of the 9th tier. Not even in Qian Shoucheng, nor in any of the grand beast cities, had a 9th tier beastman ever been reported. Thus, the only plausible explanation was indeed the punishment of the beast god. Luo Chu had always maintained that the reverence bestowed upon the beast god must stem from a tangible existence. It was only later that he seemed to have become complacent, allowing the beast realm to descend into chaos, where females ran rampant. With a glimmer of an idea, Luo Chu patted Mo Shu's shoulder and climbed into his embrace, whispering something into his ear. A slight smile graced Mo Shu's face as his tail coiled around Luo Chu, gently nudging her forward. The crowd had thought it peculiar enough that Na Mei was being pursued by lightning, but soon they witnessed something dripping from above the lightning circle, landing squarely upon Na Mei and her beastmen. Luo Chu gazed at the viscous white liquid with a satisfied smile. This was the concentrated essence of yam they had painstakingly extracted, enhanced with a slight toxicity from the itching grass. The combination promised effects that were nothing short of remarkable, ensuring that those afflicted would be covered in blood flowers. Having executed their mischievous plan, Mo Shu led Luo Chu back to join Qing Shi and the others. The onlookers then beheld Na Mei and her beastmen suddenly flailing about within the lightning circle like headless flies. Ah, what is happening? I'm so itchy. Help! If you drop me, I will sever our bond and leave you all as sorrowful beasts forsaken. Initially, Na Mei, with her thick skin, felt little discomfort and had the energy to berate her beastmen. However, as the chaotic motions continued, the exposed areas of her skin became coated in the noxious liquid, prompting her relentless scratching. The initial red welts soon transformed into bloody marks, and Na Mei, desperate for relief, summoned her beastmen to assist her in scratching. With several hands attending to her itch, Na Mei's beastmen endured in silence. Before long, her arms, chest, neck, and face bore the marks of her torment. Trapped within the lightning circle, they found no respite in the river to soothe their afflictions, resorting instead to clawing at their ravaged skin. It was not until Na Mei and her beastmen were left bloodied and battered that the oppressive lightning finally began to subside. Na Mei had long since tumbled from her chair, her corpulent form smeared with blood and dirt, creating a pitiful sight. As the lightning ceased, Na Mei lunged onto a lion beastman, nearly toppling him with her weight. Ignoring the plight of others, she shrieked for the lion to carry her to the river for relief. If she did not immerse herself soon, she feared she would perish from the itching. Observing the lion's heavy steps, Luo Chu stifled a laugh. If it had been pure yam juice, soaking in water might have provided some relief. However, with the addition of the itching grass, mere immersion would be futile. Na Mei and her companions would likely endure their affliction for days. Father, what is the matter? Aoji's alarmed voice broke through the chaos, drawing everyone's attention to Ao Xiong, who had coughed up blood, the crimson liquid tinged with green. I'm Fine. After regaining his composure, Ao Xiong leaned in to whisper to Aoji. While your mother is preoccupied, swiftly resolve the matters with the wolf tribe alongside your uncle, lest we invite further complications. He glanced at Luo Chu and the others, aware that they had severely offended Na Mei, making it unsafe to remain in Qian Shoucheng. Yet, they had saved his child's life and even his own. Leaving Qian Shoucheng would surely invite criticism. Noticing Ao Xiong's conflicted expression regarding his relationship with Na Mei, Luo Chu spoke to Mo Shu and the others. Perhaps we should take a stroll through the city. Once the wolf tribe issues are settled, we can return to Wangshan. Before arriving in Qian Shoucheng, Luo Chu had been curious, yet upon entering, she found it rather unimpressive. The landscape was filled with thatched huts, and the better structures were mere stone houses. Aside from their varying sizes, they bore little distinction. Moreover, the locals did not seem particularly welcoming, which led her to prefer the comforts of Shan, where sustenance and shelter were more readily available. Mo Shu and the others nodded. Wherever Chu Chu went, they would follow. Leaving Qian Shoucheng sooner rather than later seemed wise, especially since the people, who had shown no loyalty during conflicts, now gazed at Chu Chu with intent, clearly plotting something. Luo Chu Chu conveyed her thoughts to Ao Ji, who appeared increasingly despondent. In 3 days, we are to bond. Does this mean you will abandon me? Seeing the sorrow on Ao Ji's face, Luo Chu Chu felt a pang of guilt. However, considering her tumultuous relationship with his mother, she believed it prudent to clarify matters now, lest he harbor resentment in the future. I did not mean that, she reassured him. But as you can see, your mother and I are fundamentally incompatible. We can never coexist harmoniously. You will be caught in the middle, inevitably facing dilemmas. If that is the case, it is better to part ways now and mitigate any losses. Furthermore, I must make it clear that we will not be settling in Qianshoucheng. We cannot even ascertain when or where we may find a place to call home. You are the young lord of the Beast City, with responsibilities and parents. There is no need for you to wander aimlessly with us for years on end. Before Luo Chu Chu could finish her explanation, Ao Ji interrupted. Chu Chu, I only wish to know, in 3 days, will I be able to bond with you? Luo Chu Chu pressed her lips together, having articulated her thoughts so clearly. What about your father and mother? Ao Ji let out a self-deprecating smile. The once brilliant light of pride and confidence in his eyes now extinguished. Besides me, they have other exceptional offspring. My father has assured me that once the issues with the Wolf Clan are resolved, I will be permitted to leave Qianshou City. At that time, I will be able to be with you. Luo Chu Chu displayed a look of astonishment. It seemed that Ao Xiong indeed cared for Ao Ji. So how could he agree? Ao Ji discerned the confusion in Luo Chu Chu's expression, and the desolation within him deepened as he recounted his conversation with Ao Xiong. Initially, Ao Xiong had refused. Ao Ji was his most formidable offspring, having reached the 6th tier at such a young age, unmatched by any other young beastmen in the city. However, upon learning that Ao Ji had sustained severe injuries from Xuanfeng and, in his anxiety to advance, had also harmed his internal organs, Ao Xiong's stance shifted. He realized that Ao Ji's strength would only diminish, rendering him unable to secure his position as the young lord, let alone contend for the position of city lord in the future. Ao Xiong's disbelief was palpable, but after obtaining Ao Ji's consent, he examined his beast core and found it riddled with cracks. If Ao Ji sustained further injuries, he feared it could lead to his demise. With the shattering of his greatest hope, Ao Xiong's heart surged with bitterness and rage against the Wolf Clan. Initially, Ao Ji had felt a twinge of guilt for causing his father worry and had intended to tell him about the discovery of the regenerating flower that could heal his internal injuries. To his surprise, however, Ao Xiong was preoccupied with when Me Too would return and subtly instructed him to convey to Chu Chu that he could leave Qianshou City, but only once the poison within him was entirely resolved. Upon hearing this, Ao Ji ceased his intent to mention the regenerating flower. He understood his father's concerns. Given the rift between Chu Chu and his mother, Ao Xiong feared that Chu Chu might obstruct Me Too from providing the remaining antidote. Yet, it was precisely this understanding that deepened Ao Ji's sorrow. His father did not distrust Chu Chu. Rather, he lacked faith in him. If he truly believed in Ao Ji, he would know that he would stop at nothing to find the antidote for him. It was at this moment that Ao Ji comprehended that his father did not value him as he had imagined. Like his mother, Ao Xiong valued only the honor he could bring them, the prestige that would keep them at the pinnacle of power. Once he failed to meet that expectation, he was rendered insignificant. Prior to this, Ji had always thought that his parents had changed. Now he realized that perhaps they had not changed at all, but rather, he had failed to see clearly in the past. Sensing the profound disappointment in Ao Ji's tone, Luo Chu Chu understood and chose not to say more. She recalled the first time she laid eyes on Ao Ji, his confidence and his radiant demeanor, which made it seem as though he had been enveloped in love throughout his upbringing. Yet, that facade had been torn away, revealing, within a month, the harsh realities of a father, a dreadful mother, and cruel brothers, leaving him pitifully alone. Some things, if never possessed from the start, may not sting as much. However, to gain them only to lose them, and to realize that the love one once believed in was a mere illusion, is a painful experience. Chapter 228, The B City Market Luo Chuchu sighed softly, grasping Aoji's hand and beaming a radiant smile. I warmly welcome you to our little family. Do not forget the bonding ceremony in 3 days. Once you have dealt with the Wolf Clan, you must come to Dewang Mountain to find us. As for your father's poison, since he is using it as a bargaining chip, I shall not impede Me Too's efforts. Initially, Luo Chuchu had considered this course of action. After all, it was Na Mei who needed Me Too's assistance, so why should she be subjected to disdain? Her previous willingness to assist Ao Xiong in resolving the poison, despite enduring Na Mei's caustic remarks, was done for Ao Ji's sake. However, with the situation having escalated, she felt no need to maintain such a lowly stance. They had grown accustomed to entitlement, assuming that everyone would seek to please them. Exchanging the remaining antidote for Ao Ji's freedom would suffice. In the beast world, leaving a tribe or city incurs punishment, and his current state could not withstand such repercussions. After our bonding ceremony, we will first assist you in finding the regenerating flower. Once your health is restored, we shall traverse the world together. I wish to explore the entirety of the beast realm and experience its diverse cultures and landscapes. Thus, from this moment onward, you are not permitted to feel sorrow or anger. You must take care of your health, or else. Upon hearing Luo Chuchu's words, Aoji's eyes sparkled with renewed hope as he tightly clasped her hand, as if holding onto the most precious treasure in the world. After solidifying their agreement, Song, representing the Shi-Ao tribe, along with the Mouse Clan and Lion Beasts, accompanied Aoji to confront the Wolf Clan. Although Xuanfeng and the others had escaped, many beastmen and females from the Wolf Clan still thrived within the city. After their departure, Luo Chuchu, accompanied by Mo Shu, Qin Shi, and Gomu, exited the Ninefold Gate to explore the market of Beast City. Meanwhile, Name had soaked in the river for quite some time, yet the itch on her skin showed no signs of abating. Rather, the wetness exacerbated both the itching and the pain of her wounds. She screamed in fury, vowing to take revenge on Luo Chuchu. Upon learning that Ao Xiong had not punished Luo Chuchu and her companions, and that they were leisurely wandering the market, Na Mei felt an even greater itch engulf her. Ao Xiong, how could you? Beside her, the beastmen also struggled with unbearable itchiness while cautiously attending to the furious Na Mei, ultimately becoming the target of her misplaced wrath. As Luo Chuchu and her companions strolled through the city, they could not help but notice the peculiar gazes directed their way. After all, a strangely beautiful yet fair-skinned female stood between a flawlessly handsome merman on her left and a serpent beast whose beauty rivaled that of the merman on her right, while a robust and imposing bear beast loomed behind them. Such an unusual and striking combination was bound to attract attention. Luo Chuchu and her companions paid little mind. After all, they would not linger long. Moreover, to ensure they obtained the remaining antidote smoothly, Ao Xiong had specifically instructed others to treat Luo Chuchu and her party with utmost respect, warning them not to provoke any unwitting troublemakers. He still held the position of city lord, and his words carried weight. In the market, Luo Chuchu encountered numerous intriguing items. From intricately carved bone trinkets to preserved animal cubs, an array of pelts, and peculiar objects resembling stones of iron and gold. Curiously, she picked up a piece that appeared to be gold and examined it closely for a while, only to realize it was indeed genuine gold. Noticing her interest, a small, hunched beast man with yellowed whiskers approached her with a beaming smile. Little female, you have a keen eye. This is a rare find, known as soft yellowstone, painstakingly mined from the deep mountains. Its texture is softer than other stones. If you fancy it, we can trade, and your strongest beast man can help you mold it into beautiful adornments. Upon saying this, the vendor's eyes gleamed as he rummaged through his goods, pulling out several yellow lump-like items. Look at these. They're crafted by our strength-type beastmen and are particularly favored by females. I assure you, they're splendid when worn. Luo Chuchu glanced at the oversized lumps, which bore no resemblance to any form of decoration, and her lips twitched. How ugly! Such a massive lump would surely break my neck if worn as an accessory. She squeezed one of the larger gold lumps, finding it unyielding. Therefore, she picked up 2 smaller pieces and handed them to Mo Shu and the others, inviting them to see how easily they could mold them. How is it? Easy to mold? The 3 exchanged glances, exerting a bit of pressure with their fingers, and instantly, the gold lumps bore several indents from their touch, as if they were molding clay. Watching this, Luo Chuchu's expression twitched once more. The vendor's eyes sparkled with delight, seeing how effortlessly this female's beastmen handled the gold. It seemed the transaction was all but secured. Initially, I thought it was a rare find. It turned out that the females of Shocheng had no interest in it, dismissing the soft yellow stones for their lack of brilliance. Despite having spent considerable time trying to trade them, no one seemed inclined to buy. Although I acquired them with relative ease, I had still exerted effort, hoping that this female could prove to be resourceful. It would be ideal if she could procure all the soft yellow stones. The mere sight of them was becoming quite vexatious. Noticing the urgency on the vendor's face, Luo Chuchu discreetly retrieved the gold ingot and inquired, "How does one trade for this?" With a cheerful demeanor, the vendor pointed to the largest piece, stating 10 crystal stones for a large piece, and 5 for the smaller ones. "If you wish to take them all, I shall throw in the smaller fragments for free." Upon hearing the vendor's pricing, Luo Chuchu placed the gold back down, offering a polite smile as she prepared to depart. Seeing her disinterest, the vendor grew anxious, calling out, "Little female, please don't leave. How about I make it 8 crystal stones for a piece?" Before Luo Chuchu could respond, a nearby vendor selling an array of unknown items interjected, "Monkey Lao Wu, you are quite unscrupulous. A piece of soft yellow stone, so abundant in Tong Mountain, and you dare to charge 8 crystal stones?" Upon hearing this, Luo Chuchu approached his stall. "You say Tong Mountain is rich in soft yellow stones? Indeed, they are everywhere. However, they are of little use. They are too soft to be crafted into weapons, bending easily upon striking." Luo Chuchu nodded, considering that gold is softer than stone as well. While pure gold could be fashioned into utensils, creating weapons from it would be impractical. Realizing that Tong Mountain was plentiful in these stones, Luo Chuchu decided against purchasing them at an inflated price and instead squatted at the vendor's stall to see if anything intriguing caught her eye. Noticing her disinterest in his soft yellow stones, Monkey Lao Wu's frustration rose, his mustache bristling. "Niu Bagwai, is it not excessive to steal my customer?" Rolling his eyes at Monkey Lao Wu's complaint, Niu Bagwai replied, "Haven't you already deceived enough people? Besides, when did I steal your customer? I am not selling soft yellow stones." Chapter 229. Trading the soft yellow stones. Monkey Lao Wu was momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, Niu Bagwai's merchandise was entirely different from his own, hardly qualifying as a case of customer theft. Luo Chuchu had no desire to be taken advantage of. Yet she also wished to avoid further conflict. "How many soft yellow stones do you possess?" Monkey Lao Wu, who was contemplating how to retort to Niu Bagwai, suddenly brightened, his face gleaming with joy. "I have many. Let me show you." With that, he turned and dragged a large animal hide from his stone dwelling, filled to the brim, clattering as it hit the ground. Unrolling the hide, it revealed an assortment of gold ingots, some still covered in stone and dirt. Luo Chuchu tossed several of his ingots into the hide. "I will give you 5 crystal stones for all of it. What do you say?" Monkey Lao Wu's eyes darted, and he hesitated. 5? Isn't that a bit too little? Can't we negotiate for a bit more?" Luo Chuchu frowned. Grandpa Mitu had informed her that beast crystals were akin to currency in the beast realm and were not easily obtained. After each beast tide, the major clans in the city would send trusted individuals to mine for crystals, as ordinary beastmen lacked the means to confront the giant beasts and rarely encountered such crystals. Thus, the crystals in Shocheng were primarily in the hands of the major clans, while normal beastmen had to rely on alternative methods to acquire them. The value of crystals in other beast cities may vary, but within Qian Shocheng, a single beast crystal held substantial purchasing power, enough to buy a good quality animal hide or secure residence for an outsider on the city's outskirts, granting them status as third-class citizens. In this era, beastmen did not place much value on gold. As Niu Bagwai had mentioned, it was abundant in many places, with even scavengers unwilling to collect it. Offering 5 crystal stones, Luo Chuchu considered herself quite generous, treating it as compensation for Monkey Lao Wu's efforts, yet he remained unsatisfied. "Only 5? I cannot accept less." Realizing Luo Chuchu's firm stance, Monkey Lao Wu dared not press further. The stones were indeed commonplace. He had merely hoped to deceive someone unfamiliar with their worth. Reflecting on it now, he thought it best to take the deal rather than risk receiving nothing at all. "All right, 5 it is. But could you possibly give me 5 red crystals instead?" Monkey Lao Wu asked cautiously, fearing Luo Chuchu might refuse. While white crystals and red crystals held similar value, it was the colored crystals that were truly desirable. After all, red crystals could heal wounds and ailments, while green crystals restored stamina. Both were useful to ordinary beastmen. White crystals, though capable of triggering skills, required a significant quantity, rendering a few inconsequential. After contemplating, Luo Chuchu nodded and reached into her space pouch crafted from animal hide, retrieving 5 crimson crystals from Monkey Lao Wu. Grandpa Me Too had gifted her a large pouch of crystals the previous night as a reward for alleviating much of Aoxiong's poison, which contained red, white, and green crystals. Gazing at the 5 blood-red crystals in her hand, Monkey Lao Wu's joy was palpable, his grin stretching to his ears. Who would have thought that an abundance of seemingly useless soft yellow stones could be exchanged for crystals? Had he not been able to trade them initially, he would have regretted discarding them, for now he was fortunate to acquire so many red crystals. Truly, Monkey Lao was quite clever. Mo Shu stored the bag of soft yellow stones into the space, and Luo Chuchu returned to Niu Bagwai's stall, picking up a fruit that was yellow and dry, roughly the size of sugar orange. Bringing it to her nose, she inhaled, detecting a rich fragrance of wheat. Luo Chuchu's eyes sparkled with delight. What is this? Is it edible? This is by Mo. While it is indeed edible, it is not particularly tasty. Those with weaker teeth may struggle to bite into it. When chewed, it can be somewhat sticky in the throat. However, it can be ground into a powder for consumption, though it lacks flavor. This fruit is typically eaten during the cold season when snow is heavy and food is scarce. It serves merely to fill the stomach. Niu Bagwai's straightforward response made Luo Chuchu chuckle. This man was refreshingly blunt, openly admitting that his product was not palatable and listing all its shortcomings. She wondered how he managed to sell anything at all. May I crush one to see? Niu Bagwai readily agreed, of course. Luo Chuchu placed the fruit in Gamu's hands, instructing him to crush it into powder. With the fruit in his palm, Gamu pressed his hands together with force, creating a sharp crack, then rubbed it back and forth. The yellow fruit transformed into a slightly yellowish-white powder. Gamu's strength was impressive. His palms grinding against each other produced a fine texture. Luo Chuchu leaned closer to smell the powder, while Qing Shi and Mo Shu approached, also peering down. Gamu lowered his head as well. Suddenly, Luo Chuchu inhaled too forcefully, the powder rushing into her nostrils, causing her to sneeze loudly. The 3, unable to evade the cloud, were left with white powder dusting their faces and clinging to their long eyelashes. Looking at the 3 of them, adorned in a comical white powder mask, Luo Chuchu couldn't help but burst into laughter, her joy evident. Their presence had already drawn attention, and her ringing laughter inevitably attracted more onlookers. The trio gazed at Luo Chuchu, who was laughing uncontrollably, until they realized their own ridiculous appearance and understood what she found so amusing. I apologize, Mo Shu remarked. If only your laughter were not so loud. I might have believed your apology. Qing Shi added, it has been ages since I saw Chuchu laugh so heartily. Gamu chimed in, next time Chuchu is feeling down, we should use this method to cheer her up. Unaware of the thoughts swirling in their minds, Luo Chuchu continued to laugh and apologize, reaching for a tissue to clean the white powder from their faces. Onlookers, although this young female possesses an unusual appearance, her smile is utterly infectious. Her skin is fair and delicate, and she emanates a clean and pleasant fragrance that effortlessly uplifts one's spirits. Moreover, she exhibits remarkable gentleness, treating her beastly husbands with utmost care, even going so far as to wipe their faces. How wonderful it would be to be her beastly husband. Such a life would surely be filled with happiness. Noticing the increasingly fervent gazes of the orcs directed at Luo Chu, Mo Shu and the others furrowed their brows, positioning themselves to shield her more effectively. At that moment, Luo Chu's attention was entirely captivated by a fruit called by Mo, oblivious to the oppressive aura that the 3 were exerting against the covetous onlookers. Chapter 230, The Exchange of by Mo Uncle Nyo. I would like to acquire this by Mo. How much do you have? Were you prepared to exchange? Uncle Niu Bagwai had assumed Luo Chu was merely curious about the item, only to be taken aback when she expressed genuine interest. Her 3 beastly husbands, aside from a serpent beast who possessed no offensive capabilities but wielded spatial skills, appeared quite formidable. Notably, the sea demon was a 6th-tier orc, while the bear beast, though slightly less powerful, was still a 5th-tier orc. With such physically robust companions, it would seem Luo Chu ought to be well taken care of. Yet, she desired to barter for by Mo. Could it be that she seldom had meat to eat? Scratching his head, Uncle Niu Bagwai inquired, young female, do you wish to take all the by Mo I have? Yes. How much do you possess? Luo Chu asked, her mind already racing with thoughts of the delectable dishes she could prepare once the Mo was ground into flour. Even if she lacked culinary skills, she could learn from Gumu piece by piece. Though her phone could not connect with others, the search function remained intact. Whatever delicacies she craved, she could simply look up tutorials. I only brought a portion of it today. The rest is at the San Sungmin. If you want all of it, I can only deliver it to you tomorrow. Considering that Song Hui would soon resolve the issues with the Wolf Clan, and they would be departing, Luo Chu suggested, "Why don't we take a stroll first? Once the market disperses, you can wait here for us, and we can return together to collect it?" Uncle Nyo Baiguai's eyes lit up at this suggestion. It sounded splendid. An early exchange would put his mind at ease. After all, this item was rather unpalatable, and entering the Wu Min market required offerings to the higher-ups, preventing them from visiting every day. Transporting such a large quantity of Mo was no small feat, and Uncle Nyo Baiguai was prepared to seek assistance from spatial orcs. What if he brought the goods tomorrow and the young female changed her mind? All right, you all go ahead and explore while I wait here for your return. Uncle Nyo Baiguai still hadn't mentioned what he desired in exchange, crystal stones, or perhaps something else. Uncle Nyo Baiguai scratched his head again, daunted by the thought of crystal stones. Mo was similar to soft yellow stones, both easily collected in the woods. Even a heap of it might not be worth a single crystal stone. After some deliberation, Uncle Nyo Baiguai tentatively remarked, salt and meat would do. Ideally salt. The Black Rock salt near the Bee City is entirely controlled by the major clans. Once mined, it is transported back to the city for trade, commanding exorbitant prices. Going without meat for a few months is bearable, but lacking salt for an extended period could be deadly. Surprised to learn that salt could serve as currency, Luo Chu readily agreed. Excellent. Her spatial storage was filled with treasures and various foods, with salt crystals being the most abundant. Back on the island, Qingxi had noticed Luo Chu's fondness for salt blocks, and every time he went fishing, he would return laden with salt crystals for her, easily crushed for use in meals. After finalizing the agreement with Uncle Nyo Baiguai, the group continued to explore other stalls. Beyond the taxidermied animal cubs and bone-carved ornaments, Luo Chu also traded for exquisite animal hides, fragrant dry grasses, and fresh fruits she had just gathered that morning. The items she exchanged were diverse, primarily dictated by the quantity requested by the other party, with few demanding crystal stones. Some requested a small pouch of salt, others half a portion of the meat from a grunting beast, and several sought out a dozen or so pearls that Luo Chu had carefully selected, intending to gift them to a favored female in hopes of courting her. Upon witnessing the pristine sea salt, the rare grunting beast meat usually reserved for noble females, and the pearls exclusive to the sea tribe, merchants from other stalls rushed forward to promote their goods, eager to engage in trade with her. Luo Chu had yet to traverse half the market before she savored the thrill of shopping in the beast realm. As she examined the samples presented by various stall owners, she accepted every intriguing and desirable item. Not only did she augment her supplies, but she also expanded her knowledge of many previously unfamiliar items, greatly broadening her horizons. By midday, under the blazing sun that left everyone drenched in sweat, a robust orc roar resonated from both ends of the market, signaling the conclusion of the day's trading hours. Amidst the reluctant gazes of the orcs, Luo Chu and her companions located Uncle Nyo Baiguai, preparing to follow him to the San Singmin to retrieve the Mo. In addition to Uncle Nyo Baiguai, there were several others requiring substantial transactions. To save time, Luo Chu instructed Mo Shu and Qingxi to take the items for exchange while she returned to the San Singmin to regroup with them. Mo Shu was somewhat reluctant, particularly in the company of a sea tribe. However, as the only one among the three with spatial capabilities, he had little choice. Gumu was not one for words, and Mo Shu's perpetually cold demeanor left Luo Chu uneasy about him venturing alone, fearing he might lash out if displeased. Thus she insisted Qingxi accompany him. After some negotiation, Mo Shu feigned reluctance and laid down a condition. Luo Chu must accompany him that evening. Luo Chu rolled her eyes, but ultimately acquiesced. Over the past few days, Mo Shu and Qingxi had been competing intensely, albeit playfully. Though they refrained from crossing any lines, each night they engaged in childish rivalries. You kissed her once, I'll kiss her twice, and then they would each hold one of her arms and one of her legs, arranging her in a large letter. The thought of potentially having to sleep in such a manner every night, unable even to turn over, made Luo Chu feel as though her round head would inevitably transform into a flat one. Upon entering the San Singmin, Luo Chu was increasingly astonished. The beast's city was indeed vast. A single layer of the gate area equated to the size of a small modern town. Uncle Nyo Baigwai, being a bull orc, resided primarily among his kin. Leading Luo Chu to his abode, Uncle Nyo Baigwai presented a sturdy structure built from massive stone blocks, the surrounding area appearing relatively tidy. As Luo Chu and her companions arrived, many curious bull orcs observed them, their eyes filled with questions, wondering what this young female was doing in their territory. Uncle Nyo Baigwai called out to the gathering orcs, announcing that he had by MO available for trade and urging them to return home and fetch it, as this female was willing to exchange it for salt and meat. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in excitement. Baigwai, is the female truly interested in collecting by MO? With joy written across his face, Uncle Nyo Baigwai declared, "How could I lie when she stands right here? What are you all waiting for? Hurry back to fetch it. Wonderful. I have plenty of BMO at home. Young female, wait for me. I'm going to get it right now. I'm going back too. Oh dear, my family hasn't collected much BMO this year. What a pity." Chapter 231. The stolen biscuits. After a flurry of quick exchanges, the orcs transformed into their beast forms, racing back to their homes. Given the ample space, and the orcs' preference for roomy accommodations, even though many resided in the same layer, there remained a distance of approximately 10 meters between each home. The commotion outside startled Uncle Nyo Baigwai's family, a female of modest height but robust stature, sporting 2 horns atop her head and a beard reminiscent of goats. Leading a few slender cubs, each adorned with horns, a long line of equally horned beastmen followed behind. Upon their arrival, the first sight that met their eyes was the petite and radiant Luo Chu standing in the clearing. Nyo Baigwai exclaimed, "Who are they?" Upon seeing his partner and cubs emerge, a broad smile spread across his face as he hurriedly introduced, "Jiao Mei, this is Luo Chu, a female, and her prospective beast husband, Xiong Jemyu. They have come to trade for our by Mo." Luo Chu turned her gaze upon hearing her name, and upon noticing the white beard on the chin of the female and the pronounced roundness of her chest, she almost choked on her own saliva. My goodness, this female must have just given birth. How bountiful. Goat milk has a rather strong taste. I wonder if there are any cow tribe females here? Suddenly, a craving for milk tea struck her. Wait, if there are indeed cow tribe females, does their milk still count as cow's milk? Luo Chu felt a shiver run down her spine and quickly shook her head, casting aside those chaotic thoughts as she approached Nyo Baigwai and the others. Upon learning that Luo Chu and her companions had come to trade for by Mo, Yang Jiao appeared quite astonished. This female's prospective beast is a bear beast, and looks quite robust. She hardly seems unable to support a female. Meat is delicious, but by Mo is hard, dry, and tends to cause constipation. What's so good about it? Yang Jiao and Nyo Baigwai, sharing a close bond, spoke candidly, questioning why one would need so much by Mo, seeing her forthrightness, which contrasted greatly with the arrogance of Nami and Xiang. Luo Chu's demeanor softened considerably. It can be used for cooking. In fact, BMO can be transformed into many delicious dishes. You just don't know how to prepare it. If you wish to learn, feel free to bring some BMO, and I shall teach you a few simple recipes. That way, when the cold season arrives, you'll have food. Yang Jiao's eyes lit up at this. Really? Luo Chu nodded with a smile, striving to avoid the sight of Yang Jiao's yellowed, uneven teeth and the white beard on her chin, instead focusing on her glistening, lamb-like eyes. Seeing that she was sincere, Yang Jiao excitedly instructed her beast husband behind her, "Hurry, go fetch the BMO." After several beastmen departed, Luo Chu glanced at the 9 cubs standing shyly behind Yang Jiao, as thin as chicks, and took out 9 pieces of white chocolate wafers from her bag, distributing them to each cub. "Please enjoy," she said, pulling out one for herself as well, and demonstrating how to unwrap the packaging. The 9 small cubs, varying in height, gazed at her with bright, sparkling eyes. Only the 2 smallest managed to unwrap their treats while the other 7 remained still. Suddenly, a small girl, sporting 2 horns atop her head and standing at Luo Chu's shoulder height, yet matching her in build, dashed over, snatching the 2 open wafers and forcefully pushing the 2 smallest cubs to the ground. Seeing her cubs toppled, Yang Jiao's eyes flashed with concern, yet she said nothing, silently helping the 2 cubs up and wiping away their tears. The girl, with a mouth as wide as a frog's, stuffed the wafers into her mouth while attempting to snatch the unopened ones from the other cubs, mumbling indistinctly, "All the good food is mine. Do you want to die? How dare you eat my things?" The situation unfolded rapidly, and at first, Luo Chuchu was taken aback. Watching the girl snatch from two others, she pushed the girl back, reclaiming the wafers from the cubs. Just as she did, several more females rushed into Nyo Bagwa's courtyard, standing behind the girl as if to bolster her. These girls appeared youthful, yet were all round as balls, starkly contrasting with the slender cubs of Yang Jiao. The girl stumbled slightly from being pushed, regaining her balance and glaring fiercely at Luo Chuchu, her rough, dark hands itching to poke into her eyes. Who do you think you are, ugly female? How dare you steal my food? Luo Chuchu rolled her eyes, thinking yet another individual without a mirror to reflect upon herself. Your food? How shameless. Just ask them who provided it. The cubs, gazing at their empty hands, silently shed tears. Though they did not speak, they pointed at Luo Chuchu, indicating that she was the one who offered it. The small female had been watching from afar and knew full well that the treats had come from this ugly female. But so what? She was a precious female cub, entitled to all the good food and fun. The males had no right to it. With a greedy glint in her eyes, the small female stared at the treats Luo Chuchu had seized, angrily shouting, "What does it matter that you gave it? Look, do they dare eat it? In our tribe, all the good things must first go to the female cubs. That's the rule." As she spoke, the female raised her hand, preparing to shove the two wafers she had snatched in her mouth. Luo Chuchu dashed forward, taking advantage of the girl's moment of unpreparedness to snatch the wafers before she could eat them. The sudden theft caught the small female off guard. Luo Chuchu sneered, "Humph. Whatever your ridiculous rules are, this is my property. I wouldn't even let you have it if I threw it away." The small female was thoroughly incensed, charging toward Luo Chuchu, her large horns thrusting forward. Xiong Jemyu swiftly pulled Luo Chuchu behind him, gripping the girl's horns firmly. He would not harm a female, yet he would not allow anyone to harm Luo Chuchu. The small female, lowering her head, thought she was facing Luo Chuchu and gritted her teeth, pushing forward, her hands flailing as she cursed, "You despicable, ugly female. I'll crush you, then strip you bare and throw you to those filthy demon beastmen. Let them ravage you and consume your flesh and blood, and then see if you dare act so arrogantly." Chapter 232. Don't let the trade go awry. Luo Chuchu grimaced in disgust. Though the female appeared young, her thoughts were exceedingly vile, and her language was filthy. Remembering that beastmen could not harm females arbitrarily, Luo Chuchu refrained from allowing Xiong Jemyu to act, instead using his grip on the horns as leverage to swing her fist upward, landing two solid punches on the girl's face. After blowing on her reddened hands, Luo Chuchu grimaced in pain. "Ouch! No wonder she likes to steal. Her skin is so thick. Ouch! My eyes hurt." The girl ceased her flailing, covering her face in anguish and crying out to the females rushing over, "What are you waiting for? Hurry and come help me teach this shameless female a lesson." Seeing this, Xiong Jemyu released his grip to protect Luo Chuchu. Luo Chuchu darted past him, forcefully pushing the girl, sending her crashing into the oncoming females. As the girls scrambled to their feet, determined to charge again, Luo Chuchu shouted to those who had brought the BMO while addressing the onlookers. "What are you all doing? Are you planning to bully me with numbers? I came here to trade for BMO. If you dare to lay a hand on me, I will only trade with Nyo Bagwa's family, and you can watch the BMO from other families rot in your hands." The previously indifferent beastmen became agitated at this, for they had heard Nyo Bagwa mention that this little female intended to trade salt for BMO, a rare opportunity indeed. If these several female cubs were to ruin the trade, what would they do? The crowd, which had been observing the commotion moments ago, suddenly gathered around. They dared not harm the female cubs, instead opting to protect Luo Chuchu and her companions from potential harm. The group of female cubs, witnessing their own tribe members siding with outsiders, became enraged and began to butt their horns against the onlookers. Some of the beastmen even sustained injuries from their attacks. This incited fury among all present. The audacity of these female cubs, who were typically arrogant, was now compounded by their offense against esteemed guests. Being precious females, their presence was deemed indispensable, unlike the male beastmen and male cubs who did not enjoy such privileges. Who will summon Yo Mimi's mother? Are we truly going to allow her to ruin our trade? Do you still wish to exchange for salt? At that moment, Nyo Bagwa and his companions arrived, dragging along several massive bee-skin bags filled with the white foam fruits they had collected over the past few days. Observing the courtyard crowded with people, Nyo Bagwa asked in confusion, "What is happening here?" Yang Jiao replied, her face contorted with anger. Chu Chu gave the little bulls some delicious food, but Nyo Mimi snatched it away. Unable to tolerate it, Chu confronted them, and now they wished to bully her. Nyobagwa, glancing at the unruly female cubs who were rampaging without fear of retribution, frowned in distaste. These female cubs belonged to the tribe chief and several elders, and took pleasure in tormenting the male cubs of other families. They would seize anything they laid eyes upon, knowing their victims could not retaliate. Each time complaints were brought to the tribe chief and elders, they merely dismissed them, often mocking those who could only produce male offspring, unable to bear the precious females. Over time, families without female cubs had no choice but to swallow their grievances, instructing their young not to provoke them, and to steer clear to avoid being robbed and beaten. Upon seeing Nyobagwa, Luo Chu pointed at the still rampaging female cubs and said, "Uncle Nyo, these individuals are utterly detestable. I do not wish to trade with them. Please help me identify them. I refuse to accept any white foam from their family." Just as Nyobagwa was about to nod in agreement, a boisterous shout pierced through the crowd. "Who dares bully the female cubs of Nyo Damii?" Following the voice, Luo Chu beheld a towering female, at least 9 meters tall, with a robust figure, cradling a miniature version of herself. She approached with an expression of pride and fury. A swarm of cattle and sheep trailed behind her, interspersed with a few scrawny monkeys and some creatures resembling both wolves and dogs. Watching the jiggling mass of her ample chest, Luo Chu suddenly recalled her earlier craving for milk tea, which instantly diminished her appetite and even made her feel slightly nauseous. The sheer size of this female, while seen as beautiful in the beast world, was marred by the filth that adorned her. Suspicious-looking substances hung from her exposed, dirty legs, trailing down with each step, as if she had rushed over mid-accident. Luo Chu pinched her nose and pulled Gumu back, retreating in disgust. She thought to herself how uncouth this female was, not even bothering to clean herself before appearing in public. Unbeknownst to Luo Chu, in the beast world, both men and women neglect such hygiene after using the restroom. Even Song Hui and Gumu were initially the same. However, when Luo Chu encountered them, none were suffering from digestive issues, and their bodies bore no unpleasant odors, which is why she remained oblivious to this fact. Once they learned of Luo Chu's habits, they quietly made adjustments. Occasionally, if they forgot to bring paper, they would seek out clean leaves, and if they found water, they would wash themselves, fearful of offending Luo Chu with any unpleasant smells. Upon seeing her mother arrive, Nyomimi ceased her confrontation with the beastmen and rushed into the arms of the towering female, complaining that Nyobagwa's family had conspired with outsiders to bully her. Not only had they stolen her food, but that ugly female had even incited her beast husband to strike her. Upon noticing the blood on Nyomimi's horns, the female assumed that Luo Chu had inflicted the injury. Her nostrils flared as she glared menacingly at Luo Chu. Seeing Luo Chu's pristine face, the female's expression twisted momentarily. Fearing that her opponent might belong to a noble family, which she could not afford to offend, she scanned Luo Chu for any sign of the tribe's totem. Not spotting it, her demeanor quickly shifted to one of disdain as she looked down upon Luo Chu and demanded, "Which wild female are you? How dare you come to our Nyowan tribe and bully Nyo Damii's cubs? You must be tired of living." A female without the tribe's totem could not possibly be a noble from B City. It was clear that noble females always held themselves in high regard, typically residing within the confines of the Six-Layer Gates, far removed from places like theirs. Chapter 233, Consequences of Violence. Upon hearing Nyo Damii's words, Luo Chu's heart sank as she realized why this Nyomimi had the audacity to be so brazen. Indeed, behind every unruly child lies a more unruly parent. Observing the multitude trailing behind Nyo Damii, Luo Chu's anxiety began to mount. In her anger, she had momentarily forgotten that they were on someone else's territory. With Mo Shu and Qing Shi absent, it was just herself and Gumu remaining. Should a confrontation arise, would they be able to withstand the onslaught of so many? In truth, Luo Chu could invoke the name of Ao Ji, the young city lord, to deter these individuals, but she hesitated. If she had proclaimed his name from the beginning, it might have sufficed. However, revealing it after the fact felt wrong. Moreover, Ao Ji was currently intent on distancing himself from Qianshou City and would likely not wish to leverage his title to intimidate others, lest his mother suspect he clung to that identity. Given Nam Mei's temperament, she might even look down upon Ao Ji and insult him. Gilmu, unaware of Luo Chu's thoughts, pulled her into his embrace, determined to shield her from the approaching Nyo Damii. Though he could not strike a female, he could use his body to block any attacks, ensuring that this Neo-Damii could not harm Chu-Chu. After all, his defensive capabilities were formidable, and given that Neo-Damii had recently given birth, even her strength would not surpass that of a beastman's attack. Neo-Bagua, upon observing Neo-Damii's demeanor, sensed impending trouble. Known for her volatile temper, her recent pride following the birth of a precious female cub had only amplified her arrogance, making her one of the most notorious females in Yowan. Faced with the choice between an irritable female who was a rarity in their tribe and one who could provide salt to their clan, Neo-Bagua felt caught in a bind, unable to offend either side. Watching Gumu protectively embrace Luo Chu-Chu, Neo-Damii's disdainful nostrils flared, but jealousy filled her heart. Such a robust beast should be paired with a fertile female like herself, rather than this unattractive creature who seemed unlikely to bear offspring. However, since the two did not appear to be bonded yet, perhaps once she dealt with this ugly female, the bear beast would recognize her capabilities and turn to her instead. The more Neo-Damii contemplated this, the more plausible it seemed. She shoved aside Neo-Bagua, who attempted to mediate, and shouted at Luo Chu-Chu, "You ugly creature! You have bullied Neo-Damii's cub. Thus you must compensate my family with enough salt to last a year, or you shall not leave Nyowan." Neo-Mimi, witnessing her mother only demand salt as compensation, immediately protested. "Mother, I do not desire salt. I demand that this wretched female compensate me for my delectable food. The very kind I just had. Let her repay me abundantly. Otherwise, I shall break her legs and throw her to the demon orcs." As she spoke, Neo-Mimi grotesquely grinned, licking her prominent, yellow-stained buck teeth, savoring the remnants lodged between them. Neo-Damii saw no issue with her daughter's words and nodded in agreement, assuring her, "Do not worry. My dear, she shall compensate us for the salt, and our delicacies shall not be spared." With that, Neo-Mimi triumphantly gazed at Luo Chu-Chu, shifting her attention to the animal skin satchel slung over her shoulder. She had observed that the tempting treats had been extracted from that very bag by this unattractive female. The bulging skin pouch surely held a wealth of delicious treasures. Hearing the nonsensical remarks from the mother and daughter duo, Neo-Bagua trembled with indignation. However, considering her standing within the tribe, she endeavored to keep her composure. "Neo-Damii, Luo Chu-Chu is a guest in our Nyowan. Do you wish for our people to go without salt?" Neo-Damii snorted dismissively, utterly disregarding Neo-Bagua. The salt consumption of outsiders was of no concern to her. As long as the compensation from this ugly female sufficed for her family's needs, that was all that mattered. Initially, Luo Chu-Chu had no intention of causing trouble, but the revolting behavior of Neo-Damii and her family was intolerable. It seemed that a confrontation was inevitable today. Without further thought, she decided to strike first. Struggling to free herself from Gumu's embrace, Luo Chu-Chu emerged, unleashing a torrent of curses upon Neo-Damii and her kin. "Bah! Continue dreaming your grand dreams. Have you glanced in a mirror to see who the real, shameless monster is? You, a hideous creature, spawned a brood of grotesque offspring. Your entire family is a collection of eyesores, and you dare demand salt from me? May you all refuse instead. I might as well offer you a pile of dung. You vile creature that cannot even wipe after relieving yourself. You produce offspring you cannot raise. What good is that? You take pride in raising such unreasonable, detestable brats, with such a filthy mouth. It is only a matter of time before someone teaches you a harsh lesson to prevent you from harming decent folk. All those treasures are mine. I shall give them to whomever I please. What right does Neo-Mimi have to seize my possessions? Did she seek my consent? I possess an abundance of delicious food, and I choose not to share with you. I have collected all the white foam from your tribe, but I refuse to take from your family. Let's see what you can do about it. You pilfer my belongings. Is it wrong for me to reclaim what is mine? And you dare ask for compensation. I shall repay you with a kick to the shins. You are females, and I am also a female. Why should I yield to you? You, a young wretch, have consumed my food without my consent. Thus you are a thief. What kind of decent creature would you grow into, having learned thievery at such a tender age? Bah! Neo-Damii had not anticipated the sharpness of Luo Chu-Chu's tongue, her words flowing like a torrent. Neo-Damii, accustomed to resolving matters with brute force, found herself ill-equipped for a war of words. Hearing Luo Chu-Chu's relentless insults, she angrily thrust her offspring into the arms of her mate behind her, clenched her fists, and stomped her feet on the ground like a raging bull, charging towards Luo Chu-Chu. Gumu, witnessing this, quickly maneuvered to shield Luo Chuchu. But she seized the opportunity to deliver a punch to Nyodamiai's head as she passed. With a mocking grin, she taunted, "I struck you, yet you cannot retaliate." How delightful! Having missed her target and instead received a blow, Nyodamiai's fury escalated. She charged again towards Luo Chuchu, only to be evaded once more and struck again. In the ensuing rounds, with Gumu's agile dodging, Luo Chuchu toyed with Nyodamiai, delivering several punches along the way. While the strikes felt like mere tickles to Nyodamiai, the humiliation was profound. In a fit of rage, Nyodamiai's final blow was delivered with such force that it sent the approaching tribe leader of Nyo one hurtling through the air. Unable to halt her momentum, she collided violently with the stone wall of Nyobugwai's courtyard, shattering a sharp horn in the process. This farcical altercation concluded only when the tribe leader was sent flying. Nyodamiai emerged covered in blood, while Luo Chuchu, aside from her dry throat from shouting, suffered no harm. The aging tribe leader, groaning in pain, lay on the ground, unable to rise. "Oh dear, my back. Old leader, quickly, help the old leader to his feet." The onlookers rushed to assist the pained elder. Nyodamiai wiped her bloodied hands in shock at the sight of her own blood. Such a matter was serious. Countless orcs had bled to death in the tribe, let alone the delicate females. Nyodamiai, her eyes ablaze with fury, bellowed at the nearby males. "Are you all dead? Just standing there while I am bullied? Go! Attack them fiercely." Upon hearing Nyodamiai summon reinforcements, Gumu's eyes shone with excitement. Finally, a chance to face the orcs. I could take on 100 of them. His enthusiasm was palpable as he hoisted Luo Chuchu onto his shoulders in a riding position, eagerly eyeing the group of orcs with eager anticipation. The orcs, witnessing his uncontainable excitement, trembled in fear, reluctant to engage. Seeing their cowardice, Nyodamiai roared in anger, her spit flying. "You are all worthless. Advance. Strike them fiercely." The orcs, realizing they faced death either way, closed their eyes and raised their fists, charging towards Gumu and Luo Chuchu. Although their approach was fierce in reality, they had already resigned themselves to the manner of their demise. Gumu did not disappoint them. With both hands free, he unleashed his long limbs, delivering devastating punches and kicks. The horde of orcs barely touched him. Instead, they fell as if struck by a tempest. The remaining orcs lay scattered, clutching their injuries. Wailing in agony, Nyodamiai, her eyes wide with disbelief, struggled to comprehend the scene before her. Meanwhile, Luo Chuchu, perched on Gumu's shoulder, clapped her hands and laughed heartily. "Well done. Keep teasing that wretch." Nyodamiai trembled with rage, her dwindling rationality consumed by anger and jealousy. Pointing an accusatory finger at Gumu, she shouted, "You two outsiders dare to wreak havoc in our Nyo-Wan tribe." I, Luo Chuchu, unfazed by Nyodamiai's impotent fury, wore a malicious grin and raised an eyebrow, retorting, "Have some shame. It was you who provoked them first. What now? When outmatched, do you resort to regional discrimination and tantrums?" At that moment, the tribe leader, assisted by 2 orcs, limped towards them. He cast a disdainful glance at the seated Nyodamiai, his contempt unmistakable. Ever since she bore 3 female offspring, Nyodamiai had grown increasingly arrogant, disregarding even her own leader. While it was one thing to bully her own tribe members, it was another to ignore the fact that the young female had been invited by Nyobugwai specifically to trade for salt. Such esteemed guests, yet Nyodame, in her folly, dared to provoke others. If she were to ruin matters, would that not sever the lifeblood of her kin? Truly despicable. The clan leader let out a heavy huff towards Nyodame before addressing the barely conscious orc on the ground. "You disgraceful lot. Why do you not hasten to escort your female back? Should anyone obstruct her from trading with us, do not blame me for disregarding our kinship and expelling her from the tribe." As the clan leader uttered these words, his gaze remained fixed upon Nyodama's family, almost as if he were prepared to call each of them out by name as a warning. Nyodame wished to speak further, but someone whispered in her ear, revealing that the injuries on the clan leader were, in fact, inflicted by her own reckless actions. In her rage, she had lost her senses, only to realize that the one she had harmed was the very leader who had never held her in much regard. Contemplating the clan leader's warning, a seething Nyodame fell silent, obediently allowing her beast husband to lead her away. "Mother, why did you leave? You Haventy even made that wretched female compensate me with delicious food." Nyodame, witnessing her family's disgraceful exit, was infuriated and began to curse vehemently. However, under the clan leader's stern gaze, she was forcefully silenced and dragged away. With the departure of Nyota, May, and her family, Luo Chuchu felt the air around her become refreshingly clear. The clan leader stepped forward, bowing slightly to the two newcomers, his expression one of utmost deference. From the earlier encounter, it was evident that Nyota May's beast husbands were utterly powerless against this formidable bear orc. The foolish Nyota May believed that sheer numbers could overpower strength. Did a mere fool and her entourage of fools pose any threat to a being of such might? Thankfully, she had arrived in time. Had she acted under the banner of the clan and committed irreparable folly, the entire tribe would have suffered the consequences. Heaven knows how exhilarated he was when he heard that someone was willing to trade precious salt for their freely acquired white foam. Yet, that excitement was short-lived upon hearing that someone was causing trouble for them. His heart raced, first with joy, then with indignation. A stark contrast that nearly caused his heart to cease beating altogether. Now, facing Gummu and his companions, the clan leader's heart raced once more. His face taut with anxiety as he regarded Luo Chuchu and her companion, fearing they might leave in anger due to the offense caused by Nyota May's family. Little female, I am Nyo Wan, the clan leader. On behalf of our people, I sincerely apologize. Aside from Nyota May's family, our tribe welcomes your presence wholeheartedly. I hope you can overlook our sincere apology and grant us another chance to trade. Chapter 235. Teaching Simple Noodles. Though Luo Chuchu was furious, she was not one to dismiss everyone for the actions of a few. Noticing the sincerity in Nyo Wan's apology and his evident dissatisfaction with Nyota May's family, she decided to descend from her indignation. I accept the clan leader's apology. However, let me be clear, I will not accept the white foam from Nyota May's family. As for how they handle their trades, that is no concern of mine. The clan leader nodded vigorously. Understood. I comprehend your esteemed wishes. May I inquire how you intend to proceed with the trade? I still need to teach Yang Jiao how to make delicious food with the white foam. For the specifics of the trade, please consult Uncle Nyo Bagwai. We have already discussed this on our way here. As Luo Chuchu spoke, she observed the clan leader's expression, pleased to see that he did not appear displeased by Nyo Bagwai's involvement in the negotiations. Instead, he looked genuinely delighted and grateful, confirming that he was indeed a leader who cared for his people. Excellent. Once Yang Jiao has learned to prepare the dishes using the white foam, could she also teach the others in our tribe? Certainly. Anyone who wishes to learn may seek instruction from Yang Jiao's family. However, I understand your concerns. Rest assured, Nyota May's family, along with those who enjoy bullying others, will not be included this time. I will impose strict regulations on them until they recognize their mistakes. Luo Chuchu nodded, finding the clan leader to be astute and sufficiently candid, noting that he did not insist on always teaching Nyota May's family. Despite his disdain for Nyota May, they were still of the same tribe. Moreover, judging by Nyota May's demeanor, her family likely held a certain status within Nyo Wan. The dishes she taught were simple, requiring merely grinding into flour. Even without formal instruction, one could easily learn by observing a few times. However, that was their affair. For now, she was quite pleased to add a bit of trouble for Nyota May. Although Luo Chuchu was also female, she could not abide by this world's excessive preference for women over men. Such stark contrasts easily reminded her of a previous world where the opposite was true. The orcs had their own measuring methods. While Luo Chuchu instructed Yang Jiao on food preparation, Gummu busied himself outside, collecting white foam and recording from whom and how much he had received. Yang Jiao called over two slightly stronger beast husbands from her clan to assist. Following Luo Chuchu's guidance, they first ground a large handful of white foam in a fine powder. Due to time constraints, Luo Chuchu only taught them how to make pancakes and noodle dumplings. To adjust the flour, they used water from a gourd-like shell. Once the flour was ready, Luo Chuchu discovered that Yang Jiao's household lacked even a pot for cooking. Venturing outside, she opened the backpack on Gumu's back and quickly placed a shell of average size inside. She then directed Yang Jiao's beast husbands to gather a pile of stones to construct a simple stone stove. Just then, several of Yang Jiao's other beast husbands returned from the woods, where they had gone to find edible food and possibly hunt for meat. Of course, there was no meat, but they did bring back several bags of white foam and a handful of green-shelled eggs. Upon seeing the wild chicken eggs, Luo Chuchu's eyes lit up. They had found something even better, saving her from using her own. With the fire lit, Luo Chuchu attempted a small test batch, only to have it stick to the pot. Just as she was about to extract some tree oil, Qing Shi and Mo Shu arrived. Their appearance caused quite a stir in Yoan. However, the crowd was not astonished by their striking beauty, but rather their species, snake orc and sea demon. Especially with Qing Shi, the moment he appeared, everyone's gaze fixated on him, forgetting about the trade altogether. A beast skin bag they had yet to tie fell to the ground, spilling white foam everywhere. Ignoring the prying eyes, the two swiftly approached Luo Chu, displaying the items they had traded. Seeing Mo Shu feign indifference while clearly trying to show off, Qing Shi rolled his eyes in exasperation. This insufferable snake, who had ample space, insisted on carrying everything himself, making it seem as if he had borne the weight all the way. As they neared, he pretended to retrieve the items from his space, hoisting them onto his shoulder and maintaining a facade of having carried them the entire way. How infuriating! Luo Chu examined the items they had acquired, noting several types of fresh fruits, including one particularly large variety that reminded her of sweet potatoes from a previous world. However, the greatest delight came from the dozens of fist-sized green-skinned fruits. Although she had not tasted them, upon pinching the skin, they emitted a mouth-watering sour scent, reminiscent of modern-day lemons. With so much honey in her space, she resolved to find time to make honey lemon tea. After instructing Mo Shu to properly store the goods, Luo Chu asked Yang Jiao to find an empty room. The two then entered to unpack the items intended for trade. A dozen enormous tusked beast flesh, accompanied by a sizable beast skin pouch filled with sea salt, completely filled the room. These items were retrieved by Luo Chu from her spatial realm. Fortsong, who had previously advised her to refrain from revealing the existence of her space to outsiders, prompting her to enlist Mo Shu as a decoy. As it was already time for lunch, and with the intention of trading the items with Niu Bagua and his companions, Luo Chu took out a heap of provisions meant for her own group and placed them into Mo Shu's space. Upon returning to the expansive chamber, Mo Shu set up 3 cooking stations and, per Luo Chu's instructions, laid out the ingredients needed for their upcoming meal on clean leaves. After they completed their tasks, Yang Jiao cast a fearful glance at Mo Shu and inquired, Chu, can we really do this? Of course. The previous attempt failed due to a lack of oil. But now that everything is prepared, I will teach you how to proceed, Luo Chu replied, deftly scooping a small amount of Harung beast oil with her chopsticks and evenly spreading it in the shell pot. This is the oil from the Harung beast. If unavailable, treat oil will suffice. Oh, and the fat from the tusked beast in that room can also render oil when cooked. However, you will need to prepare several stone pots to contain the oil, as this could burn the pot. Luo Chu pointed to the gourd shell in Yang Jiao's hand, which was filled with flour. Spread the oil evenly in the pot, then grip the cooler edges to rotate it, ensuring the batter heats evenly. You see how it's starting to puff up? Now it's time to flip them over, and once both sides are golden, they will be ready. Chapter 236. No more worms in the belly the moment the flatbreads were removed from the pot. A delightful aroma wafted through the air. In this untainted world of beasts, the quality of food surpassed that of modern times by at least tenfold. Attracted by the enticing scent, Yang Jiao and her several beast husbands approached, their eyes fixated on the bread. Once it had cooled sufficiently, Luo Chu divided the bread into small pieces for them to sample. The instant it touched their tongues, Yang Jiao and her companions' eyes sparkled. They were astonished that the once unpalatable and tough white foam, when ground into flour and merely seasoned with a pinch of salt, could yield such a soft and delectable dish. Dissatisfied with the slow cooking process of the shell pot, Luo Chu decisively instructed Mo Shu to retrieve the stone slab they used for roasting meat and placed it on her large cooking station. This pot takes too long. You can find a stone to create a slab like this one, which allows you to prepare multiple breads at once. The steps remain the same. Apply oil and pour in the flour. If you prefer thinner bread, scrape it to the sides. Once it's nearly cooked, simply flip it over. As she spoke, Luo Chu had already poured 7 heaps of batter onto the stone slab. When they were adequately cooked, she skillfully flipped them using chopsticks and a fork, swiftly completing the 7 flatbreads. Shall I not continue? Who would like to give it a try? Yang Jiao glanced at her beast husbands and finally chose the one who was typically meticulous in his tasks. Yang Wei, you go ahead. The beast man named Yang Wei shyly scratched his head. Observing his hands were grimy, Luo Chu hurriedly halted his actions. Go wash your hands. It's crucial to maintain hygiene with anything that goes into your body. Otherwise, you might end up with worms. Luo Chu's remark was merely a kind reminder. Yet upon hearing it, Yang Jiao's dark yellow face turned ashen, and she began to tremble. Her beast husbands quickly reached out to steady her. Confused, Luo Chuchu wondered what had transpired. Had she inadvertently spoken an unwise word? Soon, her bewilderment was clarified when one of Yang Jiao's beast husbands, with a face full of sorrow, recounted, Sister Jiao once had a female cub, but it perished in infancy due to worms in her belly. Not even the shaman in Beast City could save her. Luo Chuchu felt an overwhelming wave of guilt. Her intention had been purely benevolent, not to unearth past wounds. I'm truly sorry. I was unaware of this matter. Yang Jiao shook her head, offering a bitter smile. It's all right. That was long ago. It was not only in my family. During that time, many cubs in the tribe suffered from worms, and none were saved. Was it roundworms? No wonder Yang Jiao's 9 cubs appear so emaciated, yet their bellies are distended, with their navels protruding. It seems they too might be afflicted. Having lived in modernity, where vaccinations were routine and deworming tablets consumed like candy, Luo Chuchu had never heard of any child succumbing to roundworms. However, considering the beastman's lifestyle, consuming raw meat, drinking unpurified water, and some even ingesting fresh blood for salt, it was unsurprising that poor hygiene practices could lead to such afflictions. Noticing Yang Jiao's lingering sorrow, Luo Chuchu discreetly retreated to a corner of the room and took out her phone to search for herbal remedies that could expel roundworms. To her delight, she found several. Herbs such as Sijunzi, pumpkin seeds, pine seeds, Wu Yi, and Lei Wang were all known to combat roundworms. Luo Chuchu's spirits lifted momentarily, but quickly fell again. But what good is that knowledge? The herbs in this world may differ significantly from those in modernity, and even having images for comparison may not be helpful. After some contemplation, Luo Chuchu took out paper and pen, sketching the appearance of these herbs. One must always look on the bright side. Perhaps there are still some with unmutated genes. Handing the paper with the herb illustrations to Yang Jiao, she said, These herbs can expel worms. I just haven't discovered them yet. If you find them, make sure to cleanse them thoroughly and brew them into a decoction. Additionally, you must change your lifestyle. Try to avoid consuming raw meat and fresh blood, especially water. Always boil it and let it cool before drinking. As she spoke, Luo Chuchu filled a shell with clean water, stating, although this water appears pristine, it harbors countless bacteria invisible to the naked eye. Were bacteria? Yang Jiao inquiret. Luo Chuchu pursed her lips, contemplating. You can think of them as invisible eggs of worms. If you drink water containing these eggs, the worms will take root in your belly. Those with stronger bodies or younger beastmen may withstand it, but the young and elderly with weaker immune systems might not endure. Boiling the water will kill the eggs, making it much safer to drink. Yang Jiao, stunned, received the paper, her eyes brimming with tears as she gazed at the drawn herbs. If only I had met you sooner. My little Jiaoer would still be here. Seeing Yang Jiao's continued sorrow, Mo Shu frowned in displeasure. I'm hungry. The simplicity of his words sent shivers down Yang Jiao and her beast husband's spines, prompting them to quickly compose themselves and respectfully store the paper. Luo Chuchu turned and shot a disapproving look at the impassive Mo Shu. Lord Snake is hungry. Young Wei, and all of you, go wash your hands thoroughly. The beastmen nodded earnestly and prepared to leave when Luo Chuchu called them back, pulling several complimentary soaps from her bag to hand out. Use this. It will help you wash more thoroughly. Wet your hands, apply some, and then rinse off the bubbles. To ensure they understood, Luo Chuchu demonstrated the process herself. After learning, the beastmen expressed their gratitude. They entrusted the unopened soaps to Yang Jiao for safekeeping, taking the used piece with them to wash their hands. Upon their return with clean hands, Yang Wei eagerly took the gourd shell and began to fry the flatbreads, imitating Luo Chuchu's earlier technique. Observing his skillful execution, Luo Chuchu filled the shell pot with water and prepared another gourd shell to mix the batter. This time, she added only a small amount of water, a touch of Honghengsho oil, and cracked in 2 wild chicken eggs. The resulting batter was a vibrant golden hue, slightly thicker than the initial mixture. Once the water reached a boil, Luo Chuchu, with a gourd shell in one hand and chopsticks in the other, deftly pushed the small dumplings into the bubbling water. Soon, the golden dumplings floated to the surface, and Luo Chuchu scooped some into the empty gourd shell, handing it to Yang Jiao. It's a bit hot. Let cool before you eat. Chapter 237. A stunning femininity, the golden dumplings languished atop the milky white broth, garnished with the green onion flowers they had previously picked. Before they even began to eat, the tantalizing aroma wafted through the air. As the dumplings' soup cooled, Yang Jiaojiao could hardly contain herself and took a sip from the gourd shell. The dumplings, enriched with egg, were delightfully chewy and smooth, their texture distinct from the pan-fried cakes. The broth was savory and flavorful. After several sips, Yang Jiaojiao urged the beastmen to wash the children's hands before they joined in for the soup. Although the remaining dumpling soup was scant, the 9 little ones were overjoyed, carefully cradling the gourd shell, sharing it amongst themselves with every other bite. The beastmen, licking their lips and smiling, watched as the children enjoyed the soup, while Yang Wei had already prepared a stack of pan-fried cakes. Returning the stone slab to Luo Chuchu, Yang Jiaojiao's family gathered around the shell pot stove to begin making their own dumpling soup. Noticing they had nearly mastered the technique, Luo Chuchu commenced preparing food for her companions. She cleaned the stone slab, and Ma Shu produced a freshly processed hunghing shou, cutting the meat into generous chunks of fat and lean according to Luo Chuchu's specifications. Ma Shu was not fond of fire, and as Jimyu and Qingxi were busy trading for white foam outside, Luo Chuchu took it upon herself to roast the meat. After placing the meat in a shell basin and marinating it briefly in a mixture of ginger and scallion water, she laid it on the heated stone slab. The fat sizzled, and with a brush of Luo Chuchu's special garlic chili sauce, the aroma was simply divine. Inside the house, Yang Jiaojiao's family experienced a direct impact. The once coveted dumpling soup and cakes suddenly seemed less appealing. Those trading white foam outside were entranced by the irresistible fragrance, completely distracted from their transactions. Especially for the beastmen of Nyowan, who had never encountered such a scent, their mouths watered uncontrollably at the first whiff. Just then, Jimu's stomach made a timely rumble. They had not eaten since morning, and the familiar aroma was too enticing to resist. After finishing their trade for white foam, Niobagwai brought the meat of a tusked beast into the cooking room. Observing Luo Chuchu roasting meat on the stone slab and realizing the weather was warm, he quickly retrieved a damp stone slab to join in. Xiaomei, this is the meat our Chuchu exchanged for us. Shall we roast it too? Yang Jiaojiao wiped her mouth, her eyes sparkling as she nodded eagerly. Oh my, this aroma is simply irresistible, she exclaimed, her beast skin skirt dampened by her own saliva. Although she thought Niobagwai's family was rather pleasant, Luo Chuchu was not inclined to generously share her food without compensation. Even though she could distribute freely, the thought that these were hard-earned catches by Jimyu and the others restrained her from doing so. While she could not offer her food freely, she was willing to teach them the method, sharing the ingredients for her sauce without reservation. Understanding they had not enjoyed meat for a long time, Luo Chuchu also presented some roastable plants, instructing Yang Jiaojiao and her family to remember that these would be delicious once the sauce was prepared. Eager and industrious, Yang Jiaojiao's family knew they needed garlic and similar ingredients for the sauce, and hurriedly ventured out to gather them. Luo Chuchu provided some scallions and ginger for them to clean and marinate the meat. Shortly after the meat began marinating, the 3 who had gone out returned, each carrying an enormous beast skin bag. Upon opening, they found it filled with earthy ginger clumps and garlic, along with several plants Luo Chuchu had mentioned for roasting. Knowing Luo Chuchu favored cleanliness, Yang Jiaojiao requested the beastmen to wash the ginger and garlic thoroughly, returning double the amount of what Luo Chuchu had lent them. This gesture improved Luo Chuchu's impression of her even further. Having been in the beast world for so long, Yang Jiaojiao could be considered the only amiable female she had encountered. Delighted, Luo Chuchu decided to teach her family several pasta recipes. Originally, due to time constraints, Luo Chuchu had not intended to take the initiative, but Jimyu and the others had completed their trading. Niu Wan, the tribe leader, stood at the door, thanking Luo Chuchu before leading the beastmen back with their respective shares of salt and meat. He refrained from entering, fearing the overpowering aroma might render him unable to resist, leading to embarrassment. Unaware of the tribe leader's thoughts, Luo Chuchu was joined by Jimyu and Qingxi, who became her additional helpers. Thus, they arranged to make hand-pulled noodles and dumplings, which were relatively intricate dishes. The next task was to assign roles. One person washed the vegetables, another chopped the filling, Jimyu kneaded the dough, and Luo Chuchu prepared the dumpling filling. Yang Jiaojiao also summoned 4 beastmen, assigning them similar tasks to learn how it was done. Jimyu, with his strength, found kneading the dough effortless, quickly completing 2 bowls of dough. Although Luo Chuchu could wrap dumplings, she was not skilled at rolling the dumpling skins and could not teach Jimyu. She simply instructed him to roll the dough into balls and then flatten them with his palm. Surprisingly, The resulting dumpling skins were quite decent, while not perfectly round. They were sufficiently large and evenly thick. Luo Chuchu took a dumpling skin, filled it generously with filling, and tried to pinch it into a conventional shape. Observing the somewhat misshapen dumplings, she felt dissatisfied. However, Yang Jiaojiao's family was utterly astonished. They had not expected Luo Chuchu, a female, to possess such extensive knowledge. Even Yang Jiaojiao, who was so amiable, typically entrusted these tasks to the beastmen. Therefore, Luo Chuchu's ability to do everything herself left everyone in disbelief. At that moment, immersed in her dumpling making, Luo Chuchu was unaware that in such a short time, she had already made a stunning impression on Yang Jiaojiao's family. Qingxi and Ma Shu naturally noticed the family's incredulous gaze, but remained focused on learning from Luo Chuchu. After observing her make a few irregular dumplings, they quickly grasped the technique. Chapter 238. Compensation from the wolf tribe upon seeing Qingxi and Ma Shu crafting dumplings that were even more aesthetically pleasing than her own. Luo Chuchu relinquished the spotlight to them and turned her attention to hand-pulling noodles. After a bustling afternoon, Luo Chuchu relished the long-awaited hand-pulled noodles and the Beast World-esque version of dumplings. Ma Shu and the others, including Yang Jiaojiao's family, savored their first taste of dumplings in this lifetime. These dumplings were indeed substantial, each one equivalent to 5 or 6 modern dumplings in size. Luo Chuchu only consumed 2 dumplings before losing her appetite. The filling was entirely composed of pure meat, and aside from the outer layer of dough, it was akin to eating a lump of meat. It was somewhat greasy, though this was merely her personal opinion. The others, including Mo Shu, were immediately captivated by the unique flavor of the dumplings upon their first bite, especially when paired with Luo Chuchu's specially crafted chili sauce infused with garlic. The taste was simply irresistible. As for Yang Jiaojiao's family, they were even more enthusiastic. In the span of a single afternoon, it felt as if they had unlocked the doors to a new world, with their understanding of food being refreshed time and again. They were astonished to discover that meat could be prepared in such a manner, and the foam they had previously dismissed could be ground into powder to create a multitude of different dishes. Moreover, that white substance, much like the foam, was something no one would have cared to eat in the past. It was typically reserved for the harsh winter months when food was scarce. Who would have anticipated that after boiling, it would turn out to be soft and sweet? They suddenly felt a pang of compassion for the past when they had to gnaw on these tough morsels. During their lunch, Song Hui approached, carrying an enormous beast hide bag on his shoulder. Upon hearing that he had yet to dine, Gomu hastily pressed a pile of dumpling skins, wrapping all the remaining meat filling to cook for him. Dozens of large dumplings, with thin skin and ample filling, truly satisfied Song Hui's hunger. After finishing their meal, Luo Chuchu inquired about the progress of their tasks and asked where Aoji was now. Song Hui opened the beast hide bag as he replied, "It's all taken care of. This is the compensation the wolf tribe has provided us." Upon seeing the bag brimming with beast crystals, Luo Chuchu was left utterly astonished. There were not only red, white, and green crystals, but also many other rare colors she had never seen before. How can there be so many? The wolf tribe was willing to part with these beast crystals? Song Hui chuckled lightly, recalling the expressions of impotent rage on the faces of the wolf tribe members. Of course, they were reluctant. This decision was made by their city lord. These beast crystals were obtained by the lion beasts when they ransacked the wolf tribe's ancestral home. The wolf tribe tried to retaliate, but they were suppressed by Ao Tian's men and subsequently beaten soundly by the lion beasts, with even the wolf cubs not spared. They were frightened into submission. They couldn't care less about the beast crystals. What Song Hui did not mention was that these beast crystals were merely the material compensation the wolf tribe owed them. As for those from the wolf tribe still residing in Qianshou City, according to Ao Xiong, they would not be let off easily either. However, since the wolf tribe had existed since the establishment of Qianshou City, their entangled relationships with other tribes made it a complicated issue to resolve. Nonetheless, these matters were internal and had no bearing on Song Hui and the others. If it weren't for the need to rescue Uncle Sangji, Song Hui would have refrained from meddling. Now that they had saved him, with the Shi Ao tribe dismantled, there was no need for them to return to their former tribe. Although he had sustained some injuries along the way, Song Hui was ultimately quite satisfied with the outcome. Luo Chuchu was surprised by the wolf tribe's generosity, willing to offer such a substantial amount of beast crystals as compensation for Song Hui and his companions. "Did you receive all of this alone?" Song Hui shook his head, saying, "Not at all. Half of this is from the lion beasts. They have already left Qianzhou City, preparing to take the females to the underground palace and then find a more remote location to re-establish their tribe. Now that the Shi-Ao tribe is no more, the previous tribesmen are unwilling to return and have chosen to leave with them. These beast crystals are a gift from them, a way to express their gratitude for saving their lives. It wasn't that the lion beasts were particularly generous. Facing the grand scale of Qianzhou City, they were already content with having reclaimed a small sliver of life, prepared to swallow their pride. When they encountered Luo Chu-Chu and her companions, Song Hui sought justice, and with only Me Too able to counteract the city lord's poison. The lion beasts seized this opportunity to vent their frustrations on the wolf tribe, feeling no qualms about relinquishing these beast crystals. Luo Chu-Chu nodded, realizing that it wouldn't be long before another powerful tribe would rise. The others also expressed their agreement, as the survivors had all been carefully selected by the swift winds. Even the females were readily available from the underground palace. After establishing their tribe, they would soon form pairs and rapidly reproduce. By the way, what about those from the mouse tribe? Upon recalling the mouse tribe, a gentle smile appeared on Song Hui's face. They heard we are to pair in 3 days and have returned to the Wang Mountain to prepare. Initially, they wished to remain near Qianzhou City, but they have grown fearful of the inhabitants of Qianzhou City and the wolf tribe seeking revenge. So they declined the beast crystals and only requested some fresh food and meat. After attending our pairing ceremony, they will likely migrate. The mouse tribe had once been quite enamored with life in Qianzhou City, but having nearly faced annihilation, they dared not remain. Furthermore, the residents of Bee City still wore their haughty expressions, suggesting that they stay was merely an attempt to exploit their natural burrowing abilities and subjugate them as lowly beastmen without resistance. As for Aoshi, he would likely need to wait for Me Too and Bai Tu to return with the antidote before he could come to the Wang Mountain to find them. The wolf tribe's issues had been resolved, but Ao Xiong had yet to obtain the antidote and would not easily release anyone. Ao Ji instructed them to return first, stating that they would leave together once Me Too returned. Luo Chu-Chu nodded in understanding. The transaction was complete. They had eaten, and she had taught them how to prepare the white foam. After taking a brief rest, they prepared to depart. Yang Jiao earnestly urged them to wait until sunset before returning, but after contemplating, Luo Chu-Chu politely declined. When she had come from Del Wang Mountain to find Song Hui, she had been in a hurry, so she had rushed. This time, they could take their time and perhaps look for some edible treats along the way. Although they had ample food stored in their space, Gomu and the others had voracious appetites, necessitating periodic resupply. Mo Shu placed the white foam received and the bag of beast crystals brought back by Song Hui into their storage space. Gomu scooped up Luo Chu-Chu, and under the scorching sun, they headed toward Da Wang Mountain. Chapter 239, Collecting Along the Way. As they passed the vacant land described by Yang Jiao's beast husband, they paused to rest for a while and dug up a considerable amount of ginger and garlic, as well as harvesting a large patch of flourishing chives. While the quantity appeared quite substantial, when stir-fried with fragrant wild chicken eggs, Gomu could easily consume 1/3 by himself. In addition to seeking edible plants, the group continuously hunted along the way. That evening, while searching for a place to rest, they fortuitously discovered a herd of hum-hum beasts, capturing hundreds of them, both large and small. Just when they thought they had achieved a bountiful harvest, they soon stumbled upon another equally large group of Mimi beasts and Mumu beasts. Though they bore some resemblance to modern cattle and sheep, they were among the more tender and delectable prey in the beast world. Luo Chu-Chu exclaimed her luck, thrilled to have amassed such a wealth of meat. Even with Gomu and the others' hearty appetites, this bounty would sustain them for months. However, no one ever complained about having too many supplies. Knowing that the region was abundant with game, they decided to deviate from their original path and follow the mountains where they discovered prey, continuing to hunt. They journeyed while collecting, and Luo Chu-Chu's storage was filled to the brim, entirely unaware that this area was a designated hunting ground enclosed by Qianzhou City, where the game was specifically driven there to supply the esteemed females of the beast city. Originally, there were dedicated guards stationed here. However, due to the disturbances caused by the wolf clan, the shifts of the guards became disordered. Seeing that you did not go, and they did not go either, they simply grew apathetic about their duties. After all, since the establishment of Qianzhou, the nearby tribes have long recognized this area as their designated hunting ground, and those who wished to avoid trouble would not easily venture in. Consequently, over time, the guards became less diligent. With their efforts resembling that of fishing for 3 days and sunbathing for 2, there was little difference between guarding and not guarding at all. Luo Chuchu and her companions were unaware of these developments and continued their journey, collecting various supplies until they returned to the cave they had previously occupied at Da Wang Mountain the following morning. Upon seeing the transformed Da Wang Mountain, Luo Chuchu blinked in disbelief and asked Gamu, who was holding her, "Have we taken a wrong turn? Or am I seeing things? Is this the cave where we used to stay?" It was no wonder Luo Chuchu could not recognize the place. In just 3 days and 2 nights, the once towering and solid mountain now bore numerous holes, resembling a beehive. Upon their return, Shu Jiujio and all the members of the Shu clan greeted them with enthusiasm, filling the open space in front of the numerous entrances to the caves. Inside the mountain's small openings, countless little heads peeked out, and since they were steps slower, they could only gaze from afar at the few heroes who had saved their entire clan. Shu Jiujio eagerly approached, transforming into human form almost instantly, and quickly surrounded himself with a fur skirt. "Lord Songhua, you have finally returned." Songhua nodded and, looking at the small holes with suspicion, inquired, "Did you not say you were going to relocate? Why have you dug so many holes?" Shu Jiujio scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed, and replied, "We originally planned to move, but many of the females in the clan are expecting, and after this scare, we all discussed it and decided to stay here for a while longer, depending on the circumstances." Luo Chuchu nodded in understanding. Indeed, it was not suitable for pregnant females to travel. Moreover, for the Shu clan, the current Da Wang Mountain was still quite safe. "What about Shu Duo? Why haven't I seen her?" Upon hearing Luo Chuchu mention Shu Duo, Shu Jiujio grinned like a simpleton. "She heard you were back and wanted to come see you, but she gave birth this morning and is still quite weak, so I suggested she rest in the cave." Seeing him so cheerful, Luo Chuchu mistakenly thought the child was his and asked, "Are you Shu Duo's beast husband?" At this, Shu Jiujio shyly nodded yes. "We just became partners the night we returned," saying this with a sweet smile as he touched the partner mark on his chest. Noticing the unusual dark rat mark on Shu Jiujio's chest, Luo Chuchu's lips twitched. If her memory served her right, the color of the mark would not be so deep merely from the partner ceremony. Such a deep color would only appear after mating. They became partners the night before, and now, this morning, there was no delay in her giving birth. Luo Chuchu gave Shu Jiujio a thumbs up. Bringing a ball into the field was indeed impressive. "Lord Songhua, you must be tired after traveling for 2 days. You saved our entire Shu clan. We have nothing to repay you with. I heard you're to hold a partner ceremony tomorrow, so we hurriedly dug a few caves for you. They are just over there. Let me take you to see if you find anything unsatisfactory, and we can make immediate adjustments." Songhua nodded, and they followed Shu Jiujio toward the other side of the mountain. As they passed by the large cave they had seen before, Luo Chuchu took a moment to check on Shu Duo and her offspring, while the others waited at the cave entrance. Upon seeing the tiny cubs nestled in the grass nest, small and pinkish white, not even the size of her palm, Luo Chuchu suddenly found the rat cubs rather adorable. After counting briefly, she was astounded to realize that 1 litter of 8 was merely a trivial matter. The true prowess lay in the reproductive capabilities of the Shu clan, which were astonishingly formidable. Moreover, from what Shu Duo indicated, she had given birth to 18 cubs this time, but due to the earlier fright, a few had not survived, meaning she had actually been pregnant with over 20 cubs. Over 20. What concept? With such reproductive abilities, it was no wonder the Shu clan was the most populous tribe in the beast world. If the ratio of advanced beastmen in the Shu clan were to rise, what concern would they have for other tribes? Perhaps it would be the Shu clan dominating the beast world, no longer suppressed and fleeing from place to place. After leaving some food and drink for Shu Duo, the group then followed Shu Jiujio to the vicinity of the caves prepared for them. The distance from the caves where the Shu clan resided was quite considerable. Shu Jiujio pointed to several spacious and bright caves and said, "Luo Chuchu, esteemed ladies, these caves are prepared for you. Please let us know if you're satisfied." Luo Chuchu entered the cave to inspect, and true to their reputation, the Shu clan were indeed adept diggers, surpassing even Qin Shi and his group. In addition to the entrance, 2 windows had been carved out in the upper side, making the space especially bright, and the interior was arranged with great warmth. On the reserved stone beds lay soft hay and bright red fox furs, while on the cylindrical stone table stood a stone-carved vase filled with vibrant wildflowers, freshly picked that very morning. The preparations for the ceremony, set to take place tomorrow, would mark Luo Chuchu's transition to a female with 5 beast husbands. Hence, the Shu clan had thoughtfully prepared 5 caves for them, ensuring each of her beast husbands had their own private space. After examining the first cave, Shu Jiujio led them to tour the remaining 4. Although they were not as exquisitely arranged as the first, one could still see the care that had gone into them. Luo Chuchu was very satisfied with the Shu clan's arrangements. She knew they would not be staying long, yet they still put forth their utmost effort to provide the best for them, especially upon learning that these precious furs were compensation from the Wolf clan to the Shu clan. But the Shu clan insisted on gifting them to Luo Chuchu as a token for the partner ceremony. Observing these industrious and kind-hearted Shu clan beastmen, Luo Chuchu found it difficult to associate them with the modern-day, universally reviled street rats. However, everything in the beast world was inherently different from modernity, and Luo Chuchu had never imagined she would one day possess 5 beast husbands, each of whom was exceptionally handsome, with chiseled chests and defined abs, a veritable collection of excellence. Reflecting on this, Luo Chuchu couldn't help but emit a mischievous chuckle, prompting the others to glance at her curiously. After touring the caves, the group took a brief rest before gathering to discuss the items needed for the partner ceremony the following day. Initially, when the ceremony was to be held in the Beast City, Aoji had stated that everything required would be prepared by the Tiger clan, relieving them of any worries. Since they were now hosting it themselves, naturally, they needed to prepare the necessary items. Upon hearing this, Shu Jiujio immediately volunteered that the Shu clan would lend their full support, considering the extensive list of items to prepare, as well as the opportunity to introduce them to edible items and teach them some simple recipes. Luo Chuchu and her companions graciously accepted the Shu clan's offer. Following the ceremony, there was bound to be a banquet, and meat was indispensable. In truth, the meat in Luo Chuchu's storage was more than sufficient. Even after the banquet, there would be plenty left. However, Qing Shi and the others refused to use the tender game stored away, insisting that only freshly hunted meat would suffice. They intended to save the stored meat for Luo Chuchu to enjoy at her leisure. Unable to persuade them otherwise, Luo Chuchu relented. After much discussion, it was decided that Mo Shu and Songhua would lead a selection of dozens of beastmen chosen by the Shu clan to go hunting, while Luo Chuchu and Qing Shi would take another group of Shu clan beastmen to forage for various plant-based foods on the nearby hills. Gomu and a portion of the Shu clan beastmen would be responsible for digging up sufficient stone pots and bowls. Despite the fact that Gomu's hands were significantly larger than Luo Chuchu's face and his fingers were rather stout, he was undoubtedly the most skilled among them when it came to crafting. The seemingly simple task at hand was, in reality, quite a monumental undertaking. The banquet tomorrow would feature meat, rice, vegetables, and soup. It would be entirely inappropriate for them to use bowls while the Rat clan resorted to using leaves to contain their soup. Once the Rat clan mastered those basic dishes and various stews, they would surely need bowls, chopsticks, and spoons in the future. After assigning tasks among themselves, a portion of the Rat clan, orcs, remained. They were required to grind the white foam extracted by Mo Shu into powder, which would be essential for numerous applications the following day. Once the preliminary division of labor was complete, Luo Chuchu searched for a structural diagram of a stone mill on her phone and handed it to Gomu, urging him to craft 2 as soon as possible for their later use. They planned to take one with them and leave one for the Rat clan. Each individual swiftly set about their designated tasks. The Rat clan proclaimed their collective effort, and even the typically idle females were eager to join in. However, several of the pregnant females prompted Luo Chuchu's concern for their safety, leading her to refrain from assigning them any tasks. Instead, they voluntarily trailed behind Luo Chuchu and her group, preparing to gather an ample supply of fresh flowers to adorn the space for their coupling ceremony. Together with over 100 Rat clan orcs, they toiled under the scorching sun, their spirits undampened. The Rat clan orcs, despite their sweat-drenched faces, wore expressions of sheer joy. For so long, other clans had either driven them away or oppressed them, making Luo Chuchu's equitable treatment and respect all the more precious in the eyes of the Rat clan orcs. They could only wonder if they would ever encounter such benevolent females as Luo Chuchu and such admirable orcs as Songhua again. The thought that Luo Chuchu and her companions would depart after their coupling ceremony filled Shu Jiujio with a profound sense of loss. If only he could establish a new tribe with them. Even if they could not be true family, they would still be kin of the same clan. Time passed swiftly amidst their labors, and Luo, Chu Chu, and the Rat Clan, led by Qing, she made significant progress. Throughout the afternoon, dozens of individuals covered several nearby hills, unearthing a multitude of fully matured plants. During this time, Luo Chu Chu stumbled upon some previously unencountered flavoring plants, including fruits reminiscent of star anise and aromatic leaves capable of enhancing flavors. This discovery brought her immense delight. While digging, she reminded the Rat Clan to avoid overexploiting any one area and to prioritize sustainable development. With this in mind, she suggested they cultivate more land near the cave, planting a variety of edible seedlings, ensuring they would not face food shortages in the future. Aware that the Beast era lacked farming tools, Luo Chu Chu returned to the cave and searched for images of simple farming implements online, sketching them so the Rat Clan could replicate them and teaching them how to use these tools. The Rat Clan orcs benefited greatly from her guidance, nodding and understanding and meticulously storing the fragile sheets of paper. Little did Luo Chu Chu know that these papers would become a treasured legacy for the Rat Clan, preserved even as time turned them fragile. However, that was a tale for another time. Meanwhile, Imo Shu and Song Hua led a hunting party to a more distant hill. Prior to venturing into the perilous territory, Song Hua had spent 2 days here to divert the attention of the Wolf Clan. Thus he knew this area teemed with abundant game. The group did not rest that night and returned the following morning, laden with well-prepared prey. Their haul was indeed substantial, filling Imo Shu's storage space to near capacity. They not only captured an abundance of meat, but also discovered a peculiar beast resembling a bear, its vibrant fur shimmering brilliantly under the sun. At first glance, Imo Shu was captivated, believing the creature's vivid colors perfectly complemented Luo Chu Chu's optimistic and cheerful disposition. It would make a splendid hide for a unique skirt for her to wear during the coupling ceremony. With this notion in mind, Imo Shu exercised utmost caution while capturing the creature, striving to preserve the integrity of the hide. However, upon skinning it, he realized the hide was overly thick. Given the current weather, it would have to wait until the cold season to be worn. Back at the cave, Gumu first led the Rat Clan orcs to a water source for a thorough wash before hastily crafting 2 stone mills, according to the images on his phone, instructing the orcs to grind the white foam into powder. He then directed the other Rat Clan orcs to begin crafting stone bowls and spoons, while delegating the simpler task of making chopsticks to the Rat Clan orcs alone. The pregnant females, having gathered a considerable amount of flowers from the hills, were instructed by Luo Chu Chu to leave them in the cave. After everyone returned, she retrieved a shell containing ancient ice to prevent the flowers from wilting in the heat. As dusk fell, everyone gathered, their bodies weary yet fulfilled, exchanging smiles of satisfaction upon witnessing each other's accomplishments. Luo Chu Chu felt a peculiar sensation within her, a blend of warmth, emotion, and a hint of sweetness. The earlier awkwardness gradually faded as anticipation for the following day's ceremony took over. With so many eagerly awaiting and blessing their coupling ceremony, it was bound to be a splendid affair. Tomorrow marked her coupling ceremony with another, and tonight she would naturally be accompanied by Qing Shi. However, after dinner, as Qing Shi remained busy, fatigue overcame Luo Chu Chu, and her eyelids grew heavy. Qing Shi, watching her yawn repeatedly, gently urged, "If you're tired, go ahead and sleep. I'll join you once I finish up here." Nodding, Luo Chu Chu shook her dizzy head and returned to the cave. Feeling sticky, she retrieved her personal bathing tub, filled it with water, and sank into it with a satisfied sigh. It felt so refreshing. As she soaked, drowsiness enveloped her, and with her eyes closed, she drifted off to sleep. Upon opening her eyes once more, Luo Chu Chu found herself back in her modern home. A sense of bewilderment washed over her as she surveyed the familiar yet strange surroundings. It was the home she had once shared with her parents. Her heart trembled with excitement. Had she returned once again? Suddenly, the sound of a baby crying caught her attention. Following the sound, she approached her parents' bedroom. The door was ajar, yet she hesitated, losing her courage to enter. Through the crack, she glimpsed her mother, clad in loose loungewear, seated on the bed, cradling a small, rosy bundle and cooing lovingly. Her father's hair remained white, but the sorrow from her previous dream had vanished, replaced by a radiant smile as he stood at the bedside, skillfully preparing formula while playfully engaging the tiny one. "Nianchu, are you hungry? Don't cry. The formula will be ready shortly." Hearing her cherished name and spotting the family photo on the bedside table, Luo Chu Chu could no longer contain her tears, which flowed silently down her cheeks. How wonderful! Her parents had not forgotten her. How wonderful. They had welcomed another child. Her name was Nian Chu. With little Nian Chu by their side, they would surely no longer feel lonely, right? Luo Chu was perplexed. Although she felt joy for her parents, her tears flowed uncontrollably. A deep sense lingered within her, suggesting that perhaps after this, she would never have the chance to return and see her parents again. Damn, Mom. The bedroom door shifted, and as if sensing her presence, her parents simultaneously turned their gazes toward the doorway. Luo Chu shed tears, yet her face radiated a brilliant smile. Regrettably, her father and mother could not witness her moment of relief. Luo Baba and Luo Mama were engulfed in an inexplicable sense of loss as they gazed at the empty doorway. Chu had been gone for quite some time. What were they hoping for? It was only when the small bundle in their arms cried out once more that their thoughts converged. Luo Baba, noticing the despondency in Mama's expression, remarked that perhaps the balcony window had not been properly closed, and he would check. He handed the baby bottle to Luo Mama and rose from the bedroom, passing through Luo Chu's ethereal form. Taking a deep breath, he closed the sliding glass door after several attempts. Aware that Mama was still in her confinement and the baby had yet to reach a month old, they both could not afford to be exposed to drafts. Upon returning to the bedroom, Luo Baba casually shut the door, completely severing Luo Chu's line of sight. Just as the door clicked shut, Luo Chu heard the sudden wail of Xiao Nianchu. They say that an infant's eyes are the brightest, capable of perceiving what adults cannot. Luo Chu mused that perhaps Xiao Nianchu was bidding farewell to her, the sister she had never met. Or maybe it was a reassurance. Sister, do not worry. I will grow up healthy and happy, right beside Papa and Mama. Luo Chu wandered through every corner of the house until she heard a gentle voice calling her softly. Reluctantly, she returned to the closed bedroom door, whispering, Papa, Mama, Xiao Nianchu, farewell. Chu, how did you fall asleep in the water? The water has grown cold. I brought you out. Chu, why are you crying? Upon finishing her tasks in the cave, Qingxi discovered Luo Chu resting against the edge of the tub, asleep. The water within now frigid. In her dreams, tears adorned her cheeks. Qingxi hurriedly grabbed a clean disposable towel, lifted the waterlogged Luo Chu, and, recalling the eternal ice in the cave, wrapped her in a layer of animal hide. Chu, why are you crying? Luo Chu clung to Qingxi's neck. Burying her face in the crook of his shoulder, softly sobbing, Qingxi, I miss my Papa and Mama. Sensing the dampness in his neck, Qingxi understood the weight of her sorrow and tenderly patted her back. No more tears. Once we complete the bonding ceremony tomorrow, we will help you find a way back. All right? Luo Chu held on to Qingxi's neck tightly, shaking her head as she choked on her words, I can never go back. I no longer have Papa and Mama. At that moment, upon hearing Luo Chu's despair, Qingxi felt an unworthy sense of relief. After spending so much time together, and with the peculiar items Luo Chu had revealed, things even me too ye had never laid eyes on, they had come to suspect that her origins were far from ordinary. Chu, do not cry. Even if you cannot return, you still have me. I will always be by your side. After tomorrow, you will have Mo Shu and the others. They will also remain with you. Please, no more tears. Tomorrow is the bonding ceremony, and if your eyes swell from crying, it will not be good. In the soothing cadence of Qingxi's assurances, Luo Chu's emotions gradually calmed. In the moment she lifted her head, an uncontrollable bubble of mucus escaped from her nose, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. Quickly, she raised a hand to cover Qingxi's eyes and hastily wiped her nose. Do not look. Qingxi chuckled indulgently, his attractive atoms apple-bobbing as he replied, All right, I have seen nothing. After sharing some playful laughter, just as Luo Chu intended to dress and sleep, Qingxi suddenly pressed her onto the prepared stone bed. Chu, you promised to stay with me tonight. Without waiting for a response, Qingxi's lips descended upon hers. Before long, Luo Chu's body, chilled from the cold water, was ignited by Qingxi's ardor, becoming warm and flushed. At the cave entrance, Gamu, ready to check on Luo Chu before bed, halted in his tracks, then turned back with a goofy smile, heading toward the cave he had prepared for himself. How wonderful! Once tomorrow passed, he too could spend the night alone with Chu. The following morning, as Mo Shu and Song Ho returned with a bountiful haul, Qingxi, who had toiled through the night, was just waking. Only Luo Chu remained, unsurprisingly unable to rise. Mo Shu retrieved the game they would need for the day from his spatial storage, eagerly clutching a vibrant animal hide, rushing to the cave entrance to show Luo Chu. However, before he could approach, A familiar scent wafted through the air, darkening Mo Shu's expression. This dead fish, knowing that Chu was to bond with them today. It was utterly vexing to see such antics. Glimpsing the joyful Qingxi leaning at the cave entrance, claiming Luo Chu was still asleep. Mo Shu's face hardened as he pushed past him and entered the cave. In her dreams, Luo Chu's small face was flushed, covered with a thin layer of animal hide, while her exposed arms and legs bore marks of a tender, rosy hue. Mo Shu's grip on the animal hide tightened, his gaze coldly directed at Qingxi. Qingxi smirked, his crimson eyes narrowing as he defiantly met Mo Shu's stare. On the stone bed, Luo Chu stirred, lazily rolling over, causing the hide to slip and reveal a significant portion of her smooth back. As Qingxi prepared to approach, Mo Shu's tail flicked out, completely obstructing his path. He then raised his hand to gently drape the hide back over Luo Chu, carefully tucking it in around her. When Luo Chu felt the chill of his fingers, she shivered, turning to open her sleepy eyes and found herself staring at a handsome face. Mo Shu, you have returned? Yes. I wanted to gather more game, so I ventured a bit farther yesterday. Oh, how was the hunt? What about Songhua? Did he return with you? Yes. He and Gumu are outside preparing the roasting spit. Some of the game is too large and needs to be cooked early or it will not be done properly. Luo Chu nodded, not noticing Qingxi's dejected departure behind Mo Shu. She glanced out the window, surprised to find daylight already breaking. Remembering her own state of undress, she told Mo Shu, you should go outside. I need to get up. To her surprise, Mo Shu stood still, not moving. Under her puzzled gaze, he raised his hand, presenting the vibrant animal hide he had carried all the way. This is for you. Do you like it? Gazing at the garish fabric, which resembled a palette overturned, Luo Chu's lips twitched. I like it. The colors are very rich. Hearing her response, a faint smile graced Mo Shu's face. Indeed, I believe you would look magnificent in a skirt made from this hide. Luo Chu's eyes widened in astonishment. Huh? Is this for making a skirt? No way. She had not even mustered the courage to try on a light pink fish skin skirt that Qingxi had made. Wearing such a style would surely turn her into a colorful mountain parrot. Actually, I think it would make a splendid bedspread. How festive. Montaksha, oblivious to Luo Chu's reluctance, eagerly unfurled the hide. You wish to make it into a bedspread? That is fine. Look, the hide is quite large. Even if we make a bedspread, there will be enough left for you to create several skirts. Luo Chu was aghast. One skirt was already overwhelming. He intended to make several? Heaven, would someone please end her misery? With a strained laugh, she replied, well, all right, with such thick fur. We can only wait until it gets colder to make it. Delaying it for a while might just work. Perhaps by the time it was cold, Mo Shu would forget about this piece of hide. Unaware of Luo Chu's thoughts, Mo Shu nodded enthusiastically, urging her to store the hide in her space. Once she had put away the hide, Mo Shu picked up a small garment nearby, saying, are you getting up? Let me help you dress. Seeing the small garment in his hands, Luo Chu's heart raced, her face flushed with embarrassment. She snatched the garment from him and turned away, insisting, no, I will take care of it myself. It seems someone is calling for you outside. You should go check if they need assistance. I will dress quickly and come out. Seeing Luo Chu's determined expression, Mo Shu felt a hint of regret as he rubbed his fingers. He turned and left the cave to help. There's no rush. If he doesn't assist now, he can personally undress later. Once Mo Shu exited, Luo Chu sighed in relief and hurried to get dressed. After washing up, she stepped out of the cave. Songhua and Gumu were skillfully seasoning their catch, occasionally making cuts to enhance the flavor. As Luo Chu approached to offer help, Gumu stopped her, saying, Chu, we can handle this. Just watch from the side. The mouse, Gio, who was also assisting and learning the craft, chimed in, yes. Chu, you are the star tonight. Go rest a bit. Hearing Gio's words and meeting Gumu's fervent gaze, the thought of becoming a mate with 4 others that evening made Luo Chu's face turn crimson once more. At that moment, Qingxi approached with a platter of fresh fruits, offering them to Luo Chu. Have a bite to fill your stomach. Have you decided what to wear tonight? Luo Chu took a fruit and bit into it, the sweet juice filling her mouth as she mumbled, as long as it's not the same fur as the mountain eagle. Qingxi, unable to hear clearly, asked what? Luo Chu shook her head, beginning to ponder seriously. Noticing her furrowed brow, Qingxi hesitated before asking, can I join them tonight and mate with you once more? Luo Chu turned to look at Qingxi, recalling that they hadn't had a proper ceremony when they first became mates. Seeing Qing Shi's eager expression, she readily agreed, of course. She decided to wear the delicate fish skin dress Qing Shi had made for her, although some modifications to the overall design were necessary. Chapter 243. A stunning appearance without hesitation. Luo Chuchu and Qing Shi returned to the cave to try on the fish skin dress. The gown was long, starting at the knees and flaring into a tail. Since arriving in this beastly world, Luo Chuchu had been wearing sportswear and hadn't noticed much. However, upon trying on the fitted fish skin dress, she was astonished to find it was at least 2 fingers looser around her waist compared to the previous fitting, no longer tightly wrapping around her form. Taking a deep breath, she eagerly pinched her not-so-obvious waistline, noting that although she still had plenty of flesh, it was considerably less pronounced than before. So, have I lost weight? Luo Chuchu questioned in disbelief, pinching herself again before breaking into a radiant smile. Wonderful. All that effort to lose weight was for naught. And now the flesh has quietly disappeared. I can feel the difference. Excitedly, she twirled around, exclaiming, Qing Shi, I'm so happy. Unlike Luo Chuchu's exuberance, Qing Shi frowned upon hearing her mention weight loss. He felt as if he were failing in his duties as her mate, having inadvertently allowed her to lose weight. While Luo Chuchu reveled in her newly subtle curves, dreaming of a day when she could flaunt them, Qing Shi contemplated how to nourish her back to her former self. And even a bit more. After Luo Chuchu had basked in her self-admiration, she retrieved a piece of black mesh adorned with golden threads. A snake shed belonging to Mo Shu. Qing Shi, could you help me make a small shawl from this? She asked, placing the shed in his hands and gesturing to illustrate her desired style. The back can be longer to cover my back, and the front should have 2 longer ties. Although all the females in the beast world wore the same strapless animal skin dresses, it was difficult for someone like her, who had spent years feeling embarrassed about her appearance, to accept revealing so much in front of others. Moreover, Qing Shi had made the back of the fish skin dress a V shape, leaving much of her back exposed. For someone with layers of flesh like her, the thought of revealing it was daunting. Though Qing Shi was not keen on changing his design, being quite pleased with his craftsmanship, he secretly made a similar piece for himself. He had envisioned the 2 of them wearing matching fishskin outfits, stunning everyone while outshining Mo Shu and the others. Yet now, Luo Chuchu wanted him to alter it and add that snake shed. Taking the shed, Qing Shi masked his disappointment with a smile and agreed, all right, wait a moment. I will finish it quickly. Luo Chuchu, still lost in her joy of losing weight, remained oblivious to Qing Shi's feelings. Yes, once you're done, I'll style my hair beautifully. By the way, I'll search online for some makeup tutorials to give myself a makeover. She had a plethora of cosmetics in her space, all belonging to Su Xiaoxi. If they had belonged to anyone else, Luo Chuchu might have hesitated to use them, fearing they were subpar products. However, Su Xiaoxi took great care of her skin, purchasing only high-end skincare and makeup products, most of which Luo Chuchu had paid for. As Luo Chuchu immersed herself in her phone, searching for tutorials, Qing Shi quietly cut the shawl. By the time the sun was about to set, everyone paused their work, chatting while glancing towards the cave entrance. After having driven everyone out after lunch, Luo Chuchu spent the time preparing inside the cave. Qing Shi and the others were itching to see how beautiful their mate had become, but Luo Chuchu had forbidden them from entering. As the crowd waited with bated breath, Luo Chuchu finally emerged from the cave, instantly eliciting gasps from the onlookers. She is out. The female has come out. Wow. She seems to be glowing. She is a goddess. Isnt she? The mouse tribe members were left drooling. Even the females were mesmerized. Qing Shi and his companions were no different. From the moment Luo Chuchu appeared, they couldn't take their eyes off her. Seeing their reaction, Luo Chuchu felt a wave of relief wash over her. It seemed she had succeeded in her efforts. All the time spent studying makeup tutorials was not in vain. After numerous trials, she had finally achieved a satisfactory, subtle look. Her previously tied-high ponytail was now braided to one side, cascading down her chest, adorned with a variety of vibrant, blooming flowers. The sunset's glow enveloped her, and her fishtail dress, along with the black and gold shawl, shimmered with brilliance, complemented by the clusters of flowers surrounding her, making Luo Chuchu appear as if she were a larger-than-life flower fairy descended from the heavens. This grand entrance left everyone in awe. Just as the crowd reveled in the visual feast Luo Chuchu had provided, Me Too and his companions finally returned, laden with bundles against the backdrop of the setting sun. Seeing the crowd gathered at the cave entrance, They initially thought something significant had occurred. Struggling through the throngs of mice, they soon discovered what had captivated everyone's attention. Spotting the trio, Luo Chuchu exclaimed with joy, "Me too, Dubai too, AOG, you're finally back." The three dropped their burdens, with AOG and Me too gasping for breath, while Dubai too seemed relatively unfazed. Hearing Luo Chuchu's voice, Dubai too blinked in surprise, momentarily unable to recognize her. He jumped before her, inspecting her closely. "Sister Chuchu? Wow, you look so beautiful today." In response to the compliment, Luo Chuchu smiled and spread her arms wide, showcasing the modified fish skin dress. "What? Am I only pretty today? Your implication is that I was not beautiful before?" No. I was beautiful then as well, but today I am the most stunning." Upon hearing the exaggerated praise from Debitu and feeling the astonished gazes of the crowd, Luo Chuchu yearned to maintain an air of nonchalance. Alas, having never been surrounded by so many admirers, she could not suppress the smile that spread across her face. AOG, with a radiant smile, approached Luo Chuchu, saying, "Chuchu, I've come to find you." Little did anyone know how terrified he was, fearing he would not make it to the coupling ceremony. His body was already severely compromised, and he had nearly collapsed several times on the way. It can be said that his mere presence here was solely due to his determination. AOG wished to converse with Luo Chuchu, but the other male protagonists of the evening ceremony could not bear to watch any longer. Little did he know, the four were already well prepared and eagerly awaiting this moment. For the grand occasion, Sanghua and Gumu had washed up and donned brand new bee skin skirts. Even Mo Shu, who had no need to conceal himself, had creatively fashioned a colorful piece of bee skin to wrap around his waist. Mo Shu had intended to create a bee skin skirt for himself, dreaming that when the weather turned cold, Luo Chuchu would wear it, perfectly matching his own. Little did he know, the mermaid had stolen his idea. Although she did not wear a bee skin skirt, his upper attire was a fish skin top that was strikingly complementary to Luo Chuchu's style. It was evident that they were crafted from the same material, and the design was daringly revealing, showcasing a crescent mark on his chest that caught the envious gazes of the other three. Yet that was not all. She had ingeniously designed his top to be quite short, exposing his strong waist and perfectly sculpted abs, with the soft scales at the base of his fishtail occasionally fluttering, creating an alluring spectacle. His attire prompted the other three to roll their eyes repeatedly until AOG's arrival silenced their silent battle of glares. Unbeknownst to them, AOG was also cunning, feigning weakness to attract Chuchu's attention. The four were unwilling to grant him his wish. For the first time, they united, stepping forward to separate the two, casting unfriendly glances at the disheveled and unkempt AOG. Having shared life and death experiences, Sanghua was somewhat more familiar with AOG. He cast a disdainful glance at him, noting his pale complexion and the dirty beast skin draped over him, seemingly admonishing him while actually reminding him, "Do you still wish to couple? If so, tidy yourself up properly. If not, step aside and do not waste our time." The other three remained silent, but their sentiments echoed similar thoughts. They certainly did not genuinely welcome AOG into the coupling, knowing that since he had arrived, Luo Chuchu could not bear to turn him away. Since he was an unavoidable competitor, he must present himself well. His disheveled appearance was inconsequential for himself, but this coupling ceremony was a collective effort, aimed at creating beautiful memories for all, and they could not allow AOG's untidy image to tarnish it. Upon hearing Sanghua's admonishment, AOG swiftly tore off his bee skin skirt and dashed towards the water source, transforming into a white tiger. A cloud of dust rose, and when Luo Chuchu glanced back, AOG's figure had vanished, leaving only his voice echoing in her ears. "Chuchu, wait for me. I will return shortly." Witnessing the transformation of someone who had appeared on the verge of collapse into a gust of wind, the four exchanged knowing glances. TCH, we knew he was faking it. Seeing their impatient expressions, Luo Chuchu could not help but let out a light laugh. "Oh dear, so many extraordinarily handsome men battling for my affection. Why does it feel so delightful? Chuchu, let us go wait over there. The area has already been decorated. Shall we take a look?" She suggested, taking Luo Chuchu's hand and leading her towards the designated ceremony space. Upon seeing the elevated platform adorned with a cascading sea of flowers, Luo Chuchu was left astounded. Her mouth agape. After having taken the flowers out, she had spent her time in the cave studying makeup, completely unaware of how they had arranged everything. Now, witnessing the breathtaking beauty of it all, she found it rivaled even the outdoor weddings of her past life, infused with an added touch of nature splendor. As dusk descended, towering fire pits ignited around the area. The warm glow, though not as bright as daylight, created a uniquely enchanting ambience akin to custom lighting effects. Before long, a refreshed AOG returned, his body glistening with moisture, his fur sleek, and his tiger-like eyes radiating vitality. In an instant, he wrapped a new white bee-skin skirt around his waist, his complexion still somewhat pale, yet he exuded an undeniable spirit. As night deepened and the moon ascended, the auspicious moment had arrived. The main participants were prepared, and the audience was in place. As the eldest and most experienced beastman, Grandpa Me Too was duly appointed as the witness for their ceremony. Under Grandpa Me Too's guidance, Luo Chuchu took the beautifully adorned vines and stood at the center of the platform, while Qing Shi and the others lined up opposite her, watching her with joyful smiles. Once ready, Grandpa Me Too gestured with his fingers, reciting incantations. In the next moment, the seemingly rootless vines in Luo Chuchu's hands extended into 5 vibrant green tendrils, wrapping around the wrists of the 5 men opposite her. Just as Luo Chuchu was astonished, the vines gradually coiled around her own wrist. Soon, 5 different currents of warmth surged through the vines, rapidly entering her body. From this day forth, you 5 shall exist for Luo Chuchu, revered above all. Should any betray, it shall rebound upon you. Grandpa Me Too recited the coupling vows of their elven kin, although he stood as the witness. Qing Shi and the others still swore their oaths to the same witnessing moon. Qing Shi led the way, repeating the vows from the previous ceremony, successfully earning Luo Chuchu's promise of eternal loyalty once again. Following Qing Shi were Mo Shu, Canghua, Gamu, and lastly, Aog. Luo Chuchu reciprocated equally, pledging a life of companionship to the 4. At the moment the oaths concluded, a cascade of silvery light enveloped the 5 on the platform. Luo Chuchu felt a ticklish sensation coursing through her, but recalling the multitude of eyes upon her, she gritted her teeth, suppressing the urge to scratch. Except for Qing Shi, who already bore the coupling mark, the other 4 raised their hands to their chests, where a faint silver glow emanated. The mark had manifested, sealing their coupling. The 4 hastily looked down at their chest areas. On Mo Shu's chest rested a mysterious and noble serpent, tightly entwined with a crescent moon. Canhui's chest bore a cold yet loyal silver wolf, gazing deeply at the moon. Gamu's chest showcased a robust and fierce brown bear, arms raised as if cradling the moon. Aog's chest displayed a majestic white tiger, his eyes unwaveringly devoted to the moon. The 4 gently caressed the marks on their chests, the colors still faint, as they had not completed the coupling yet. However, their faces simultaneously broke into identical smiles. Observing that the crescent marks on the 4 were silver, Qing Shi glanced down at his own, and indeed, the mark on his chest had transformed from the initial hue to a striking silver white, markedly contrasting with the others. As the coupling concluded, Luo Chuchu and Qing Shi wore smiles of shyness and joy, while Mo Shu frowned slightly, shaking his head in discomfort. At the moment the mark revealed itself, a surge of chaotic fragments flooded his mind, racing before his eyes. Had it not been for his own formidable strength, it is likely that Ma Shu would have succumbed to unconsciousness. Due to Ma Shu's frequent cold demeanor throughout the day, the others failed to notice his discomfort. On the stage, 6 individuals were engaged in lively conversation, while the audience of the Shuzu, who bore witness to this grand ceremony, erupted in enthusiastic cheers, their applause echoing continuously. The surrounding wildlife, startled, paused in their tracks to gaze toward Duangshan. Once the individuals descended from the high platform, the Shuzu beastmen encircled them, holding hands and dancing in circles to celebrate. It was then that Luo Chuchu realized that songs existed even in the beast world. However, their melodies were not fully formed, but rather spontaneous expressions of goodwill. The gathering laughed and rejoiced for quite some time, and as the atmosphere peaked, several timid female Shuzu summoned their courage to approach Luo Chuchu, expressing a desire to borrow their venue and arrangements to seek mates. Despite the Shuzu population still being in the hundreds, they had suffered a significant decline after a previous disaster involving fire. They were acutely aware of their weakness and thus committed to forming unions and bearing offspring to strengthen their community. Luo Chuchu readily agreed. The successful execution of the ceremony owed much to the Shuzu. Moreover, How could she refuse an endeavor that spread happiness? The Shuzu were overjoyed. Several bashful, single beast men even found the courage to confess their feelings to the females they admired. The females, more forthright than the beast men, directly named their preferences, leaving no one to refuse. With one female attracting multiple suitors, smiles adorned their faces, and dreams for the future filled their hearts as they ascended the grand platform. Though the Shuzu beastmen did not experience the mysterious connection of symbiotic vines or the enchanting glow of moonlight like Luo Chuchu and her companions, they were nonetheless content to form unions in such an environment and atmosphere. The bonding of the Shuzu females continued for an extended period before the merriment subsided, allowing everyone to sit down and indulge in a bounteous feast. An array of roasted meats, grilled vegetables, sweet fruits, delectable stir-fried dishes, unique beverages, homemade staples, and exquisite desserts filled the table, and the Shuzu feasted heartily, their satisfaction palpable. Many years later, those Shuzu who had participated in this banquet, now gray-haired, gathered together to recount their past. The only lavish feast they had ever enjoyed in their lifetime became a cherished topic of conversation. Of course, that is a tale for another time. After everyone had eaten their fill, they returned to their respective burrows until the dawn. The night at Duangshan was bursting with the vibrancy of spring. Everywhere, the sounds of unrestrained joy could be heard. In contrast to the spirited enthusiasm of the Shuzu females, Luo Chuchu's face was flushed brighter than a monkey's bottom. Had it not been agreed that Ma Shu would be first, followed by Tsang Hui, Gamu, and Aoji, yet at this moment, all five remained in the cave, unwilling to depart. What surprised Luo Chuchu most was Ma Shu. Given his usual temperament, he would have likely reacted explosively to such a situation. Yet now, his cheeks were flushed, his eyes glazed, appearing somewhat inebriated, and he showed no reaction to the other's refusal to leave. It was then that Luo Chuchu discerned something amiss with Ma Shu. Ma Shu, what is wrong? Are you feeling unwell? After several seconds, Ma Shu slowly turned his head to look at her, his eyes still clouded. Qingxi and the others also recognized Ma Shu's unusual state, and Tsang Hui secretly rejoiced, thinking that if Ma Shu was incapacitated tonight, perhaps he could take the lead. Luo Chuchu furrowed her brow at Ma Shu's sluggish response, her worry deepening. Should I call Me Too to take a look at him? Gamu, noticing her concern, stood up. Chuchu, don't worry, I'll fetch Me Too right away. Gamu hurried off to find Me Too, and the cave fell into an oppressive silence. Luo Chuchu gently held Ma Shu's hand, speaking softly to him, but received little response. Before long, Gamu returned with Me Too, followed by the drowsy Dabaitu. Observing Ma Shu's lethargic demeanor, Dabaitu was taken aback. What has happened to the great demon king? Why does he look so dazed? No one answered Dabaitu's question, as they too were puzzled by Ma Shu's condition. Me Too approached Ma Shu for an examination, then nodded in understanding. Ma Shu has successfully formed a union and is currently experiencing the awakening of the Tangsha mission, which has rendered his consciousness unfocused. After the examination, Luo Chuchu hurriedly inquired, Me Too, what is wrong with Ma Shu? Me Too replied mysteriously, do not worry. He is fine. Once you complete the mating, he will recover on his own. Upon hearing Me Too's candid words, Luo Chuchu, who had just moments ago been filled with concern, instantly felt her face heat up. Me Too, lacking any sense of subtlety, began ushering everyone out. All right, enough of this. You all need to leave promptly. There will be time for you to sleep later. For now, let us give space to the young lady in the Tangsha. No one is to disturb them tonight. Once they complete the final step, not only will Ma Shu awaken, but the young lady will awaken as well. At that point, half of my mission will be accomplished. With Me Too's forceful insistence, although Qingxi and the others felt reluctant, they obediently returned to their own caves. In an instant, the cave was left with only Luo Chuchu and Ma Shu. Just as Luo Chuchu contemplated breaking the awkward silence, Me Too and Dabaitu, having sneaked away, crept back in. Seeing their heads peeking through the entrance, Luo Chuchu was startled. Me Too, oblivious, wore a grin as bright as a daisy and spoke to Luo Chuchu in a suggestive tone. My dear, Ma Shu's consciousness is somewhat unclear at this moment, so you must take the initiative tonight. If you cannot successfully mate and restore his lost memories, he may remain in this dazed state for a lifetime. You wouldn't want your most formidable mate to become a fool, would you? The clueless Dabaitu, following Me Too's words, chimed in, yes, yes. You must be proactive. Luo Chuchu rolled her eyes, stood up, and approached the entrance of the cave, pressing down on their heads with both hands, and, with a firm push, sent them out. Out with you. Chapter 246, A Dual Focus. Having expelled me Tu and Da Bai Tu, Luo Chuchu returned to Ma Shu's side, gazing at him for a while. At this moment, Ma Shu completely lacked his usual aloof and distant demeanor. He appeared adorably dazed and vulnerable. Luo Chuchu rubbed her hands together, and emboldened by a sudden surge of mischief, she raised her hands to playfully pinch and tug at Ma Shu's face, causing it to redden further. Ha ha ha. If you maintain this easily bullied demeanor, it could be quite delightful. After the playful antics, Luo Chuchu retrieved warm water from her space, dampened a towel, and gently wiped Ma Shu's face and hands before giving herself a quick wash. Once they were both refreshed, the cave fell into a serene silence again. Ma Shu sat cross-legged on one side, his eyes fixed intently on Luo Chuchu, yet he made no move. Recalling me Tu's admonition and having mentally prepared herself, Luo Chuchu sighed softly, stood up, and approached Ma Shu, taking his hand and leading him to the stone bed. Though Ma Shu's consciousness was unclear, he offered no resistance to Luo Chuchu's actions. Seeing him so obedient, Luo Chuchu suddenly felt like a tyrant, with Ma Shu as the delicate flower poised to be crushed by her hands. Well, having come this far, she no longer feared bearing the blame of coercing him. Upon this thought, Luo Chuchu forcefully pushed Ma Shu onto the stone bed, following suit to sit astride his icy tail. Observing Ma Shu lightly biting his lip, his eyes misty and gazing at her, Luo Chuchu reached out to liberate his delicate lips, subsequently leaning in. The moment their lips met, the previously unfocused gaze transformed into one of fierce intensity. Just as Luo Chuchu was preparing to change positions, a large hand firmly grasped the back of her head, preventing her from retreating even a fraction. In an instant, the tender lips she had just cherished morphed into a gaping abyss. What began as a fleeting kiss evolved into an inseparable mingling of breaths. That night, Luo Chuchu took the initiative only at the onset of their kiss, and until the first light of dawn appeared at the horizon, her body and consciousness endured the grave consequences of that brief moment of proactivity. Under the blazing sun, Qingxi and the others, drenched in sweat, stood anxiously at a distance from the cave entrance, yearning for a glimpse. Aside from the unperturbed Mi Tui and Da Bai Tu, who were noisily devouring their meals, the others found no appetite as they gazed at the fragrant food in their hands. Sanghua, observing the stillness at the cave entrance, furrowed his brow tightly. It was already midday. Why hadn't Ti Chuchu emerged yet? Should we go take a look? What if the snake beast goes too far and inadvertently harms Chuchu? Songhua's anxiety was understandable. According to their previously agreed order, it was his turn tonight. He feared that Ma Shu might tire Luo Chuchu, resulting in his own relegation to the back of the line. Upon Songhua's suggestion, Aoji and Gumu nodded in agreement. I share the same sentiment. Perhaps I should check? Gumu had barely finished speaking when a sharp thump landed on his head. Where do you think you're going? None of you are allowed to go. I tell you, the Tungsha and the girl are engaged in important matters that require considerable time to digest. Should you recklessly disturb them, it will be Luo Chuchu who ultimately suffers. Although Mi Tui's words were somewhat exaggerated, they were not entirely unfounded. Not to mention that Ma Shu's dual nature meant he required more time than other beastmen. Most importantly, the two within the cave, while appearing to engage in mating, were in fact one seeking to inherit the memories of a divine messenger, while the other aimed to comprehend the mission of the beast god. Both were occupied with dual tasks, an endeavor requiring immense effort. Should their concentration be disrupted, all prior efforts would be rendered futile. Initially, the group felt some discontent, but upon hearing Mi Tui's serious tone, they suppressed their inner agitation and continued to wait at the cave entrance. As days turned into nights and nights into days, 2 full days elapsed. The group at the cave entrance, emanating a scent of sweat, bore stubble on their cheeks, each sporting dark circles beneath their eyes, fixated on the cave entrance. Had it not been for Mi Tui continuously restraining them, and their own awareness of the familiar sense emanating from within the cave, they might have recklessly rushed in long ago. Inside the cave, Luo Chuchu and Ma Shu, who were being spoken of, simultaneously opened their eyes. In stark contrast to the listlessness of those waiting outside, the two within appeared invigorated despite having been entwined for 2 days and nights. They maintained their close embrace, a position unchanged since that fateful night. After sharing a glance, Luo Chuchu, coming back to her senses, felt a rush of heat and cold across her face. It was a mix of embarrassment and the tingling sensation coursing through her thighs. She shifted her body, letting out a sharp intake of breath, and playfully thumped Mo Shu's chest in mild frustration. Mo Shu had shed the naive demeanor of that evening, having indulged for 2 days and nights. He now radiated satisfaction, his expression and tone imbued with an unprecedented gentleness. He leaned closer to Luo Chuchu's ear, teasingly inquiring, "What is the matter, my esteemed wife? Do you not find fulfillment? I can continue to satisfy you." The warmth of his breath tickled her ear, causing Luo Chuchu to shrink her neck instinctively. Upon hearing Mo Shu's playful tone, she hastily placed her hand over his mouth, shooting him a fierce glare. Little did she know, she had already become a creature overwhelmed by spring fervor. That glare lacked any deterrent effect, only serving to stir Mo Shu further. Sensing his restlessness beneath her, Luo Chuchu pushed against Mo Shu's shoulders, frantically attempting to distance herself from the insatiable beast. Yet in the next moment, she gasped and toppled heavily into Mo Shu's embrace. Her sudden movement elicited a muffled sound from Mo Shu, a mix of pain and pleasure. Luo Chuchu felt a pang of distress, her heart racing with despair as a ridiculous thought took root in her mind. Oh no, is it because we've been at it too long that we're now stuck together like we've been glued with super adhesive? Seeing Luo Chuchu's panicked expression, Mo Shu gently caressed her smooth back. "Do not move. Relax, and leave the rest to me." Luo Chuchu shot him a skeptical glance. However, with no other recourse available, it would be quite embarrassing to call for help from those outside in such an awkward situation. Would she ever be able to face them again? Chapter 247. Is Mo Shu really this strong? Perhaps fearing that he might provoke Luo Chuchu to the point where future encounters would become exceedingly difficult, Mo Shu remained surprisingly reliable this time. He flicked his tail, lifting Luo Chuchu into a standing position. It was unclear how he managed it, but when Luo Chuchu attempted to move again, the pain that had initially pierced her no longer struck her as sharply. Yet, she was still premature in her relief. Once off the stone bed, her legs felt as if they were in a deep squat, unable to close together. Just as she attempted to take a step, her legs turned as limp as overcooked noodles, sending her sprawling forward. Mo Shu swiftly flicked his tail, catching her in his arms, his hand resting on her leg. Intending to massage it, Luo Chuchu swatted Mo Shu's hand away, her face contorted in agony. "Don't move. It's numb. Oh no, I feel like my legs are useless." Upon hearing this, a smile crept onto Mo Shu's lips. But he quickly returned to a neutral expression after hearing Luo Chuchu's sharp intake of breath. "Where is it numb? Let me massage it. It will feel better soon." With a tone filled with grievance, Luo Chuchu replied, "Everywhere. They're so numb I can't feel a thing." Gazing at her legs, which were in agony with every movement, Luo Chuchu felt a wave of despair. Could it be that she would become the first person since her crossing to end up disabled? If she could only walk with her legs spread apart, it would be utterly humiliating. As Luo Chuchu spiraled into her chaotic thoughts, Mo Shu's hand quietly found its way to her leg, utilizing the power of the beast core to promote the flow of her blood. Initially, she found it uncomfortable, but gradually, a warm current began to circulate through her legs, akin to a skilled massage, causing her to sink into a state of blissful enjoyment. Since the moment they awoke, the group outside had sensed a shift in the atmosphere. However, with Luo Chuchu not emerging, they were still held back by Mitui. After a while, as silence enveloped the cave, Qingxi could no longer sit still. He instinctively felt that Mo Shu was being overly persistent, clinging to Luo Chuchu hence. "Chuchu, are you awake? May I come in?" Hearing Qingxi's voice, Luo Chuchu, lost in her massage reverie, abruptly opened her eyes, struggling to leap from Mo Shu's embrace, and hurriedly grabbed her skirt to put it on. "Wait, don't come in yet. I'll be out shortly." "Oh, my legs are better." Once Luo Chuchu dressed, she realized her legs were no longer numb, and she could bring them together again. Strangely, though still feeling a bit sticky, they had not been washed. Yet they felt entirely fresh and dry, as if they had miraculously separated. Had she not experienced it herself, she might have thought everything was merely a figment of her imagination. Before stepping out, Luo Chuchu turned to glance at Mo Shu, teasingly remarking, "I never expected your massage skills to be quite exceptional. Here's a 5-star review for you." Watching the eager figure rush away, Mo Shu chuckled and shook his head. Although he didn't quite understand the significance of a 5-star review, Judging by Luochu's expression just now, she seemed to be satisfied with his service. As for whether her true satisfaction lay with the massage service or something else, that could only be clarified during their next encounter. Upon exiting the cave, Song Hui and the others hurriedly approached. The first thing Luochu noticed was the strikingly handsome fishman. However, he appeared somewhat dejected at this moment, with dark circles beneath his lips, giving him a more mature and weary demeanor. Qingxi, why do you look so haggard? And you've grown a beard? Before Qingxi could respond, a mournful voice interjected. Luochu observed Qingxi's weary state, yet there was no trace of concern for the others in his eyes. Following the sound, she discovered that it was Aoj speaking. He, along with Song Hui and Gamu, walked toward her, each displaying an increasingly despondent expression, radiating a potent mix of dissatisfaction and the scent of sweat. Aoj, in addition to his dejection, appeared even more frail, truly eliciting sympathy. What has happened to you all? It's only been one night, and you look so disheveled. Due to the awakening of her divine mission, Luochu had been in a dazed state these past few days. Thus, she mistakenly believed that she and Mo Shu had only slept for one night, unaware that they had spent 2 days and 3 nights in the cave. At this moment, she pondered how these three could be in such a state before fully forming their bonds. What would they do in the future? Perhaps she could ask me to check on them and see if they needed some sort of nourishment to recover. However, men are often sensitive about their pride, so any assistance would need to be discreet. The group exchanged dubious glances upon hearing her words. Just as they prepared to remind Luochu, a fluffy white rabbit head squeezed through the crowd. What do you mean one night? Sister Luochu, are you confused? You and the great Demon King have been in the cave for a full 2 days and 3 nights. If you didn't come out soon, we would have all been worried sick. Luochu's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at the group before her. What did you say? 2 days and 3 nights? Has that much time really passed? Remembering the distinct discomfort and the state of her nearly exhausted legs, she felt a wave of shock. Mo Shu is that powerful? How frightening. While they were conversing, the formidable Mo Shu emerged from the cave, having tidied himself. Yet, he did not approach Luochu and her companions, merely observing them from a distance. The group turned to follow the source of the noise, their gazes locking with Mo Shu's. He flashed them a provocative smile, causing Qingxi and the others' eyes to redden with frustration, before he casually turned away, flicking his tail as he headed towards another mountain. Luochu realized that Mo Shu was off to gather flowers. Once he had walked far enough away, she cleared her throat a couple of times to successfully redirect Qingxi and the others' attention. Ahem, perhaps I was just too tired and accidentally overslept. Are you all okay? After speaking, Luochu felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, given the woeful state of the 4 of them. Even a blind person could see that they had not fared well these past few days. Asking such a foolish question was truly inappropriate. In contrast to the dismal state of the 4, Mituye's mood was visibly bright. The longer the Tong Shi and the girl indulged in their intimate activities, the more thoroughly awakened his own mission became, bringing him closer to completing his task. Mituye regarded Luochu with a mischievous and suggestive smile, raising an eyebrow as he pointed to his temple and inquired, "Girl, how are you feeling? Do you sense anything different about yourself?" Luochu could hardly articulate her feelings over the past few days and could only awkwardly nod, acknowledging his latter question. Prompted by Mituye, Luochu began to reflect on the information she had received over the past 2 days. She had always believed that her misfortune stemmed from bad luck, misguided affections, and poor choices in friends, leading to her accidental fall from a cliff. However, divine providence had interceded, granting her the extraordinary opportunity to traverse into the beast realm, thus saving her life. To her astonishment, everything was entirely different from her previous assumptions. She, an ordinary girl, plain and unremarkable, who could easily be ridiculed in a crowd, had been chosen as a goddess by the beast god. Furthermore, from the memories she had awakened, it became apparent that even if Su Xiaoxi and Li Qi had not inadvertently caused her fall, she would have met her demise by other means in the modern world, ultimately becoming Luochu of the beast realm. How absurd it all sounded. Yet, considering the first predecessor who had traversed into the beast realm and had weighed over 200 pounds, Luochu suddenly found it less ludicrous. It was no wonder that individuals in the beast realm favored plump females. The more ample, the more desirable. Their aversion to the thin was rooted in the experiences of the first predecessor. Mo Shu, a member of the Tongxi clan, was a being of dual nature, half human and half snake, and was said to be the steed of Niwa. He was also the first beastman encountered by the first predecessor after her arrival. With the assistance of the tongue Shi, the first predecessor overcame numerous trials and tribulations, ultimately collecting dozens of beast husbands, successfully addressing the issue of the beast realm's female lineage. Thus, the descendants of the tongue Shi clan became the messengers of the beast god. Every 1,000 years, a goddess would emerge to aid the beast realm. In the sole bloodline of the tongue, she was designated by the beast god as the first beast husband for the goddess. In other words, Mo Shu was destined to be Luo Chu's official match, the first to bond with her. Previously, Luo Chu had been perplexed, thinking that Mo Shu might be lonely or perhaps inherently domineering. Because he disapproved of her kindness towards Qingxi, he seemed to focus solely on Qingxi. Despite her fears of the Snake Clan, she felt an inexplicable pain whenever Mo Shu was injured. Reflecting on a last incident when she had stabbed Mo Shu in a fit of excitement to save Qingxi, Luo Chu had felt her mind in turmoil. Given her relationship with both, she should have despised Mo Shu for hurting Qingxi. Yet, while she did feel anger, there was no trace of hatred. Instead, she was overwhelmed with an unexplainable sense of discomfort and guilt. It turned out that there was an unbreakable bond between them. Luo Chu had never imagined that destiny truly existed, and Mo Shu was her destined partner in the beast realm. It was merely due to certain circumstances that Qingxi had encountered her first, leading Mo Shu to believe that Qingxi had stolen his place as her most cherished first beast husband. Sighing deeply, Luo Chu mused that who could have anticipated that destiny would be overshadowed by a sudden encounter with a fishman? Ultimately, it was Mo Shu who had arrived too late, and he could not blame anyone else. Fortunately, Mo Shu was now her true beast husband, and she hoped he would come to terms with this fact and foster a good relationship with Qingxi and the others, rather than fixating on the order of their bonds. From her awakened memories, Luo Chu also learned of her mission in this realm. Her primary task was to gather 8 rare divine flowers that could reverse the genetic issues affecting females in the beast realm. After 1,000 years of reincarnation, the genetic composition of females had been thoroughly disrupted and restructured, as evidenced by their increasingly bizarre appearances. Although the inhabitants of the beast realm had grown accustomed to the appearances of females over the millennia, if the female genetics were not improved, the continuity of the beast realm would once again stagnate. From the moment Luo Chu traversed into this realm until she fulfills her mission, no female in the beast world shall conceive. Should her task fail, the beast world will cease to exist, and everyone within, including Luo Chu and the myriad of beings inhabiting this land, will face utter annihilation. Her second mission is to ameliorate the unsavory customs of the beast world, while the third involves guiding the beastmen toward the path of civilized development. However, these 2 missions must be predicated on the successful salvation of the beast world, rendering them currently negligible. As Luo Chu concluded her reflections, a frown etched upon her brow. The mere thought of this arduous mission sent waves of anxiety coursing through her. She had envisioned her time in the beast world as a delightful escapade, surrounded by several exquisite men, where her sole responsibilities would be to revel in joy, nurture a few offspring, and leisurely await her fate. Little did she know that her arrival was not for indulgence, but to labor tirelessly for the entirety of the beast world. Moreover, from her awakened memories, she learned that each beast husband she acquired would yield a divine flower, which only Mo Shu could harvest. The image of Mo Shu, melancholically guarding her door with flowers in hand after she had shared intimate moments with others, made her feel an overwhelming sense of pity for him. What a troublesome task. Was she not merely inviting more complications into her life? Given Mo Shu's temperament, after bestowing flowers, he would undoubtedly seek to reclaim something from her. Wait. Each divine flower corresponds to 1 beast husband, and her memories indicated there were a total of 8 divine flowers. Does that imply she must gather at least 8 beast husbands? Currently, she possesses 2 formal beast husbands and 3 prospective ones, leaving her with 3 more to collect. Oh heavens, how wretched her fate seems. Even cattle and horses enjoy weekends. At the very least, they can rest 1 day a week. But what about her? Her list of beast husbands stretches from Monday to Sunday, as if they intend to grind her to dust. She lamented silently, as Luo Chu pondered her awakened memories. Me Too patiently awaited her to digest the information. The expression on her face was a tumultuous blend of conflict and guilt as she cast a complex gaze towards Qingxi and the others. How should she convey to them that they would soon have at least 3 more brothers? That would certainly suffice for 2 rounds of mahjong. Qingxi, being inherently perceptive, sensed the weight of her gaze and was immediately struck by a foreboding feeling. Chuchu, why do you look at us so? Is something amiss? Although Me Too had elucidated the significance of her bonding with Tang Shi, the other 4 still harbored strong discontent regarding his monopolization of her affections for 3 nights. Luo Chuchu shook her head, uncertain of what could be divulged. She shifted her gaze towards Me Too, seeking guidance through her eyes. Me Too, stroking his beard, contemplated for a moment before leading everyone to his cave with the great white rabbit, succinctly explaining the identities of Mo, Shu, and Tang Shi, as well as the tasks that lay ahead. Following Me Too's revelation, the cave fell into a profound silence as the others gazed incredulously at Luo Chuchu, a shared sense of exhilaration and anticipation bubbling within them. They had never imagined that their partner was a goddess personally selected by the deity of beasts. However, after the initial excitement faded, they soon fell into deeper contemplation. Though Me Too's words were straightforward, they recognized that saving the beast world would not be a simple endeavor. Initially, Luo Chuchu had worried about how to disclose to Qingxi and the others that they would soon have more beast husbands. Yet, as she regained her composure, the dire consequences of failure loomed ominously in her mind. Me Too had stated that if they failed to succeed, everything in the beast world would be obliterated, meaning none of them would survive. The joy of being a special existence evaporated as she contemplated the grim fate of total annihilation, having been inexplicably chosen to this place. Only to be thrust into a life-threatening mission, Luo Chuchu felt increasingly deceived. Observing her furrowed brow, Qingxi gently grasped her hand. Regardless of your identity, I only know you're my partner. Your mission is my mission. Whatever you aspire to accomplish, no matter how arduous, I shall remain by your side. The other 3, noticing the Sea Clan's renewed assertiveness, sighed at their cunning while flocking closer to Luo Chuchu. They understood that her bond with the Sea Clan was the strongest, and if they did not seize this opportunity to express their feelings, they might lose their standing in her heart. Surrounded by the 4, hearing their words of comfort, Luo Chuchu felt a warm yet bittersweet sensation. Beautiful people truly possess a melodious charm. Would it not be pleasing to enjoy life surrounded by affection, rather than facing trials and tribulations? The warmth in the cave was abruptly shattered by the entrance of Mo Shu. The 4, who had just enveloped Luo Chuchu in affection, swiftly rose, casting hostile glances towards the figure at the entrance, who was twisting flowers with an air of superiority. Regardless of whether he was a divine messenger, they were all her beast husbands. Since Tang, she had monopolized her for 3 nights. The next arrangements should either allow each of them 3 nights or exclude Mo Shu from the upcoming 2 rounds of intimacy. Unperturbed by their thoughts, Mo Shu approached Luo Chuchu and presented her with a flower, dark as the depths of night, glimmering with a cold light, seemingly sculpted from black crystal. Chuchu, the Juhan Hua has bloomed. Luo Chuchu cautiously accepted the flower, examining it closely. Was this truly the Juhan Hua? Mo Shu nodded, and Me Too, upon hearing this, also leaned in. So this is what the Juhan Hua looks like. Me Too felt a surge of pride, realizing he might be the only guide in his family to have witnessed the true form of the Juhan Hua. After all, previous divine messengers never waited for a guide to appear before bonding with the goddess. Mo Shu, disregarding Me Too's mocking gazette, reminded Luo Chuchu to retrieve the Fun Xian Hua. Obediently, she produced the ice blue flower with orange-red stamens from her spatial pocket, a flower that had mysteriously appeared at her cave as entrance the morning after she bonded with Qingxi. Initially, she had thought it was a gift from Me Too, but later learned it was a token from Mo Shu, plucked from the enigmatic forest to present to her. Luo Chuchu placed the 2 flowers side by side, drawing the curiosity of the others, who gathered to observe. Regrettably, after much scrutiny, none could discern the mysteries contained within. Nonetheless, divine flowers possessed an unmistakable uniqueness, exuding an air of opulence. What was to follow? Mo Shu first took the Juhan Hua, murmuring incantations under his breath. In the next moment, he deftly manipulated the flower with blades of wind, directing it toward Luo Chuchu. As the Juhan Hua entered her body, it vanished without a trace. A chilling sensation penetrated her very bones, causing Luo Chuchu to shiver involuntarily, her body gradually enveloped in a frost-like chill. The coldness clashed with the eternal frost within the cave, and she felt as though she might freeze solid. Her teeth chattered, a layer of frost forming on her skin. while 2 drops of physiological tears hung at the sides of her nose, resembling icicles. Simultaneously, the mark upon Mo Shu's heart underwent a transformation. Originally, only the crescent moon, representing Luchuchu, was silvery white. Now, as the Juhan Huas returned to its rightful place, the serpentine emblem representing Mo's Hun has transformed from its monotonous gray-blue into a vibrant, kaleidoscopic black, much like its bearer. Upon closer inspection, even the 2 small horns on the serpent's massive head and the distribution of its scales mirror Ma Xuan's beastly form perfectly. This is a unique insignia belonging to the beast husbands of the goddess, symbolizing their identity and a permanent binding sacrifice to their true forms. On Luchuchu's side, after the chilling aura dissipated, the frost upon her gradually vanished, and the 2 frozen tears finally slipped away, coalescing into a ball of white mist. Feeling a chilling sensation in her hands, Luchuchu widened her eyes in astonishment at the floating white mist in her grasp. What is this? Ma Xuan's lips curled into a smile. This is the wind control technique. With our bond established and the Juhan Hua restored, you have also acquired my wind blade skill. Although your power is only at 30%, it is still significantly stronger than that of an ordinary beastman. Luchuchu, bewildered, played with the swirling wind in her hands and asked incredulously, "Are you saying that I can also wield the wind as a blade and kill invisibly, just like you?" Mozhan nodded. "If you encounter ordinary scoundrels, you will handle them with ease. However, against foes of the 4th tier or higher, it may prove challenging." Chapter 250. Practicing wind control skills. Upon hearing Ma Xuan's words, Luchuchu eagerly dashed out of the cave, braving the scorching sun, and found a tree to practice controlling the wind blade. Initially, due to her inexperience, the winds she summoned were chaotic, akin to a large-mouthed creature blowing at the tree, rustling the leaves without forming any blades or inflicting damage. Observing Luchuchu's struggle, Mozhan affectionately embraced her and guided her hands, teaching her the nuances of the technique. Qingxi and the others watched, realizing Ma Xuan's so-called teaching was merely a means for his own benefit, which made them green with envy, their fists clenched in frustration. At this moment, Luchuchu was highly motivated, so they endured. With the guidance of a master, Luchuchu gradually grasped the fundamentals, and with dreams of becoming a legendary hero, she immersed herself in practice. Seeing her enthusiasm, the others exchanged glances and stepped forward to pull Mozhan aside. "Do not disturb Luchuchu. Let her practice on her own to grasp it more quickly." Ma Xuan's eyes narrowed slightly, ready to reprimand the pest disrupting his good fortune, when he suddenly heard Luchuchu's voice. "They are right. Mozhan, you could just watch with Qingxi and the others. Let me figure it out on my own, and I will ask you if I encounter difficulties." With Luchuchu's insistence, Mozhan had no choice but to comply. He shrugged off the 4 who were tugging at his arms, raised his hand to pat his fair and smooth arms, his expression one of disdain, as if Qingxi and the others had just sullied him. Seeing Ma Xuan's insulting gesture, the 4 were not offended. They simultaneously clapped their hands and began rubbing their respective animal skin skirts, as if they had touched something filthy. The mutual disdain resulted in a draw. Immersed in her practice, Luchuchu remained oblivious to the minor skirmish among the others. Luchuchu cherished the skill she had acquired, realizing that relying solely on others was futile. In such a perilous world, possessing her own means of self-preservation was paramount. Just like the incident with the great flower python. Had Gamu not fortuitously passed by, she dared not contemplate the outcome. Only by possessing the ability to protect herself could she avoid such dire situations. After practicing for over half an hour, Luchuchu once again released a ball of white mist. Finally, this time, it no longer merely produced sound. The branches before her shook violently, and leaves cascaded down, with a significant portion severed in half. Witnessing her first breakthrough, Luchuchu leaped with joy. Wonderful! Heaven knows her arms felt like they were about to fall off. At last, her perseverance had borne fruit. She could now release the wind blade. Although the damage was still weak, Luchuchu believed that with diligent practice, she would undoubtedly grow stronger. Seeing the radiant smile on Luchuchu's face, Mozhan flicked his hand toward the branch, intending to showcase his skills to inspire her. A gust of wind brushed past her ear, lifting a few strands of her hair. The wind blade soared towards the large tree, leaving the branches untouched, yet several leaves gracefully fell. Luchuchu failed to discern the trick, assuming Mozhan was merely showing off. Recognizing that it was Mozhan who had bestowed upon her this life-saving skill, Luchuchu generously praised him, giving him a thumbs up and showering him with compliments as if they cost nothing. Although Luchuchu had never experienced a serious romance in the modern world, she had witnessed her parents' love firsthand. Her mother often said that men need compliments and flattery to feel they are irreplaceable in the eyes of their beloved. Seeing Ma Xuan's inability to suppress his smile, Luchuchu knew her praises had hit the mark. Their intimate exchange stirred envy and bitterness in the eyes of the other four. Ma Xuan's wind blade had indeed knocked down leaves, yet the number of leaves remaining on the branches remained unchanged, as if the fallen leaves had magically appeared. While Luchuchu was oblivious, Qingxi and the others were keenly aware. The fallen leaves had been meticulously sliced from a single leaf by Mo's Han, not in half vertically or horizontally, but rather from the side, thinner than a hair, resulting in two pieces. One half fell, while the other remained perfectly intact on the tree, appearing almost identical to its original state, albeit with a slightly fresher hue. Noting that others had discerned the truth, but had no intention of enlightening Luchuchu, Mo's Han chuckled softly and led her to the fallen leaves, encouraging her to observe closely. He was also prepared to deliver even more powerful and melodious praise directed at her. Luchuchu, slightly puzzled by Ma Xuan's intentions, obediently picked up the fallen leaves to examine them. Touching the still moist leaves, she noticed something amiss. Why do these patterns seem strange? Mo's Han smiled without speaking, using his tail to pull down the branch, taking a leaf from Luchuchu's hand to compare with one from the tree. He perfectly aligned the two. Luchuchu blinked, her eyes widening in shock. As she took the leaf from Ma Xuan's hand, she separated and rejoined them repeatedly. So that's how it is. Mo's Han, how can you be so incredible, able to split a leaf like this? Mo's Han, pleased with the praise, maintained a calm demeanor. Just a little trick. I will teach you gradually in the future. Luchuchu nodded excitedly, agreeing enthusiastically. Meanwhile, Qingxi frowned and interjected, inserting himself between the two. Luchuchu, skill practice should be gradual and not rushed. Now that the Zhuhan Hua has been restored, shouldn't we prioritize returning the Finqin Hua and see what other skills you can acquire? Upon Qingxi's reminder, Luchuchu's eyes lit up. That's right. How could she forget about the Finqin Hua? She rubbed her chubby hands together, eagerly urging Mo's Han. Hurry, Mo's Han. Let's get to Finqin Hua and see what new skills I can unlock. Qingxi possessed both water spike and laser skills. She wondered which of Qingxi's skills she might obtain. As she spoke, the others gazed at Mo's Han with anticipation. Unbeknownst to Luchuchu, Mo's Han frowned slightly, meeting Qingxi's somewhat provocative gaze. That serpent beast is so insidious. Despite the knowledge that only he could activate the Shenhua, he hesitated to restore the Finqin flower, clearly demonstrating his reluctance to draw attention to himself from Chuchu. Chapter 251. The Restoration of the Finqin Flower. Qingxi's intuition proved remarkably accurate. After all, who understands men better than men themselves? Although Mo Shu did not actively oppose the notion of restoring the Finqin flower, he indeed entertained the thought of delaying the process for as long as possible. He feared that once Luo Chu acquired other skills, she would no longer revolve around him as she did now. However, this was ultimately Mo Shu's responsibility, and with Luo Chu having already spoken up, he had no further reason to procrastinate. Thus, the group hurriedly returned to the cave, where Mo Shu once again grasped the Finqin flower and, employing a technique akin to that used with the Zhuhan flower, infused it into Luo Chu's body. Unlike the bone-chilling cold of the Zhuhan flower, the moment the Finqin flower entered her body, Luo Chu began to sweat profusely. Before long, she felt as if she were a boiled shrimp, her entire form flushed a vivid red. In her discomfort, she rushed to the spot where the eternal ice was kept, fanning herself wildly with her hands. It was unbearably hot. She truly felt as if she were on fire. The once cooling ice in the cave was now ineffective. Quickly, she retrieved a large block from her spatial storage and, upon unwrapping the beast hide, she leaped onto it. At that moment, she resembled a red-hot iron plunged into water, producing a series of sizzling sounds. Simultaneously, clouds of white smoke began to rise within the cave. In the blink of an eye, the temperature in the cave plummeted, causing everyone except Luo Chu to shudder from the sudden chill, their skin prickling with goosebumps. The stark contrast of heat and cold worried Mo Shu, who feared for Luo Chu's well-being. He swiftly gathered her into his arms, while simultaneously waving his hand to store the large block of ice back into the spatial realm. Deprived of her cooling remedy, Luo Chu began to feel overheated once more, her body visibly reddening at an alarming rate. How hot it is! Quickly bring out the ice. she urged, her brows furrowed, eyes shut tight, as she nestled closer to Mo Shu, expressing her discontent at his removal of the ice. Discovering the icy coolness of Mo Shu's body, particularly his tail, Luo Chu slid down it like a child on a slide, constantly shifting her position in search of a cooler spot. In her restless state, she inadvertently ignited a fire within herself, causing Mo Shu's eyes to redden as he struggled to contain his urges. At long last, as Luo Chu felt she was nearing the point of being thoroughly cooked, and Mo Shu sensed he could no longer hold back, the oppressive heat began to recede. With the waning warmth, Luo Chu gradually regained her composure, her complexion returning to normal. She felt as if she had emerged from water, her fish-skin dress clinging to her form, drenched in sweat. The others, relieved to see her discomfort dissipate, collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. Once she regained her senses, Luo Chu felt a wave of discomfort wash over her. She promptly ushered everyone outside the cave and hastily retrieved a new outfit, preparing to change out of her fish-skin dress. However, upon lowering her gaze, she noticed a vibrant, multicolored serpent-entwined crescent mark that stretched from her left chest down to just below her abdomen, due to the restoration of the Finshine flower. The right side of her body bore the mark of the mermaid from Qingxi, which had also undergone a transformation. The once monotonous blue hue had shifted to a vibrant replica of Qingxi's true form, appearing as if a miniature version of Qingxi had been imprinted upon her. The two marks, one on each side, perfectly concealed her upper body, rendering her private parts invisible, resembling a custom-tailored battle attire. Gazing at the serpent mark adorning her body, Luo Chu felt a sense of relief. Since rising, she had completely forgotten to check the location of her newly acquired mark. Fortunately, the mark belonging to Mo Shu was also located on her body, sparing her from the embarrassment of becoming a flower-faced matron. After changing her outfit, she stepped outside to find Mo Shu and the others eagerly approaching her. Qingxi, with a face full of concern, inquired, Chu, how do you feel? Is there any discomfort? During the brief interlude of her changing attire, the onlookers had noticed the alteration in Qingxi's coupling mark, indicating that the Finshine flower had successfully returned to its rightful place. Qingxi's apprehension stemmed from the fact that his two skills were fundamentally antagonistic. He had endured considerable hardship to merge them, nearly suffering disfigurement and transforming into an unsightly creature. Thus, Qingxi was particularly anxious, fearing that the abilities Luo Chu acquired from him might also be in conflict. He wished to spare her from experiencing the pain he had once endured. Upon hearing Qingxi's question, Luo Chu shook her head, indicating she felt no discomfort. Seeing her reaction, Qingxi felt a wave of relief and subsequently asked, "What skills did you acquire? Is it water spike?" At his words, Luo Chu felt a tinge of disappointment and shook her head once more. She had checked her hands while changing and found no indication of water abilities. She even attempted to widen her eyes, yet no laser beams were emitted. In the depths of her mind, she wondered if she had failed this time. Did she not acquire any abilities from Qingxi? Observing her shake her head, Qingxi furrowed his brows in confusion. Could it be that his level was insufficient for Luo Chu to gain skills from him? That didn't seem plausible. 6th-tier strength was not low in the realm of beasts. Is there anything peculiar about you? He asked. Luo Chu scratched her head, feeling that her vision had improved, enabling her to see farther. Did that count? Hearing her response, the others quickly gathered around to scrutinize her eyes. After a moment of intense observation, Gumu suddenly exclaimed, Chu, your eyes are large and round, dark and bright. They are truly beautiful, unlike a big white rabbit's eyes, which are often smeared with eye discharge. Luo Chu's lips twitched at his words. Gumu was indeed a straightforward simpleton. Simultaneously, she felt fortunate that she had washed her face while changing clothes. Had there been any eye discharge present, being publicly pointed out by Gumu would have undoubtedly caused her immense embarrassment. The big white rabbit, initially taken aback, quickly raised her short paws to rub her face, casting an aggrieved glare at Gumu. What are you trying to say? If you want to compliment someone, just compliment yourself. What do you mean by dragging me down? You know I can't transform into human form. My fur is too thick and easily overheats. Yet you still poke at my sore spot. The big white rabbit cursed internally while jotting a note against Gumu in her mind. Aside from the speechless Luo Chu and the angry big white rabbit, the others exchanged glances of disbelief at Gumu's remark. Wait, brother. We are here to earnestly discuss serious matters. Your sudden flattery is rather inappropriate, don't you think? Just because you have eyes doesn't mean we are blind. Nor does it mean you are the only one capable of speech. Chapter 252, The Awakening of the Switch. Observing Gumu unwittingly incite the ire of the group while remaining oblivious, Me sighed and placed a hand on his forehead. This simpleton, if you consider him honest and earnest, he indeed knows how to seize opportunities to speak sweetly, revealing his own little schemes. Yet, if you insist on claiming he has ulterior motives, he always ends up being too forceful. While he intends to say something pleasant, the words that come out often miss the mark. In summary, it is a dilemma. Remaining silent is incorrect, but speaking out guarantees offending someone. Feeling the collective gaze upon him, Gumu scratched his head in confusion. What is the matter? Are we supposed to carefully examine what new skills Chu has gained? Why are you all staring at me? Before Gumu could finish a sentence, Me leaped onto his back and swiftly covered his mouth. Be quiet. Seeing Gumu in such a state, the others glanced at each other, shook their heads, and returned their attention to Luo Chu, scrutinizing her anew. After observing for a while, Ma Shu seemed to have discerned some clues. Chu's eyes appeared to shine a bit brighter. Ma Shu formed a conjecture in his mind. But given the brilliance of the sun at that moment, he could not be certain if his assumptions were correct. He suddenly picked up Luo Chu and spoke to the others. Let us proceed to the long cave of the Shu Zoo. Luo Chu was perplexed, inquiring about the purpose of their visit. Ma Shu articulated his hypothesis, suggesting that what she had acquired might be a light-based skill. Luo Chu sighed internally, asserting that it was not the case. She had already tested her capabilities upon realizing she lacked the water spike skill, and she could not emit any laser from her eyes. What she refrained from mentioning was that she had blinked numerous times in vain, nearly dizzying herself in the process. Ma Shu moved swiftly, and within moments, they arrived at the entrance of the elongated cave inhabited by the Shu Zoo. In the days following their excursion, the beastmen of the Shu Zoo had been diligently gathering white foam and white mist, preparing provisions for the cold season. Shu Jiao and Shu Duo's other beast husbands, laden with large animal skin bags, set down their burdens and hurried over upon seeing them. Chu, have you completed your mating with Lord Snake? Shu Jiao would visit every morning during the 2 days and 3 nights Luo Chu and Ma Shu were occupied in the cave. The other beastmen of the Shu Zoo were envious upon hearing that Ma Shu had not emerged from the cave. If only they possessed the endurance and strength of Lord Snake. With such formidable mating prowess, perhaps their clan could not only excel in numbers, but also significantly enhance their overall strength. Luo Chu blushed deeply at Shu Jiao's blunt inquiry. Isn't it customary for friends to greet each other with simple pleasantries like "Have you eaten?" or "How have you been lately?" Why does Shu Jiao jump straight to such a private question? While he dared to ask, she felt too embarrassed to respond. Merely recalling the scenes from that time made her shy. Noticing Luo Chu's embarrassment, Ma Shu stepped in to shield her from Shu Jiao's gaze and asked, "Do you have any caves with dim lighting?" Shu Jiao nodded yes. Did Chu not mention that we should excavate a larger pit for storing food? We completed it early the next day, and we've gathered quite a bit of grain to store there. Ma Shu, uninterested in the Shu Zoo's food reserves, interrupted Shu Jiao's chatter. Take us to the cave. Shu Jiao, unsure of their intentions, obediently nodded. All right, this way. Under Shu Jiao's guidance, they arrived at a newly excavated large cave. In one corner, there was a sizable pit leading down to the storage cave. Ma Shu covered Luo Chu's eyes and jumped down into the pit with her. The others quickly followed suit. Upon entering the newly dug cave, they gained a renewed appreciation for the Shu Zoo's excavation skills. The cave was devoid of light. Yet, as beastmen, they could clearly see their surroundings even in the darkness. They soon realized that this cave was not merely a dirt hole, but rather a genuine excavation in solid rock. Remarkably, the Shu Zoo had completed this in less than half a day. No wonder they were recruited by the Xuanfeng to construct underground palaces. Their digging skills were indeed both swift and proficient. With such abilities and their diminutive size, who else could they capture if not them? Ma Shu whispered into Luo Chu's ear, Chu, shall I remove my hand? Try slowly opening your eyes. Luo Chu nodded, and as Ma Shu lifted his hand, she cautiously opened her eyes. A faint glimmer of light emerged with her gaze, gradually intensifying. By the time Luo Chu fully opened her eyes, 2 beams of white light illuminated the dark cave. Luo Chu widened her eyes, and the beams expanded accordingly. She tilted her head, watching as the beams shifted direction. Mischievously, she blinked, and the light flickered in response. This newfound ability piqued her interest. She began to open and close her eyes repeatedly, like a playful switch, with the cave's illumination dancing along with her movements. With a surge of playful spirit, Luo Chu scanned the faces of her companions, even synchronizing the light with a rhythm. Suddenly, the bright beams caught the others by surprise, causing all but Qingxi's pupils to constrict sharply. Luo Chu found the scene amusing and burst into laughter. Who would have thought I gained 2 portable lamps this time? What a rather peculiar skill. If only she had this ability in a modern world. She would surely thrive in the entertainment industry, serving as a professional lighting technician. Convenient and requiring no charging, as long as she could keep her eyes open. She could provide illumination anytime, anywhere. Such a unique talent would certainly be in high demand across various productions. After some playful experimentation, Luo Chu felt reluctant to remain merely as a light source. Given Qingxi's laser eyes had significant offensive power, it seemed unreasonable that hers could only illuminate. Thus, she began to experiment with different gazes, hoping to discover if the beams could change or possess some degree of offensive capability. She couldn't just stare at enemies with her big eyes and challenge them. "Monster, I see you. Do you dare to look back at me?" In the ensuing moments, Luo Chu showcased her eye skills, attempting fierce, menacing, serious, affectionate, and heart-wrenching gazes. Unfortunately, the light remained unchanged, with no signs of smoke or any other transformation. After her efforts, she reluctantly accepted the reality that she had merely acquired 2 lamps. However, this endeavor allowed her to master the use of her eye light, preventing any sudden illuminations that might startle others at night. Though the lack of offensive capability was somewhat disappointing, Luo Chu quickly reassured herself that this skill was still quite admirable. While she contemplated this, Qingxi began to feel guilty, believing that it was his lack of strength that prevented Luo Chu from gaining a more formidable ability. If only he were a 7th-tier beastman like Lord Snake. Chu could have an additional skill for self-defense. At that moment, with her eye light still shining bright, Luo Chu noticed Qingxi's expression of self-reproach. As the group prepared to exit the cave, Luo Chu hurried to Qingxi's side, playfully demanding to be held. Seeing Luo Chu wink at him with an innocent smile, Qingxi wore his usual gentle smile, his heart brimming with joy. Chu was being her playful self again. Unbeknownst to her, the light beams in her eyes danced in tandem with her winks. Behind her, Ma Shu's expression darkened considerably. In truth, it was not only Ma Shu who appeared displeased. The other 5 beast husbands, except for the oblivious Qingxi, wore expressions of envy. However, Qingxi paid little mind to their reactions, swiftly embracing Luo Chu and leaping out of the cave with a flick of his tail. Having awakened their memories and realized the tasks ahead of them, there was no longer a need for them to linger here. Although Luo Chu only had to complete the mission of saving the beast realm within a year, they felt it was time to move on. However, the vastness of the beast world means that traversing it entirely will require an immense amount of time. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise along the way, it is prudent to allocate additional time for potential delays. The most crucial factor to consider is that the 8 divine flowers do not bloom in the same location. Their blooming opportunities are quite capricious. Apart from a necessity for the pivotal figures, Luo Chu and Mo Shu, to be in close proximity during the flowering. Even the timing of their appearance is entirely random. After much deliberation, the group decided to rest for a while in the afternoon, and upon the setting of the sun, they would depart from their current location. The Mouse Clan, upon hearing of their imminent departure, felt a profound sense of reluctance and sent Mouse Jujio and Mouse De Daring to persuade them to linger a few more days at Dawang Mountain. However, Luo Chu and her companions had made up their minds to leave, and seeing that they could not be swayed, the Mouse Clan refrained from insisting further. They agreed to see them off when the time came, and Mouse Jujio and the others hurriedly departed, unbeknownst to Luo Chu and her friends. Once they returned to the cave to rest, the entire Mouse Clan began to bustle about silently. Lord Songhua was the savior of the Mouse Clan, and the food that Luo Chu, a female, had taught them to prepare would enable the entire clan to weather the cold season comfortably. Thus they felt deeply indebted. With their departure approaching, the Mouse Clan felt compelled to express their gratitude. Inside the cave, watching the crowded assembly of individuals who insisted on resting in close proximity to her, Luo Chu felt overwhelmed. Although they had their own separate caves, Qingxi and the others adamantly refused to retreat to their respective quarters. In the end, apart from the large white rabbit who was forcibly dragged away by Me Too, The remaining 5 refused to leave. Observing the dark circles under their eyes, Luo Chuchu struggled to extricate herself from the throng. I'm not even the slightest bit drowsy at this moment, but you all have not had proper rest these past few days. Immediately close your eyes and rest. If anyone delays our journey tonight, I will deduct a day's worth of mating rights. Although Luo Chuchu did not explicitly state what the penalty entailed, her companions were quick to grasp her meaning. The implication was clear. Should they not heed her call to sleep, they would forfeit their chance for mating. Faced with such a consequence, they dared not continue their antics and hastily found suitable spots to close their eyes and rest. After several days of little sleep, they quickly succumbed to slumber once they finally relaxed. Meanwhile, Luo Chuchu busied herself by retrieving some fish skin and mo shoe snake shed, intending to craft several garments while the opportunity presented itself. Initially, she found the attire of the beast world to be overly revealing and felt self-conscious about wearing it. Furthermore, she feared that the animal skin would be stifling and lead to rashes. However, ever since that day, she wore the fish skin skirt during the bonding ceremony. She had a sudden epiphany. Compared to the sport-style t-shirts she had brought with her, the fish skin skirt was exceedingly comfortable. In that moment, Luo Chuchu felt as though she had experienced a modern-day version of the Emperor's new clothes. Wearing the fish skin skirt felt almost like wearing nothing at all. Even though it clung tightly to her body, it did not hinder her movements in the slightest, providing a sensation of zero burden. Nevertheless, garment making required a level of skill that Luo Chuchu, with her lack of dexterity, could only assist verbally by offering simple and elegant designs. If she were to attempt to make something herself, it would not only be a waste of materials, but also likely result in a product far less appealing than merely draping the fish skin around her body. Fortunately, with Mo Shu present, she would not have to toil alone. Thus, in the following hours, Luo Chuchu and Mo Shu faced each other, with one quietly describing the desired styles while the other meticulously cut and sewed the fish skin and snake shed together with strands of his resilient hair. The sun shone brightly in the sky, illuminating the warm atmosphere of the cave. Time flew by as they immersed themselves in their work, and by the time the evening light bathed the cave entrance, Luo Chuchu and Mo Shu had nearly completed their garments. She had brought forth 3 pieces of female fish skin and 1 piece of snake shed, which Mo Shu transformed into finished clothing. The fish skin was primarily fashioned into a strapless short skirt and a 2-piece set of suspender shorts, since creating a separate garment from the snake shed wrist exposure. With Luo Chuchu's suggestion and description, Mo Shu opted to craft 2 hooded sun-shielding outfits from the snake shed. When the wind blew, the snake shed danced like gossamer, appearing both ethereal and vibrant. However, the most striking piece was undoubtedly the strapless fish skin short skirt. Mo Shu had ingeniously sewn numerous tiny pearls and precious gemstones onto it, even in the dim light of the cave. The finished skirt radiated a glimmering luster that could not be concealed. Nevertheless, with every advantage comes a disadvantage. The once lightweight fish skin skirt became considerably heavier due to the added gemstones and pearls. However, this did not detract from its beauty. Luo Chuchu was confident that once this skirt was unveiled, it would undoubtedly become the dream garment of all females in the beast world. Once the skirt was completed, Luo Chuchu retrieved 3 pieces of male fish skin, intending for Mo Shu to fashion them into male beast skin skirts. This task was much simpler, requiring only appropriate cutting to achieve the right size. Observing the rather plain gray fish skin that Mo Shu had cut, Luo Chuchu felt it was somewhat too monotonous. She pondered suggesting that Mo Shu try crafting different styles, perhaps by adding a couple of straps or incorporating some gemstones for embellishment. However, after Mo Shu had made himself a gem-embedded skirt and a matching exquisite fish skin skirt for Luo Chuchu, he adamantly refused to touch the remaining fish skin, even declining to cut it. He insisted that as a dignified 7th-tier beastman, he could not sew clothing for other beastmen. Even if he did, Qingxi and the others would never wear it. Initially, Luo Chuchu wanted to protest, but then Mo Shu suddenly rose, feigning an intent to wake Qingxi and the others to make their own fish skin skirts. At that moment, Qingxi and the others were soundly asleep, and Luo Chuchu did not wish to disturb them, so she reluctantly abandoned this thought. With Mo Shu unwilling to assist, Luo Chuchu had no choice but to take matters into her own hands. She took out a folding knife, laid out Sangwa's bee skin skirt atop the fish skin, and cut a piece to match. Considering that apart from Gomu, Qingxi and Aoji had similar builds to Songhua. She proceeded to cut 2 more pieces, one for each of the 3. Lastly, she crafted an extra-large size for Mitu and a smaller size for Gomu. As for the large white rabbit, it was of no concern. He would have no use for such an item. With 5 bee skin skirts cut, Luo Chuchu felt a sense of accomplishment. Yet, when she glanced up, she noticed that Mo Shu's expression was particularly grim. Confused, Luo Chuchu wondered why Mo Shu, who had seemed fine moments ago, was now wearing a sulky face. What is wrong? Mo Shu remained silent, his eyes intently fixed on the fish-skin skirts she had just cut. Following his gaze, Luo Chuchu also looked at the pieces, wondering if Mo Shu had taken a liking to the skirt she had made. But he had already crafted one for himself, and it was undoubtedly far superior to her own. Seeing that Luo Chuchu did not comfort him or offer to make him skirt, Mo Shu's expression grew increasingly aggrieved. You only made skirts for them. What about me? Luo Chuchu's lips twitched, her mind reeling in exasperation. So this was the root of his discontent. But you already have one. The one you made looks wonderful. Mo Shu's tone was sulky as he replied, It's not the same. That one is made by me, and I even cut the fish skin myself. But theirs are made by your hands, and you only made skirts for them without a thought for me. Luo Chuchu gazed at the pouting Mo Shu, her mind racing with thoughts as she mentally berated him. Goodness, can we not be so childish? You belong to the esteemed Tungsha clan, a proud 7th-tier beastman and the sole divine envoy of the beast world. Yet, look at your current state. How does it differ from that of a child unable to procure any sweets? Mo Shu, unaware of Luo Chuchu's inner thoughts, felt regret for having acted too hastily. Had he known that Chuchu would personally craft a leather skirt for them, he would have insisted she cut a piece for him first, before adorning it with exquisite gems. Seeing the injured expression on Mo Shu's face, Luo Chuchu almost wondered if she had inadvertently committed some grievous offense. To appease this childish soul, she once again retrieved her small knife and fish skin, carefully cutting a piece to match the leather skirt Mo Shu had. After stuffing the fish skin skirt into his embrace, she playfully remarked, Lord Tungsha, I apologize for my oversight. Here, this is a gift crafted by my own hands. I hope you will not disdain it. Though Mo Shu maintained a facade of aloofness, his heart was already brimming with joy upon receiving the fish skin skirt and listening to Luo Chuchu's soothing words. Noticing a softening in his demeanor, she smiled and asked, Are you all right now? Surely you have calmed down? Mo Shu nodded indifferently, responding with a simple as an affirmation. Initially contemplating a playful display with the fish skin skirt, he instead swiftly placed both it and the one he had made into his spatial storage. As Luo Chuchu awaited nearby, observing his actions, she shook her head in amusement, finding Mo Shu's childlike demeanor rather endearing. After this brief interlude, Luo Chuchu stored away her newly fashioned attire and set aside the simple fish skin skirts, intending to select her favorites once Qingxi and the others awakened. Subsequently, she retrieved a bounty of food from her spatial storage, preparing to summon Mitu and the others for dinner. Just as she arranged the meal, 2 figures appeared at the cave entrance, Mitu and the big white rabbit, the latter holding 2 pieces of beast skin. At the same time, the slumbering companion stirred, roused by the enticing aroma of the feast. Upon seeing the 3 awaken, Luo Chuchu eagerly beckoned them to join her, urging, The sun has set. It is time to eat. We must tidy up afterwards. After a brief wash, they gathered around the stone table to dine. Midway through their meal, a sudden commotion erupted from outside the cave, sounding oddly familiar. Shu Jiao placed down the items he was carrying and hastily directed his fellow clan members, instructing, You lot, set those down here and be careful not to spill anything. And you over there, why are you just standing about? Keep moving. Bring everything organized from over there. Hey, look at your hands. They are filthy. Chuchu is fond of cleanliness. Hurry and wash them before you come to help. The group exchanged glances, setting down their bowls to investigate the commotion at the cave entrance. They witnessed Shu Jiao and other members of the Mouse clan bustling about, piling various items near the cave's mouth. Seeing them emerge, Shu Jiao quickly approached. Luo Chuchu, puzzled by the activity, inquired, Shu Jiao, what are you all doing? Since you are preparing to depart, we must owe you a great debt of gratitude. We lack valuable gifts to offer, so we can only present you with these wild fruits and white foam we have gathered. We hope you will accept our humble token of appreciation. Luo Chuchu instinctively wished to decline, considering the Mouse clan's own struggles. However, Shu Jiao insisted that it was their heartfelt gesture, making it difficult for her to refuse. Ultimately, she accepted their offerings but reciprocated with a more generous gift: bread and cooked food she had brought from her previous life. The Mouse clan was deeply touched by the mountain of returned gifts, expressing their gratitude profusely. When it was time for the group to leave, the entire Mouse clan, from the eldest to the youngest, formed a long line to bid farewell to Luo Chu-Chu and her companions, even including the newly birthed mouse, Duo. Their farewell extended all the way to the foot of Da Wang Mountain, where the newly elected clan leader, Shu Jiujio, gazed longingly into the dim distance, contemplating that today, as parting might be their last encounter. Once the figures of Luo Chu-Chu and her companions faded from view, the Mouse clan slowly retreated to the mountains, beginning their new chapter of life. After a leisurely night of travel, the following morning, the group paused by a small lake. The area was relatively open, lacking suitable mountains for excavation aside from a few sturdy trees. Noticing Luo Chu-Chu's fondness for the spot, Mo Shu and the others carefully scouted the vicinity, ensuring it posed no danger, and decided to rest beneath the grand trees for the day. With the location confirmed, they busied themselves, clearing stones and leveling the ground around the trees before setting up the wooden shelter they had previously constructed. All were eagerly engaged in their tasks, except for the big white rabbit, whose red eyes roamed in contemplation, surveying the familiar yet strange surroundings. Memories long buried suddenly resurfaced. However, he concealed his feelings and wandered alone to the lake's edge, lost in thought as he gazed at the shimmering surface. Initially, Luo Chu-Chu paid little heed, assuming the big white rabbit was merely reluctant to part from the Mouse clan. After all, he had seemed quite despondent since their separation the previous night. Later, she learned that during the days Mo Shu and she had been involved in intimate moments within the cave. The big white rabbit had forged a strong bond with the Mouse clan, frolicking through the mountains, digging tunnels, and reveling in playful antics. He even introduced them to various edible treasures. Despite the evident differences in species and size, their friendship blossomed unexpectedly and profoundly. Having never experienced a childhood and often facing disdain in his former tribe, the big white rabbit found solace in the admiration and affection from the little mice, which made him value their companionship all the more. Thus, the abrupt separation weighed heavily on his heart. Once they had organized their lodgings, the group gathered to discuss their upcoming route with Me Tuesday. This time, they would be traveling in the direction opposite to Qianshou City. After several days of travel in this direction, they would reach the seashore. However, their ultimate destination was not the beach itself, but rather the icy realm of Hanchuan City, located at the border where the regenerative flower, known to restore Ao's depleted veins, flourished between Hanchuan City and Liyan City. Me Too believed they could find the divine flower there, and, should they fail, at least they might encounter the regenerative flower. After solidifying their route, the group divided their tasks. Luo Chu-Chu, Mo Shu, Gamu, and the big white rabbit would gather firewood and prepare the meal, while Qingxi, Sanghua, Aoji, and Me Too would take their rest. Following lunch, the teams would swap roles, allowing Mo Shu and the others to rest while Qingxi's group cooked. Once the arrangements were finalized, Mo Shu flicked his tail and darted into the lake, heading towards the forest on the opposite side to hunt. This was a prearranged strategy among the beastmen. To avoid depleting their resources, they would capture as much prey as possible at each stop, ensuring it was neatly stored in Luo Chu-Chu's spatial storage. Gamu was tasked with cooking the rice, and as Luo Chu-Chu prepared to call the big white rabbit to help with the vegetables, she realized he had been sitting by the lake for quite some time. She understood that Dabaitu was reluctant to part with Shu Xiao and the others, yet considering Dabaitu's nature, Luo Chu-Chu thought he would soon recover. To her surprise, he seemed truly attached. A thought crept into Luo Chu-Chu's mind. Had she erred in deciding to keep Dabaitu by her side? Would he not be happier living with the Shu clan? As she reached the lakeside and sat beside Dabaitu, she inquired, "What's wrong? Are you still sad? If you truly miss them, I can have Sanghua escort you back to Dawangshan, and after we finish our business, we will come find you." Upon hearing Luo Chu-Chu's words, Dabaitu was momentarily stunned. He quickly realized that Chu-Chu was misunderstanding him, thinking he was still sorrowful over his separation from his Shu clan. However, Dabaitu refrained from explaining, instead shaking his head vigorously after taking a deep breath. I don't want to go back to Dawangshan. I want to stay with you." Hearing Dabaitu's resolute choice to remain by her side filled Luo Chu-Chu with genuine joy, evident from the uncontrollable smile that graced her lips. It turned out that Dabaitu cherished her presence dearly. Indeed, who wouldn't he wish to be needed by others? Before Luo Chu could bask in her triumph, Dao Baito continued, Dao Wangshan is quite nice, but the Shu clan can barely catch any prey and hardly eats meat all year round. If you all leave, I will be left alone there, only able to nibble on grass like them. Besides, the only dishes they learn from you are just 2 recipes. No matter how delicious, eating the same thing every day would become tiresome. I'm not that foolish. Upon hearing Dao Baito's true thoughts, Luo Chu's smile gradually faded, and her eyes narrowed dangerously. It appeared that this gluttonous rabbit was not truly attached to her, but rather to the meat that her beastly husband brought home. How foolish she had been. Alas, her concern had been misplaced. Therefore, Luo Chu found no reason to console him further and proceeded to toss a plethora of vegetables from her spatial pouch, burying Dao Baito in a verdant heap. Chapter 256. Having one's own family. The tree that drips 502 glue Dao Baito to gaze at Luo Chu with his red, watery eyes, wearing a pitiful expression. Chu, I was feeling melancholic. How could you treat me this way? He whimpered. Luo Chu rolled her eyes, adopting a demeanor that would no longer be swayed by his theatrical expressions, mimicking the cruel countenance of a wicked stepmother. She pointed her delicate fingers at Dao Baito and sternly declared, if you wish to eat, you must work. I do not keep idlers here. You, right this instant, wash these vegetables thoroughly. If they aren't clean, I'll peel your skin. Seeing Luo Chu's fierce countenance, Dao Baito's eyes shimmered with tears. Subsequently, like a bullied little cabbage, he resignedly used his long, wide ears to gather the vegetables, tossing them into the water and stirring them about. The comical sight of Dao Baito washing vegetables made Luo Chu unable to contain her laughter any longer, erupting in joyous giggles. As he stirred, Dao Baito's mood improved significantly. Forget the past. What is there to dwell on? It's been so long, and perhaps some people will never be seen again. Even if we meet again, given their disdain for me, they likely wouldn't recognize me or would treat me as a stranger. However, Dao Baito no longer cared, for he now had a family, his beloved Chu, and 5 exceptionally formidable brothers-in-law. Additionally, there was Mi Tu Ye, who would incessantly chatter in his ear about delicious food and delightful pastimes, always thinking of his sweet yet sharp-tongued elder. With so many family members around him, Dao Baito firmly believed he would lead a very happy life. The two frolicked by the lakeside, tossing vegetables everywhere. The joy of their play was matched only by the regret that followed their work. After their laughter subsided, they both gazed at the disarray of scattered vegetables, faces drooping as they wet and damp, set about collecting all the vegetables to wash them thoroughly before returning home to prepare a meal. Today, Luo Chu wore the fish-skin skirt that Ma Shu had crafted for her the previous day. It was lightweight and breathable, drying quickly when wet, a true convenience. Chu, the sun will soon become scorching. You should rest. I can keep watch here, said Gamu. Luo Chu smiled and waved her hand dismissively. No, I'm not tired at all. I will stay here with you. Though they had intended to travel overnight, Luo Chu had been carried the entire way, only waking for essential needs, so she truly felt no fatigue. Seeing her determination, Gamu said nothing further. The rice was just beginning to cook in the pot, and it would take some time before it was ready. Gamu decided to gather 2 tall, straight trees to construct a sunshade exclusively for Luo Chu. He trimmed away the excess branches from the trunks, skillfully stripping the bark from the slightly thinner tree trunks and smoothing the protruding parts. Once the supports were ready, Gamu quickly prepared the thicker trees, similarly stripping and smoothing them, then cutting the trunks into segments of roughly equal length. After dividing the trunks, he took one segment and, using his sharp claws, fashioned wooden sticks of similar thickness. After comparing them to the supports, he carved out slightly narrower spaces and forcefully hammered the sticks into place. After repeating this process with 7 wooden sticks, the framework for a large wooden umbrella began to take shape. With the frame completed, Gamu cut out enough wooden boards for use, and then approached a low tree that oozed a milky white liquid. Curious, Luo Chu reached out to touch it. What tree is this? Why does it produce milk? Gamu swiftly grasped Luo Chu's hand. Do not touch this liquid. Your fingers will stick together, and separating them will be painful. Upon hearing this, Luo Chu became even more curious. Will they stick together? Is this glue? I'm not sure if it is what you call glue, but we refer to it as the sticky tree, and the liquid is called sticky water. It has a sour odor, and once it gets on you, it cannot be washed off. It can even tear your skin. It's exceedingly dangerous. Gamu remembered this vividly because he had once experienced that pain firsthand. When he was still a cub, being an outsider, He was often bullied in the domed tribe. At that time, he was unaware of the sticky tree and was tricked into being pushed into the trunk. As a result, the hair on his back was firmly adhered to the sticky water, and he could not free himself. It was only when Mitia learned of his plight and arrived with a bone knife to shave off a large patch of fur from his back that he was saved. Due to the injury, another aspect of Gamu was awakened, ready to seek vengeance on those who had tormented him, but he was ultimately stopped by Mitia. One moonless and windy night, Mitia took him and stealthily followed the leader of those who had bullied him, pouring sticky water on his hands and back. Because of the sticky water, no female would desire him once he reached adulthood. Eventually, that person died with 3 fingers permanently stuck together, and the sticky water on his back remained uncleaned, a hard, unsightly patch that was unpleasant to touch. People had even used this sticky water to capture prey, but when the prey was caught, they also became coated in the sticky substance, leading to its abandonment. Hearing this, Luo Chuchu was utterly astonished. She had thought it was merely a rubber tree that had undergone cosmetic surgery, but now, according to Gamu, it was a mutated tree that produced 502 glue. Such marvelous treasures. Let us gather some without delay. Gamu tugged at Luo Chuchu, moving a little farther away. You mustn't touch it. What if it gets on you? You see, once released from the tree, these liquids rapidly harden and become dry, losing their adhesive properties. Luo Chuchu waved her hand knowingly, stating that the reason they become dry and hard is due to the lack of proper preservation methods. But have you forgotten? My space can keep things fresh. I'll collect them in a bottle and place them in my space. When I take them out later, they will retain their liquid form. Gamu scratched his head, somewhat perplexed, wondering if that could be true. Of course. Trust me. As Luo Chuchu spoke, she produced an empty mineral water bottle from her space. Let us use this. Fill it as much as you can. This liquid has numerous uses, with its strong adhesive properties making it incredibly convenient for future creations. Chapter 257, Collecting Glue. Gemuis Abes. Luo Chuchu thrust the mineral water bottle into Gamu's hands and swiftly produced a stack of disposable gloves. Do not underestimate these disposable food gloves. Wearing several layers can completely prevent glue from sticking to your hands. After all, it's just highly adhesive, not corrosive. If it gets on you, simply peel it off and discard it. Seeing Luo Chuchu's insistence on collecting the glue, Gamu reached for the gloves and began putting them on. However, the gloves, designed for an average male, quickly became snug on his hands, bursting at the seams. Watching in silence as Gamu continued to rupture several gloves, Luo Chuchu grasped his hand. Never mind. Your hands are too large. I'll handle this myself. The gloves are too small, and Gamu's hands cannot shrink. Continuing with this would only waste resources without any productive outcome. Embarrassed, Gamu rubbed his hands together, wishing they could shrink. But there are no buts. Go tend to the fire. The rice is nearly cooked. You can either continue to cook the next pot or sauté some vegetables. Feel free to be creative. Just leave this to me. Interrupting Gemus incessant cheter. Luo Chuchu pushed him back to the stove and retrieved a pile of clean ingredients for him to work with. Gamu is a wonderful person, but he often treats himself as fragile, which greatly troubles Luo Chuchu. Once she had sent him off, Luo Chuchu donned 5 layers of disposable gloves, took a folding knife, and made an incision in the tree to begin collecting the glue. The trees of the beast world are indeed treasures. This glue tree is similar to the oil tree from before. Once cut, a milky white liquid flowed forth abundantly. Soon, the mineral water bottle in Luo Chuchu's hands was nearly full. She quickly moved away, capped the bottle, and stored it in her space before retrieving several more empty bottles. These bottles, which they had used during their travels, were non-biodegradable plastic products. Furthermore, Gamu cherished these containers, so Luo Chuchu had kept them all in her space. After connecting several bottles, the trunk continued to ooze the milky liquid. Luo Chuchu squatted there for a while, legs crossed, and soon found herself sweating profusely. Seeing her legs begin to tremble, the two hopped over to Gamu and brought her a wooden stool. Sister Chuchu, you should sit and collect the glue. Initially, the two wanted to help, but since he was covered in fur, Luo Chuchu declined, fearing it would be difficult to clean up if he got glue on him. After squatting in that position for about 10 minutes, Luo Chuchu indeed felt fatigued, sensing her thighs tightening. She decided to remove the outermost gloves, plugged the incision in the tree with her finger, and sat down to rest. After a while, Gamu approached with a massive wooden sunshade. The umbrella, made entirely of wood, had a pointed base that could easily be inserted into the ground. Its top was covered with broad leaves, reaching down to the ground, leaving only a human-sized opening unobstructed. Once Luo Chu-Chu had determined the proper position, Gumu transformed into a giant brown bear and gently tapped the top of the umbrella with his paw. With a resounding thud, the base of the umbrella firmly embedded itself into the ground. Luo Chu-Chu sat beneath the sunshade and felt a significant drop in temperature. As she emerged, Gumu had just reverted to his human form. Upon seeing Gumu in his bear state, another word of thanks caught in Luo Chu-Chu's throat. Her face flushing as she quickly turned away, desperately avoiding looking at his undeniably sculpted physique. Although they had already performed the bonding ceremony, they had yet to complete the final step. Suddenly confronted with Gumu's naked form, Luo Chu-Chu nearly lost control, feeling blood rush to her face. Whether Gumu was completely oblivious or intentionally teasing her, he had not bothered to cover himself with a beast skin skirt. Instead, he stood with one hand on his hip, the other raised, a bashful expression adorning his face as he scratched his head. This grand, stretching motion inadvertently showcased his flawless physique, especially his defined abdominal muscles, resembling corn kernels, rising and falling with his breath, almost ready to burst. Though Luo Chu-Chu did not dare to stare openly, her gaze irresistibly flickered toward Gumu's abs, her heart racing with admiration. Gumu was undeniably a vendor of abdominal muscles. Comparing his impressive six-pack to the Baitu's complete belly, it was truly a case of drought for some and flooding for others. Noticing that Gumu remained and was even approaching her in his bear form, Luo Chu-Chu stood on high alert, pinching her nose and raising her chin, waving her hand dismissively. Quickly check the fire. Don't let the pot burn dry. If he didn't leave soon, she would surely boil over with frustration. Upon hearing Luo Chu-Chu's words, Gumu's expression remained unchanged as he nodded obediently. All right, I'll head back now. If you need anything, make sure to call for me. Luo Chu-Chu nodded vigorously, urging him to go. As Gumu turned to leave, she quickly glanced back and caught sight of two bronze-colored, round, and pert posterior cheeks gently swaying with his steps. Only in the beast world could such a sight be deemed acceptable. In modern times, a person like Gumu, running around naked in public, would undoubtedly find themselves spending a week in detention. Luo Chu-Chu retrieved a fish skin skirt from her space and handed it to Da by Tuesday. Go, give this to Gumu. It's inappropriate for him to be seen like this. Looking at the fish skin skirt in his hands, Da by Tu asked in confusion why she didn't give it to him herself. Luo Chu-Chu paused, realizing that if she had done so, she would miss the opportunity to sneak a peek. No, that is not right. I just forgot. Yes, I simply forgot. It slipped my mind. TCH, just go and do it. What do you, a little one, need to ask so many questions for? Da by Tu pouted, taking the fish skin skirt and hopping away. Luo Chu-Chu fanned herself, feeling quite warm, and decided to retreat beneath the sunshade. It was better to keep busy. Having something to do would prevent her from dwelling on those distracting thoughts. Settling on the wooden stool and confirming her position, Luo Chu-Chu took out a small piece of ice and placed it in the sunshade, quickly cooling the air around her. Then, using her folding knife, she made another incision lower on the tree trunk to continue collecting the glue. After delivering the fish skin skirt, Da by Tu soon bounced back, watching for a while. Seeing that there was nothing for him to do, he bid farewell to Luo Chu-Chu and began to wander around with his empty backpack. Chapter 258, A Familiar Voice. Dusty Memories. Although a significant amount of time had passed, Da by Tu had lived in this area for nearly a decade, so he still retained some memories of the surroundings. He recalled that near Dunyashan, there existed a rare herb known as Liang Liang Chao, which bestowed a refreshing coolness when consumed and had the ability to alleviate dizziness and nausea. This peculiar plant thrived only when the twin suns graced the sky. In the scorching heat of summer, the female members of the tribe would send their beast partners to Dunyashan to gather Liang Liang Chao for them to brew and enjoy. The reason Da by Tu remembered Liang Liang Chao was due to his desire to avoid disapproval from the female and to prove to his father that he was not a worthless being, a mere monster. Thus, ever since he began to form memories, every summer during the hottest days marked by the twin suns, Da by Tu would venture alone to Dunyashan in search of Liang Liang Chao. However, reality had taught him that even if he succeeded in finding the herb, the female and so-called father would still harbor no affection for him, allowing others to bully him without intervention. Following the recollections, Da by Tu trekked toward the distant low hills, occasionally glancing back to see if he could catch a glimpse of Luo Chu-Chu and her companions. As he walked, he found no Liang Liang Chao, yet he unearthed a considerable amount of edible mushrooms and wild vegetables. nearly filling his backpack to capacity. After a lengthy journey, the Baitu reached the mountainside. Although somewhat distant from the lake, he could still see the several large trees where they had settled. Reassured, he continued to ascend, pausing to rest against a rock when fatigue struck. Finally, while he was a short distance from the summit of Dunyashan, he unexpectedly discovered a large cluster of dewy liang chow hidden beneath a sizable stone. Elated, he hopped beneath the rock, carefully placed his backpack aside, and began to dig into the earth. As he excavated, he chatted joyfully with himself, reveling in his good fortune of finding such a bounty of liang chow. Enough for Chu Jie to enjoy throughout the summer. Just as he had unearthed a substantial amount, he suddenly heard a cacophony of footsteps approaching. A sense of dread gripped his heart, and his pulse quickened as he sensed impending trouble. Looking at the unfinished liang chow, he hesitated, but ultimately decided to abandon it to avoid confrontation, quietly slipping the harvested plants into his backpack. At that moment, a familiar and feared voice echoed from nearby, causing him to freeze mid-action, his already crimson eyes now glistening as if they could bleed, while his body trembled uncontrollably. The Baitu could hardly fathom that after so many years, he would still hear that voice. No, he must not be seen. The voice belonged to a slender, handsome middle-aged beast man with red eyes and strikingly pure white hair. How much longer until we reach the place you mentioned? Inquired a youthful voice. Soon. Just beneath that stone ahead, replied the middle-aged beast man, glancing in the direction indicated by the younger one, feeling slightly relieved. You should have hurried to collect it after you saw it last time. It's been days, and what if someone else discovers and takes it? The young beast man confidently reassured. Don't worry, father, that won't happen. The liang chow is tucked behind a large stone. It won't be easily spotted unless one goes around. The middle-aged beast man continued. That's good. Are there indeed many liang chow there? The young beast man nodded eagerly. Yes, there are plenty. If there were only a few, I wouldn't have insisted you come personally. I didn't want to pick it earlier because when I saw it a few days ago, it had just sprouted, and the flavor wasn't fully developed. I worried that mother might not like it, which is why I deliberately waited for it to grow. The middle-aged beast man felt a surge of pride. You considered this well. Your mother enjoys brewing tea with tender liang chow. I heard another group of females is about to rotate into the tribe. Make sure to seize this opportunity to win her favor. If she's pleased, your chances of finding a mate will greatly improve. Rest assured, father, I know what to do, replied the young beast man. In these past days, many from the tribe have come searching for liang chow, yet only a few managed to bring back a small amount, leaving their females quite dissatisfied. This time, with our discovery, not only will there be enough for mother, but we can also share with the females we have good relations with. This will surely bring honor to mother. The middle-aged beast man patted the young one's shoulder. Yes, that's the best approach. As long as your mother is happy, our lives in the tribe will improve significantly. As they conversed, the middle-aged beast man suddenly grew contemplative. You are my only child, and you've always been clever. If it weren't for your identity as a two-run, you could have had a chance to become the tribe's leader. But alas, never mind that. I seek nothing more than for you to find a mate and have your own offspring. Upon hearing that he was his father's sole child, the young beast man paused for a moment. Father, there is something I've always wanted to ask you about your past. However, before he could finish, the middle-aged beast man noticed a white figure darting out from behind the large stone. Who is there? The young beast man squinted, his brow furrowing. Is someone stealing liang chow? The middle-aged beast man's gaze darkened. Quickly, catch him. After stuffing the liang chow into his backpack, the Baitu hurriedly fled down the mountain. His anxiety caused him to run unsteadily, nearly tumbling down several times. Upon recognizing the frantic figure rolling and scrambling away, the duo halted momentarily. Father, is it a long-eared beast? How could there be such a large one? The young beast man exclaimed, with ears so long and fur so white. If we could skin it and craft a leather skirt for mother, she would surely adore it. He swiftly pursued the Baitu, not glancing back, unaware of the astonished and complex expression on the middle-aged beastman's face. It's him. How can it be him? He is still alive. The middle-aged beastman's mind was a tumultuous whirl as long-buried memories resurfaced. Bloodied sticks, a head soaked in blood, and the haunting gaze of those crimson eyes filled with mirth, tossing him a red fox pelt while dragging someone away. He vividly recalled the crimson stains on the snowy ground, soaked in blood, leaving a long trail that made him nauseous. Chapter 259, a similar choice captured. The young beastman. While chasing after toBlood, called back to the middle-aged beastman, "Father, hurry. You go that way, and I'll go this way. Let's surround him. If we can capture this enormous long-eared beast, Mother will surely regard us in a new light." The young beastman became increasingly excited, for as two run, they were naturally weaker in combat, and often looked down upon within the tribe. The same went for their mother. If he failed to accomplish something that would earn her pride, she would treat him coldly. Even if he excelled in other areas, his inability to hunt, as well as the stronger brothers, weighed heavily on her mind. Consequently, since he was old enough to understand, he had always harbored a determination to excel in whatever he could. Hearing Suku's voice snapped the middle-aged beastman back to reality. His expression hardened once more, as the guilt stirred by those resurfacing memories vanished without a trace. Since he had chosen to abandon the past, there was no need to reconsider. Although toBlood had frequently roamed this area before, many years had passed, and the surrounding landscape had changed. In a panic, he ran without regard. But after a short distance, he slipped, and his rotund body rolled down the slope. As the imminent collision with the large boulder below drew near, the great white rabbit exerted every ounce of strength, flinging its ears outward to wrap around a tree, managing to halt its descent just in time. Just as the great white rabbit prepared to use its ears to ascend, the surroundings abruptly darkened. Suku gazed in astonishment at the long ears entwined around the tree. "Father, look at its ears. They are enormous. One would suffice to craft a white leather skirt for Mother." Upon hearing this remark, the great white rabbit shuddered, contemplating that being captured and skinned would be far worse than rolling down the slope. It lifted its forelimbs to shield its head, loosening its ears in preparation to continue its descent. To its surprise, Suku seemingly discerned the great white rabbit's intentions and swiftly approached, seizing its ears and forcefully dragging it upward. As the ears were pulled with great force, the great white rabbit struggled desperately, its entire body resisting. Noticing Suku struggling slightly, Su-Yong felt an unspoken astonishment. He had not anticipated that this creature not only survived, but had also grown significantly stronger over the years. Seeing that the great white rabbit had not opened its eyes to recognize him, Su-Yong pondered for a moment before stepping forward to assist, firmly grasping the other ear. The great white rabbit was in excruciating pain, its ears nearly torn, and it angrily shouted at Su-Yong, "Let me go. Release me." In truth, given the great white rabbit's past valor against the Sea Tribe and the escape skills honed under Emo Shu's training, even if it couldn't overpower the father-son duo, escaping was not out of reach. However, deep-seated fear of Su-Yong propelled it to react instinctively with flight, flailing about like a headless fly. Now, its most useful yet vulnerable ears were firmly in their grasp, making the prospect of turning the tables exceedingly challenging. To their astonishment, the long-eared beast had spoken. Both were taken aback, and simultaneously, their grip on its ears tightened. A glimmer sparked in Suku's eyes. He had not expected this to be a rare half-beast of the rabbitkin. No wonder its physique was so robust, its fur glossy and smooth, particularly those ears, which were strikingly unique. Such a rare half-beast pelt would surely delight Mother. The greed within him, combined with a desire for his mother's approval, blinded Suku to the fact that they were of the same kin and to the inexplicable familiarity he felt towards this half-beast, compelling him to capture it and present its skin as a treasure. Su-Yong's grip on the great white rabbit's ears tightened. He was astounded that this creature could speak. Instead of joy, feelings of regret and loathing surged within him. He regretted being too lenient back then, having not struck it down decisively, allowing it to survive until now. Moreover, he felt a deep-seated hatred for this rabbit, which had learned to speak after departing from him. Had it been able to articulate its thoughts back then, he would not have endured so much ridicule and disdain, almost becoming a source of sorrow for the females. The wounds of the past could not be healed. What use was its ability to speak now? Su-Yong's thoughts turned vicious as he saw the great white rabbit open its mouth to speak again. He swiftly approached and struck it forcefully across the mouth. With a crack, the great white rabbit's two front teeth shattered, blood oozing from the corners of its mouth. Unsatisfied, Su-Yong contemplated severing the creature's tongue, but hesitated when met with its blood-red gaze, his heart racing. Ultimately, he seized a thorny vine, wrapping it around the great white rabbit's mouth. Observing the torn rabbit skin on the half-beast's head, Suku furrowed his brows at Su-Yong, perplexed by his father's sudden brutality, as if harboring a deep-seated resentment towards this half-beast. When he prepared to bind the half-beast with the vine, Suku hurriedly intervened. "Father, don't bind it. Ruining the skin would not please Mother." You know she despises flawed goods. Unintentionally, Su Ke's mention of flawed goods darkened Su Yong's expression further, his grip tightening and loosening in a conflicted manner. Unaware of Su Yong's disturbance, Su Ke's attention shifted to the peculiar backpack behind the great white rabbit. A rabbit half-beast of such robust stature might not be alone. With this thought, Su Ke cautiously surveyed the surroundings. Father, should we take him back to the tribe, or? Before Su Ke could finish, Su Yong vehemently denied, we cannot bring him back to the tribe. Noticing Su Yong's unusual behavior, Su Ke scrutinized both him and the great white rabbit, sensing an odd atmosphere between them, particularly the intense hatred in their gazes when they looked at each other. It was as if they were acquainted, laden with a complex history. But how could that be? Suddenly, Su Ke recalled a discussion he had overheard in his youth. It was said that Su Yong had another offspring before him. Surprised, Su Ke wondered if he had once had a brother or sister. He rushed to inquire with those who had spoken about it, only to find them abruptly cease their chatter upon seeing him, vehemently denying that the subject was Su Yong, claiming he had misheard, before hurriedly leaving. Chapter 260. The Great White Rabbit has yet to return. That evening, when Su Yong returned, Su Ke innocently approached him to ask whether he had previously had another offspring, only to receive a severe reprimand. Later, when Su Yong inquired about who had mentioned this, Su Ke disclosed the names of those who had participated in the discussion. Soon after, those individuals encountered misfortune, all perishing. At the time, Su Ke was too young to recognize the oddity of the situation. Considering that Su Yong denied it, he thought perhaps he had truly misheard. Of course, the deaths of those individuals were attributed to mere accidents by him and the others. Eventually, he gradually forgot about the incident, and no one in the tribe spoke of it again. Yet at this moment, an unsettling sensation washed over Su Ke. Perhaps there was more to the story from years ago. Su Yong, sensing Su Ke's scrutinizing gaze upon him, instinctively averted his eyes. Encountering the great white rabbit's fearful yet resentful gaze, Su Yong narrowed his eyes and instructed Su Ke, find a secluded spot and kill it on the spot. We only need its ears. The ears will be for mother, and I shall keep the skin for myself, intending to present it as a gift to my future mate. Regardless of any past entanglements between them, now that this half-beast was in their possession, there was no possibility of allowing it to live. With such exquisite long-eared fur, it would surely please his future partner. Having reached an agreement, the two, each grasping an ear of the great white rabbit, dragged it toward a large boulder behind a nearby slope, preparing to dispose of the body after skinning it to obliterate any evidence. With its ears and forelimbs bound, the great white rabbit's eyes widened in terror, its hind legs kicking desperately against the sand and stones in a final struggle. By the lakeside, Luo Chuchu had gathered several glue bottles, finally managing to seal the gap with glue. Rubbing her slightly sore arms, she stepped out from beneath the sunshade, only to realize that the twin sons had been out for some time. Observing the busy figure of Gamu in the distance, accompanied by the wafting aroma of cooked food, Luo Chuchu smiled gently as she approached. However, upon seeing the vibrant stir-fried dishes in the enormous stone pot, a certain video she had encountered in the past suddenly resurfaced in her mind. The content creator was a pig-raising expert, and their pot was nearly the same size as this one. Even the spatula used for cooking bore a striking resemblance. What captivated the audience was not the usual scraps and weeds fed to pigs, but rather the wholesome ingredients fit for human consumption. The array of ingredients, including watermelon, yogurt, shrimp, vermicelli, and scrambled eggs with tomatoes, showcases an impressive diversity of accompaniments. Initially, Lechuchu thought the blogger displayed a lack of decency, wasting food for the sake of views. However, she later realized that after each dish was cooked, he would first serve himself a portion before calling out to the black crows below, announcing mealtime. Before long, a flock of ebony crows would rush over with astonishing speed. While the blogger squatted down to eat, the crows foraged eagerly on the ground. Regardless of his motivations, it was clear he genuinely consumed the food. Watching Gamu's robust arms stirring the vegetables in the pan, Luchuchu feared he might suddenly call out, "Crows, it's time to eat." Nevertheless, it must be said that Gamu's cooking skills have become increasingly refined, exuding a touch of a master chef. Some individuals are simply destined for such culinary pursuits. Upon noticing Lechuchu's arrival, Gamu picked up a piece of perfectly cooked meat with his chopsticks, blew on it gently, and offered it to her lips. Habitually, Lechuchu opened her mouth to receive it, savoring the tender meat, which was seasoned just right, bursting with flavors and lingering delight. She gave him a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Well done, Gumu. Your cooking surpasses mine." Hearing her praise, Gumu beamed with joy, intensifying his efforts in the kitchen. After standing by the stove for a while, Luchuchu began to feel a bit warm. Gumu wiped his hands, rose to retrieve the sunshade, and repositioned it beneath the tree, encouraging Luchuchu to rest and avoid sunburn. She nodded, but as she prepared to enter the shade, her finger inadvertently brushed against something sharp, causing blood to trickle from the wounded fingertip. Gumu turned with concern, asking Chuchu what has happened. Luchuchu shook her head, noticing an involuntary twitch in her left eyelid. Gazing at the blood dripping from her fingertip, a sense of unease washed over her as she pressed her uninjured hand against her eyelid. Remembering that Mashu had gone hunting early that morning and had not yet returned, she felt a sudden jolt of anxiety. Could something have happened to him? No, it couldn't be. They were already partners. If Mashu were in trouble, she would surely sense it. Moreover, Mashu's strength was formidable even in the beast world. It would not be easy to harm him. Thus, it could not be him. Who could it be then? Qingxi and the others were still resting, and Mashu was the only one who had ventured out. Suddenly, Luchuchu recalled something and hurriedly turned to Gumu, asking, "What about the rabbit? Has he not returned yet?" Gumu shook his head, pointing in the direction the large white rabbit had gone. He mentioned he was looking for something and headed that way. Luchuchu furrowed her brows, glancing towards the direction Gumu indicated. Why had he not returned after all this time? Surely nothing had happened to him. It shouldn't be anything serious. Gumu reassured her, but then his gaze fell upon the blood on Luchuchu's fingertip, and he instinctively reached out to take hold of her hand, bringing it toward his mouth. Their conversation roused Qingxi and the others resting in the wooden cabin, who hurriedly rose, fearing something had happened to Luchuchu. Upon seeing her standing there unharmed, they collectively sighed in relief. "Chuchu, what is wrong? Who did you say was in trouble?" Just as Gumu was about to explain about her bleeding finger, Luchuchu quickly retracted her hand, signaling him with her eyes to remain silent. However, her silent plea had little effect. Being beastmen, Qingxi and the others possessed keen senses, particularly when it came to the scent of blood. "What is that smell? Are you hurt?" "Mifine. It's just a minor cut on my finger," she replied hastily. "Let us not dwell on that for now." The large white rabbit mentioned he was just going for a stroll nearby, and it's been a while since he left. I'm worried something might have happened. Noticing Luchuchu's pallor, Qingxi stepped forward, taking her hand and observing the wound, still oozing blood. Without hesitation, he placed her finger in his mouth, and when he withdrew it, the wound had already healed. "Do not fret. Which direction did he leave?" Gumu pointed towards the distant hills. "He went that way, towards the low mountains." Chapter 261. Finding clues and self-rescue with a general direction established, the group wasted no time. After instructing Luchuchu to wait with Gumu and not wander off, Qingxi, Aoji, and Songhui quickly set off towards the low mountains, carrying Mitui with them. Luchuchu's gaze remained fixed on their retreating figures, her anxiety intensifying. Though she longed to join them in searching for the large white rabbit, she feared she would be more of a hindrance than a help. Thus, she suppressed her anxiety and waited for their return. Once the others had disappeared from view, Gumu gently lifted her into the shade of the sunshade, attentively wiping the beads of sweat from her forehead. "Don't stay out in the sun too long. Your skin is delicate. You might get sunburned. Rest assured, Qingxi and the others will find a large white rabbit soon enough," he added. Luchuchu nodded silently, not uttering a word. Gumu, being somewhat at a loss for words, noticed her low spirits and decided to bring her a shell bowl brimming with food. "Chuchu, have something to eat. When I was feeling down, I found that eating would lift my spirits. As long as your belly is full, your mood will improve too." At that moment, Luchuchu was too preoccupied with worry about the large white rabbit to feel hungry. Meeting Gumu's earnest gaze, she understood his concern for her, and despite lacking an appetite, she accepted the shell bowl gratefully. "Thank you." Meanwhile, Qingxi and the others hastily climbed to the top of the low mountain, quickly following the scent of the large white rabbit until they reached a large stone. Mitui immediately recognized that the scattered remnants of grass on the ground were cooling grass, known for its refreshing qualities, particularly favored by land-based females. The disordered earth, marked with 5-fingered impressions, matched the front paws of a large white rabbit. Aoji's nostrils flared as he confirmed the presence of other beastmen. In addition to the large white rabbit, there were the scents of 2 other beastmen, though there was no trace of blood, and their scents bore some resemblance to that of the large white rabbit. Could he have encountered his kin and followed them away? Mitui shook his head. No. If he met his kin and chose to follow them, He would certainly have come down the mountain to inform Choo-Choo first. Furthermore, observe how the tracks become disordered from here, along with the fallen, cooling grass. It appears more like the aftermath of a chase, suggesting that Choo-Choo's intuition is correct. The rabbit must be in trouble. Then what are we waiting for? Let us follow this path quickly. We fear he may be skinned and roasted. Gang Gui exclaimed, preparing to pursue, only to be stopped by Mi Tui. Wait, don't forget there are 2 other beastmen sent here. If he has already been taken, we may not find him by following blindly. Let us split into 3 groups. Qingxi will take the middle path, Aoj and I will take the left, and Song Hui will go right. If anyone finds something, shout out. Though the low mountain was not small, given their strength, any cries for help would undoubtedly be heard by the others. The group nodded in agreement and set off in different directions, as Mi Tui had instructed. As for the large white rabbit, after being dragged behind a hidden slope by 2 individuals, Suk was still concerned that this half-beast as companions might come looking for them, causing unnecessary trouble. Suk was a clever and cautious beastman, which was one reason he garnered special attention from his mother among the many younglings. He swiftly removed the peculiar backpack from the large white rabbit's back, contemplating throwing it far away. This way, even if the half-beast had companions, by the time they found the backpack, it would be long after Suk and his father had secured their desired treasures and safely returned to their tribe. Father, I'll dispose of this. You handle cutting off his ears, and I'll skin the hide once I return. Suyong could not fathom why he was compelled to act in such a manner. However, recalling the meticulousness with which Suk had always conducted himself, he nodded and cautioned, all right, be careful and do not let anyone discover you. As he watched Suk hastily depart with his backpack, Suyong gripped the bone knife tightly in his hand and redirected his gaze toward the white rabbit, preparing to sever its ear. With Suk's control relinquished, the white rabbit's ear quivered for a moment, freeing one of its forelimbs. Enduring the agony, it tore away the vine binding its mouth. Upon witnessing this, a glint of murderous intent flickered in Suyong's eyes. He maintained a firm grip on one ear while raising the bone knife high, aiming for the white rabbit's newly liberated ear. The white rabbit reacted swiftly, clenching its ear around Suyong's wrist to block the descending blade. Yet, with the other ear still under Suyong's control, the rabbit's resistance was limited, compelling it to seek alternative means of escape. Indeed, as the white rabbit anticipated, Suyong tightened his grip on the ear, exerting such force that it seemed he might tear it off entirely. The white rabbit trembled violently, tears welling in its reddened eyes. Its mind racing. Suddenly, it gazed directly into Suyong's eyes, appearing to recognize him with great excitement, exclaiming, "Father? You are my father, aren't you? It's me, Shao Jia. Don't you remember me? Father, it hurts so much. You're pulling too hard. Woo woo woo, please don't be angry. I will be more obedient and do more things. That person stole my backpack, which had the cool grass I gathered from Mother to drink. Can you help me get it back? Father, I know Mother doesn't tea like me. Please help me take it back. Just say you gathered it. Then Mother will surely like you." Amidst the white rabbit's heartfelt cries, Suyong's mind became a tumultuous blur, and he inadvertently loosened his grip. Initially, he had not recognized the voice amidst the struggle, but now it was unmistakably that of a child, no older than 8 or 9, and it was genuine. Yet, how could this be possible? So many years had passed. Even Suk had matured into adulthood. How could this half-beast still resemble a mere child? Father, before Suyong could respond, the white rabbit interjected, "Woo woo woo, I'm so scared. Why did you only come to find me now? That wicked person captured me. He wanted to eat me. I escaped for so long before returning here. Please let go of me. Don't pull my ear, it really hurts." Woo woo woo. Chapter 262, Bewildered. Deliberately misleading, the white rabbit continued to lament its dire circumstances and express its longing for its kin. From its disjointed narratives, Suyong discerned something amiss. Despite the passage of years, the rabbit spoke as if it bore no sense of time, recounting the hardships of the past few months with relentless repetition. Realization dawned upon Suyong. It seemed that the blow from years past had not killed him, but had instead rendered him senseless. Listening to Shao Jie's incessant sobbing, Suyong felt a tumult of emotions arise within. Though he did not release his grip on the ear, he refrained from striking again. He was torn between the urgency to ensure the rabbit's safety and the desire to wait for Suk's return to deliberate further. Noticing the shift in Suyong's demeanor, the white rabbit felt a sense of relief and intensified its display of misery, feigning an overwhelming sense of longing and dependence on Suyong, reminiscent of its pre-abandonment state. Meanwhile, Suk hastened across the terrain, clutching the backpack. Along the way, he examined the peculiar item, having never encountered a zipper before. and thus was unable to open it upon reaching his destination. After traversing a considerable distance, he finally cast the strange backpack forcefully into a muddy ditch. Observing the backpack lying in the trench, Suk dusted off his hands and turned to leave. On the other side, Qingxi followed the disordered footprints downhill. The tracks had been interrupted over a significant stretch, yet the ground bore signs of having been trampled, with some white rabbit fur still visible among the grass. The traces vanished above a large boulder, but he discovered more rabbit fur on a nearby tree, alongside dragging marks. He surmised that the white rabbit had accidentally rolled down from above and had been rescued here. Just as Qingxi prepared to follow the dragging marks toward Sanghui's location, he caught sight of a gaunt beast man emerging from the forest where Aoj and the others had departed. The moment the beast man spotted Qingxi, his expression turned wary. However, upon noticing Qingxi's intention to head in Suyong's direction, he quickly concealed his caution and inquired, "Hey, are you looking for someone?" Qingxi initially intended to ignore him, but halted upon hearing the question, turning with a piercing gaze. "Yes, I am searching for a half-beast of the rabbit tribe. Have you seen him?" Suk, caught off guard by Qingxi's intense stare, felt his heart race yet feigned composure as he nodded. "I have seen him. He was carrying a rather peculiar black leather bag, wasn't he?" Qingxi's eyes brightened at the mention. Their bags were distinct from those made of leather. "Yes, that's him. Where is he?" Realizing that the sea demon was indeed a companion of the half-beast, Suk felt a surge of panic yet maintained his calm demeanor. "I saw him roll down from above, right to where you were standing. Later, someone rescued him and took him away that way. His bag fell into the muddy ditch over there." Suk gestured toward the direction he had just come from. Concerned for the white rabbit's safety, Qingxi wasted no time. Thanked Suk and dashed toward Aoj and the others. Watching the sea demon rush away, Suk's expression darkened, and he hastily departed from the area. Cautiously, he did not return immediately to find his father. Instead, he deliberately chose a different path. Once he could no longer see the sea demon, he took a shortcut toward his father. Following Suk's directions, Qingxi ran for quite a distance and indeed spotted a filthy black backpack in the deep ditch below. He leaped into the trench, retrieved the bag, and upon opening it, found it filled with the same cool grass as that under the stone, along with many crushed mushrooms and wild vegetables. Recalling that the man had mentioned the white rabbit had been taken away, Qingxi felt a twinge of anxiety and, as per their agreement, called out loudly to both sides. Meanwhile, Sanghui encountered Suk as well, though they were at a considerable distance from one another, preventing them from sensing each other's presence. Just as he contemplated approaching, he faintly heard Qingxi's voice. Assuming they had located the white rabbit, Sanghui abandoned his intent to inquire further and turned to run toward Qingxi. Watching the wolf beast hasten away, Suk's heart raced. Although they were separated by a significant distance, he felt an inexplicable certainty that the other was also seeking the half-beast. The composure that had characterized him dissipated upon encountering two potential companions of the half-beast. The wolf beast's form bore a striking resemblance to the third-tier wolf beasts of their tribe, suggesting that he must possess considerable strength. As these thoughts surged through Suk's mind, an uncontrollable sense of panic enveloped him, and he felt that a grave incident was imminent. He needed to inform his father immediately, regardless of whether he had acted against the half-beast. They must leave this place at once. Me Too and Aoj, having drawn closer, arrived before Sanghui did, searching for Qingxi based on the sound. "Qingxi, have you found the white rabbit? Where is he?" Qingxi shook his head, lifting the filthy backpack in his hand, and found his bag. He had just encountered an orc who claimed to have seen a giant white rabbit rolling down the slope, only to be taken away by someone. Taken away? By whom? Who informed you? Which direction did that person go? Qingxi shook his head. The orc merely stated that he had seen someone carry off a rabbit half-orc and mentioned a peculiar bee skin bag that had fallen here. Thinking he might catch up, he hurried over but had not seen which way the individual had gone. While they spoke, Aoj approached Qingxi to sniff him closely, discovering no trace of other orcish scents apart from the two they were tracking. After inspecting Qingxi, Aoj took the backpack and sniffed it carefully. In addition to the scent of the giant white rabbit, there was a distinctly noticeable presence of another individual. "This is odd. You bear no other orc scent. The orc you just met must be one of the two who appeared near the large stone. Moreover, the scent belonging to him is more pronounced on this backpack, indicating he must have deliberately left it here." Upon hearing Aoj's words, Qingxi sensed something was amiss. His acute senses on land were far inferior to those in water. Upon hearing that someone had seen the giant white rabbit's backpack, he had rushed over without much thought. This means that individual is likely one of those who captured the giant white rabbit, and he intentionally led me in the opposite direction. Grandpa Mitu also discerned the underlying hints. It is quite possible. Where are you planning to go just now? To the direction of Tsanghui. Grandpa Mitu furrowed his brow and quickly warned the young Tsanghui not to come over, but rather to search over there while they hastened in that direction. Chapter 263. To kill and finish it, then flee. Qingxi nodded and shouted a warning toward Tsanghui's direction. Then the group hurriedly made their way toward him. Halfway there, Tsanghui suddenly heard Qingxi's voice calling from afar. Tsanghui, don't come over. The rabbit is over there. Hurry to it. He abruptly halted, recalling the orc he had seen from a distance, and quickly turned to run. As he brushed past Tsanghui, Suk accelerated toward the large stone. Seeing that the half-orc was still alive and well, he felt a mix of relief and disappointment. Noticing Suk rushing back with an anxious expression, Suyong promptly inquired, Suk, why are you running so hastily? Is something wrong? Suk responded with a simple contemplating what to do next, to let go or to kill. After a struggle, he found his answer, and as he raised his gaze, his eyes were filled with murderous intent. The fur could be discarded, but this half-orc absolutely must not live. Otherwise, once he reunites with those two companions, both he and his father would undoubtedly face grave trouble. With this thought, Suk picked up a large stone nearby and struck it heavily at the giant white rabbit's head. The rabbit's pupils constricted, and it instinctively cried out, Father, while also using its ears to shield itself. Just then, Suyong, astonished, instinctively raised his hand to block the large stone coming down from Suk's hand, loosening his grip on the other ear slightly. Hiss, what are you doing? Suyong felt his hand go numb from the impact, clearly indicating Suk had genuinely intended to kill. Suk, oblivious to Suyong's discomfort and unaware of what the half-orc had just called out, quickly explained, his companions are already coming, and one of them is a high-ranking wolf orc. This half-orc has seen our faces. What if he says something to his companions, and they come seeking revenge? Therefore, he must be killed. Suyong was about to argue that he wouldn't do such a thing when the giant white rabbit interjected first. Father, don't kill me. I don't want to die. Father, I don't want to be left to the cold grass. Please tell my brother not to be angry with me. I just want to stay with you, sob sob. Hearing this, Suk was taken aback, trembling with disbelief, his eyes wide as he looked from Suyong to the tearful half-orc on the ground. Father, what did he call you? Why did he call you father? Suyong was at a loss for words, glancing at the giant white rabbit, which seemed entirely dependent on him. Ultimately, he released his grip on the ear he was holding, rubbed his hurt arm, and slowly said to Suk, he is also your father's child. He is your elder brother. Suk could not accept this. How could it be? He is a half-orc, a monster. How could he be my? At that moment, he recalled a forgotten childhood incident. Could it be that what those people said was true? Did you indeed have a child before? And because he is a monster half-orc, you abandoned him? Suyong glanced at the giant white rabbit, and before it, he suddenly found it difficult to voice the actions of his past. He then took Suk aside and briefly recounted the events of that time, emphasizing how much their mother despised the giant white rabbit. He could not even speak back then. That is why your father acted as he did. But now he can speak, and your father is at a loss for what to do. Father, you are being foolish. So what if he can speak? He is still a half-orc. If our mother finds out he is still alive and treats you the same way as before, she might even grow to detest me as well. Where would that leave us in the tribe? Then according to you, we cannot leave him alive. Just as the two of them whispered to each other, the giant white rabbit had already concealed its pitiful expression and the demeanor of considering Suyong as a father. Cautiously, it began to move toward the direction Suk had just come from. The giant white rabbit was unaware of the specifics of the companions it mentioned. However, since one was said to be a high-ranking wolf beast, it could only be Tsanghui without a doubt. Just as the two made their final decision to kill him and put an end to it, the giant white rabbit had already endured the pain and perked up its ears. With its ears raised, the giant white rabbit mustered its strength and dashed away at breakneck speed. Tsanghui, save me. Just then, the two turned around and found no one in sight. Looking up, they saw the half-orc soaring into the air with a piercing scream. He was moving solely on his ears, and astonishingly fast. Each step he took was equivalent to 5 or 6 of theirs. Not good. Seeing the giant white rabbit escaping, Suyong prepared to chase after it. He never expected that this detestable creature would learn to act and dare to deceive him. How foolish he had been. Feeling a twinge of guilt as he listened to the rabbit calling him father, witnessing its falling tears, even contemplating bringing it to the tribe to raise it in the medicinal hut. Nevertheless, Suyong had never intended to care for the giant white rabbit without purpose. He aimed to use it for testing medicine. He felt he had endured enough of the disdain and neglect from females in the past. Having suffered so much because of it, it was time for the giant white rabbit to repay him. Suk seized Suyong, pulling him urgently in the opposite direction. Don't chase after it. We must leave quickly. If we encounter its companions, we won't be able to escape. But what if it goes to the tribe to find us? Hearing Suyong's question, Suk was filled with frustration. What do you want me to do? How should I know? If you hadn't stopped me just now, I would have already smashed it with a stone. Why is there so much trouble now? If we don't leave now and get caught by its high-ranking wolf companion, we will be dead. Didn't you say he had been abandoned for over a decade? He probably doesn't even remember the way to the tribe. Let's leave here first. Even if he really finds us later, he is still alive, and well, we didn't actually kill him. After all, he is your and mother's child. He likely won't hold a grudge. Moreover, you are now the shaman of the tribe. If anyone were to cause you trouble, it is likely that the tribe would not stand idly by. After a thorough analysis by Suk, Suyong's frantic heart finally found some solace. Fearful of being overtaken, the two hastily made their way down a narrow path towards the tribe. toBlood dare not look back, desperately fleeing while calling for help. Sanghui, save me. Chu-chu. My sister. Chapter 264. Found. Mutual injury as Sanghui ran towards them. He heard toBlood's intermittent cries for help and quickly let out a wolf howl. It served as both a response and a means of intimidation. The howl was thunderous, startling the birds on the nearby hills into a frantic flight. Naturally, Suyong and his father, who were racing down the path, also heard this earth-shattering commotion and felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Thankfully, they had chosen to flee rather than pursue, or the consequences would have been unimaginable. After running for a while, Sanghui spotted the panicked toBlood, who had not yet realized his presence. Rabbit. Upon hearing that familiar voice, toBlood abruptly halted, turning to look down. Sanghui, he exclaimed, his voice choked with emotion. At that moment, it seemed as if all his strength had drained away. His ears drooped, and his body fell heavily to the ground. Sanghui transformed into his human form. Tu hurried to don his animal skin and rushed over to lift him. Are you all right? They want to kill me. I almost died. I thought I would never see you again. toBlood trembled all over, his fur standing on end, appearing utterly terrified. Sanghui furrowed his brow. Who are they? toBlood did not answer, insisting only that they leave this place. He needed to find Luo Chuchu. All right, you're safe now. Do not be afraid. I will take you back immediately. As he spoke, Sanghui examined toBlood's body and found only minor injuries to his head and ears. Relieved, he relaxed a bit. After the inspection, Sanghui released him, intending to wrap himself in the animal skin. However, toBlood clung tightly to his arm, unwilling to let go. Sanghui could only first notify Qingxi and the others that they had found toBlood, before once again transforming into his animal form and hoisting toBlood onto his back. toBlood held on tightly, burying his face in Sanghui's long wolf fur. Meanwhile, Qingxi and the others, having approached closely, finally relaxed their anxious hearts upon hearing Sanghui's call. Sanghui found the rabbit. Let us hurry over. Upon hearing the commotion nearby, toBlood trembled uncontrollably on Sanghui's back. Sanghui quickly reassured him, do not be afraid. It is Qingxi and the others coming. As he spoke, Qingxi and the others swiftly approached. Seeing toBlood motionless on Sanghui's back, with fur stained with spots of blood, the expressions on Qingxi's faces turned serious. Me too, with eyes filled with concern, stepped forward to examine toBlood. Are you injured? Is it serious? The moment he was touched, toBlood trembled even more violently. Sanghui, worried that toBlood might be further distressed, spoke up. I have already checked. He has only minor injuries. He will be fine. We must hurry back. He is very frightened and shakes at the slightest disturbance. All right, the others replied, hastily making their way down the mountain. Luo Chuchu anxiously gazed towards the direction of the low hills, her fists tightly clenched. Jimyu, how long have they been gone? Why haven't they returned yet? Do you think they can find toBlood? What if he will be fine? They will definitely find him, Jimyu assured her calmly, devoid of his usual naive demeanor. However, Luo Chuchu was too focused on the hills to notice that Jimyu had transformed into another persona. Jimyu's gaze remained fixed on that direction, internally troubled as he recalled hearing Qingxi's voice twice from afar. Although he could not discern the words, the tone suggested troubling news. The kind-hearted Jimyu felt anxious upon hearing that voice, unsure how to comfort Luo Chuchu, and thus concealed his inner turmoil, allowing another persona to surface momentarily. Just as their attention was drawn towards the hills, Luo Chuchu suddenly sprang into the air. She cried out in terror, only to fall into a cool embrace. Jimyu was startled, quickly entering a combat stance and turning to attack the person behind her. Mashu, with one arm around Luo Chuchu, swatted at Jimyu with his tail. Recognizing Mashu, Jimyu retracted his fist, dodging to the side to avoid being struck by the tail. Next time, do not whisk Chuchu away with your tail like that. It frightens her. Upon hearing Jimyu's words, Mashu felt a pang of guilt, suddenly reminded that Chuchu had previously been kidnapped by a snake beast man. However, despite his inner turmoil, Mashu turned to Jimyu with disdain, retorting sharply, "How I act is none of your concern. You, on the other hand, if the one who ambushed just now had not been me, Chuchu might have already been taken away. As her beast husband, is this how you protect her? It seems I cannot trust you to be alone with Chuchu in the future." Jimyu clenched his fists tightly, his mouth moving as if to speak, but ultimately, he said nothing. Although he found the snake beast's behavior contemptible, he recognized that Mashu's criticism was valid. The moment Luo Chuchu had screamed, Jimyu had already regretted his previous inattention. Regardless, he should not have diverted all his focus elsewhere. If any harm befell Chuchu, as the snake beast warned, he would find it impossible to atone for his negligence. Seeing that Jimyu was on the verge of self-recrimination, Luo Chuchu quickly interjected. "Do not say such things, Jimyu. He is also worried about Dabaitu's safety, which is why he did not notice your return." Seeing Luo Chuchu defend the bear beast, Mashu frowned in displeasure. Yet he began to sense something amiss. What has that foolish rabbit gotten into? He said he was going to explore over there, yet he still has not returned. Before Luo Chuchu could finish, a wolf howl echoed from a distance. Was that Sunghue's voice? Hearing it, Jimyu and Mashu could discern it even more clearly. They both turned their gazes towards the hills, realizing it was indeed him. It sounded like a warning? The warning was surely about Dabai being in trouble. "Mashu, Jimyu, shall we go find him together?" Mashu nodded in agreement, exchanging a glance with Jimyu before the three quickly dashed towards the hills. Shortly after the trio departed, two dark figures emerged from the place where they had rested, stealthily heading towards the sunshade that Luo Chuchu had set up. In broad daylight, the two figures clad in black were clearly up to no good. One of them crouched down, greedily inhaling the blood that had dripped from Luo Chuchu. Chapter 265. The Mother Body. Seeking revenge for Dabaitu as he inhaled, an expression of rapture spread across his face. As if he were savoring a rare delicacy rather than the earthy ground beneath him, appearing utterly lewd. "How is it? Is this the place?" Yes. This is where the scent emanates. You should smell it. The aroma of this blood is truly delightful. I have never encountered such a fragrant scent before." The other individual, unable to contain his excitement, also crouched down, taking deep breaths of the earth. Looking at the mark, there are 2 drops of blood. It seems like. After exchanging glances, the two went mad, digging up the blood-stained soil. To ensure they missed not a trace of the scent, they excavated a large chunk of soil, with one of them holding one side and voraciously gnawing at it. By the time they finished, only a piece the size of 3 fingers remained. Crunch, crunch. Crunch. After swallowing the last bite, one suddenly broke into a violent cough, his eyes rolling back as his face turned crimson. Upon witnessing the scene, another individual hastily raised his hand and delivered a forceful slap to the back of the man. With a dull thud, a bloodied stone was dislodged, prompting an irate kick as he muttered curses under his breath. "Damn it, such a large stone nearly choked me to death, and it loosened my teeth." Another person produced a piece of beast hide and carefully wrapped the remaining small, bloodied soil, securing it for safekeeping. "Enough. We must depart swiftly. If we're discovered, escape will be impossible. Those few possess formidable strength, particularly that snake beast and the wolf clan. Had it not been for him that day, the overseer's plan would not have been disrupted, resulting in significant losses. Now we cannot even return home, facing a bounty on our heads from Qian Shouchong." The orc, nearly suffocated by the stone, adjusted his jaw and nodded in agreement. "Yes, let's hurry to inform the overseer that the entity the demon lord spoke of has emerged. This time, we shall achieve great merit. I wonder if next time a female is brought in, will we be prioritized? How short-sighted. What does a female matter? With these 2 drops of blood, once the overseer establishes his own orc kingdom, we could both ascend to the status of elders. At that time, not only will we be prioritized, but we might even share a female among ourselves, and the overseer would surely consent." "Really? Is there any doubt? Let's go. As the two envisioned their prosperous future, they hastened towards their newly established base. Meanwhile, Luo Chuchu and her companions remained oblivious to matters concerning the camp. They had already arrived at the foot of a low mountain and encountered Qingxi and several others descending from above. Upon seeing the blood-stained large white rabbit on Song Ho's back, Luo Chuchu's heart tightened. Rabbit! Sensing her trembling, Mo Shu quickly held her close, allowing her to observe the condition of the large white rabbit. Rabbit, what happened to you? So much blood. Is it serious? Hearing Luo Chuchu's voice, the large white rabbit slowly opened its tightly shut eyes, tears streaming down like a fountain, accompanying its sorrowful cries, sounding exceedingly aggrieved. Sister, I almost never saw you again. They yanked at my ears and nearly tore them off. They said they would cut off my ears and give them to the female. They even said they would skin me to make clothes for her. When they realized someone was searching for me, they picked up stones, attempting to crush me. Fortunately, I was clever and managed to play dead. Otherwise, I would have surely perished. Upon hearing the emotionally charged and coherent account from the large white rabbit, Qingxi and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Just moments ago, while descending the mountain, the large white rabbit had refused to utter a single word. At the slightest rustle, it would tremble in fear, appearing utterly dazed. They all worried that if the large white rabbit were genuinely traumatized, Luo Chuchu would be devastated. Hearing the large white rabbit's lament, seeing its broken teeth and the dried blood at the corners of its mouth, deeply pained Luo Chuchu. She parted the fur atop its head to examine closely and discovered a gash where the ear connected to the scalp, revealing white connective tissue mingled with fresh blood. Inspecting the other ear, she found the situation even graver. The tear was nearly half the length, clearly indicating it had been forcefully tugged for an extended time. The large white rabbit's ears were unique, both large and beautiful, a compensation from the heavens for its half-beast status, which it used as a means of protection. Who could be so cruel? Although the large white rabbit was a bit mischievous, it was timid by nature, aside from familiar individuals. It generally did not dare provoke unfamiliar beasts. Stop crying. Let us return first. Sister will tend to your wounds, and then we will seek justice. The large white rabbit ceased its weeping upon hearing this, gazing at Luo Chuchu with red-rimmed eyes, feeling an even greater sense of grievance. It cannot comprehend why. Why was Su Yong, who was supposed to be its true father, so disdainful of its half-beast status, treating it so cruelly? Yet, Luo Chuchu, who shared no blood relation, accepted it wholeheartedly and treated it as a true brother. Lost in thought, the large white rabbit began to cry even louder. Sister, why do you treat me this way? I do not wish to be like this. I wish to be a normal person. Luo Chuchu felt tears welling up, gently patting the large white rabbit's back in comfort. All right. No more tears. Let us first tend to your wounds. Once we find those who harmed you, we will repay them in kind. Whatever they did to you, you will return it double. They tore your ears, and you shall tear theirs. No matter what they intend to do to you, we will give it back to them tenfold. Luo Chuchu was genuinely angered, especially upon hearing that those individuals intended to skin the large white rabbit, cut its ears, and crush it. Her teeth clenched in fury, nearly grinding against each other in frustration. Chapter 266. An orc intrudes whether in the modern world or in the beast realm. Luo Chuchu had never harbored any desire to harm another. In her previous confrontations with the Sea Tribe, she had, out of necessity, taken the lives of several shrimp and crab soldiers, resulting in long-lasting nightmares. Yet, at that moment, Luo Chuchu felt malevolent thoughts sprouting within her heart. She yearned for an eye and a tooth for a tooth, longing to exact a severe revenge on those who had harmed the large white rabbit. Having spoken fiercely, Luo Chuchu suddenly burst into tears, mirroring the large white rabbit's sorrow, as if she were the one who had suffered cruel treatment. Observing the duo in a state of despair, Mo Shu and the others were utterly perplexed. What is happening? If they were bullied, they should retaliate. Yet here, they are crying. The group exchanged puzzled glances. Mitu cleared his throat, signaling the others with his eyes. Forget their crying. If they are on the verge of tears, hurry and comfort them, or one of them may weep to death. Despite the scene being filled with only the cries of one person and one rabbit, no other voices were present. Yet, upon Mitu's glance, the others seemed to take it as a cue, quickly surrounding Luo Chuchu and comforting her with gentle words. Mo Shu, feeling a mix of pain and a fierce protectiveness, declared, Chuchu, do not cry. Whoever made you unhappy, I will kill them all. Qingxi, not to be outdone, embraced Luo Chuchu tightly, speaking with heartfelt emotion. Chuchu, please do not cry. Your tears are breaking my heart. Wiping her tear-filled eyes, Luo Chuchu looked up at Qingxi. Mo Shu frowned at this. while Tsanghua and the others were left speechless. They inwardly questioned the Sea tribe's treachery. Meanwhile, they were mentally noting the reasons for Luo Chuchu's preferential treatment towards the Sea tribe. I learned. Isklomit Aoshi. Indeed, my heart is breaking too. Feel for yourself. The clever and astute Gomu pursed his lips, deciding to align himself with the group, adding, me too. Sanghua, carrying the large white rabbit, forcibly pushed its fluffy head through the gaps among the others. And I, seeing the four express shared heartache, and Mo Shu squinted. He could not afford to lose at this moment. In truth, my heart is nearly shattered by your tears. Touch mine first. After enduring a tormenting experience, the large white rabbit, with tears streaming, snot running, and utterly heartbroken, protested, no. Are you all blind? Can't you see I'm the one who was bullied? Do you want to hear what you all said in front of me with such saccharine words? What about my revenge? The wounds on my body, should they be treated only after they have healed? Is that what it means to be human? In this moment, Luo Chuchu ought not to be smiling. However, witnessing a few individuals awkwardly gather to offer her comfort, she could not help but let out a soft chuckle. Yet, when she lowered her gaze, she spotted the pitiful sight of a large white rabbit on Tsang Hui's back, exuding a sense of despair. Luo Chuchu abruptly stifled her smile and swiftly shifted into a mode of indignation. Ahem! Quickly take the big white rabbit back. With her command, the crowd dispersed, escorting the rabbit back to the camp. Neglecting lunch, Tsang Hui carried the rabbit into the wooden cabin, where Luo Chuchu tended to its wounds. As they passed under a sunshade, and Mo Shu suddenly halted, furrowing his brow at a freshly dug hole in the ground, along with a small stone stained with a foul, bloody scent nearby. It seemed that other beastmen had intruded here, and Mo Shu sensed the surrounding atmosphere. Although faint, he discerned the presence of two beastmen. Their scent resembled that of wolves, yet something felt amiss. There was a notably putrid odor, reminiscent of decaying flesh, emanating from them. Just then, Gomu approached, and Mo Shu tapped his arm and inquired, "Did you dig this hole?" Gomu glanced at it and shook his head. "No. When did this hole appear?" "It was not here moments ago." And Mo Shu looked down, realizing it was not Gomu's doing. The moisture of the soil indicated it had been recently excavated. Since it was not Gomu, it must have been the two beastmen who had just been here. With a flick of his tail, Mo Shu sent a larger clump of earth flying, dislodging the bloody stone. Such disgusting remnants should not be left to taint the air. After clearing the stone away, Mo Shu began to inspect the vicinity. Although the two beastmen were no longer present, it was prudent to carefully examine the environment in case they had set any traps. Aside from Mo Shu and Gomu, the rest of the group remained in the wooden cabin, accompanying Luo Chuchu and the big white rabbit. Luo Chuchu retrieved the medicine for external injuries, her heart igniting with unspoken fury at the sight of the rabbit's fur. Previously injured, the rabbit's back had been shaved to a mere patch, and its hindquarters had been scorched, leaving it looking like a ragged creature. After nurturing it back to health, it was now plump and white, yet treating its wounds would require shaving it down to that pitiful state again. Perhaps we should use Qingxi's saliva instead? It would work better without the need for shaving. The big white rabbit was aware of how Qingxi had used saliva to heal Gomu, directly spitting on Gomu's back. Though the rabbit had a youthful psyche, the thought of Qingxi spraying saliva onto its face was somewhat unacceptable. Can it be applied instead of sprayed? Luo Chuchu was puzzled. What do you mean? The rabbit picked up a leaf and gestured towards Qingxi. Just spit on this, and I can apply it myself. Upon hearing the rabbit's words, Luo Chuchu's lips twitched as memories flashed through her mind, finally grasping what the rabbit meant by not spraying. Qingxi, who had been recalled to mind, felt a bit awkward and scratched his nose, silently accepting the leaf from the rabbit. He turned and spat a few warm drops of fresh saliva onto it. Use it while it's warm. This is the most effective. Luo Chuchu hesitated but ultimately refrained from assisting. Though the saliva was Qingxi's, applying it to oneself differed vastly from applying it to another. Regardless, the rabbit's current state was rather good, and it would be able to apply the remedy with better precision. As the situation unfolded, the big white rabbit rolled its eyes in exasperation, feeling that it had to shoulder everything alone. At this moment, he wished to sing a lament for all who had shared similar experiences. Even though Luo Chuchu did not assist with the minor wounds, she personally tended to the two severely torn cuts on the rabbit's ears, allowing Qingxi to contribute a couple of generous spits of potent saliva. Given the rabbit's long, substantial ears, Luo Chuchu thoughtfully tore 3 long strips of black fish skin to bind them together, preventing any tugging that might hinder healing. After this transformation, The once pure white rabbit now sported exaggerated ear decorations, resembling a unique black and white Indian rabbit. Once the wounds were tended to, the group finally gathered to partake in lunch. After several rounds of searching, they found no apparent threats, so Mo Shu chose not to disclose the intrusion at the camp, as they would leave before sunset. Noticing that the meal lacked the previous appeal, Luo Chuchu observed the big white rabbit, whose front limbs trembled slightly as they held their bowl and chopsticks. Yimu. Mo Shu, did you not rest at all last night? Are you tired? The two men, unsure of her intentions, shook their heads. Not tired, why do you ask? After we eat, I intend to take the big white rabbit to seek justice against those who harmed him. But you both Haven Tea rested this morning, and I worry about you. As Luo Chuchu contemplated the fact that Mo Shu and Gumu had not slept, she planned to wait until nightfall. However, seeing the rabbit's current state clearly shaken, she suddenly felt it was better to retaliate sooner rather than later. Witnessing the ones who bullied him being dealt with would be far more effective than mere words of comfort. Delaying could lead to deeper psychological scars for the little one. Thus, Luo Chuchu resolved to set out after lunch. Under the cover of darkness, they would confront them, but it would be more honorable to do so in broad daylight and teach them a lesson. Before Luo Chuchu could finish her thought, Mo Shu interjected. I will accompany you. Gumu quickly chimed in. I will go too. I'm not tired at all. Quite the opposite. With the two sleepless individuals eager to join, it was unnecessary to mention Qingxi and Songhui. Luo Chuchu nodded in agreement. All right, let us eat quickly. If we take too long, their scent might dissipate. Montaksha, being the most powerful and perceptive of scents, would ensure they could locate those individuals with ease. Upon hearing Luo Chuchu's words, the big white rabbit paused, its wooden spoon dropping to the ground. What's wrong? Sister, should we reconsider? The rabbit's voice was soft, devoid of its usual liveliness. Luo Chuchu picked up a spoon, wiped it clean, and returned it to the rabbit's paws. With Mo Shu and the others here, you need not fear. You know their strength. I know, but... The rabbit blinked, tears welling up in its eyes, spilling onto the shell bowl. I don't want to go back there. The way he whispered those words made them seem almost inaudible, and if Luo Chuchu hadn't been so close, she might not have caught it. You mean you know them? Do you know where they are? Upon hearing this, the big white rabbit fell silent, but tears streamed down its cheeks like pearls slipping off a broken string. In this silence, more was conveyed than words could express. Luo Chuchu confirmed her suspicion. Indeed, the rabbit knew the culprits. Not wanting to press the matter in front of so many, she chose to wait until they were alone to ask further. The meal concluded swiftly and quietly. Afterward, the group did not rush to find the perpetrators, instead redirecting their attention to Luo Chuchu, awaiting her instructions. In the midst of her hesitation, Dabaida took the initiative to invite Luo Chuchu into the wooden cabin, while Qingxi and the others waited outside. Noticing that he had barely eaten anything during lunch, Luo Chuchu placed an array of snacks, fruits, and dairy products before him, suggesting that indulging in something sweet would surely uplift his spirits. Dabaida accepted a bottle of sour milk and quickly finished an entire row of them in swift gulps. After letting out a long, winding belch, he leaned back against the cabin with a look of sheer satisfaction. Luo Chuchu began to suspect that he was not merely disinterested in a proper meal, but was instead trying to deceive her into providing him with treats and milk. Before Luo Chuchu could spiral deeper in her thoughts, she suddenly heard Dabaitu's low voice. One of those two people today is my father. Upon hearing this, Luo Chuchu's eyes widened in disbelief. Father? Is he referring to the same father I think he is? The wooden cabin offered no sound insulation, and the others outside, possessing keen hearing, could easily catch Dabaitu's words, though they were not as shocked as Luo Chuchu. The group, aside from Ao Ji, who had experienced the so-called paternal love, included Qingxi, Ma Shu, and Gamu, who were completely unaware of who their fathers were. In the beastly world, many beastmen held contradictory feelings. Not every beastman adored their offspring. Most merely desired descendants, viewing it as a duty rather than a bond of affection, which ultimately morphed into an obsession. Inside the cabin, Dabaita continued recounting his painful memories, using succinct phrases to convey his past. At that moment, he appeared calm, as if narrating someone else's tale. Had it not been for his trembling body, Luo Chuchu would have believed he truly didn't care. I never imagined that after all this time, I would encounter him again. Back then, he wished to kill me with a single blow just to exchange for a red fox pelt for the female. Today, he recognized me at a glance, yet still tried to harm me, even contemplating severing my ears and allowing his cub to skin me. At this point, Dabaitu's facade of calm crumbled, his eyes reddening with unshed tears. Witnessing his distress, Luo Chuchu felt a surge of anger and compassion. She sprang to her feet, grasping Dabaitu's small arm, exclaiming, "Let us go. Right now. We must rectify all the grievances you've endured." Dabaitu linit bak, resisting her pull. "I don't want to go, Ajia. I don't want to see my father." He was afraid of being subjected to scornful gazes once more. Afraid of confronting those who had tormented him. Afraid that the fragile convictions he had painstakingly built would shatter again. Luo Chuchu, frustrated, released his hand and exclaimed, "Why not? You must go. That worthless father of yours does not deserve the title. The moment he allowed others to bully you and even sought to end your life, he ceased to be your father. From the day you chose to follow me, I became your family. You're a Jia. Qingxi and the others are your kin." Though touched by Luo Chuchu's sentiment, Dabaitu still resisted confronting Siyong and the others. He believed that everything stemmed from being a half-beast. "If I were a normal beast man." Before he could finish, Luo Chuchu interrupted. "Remember this. Being a half-beast is not your fault. It is their genetics that are flawed. They have wronged you. It was not your choice to be born to them. If they cared, they should have cherished and protected you instead of allowing you to be mistreated, or worse, devalued by others. It is unacceptable that they remain oblivious, even worse than outsiders. Such heartless beings deserve a stern reckoning." After expressing her thoughts in one breath, Luo Chuchu found herself unable to calm down, determined that this time she would not allow Dabaitu to suffer in silence. "If others dare to bully my younger brother, as your sister, I cannot let it go unavenged. Otherwise, I would be suffocating in frustration. Do you wish for me to be tormented?" As Luo Chuchu danced around in agitation, the others outside the cabin hurried in, concerned that she might truly suffocate from her anger. "Chuchu, please don't be angry." One of them urged. "Yes, Chuchu, if Dabaitu is unwilling to go, it makes no difference if we go in his stead. Regardless of who it is, anyone who brings you displeasure shall not escape my wrath." Sanghui looked at Dabaitu with renewed coldness. "Chuchu is angry for your sake. She wants you to confront your past, to break free from those painful memories and embrace your true self. If you cannot respect yourself, believing yourself to be a monster or a half-beast, then you must prepare to endure the judgmental gazes of others for a lifetime." Gamu stepped forward and lifted Dabaitu as if he were a child. "I too have no father and was often bullied in the Dongtu tribe for my lack of intelligence. While I learned to endure for me too, that was merely a facade. Whenever the opportunity arose, I would retaliate tenfold. I had only me too as my ally, and I still sought justice for myself. Now, you have so many brothers-in-law supporting you. Why must you continue to endure?" With tears glistening in his eyes, Dabaitu gazed at the group, and deep within him, a shield forged of light began to take shape. It appeared translucent and ethereal, yet was unbreakable. I will go." Sensing Dabaitu shao dita miteng, Ma Shu swiftly raised his hand, and the wooden cabin was drawn into the spatial realm. "Let us go. It's good that you've made up your mind." Regardless of Dabaitu's choices, Ma Shu and the others were resolute in tracking down those individuals. It was not only for Dabaitu's retribution, but also to quell Luo Chuchu's fury. After storing everything away, the group set off on their quest for justice. They no longer needed to search the mountain paths for traces, as Dabaitu remembered the general location of the tribe, conveniently in the direction of Hanchuan City. By resolving this matter early, they could find a place to rest for a while and continue their journey later without hindering their schedule. Shortly after the group departed, another batch of individuals arrived beneath the great tree. Despite being bare-chested, they emanated an ominous aura, casting a shadow of malevolence. A raspy voice, ghostly and chilling, echoed, "Are you certain this is the place?" Two among them nodded affirmatively. "Yes, it is here. Indeed. Sir, look at this pit. We dug it this morning." Gazing at the large pit, significantly larger than their heads, and then at the bloodied clod of dirt in their hands, a man suddenly lifted his head, his eyes narrowing in malice. "Such a vast pit, and you returned with this little? Where did the rest of the blood go? Did you consume it?" As he raised his gaze, his face revealed a network of dark blue-black markings, with eyes as black as ink, shrouded in swirling black mist. He resembled a vengeful spirit risen from the depths of hell, instilling fear in those who beheld him. Had Ao Ji and Song Hui been present, they would have recognized this wolf beast man as Xuanfeng, the very one who had pursued them previously. Yet in just a few short days, Xuanfeng had transformed from a relatively handsome wolf beast man into this ghastly visage. Hearing Xuanfeng's accusatory question and sensing the murderous intent radiating from him, the two trembled. cold sweat breaking out on their backs. And no, sir, we absolutely did not consume anything. Why, yes, that's right. No, we have not tasted even a drop of blood. At most, we merely lay on the ground for a while, inhaling the scents. Xu Wenfeng squinted as he scrutinized the two, then let out a cold snort. Umph. I bet you dare not. Just as the two were about to breathe a sigh of relief, they heard Xu Wenfeng continue, since you discovered them first. You shall be the ones to track their whereabouts. The wolf beast, the snake beast, and the sea tribe are formidable foes, so be clever. I will leave you a team of refined beastmen. Once you find that female alone, immediately bring her to me. Initially, the two felt uneasy at the prospect of continuing the search. However, upon hearing they would be provided with a team of refined beastmen, their spirits soared. The refined beastmen were directly commanded by the leader. Their assignment indicated that they had already earned recognition. A bright future lay ahead. Meanwhile, guided by the big white rabbit, the group walked for over 2 hours until they reached a mountain ridge. The ridge was not particularly high. Looking down offered a view of lush trees and layers of mist. Below lay the Wushan tribe. Chapter 269. The Peach Blossom Spring. Not a place for reasoning. Luo Chuchu leaned over to gaze down, where the Wushan tribe nestled in a hollow, surrounded by undulating mountains, shrouded in swirling mist, with wooden and stone houses barely visible. Under the sunlight, it appeared as if rainbows arched between the mountains and the tribe, creating an enchanting scene reminiscent of a celestial realm. After surveying the terrain, Montaksha embraced Luo Chuchu tightly. Hold on to me, do not be afraid. Let us go. Before Luo Chuchu could respond, Emo Shu had already leaped down the ridge. Sanghu carried me to Yi, while Jemyu bore the big white rabbit, following closely after Emo Shu. Although the ridge was not steep, its angle was nearly vertical. Rather than descending, it felt more akin to plummeting. Nevertheless, the group remained calm, moving with steady assurance, except for Luo Chuchu, enveloped by a strong sense of weightlessness. With the wind whipping past her ears, Luo Chuchu felt lightheaded, as if her heart had jumped in her throat, fearing she might be flung away at any moment. Was this similar to bungee jumping, especially without a safety cord? Even though she knew Mo Shu would not allow her to fall, she instinctively clung tightly to his neck. Upon reaching level ground, Mo Shu gently patted Luo Chuchu's back, saying, "We have arrived. You may open your eyes now." Slowly, she opened her eyes to a vibrant display of wildflowers in various colors. Due to the terrain and the towering trees surrounding them, these flowers had not been scorched by the sun, thriving beautifully. Wow, this place is like a paradise in the beast world. If it weren't for unfinished matters, Luo Chuchu would have loved to indulge in a bit of flower picking. The others, unfamiliar with the concept of a peach blossom spring, found such places quite common in the beast world, and thus not particularly remarkable. The scent of unfamiliar beastmen lingered nearby, and without the big white rabbit's guide, the group quickly approached the outskirts of the Wushan tribe. Despite the blazing sun, many lone beastmen, true to their nature, rested beneath the trees. Upon seeing the unexpected arrival, the startled beastmen stood up, their expressions a mix of vigilance and confusion, whispering among themselves. Who are these people? I don't know. Look, there's a snake beastman. His tail is so thick, he must be strong. Hey, look at that red beastman's tail. Could that be a fishtail? Indeed, it's a living sea siren. What are they doing in our tribe? Wait, look at that long-eared beast on the bear beastman's shoulder. It looks familiar. Someone exclaimed, shifting the attention of the beastmen to the big white rabbit. It does seem familiar. ISNT that Xiao Jia. Despite the big white rabbit's ears being tied up, many recognized him. He was simply too unique, a rare half-beastman, unable to transform into a human form and unusually large, even in his beast form. He had already surpassed many adult beastmen during his juvenile years, leaving a lasting impression on many. It really is Xiao Jia. But how is that possible? Wasn't he supposed to be dead? Yes. Even Su Yong said so. Seeing the group heading directly toward the tribe's entrance, the beastmen hastily followed. The Wushan tribe's layout resembled that of the Xiao Ao tribe, with singles living on the outskirts, while only paired beastmen invested in building spacious and comfortable homes. Just as the group prepared to enter, they were obstructed by beastmen from the Wushan tribe who had rushed over upon hearing the commotion. Who are you? What brings you to our tribe? The questioner was a middle-aged yellow-spotted tiger beast named Shi Yang, an elder of the Wushan tribe, who shared a female partner with Su Yong. Uncertain of the opposing team's strength, Shi Yang maintained a neutral demeanor. Sanghu and Jemyu set down Mitu Yi and the big white rabbit, reverting to human form, quickly donning fishskin skirts. Once Me Too Yi stood still. He tidied his disheveled hair and said, "We are here to find someone. A rabbit beast man named Su Yong. He belongs to your Wushan tribe, does he not?" Shi Yang's gaze swept over Mo, Shu, and the others, noticing their bare shoulders devoid of the star patterns that signify strength, leading him to assume they were merely seeking medical assistance. His expression immediately soured. Such a grand assembly, yet only a group of ordinary beastmen. It was no wonder Shi Yang failed to recognize that beastmen could conceal their strength, mistaking them for commoners, as only those of 5th rank or above could hide their power. In the Wushan tribe, the most powerful beastman barely surpassed the 4th rank. Thus, when he spoke again, Shi Yang's tone grew less cordial. "You seek medical help? Are you unaware of the rules of our Wushan tribe?" Shi Yang arrogantly expected Mo, Shu, and the others to offer something in return while secretly envying Su Yong. Despite Su Yong's lackluster combat skills, he was a renowned shaman among nearby tribes. Every so often, people sought him out for healing. It was precisely because their female partner recognized Su Yong's talent that she did not abandon him after giving birth to the big white rabbit, and soon after, they had another child. This irked Shi Yang, who, as a fellow beastman, had yet to produce any offspring of his own. Noticing the tiger beastman's change in demeanor, Sanghu grew weary of further dialogue. Suddenly, he lunged forward, landing a powerful kick to Shi Yang's chest, sending him flying a considerable distance. Let us communicate properly. These people truly take themselves too seriously. They are here to demand an explanation, not to negotiate. This kick served as an unceremonious knock at the door. Shi Yang crashed to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood, trembling in pain, unable to utter a word. The beastmen who had come with him turned pale and rushed over to check on him. "Elder Shi, are you all right? Quickly inform the tribe leader that trouble has come. We need to summon the guard team." One individual, sensing the gravity of the situation, urgently instructed his companion to relay the message. Just as he was about to caution the others not to act rashly, another shouted furiously, "How dare you come to our Wushan tribe's territory and assault someone? Brothers, attack." As the words fell, the previously passive beastmen transformed into their beast forms, baring their fangs as they charged towards Sanghu and the others. Chapter 270, The Great Battle. Indeed, quite bloodthirsty as the various monstrous jaws rushed in from all directions, Mo Shu remained impassive, steadfast, and unmoved. Calmly, he raised his hand to shield the eyes of the person in his embrace, preventing her from witnessing the gruesome spectacle. "Do not look, lest your eyes be sullied." Luo Chuchu understood that Mo Shu was acting in her best interest, yet she was a person who both lacked skill and possessed a love for excitement. How could she let such a rare scene of chaos pass her by? She grasped his hand, prying his fingers apart to create a small opening. "It's fine. You keep blocking, and I'll just peek through." Amused by her self-deceptive words, Mo Shu allowed her to indulge, refraining from further obstruction. As the approaching orcs bore down, Qingxi, Sanghu, Aoj, and Jimyu swiftly turned, positioning themselves at the four corners, encircling Mo Shu, Me Too, and the great white rabbit in a protective formation. Thus commenced a one-sided massacre, while the opposing side remained blissfully unaware. Qingxi's eyes suddenly widened, as if a switch had been flipped, revealing his laser-like gaze. Wherever his eyes fell, they emitted beams akin to infrared laser cannons, accompanied by a reverberating bu sound. Anyone struck by his lasers felt an immediate searing pain, with large blood blisters swelling on their skin. On Sanghu's end, a lightning skill was unleashed, illuminating the area with a dazzling silver light. The thick bolts of lightning branched out like a withered tree ablaze, crackling as the current surged through the bodies of the struck, causing them to convulse uncontrollably, flailing their limbs as if caught in a frenzied dance. Witnessing such a spectacle, Luo Chuchu found herself swaying in rhythm, unconsciously humming along. Jo 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 jo. Draw a dragon on the left, and on the right, sketch a rainbow with a purple gold hammer. Those who are touched shall meet misfortune. Hearing her playful tune, Mo Shu's stoic expression softened slightly at the corners of his mouth. Seeing her so engrossed, he felt a sudden urge to showcase his own prowess, previously intending to leave the minor foes to his companions. In a moment of resolve, Mo Shu's tail darted out. As the incoming adversaries were intercepted by Qingxi and his team, he seized two orcs from Jimyu, curling his tail around an oddly shaped beast man and flinging it skyward. As the first orc ascended, Mo Shu's tail curved again, snatching another orc and launching it into the air. The two airborne orcs collided mid-air, locking eyes in terror. Meanwhile, Jemyu, having missed his target, stumbled forward after delivering a powerful punch. At that moment, a tiger beast man charged in, and Jemyu's head fortuitously collided with the tiger's jaws, shattering its fangs. Reeling from the sudden pain, the tiger beast man, despite his dizziness, struggled to close his mouth on the offered prey. He thought to himself that even if his sharp teeth could not sever the bear man's head, they could at least pierce the arteries on either side of his neck. Just as his jaws were about to snap shut, Jemyu swiftly seized the tiger's jaw, yanking his head back before twisting with all his might. With a resounding crack, the tiger's head made a complete rotation, its jaws grotesquely torn apart, resembling a hide stripped from its skin. Witnessing the horrific transformation of the tiger beast man, Luo Chuchu gasped in shock. How brutal and bloodthirsty. After discarding the lifeless body, Jemyu turned to find Mo Shu still toying with the two orcs, tossing them repeatedly into the air, refusing to let them touch the ground. Sensing the tremor of the person in his embrace, Mo Shu withdrew his tail and looked down just as two heavy thuds echoed from the ground, signaling the gruesome landing of the battered orcs. Luo Chuchu shuddered again, her stomach tightening, and she hurriedly closed the gap between Mo Shu's fingers. Alas, such a grand spectacle. Yet I am ill-prepared to bear it. Nightmares await me. At one corner, Aog, despite suffering from severe hidden injuries, found it more than manageable to deal with the ordinary orcs. Waves of orange flames erupted from his maw, fiercely scorching the beasts, charring their fur and leaving them in a state of agony. The entrance to the Wushan tribe was engulfed in chaos, with cries of anguish resounding. In mere moments, a multitude of grim and horrific corpses littered the ground, each more terrifying than the last, sending shivers down the spines of onlookers. The commotion quickly drew the attention of the tribe's inhabitants, prompting the tribe leader to rush forth with his guards. Upon witnessing the carnage, the leader's eyelids flickered, and cold sweat trickled down his back. Overwhelmed by fear, he knew he could not turn a blind eye. Otherwise, he would lose the respect of his people. Stop! Cease this at once. Seeing the arrival of someone who appeared reasonable, Qingxi and the others momentarily ceased their onslaught, reverting to their previous demeanor, some gentle as jade, others cold and noble, while others exuded a simple honesty or calm composure, all radiating warmth. However, the tribe leader's heart sank upon noticing their seemingly harmless appearance, which belied their ruthless intentions. His voice quivered as he spoke. I am Han Shi, the leader of the Wushan tribe. Gentlemen, let us converse peacefully. Why unleash such violence in my tribe? Surely, there must be some misunderstanding. Although the fighting paused, Luo Chuchu and her companions maintained their formation, preventing Han Shi from noticing the great white rabbit ensconced at the center. Even if he had seen the rabbit's current Indian attire, he might not have recognized it. Inwardly, he pondered whether these individuals had come under the pretense of seeking medical assistance, only to covet their territory instead. What a predicament this was. If they sought treatment, they could negotiate for better terms, but if they intended to seize their land, the strength of these individuals, each formidable in their own right, would pose a grave threat. If not handled properly, the Wushan tribe could face annihilation. Chapter 271. Hidden Circumstances, Seeking Aid, just as despair settled in the tribe leader's heart. Me too. The spokesperson for the group stepped forward. His gaunt, wrinkled face bore a self-satisfied semblance of benevolence. Leader Han Shi, we are here to find someone. Bring Suyong, his partner, and their child out. Once we resolve our personal grievances, we shall take our leave. Upon hearing me two's words, Han Shi's eyes widened, exchanging incredulous glances with those around him. Personal grievances. Hadn't he the messenger stated that these individuals came seeking medical help? How had the narrative shifted to personal vendettas? Han Shi initially assumed that the demands of Shi Yao had been excessive, provoking these individuals to resort to violence. At the sight of the horrific scene, he cursed Shi Yao inwardly for being blind, thinking the intruders mere ordinary beasts, not realizing they were a formidable force. Unbeknownst to him, deeper circumstances were at play. Seeing the confusion on the faces of those nearby, Han Shi's frustration escalated, and he barked, "What are you standing there for? Go summon Su Yong and his family at once. We must ascertain what foolishness they have done to provoke these individuals." Although Han Shi felt a surge of anger, upon learning that the target was specifically the Su Yong family, he experienced a slight sense of relief. A fixed target is preferable to an indiscriminate assault on the entire tribe. If managed properly, the tribe could still be preserved. After Han Shi's low growl, However, the few individuals beside him hesitated, their words caught in their throats. What if the tribe's leader refuses to come? You know very well the temperament of their female. We may not be able to summon her at all. Fool! What situation are we in? Do we allow them to decide whether or not to come? After growling through clenched teeth, Han Shi recalled Su Yong's obstinate female, and his tone abruptly turned severe. Send more people, and take a squad of guards along. Even if we have to bind them, we must bring Su Yong and Su Ke back. As for Zhu Qing, if she is willing to cooperate, that would be best. If not, we need not worry too much. She could be brought along as well. Although females hold a high status within the tribe, that status is contingent upon the tribe's stable existence. Currently, the tribe teetered on the brink of peril, and even the most precious female must take a back seat. Moreover, Zhu Qing's family is the source of the calamity. Having received definitive orders, Han Shi saw a flurry of movement as a dozen individuals hastily turned and dashed deeper into the tribe. Observing their cooperation, Qing Shi and the others promptly sought a clean, flat area. Mo Shu retrieved a meticulously crafted wooden house from his space, and everyone crowded inside to rest while waiting. Outside, the heat and glare were unbearable, making the comfort of the wooden house incomparable. The sun could not penetrate, and the cooling effects of the everlasting ice were simply exquisite. While a few felt at ease, Han Shi and his companions were far from comfortable. They were unable to leave, yet unwilling to stay. Each one was drenched in sweat, casting longing glances at the shade of the trees, yet they dared not approach. Especially after witnessing how effortlessly the others produced such a large wooden house, Han Shi and his companions stood frozen in shock, too intimidated to move. Though space abilities are not particularly rare, several orcs in the Wushan tribe possess them. Their capacities were severely limited. They could never conjure a structure of such magnitude. This clearly indicated the extraordinary prowess of these individuals. While those outside stood in punishment, the occupants of the wooden house indulged in food and drink. Bathed in the same sunlight, their circumstances were starkly different. After what felt like an eternity, as Luo, Chu Chu, and the others were nearly drifting off to sleep, they suddenly heard a distant chorus of curses growing nearer. They lifted the leafy curtain and stepped outside the wooden house, only to witness a cloud of dust billowing towards the entrance, reminiscent of a sandstorm. The stout Zhu Qing was being dragged towards the entrance by a throng of individuals, her curses echoing from her cave to their location without pause. Let me go, you worthless, despicable orcs. If you do not release me, I will take your lives. Her venomous tirades escalated in intensity. Upon hearing the phrase worthless, the faces of her captors grew grim, yet no one relinquished their grip. As they continued to disregard her words, Zhu Qing trembled with rage, nearly fainting. How dare you? You will regret this. The hyena clan will not let you go. She spat vehemently. I will not spare your parents or your offspring. If you have the courage, guard them well. Before she could finish her tirade, an orc who had just become a parent could no longer contain himself. He picked up a large clump of mud from the ground and forcefully shoved it into her mouth. You vile female, if you dare to harm our offspring, we will risk our lives to wipe out your entire family. And we will too. What the hyena clan? Do not think we truly fear them. Push us too far, and we shall annihilate the hyena clan as well. After all, your clan is not innocent. You are the cause of this calamity. Look at how many have perished innocently because of you. Not only do you show no remorse, but you also dare to shout here. Spit. The last individual, lacking eloquence, spat a mouthful of phlegm onto Zhu Qing's face in disgust. The mud dwellers still had some spirit, but the ones responsible for bringing them were already filled with trepidation, adopting a submissive demeanor when calling for help. They wished to avoid offending Su Yong, the tribe shaman, and did not want to provoke the troublesome Zhu Qing. The savage and unreasonable hyena clan behind her would not be easy to deal with. Once provoked, even if they survived, they would lose half their lives. Yet, anyone subjected to such venomous insults could not help but feel their anger swell, especially when considering those who had perished innocently due to Su Yong's family. Zhu Qing's arrogance, using their loved ones as a threat, ignited their fury beyond containment. As they saw their companions' faces flush with rage, someone quickly spoke to soothe them. Everyone, do not let her anger you. Let her rage. Let us see how long she can sustain it. Those outside are formidable. They will not relent easily. After this, even if we miraculously survive, the tribe leader will certainly not forgive us. Suddenly, Zhu Qing, who had been force-fed dirt and spat upon, wore an expression of disbelief. Her struggles ceased as she was momentarily bewildered by their crude actions. Did they truly possess such remarkable individuals among them? Fortunately, she had reacted swiftly, sending one of her offspring to seek aid from the hyena clan at the first sign of trouble. She hoped they could arrive in time. Chapter 272. A bear of a situation in stark contrast to Zhu Qing's fierce resistance. Su Yong and his son, bound hand and foot, showed no signs of struggle, allowing others to drag them forward. Meanwhile, Zhu Qing's other mates, having attempted to intervene, bore bruises as they trailed behind. It was not that they had resigned themselves to their fate. Rather, their minds were in turmoil, racing to devise a means of escape. Initially, they believed Zhu Qing's obstinate antics would prove effective, as in countless instances before, her tantrums and the fearsome reputation of the hyena clan had always settled matters. However, this time, it was evidently ineffective. Judging by the demeanor of the tribe members, it was clear that those who had come were formidable figures. Otherwise, the Wushan tribe would never dare to confront them so brazenly or treat Zhu Qing with such contempt. Su Yong pondered internally whether these individuals were truly here because of Su Jie or if they were seeking revenge for past grievances, now bolstered by a powerful ally. As he considered this, Su Yong leaned towards the notion that they were indeed here due to Su Jie. What a coincidence it was. They had just encountered Su Jie that morning and nearly taken his life, and now, less than a day later, someone had come to confront them. He felt a surge of curiosity about what Su Jie had experienced over the years to attract such formidable figures. Observing Su Yong's family being forcibly brought in, Han Shi wiped the sweat from his brow, feeling a bit more at ease. Although the wait had been lengthy, at least they had succeeded in bringing them here. He hoped it would not bring misfortune upon their tribe. Su Yong, Su Ku, these individuals have come to see you. Resolve your matters face to face, Han Shi stated, then leaned closer to Su Yong's ear, issuing a subtle threat. This is your private grievance. I do not wish for it to implicate the entire tribe. Otherwise, do not blame me for being unsympathetic. After delivering his warning, Han Shi turned to the elders, his tone laced with deference. Esteemed elders, Su Yong and his son have been brought forth. What do you propose? Elder Mi too waved his hand dismissively, signaling them to step aside. Han Shi and the other tribe members promptly retreated, clearing the space for the gathering. As the sense of danger dissipated, the curiosity of onlookers reignited, and they hastily found suitable spots to sit and witness the unfolding drama. Among them were many blood relatives of the recently deceased ordinary beastmen. Tragically, despite the loss of their kin, their faces bore little sorrow. Rather, a hint of excitement flickered within them. They were merely waiting for the individuals to finish dealing with the Su family, ready to settle scores and reap some benefits for themselves. The Su family was indeed a significant household within the Wushan tribe, possessing a wealth of valuable possessions. In the past, they had thrived at the expense of others, and now it seemed an opportune moment to extract some advantages from them. As for the deceased, there was little to be said, given the formidable strength of the intruders. They could hardly seek revenge. Even if they could, they would not dare take such a risk. After all, these were merely unadvanced ordinary beastmen. If their deaths could generate some profit for their families, it could be said they died with purpose. Such was the fate of ordinary beastmen. When the father and son were shoved into the center, Su Ku suddenly lifted his head and gazed at the individuals across from him. Upon seeing Qing Shi and Tsang Hua, the faint glimmer of hope in Su Ku's heart was instantly extinguished. It was truly them, the companions of that half-beast. Su Yong had never met Qing Shi and the others, but upon witnessing Su Ku's pallor, he grasped the situation. In stark contrast to Su Ku's despair, Su Yong felt an unexpected calmness. Since they were companions of Su Jie, it was unlikely there would be severe consequences. As Su Jie's father, the fact that these individuals had come seeking him implied they held some regard for him. As long as Su Jie was compassionate, everything would be easily resolved. A plan began to form in Su Yong's mind as he raised his gaze, searching for the figure of the big white rabbit, all while cultivating his emotions, striving to ensure his voice would convey the right sentiment when he spoke. Shao Jie, he called out, his voice imbued with profound emotion. Bang! A punch landed with no emotion in response. Ah! A piercing scream echoed, marking the end of the moment. Su Yong had never imagined that before his plan could unfold, the individuals across from him would immediately resort to violence. Pain gripped his features, cold sweat trickled down his brow, and bound by his hands. Su Yong's entire form curled up like a shrimp. Even the simple act of clutching his stomach eluded him, rendering him unable to voice his agony. Sang Hua looked expressionlessly at the person on the ground, trembling in pain, disdain evident in his tone. How disgusting. Straighten your tongue before you speak. Upon hearing Songhua's blunt critique, Luo Chu stifled a laugh, covering her mouth. It seemed Su Yong's attempt to play the familial card was not going to be so simple. Witnessing Su Yong get punched for speaking up, Su Ku, realizing his intentions, glared fiercely at the big white rabbit. Suya, your father is also your father. How can you allow them to treat him this way? Luo Chu turned to the big white rabbit. Is your name Su Jia? It doesn't sound as nice as big white rabbit. The big white rabbit remained silent, his gaze heavy as he observed the two individuals across from him, his heart heavy with both desolation and derision. Songhua sneered. When you wanted to kill him, you didn't remember this child. Now that you're being punished, you suddenly recall he is your father? Can you be any more shameless? The crowd, having not seen the big white rabbit, was left in confusion, their attention drawn to Songhua. What does this mean? How did it suddenly relate to a child and a father? Could it be that this person is Su Yong's child? That can't be right. He is clearly a wolf beast man. How could Su Yong, a rabbit beast man, possibly father a wolf cub? And who was Su Ke calling out just now? Was it not Su Jia, the half-beast child who had long been presumed dead? Could it be that he was still alive? Suddenly, enlightenment dawned upon the crowd as they understood why these individuals were specifically seeking Su Yong. It was for that half-beast child. Hearing Songhua's words, Su Ke cast a guilty glance at Su Yong and hurriedly defended himself. I didn't know who he was. I just thought he was an ordinary long-eared beast. So before Su Ke could finish, Qing Shi, filled with rage, unleashed a laser blast that struck his chest, bubbling two shiny blood blisters. Su nuntai kiskiviko screamed in agony, his body trembling uncontrollably. Just as the tension reached its peak, an incongruous burst of laughter erupted. The crowd turned their gazes towards the snake beast man, whose back was adorned with a boisterous laughter. They watched as her body shook with mirth. Bewildered by the source of her amusement, Luo Chu buried her head in Mo Shu's neck, shaking with laughter, tears streaming down her face. She hadn't intended to laugh, but the image she had just witnessed was simply too much to bear. It was unclear if Qing Shi had intended it or not, but he had inadvertently aimed the laser cannon at Su Ku's second barrel, giving him an unexpected boost in size, clearly at least AB cup. Chapter 273. Aesthetic differences. Qing Shi was equally perplexed, unsure what had provoked Luo Chu's laughter. He had not considered that the position of his laser cannon was amiss. He had merely been furious, enraged by Su Ke's audacity in claiming ignorance. Overcome with anger, he had momentarily lost control. No, it was his eyes that had betrayed him. He hadn't paid attention to where the laser swept. It was simply that Su Ke was too shameless. If he had genuinely been unaware and had treated the big white rabbit as just another ordinary prey, perhaps they would not have included him in the reckoning. However, that was not the case. Qing Shi had encountered Su Ke and had clearly stated he was looking for someone. Su Ke had even actively asked him if he was searching for a half-beast. This indicated that Su Ke had known from the start that the big white rabbit was not an ordinary prey. Yet, when Qing Shi had come looking, he had deliberately misled him, leading him astray. Luo Chu laughed for quite some time, until the eerie silence around her became too much to bear, prompting her to stifle her laughter and avert her gaze from Su Ke. Soda. Don't mind me, please continue, just continue. Though she said this, the atmosphere had already been disrupted. Whether it was an emotional plea or a familial recognition, it was evident that both sides were struggling to proceed. At that moment, Grandpa Mi, too, stepped forward, addressing Su Yong and his son. The sun is quite bright, so let us not waste time. You have torn off my child's ears, and not only is he covered in wounds, but his spirit has also suffered greatly. Now, tell us how you intend to resolve this. At this point, Su Yong had regained a modicum of composure, and upon hearing Grandpa Mitu's words, he looked up with a face full of indignation. What do you mean, your child? Su Jia is clearly my child. In contrast to Su Yong's emotional outburst, Grandpa Mitu remained remarkably calm. From the moment you personally attempted to kill the young one and even bartered him for that piece of red fox fur, he ceased to be your child. Su Yong, still attempting to defend himself, stammered, but he is not dead, is he? This shows that I never truly intended to kill him. The onlookers gasped in shock. What was happening? Hadn't Su Yong previously claimed he was teaching that half-beast child survival skills, taking him out during the frigid winter? It seemed that the pretense of teaching was merely a facade, and his true intention was to rid himself of a burden. As the crowd recalled Su Yong's expression of grief upon his return years prior, disdain and contempt flickered across their faces. This man was indeed skilled in deception and possessed a ruthless heart. Although Su Jie was a half-beast, he was still his biological child. How could he have brought himself to harm him? His survival is merely a stroke of fate. You had no intention of sparing his life. Otherwise, you wouldn't have treated him as prey to be exchanged with the carnivorous beastmen once you thought he had perished. Did you truly believe you could avoid the consequences of his fate? Su Yong's expression shifted as he continued to feebly protest. I didn't mean it that way. Seeing him still struggling in vain, Grandpa Me Too pressed on. Then how do you explain what happened this morning? Don't even pretend you didn't recognize him immediately. Me Too Yi, suddenly erupted with fury, the gentle smile on my face vanishing. Grasping Su Yong by his hair, I compelled him to lift his head. You recognized him. You know who he is. Yet, you still allowed Su Ke to seize him, intent on severing his ears and flaying his skin. Even upon realizing we were searching for someone, after he acknowledged you, you still contemplated using a stone to crush him. What further justification do you have? The surrounding crowd gasped in astonishment, their intake of breath echoing through the air. It became apparent that such an event had unfolded that morning. They had speculated, after all, that Su Jie had been missing for so many years. How could he suddenly return seeking vengeance? Su Yong had indeed survived an initial attempt on his life, and now sought a second chance. No wonder they would come knocking. Su Yong's cruelty is truly unparalleled. Zhu Qing, who had been restrained behind, understood the gravity of the situation. With a fierce glare directed at the father and son, she chastised them for failing to inform her of encountering this monster upon their return that morning. Their negligence had led to her suffering a significant loss and enduring humiliation before so many onlookers. When the hyena clan arrives, let them deal with these detestable individuals. She would then show them no mercy. As for Su Jie, had it not been for these people mentioning him, she might have forgotten the stain of having once given birth to a half-beast. Since they have already committed murder, he should meet his end without delay. What purpose does his return serve? Truly, a wretched creature. For such a monster, how dare you treat me, a precious female, in this manner? Are you not afraid of the beast goddess wrath? He is merely a monster, born of my own flesh. We have the right to slay him without your interference. Zhu Qing, accustomed to her domineering ways, despite being at a disadvantage, maintained an arrogant demeanor, confident that these individuals would not dare to harm her due to her gender. Luo Chu narrowed her eyes, her gaze suddenly transforming into one of fierce intensity. She patted Mo Shu on the shoulder, instructing him to release her. Obediently, Mo Shu let her down, and Luo Chu strode towards Zhu Qing. Although Qing Shi and the others remained still, their eyes were fixed on Luo Chu, vigilant against any potential threat from the opposing party. Only then did the crowd clearly discern Luo Chu's visage, their emotions a complex tapestry of reactions. Some were astonished, finding her beauty remarkable and unique. Though her lineage was indeterminate, her appearance and aura were undeniably captivating. Especially her skin, luminous and delicate, incited an impulsive desire to taste it. Others were puzzled. The onlookers' gazes revealed neither overt admiration nor aversion, merely a simplistic curiosity toward her unusual beauty. Of course, there were those with differing aesthetic preferences, particularly those who favored traditional female appearances from the beastly realm. Their eyes scrutinized Luo Chu as if she were an oddity, filled with disdain and scorn, even pitying Qing Shi and his companions for their association with such an incongruous female. These formidable beastmen possessed exceptional prowess, yet they were paired with such an unconventional female. It was a lamentable mismatch. Though she was female, her appearance bore no distinctiveness of her own. In stark contrast, Zhu Qing, despite her character, was undeniably attractive. Her lively rabbit-like eyes, playful wolf ears, and the distinctive features of a hyena female, particularly her imperfect teeth and occasionally lolling tongue, made it clear she belonged to the hyena clan. This was the essence of femininity. Ignoring their thoughts, Luo Chu approached Zhu Qing, looking down upon her with disdain. How utterly unappealing. Zhu Qing, squinting at her, found herself restrained, unable to retaliate. Otherwise, she would have certainly slapped this hideous female. What a revolting creature to dare gaze upon her so insolently. Zhu Qing did not anticipate that just as she was about to unleash a tirade, the female before her suddenly raised her hand. Her attention was immediately drawn. That hand was so small, tender, and pale. How she wished to sever it and claim it for herself. Suddenly, A resounding slap connected with her face, leaving Zhu Qing momentarily dazed. The force was tremendous, causing her great pain. How she longed for a way to exchange it.